The man bent down to lay out a fishing net in the stream, his hands moving skillfully. Just as he was about to pull the net in, he suddenly looked up and his eyes met a pair of cold, vertical pupils. Not far away, a venomous snake stood upright, hissing and flicking its tongue. Its eyes were cold and menacing as it stared intently at him, as if it were eyeing its prey about to swallow it whole. He locked eyes with the black snake, but the strange eye contact didn't last long. The next instant, the snake's tail coiled tightly around the branch, and the black-tailed snake suddenly exerted its strength, its body swooping down like an arrow, heading straight for Chen Wuji's face, as if it wanted to bite off his nose. Faced with this sudden attack, Chen Wuji remained calm and raised his arm to block it. Sure enough, the black snake bit his arm precisely, as if they had planned it beforehand. In a flash, Chen Wuji's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly raised his hand, his two fingers gripping the snake's head like iron pincers, the force so great that the snake's body froze in midair. He remained calm and composed, forcefully prying open the snake's mouth with practiced ease. Then he swiftly and deftly tied the snake's body into a slipknot, his movements as fluid and efficient as flowing water. Bending down to pick up a stone, Chen Wuji swiftly and decisively smashed it into the snake's head, ending the nearly 2-meter-long venomous black-tailed snake's life. This man was not born and raised in this chaotic world. A sudden accident brought him into the famine-stricken era of this ancient dynasty, turning him into a foolish hunter in the eyes of the world. Fortunately, Chen Wuji was not destined to die. His kind widowed sister-in-law stayed by his side and took meticulous care of him, which allowed him to survive in this turbulent world. At this time, he had a wealth of modern common sense and skillful hunting techniques stored in his mind. I wonder if this guy has any relatives or companions, Chen Wuji muttered to himself, hesitating whether to search around some more. The black-banded snake is no ordinary snake. It's not only delicious, but also has significant medicinal value. When stewed with rice wine, the taste is so exquisite that 9 out of 10 people who have tried it will never forget it. Not to mention, it also has the effect of dispelling wind and unblocking meridians, and is one of the main medicinal materials for making wind-dispelling powder. Chen Wuji gathered some mountain vines, wove them into a simple basket, lined it with leaves, and stuffed all the crabs, eels, and snakes he had caught inside. The haul looked impressive, but it didn't feel very substantial. Since it was still early, he decided to take another stroll around the area. Based on some memories left by his predecessor, he judged that since a black-tailed snake had appeared in this place, there was likely to be a second or even more. Unfortunately, he miscalculated this time. It's too easy to stir up trouble and alert the snake, but when you want to catch a snake specifically, you just can't seem to find one. However, every cloud has a silver lining. He didn't encounter a snake, but instead stumbled upon something else wonderful, a giant salamander. In modern times, this thing is a protected animal. Even if it appears in front of you, you can only watch it wriggle around in the water, let alone catch it. Even touching it could get you into trouble. But in these famine-stricken times, it's nothing rare. In Chen Wuji's eyes, it's a top delicacy. This thing must be caught. However, catching a giant salamander is much more difficult than catching a crab. Chen Wuji was sweating profusely, and it took him a long time to catch one. It weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, which was enough to nourish Wasanyang when he got back. Aside from its shrill cry, this fish is almost perfect in every other way, especially since it is said to have nourishing and beautifying effects. He glanced at the dappled sunlight filtering through the treetops, knowing he couldn't linger any longer. So he packed up his basket of spoils and turned to head down the mountain. After traversing forests and mountains, wisps of smoke rose from distant chimneys, and the outline of Shishan village came into Chen Wuji's view. Although the start of this instance was somewhat difficult, Chen Wuji still had to admit that the small mountain village was indeed a beautiful place. When people are starving, even the most beautiful scenery won't inspire them to appreciate it. To put it nicely, it might be a picturesque landscape, but to put it bluntly, it's just a few dilapidated houses. On his way back to the village, Chen Wuji encountered several villagers returning late. The sight of a simple-minded hunter returning from the mountains naturally attracted a crowd, and everyone couldn't resist gathering around to see what was going on. They all peered around, wondering what he brought back. Without hesitation, Chen Wuji pulled out the black-tailed snake. Upon recognizing the creature, everyone screamed and scattered in all directions. "Wuji, are you crazy? That's a poisonous snake," a villager exclaimed. "It's not poisonous," Chen Wuji said, deliberately raising his bitten arm to reveal the wound left by the snake's fangs. Everyone around him was stunned. You look fine, but you're not far from death, a middle-aged man said sternly. Come to my house later. I'll get you some ointment. Whether you can pull through depends on how tough your life is. After saying that, the man sighed again. Snake meat is best stewed with wine. I have some yellow wine at home. Take it and have a good meal. This man was none other than Chen Wuji's uncle, named Chen Wuji. He was a scholar who had repeatedly failed the imperial examinations over the years and was somewhat eccentric. He was also the only person in the village who still had some education. Chen Wuji nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but had no intention of taking advantage of his wine and medicine. He didn't have much hunting experience, but his survival skills in the wild were unparalleled. He'd even tried eating snake meat raw, let alone cooked in wine. Stop wandering around the village. Hurry home and check on things. Chen Wuji waved his hand, then added, Come find me later. This afternoon, Yuan Lao was loitering around your house for quite a while. I wonder what kind of wicked scheme he's up to now. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji was startled and his heart tightened. He quickly responded and rushed home. The courtyard gate was wide open, and Chen Wuji rushed into the house like a mad bull, quickly searching the entire house. But he couldn't find Hui Sanyang anywhere. He didn't even care about the prey he brought back. He grabbed the wooden spear and ran towards Yuan Lao's house. Yuan Lao's family lived on a higher plateau, while hunters like Chen Wuji, who had no land, could only live on a mountainside and had to walk a mountain path to get there and back. He sprinted down the mountain at almost the speed of a 100-meter dash and arrived at the door of Yuan Lao's house in no time. The door had been recently repaired and looked quite sturdy, tightly shut. Yet, the faint sounds of a woman struggling could be heard from inside. Inside, Hui Sanyang screamed repeatedly, her voice filled with terror. Why? Why do you think I should borrow your grain? Yuan Lao's voice was sinister and lewd. The first time I borrowed your grain, you should have been smart enough to climb into my bed on your own. But you don't know what's good for you. I just said I'd touch you, and you dare to tell me to get lost. The filthy words from the room reached Chen Wuji's ears, and his face instantly turned ashen. Without thinking twice, he leaped into the room, kicked the door open, jumped onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, and delivered a powerful kick that struck Yuan Lao squarely in the face. The man was entangled with Hui Sanyang, whose clothes were disheveled, when he turned around and was kicked by Chen Wuji, whose neck was almost broken. Chen Wuji, with a cold expression, dragged Yuan Lao off the edge of the Kong without any mercy, and punched him left and right until he was dizzy and disoriented. Touching your little hands, huh? Come on, touch mine. Touch as much as you want. He roared, waving his fist. Although he had transmigrated here, he had inherited the original owner's feelings for Hui Sanyang. The two depended on each other for survival. Now that Hui Sanyang was gentle and kind, and had always guarded this dilapidated house, what kind of man was he if he couldn't protect her? Chen Wuji couldn't swallow this anger without skinning Yuan Lao alive. Yuan Lao was stunned by the beating and didn't even see who rushed in. Chen Wuji's fists rained down like raindrops, making Yuan Lao dizzy and his head buzz, as if all the blood in his body had rushed into his brain in an instant. When he finally saw the figure in front of him clearly, a surge of anger welled up inside him. So it was you idiot? If it weren't for my kindness in lending you grain, you beast would have starved to death long ago, and you even dared to hit me. He suddenly broke free from Chen Wuji's arm and threw a punch at Chen Wuji's face. However, the punch ultimately failed. His fist was firmly gripped in Chen Wuji's hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Thank you, Chen Wuji said earnestly, then suddenly threw a punch. You bastard. Borrowing grain is your excuse for luring Hui Sanyang to your home and intending to assault her? How dare someone so rotten to the core use the word kindness? Chen Wuji's fists rained down again like a storm. Blood trickled down his gums, staining Yuan Lao's mouthful of yellow teeth. Several teeth finally succumbed to the blows and reluctantly fell from his mouth. Yuan Lao was utterly beating into a state of utter confusion, his eyes glazed over, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Hui Sanyang hurriedly grabbed Chen Wuji. Wuji, let's go quickly. Stop fighting. Someone will die if we keep fighting. No, kill him. Chen Wuji said, his neck stiff. When fools fight, they need the kind of ruthless, deadly ferocity. Hui Sanyang was taken aback. Just a moment ago, Chen Wuji's speech had been quite coherent. Why was he suddenly acting so differently now? Perhaps it was in her haste that she spoke more fluently. She found a reason for him in her mind. She pulled him again. Wuji, let's go, it's okay. Only then did Chen Wuji reluctantly let go of Yuan Lao air and push him down onto the Kong. Seeing him sprawled out like a starfish, Chen Wuji turned around and kicked him in the groin again. Ouch! The nearly unconscious Yuan Lao air suddenly screamed, his body instantly shrinking into a shrimp. Hurry, hurry! Hua Sanyang gripped Chen Wuji's hand tightly and dragged him out the door. By the time the two returned home, night had completely fallen. Hua Sanyang nervously held Chen Wuji's hand as they groped for an oil lamp in the darkness. Wuji, is your hand all right? She asked with concern, examining Chen Wuji's hand thoroughly. Chen Wuji shook his head, but felt as sweet as if he had eaten wild royal jelly. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had truly felt the care and concern of his family. The feeling was indescribable. It was unfamiliar, yet incredibly warm. Another thing is that Hua Sanyang's little hands are so soft, like a ball of cotton. After checking him over and confirming that he was all right, Hua Sanyang breathed a sigh of relief and took him to the broken vat in the yard to wash his hands. Chen Wuji didn't move, letting her hold his hand and carefully clean the bloodstains from his palm. The two stood very close, so close that Chen Wuji could clearly feel Hua Sanyang's warm breath on his neck, tickling him and making him somewhat restless. If the lights were bright enough, he would likely be able to see the stunning view beneath that linen short jacket. Hua Sanyang's figure was ridiculously good, slender and graceful, with a prominent bust and buttocks. There must be 2 dimples hidden on her lower back. What happened today was my oversight, Hua Sanyang said softly, her voice tinged with self-reproach. I didn't know that Yuan Lao heir had ulterior motives for borrowing grain. I thought he just wanted to help. She paused, her expression growing increasingly serious. If anything happens, I won't implicate you. But you might have trouble getting food in the future. Wuji, remember what I said. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Go find someone from the village to take you to the city. Even if you have to beg, there's still a way to survive. Hearing this, Chen Wuji's nose tingled with emotion. I'll protect you, no, it's all right. Hua Sanyang chuckled softly. I know, my Wuji is very brave. But never mind. My hands should be clean now. I'll go cook some porridge. We'll make do for today. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain again and see if I can find something to eat. Chen Wuji knew what she was worried about, of course. Yuan Lao heir's elder brother was the village head of this area. This was the source of Yuan Lao heir's confidence in acting arrogantly in the village. However, this status was utterly insignificant in Chen Wuji's eyes. Their family is so poor, what else can they not afford to lose? At worst, they'll fight to the death and flee to the ends of the earth with Hua Sanyang. Shaking off the water from his hands, Chen Wuji quickly retrieved his afternoon spoils of war from under the eaves of the west room and went into the small kitchen. Eat. Hua Sanyang had just brought the oil lamp into the kitchen and was picking wild vegetables by its dim light. Several kinds of wild vegetables with different textures were mixed with elm bark, and although the dish could fill one's stomach, it was very likely to cause gastrointestinal discomfort. She turned her head at the sound, and when she saw the crabs still wriggling in the wicker basket, her face immediately changed. Silly Wuji, you can't eat these things, they'll kill you. Chen Wuji was taken aback. When did crabs become deadly poisons? These things are unknown to both humans and ghosts. They're used to ward off evil spirits. Why did you catch them? Release them quickly, Hua Sanyang urged anxiously. I've heard that honey and sugar can neutralize its poison, but we don't have any of those things at home. Let's throw them away. Chen Wuji remained silent for a long time. He finally understood why he had been able to catch these things so easily. It wasn't luck. The villagers simply dared not touch it. It's a long-term potential food source, +1. A great thing. No, I won't throw it away. It's fine. Chen Wuji stubbornly said, I won't die. You will die. No, our family hunters won't. To play this fool, well, Chen Wuji really went all out. He explained until his tongue was almost tied in knots. I know our family are hunters, but even hunters. Hua Sanyang hadn't finished speaking when Chen Wuji interrupted her. I've eaten it, he said decisively. Hua Sanyang was taken aback. Really, it was delicious. Hua Sanyang was still somewhat skeptical. You're not lying to me, Chen Wuji nodded frantically. I've eaten it many times. He smiled bitterly to himself. He was being foolish. Why did he have to pretend to be stupid? Chapter 4, Keep It Covered. After much effort and explanation from Chen Wuji, Hwasanyang finally relented and decided to give it a try. She carefully cleaned up the eels and snakes and hid them in a jar, but she steamed the crabs in a pot as Chen Wuji had instructed. She looked at the last remaining salamander in the wicker basket, frowned helplessly, and muttered, "This thing can't be eaten." Chen Wuji was stunned. What can't be eaten again? He really didn't understand this logic. Hwasanyang said in a low voice, "This fish is no ordinary fish. It is a dead child that has been transformed. Eating it will bring retribution." She added in a serious tone that if you put this kind of fish in someone else's house, it will definitely bring bad luck. At the very least, you will have to ask a Taoist priest to perform a ritual to resolve the bad luck. Chen Wuji almost burst out laughing after hearing this. The people here were incredibly good at making up stories. In his previous life, it was a high-end ingredient, but now it had become an evil spirit. Times have really changed. Yes, I've tried it. It's really delicious. Chen Wuji nodded earnestly, determined not to waste any. Hwasanyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. "Wuji, maybe you became stupid after eating this fish." She even excitedly said that since it was an evil spirit, a few rituals could cure his idiocy. Chen Wuji was speechless, thinking, "Where did you get this idea? This logic jumps too fast." He shook his head repeatedly, trying to explain, but Hwasanyang was completely unconvinced, her eyes shining with the light of, "I've found the root of the problem." "Wuji, you wait, we'll save up some money and hold a ritual for you sooner or later." Hwasanyang grinned from ear to ear, jumping and bouncing around on his neck. While silently enjoying her enthusiasm, Chen Wuji felt a little melancholy. Would he actually be able to eat the fish? Wild salamanders were rare, and it would be a shame to throw them away. Besides, he had never actually tasted wild ones before. "You'll get better. Once we finish the ritual, you'll definitely become a smart person again." After saying this, Hwasanyang wiped away her tears and turned to get the vine basket. She planned to bury the evil spirit, but Chen Wuji stopped her after she had only taken 2 steps. "Tomorrow, it's too dark now," he said. Hwasanyang looked at the pitch-black night outside the window and also felt it wasn't safe, so she nodded, "Then let's leave it outside for now." This time, Chen Wuji didn't stop her. After all, the word evil spirit was a taboo in the minds of the ancients, and no one wanted to be associated with it. After a while, Hwasanyang came back from outside and took the crabs out of the pot. In those days, seasonings were scarce, and his family was dirt poor, possessing only a little coarse salt and a few peppercorns, making it completely unnecessary for steaming crabs. Yet, even so, when this pot of authentic crabs was served, Chen Wuji still savored its exquisite flavor. He had been starving all day and was ravenously hungry. At this point, he didn't care about the seasonings. His mouth was practically watering with joy. He devoured a whole crab in one go, then saw Hwasanyang still fiddling with the crab legs, clearly unable to bring herself to eat it. Without saying much, Chen Wuji opened another one and handed it to her, saying, "Eat, it's really delicious." Hwasanyang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, her hunger overcame her doubts. She carefully took a bite of the crab roe, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Wuji, it's really delicious. I'd accept it even if it were poisonous," she said, taking a big bite of the crab leg. Chen Wuji smiled and said, "It's not poisonous, don't worry. Once you've tasted this crab, all those so-called evil rumors will be disproven. The only regret is that the giant salamander couldn't be served. I'll have to figure out a way to bring it back tomorrow. But honestly, while crabs are delicious, they're not filling. This little bit isn't enough for 2 people." Chen Wuji gnawed every inch of the crab clean, only then did he barely feel a little full. After the meal, Hwasanyang boiled a pot of water, poured it into a wooden basin, and brought it into Chen Wuji's room. "Wuji, take off your clothes, I'll wipe your body." Chen Wuji had just sat down on the kong when he heard this and almost jumped up. This was too sudden. "You were exorcised by evil spirits today. This is mugwort water. Washing with it will exorcise them," Hwasanyang said, her face serious. "You need to be careful in your current state." Seeing her serious expression, Chen Wuji couldn't refuse and could only nod and say he would do it himself. "Can someone as big as you wash your back by yourself? Hurry up and take it off. Make sure your whole body is clean." Seeing that he was hesitating, Hwasanyang simply took matters into her own hands. The moment those soft little hands touched his body, Chen Wuji froze, as if he had been frozen in place. Soon his tattered clothes were torn off, and he was pushed to stand by the basin of water. A blush crept onto Huasanyang's face as she coughed lightly, reminding him, "Cover yourself up properly. Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Chen Wuji wanted to retort inwardly. "How could you say something like that? You're practically washing my neck." However, he also understood that the reason Huasanyang could act so naturally was because, in her eyes, he was a fool. If she were to truly regain her senses one day, she would probably blush and run away, even if he were to undress her, let alone wash her body. Chapter 5. I didn't. Although Huasanyang tried to remain calm, her slightly flushed cheeks and shy eyes were like spring water rippling. Chen Wuji's heart warmed at the sight, and he thought that it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask her for some warmth during this hot summer. Just as he was about to speak, Huasanyang suddenly said, "All right, hurry up and go to bed." Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment. "I want to. What do you want to think of? What kind of ideas can you come up with that brain of yours? Go to sleep." Huasanyang rolled her eyes at him and poked his forehead with her finger. But with that gentle poke, her body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly bent down, picked up the basin of water, and turned to flee the house. Chen Wuji had no choice but to withdraw his ardent gaze, his mind filled with the image of her bending over that had caught his eye. He was even more aroused, but he could only suppress it. Tonight was destined to be a difficult night for him. Chen Wuji tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Next door, Huasanyang would occasionally murmur softly in her sleep, her delicate voice so sweet it could melt anyone's bones. Those sounds were like a pot of fragrant, rich soup, the aroma seeping straight into his heart. By the time he finally fell asleep, it was almost dawn, and he had no recollection of how he drifted off to sleep. But the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Wuji woke up. He got up, washed his face, and then rummaged through all the things left behind by the original owner, trying to see if there were any clothes he could wear. This leather skirt, reminiscent of Sun Yukon style, was really too eye-catching. Not only did it smell bad, but it also looked incredibly undignified. But perseverance pays off. He found a clean pair of short browns. Although the color was a bit faded, the style was neat, and they fit him fairly well. To his even greater surprise, he found 30 copper coins in a cloth bag at the bottom of the wardrobe. This small amount of money might not seem like much now, but for this impoverished family, it was a lifesaver. After getting dressed, Chen Wuji was about to stretch his body when the courtyard gate creaked open. Huasanyang walked in carrying a basket, her trouser legs still damp with dew, clearly having just returned from mountain. "Wuji, you're in luck today. You dug up some cassava on the mountain, and with your prey from yesterday, you'll have something to eat for the next couple of days," she said with a happy expression, then suddenly noticed Chen Wuji's attire. "Hey, you look quite energetic today. Where are you going?" "Just getting dressed," Chen Wuji replied simply. He had thought Huasanyang was still asleep, but it turned out she had gone out to find food before dawn. Cassava can indeed fill your stomach, but it's also quite toxic, something he had to remind you of. "This is poisonous," Chen Wuji said, picking up a piece of cassava and pointing. "I know. It'll make you sleepy after eating it," Huasanyang replied with a smile. "That widow Sue and her son in the east of the village live off this. A good night's sleep after eating, it keeps them full for a day." Hearing her say that, Chen Wuji was taken aback. Yes, who would really want to survive by such a means? "I'll do it." Chen Wuji took the basket, peeled the kudzu leaves, and then threw them all into the broken vat in the yard to soak. 3 days. Remember to change the water, he said. Huasanyang's eyes lit up, as if she understood. "You mean soaking it for 3 days, and then changing the water will remove the poison?" Chen Wuji nodded. Huasanyang was overjoyed. "That's a great method. I'll tell Widow Sue another day, so she doesn't accidentally fall asleep and not know it." As she spoke, she casually ruffled Chen Wuji's hair. "You silly boy, you actually have some skills. You're not completely stupid." Chen Wuji nodded with a silly grin, but in his heart, he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. It seemed like he had accidentally exposed himself again when he lowered his head just now. He was lost in thought when the courtyard gate was suddenly flung open with a bang, and 3 figures strode into the yard. The man in front was dressed like a scholar, but was as thin as a skeleton. The man behind him had a round belly and a face swollen like a pig had kissed him. Anyone with eyes could see that Yuan Lao air had returned. The one dressed in the scholar's robe was his own elder brother, who was the village head. As for the third person, Chen Wuji also recognized him. He was Chen Yuang, the patriarch of the Chen family, a two-faced bastard who always helped the powerful and never his own. Sure enough, he was there to cause trouble. Chen Wuji, I heard you've been walking all over the village lately. Have you gotten more powerful? The scholar looked around the courtyard with an arrogant expression. Seeing that there were no chairs, he simply stood with his arms crossed and asked. Bullshit, Chen Wuji retorted without hesitation, his neck stiffening, his words carrying weight. As the fool, he had to be tough right now. Who are you calling names? Do you know who I am? The village headman roared, furious. I'm asking you, did you hit Yuan Jinbao yesterday? Hua Sanyang was startled and was about to speak when Chen Wuji blocked her way. He stared intently at her, gritting his teeth, and said, I didn't hit him. He was the one who farted. You think nobody's going to believe you just because you say you didn't fight? The local official knows the whole truth. The man put on airs, tried to intimidate Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji, however, was even more assertive, clenching his fists and almost shouting. I said no, and that's final. No. Chapter 6 Imperial Laws. Chen Wuji, his neck stiff and face flushed with anger, retorted, I simply didn't. Go ahead and bite me if you dare. His strategy was simple, deny everything. As long as he didn't admit it, no matter how much Yuan Lao Air tried to explain, he wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Unless this village head is truly shameless and insists on saving face for his brother, they really can't do anything about Chen Wuji. There are no witnesses, no solid evidence. At most, they'll just have conflicting accounts and argue amongst themselves. At this moment, Yuan Lao Air suddenly blurted out, Brother, don't waste your breath on this idiot. He really wants to hit me. Why don't we drag him to the ancestral hall and beat him half to death? Hearing him say this, the village head glared at Yuan Lao Air and then turned to look at Chen Yuang, who was standing to the side. Clan leader, what do you think? Chen Yuang asked solemnly, pondering for a moment before replying. If it really was Chen Wuji who did it, then he should indeed be punished. But we can't wrongly accuse him. We have to make things clear, otherwise your position here might be in jeopardy. Besides, there's someone in the know about this. Shen Hua, sure, she should know what happened last night. The village head nodded in agreement, then turned to Hua Sanyang, his tone turning serious. Explain things clearly, don't risk your life. Chen Yuang added sarcastically from the side. Telling the truth will make things easier. If you're hiding something, Chen Wuji will probably be beaten half to death, and might even lose his life. Our Chen family has strict rules, and the village explicitly forbids private fights. Violators will be severely punished. Hearing this, Hua Sanyang's face turned pale. But Chen Wuji instantly gripped her hand and shouted, I said, I didn't. His tone was incredibly aggressive, his imposing manner at its peak. These two old guys really know how to stir things up. They can even make a fight sound like they're murderers. Chen Wuji wanted to see if they really dared to turn the ancestral hall into a battlefield. Hua Sanyang lowered her head, feeling the heat in her hands, and her heart tightened. Meeting the gazes of the clan leaders, she said calmly, Uncles, Wuji only returned from the mountain very late last night. How could he have had time to fight? It must be a misunderstanding. If this trouble was caused because of me, a widow, then my uncle shouldn't be implicated. He's mentally challenged and can't distinguish right from wrong. He probably can't even explain what's good or bad. Chen Wuji secretly gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Those were the best words he could think of. However, Yuan Lao Air was furious after hearing this. He sneered with a dark face. Who would have designs on a widow? I'm afraid she'll bring me bad luck. Her ex-husband, didn't he die a few days after the wedding to ward off bad luck? He's practically dried up. Hearing this, Chen Wuji's eyes turned cold, and he retorted, You've wronged me and insulted my brother. I'll kill your whole family. His tone was icy and chilling, filled with murderous intent. Yuan Lao Air felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze and couldn't help but shiver. What did you say? The village head roared. But Chen Wuji didn't back down, taking a sudden step forward. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Then why can't I kill you? He spoke each word with extraordinary force. Though his tone still retained the slight, stuttering characteristic of a fool, the ruthlessness in his voice sent chills down one's spine. This time, the village head was genuinely intimidated. His seemingly foolish nephew was actually not to be trifled with. The stubborn fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the reckless. And Chen Wuji seemed to be the recklessly stubborn type. Go back. He angrily flung his sleeve and shoved Yuan Lao Air. Your head's been knocked silly, and you still dare to cause trouble. Brother, it really was him who hit me. I'm not lying. Yuan Lao Air was still struggling. But the village head knew very well that this was probably because his own brother had tried to lay a hand on Hua Sanyang and had been caught. Although he didn't want to lose face, he knew that arguing back now would only lead to trouble. But since the man had come all this way, he couldn't just slink away like that. The village head's face turned pale and then red. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly changed the subject. Let's just leave this fight behind, since we can't really explain it to each other. But I suddenly remembered that your two families' taxes are due soon. And there's an even bigger matter. Chen Wuji, have you found someone to remarry? He trailed off meaningfully. If you haven't remarried by the end of the month, then, as your uncle, I will have no choice but to send you to the county government according to the law. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lao Heir's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As long as he sent Hua Sanyang to the Yamen and spent some money to redeem her, wouldn't she become his legal concubine? This was much better than secretly flirting with people in the village. He was already calculating in his mind that as long as he kept a close eye on her for the next few days and prevented her from finding someone to marry, he would have one. Yuan Lao Heir's face was beaming with joy, as if he could already see Hua Sanyang entering his own home. He suddenly remembered that the reason Hua Sanyang hadn't been forced to remarry was because she still had to take care of the underage Chen Wuji. If it weren't for this connection, this widow would have already ended up in someone else's home. Upon hearing these words, Hua Sanyang's face turned ashen, as if covered by frost. These past few days, she had been so preoccupied with caring for Chen Wuji that she had almost forgotten about the marriage decree from the imperial court. From the age of 14, if a girl is widowed, childless, and without any ties, and remains unmarried beyond this age, the county government will force her into marriage. Those who refuse will not only have their parents imprisoned for 6 months, but their family's taxes will also increase 5-fold. She had originally planned to wait until Chen Wuji was better before seeking another way out, but now, time seemed truly running out. Chapter 7 Marry Me. Hua Sanyang didn't even notice when the village head and the others left. Only one thing occupied her mind. She had to remarry. The consequences of implicating her parents and a 5-fold increase in taxes were simply unbearable. Hua Sanyang looked dazed and gently placed her hand on the back of Chen Wuji's hand, saying in a low voice, "Wuji, the county matchmaker will find you another wife. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay with you for many more days. I can't let my parents go to jail because of me, and I can't afford the 5 times the tax. I'm afraid I can't avoid this marriage." Although Chen Wuji's memories of the original owner's period of mental instability were hazy, he remembered the new laws of the imperial court very clearly. The Great Yu dynasty had been plagued by war for years, leading to a sharp decline in population. To encourage childbirth, the state directly made marriage a mandatory obligation. Men and women of a certain age were no longer allowed to remain unmarried. The county government would come directly to people's homes to force them into marriage. Anyone who refused would be sent to marry a prisoner of war, and their parents would be in prison along with them. Their taxes doubled, and they would be fined to the fullest extent of the law. Chen Wuji's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly gripped Hua Sanyang's hand tightly. "You marry me." He had made up his mind about this when the village headman first mentioned marriage. He didn't want to see this kind and gentle woman being casually married off to someone else, to be bullied and mistreated. He knew that women in the Yu dynasty had extremely low social status, and marrying the wrong person could ruin their lives. It was no surprise that someone like Yuan Lao Heir would do anything. His legal wife didn't dare utter a sound. Even though he was now penniless, he wanted to do his best to give Hua Sanyang a home, a reliable support. "Huh? What did you say?" Hua Sanyang looked up in surprise, staring at Chen Wuji in disbelief. "Marry me," Chen Wuji repeated earnestly. Hua Sanyang froze, her cheeks flushing red, her voice trembling with panic. Although the court allows widows to marry their younger brothers-in-law, this doesn't seem quite right. Let me think about it. She was clearly flustered, her eyes darting around. As she spoke, she pulled her hand away from his and fled into the kitchen. She tried to distract herself, but as she fumbled around in the kitchen, she had no idea what to do. Chen Wuji didn't chase after her, nor did he press her further. He knew that this was a decision she had to make herself. Although there was no legal problem, according to the old customs of the countryside, a widow remarrying her brother-in-law would always be the subject of gossip. He silently sharpened the tip of his wooden spear, then tucked the only kitchen knife in his belt and walked to the kitchen doorway. "I'm going into the mountains." "Wait!" Hua Sanyang quickly stopped him. Let me cook some porridge first. You can eat something before you go. How can you go into the mountains on an empty stomach? Chen Wuji thought about it and realized he really needed to eat something, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat much in the mountains. Hua Sanyang took out yesterday's eel from the jar, used only a little bit, and stewed it with some wild vegetables to make a bowl of porridge. She couldn't bear to use it all. After all, this was the only meat they had at home, and it was her best effort to give him a decent meal. After barely finishing his meal, Chen Wuji picked up his things and set off. The 2 adults in the family had to pay taxes for 2 households, totaling nearly 1,000 coins. But that was only about that much income for an average family in a year. He had to raise that money within the next few days, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take care of Hua Sanyang, let alone protect himself. Once on the mountain, Chen Wuji first cut a few vines and carried them on his shoulder. Soon after, he used a slingshot to shoot down a squirrel. Although small, it had firm, oily meat, so he reluctantly cut it into pieces to use as bait. Hunting wasn't his forte. After all, he was a modern person in his previous life. But having grown up in a mountain village and enjoying watching wilderness survival shows, he knew many survival skills. For example, how to determine if there's prey nearby based on animal droppings and footprints. He frowned as he stared at a string of fresh hoof prints on the ground. Looks like a wild boar, but do wild boars eat meat? He hesitated for a moment, too lazy to think too much about it, and decided to set a trap first, just in case he actually ran into one. He chose a small tree, cut off its crown, wrapped the vines around the trunk, and then made a simple noose. He then used 2 stone slabs to weigh down the edges of the vines, and 2 very thin sticks for support. Once an animal stepped on it, the stone slabs would fall, and the noose would spring up and tighten. He placed the chopped squirrel meat under the noose and the stone slabs, marked the spot on a nearby tree, and prepared to set a second trap. Chapter 8: A Feast in the Mountains. Chen Wuji squeezed the value of that little squirrel to the extreme, using it to set 6 traps. If the squirrel had a spirit in heaven, knowing that its life might have been exchanged for 6 large prey, it would probably smile in its grave. Timid in life, yet with the potential to trap and kill many in death, it could be considered an indirect advancement. Once the trap was set, Chen Wuji picked up his bow and arrows, intending to try his luck at the pond where he had found crabs the day before. Since the villagers disliked these things, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. He would take everything edible. The villagers were truly kind-hearted. They even released the salamanders and crabs back into the wild. His journey was unremarkable. He only encountered a pheasant wandering around, missing both of his arrows, and finally had to rely on his stamina to chase after it and kill it with a stone. Although he had some food again, earning 1,000 coins in taxes at this rate was simply a pipe dream. Fortunately, they finally reached the pond. The water was crystal clear, and small fish occasionally darted by, but he didn't see a single salamander or crab. This made Chen Wuji a little nervous. "Hey, crab bro, fish miss, wake up, come out and chat for a bit," he muttered to himself, rolling up his trousers and wading into the water. He started to lift up the stone slabs one by one. After flipping over a few, he finally discovered 3 groups of mountain crabs crawling sideways underneath. Thank goodness, the whole family is together. He reacted quickly, grabbing 3 crabs in one go, one of which escaped. He tied the crabs tightly with straw rope, placed them aside, and continued wading into the water to turn over the rocks. Suddenly, a huge black shadow flashed across the water. His eyes widened. A giant salamander, weighing at least 10 pounds, darted out from a crevice in the rocks. He immediately held his breath and tiptoed to retrieve the wooden gun from the shore. He assumed his stance, executing the standard mowing motion. Gun, eye, and fish aligned, he thrust forward. Unfortunately, the salamander nimbly dodged with a flick of its tail. "You can't escape." Chen Wuji fought with increasing ferocity, thrusting his spear several times until he was panting heavily. Finally, after he shouted with a childish grin, "I'll thrust again," the salamander, whether out of disgust at his stupidity or simply wanting to end it all, walked right into the line of fire. Chen Wuji blew it in the head, lifted the fat salamander up, and grinned like a crow that had overturned a table. "This weight is at least 15 pounds. This ration could last 2 days. It has to be arranged." Unfortunately, this thing was already labeled an incarnation of evil spirits in the Great Yu Dynasty, almost like a protected animal. So nobody fishes for it, and nobody sells it. But he can eat it, so it's a sure profit. After tying the fish up and setting them aside, Chen Wuji went back into the water, vigorously flipping the board and searching the bottom for anything edible. Sure enough, in less than an hour, he had caught nearly 20 crabs and several eels. It was safe to say that this trip to the pond was very fruitful, but he was probably almost emptying the pond. It was uncertain whether he would even be able to catch a crab leg if he came back tomorrow. He looked up at the sun. It was probably noon. Although he hadn't yet developed the ability to tell the time of day at a glance, he could still roughly estimate the direction. There's more than one water source on this mountain. Let's keep looking, he said, following the stream upstream. Just as he reached a relatively flat area on the mountainside, his eyes suddenly lit up. A large herd of wild animals had gathered along the stream, as if they were having a lively watering party. The scene was like a documentary brought to life. Various animals were drinking in droves. Even enormous creatures like elephants were among them. The ecology of Shishan village is simply incredible. He had assumed that ancient elephants only existed in the south, but he never expected to encounter such a wild scene in the inland areas. Besides elephants, there were also bison with two horns like demon kings and slender, red muntjac, a wide variety of species. However, the muntjac calls were truly unpleasant to hear, giving one goosebumps after listening to them for a while. Chen Wuji stared at the elephant, a bold idea popping into his mind. If I can kill it, the tax problem can be solved immediately. Although he loved this kind and docile behemoth, reality forced him to knock an arrow. However, before he could even release the arrow, a sudden gust of wind swept through the entire forest. A sharp mountain wind swept over him, almost knocking him off balance. What's that wind? It's so eerie. He quickly ducked for cover, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Soon, two magnificent tigers burst from the forest like a whirlwind, pouncing on the unsuspecting herd of wild animals. They completely ignored the elephants, their targets clear, the buffalo and the muntjac. Under their fierce attack, a bison and 3 muntjac instantly fell to the ground, becoming lunch. Chen Wuji hid behind a rock, his whole body tense, completely afraid to move. This wasn't hunting, this was suicide. He didn't have Wu Song's physique. Rushing out would only make him the tiger's appetizer. Fortunately, the two tigers seemed to have eaten their fill and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest with the bison in their mouths. But before leaving, one of the tigers seemed to turn back and glance at him. That look even had a hint of human warmth. Chapter 9 Chen Bushi. Chen Wuji waited until the animals had completely disappeared before peeking out from behind the rock. He was still a little uneasy, afraid that the two tigers might not have gone far and were watching him from some shadow. The look in their eyes before they left sent chills down his spine whenever he thought about it. Only a mess remained by the stream, along with the 3 muntjac carcasses, as if nothing had just happened. He stared at the 3 muntjac for a while, hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to take the risk. He silently comforted himself. This could be considered a little compensation from the mountain divine beast, right? He couldn't just scare him for nothing and not give him any compensation. Chen Wuji mentally rallied his spirits, then dashed off faster than a rabbit. He hoisted one deer onto his shoulder and dragged the other by his hand, running wildly down the mountain without daring to look back. He was terrified, afraid the 2 tigers would suddenly pounce from behind and devour him. But luckily, the journey was calm and peaceful, without wind or tigers. He ran all the way to the pond where he had caught crabs the day before he dared to catch his breath. He was covered in sweat, and his chest felt like it was on fire. Every breath hurt. He drank some stream water and rested for a while before he could barely recover. He hid the muntjac in a crevice between the rocks and covered it with some grass, then began to check the trap he had set earlier. The result was truly speechless. Of the 2 triggers, one resulted in killing a rat, and the other in catching a weasel. After all that work, he only got these 2 things. It felt like fate was playing a trick on him. However, the weasel pelt was worth some money, so Chen Wuji didn't sit idle. He took it off, used the rat meat as bait again, and set up the trap once more. After dealing with this small harvest, he returned to the pond and chopped up the large salamander. He kept the head as bait, cut the rest into pieces, wrapped them in banana leaves, tied them with straw rope, and placed them with the crabs. The fish head was too recognizable. He couldn't let Hui Sanyang recognize it, otherwise she probably wouldn't dare to eat it. This thing is considered very evil and is taboo in the village. But his biggest haul today was actually this giant salamander, which is very nutritious. It's a pity he forgot to bring the one he caught yesterday. It's probably already been buried by Hui Sanyang, and it's a bit of a waste. After packing up, he shouldered the two muntjac, carried the weasel in his left hand, and grabbed a bunch of crabs in his right, and struggled down the mountain. These two deer were quite heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds, and not easy to carry, slipping frequently. Chen Wuji was drenched in sweat, but he knew these prey were hard-won and he had to bring them back. Today's victory was truly a snatch from the jaws of death, a result earned with his life hanging by a thread. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they finally saw the outline of a village. When the villagers working in the fields first saw him, they all shouted and surrounded him. But upon closer inspection of the prey on his back, the crowd scattered like leaves in the wind, disappearing without a trace. Chen Wuji was puzzled. These people weren't here to steal it, so why did they run away like they'd seen a ghost? He looked back, but there was nothing there except his tall shadow and the afterglow of the setting sun. Just then, he heard the distant murmurs of villagers. "It's over. That idiot attacked the mountain god. Something terrible is going to happen to our village. He even dared to mess with a weasel. This time he's really in for divine retribution. Quick, quick, don't let the weasel hold a grudge and affect our family." Chen Wuji was immediately bewildered. A mountain god? The mountain god refers to a muntjac? Weasels are considered evil creatures? He just wanted to ask, what on this mountain is actually edible? Crabs ward off evil. Giant salamanders are demons. Muntjac are mountain gods, and weasels carry evil energy. What can't be eaten without breaking the law? Chen Wuji felt somewhat weary. In Shishan village, the people's reverence for nature was simply excessive. No wonder the people here are always hungry. They're too particular. They won't eat anything they can get their hands on. What are they afraid of? Let's go home first. Hopefully, the people in town aren't so superstitious and are willing to spend money to buy some mountain god offerings to nourish their bodies. He thought to himself as he quickened his pace homeward. Just as he was about to enter the house, Chen Wuji saw his uncle, Chen Bushi, wearing a faded and tattered long gown. "You're back early." Chen Bushi glanced at the prey on his shoulder and suddenly said, "Huh, what's wrong, uncle?" Chen Wuji looked blank. The mountain god eats it secretly. How could he just swagger into the village? Chen Bushi said, "Is this even allowed?" Chen Bushi looked up at him and said, "Uncle, what's the difference between eating secretly and eating openly? Eating secretly, you're terrified, but you get your fill. Eating openly, the whole village is terrified. They're not only afraid of getting into trouble, but they'll also blame you for breaking the rules. More importantly, they'll be jealous that you have meat to eat, and they'll turn around and cause you trouble." Chen Wuji grinned. But this was a gift from the mountain lord himself. "Uncle, look at the bite marks on this deer's head. I've made those marks with just one bite." He shook the deer's head, his smile utterly composed. Chen Bushi's gaze froze, staring at Chen Wuji for a long time before slowly asking, "Are you clear-headed now?" Chen Wuji's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly tried to salvage the situation. I'm a little more lucid, but I still have occasional episodes." He belatedly realized that he had spoken too readily and forgotten to play dumb. Chen Bushi nodded. "That's good. You need to be even dumber than before now. You still have to pay taxes, but the court won't mind if you pay less, since you're a fool. Being foolish enough to know nothing makes you cannon fodder. Being foolish enough to know how to pay taxes makes you a useful fool. Understand?" Chapter 10. She agreed. Shishan village has two notoriously foolish people. One is Chen Wuji, and the other is Chen Bushi. Of course, their foolishness is different. Chen Wuji is the kind of complete, universally acknowledged fool who needs to be watched wherever he goes, for fear he might get lost one day. Chen Bushi, on the other hand, is more of a misfit scholar-type foolishness. This man never followed the village's customs in his speech and actions. Even during festivals, he was out of sync with everyone else. Over time, he became known as the fool among the villagers, a seemingly refined but actually eccentric person whose brain had probably been emptied by bookworms. But Chen Wuji didn't see it that way at this moment. His third uncle's words suddenly reminded him of that man, named Tao Yuanming from back then. "Uncle," Chen Wuji called out. "Third uncle," Chen Bushi corrected him. Chen Wuji smiled. There were quite a few rules here. "All right, third uncle, how about I sneak some mountain god food tonight and bring it over to you? After all, this thing, mountain god, wasn't something you could just share." But Chen Bushi waved his hand. "No need, I'll pay for it. Leave me the leg. I'll bring it over later." "Okay." Chen Wuji didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed. He had already said bye, so he naturally had to accept the money. He really couldn't bear to get away for free. In those days, he was not only poor, but so poor that it was a matter of life and death. He and Hwasanyang had to be very careful with their finances. But Uncle San is still family, so I'll just give him a little more meat later. With that, Chen Wuji walked briskly home. Hwasanyang was soaking hemp in the yard, her sleeves rolled up, her brow beaded with sweat. As soon as Chen Wuji entered, he almost blurted out, "I'm back," but thankfully he stopped himself, managing to cut it in half. Hwasanyang wiped the sweat from her brow and greeted him with a warm smile. "You must be exhausted today. How did you hunt so many weight? Isn't this the mountain god?" Before she could finish speaking, her voice changed, and she was completely terrified. Hwasanyang made as if to kneel down. Chen Wuji was startled and quickly helped her up. "No, it's a gift. A gift who would give you a mountain god. The mountain lord." "Who is mountain lord a tiger?" Chen Wuji answered truthfully. He had assumed everyone understood the term mountain lord, but he had clearly overestimated the common usage in Shishan village. Hwasanyang stared at him blankly, unable to process what he was hearing for a long time. A tiger bringing prey, that sounded like nonsense to anyone. "Wuji, you're not lying to me." Chen Wuji lifted the deer by the neck, showing her its wounds. Hwasanyang nodded. "That's the only way. It's our local mountain god. The townspeople probably don't have that custom. We've already brought it back. We can't just throw it back, can we?" Chen Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, hoping it wouldn't be buried again. Just as he relaxed, Hwasanyang's gaze suddenly fell on the weasel in his left hand. In an instant, her emotions, which had just calmed down, exploded again. "Wuji, how come all the prey you hunt are so wicked? These things are inedible. Not tasty." Chen Wuji retorted. "It's not a matter of whether they taste good or not. These things are even more sinister than salamanders." Hwasanyang whispered. "Legend has it that there are two ways for it to become a spirit. One is to beg for a seal of silence, and the other is to be killed by someone. If you kill it, its spirit will haunt your house and become a malevolent spirit. You must worship it, otherwise at best your household will be plagued by unrest. At worst, your family will be destroyed." Chen Wuji grinned, his face showing a "I don't believe it" expression. "It's all right, I'm even more wicked. The hide is good, take it and sell it." Hwasanyang lightly flicked his forehead and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Since you brought it back, do as you said. Don't eat it, it really doesn't taste good, it's sour and smelly, no one can bring themselves to eat it. Whether it's the mountain god's wrath or the weasel's revenge, don't be afraid, I'll stay with you." Chen Wuji had never been afraid, otherwise he wouldn't have gone into the mountains to hunt. "What did you just say?" he suddenly realized. Hwasanyang's face flushed red. She lowered her head and didn't look at him, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and whispered, "I haven't thought about it yet, but I think living with you shouldn't be bad. Even though you're a bit silly and your eyes always look in strange places. Stop touching it, you're going to rub the skin off." Hwasanyang gently pulled her hand away and quickly darted into the kitchen. "You rest, I'll go cook. If you want to touch it again after we eat, we'll talk about it then." Chen Wuji was still amused and quickly took out the fish meat that had been cut up from the mountain. "We're eating fish." Hwasanyang opened the straw bag. "How the fish is cut up, where's the fish head?" She didn't recognize it as a giant salamander. "I ate some on the mountain." She really hadn't noticed. Hwasanyang's eyes showed a little heartache as she softly complained, You never eat anything good. You just gnaw on a fish head and keep thinking about me." Chapter 11, The Yuan Brothers' Revenge. This dinner was the most delicious and satisfying meal Chen Wuji had eaten since he transmigrated into the body of this fool. He then realized that the reason why giant salamanders are protected is not without reason. The meat is tender and smooth with a subtle fragrance. Even with very limited seasonings at home, it couldn't mask the brilliance of this natural delicacy, but instead unintentionally created an exquisite dish. Hwasanyang's bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she ate, and with almost every bite, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious! What kind of fish is this? How can it be so fresh and delicious?" Chen Wuji just smiled and shook his head. He really couldn't think of a name for the fish to make up on the spot, and he couldn't tell the truth. You can't exactly call it a giant salamander. That would be too scary. After the meal, Hwasanyang boiled water and washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Chen Wuji took advantage of the remaining daylight to skin the two deer, cut the meat into pieces of varying sizes, wrapped each piece in banana leaves, put them into a basket, and prepared to go to the city early the next day to sell them. He left the weasel's carcass there for the time being, deciding to deal with it the next day if a buyer came along. After finishing all that, he specially cut off a deer leg and took a few pieces of ribs, which he then took to Chen Bushi's house. Chen Bushi's residence was in a remote spot on the edge of the village, requiring one to walk through the entire Shishan village to the foot of Nanshan Mountain. Tao Yuanming planted beans at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, while Chen Bushi simply lived directly at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, where there was no one around. It was quiet and lonely, and he didn't even have a neighbor. As Chen Wuji passed by Yuan Lao Heir's house, he saw the faint candlelight in the courtyard. Thinking of what had happened yesterday, a surge of anger rose in his heart. This old bastard has been coveting Huasan Yang for a long time, and he actually wants to use despicable methods to scheme against her. He wasn't sure if the old dog was really possessed, but he genuinely wanted to make him make a move. Let him experience what it means to seal the 7 orifices with yellow mud. Chen Wuji carefully placed the deer meat in the grass, sneaked close to Yuan Lao Heir's backyard, looked around, chose a soft patch of ground, and ate it right there. After mixing it into mud, he held a lump of wet, sticky yellow mud in his hand and quietly climbed up the hillside behind the house. Since he didn't bring any water, this was the only way he could vent his anger. A small table was set up in the courtyard, and 2 people were sitting around it, drinking in hushed tones. The lighting was dim, but the figure and outline were clearly defined. Chen Wuji's gaze sharpened, and he vaguely recognized that the thin man was Yuan Lao Heir's elder brother, the village head. The voice drifted on the wind, and he listened intently. I couldn't find the kind of dark, strong, and hot-tempered guy you wanted. I picked the prettiest one for that kid. The thin man spoke. He was the village head. Chen Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. Yuan Lao Heir said discontentedly, "Brother, aren't you confused? We're trying to kill that kid. Why give him the prettiest one? You might as well choose one for me." "Fool," the village head said coldly. "That woman has killed people. Her husband's family of 3 was stabbed more than 200 times by her. If you want to change now, it's not too late." "So ruthless?" Old Yuan gasped, then grinned. "This woman is indeed a good match for that kid. I reckon he can withstand more than 200 cuts. But brother, let me ask you, she killed 3 people. Why hasn't she been executed yet? Why was she sent to the matchmaker? Is there anything else in your head besides women?" The village headman roared. At the beginning of the year, on the Empress Dowager's birthday, His Majesty granted a general amnesty, sparing those sentenced to death. This year, when the Crown Prince ascended the throne, he again granted a general amnesty, and none of them even went to jail. "I see, I was confused." Old Yuan nodded repeatedly. Chen Wuji, listening from the shadows, frowned deeply, his heart burning with rage. This most beautiful woman is most likely intended for him. These brothers were incredibly cunning. Using the law as a pretext, they bribed officials to arrange for Huasan Yang to marry a female death row inmate, and then forced her to remarry. Once these 2 matters are settled, they can then use them as a springboard to make a big fuss, whether it's about reputation, land, or people. A brilliant plan, truly a plan that brings good fortune. However, they seem to have forgotten one thing. Huasan Yang can marry her brother-in-law. Chen Wuji sneered and flung the yellow mud ball in his hand away. The legend of the 7 orifices sealed with yellow mud, the origin of the children's night crying in Shishan village, a wicked tale used to frighten children, now seemed quite fitting for these 2 old dogs. Snap! Yellow mud was thrown into the yard and landed squarely on the table. The trajectory was slightly off, and it didn't hit Yuan Lao Heir's face, but it knocked over the oil lamp. "Who?" someone roared. Chen Wuji ignored him and raised his hand, sending out several more clumps of yellow mud. He only saw 2 dark figures moving around in the yard. He didn't know exactly where they hit, but the noise was quite loud. When he ran out of yellow mud, he grabbed clods of soil and pebbles and continued to hurl them at the back window of the Yuan family's house. Surprisingly, the 2 people didn't come out. Instead, the door slammed shut, and they went straight back inside. Seeing this, Chen Wuji became even more unrestrained, smashing whatever was at hand, unleashing a flurry of evil magic that rattled the windows behind Yuan Lao Heir's house. Chapter 12 Uncle's Evil Methods. Chen Wuji patted the dirt off his hands as he quietly slipped away from Yuan Lao Heir's house, looking just like a child who had done something wrong. He knew that his behavior just now was not very adult-like, but sometimes being a little childish is not a bad thing. If he could make the Yuan brothers even slightly suspect the possibility that evil spirits were approaching, then his trip wouldn't have been in vain. The villagers of Shishan village have a deep reverence for the gods and often invite them to perform rituals. Anyone who actually believes they have offended the mountain god would be scared half to death. When it was completely dark, Chen Wuji, carrying the deer leg and a few pieces of ribs, finally arrived at the door of his third uncle, Chen Bushi's house. It was called a home, but it was really just a simple fenced yard with 2 thatched huts and an earthen wall, exuding the desolation of a remote village. "Third uncle," he called softly. A short while later, a figure came out of the house and said with a smile, "Don't knock, just climb over the wall and come in. My courtyard wall is low." Chen Wuji didn't stand on ceremony and easily flipped into the yard with a running start. Chen Bushi looked him up and down, his face covered in mud, and frowned. "Did you just crawl out a mud pit?" Although the old man was poor, he was extremely clean. Even the soles of his shoes were so clean, they looked brand new when he came back from farming. Chen Wuji grinned. "I was passing by Yuan Lao Heir's house when I heard those 2 bastards plotting against me. In a fit of anger, I smashed a few clods of dirt on them." "You're really stupid," Chen Bushi retorted without any politeness. "I was trying to create an atmosphere of evil spirits descending to earth. Since I didn't have enough yellow mud, I used soil instead." Chen Wuji scratched his head and grinned mischievously. "You should have come to me sooner. Why be so rough?" Chen Bushi waved his hand. "Your methods are obviously half-baked. If you really want to annoy them, go up the mountain tomorrow and get some rotten flesh and blood, then secretly bury it under their foundation. That should do the trick." Chen Wuji was taken aback. "What is this attracting?" "Snakes, insects, and venomous creatures." Chen Bushi smiled faintly. "There are many insects and venomous snakes this season. If you leave some rotten stuff there, his family will definitely not have a peaceful time." "Third uncle, your method is a bit strange." Chen Wuji clicked his tongue in amazement. "If you have money, you can also draw a picture of a female ghost, the kind with disheveled hair, and hide it in a pillar in his house. Within 10 days, something bad will happen to him." "Really? Isn't this just a lie in a novel?" Chen Bushi nodded seriously. "Believe it or not, it's up to you, but even the emperor has been wary of this thing." Chen Wuji was somewhat skeptical, but he could only memorize these unorthodox methods as a means of self-defense. "I can't afford the ribs. I'll just pay for 1 leg, Chen Bushi said, as he went to give small purse. Chen Wuji smiled and pushed the meat over, saying, "Consider this a small token of my respect for my third uncle, and a way to become your apprentice, you big fool of the village." Chen Bushi laughed loudly. "You're quite clever, kid. You know what shuyi means? You even blurted that out. From today onwards, I, your third uncle, will first serve as your mentor to see how good you are." Chen Wuji chuckled and said, "The village's little fool became the disciple of Uncle 3, the big fool. It sounds legendary. In that case, I'll give you a technique that won't hurt anyone but will terrify you, the bat-attracting technique. The first method is to smear the wall with eel blood. Bats will come and build nests at night, making it look like you're possessed by a monster. The second method is simple. Use bamboo to make torches, and lighting them will also attract a swarm of bats." Chen Wuji was a little confused. How come his third uncle had so many strange tricks up his sleeve? He didn't seem like a farmer at all. He seemed more like a wandering Taoist priest. "Use it as you see fit. Lure the bats, lure the poison, draw the female ghost image, do it in order, advance layer by layer, and deliver the final blow for the kill. Remember, don't start with a lot of bombshells. Take it step by step." Chen Wuji nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that his third uncle wasn't stupid, but rather someone who was hiding his true abilities. Just as he was about to take his leave, Chen Bushi took out a money bag from his pocket and handed him all the copper coins inside. "Let me calculate the price of your mutton, 15 coins per caddy, and this leg weighs 12 or 13 caddies, so this is 163 coins. I don't have any more. And don't say it's expensive. Nobody in our village eats deer meat, but it's worth a lot in the city." Chen Wuji took the money pouch, glanced at it, and laughed. "All right, I'll give you a discount. I'll take 140, and you can use the rest to buy wine. I have no burden, no need to leave money for drinks," Chen Bushi said seriously. "Just consider this my way of showing respect to my master." Chen Wuji cupped his hands in greeting, then, carrying the meat, he scaled the wall and left with a flourish. "Hey, get out of the door, you brat." Chen Bushi laughed and scolded from the courtyard. When Chen Wuji returned home, he saw Hua Sanyang sitting in his room, waiting for him with a basin of mugwort water. "Does your third uncle really dare to eat the mountain god?" she asked quickly. "He said that in other places, muntjac is just meat, not a god, Chen Wuji replied casually. Hua Sanyang nodded, looking like she thought, that makes sense. The gods are different in every place. Chen Wuji sighed inwardly. This matter of faith was indeed impossible to explain. Even the emperor eats it. He simply threw out this statement as evidence. Hua Sanyang nodded seriously. It's understandable that the emperor would bestow titles upon deities, but it's a different story for ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji completely gave up trying to persuade him. As long as she doesn't stop him from dismembering the muntjac and selling it for money, he can use the money to buy good meat to make up for her, so it won't be a loss. Hurry up and take off your clothes and wash up. You're covered in bad luck today, Hua Sanyang urged. Her voice was gentle, like a boat gently gliding on spring water. As Chen Wuji listened, his heart softened as well. Chapter 13, I simply couldn't stand it. When Chen Wuji heard Hua Sanyang's urging, the random thoughts in his mind surged up. He quickly took off his clothes, almost going through all the moves he had seen in his previous life in his mind. Fortunately, he was still conscious, otherwise he would have almost become a wild beast in the mountains. Acting impulsively would have been disastrous. Hua Sanyang's cheeks flushed red, a mixture of shyness and reproach in her voice. Don't just stand there. Cover yourself? What kind of behavior is this? Chen Wuji didn't do as instructed. Instead, he muttered softly, I don't want to. Hua Sanyang was immediately embarrassed upon hearing this. She pinched his waist and scolded, What exactly do you want to do? Chen Wuji blushed, and his ears burned as he uttered the word, want. But Hua Sanyang threw him a handkerchief and ran out in a flash. She fled so fast that she didn't give him a chance to reply, not even bothering to put her shoes on properly. Chen Wuji couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he had been too hasty. Although their relationship has grown much closer, she may still feel a bit of a barrier at this step. Although Hua Sanyang agreed to the marriage, she was probably still somewhat unprepared for true intimacy. He couldn't force her. He had to take it one step at a time, slowly getting closer and giving her time. Never mind, there's no rush. Let's stay calm. He muttered to himself, wiped himself off casually, and lay down to rest. Although he wasn't a big fan of mugwort water, he figured it wouldn't hurt to cooperate for Hua Sanyang, and he did feel quite refreshed and comfortable after washing his body. As dawn broke, Chen Wuji got up early, his mind not on the embarrassment of the previous night, but on important matters. He rushed into Hua Sanyang's room, startling her. Hua Sanyang was sitting on the kong, a heated brick bed, fastening her skirt buttons, her blouse not yet properly zipped up when she saw him suddenly barge in. She immediately covered her chest, blushing and angry, and said, Are you crazy? Chen Wuji's face was serious. No, I have something to say. Hua Sanyang was taken aback, then felt guilty. You can't hold back anymore? You really want to do it now? No. Chen Wuji was sweating profusely and stammered as he tried to explain. We have to go to the yamen to get engaged today. Hua Sanyang was taken aback. The yamen? You want to get married now? She hesitated for a moment, then murmured, I actually thought a lot last night, and I felt that you really couldn't hold it in any longer. Otherwise, we won't have to wait for the wedding night, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she made up her mind and spoke up. Chen Wuji was utterly devastated, screaming in his mind, Don't say this now. Time waits for no one. If Yuan Lao heir is going to steal the bride today, we'd better leave now, or it'll be too late. He quickly steered the conversation back on track, and briefly explained what had happened. Once Hua Sanyang understood the situation, she quickly jumped off the kong, a heated brick bed, no longer caring about being shy. Why didn't you say so sooner? Hurry up and bring the register. The two quickly washed up, took the muntjac meat and weasel they had prepared the night before, and headed straight for the county town without even having breakfast. Along the way, Hua Sanyang finally found a moment to ask clearly, You said Yuan Lao heir is going to marry me today? How is that possible? While the matchmaker is sending me a wife, he also wants to take you away, Chen Wuji said breathlessly. I happened to overhear him and his brother talking about this plan at home last night. Hua Sanyang immediately understood the trickery involved and gritted her teeth in anger. You vicious old dog. If it weren't for your quick thinking, I would have been sold today. You should have told me last night that we're too late now, she said, quickening her pace. Chen Wuji scratched his head and chuckled. The situation was complicated last night. You were just watching me change, weren't you? Hua Sanyang rolled her eyes at him, her teasing tinged with a hint of shyness. It wasn't entirely for that, but I really couldn't help myself, Chen Wuji confessed honestly. Hua Sanyang chuckled. You said you didn't know what was going on. So how can you say you couldn't help it? Were they born with this knowledge? Maybe I understand, Chen Wuji replied sheepishly, continuing to play dumb. He used to frequent brothels in his past life, so this kind of thing wasn't new to him. But now he was playing the innocent fool, and he had to play the whole part. Hua Sanyang tilted her head to look at him, then suddenly grinned mischievously and said, "Then tell me, what exactly constitutes that thing?" Chen Wuji was immediately stumped. This question was too fatal, and he really dared not accept it. How could you, an unmarried young woman, ask such a dangerous question? He almost blurted out, "Woman, who gave you the guts?" Chapter 14, Marriage. Chen Wuji chuckled inwardly, thinking that Hua Sanyang was quite the person with a wicked sense of humor. They actually used this kind of thing to fool idiots. He switched the carrying pole to his left shoulder, scratched his head, and said, "I think I need to go somewhere. Is that right? Since she's interested, let's have a good chat." Hua Sanyang blushed slightly, but still asked with great interest, "Where are you talking about?" Chen Wuji's eyes widened slightly. Was this something he could say? He shook his head, still looking simple-minded, and said, "I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about either. So what should we do?" Hua Sanyang said with distress. Chen Wuji almost burst out laughing. "Well done, little lady. You're putting on quite a good act. Birds of a feather flock together, right?" "It's probably the mouth," Chen Wuji said. Hua Sanyang's watery eyes widened suddenly, and she coughed violently. "You rascal. How could you have guessed it was from there? Men and women are just different in appearance, right?" she suddenly asked. Chen Wuji followed Hua Sanyang's train of thought smoothly and asked in surprise, "Isn't that right?" "It's nothing, it's different, completely different," Hua Sanyang shouted. She rubbed her cheeks vigorously. "It's over. I still want to be a woman, but now it seems I have to be a man. I don't want to be a man in this kind of thing at all." "You silly idiot, you're not that stupid. How come you don't even know this?" "Good heavens, this is really bad." Her words suddenly gave Chen Wuji a very good idea. This matter must be handled in a way that is appropriate. We should let Hua Sanyang take the initiative. That would be very interesting. "I don't know, I just don't know," Chen Wuji muttered. Hua Sanyang gritted her teeth, steeled her heart, and suddenly said forcefully, "I'll teach you properly tonight, just once. If you learn it, there will be a next time. If you can't learn it, then just bear with it." "But I'm stupid." Chen Wuji's lips twitched. "You're being mean to me." In that instant, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and finally knew how to play the fool. Just treat yourself like a 4 or 5-year-old child. There's no need to pretend to be incoherent or confused. Hua Sanyang was amused by her exasperation. She stood on tiptoe, patted Chen Wuji's head, and said in a coaxing tone, all right, don't be upset. I'll teach you a few more times. It's not that I'm unwilling to teach you. It's just that that kind of thing isn't suitable for me to teach." Chen Wuji pouted and asked, "Then who will teach me?" Hua Sanyang was stunned. It seems like only I can teach you." It's okay, I'll teach you. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously?" They joked and laughed along the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived in Yunnan County. Beneath the not-so-majestic city wall, 2 soldiers were standing guard, and outside, a not-so-long line of ordinary people carrying loads on shoulder poles or driving donkey carts stood a queue. "It's not time to open the city gates yet." Hua Sanyang leaned against Chen Wuji and whispered, "Wait a little while. It's not time for the city gates to open yet. If we enter the city now, we should be able to catch the matchmaker on duty." Chen Wuji nodded. He was full of energy at that moment. His chest was almost bursting. Hua Sanyang unknowingly promised him many good things, which excited him. His mind was filled with the image of Hua Sanyang pointing out the right spot for him that night and teaching him how to do such things. Surprisingly, being a fool isn't so bad. If you find a right trick, playing a fool isn't that hard. You can keep at it for a while longer. After waiting at the city gate for about 15 minutes, the city gate opened. After the city guards checked them one by one, Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang entered the city without incident. The two did not linger for a moment and went straight to the county government office after entering the city. Hua Sanyang guessed correctly. The officials, both high and low, in the county government office had just started their shifts. Upon learning that Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang had come to register their marriage, they didn't even get to see the matchmaker before a lowly clerk quickly processed the paperwork. Chen Wuji took a closer look and found that the marriage registration system of this dynasty was quite detailed. The ages, birth order, and marital status of both the man and woman were recorded in detail, with particular emphasis on the transfer of a brother's house. After signing the document, The clerk gave Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang a marriage agreement and a letter of acceptance. With these two marriage certificates in hand, Yuan Lao heir would have no choice but to either turn Hua Sanyang into a widow or forcibly abduct her. Otherwise, even if he bribed the matchmaker thoroughly, the fact of the marriage would not change. What's outrageous is that when they were leaving, the clerk actually gave each of them 2 coins. I don't know what the original explanation was, but according to the clerks, this was a reward from the imperial court for their marriage. It is a gift from His Majesty the Emperor. Once he left the county government office, Chen Wuji finally felt relieved. Now I can sell meat with peace of mind. Wife, let's go sell meat. Chen Wuji laughed heartily. Of the 3 great joys in life, he has experienced one of them today. Hua Sanyang nodded shyly, and the two arrived at the East Market, the largest market in Yunnan County. This place encompasses all sorts of businesses. You can find anything here. Hua Sanyang paid the tax for doing business in the East Market and then stopped with Chen Wuji next to a pork stall. Let's set up our stall here. Someone is already selling them. Let's go a little further away, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Hua Sanyang's business acumen needs further development. This isn't a major thoroughfare or the most crowded area. There's also a competitor selling pork, and he's carrying these strange and unusual items. Aside from being a spectacle for onlookers, he's unlikely to make any sales. Chen Wuji pulled Hua Sanyang along as they walked, observing the meat market prices. Finally, they stopped next to the live animal trading area and set up their own small stall. Take out the small wooden board you prepare beforehand and write an advertisement on it with charcoal. The meat of the mountain god, nourished by spiritual energy, is offered for 20 coins. Hua Sanyang watched as Chen Wuji neatly wrote down this line, and her eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like someone is lying. Chapter 15, The Evil Comparison. Pears for sale. Pears for sale. Freshly picked pears. All you can eat for just 1 coin. Soup noodles, eat awesome soup noodles. Sleep awesomely with an awesome wife. Those who want pork, hurry up and come. I'm about to slaughter a pig. In the East Market, the shouts and cries of vendors rose and fell, overlapping each other like a net woven from countless sounds. In the net, Hua Sanyang, standing quietly in front of the simple signboard, gently tapped the line of words with her slender fingers. Our silly Wuji can write now. When did you learn such a skill? How come I had no idea? Third uncle taught him. Chen Wuji understood Hua Sanyang's implied meaning and immediately shifted the blame to Chen Bushi. This idiot, I have to pretend. Hua Sanyang was slightly taken aback. You came back so late last night because you were learning this? Yes, Chen Wuji nodded. These characters are too difficult to learn, even more difficult than hunting. Hua Sanyang chuckled. It must be quite difficult. What does that mean? What kind of thing is nourished by spiritual energy? Mountain god's meat. The answer to Hua Sanyang came from a foreign merchant who suddenly walked up to the signboard. Yes, Chen Wuji replied immediately. Open it up and let me see what this mountain god's meat looks like. Will eating it grant immortality? The merchant asked curiously. Chen Wuji shook his head. I don't know, but it is our local mountain god. The merchant glanced into the basket, then picked up the meat, smelled it, and frowned, saying, Isn't this just venison? This is a red muntjac, which we accidentally snatched from the tiger's mouth, Hua Sanyang explained. But 20 coins is too expensive. It's 5 coins more expensive than mutton. What fool could afford that? The merchant shook his head, threw the meat back into the basket, and swaggered away. Hua Sanyang watched the man leave with bated breath, then said to Chen Wuji, Wuji, did you write 20 coins on the sign? Yes, my third uncle taught me. Chen Wuji nodded. This is too expensive. Let's lower the price a bit. Let's wait and see. I think Uncle San is a capable person. All right then. As the two were talking, a middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion suddenly rushed to the stall with a gleam in his eyes. Mountain god meat, 20 coins, you can try it. It has a spirit. Hua Sanyang immediately called out. The middle-aged man stared intently at the weasel that Chen Wuji had tossed aside. Would you sell this? Buy it, Chen Wuji said. Give it to me. Quick, give it to me. The middle-aged man suddenly pulled out a money bag and slammed it into Chen Wuji's hand. Chen Wuji was completely bewildered by his actions. Aren't you going to ask the price? Give it to me. What are you standing there for? 300 coins isn't enough? The middle-aged man suddenly shouted unhappily. That's enough. That's too much. Chen Wuji handed the weasel to the middle-aged man and at the same time handed him the money bag, letting him pay for it himself. Even though the customer was so easygoing and willing to be ripped off, it would be a shame not to. But since he will be doing business here frequently in the future, he needs to be careful about his reputation. No need, this thing cost 20 coins, right? Does it have a spirit? The middle-aged man threw the money bag back. Chen Wuji nodded. In front of Hua Sanyang, he had to restrain his mouth and try to speak as little as possible. Give me 5 jin, the middle-aged man said readily. Hua Sanyang was overjoyed and quickly picked up the scale to weigh the middle-aged man at hefty 5 jin, then tied him up with hemp rope and handed him over. The middle-aged man casually took it and asked, "Did you hunt all of these?" Chen Wuji nodded. "Next time you hunt a weasel, take it directly to the coffin shop at the East End. It's the only shop there, so it's easy to find. I don't care how much you sell it for. I'll give you 300 coins for one. I'll take it no matter how much you ask for, and the sooner the better," the middle-aged man said. "If you can deliver it tomorrow, I'll give you an extra 20 coins. Chen Wuji was dumbfounded. Good heavens, what he thought he had sold has become a hot commodity. Is this a case of an uncanny prey targeting an uncanny buyer? The coffin shop owner must have other uses for buying this thing. But no matter what, this is absolutely fantastic news. Now Chen Wuji doesn't even want to sell meat anymore. He just wants to rush into the mountains to catch weasels. With just 3 more, he and Hua Sanyang would have their taxes covered for the year. Did you hear that? The middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Hey, you two, why don't you say anything when others are talking? I'm not lying. I'll give you 300 coins as long as you deliver the goods. I heard you. I'll deliver it as soon as I have it. Chen Wuji nodded with a smile. He was shocked, and Hua Sanyang was no better off. Her eyes were glazed over. The middle-aged man then left satisfied. As Hua Sanyang watched him leave, she suddenly grabbed Chen Wuji's arm, lowered her voice, and exclaimed with barely concealed joy, "Wuji, did you hear that? 300 coins a coin. There's hope for our tax revenue." She seemed to have completely forgotten that this was an evil spirit even more malevolent than a giant salamander. "My lady, this is an evil spirit," Chen Wuji teased her on purpose. Hua Sanyang's eyes, which had been sparkling with excitement, suddenly dimmed. "Yes, this is an evil creature." After a long pause, she bit her lip and said softly with a troubled expression, "But we've already killed one. If we really get into trouble, 1 or 3 won't make much difference. Let's focus on paying the taxes first. If we can't pay the taxes, we'll both have to go to the frontier to do forced labor. Wuji, once you go to that place, you can't come back. I've heard that the beacon towers on the frontier are lit with the bones of laborers. We'll go fight them tomorrow," Chen Wuji said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of any evil spirits." "I'm not afraid either." Hua Sanyang suddenly puffed out her broad chest. The eerie, evil spirits yielded obediently to the heavy taxes. Hua Sanyang put aside those useless thoughts and continued to hawk her unique mountain god meat in the market. Chen Wuji was left with nothing to do and just watched from the side. However, while many people look at the novelty, very few actually buy it. The price of 20 coins deterred many interested parties. However, Chen Wuji still had no intention of changing the price. If he remembers correctly, muntjac meat was apparently a luxury reserved for the nobility in ancient times. This is not something that ordinary people can afford to eat. He wanted to target real customers. The mutton stalls not far away weren't very popular, so it wasn't surprising that his stall had many lookers but few buyers. If no one inquires about the price by the afternoon, he will then adjust the price to be even lower than that of mutton and sell it off as soon as possible. As the sun rises higher, the weather becomes increasingly hot. Seeing that things couldn't continue like this, Chen Wuji reluctantly spent 20 coins to buy 2 urns, filled them with water, stuffed them into a basket, and then stuffed the deer meat into the urns along the sides. "It's so hot. If we don't find a way to cool it down, this meat will probably go bad before the afternoon." He had just finished his work when a middle-aged man with a servant suddenly appeared in front of his stall. "I can't believe I can still find deer meat here. Can I have a piece to see how it is?" the middle-aged man said, reaching out his hand. Chapter 16, Please Pay for the Tea. Chen Wuji knew from the man's attire that this was the real client he was looking for. He immediately took the wrapped deer meat out of the basket. "You got a knack for it, even knowing to use water to keep meat fresh. This meat is really good." The middle-aged man glanced at the meat in his hand, examining it carefully, and gave it a positive review. Upon seeing this, Hua Sanyang immediately said, "Sir, this is the meat of the mountain god. It has a spirit, and we obtained it by chance." She's finally figured out. Regardless of whether the mountain god will blame us, let's get the money for the taxes first. Mountain god, the middle-aged man chuckled. Oh, I just remembered. The red muntjac has some mystical qualities, so some places in the southern mountains worship it as a mountain god. Young lady, I must tell you about this. This mountain god meat is delicious, and you're selling it for a bargain at 20 coins. But since you've already put up a price, I'll take advantage of this. Someone, carry this load and find something to seal the mouth of the jar so the water doesn't spill out. Without even checking the weight, the middle-aged man ordered his servants to take over Chen Wuji's stall entirely. Hua Sanyang immediately became furious upon seeing this. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Wuji stopped him. This person doesn't look like someone who's short of money. He might even be able to provide them with a long-term source of income. There's no need to get upset over such a small matter. Even if the other party doesn't intend to compensate for the carrying pole and the urn, he's willing to accept the loss. Young man, take this. There are 500 coins inside. 50 coins will be enough for your carrying pole, basket, and urn. As for the meat, you should have waited already. I estimate it to be 20 caddies. Do you think that's accurate? The middle-aged man handed over a money bag. Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. This uncle had a really good eye. Accurate. Just 2 jin off. He had sold 9 jin of the 31 jin of meat in small quantities beforehand. Chen Wuji handed the money pouch to Hua Sanyang, asking her to give the middle-aged man change. Chen Wuji accepted the offer to buy a carrying pole and other items for 50 coins, as he could still make a profit. In addition, the price of 22 caddies of meat was 440 coins, making a total of 490 coins. The middle-aged man calmly accepted the coin, nodded, and said, "He's an honest man." Chen Wuji thought this person would at least introduce himself and say something like that he used to send over prey, but nothing came of it. The other person left with his servants without saying another word. Chen Wuji smiled wryly. It seemed that the other party just wanted to show off their skills and did not take him, a poor hunter, seriously. Wuji, we're almost all together. Hua Sanyang exclaimed with delight, hugging Chen Wuji's arm tightly. How much did we earn? Chen Wuji asked, calming his trembling mind. I don't know how many there are. Let me count them. Hua Sanyang was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. She had never seen so many copper coins in her life. The most money her family ever had was only 100 coins. In just one morning, they received 2 full bags of money. This money pouch is still worth a penny. Wife, what if some bad guys try to rob us? Let's go home and hide to count them. Chen Wuji said earnestly, a silly grin spreading across his face. Hua Sanyang chuckled. Wuji is right. Let's go home and hide to count them. In fact, Chen Wuji already had a clear idea of how much money he had earned. The coffin shop owner took the weasel and 5 caddies of muntjac meat and gave him 300 coins. After that, they sold another 4 jin, 2 caddies, in small quantities, earning 80 coins. Yesterday, my third uncle gave me 163 coins, plus the 490 coins I just received. That's 1,033 coins. Chen Wuji's family also had the original owner's 10 coins of inheritance hidden in their home. If they combined them, they would only have 10 coins left to pay the taxes. The good thing is that there are only 10 coins left. The downside is, damn it, it's just 10 coins short. Chen Wuji regretted leaving too much meat on the bones when processing the deer meat. If we had another pound, we would have made up the tax money. But things just happened by chance. In order to sell the meat, he only picked the best cuts, and he didn't put any parts like the neck inside. In order to coax Hua Sanyang to eat a few bites, when picking the meat, almost a finger's width was left on the bone. Although he was annoyed, Chen Wuji quickly came to terms with it. Everything is predestined. 10 coins less is 10 coins less. I'll go into the mountains again tomorrow. If I can hunt a weasel, I'll make up for the money. The two did not linger in the market any longer, and hurriedly returned to the village with their money bags in their pockets. A carrying pole and a basket are necessities for a household, but Chen Wuji did not buy any new ones. In these special times, every penny saved counts. Make it yourself whenever you have free time. None of them are particularly technically demanding tasks. He hurried along the road, and before he even reached his doorstep, Chen Wuji saw a group of people sitting under the big willow tree by the gate, enjoying the cool air. Among them were a woman in shackles, a clerk in a black robe, and the 2 brothers, one fat and one thin, Yuan Lao Air. Wuji, there's someone at the door. Hua Sanyang noticed it too. Oh no, the county has sent you a wife. What are we gonna do now? We're already married. Can we call off this marriage? Chen Wuji smiled wryly. My wife, It seems you've forgotten that I'm a fool. I don't want to. He didn't know what to say, so he simply and decisively expressed his opinion to Hua Sanyang first. But with the clerks already offering themselves up, it probably won't be easy to back out of this marriage proposal. Let's wait and see. Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang walked over. Before they even got close, Yuan Lao Air, with his two large black eye sockets, suddenly darted out like a vicious dog. Chen the fool, where have you been? You made the county officials wait here for a whole hour. Do you know your crime? Chen Wuji shook his head. I didn't know you were coming. Why are you being so aggressive? Do you want to bite me to death? Yuan Lao Air was momentarily speechless. Then his eyes widened in anger. You stupid idiot, you dare to be so rude to me? Be careful, or I'll beat you to death. Then I'll kill you, kill your whole family, and bury you alive. Chen Wuji's neck stiffened abruptly, and he immediately raised his voice. You old fool, you think you can play dirty tricks on a fool like me? Come on, give it a try. Second brother, shut up, the village head shouted, walking over with an air of superiority. You idiot, Chen. The servants have come to escort you to your wedding. Have you paid for the tea? They've been waiting for you for so long. They're thirsty. Let them moisten their throats first, then we'll talk about your marriage. Chen Wuji was so angry that he almost wanted to find a wooden spear and stab a hole in the guy's head. We didn't even buy a basket to save money. And you come up to me asking for tea money? It's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings, right? That damned old man. I'll castrate you sooner or later. Chapter 17, Sending You a Wife. Chen Wuji eventually paid the tea fee. 2 clerks, 20 coins. Although he was short of money, after careful consideration, he decided to hold back. He doesn't have the ability to compete with this kind of person right now, and being unwilling to tolerate it will only lead to bigger trouble. Liu Bei, the imperial uncle, studied under Liu Ji, fought against the Yellow Turbans and followed Gong Sunzan. He was also part of the 18-route alliance. However, he was so angry that he beat up the inspector and ended up having to run away. Besides, he's currently a small-time hunter. I have no choice but to endure it. Chen Wuji, is that right? Come on, sign this. A clerk produced the marriage certificate and register, and without saying a word, had the couple sign it. Chen Wuji silently took out his marriage certificate with Hua Sanyang. But what if I already have a wife? Didn't your wife run away? What are you still carrying around this tattered marriage certificate for? Hey, Hua Sanyang, you two got married? When did this happen? You grandson, you're doing something inhuman. Marrying your sister-in-law too. Yuan Lao Air took a closer look at the names on the marriage certificate, and his voice immediately rose, like a duck whose throat had been pinched. Yuan Jintang, the clerk holding the document, suddenly shouted. His face darkened, and he suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of his knife. Why don't you take charge of this matter? Yuan Lao Air was startled and quickly said with a smile. Officer, how could I dare? I just scolded this fool because he thought he was trying to fool you. Get out of my way, the clerk said coldly. The practice of transferring wives has a long history, and the imperial court has never prohibited it. On the contrary, it encourages uncles to marry their deceased brothers' wives. Where did you come from that you say it's not allowed? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll knock out all your rotten teeth. Yuan Lao Air was so scolded that he didn't dare to utter a sound. He just smiled and hid to the side, frequently giving his brother, the village head, meaningful glances. The village head simply stepped forward and took the roster from the bailiff's hands, ignoring Yuan Lao Air's gesture as if it were nothing. Sign the document, the clerk said again in a deep voice. Although you're already married, you are a Hunters Guild member and can have 3 wives and 2 concubines. We've already taken your team money, so we won't take this woman back. As he spoke, he suddenly winked at Chen Wuji. Your new wife is incredibly beautiful. You're so lucky. But having one more wife means one more tax. I want to sleep with her, but I don't want the tax. Chen Wuji muttered pitifully, his face contorted with grievance. The constable couldn't help but laugh. Stop yelling. Others would love to have such a good deal. With such a beautiful concubine, you're still worrying about a mere few hundred coins in taxes? You should consult some experts. Hurry up and sign it. We have other things to do. Chen Wuji really didn't understand what other tricks were involved. But the clerk clearly didn't want to take the person back. He had no choice but to keep the person. Chen Wuji had no choice but to obediently sign the document. The clerk then removed the shackles from the woman's neck, and the 2 of them followed the village head. Judging from their conversation, it seemed that there were several families in the village whose daughters were already 14 years old and still hadn't found husbands, and they wanted to go to their homes and kidnap them. Yuan Lao Air did not leave, his lewd gaze lingering on Hua Sanyang. Chen Wuji glanced at it, and his face suddenly darkened. He rushed into the yard, grabbed the only tetanus knife in the house, and charged out, yelling, "You old bastard, look at my wife! I'll kill you!" This shout was like a thunderclap, startling even the clerks who hadn't gone far, causing them to turn around and look back. When Yuan Lao Air saw Chen Wuji's murderous aura, he was terrified and ran towards the clerk, shouting, "Help! Chen the fool has killed someone." Chen Wuji chased after him for a while, but couldn't catch up. He angrily flung the knife away. Yuan Lao Air was terrified and ran even faster in an instant. The two clerks watched the commotion for a while, then left with the comment, "This fool is a fool for the most daring," before turning away, completely ignoring Yuan Lao Air's pig-like screams. Chen Wuji rushed over, picked up the knife, and cursed a few times, insulting Yuan Lao Air's ancestors. "It's finally quiet in front of my house." But Chen Wuji looked at the beautiful young woman and didn't know what to do. What a ruthless person who slaughtered her husband's entire family of 3. He didn't dare tell Hua Sanyang this, for fear that she would be too scared to sleep at night. But she didn't want Hua Sanyang to know about this beforehand, because she was even more afraid that this gentle and kind woman would be hurt. "Young lady, please come inside." Hua Sanyang stepped forward and helped the woman who was still kneeling on the ground. The woman didn't move. Instead, she looked up and said, "I got married when I was 15 and 3 months old. A month later, I killed my husband's family of 3 with a kitchen knife. I then spent almost a year in prison, during which time I was granted 2 amnesties by the imperial court, which led to my current situation." Hua Sanyang shuddered slightly, staring at the girl in shock, somewhat frightened. Chen Wuji immediately stepped forward and shielded Hua Sanyang behind him, asking in a deep voice, "What are you going to do?" The woman shook her head. "I don't want to do anything. You can kill me if you want, but I feel I need to make things clear beforehand, so that you won't find out one day and see me as an enemy. My father once served as the censor-in-chief, but he lost power and the court confiscated all his property. He was demoted and sent back to his hometown, and I was forced to marry him. By the way, my name is Chen Wuji. I have been literate since childhood and was taught etiquette by court musicians. I am also well-versed in the classics." Hua Sanyang asked in surprise, "How could a well-educated and refined young lady from an official family like you commit murder? Can I possibly know the reason? If you're willing to believe me, I can tell you." Chen Wuji nodded. "On the first day of my marriage, my husband and father-in-law wanted to take turns having sex with me. I refused with a knife in my hand, and they beat me up and locked me in a dog kennel, where I was starved for 7 days. After I was released, my mother-in-law washed me up and then summoned her husband and son, intending to force me to have sex with them. They thought that if I was locked up for a few days, I would give in, but I did not. During the fight, I popped my father-in-law's bud with my bare hands. They were furious and beat me up and locked me in the dog kennel." Hua Sanyang stared blankly at the undisguised girl. "Girl, I understand why you did that, but what was that bubble you just mentioned?" Chen Wuji turned to Chen Wuji and asked, "Would you mind if I demonstrated something for this lady?" Chen Wuji clutched his crotch. I mind a lot. Don't come any closer. This guy is ruthless. Breaking an egg with bare hands, just thinking about it hurts." Hua Sanyang blushed. Miss, I think I understand. You don't need to gesture anymore." Chen Wuji nodded and continued. "After being locked in the kennel again, I was actually only thinking about escaping, not about killing anyone until..." Chapter 18, The Unfortunate Concubine. Chen Wuji lowered her head, her eyes filled with intense disgust and hatred. Until one day, they brought 2 men, and they stood in front of the kennel where I was kept, using my identity, my innocence, and my virginity as bargaining chips, shouting and arguing over and over again. Her voice trembled slightly. Chen Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. Anyone who has experienced something like this would probably want to destroy the world. Everything about being human has been reduced to the teeth and weight of livestock. Who wouldn't break down in that situation? Chen Wuji quickly adjusted her mindset, a mocking smile on her lips, and chuckled as she said, "They discussed it for a long time in front of me. I could tell that the 2 men were interested in me, but they were more curious about why I was locked in the dog kennel. At first, my husband was unwilling to talk about it, until the 2 men threw out the reason that they wouldn't sell me if he didn't tell them, and he finally stammered out the reason. In the end, the deal still couldn't be reached. The 2 men couldn't accept that I was too fiery. They were worried that if they spent a lot of money to buy me back, they would only be able to play with me once, and I would die." Chen Wuji sighed softly. He no longer felt any wariness towards this woman. She did absolutely nothing wrong. Sister, let's go home. My family is poor, but my wife is very gentle, and I am sensible. You won't be bullied. Just don't bully me. Chen Wuji suppressed his nausea and pretended to speak in the tone of a 4-year-old child. He could talk to Hua Sanyang like this with ease now, using all sorts of charm and cuteness. But he's a little hesitant to speak to other people. Shen Yue chuckled. I don't think I've finished speaking yet. Girl, you don't need to say anything. Hua Sanyang reached out and helped Shen Yue up from the ground. Go home. I'll boil some water for you to wash up properly and wash away all these past troubles. Silly Wuji was right just now. Although this family is poor, no one will bully you. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you don't want to stay, you should rest for a while and then see. Shen Yue glanced at Chen Wuji. I am his concubine now. If he doesn't divorce me, I won't leave. Also, I'd like to finish what I was saying. They failed to close the deal, and seeing me as a piece of meat rotting on the side of the pot, they decided to eat me. I had no choice but to do it to survive, but I did it so ruthlessly because I really hated them. They don't deserve to be human. Hua Sanyang was shocked. How could they possibly dare to eat people? They've already gotten used to the problems left over from the disaster a few years ago. Seeing that I can't use them and can't sell them, they thought of eating them. At least they're meat, Shen Yue sneered. Besides, I think I can at least be considered to have delicate skin. Hua Sanyang pursed her lips tightly, suppressing the nausea churning in her chest. Girl, don't say any more. You've suffered. Come on, take a bath first, and I'll make you some fish soup. Silly Wuji just caught a big fish yesterday. It'll help you recover. As Chen Wuji watched the two enter, he felt as if a huge stone was pressing on his chest. A few years ago, Nanjun suffered a severe drought followed by a flood, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. He personally witnessed one corpse after another along the roadside. The corpses that lay scattered about during the day all vanished the next day. Almost all of them were dragged away and eaten under cover of night. Exchanging children to eat was not an idiom at that time. This era is really not good at all. Hua Sanyang hurriedly boiled a pot of mugwort water and then pulled Shen Yue into her room. Chen Wuji sat in the shade by the door, preparing the traps he would use to enter the mountain. He came up with a piercing trap and planned to make it and take it up the mountain to test it. In addition, we need to prepare more arrows. Among the inheritance left by his father and brother, there were only 2 triangular iron arrowheads. He couldn't afford to buy new ones, so he could only make some wooden arrows to make do and alleviate the embarrassment of having a bow, but no arrows. In Hua Sanyang's room, the sound of water was constant, accompanied by the soft conversation of 2 women. Chen Wuji had little interest in Shen Yue, a woman from a wealthy family whose life was more bitter than bitter herbs. He was more curious about whether Hua Sanyang had accompanied him during the bath. If Hua Sanyang's petite figure were to be soaked in a large wooden tub, even King Zhou, who had been with foxes, would probably not be able to resist her. Just as Chen Wuji finished making the 3rd wooden arrow, Hua Sanyang's door opened. After washing up, Shen Yue, with her wet hair sticking to her temples, came out carrying a wooden basin. The moment he looked at her, Chen Wuji suddenly thought of the mountains and fields after the rain. Fresh, clear, pure, and flawless. Her appearance is probably the standard look of the girl next door in the minds of countless men. So innocent that you don't want to exert yourself. Hua Sanyang's appearance was originally pure and charming, but compared to her, she was more like a mature woman. Chen Wuji put down his tools and walked over. Without further ado, he took the wooden basin from Shen Yue's hands. He had just gotten used to playing dumb in front of Hua Sanyang, but now he faced the challenge of not being able to play dumb in front of others. So, it was best to stay silent if possible. It was quite difficult for him. Where is that outhouse? Shen Yue suddenly asked softly. Chen Wuji tilted his head. I'll show you. After leaving the courtyard and turning left, Chen Wuji pointed to a makeshift outhouse hidden in a corner, enclosed by bundled tree branches forming a semicircle. In impoverished families, the outhouses are naturally not very good. Shen Yue smiled slightly at Chen Wuji and walked over. Chen Wuji was about to pour the dirty water aside when he turned his head and saw that Shen Yue had already lifted her skirt. When a patch of snow-white skin appeared as he squatted down, Chen Wuji was instantly stunned. No, girl, you should at least wait until I'm away before you go up. Didn't you see that this is an unbeatable, semi-open air, scenic latrine? Shen Yue not only did not avoid him, but also looked at Chen Wuji, who was standing there dumbfounded. Chen Wuji, fine, you really don't treat me like an outsider. However, since you want to show it to me, please make sure I can see it clearly. In this position, it seems he can only get a full view by lying on the ground. After splashing water for a moment, Chen Yue got up and straightened her skirt. I didn't know if I should avoid discussing this with my husband, but seeing how attentive you are, I won't. If you feel I've been too forward, I'll correct it next time, Chen Yue said seriously as she walked over. If it weren't for that touch of blush on her cheeks, her expression at this moment could even be considered serious. Chen Wuji gave Chen Yue an encouraging look. I think it looks pretty good. However, if my husband wants to see it, next time you don't have to wait until I go to the toilet. It would be better to see it at another time. Chen Yue looked a little helpless. Chen Wuji feigned a look of sudden realization. Oh, that seems so. Can you let me see it now? May I take a look at Chapter 19? Sure. Chen Yue agreed readily, her expression natural. She paused for a moment, then asked with some confusion, but why does my husband want to see that thing? Chen Wuji was almost overjoyed. He loved straightforward women. It's fine as long as you don't utter a single unnecessary word. These 3 words are so beautiful to hear. I'm curious, Chen Wuji said. Oh, then please take a look, my husband. Chen Yue gave a soft, oh, and raised her hand to lift her skirt. The linen dress was covered in tiny tears, revealing glimpses of her fair skin underneath. Chen Yue acted swiftly and decisively, lifting her skirt up to her knees in one go, revealing 2 long, straight legs that were previously hidden by the skirt, with fair and radiant skin. What's heartbreaking is that these perfectly slender legs are covered with all sorts of scars, big and small. Chen Wuji's gaze froze for a moment, and he suddenly regretted his decision. He just went through the darkest moment of his life, and he did something like this. He's acting like a beast. My husband, please look. Chen Yue's voice rang out. Chen Wuji composed himself and decided to feast his eyes on this feast for the eyes. It wasn't something he brought up on his own initiative. The 2 of them just naturally progressed to the next step as they talked. Let's pawn this animal for now, and then we'll cherish this woman from now on. For the rest of her life, she needs sunshine, so he will be that sunshine. But just as Chen Wuji was staring intently, intending to become a devoted follower and admire the landscape painting, Hua Sanyang suddenly stepped out. Chen Wuji felt like dying at that moment. My goodness, did you have to come at such a convenient time? Yue, what are you doing lifting your skirt? Hua Sanyang strode over and pressed down Chen Yue's skirt, which had already been lifted up most of the way. Chen Yue glanced at Chen Wuji with a silly and innocent look. My husband said he was curious, so I showed him. He was watching me when I went to the toilet. I guess he was curious why my toilet routine was different from his. Isn't this ridiculous? Hua Sanyang's face flushed slightly. Yue, your husband's mind is sometimes not quite right. He's like a child. Don't spoil him with that. That place isn't something you can just show him. It's bad luck. Chen Yue asked blankly. Is there such a saying? I've never heard of it. Yes. Hua Sanyang blushed and whispered a few words in Chen Yue's ear. After hearing this, Chen Yue's pure and alluring face suddenly flushed. Even the roots of her ears turned bright red, like the finest red agate under the sunlight. My lord, I was wrong, she said weakly. I didn't know there would be so many interpretations of this matter. I thought that since I was your concubine, all of this would be taken for granted. Chen Wuji was furious. He wanted to tell them both loudly that this was absolutely the right thing to do. There aren't that many explanations. Although he didn't hear clearly what Hua Sanyang said to Chen Yue, it was obviously some ancient custom, probably just nonsense like not being able to visit other people's houses when you're menstruating. These are all remnants of societal ills, and we must not tolerate them. But he had no way to articulate his wealth of reasoning. He could only accept this terrible reality like a bewildered child. Wuji, Yue has just gone through something like that, and she hasn't recovered yet. Don't do anything reckless or bully her, do you hear me? Hua Sanyang said sternly. Oh, Chen Wuji muttered, his face full of frustration. This was definitely the most frustrating thing that had happened to him since he traveled through time. He was about to see it. Even 2 minutes later is fine. Hua Sanyang took Chen Yue's arm and entered the courtyard. In the short time it took for them to take a bath, the 2 had become as familiar as sisters, and even their way of addressing each other had changed. Chen Wuji followed behind, sighing and looking like a lost, resentful ghost. As Hua Sanyang was about to enter the kitchen, she glanced back and suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Wuji. He suddenly had a suspicion that Hua Sanyang was deliberately toying with him. Lunch was stewed giant salamander with wild vegetables, seasoned only with salt and Sichuan peppercorns. However, All three of them ate with great relish, especially Chen Wuji, who hadn't had any oily food for a long time and had gone 3 days without eating 9 meals. Even though she tried to restrain herself and maintain the proper dining etiquette she had as a wealthy young lady, eating slowly and gracefully, she simply couldn't control her mouth. The tender fish meat was stuffed into my cheeks until they were almost bulging, but I still wanted to feed it into my mouth. She couldn't bear to swallow it whole. She would usually stuff it in 3 or 4 mouthfuls, then chew it slowly and taste it without any manners. She was so afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat such delicious fish again. Eat slowly. There's still fish and meat left. Wuji's harvest in the mountains these past 2 days has been quite good, enough for the 3 of us to eat our fill for 2 or 3 days, Hua Sanyang advised upon seeing this. Only 2 or 3 days? Chen Wuji was suddenly stunned. Then I'll eat less. She quickly stopped swallowing and put down her chopsticks. Eat. I'll be going into the mountains soon. Chen Wuji picked up a piece of fish for Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji shook her head repeatedly. I won't eat it. I'll save it. I'm such a chatterbox, Hua Sanyang said, somewhat annoyed. Wuji, eat as much as you want this meal. This is your first meal since you came here. How can you not even have a full stomach? After this meal, we'll eat sparingly. Eat up, or I'll eat it all. Chen Wuji used the same words he used to scare a child. I'll eat. Chen Wuji swallowed the food in her mouth and picked up her chopsticks again. Chen Wuji smiled silently. She was clearly a well-behaved, cute, and somewhat silly girl, yet she had the most ruthless reputation and a record of 3 lives on her hands. It seems he's managed to fleece the Yu dynasty once again. Even if it meant paying taxes for 1 more person, Chen Wuji was more than happy to do so at the moment. The sleep I get in return for this tax is very worthwhile. After lunch, Chen Wuji warned Hua Sanyang to be careful of Yuan Lao Air, a bad guy, and then he carried his belongings into the mountains. We are currently 580 coins short of completing the tax collection task. He needs to work even harder. His main target today is the weasel. No matter how evil it was, as long as it could be exchanged for money, it was a lucky charm in Chen Wuji's eyes. Chen Wuji plunged into the mountains and first checked the traps he had set up. They harvested 2 mice and 5 lost crows. Chen Wuji looked at the somewhat horrific battlefield and was somewhat bewildered. He knew crows ate carrion, but how did these winged creatures get crushed to death onto the stone slab? And 5 of them at once, a collective suicide? At this moment, Chen Wuji accepted Hua Sanyang's evaluation of him. His hunting style does seem a bit strange. From the perspective of the villagers of Shishan village, his only normal prey is the eel, but he has a lot of abnormal prey, and now he has even caught crows. I wonder if anyone buys this thing? But based on his experience with weasels, he decided to keep it. What if it matches the benchmark again? Chapter 20. This snake is so powerful. Chen Wuji strung the 5 crows together with straw rope, hung it around his waist, rearranged the destroyed trap, and began searching the mountains and fields for animal tracks again, carrying away 1 free stone slab after another. After more than an hour of work, Chen Wuji had added 7 more traps. 2 of the traps are piercing traps designed for large prey, such as wild boars, while the rest are simple double traps. After he finished, he went to take a look at the pond. Perhaps the pond wasn't very rich in resources to begin with, because after searching for 2 days in a row, he only found 2 crabs today and nothing else. These 2 little things aren't even enough for him to eat 2 bites of. Chen Wuji originally did not want to go against the tide. Although there is plenty of prey, tigers and leopards are active, making the danger level extremely high. But now I have no choice but to go. He could manage to eat his fill by tightening his belt, but the taxes that were left for less than 7 or 8 days were like a noose around his neck. Even if there were tigers and leopards roaming the mountaintop, he would still have to risk it. As Chen Wuji traveled upstream along the clear stream, he luckily encountered a few lost crabs and some creatures that looked a lot like forest frogs. Chen Wuji was able to recognize this thing thanks to a joke told by a fellow Northeasterner. However, he wasn't entirely sure whether what he was looking at was actually the thing in front of him. After all, this was truly the first time he had ever seen such a thing alive. Anyway, as long as it's not a toad, it's probably edible. Forest frogs are said to have extremely high nutritional value, and their oil is also a good thing. Unfortunately, Chen Wuji didn't know how to prepare it. Apart from taking it back and stewing in a pot, he couldn't think of any other better way to use it. So he decided to satisfy his hunger first. Besides crabs and frogs, Chen Wuji also encountered many fish, but unfortunately they were all small creatures, about the thickness of a finger. He didn't have the tools to catch these little guys, so he could only watch them swim freely in front of him. Chen Wuji secretly reminded himself to make a few traps to take with him next time he went up the mountain. These little fish are pitifully small, but there are quite a lot of them. Soon, we reached a flat area at the top of the mountain. This platform, where lush green grass and blooming flowers complement each other, is more like a gathering place for animals to socialize. At this time, there were still many animals drinking water by the stream, and Chen Wuji also saw the mountain god deer that earned him hundreds of coins a day. The mountain god, worshipped by the villagers of Shishan with incense, seemed to have long forgotten the pain of losing his clansmen yesterday. He strolled leisurely on the grass, completely at ease. Chen Wuji crept around furtively, first surveying his surroundings to confirm that there seemed to be no trace of a tiger, before quietly nocking an arrow. Between the weasel and the muntjac, he would rather point his menacing knife at the mountain god. This thing can not only be sold for money, but it also tastes good. After Chen Wuji adjusted the shooting angle several times, the bow, which had been broken and rounded, finally made a popping sound. The arrow flew away with a whooshing sound, then plunged into the grass. They were about 2 steps away from the deer that Chen Wuji was aiming at. The big-eyed, innocent-looking muntjac looked up and glanced at the grass, its expression blank like a silly roe deer. Then it lowered its head again to nibble on the tender, green grass that looked delicious. Chen Wuji, if he wasn't mistaken, he seemed to have just been looked down upon by a deer. Emotional abuse is more maddening than physical violence. I refuse to believe it. If you're so capable, then stand there and don't move. Chen Wuji got angry and drew his bow again. It was such a big thing. He refused to believe that his preparations were so ridiculously poor. Aim, adjust, and adjust again. Chen Wuji slowed his breathing and abruptly released his grip the instant the arrow was aimed at the deer's neck. Beep! The sharp arrow pierced the gaping maw that was inches away. Chen Wuji was startled and took 2 steps back, staring in horror at the giant python coiled on the rock, his back covered in a sticky cold sweat. Where did this thing just appear from? There's not a sound at all. It must really be the protection of the mountain god. No, it should be the protection of the mountain lord. If Chen Wuji had been just a moment later, the python would have already snatched his head in its jaws. He hid under the rock, while the thing was perched on top of it, and he didn't notice it at all. The python, in pain, suddenly began to twist violently, its several-meter-long body thrashing against the rocks, try to pull out the arrow that had pierced its jaw. Chen Wuji casually tore a crow from his waist, tossed it to the python as a distraction, then swiftly drew his sword, leaped into the air, and slashed at the python's neck with both hands. He knew that, to kill a snake, you must strike its vital spot, but he wasn't sure if this principle applied equally to pythons. The blade struck the python's neck smoothly, but it felt like hitting rubber. The rebound was astonishing, and the lethality was almost zero. Chen Wuji's powerful strike only left a tiny wound on the snake's body. Damn it, I don't believe it. Chen Wuji thought fiercely and pounced on him again. Snakes have now become the #1 thing he hates. He was more wary than a tiger. He had only been into the mountains a few times, and he had already been frightened by snakes twice. Last time, it was at least a non-venomous little cutie, but this time it has escalated to a giant python with a body as big as a water bucket. Chen Wuji suspects that this thing could swallow a child whole. After 2 consecutive attempts, Chen Wuji finally struck the original mark with his family's tetanus blade, slicing through the python's thick skin. Unfortunately, his joy turned to sorrow. Before he could even celebrate, he was swept away by the python's tail and sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk in the distance. The intense pain made Chen Wuji seriously doubt that he was about to die. After taking a short break, he felt as if all the ribs in his body were broken. However, he breathed a sigh of relief after the pain subsided. It seems like I won't die, and my bones aren't broken, it's just pure pain. That little rascal has incredible strength. Just now, Chen Wuji felt as if a solid iron pendulum had hit him. Come on, keep going, I've got you all figured out today. Chen Wuji struggled to stand up again. Fortunately, his previous arrow had been quite accurate, piercing what was perhaps the python's weakest point. And this creature seemed to have obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After sweeping Chen Wuji away with its tail, it didn't try to press its advantage, but instead continued trying to pry the arrow out of its mouth. With an arrow lodged in its mouth, this beast's feeling was probably equivalent to having a thick fishbone stuck in a person's throat. Until the fishbone was removed, everything else could be put aside. Chen Wuji shook his burning, aching shoulder and jumped back onto the huge rock. Now their positions have switched. The snake is on the bottom, and he is on top. Prepare to die, you little idiot. Chen Wuji roared, gripped his sword with both hands, and leaped down. Chapter 21 Snake in form, dragon in shape. Enraged, Chen Wuji mounted the python and began stabbing wildly at its only wound, each cut piercing the snake's body and turning its interior into a chaotic mess, like a vat of mashed, mushy pickled meat. But even so, this guy is still alive. It spun around frantically in place, twisting its body, trying to attack the villain on its back with its big mouth and tail. Chen Wuji took 2 solid hits and was almost dragged away by its tail. But thanks to his unremarkable maneuvering, he wasn't seriously injured. He only had some skin scraped off his calf, and he wasn't pulled off the snake's back. He's still firmly attached to the snake. Although the python is not dead yet, it is clearly not as strong as before. When the tail is pulled out, it is very slow and limp. I refuse to believe your life is stronger than steel bars. Chen Wuji roared and stabbed the python's body with 2 blades. Finally, the python's massive head collapsed with a thud. It's dead. But Chen Wuji dared not let his guard down immediately. He turned the blade in his hand and slashed horizontally. Then the same slash was delivered to the left side as well. Only after seeing these 2 huge gashes did Chen Wuji finally believe that the guy was dead. After this battle of wits and courage, he was almost completely exhausted. But Chen Wuji knew that this was not a place to rest. The bloodstains on the snake would attract even more powerful predators. Where tigers roam, there are bound to be wolves, leopards, bears, and the like. Struggling to his feet, he strung a rope through the slit he had cut in the snake's body, tied the other end around his waist, and quickly descended the mountain. Chen Wuji originally intended to drag the snake's corpse down the mountain, but perhaps due to the strenuous exercise, his brain was deprived of oxygen, and he didn't think straight for a moment, neglecting the fact that the snake's body was very slippery. So much so that when they were going down the mountain, he was supposed to be pulling the snake, but instead, the snake pulled him along instead. As soon as the python touched even a tiny bit of grass, it would slide down like a tourist on a water slide, making Chen Wuji's descent down the mountain exceptionally fast. But he was also in a particularly disheveled state. He himself doesn't remember exactly how many times he fell, although there was no serious injury. His face was bruised and swollen. My skin was scraped and blistered in countless places. It was unfortunate that he was skinned, but fortunately, he made it down the mountain alive, without encountering any other large carnivores, and brought back a truly large prey. This python is nearly 8 meters long and probably weighs over 100 kilograms. The only question now is whether this thing is edible. Chen Wuji had eaten several snakes before, but this was the first time he had ever seen one this big, and he wasn't sure if he could eat it. All he knew was that the snake's skin should be worth some money. It can be used to make belts, shoes, and so on, and it can also be used in medicine. After catching his breath at the foot of the mountain and regaining his composure, Chen Wuji dragged the python back into the village. It was already late, and the sun was no longer visible beyond the western mountains, not even a sliver of its afterglow. As they were about to leave the woods, Chen Wuji suddenly noticed a hazy figure ahead. The thing stood by the mountain path, looking like an animal, yet standing like a person, its height almost the same as a child's. Chen Wuji quietly switched the knife to his right hand, which he was used to, and walked over with steady steps. The villagers said that strange things happened on this mountain at night, and even the old hunters who had hunted all their lives dared not spend the night in the mountains. Chen Wuji listened to what they said, but he didn't think it was that weird. Looking at that somewhat eerie figure, he had no choice but to be cautious. The sun had just set, it wasn't even completely dark yet, and these things had already come out? Chen Wuji stared intently at the figure, his steps growing heavier and heavier. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. The face of a weasel appeared in front of Chen Wuji. "Oh my God, it's you. I've been looking for you." Without hesitation, Chen Wuji swung his hand and delivered a fatal blow. 300 coins, all gone. Chen Wuji neither knew nor cared what the weasel was doing standing there blankly. He is filled with joy. What I couldn't find after wandering half the mountain, I stumbled upon here by chance. As a time traveler, he finally got the good luck he deserved. As for asking for official titles or similar things, that's unlikely. Anyway, he didn't see the thing speak. Hanging the weasel, still with a bit of skin attached, on a tree to drain its blood. Chen Wuji then smeared some dirt on the blade to avoid soiling his clothes before hanging the weasel around his waist and dragging the python back to the village. Along the village roads, groups of villagers carrying farm tools were walking home, chatting as they went. 90% of the villagers go hungry 4 or 5 times in 3 days, constantly teetering on the edge of starvation. But they're very hardworking, going to work in the fields before sunrise and not returning home until it is almost dark. If hard work could lead to wealth, they would surely be the richest people in the world. Seeing Chen Wuji descending the mountain from afar, the curious villagers all slowed their pace. "Wuji, did you eat the mountain god?" As Chen Wuji approached, someone shouted a question. They ran away. Chen Wuji casually said. He was constantly worried that these people would cause him trouble because he had hunted down the mountain god. "You little rascal, you're getting more and more cunning these days. Killing the mountain god is a sin. You'd better go to the mountain god's temple to beg for forgiveness another day, lest he punish our village and we all have to suffer the consequences." The speaker was a little angry, but when he saw what Chen Wuji was dragging behind him, those words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them. "You python, about to transform into a dragon. How come you're so?" The man stammered, unsure of what to say for a long time. His eyes filled with shock and his mouth trembled with astonishment. "What's wrong?" Chen Wuji asked, bewildered. "By the way, everyone, how should we eat this?" The villagers gathered around in surprise. No one heard what Chen Wuji said. Their eyes were filled with astonishment at the giant python. "Goodness, this thing must weigh at least 100 pounds. I think it's more than that. Look, this thing is really about to transform into a dragon. It's even growing horns on its head. How did that idiot kill that thing? Isn't it obvious? It was slashed with a knife. Look at this wound. It's been stabbed into minced meat. It's a good thing Yuan Lao Air isn't here. If he saw the python's wound, he probably wouldn't dare to bare his teeth at Wuji anymore. He can even turn the neck of a python that's about to transform into minced meat. If he stabbed Wuji's neck, he could probably crush even the bones into dust." Just then, Yuan Lao Air walked over. He had just been wandering around Chen Wuji's house when he saw so many people gathered there, so he curiously came over. As it turned out, I happened to overhear those words. He frowned and gave a heavy, cold snort. "Let him try to stab me if he dares. Does he think I, Yuan Jintang, grew up drinking piss?" Chapter 22, The Uncouth Villager. Faced with Yuan Lao Air's arrogant provocation, Chen Wuji remained silent, only raising his knife. "This family heirloom tetanus blade has finally brought glory to our ancestors. A python and a weasel, their bodies shrouded in a bloody and malevolent aura." Yuan Lao Air immediately recalled his experience that morning, and a chill ran down his spine. He got a little scared. This idiot seems really capable of killing. But with so many villagers watching, Yuan Lao Air, as the younger brother of the village head, also had his pride. So he snorted heavily and left. He walked steadily for the first few steps, but after going a little further, his strides became like he was practicing race walking. He was afraid that Chen Wuji would throw the knife like a dart again, just like in the morning. He failed to deliver the harsh words, nor did he display the imposing manner of the village head's elder brother. This only fueled Yuan Lao Air's anger, making him grit his teeth in frustration. He must put the matter of bribing Chen the Fool, the murderer's concubine, on the agenda as soon as possible. Let that ruthless woman get rid of this troublesome fool as soon as possible. Chen Wuji watched Yuan Lao Air leave quickly and sneered. "Useless trash. Wuji, are you selling your snake meat?" "Give me some. My kids haven't had any meat in months," a woman asked, approaching him. "Sell it, but can you eat it?" Chen Wuji asked. The woman was taken aback. "You don't know?" "I don't know." Chen Wuji shook his head. The woman was amused. "Give me a little bit. It's just snake meat. It should be edible. It definitely won't kill you. At most, it'll just taste a little unpleasant." Chen Wuji untied the rope around his waist, took a knife, cut off a palm-sized piece, and handed it to the woman. "It weighs a little over 1 pound. Give me 3 coins, Chen Wuji said. He didn't even know if it was edible, so naturally he didn't know how much it should cost. "Just take whatever you want, in case it really tastes awful, so the villagers won't feel cheated." "That's too much. I only need a little bit, just enough to cook some meat porridge for the children," the woman said, somewhat embarrassed. "Ugh." Chen Wuji raised his hand and cut the piece of meat into 3 pieces. The woman picked up all 3 pieces of meat, weighed them in her hand, and carefully examined their quality before taking the largest piece and giving Chen Wuji a coin. Chen Wuji didn't mind her excessive stinginess. The tax payment date was fast approaching, and everyone was trying to find a solution. He could understand why she was doing this. What really annoyed Chen Wuji was that it was obvious to the naked eye which of the 3 pieces of meat was bigger, yet he insisted on weighing them with his dirty hands that had just finished working. This isn't like the 2 ounces of flesh in front of her. How could she feel any pleasure or satisfaction from it? "Give me one too," a woman said upon seeing this. "Take it." Chen Wuji handed over the meat. The woman picked up the 2 pieces of meat again and examined them from all angles. She said unhappily, "Cut me some more. This is all dirty. How can we eat it? If you 2 touch this, you'll lose money if you don't sell it," Chen Wuji said bluntly. "You're such a fool. You'll have to take it even if I roast you to death." "No, Wuji, how can you do business like this? How can I know if the meat is good or not if I don't look at it?" The woman's voice suddenly became louder. "Then don't mind the dirt." Chen Wuji lifted the knife up a little. "Damn it. You 2 practically treated these few pieces of meat like they were the 2 ounces of flesh in front of you, and you still haven't heard to spout nonsense here? Where's your shame?" The woman glanced at the knife in Chen Wuji's hand, silently shut her mouth, reluctantly took one of the knives, threw a coin into Chen Wuji's hand, and the 2 quickly left together. From afar, Chen Wuji could hear the 2 men chirping at him from behind. The insults were a bit vulgar. "They've been spoiled. If you 2 curse me again, I'll dig up your family's ancestral graves tomorrow," Chen Wuji shouted. The 2 women's voices quickly faded away as they hurried home. Chen Wuji was in a good mood. The benefits of playing the fool were now gradually becoming apparent. "It feels kind of good. Wuji, don't bother with these brainless women. Give me 5 caddies," a middle-aged man said with a smile. "Take this meat home and eat it with peace of mind. It's delicious, and the snake soup is an unparalleled delicacy." This person is also considered to be Chen Wuji's uncle, but from a more distant line than Chen Bushi. Embarrassingly, Chen Wuji didn't remember his name. As far as I can remember, he was called Chen Mule. Chen Wuji naturally didn't know how this nickname came about, but it sounded like there was a story behind it, and it didn't seem like a nickname that could be used to call someone out to their face. "Uncle, have you eaten?" Chen Wuji asked while cutting the meat. "I've eaten it before, back when I was very young, when your grandfather was still alive. That snake was hunted by your grandfather. Back then, the taxes from the imperial court weren't so heavy, and everyone's stomachs were full every day. Your grandfather shared a little with each of us relatives, and I still remember the taste vividly to this day," Chen Mule said with a smile. Chen Wuji cut off about 6 or 7 pounds of snake meat and handed it to Chen Mule. Chen Wuji could never accurately estimate the weight by hand, so he could only let others take advantage of him. Too much, at least a pound more. Chen Mule took the money, weighed it in his hand, counted out 18 coins, and handed them to Chen Wuji. He then laughed and scolded, "You little brat, you made me pay 3 extra coins out of nowhere. I'll sell it for 5 Jin." Chen Wuji said. He had no intention of taking advantage of this. "I know," Chen Wuji laughed. "Nobody has it easy in this world, and it's even harder for you, so don't do good deeds. There aren't many people with a conscience in this village, so don't give them any chance to take advantage of you. Most of the people in this village have benefited from your grandfather's kindness, but when your family became poor, you could hardly find anyone to help you, but there were a lot of grandchildren who took advantage of your misfortune. A mule's voice is stronger when it talks than when it brays at night. That's the experience of those who've been there. Listen to your uncle," someone nearby said with a laugh. "Little Wuji, give me 5 Jin too. Cut into 5 Jin, and don't let the knife go crooked." Chen Mule squinted and said, "Even if I moan softly, it's still better than your 2 moans." "I don't call her that. I always have my wife call her that." The man laughed, his voice rough and bold. Chen Luozi's face darkened instantly, and he made a move to pounce on him. "You blind fool, I'll smash your lousy face to pieces and make you stand there." The man turned and ran, but before he did, he shouted to Chen Wuji, "Wuji, leave the meat there for now. I'll come back for it later." This mule without a wife is in heat. It can't tell the difference between humans and animals. Chen Wuji chuckled, a crude country bumpkin. Embarrassingly, he couldn't remember the person's name either. "I only know his nickname, which is affectionately called Bear Bubble. This lousy nickname is even worse than Chen Mule's. If he shouts it out, he'll probably get beaten up." Chen Wuji picked a handful of grass by the roadside, strung the cut meat together, and hung it on the snake bones. Then several more villagers asked for meat, and Chen Wuji stayed at the village entrance until he was almost completely out of sight before he stopped. He never expected that the villagers would buy 1 or 2 kilograms at a time, which would allow him to sell nearly 100 coins in such a short period of time. Chapter 23: Fire in the Stove. Man under the lamp. Chen Wuji had assumed that he would no longer want the 5 caddies of snake meat that Xiong Paozi had ordered. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach his doorstep, Xiong Paozi suddenly rushed up to him. "Wuji, where's my meat? Give it to me, quickly." Chen Mule has gone mad. "I'm afraid I'm going to get a beating today." Xiong Paozi, his face bruised and swollen, was panting heavily. He quickly pulled out 15 copper coins from his clothes and stuffed them into Chen Wuji's hand. Chen Wuji handed over the meat, saying, "Should I go and try to persuade them? It's not good for 2 men to be doing this kind of thing." Xiong Paozi stared blankly at Chen Wuji for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Unbelievable, unbelievable. A man is different after marriage. You can actually say such things now." He nudged Chen Wuji and said with a smile, "Go ahead and do your thing. It's still uncertain who will date whom. Chen Wuji is quite handsome among men, so I don't mind." Chen Wuji immediately felt that he was dirty. He could already picture the 2 of them fighting shirtless in his mind. It's unbearable to look at. After securing the money, Chen Wuji dragged the enormous python home. The only oil lamp in the kitchen was lit, and Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue were sitting in front of the stove peeling hemp fibers. Hemp was one of the most important resources for ordinary people in this era. As long as it's not a place for growing grain, even in the most remote and difficult corners where it's hard to even stand, the villagers are unwilling to give up and will definitely plant a few hemp plants. The stove was glowing with firelight, and a large iron pot, passed down for 2 generations, was bubbling away, simmering big bones and filling the air with the aroma of meat. Although I was reborn in this era, it's as terrible as a pile of shit. But at this moment, the small kitchen illuminated by the firelight is the embodiment of happiness. With a beautiful and virtuous wife and concubine, even in poverty, life was full of hope. The noise at the courtyard gate startled Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue, who were talking quietly in the kitchen. The 2 hurriedly put down what they were carrying and came out with an oil lamp. "My husband is back. Wuji, why are you so late today?" The 2 had just greeted each other when they saw the enormous snake body behind Chen Wuji. Hua Sanyang was startled and quickly took a step back. "Wuji, is it dead?" Instead of retreating, Shun Yue moved closer and used her arm to measure the size of the python's body. "Sister, it must be dead. If it weren't, how will my husband dare to keep it like this? This snake is huge. I've never seen such a big snake before. Its waist is even thicker than mine. Who can compare to your tiny waist? You should eat more," Hua Sanyang said, joining in. Chen Wuji wanted to say that it's good to eat more, but you shouldn't let your waist get too thick. Shun Yue's waistline is perfect now. Grab it with both hands. It's perfect for applying force. "Mother, this snake is almost turning into a dragon." Hua Sanyang glanced at the sinister snake head and suddenly exclaimed. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Wuji, how come you always hunt these strange and bizarre things? How did you kill such a big guy? Wait, are you injured?" Chen Wuji nodded. "I tried to cut it, but it wasn't happy about it. It was also much stronger than me, so it fell a few times and got a few scrapes. If you try to chop someone up, they're definitely not happy about it. Let me see how serious it is," Hua Sanyang said nervously. Chen Wuji patted the weasel at his waist. "Wife, this one is very willing. It didn't make a sound when I was chopping it down." "You actually found it?" Hua Sanyang lifted Chen Wuji's clothes, checking his injuries, and glanced at him briefly before asking in surprise. "I just happened to run into it. It seemed to be waiting for me by the roadside when I was coming down the mountain, so I chopped it down with one stroke," Chen Wuji said. Hua Sanyang frowned. "What a coincidence." After a thorough examination, Hua Sanyang breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, it's just a scratch, but there are quite a few areas affected. Don't go up the mountain for the next few days. Rest at home. With the snake and the weasel, we should have enough money to pay the taxes, and we have food at home now. I cooked the mountain god today. Although it is a mountain god, it is such a pity to just throw away such good bones." Chen Wuji has already seen it. It's wonderful that Hua Sanyang thinks this way. These were bones he deliberately saved, enough for the 3 of them to eat for 2 or 3 days. "The mountain god won't care. It was a gift from the mountain lord," Chen Wuji chimed in. The villagers of Shishan village have an absurdly high level of awe and worship for heaven and earth and nature. He needs to find some strong excuses for Hua Sanyang to eat the mountain god, so that Hua Sanyang will not feel uneasy even after eating the meat. Hua Sanyang nodded gently, helped Chen Wuji untie the rope around his waist, and asked softly, "Wuji, what do you plan to do with this snake meat?" "Eat. How about we keep a small portion and sell the rest for some grain? It should be easy to get 400 or 500 coins from such a big snake. The weasel has already been reserved, and it's worth 300 coins. After paying taxes, we should still have 200 or 300 coins left, enough to buy about 100 caddies of millet." Hua Sanyang gently calculated how to use the snake. Chen Wuji took out the money he had just earned from the sale. "Wife, I sold it at the village entrance. Count it yourself. I don't know how much it is." He sold it for about 100 coins at the village entrance, but only a small portion of the snake meat was actually cut off from its neck. Selling this snake for 400 or 500 coins is clearly a conservative estimate by Hua Sanyang. "You've already sold so many? My Wuji has grown up so much. He's really become a man. That's wonderful," Hua Sanyang said happily. She leaned close to the oil lamp, counting the copper coins, and casually asked, "Wuji, how many coins did you sell it for?" Her tone was soft and gentle, with a melodious cadence, just like coaxing a child. 3 coins. 3 coins? That's too cheap. Snake meat is delicious. It should at least be the same price as pork." Hua Sanyang muttered softly, then paused and praised, "However, it's already very good that Wuji can do business. None of this matters." Chen Wuji also realized he had gotten a good deal. Unfortunately, at that time, he didn't even know if this thing was edible, so he could only live up to his reputation as a fool and sell it at a low price. 113 coins, Wuji, that's a lot, Hua Sanyang said happily after counting the coins. Chen Wuji felt even more like a sucker. "I'm so ripped off. Go and rest, and keep an eye on the fire in the stove. You wait, and I will process the snake meat." Hua Sanyang nudged Chen Wuji. "I'll do it. I'm not tired." Chen Wuji shook his head. The snake was too big. The two of them definitely couldn't handle it. After a stalemate, Chen Wuji managed to secure the task of cutting up the snake meat. Hua Sanyang lit a fire in the courtyard for lighting, and then she and Shen Yue helped Chen Wuji. As for the fire in the bathhouse, I decided to check on it whenever I had a spare moment. Outside the courtyard, where the aroma of meat filled the air, a shadowy figure crept in. He hunched his shoulders, took 2 deep breaths of the fragrance that filled the air, and his lips twisted into a gloomy grimace. "Still eating meat? I'll make sure your family is ruined and your bones are ground to dust to feed the dogs." Chapter 24, I Think I'm Married. Several days have passed since he transmigrated here. Although he can eat some meat at every meal, to be honest, Chen Wuji has never had a full meal. Tonight's meal is finally something special. Stewed deer bones in clear water. Although the seasoning was terribly bland, consisting only of salt. Even with just a little salt, the muntjac meat was so delicious that even if someone were to hold his head down and slap him repeatedly to make him stop, Chen Wuji wouldn't give in. It was tender, fresh, and chewy, with every bite being smooth and satisfying, without a trace of dryness. There's a reason why muntjac meat is so expensive. No wonder that steward-like man, upon seeing that it was deer meat, only glanced at its freshness and, without even haggling over the price, carried the load away without a word. If he had the money, Chen Wuji would be happy to eat this stuff instead of pork. Everything is afraid of comparison. As expected of Shanjuan's carefully selected products. "It's delicious, eat more." Chen Wuji took a moment out of his busy schedule to give Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue a word of advice. The two of them ate rather elegantly. Shen Yue, in particular, only gnawed on one bone before stopping. "Yes, Yue, eat more. Look how thin you are," Hua Sanyang also advised. "We're all family. You don't need to be so polite. You saw the bones, and we have more at home. Meat doesn't keep well in this weather, so don't eat too much, or it will go bad in a couple of days. Sister, I know a way to marinate these bones, so we can eat them for a longer period of time," Shen Yue said. "I don't eat much to begin with, and I'm already pretty full." "How did you pickle it?" Hua Sanyang immediately asked. "No, you eat yours. We'll marinate the rest and eat them later." Shen Yue shook her head. "We've really eaten enough. Pickling is quite simple. You only need about 3 pounds of salt, plus some spices. If you do it like this, it can last for more than half a year without any problem. You can eat it slowly." Hua Sanyang immediately lost interest. She handed a large bone to Shen Yue, saying, "Yue, Even if you're full, try to eat a little more. We don't have money to buy salt. 3 caddies of salt now cost 360 coins. How can we afford that? As for spices, they're even more expensive. Those things are beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. A little bit of them could cost me half my life. Is it that expensive? Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment, then silently picked up the big bone she had just put down. Then I'll eat more. After a pause, she suddenly asked, since spices are so expensive, why don't you sell the Sichuan peppercorns at home? They're spice too, aren't they? We've been selling them all along. If it weren't for the few pepper trees we still have at home, Wuji and I wouldn't have made it this far. These past 2 years, our family has been relying on those few things, Huasanyang said with a smile. However, we sell it for a lower price, 20 coins per pound, and sometimes up to 30 coins. But it's light, so you need a lot to get a pound. Even if you grow several trees together, you won't make much money. Oh, born into a wealthy and powerful family, Chen Wuji was very sensible. She always considered other people's feelings when she spoke and acted. In order to ensure that the family's food could last longer, she ate very restrainedly at every meal. She would stop eating as soon as she felt that her stomach was just covered and she was no longer so hungry. However, in many places she still doesn't know the hardships of ordinary people, even though she had experienced the most miserable suffering in the world. This made her feel somewhat sad, as if she had failed to live up to the suffering she had endured. After the meal, Chen Wuji lay in the courtyard for a while, letting his belly bask in the moonlight before going back to his room to sleep. In the next room, Huasanyang and Chen Wuji were taking a bath again. Huasanyang said that Chen Wuji had gone through such a terrible ordeal, so she needed to wash herself with mugwort water several times to cleanse herself of all the bad luck from the past. Chen Wuji didn't understand where Huasanyang's strange sayings came from, but he strongly agreed that they should wash more often. It was a good habit. It was good to wash until one was fair, tender, and fragrant. But lying in bed, Chen Wuji couldn't fall asleep. The sounds of fairies playing in the water from the next room were a little too clear. I have no idea what those two are doing. They're making some strange noises. Chen Wuji was all too familiar with that voice. The noise usually occurs when excessive force is used or when something feels too comfortable. Wait a minute, I think I'm married. Chen Wuji's eyes snapped open, and he suddenly jumped out of bed. My husband has called me. It's not reasonable for me not to get some sleep tonight, is it? He seems a bit crazy. Today is the first day of his marriage, and instead of thinking about the wedding night, he actually climbed onto the Kong, a heated brick bed, and went to sleep without any trouble. He must be out of his mind. Chen Wuji quickly jumped off the Kong, a heated brick bed, slipped on his shoes, and went around to the door of the next room. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door politely, saying, I need to take a shower too. Ah, wait a moment. I'll help you wash after we're done. Huasanyang called out through the door. No, I want to give it to you too. Chen Wuji shouted. As a fool, it would seem too mature for him to directly shout about the wedding night, so he had to take a roundabout approach and start with a bath. If she makes an excuse, bring up what happened during the day. Why are you suddenly acting so stubborn? Go lie down on the Kong for a while. You'll be fine in a bit, Huasanyang said reproachfully. Sister, I think my husband might want to consummate the marriage, Chen Wuji suddenly said quietly. Chen Wuji's lips immediately curled up. Wuji is so sensible. Oh dear, I forgot, Huasanyang exclaimed softly. Chen Wuji's face suddenly darkened. She completely forgot about it. Huasanyang's voice came through the crack in the door again. However, he didn't say it to Chen Wuji, but whispered to Chen Wuji, but given my current condition and your weak constitution, how are we going to manage our wedding night? Logically, today's bridal chamber should belong to my sister, and tomorrow will be mine, Chen Wuji said. It's not about who goes first or last, but rather that neither of us will be able to enter this bridal chamber. I'm pregnant, and you're so weak. How can we possibly withstand it? Huasanyang said. How about we postpone it for a few more days? I'll sleep at Wuji's place tonight and just get a name for myself. Chen Wuji hesitated for a moment. Actually, I should be able to hold on. That kind of thing isn't that scary. Even if I'm weak, it won't kill me. Don't do anything reckless. That kind of thing drains your energy. If you force yourself to continue, you'll inevitably fall ill later. It's not worth it. You should rest for a few days. I'll talk to Wuji. That child could be a bit stubborn sometimes, but he's still obedient, Huasanyang advised. Chen Wuji. Chapter 25, Lulling the Bridal Chamber to Sleep. Chen Wuji squatted at the doorway, listening to Huasanyang and Chen Wuji discussing how to handle his first wedding night after transmigrating, and he was both amused and exasperated. One of them happened to be menstruating, while the other was so weak that she needed to lean against the wall to walk even a few steps. Beautiful wives and concubines lining up to consummate the marriage has always been a man's dream. However, things got a bit complicated when it came to Chen Wuji. This menstrual blood came at a really bad time. "Wuji, go back to your room first. I'll be right there," Huasanyang called out through the door. Chen Wuji hummed in agreement, "But I also want to take a shower. I still need to stick to my principles. If I'm here to take a bath, then I have to take a bath." "Don't bother washing it. You won't need it," Huasanyang said with a laugh. "Chen Wuji, my wife, you're too unrestrained and direct. If they don't let me wash, they don't let me wash. What does that have to do with whether I need it or not?" Chen Wuji muttered and went back to his room. Even if the heavenly essence blocks the way, there are places where it cannot be blocked. In the next room, Huasanyang and Chen Wuji, who had hurriedly put on their clothes, almost burst out laughing. "This silly fool. How can washing and using have nothing to do with each other?" Huasanyang blushed and shook her head with a light laugh. She didn't actually know anything about their wedding night. Although this was her second marriage, she had never actually consummated her marriage before. There was just one person who was even more clueless, but no matter how clueless she had to bite the bullet and go along with it. "Sister, what are you planning to do later?" Chen Wuji asked in a low voice. Huasanyang looked dejected. "It seems like all I can do is chat with him. What else can I do?" "Sister, I overheard some things before. I overheard them by chance when my nanny was chatting." Before Chen Wuji could explain what it was, her face was already as red as a ripe peach. "What is it?" Huasanyang asked curiously as she straightened Chen Wuji's clothes. "It's just that." Chen Wuji hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and said, "It seems that some of those princes and nobles, if their most beloved concubines are pregnant, they will use other methods." "What other way is there?" Huasanyang asked, puzzled. "Yes, those are the two routes," Chen Wuji whispered close to Huasanyang's ear. Two tiny, white feet were digging into the mat, as if they wanted to build a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house on the Kong, a heated brick bed. Huasanyang was stunned, her eyes gradually widening into copper bells. How can this be allowed? What kind of person wouldn't come up with such a crooked and unorthodox approach? This is far too exaggerated. I can't do it." Huasanyang shook her head repeatedly, stumbling over her words. "I've only heard about it, just heard about it," Chen Wuji said weakly. She said it, but then she regretted it. She was worried that these few words would make her appear in Huasanyang's eyes as a promiscuous woman who dared to say and try anything. "I'm going now. You should get some sleep." Huasanyang took a few deep breaths to rouse herself. What happened next made her extremely uneasy. Although she is married twice, her heart remains that of a young girl. Chen Wuji nodded gently, still regretting what she had just said. When Huasanyang opened the door, she suddenly turned her head and said, "By the way, we must not let Wuji know about those things just now. Otherwise, this guy will definitely clamor to try them out." "Yes." Chen Wuji nodded vigorously. Although she regretted telling Huasanyang these things, she was actually quite curious herself. There's no harm in giving it a try. She was incredibly curious when she overheard the old women talking. Chen Wuji sat up on the Kong and pricked up his ears. What was it that he couldn't know? What were those two secretly discussing again? The door was gently pushed open, and in the bright moonlight, a graceful figure swayed in. She then quietly closed the door and groped her way onto the Kong, a heated brick bed. There wasn't even an oil lamp in the room. The only light they could draw was the cold moonlight streaming in through the window, which wasn't even made of paper. "Wuji," Huasanyang called softly. Come here, lie down here." Huasanyang lay down and patted the spot next to him. Chen Wuji immediately slid over and lay down, burying his head in Huasanyang's arms. Huasanyang moved up a little, then raised her arm and pulled Chen Wuji into her embrace, gently patting his shoulder with her left hand. "Wuji, be good, go to sleep now. I'll tell you a story. Many years ago, in a mountain village in our southern prefecture, there lived a kind-hearted young hunter. He loved helping others, and because of his kind nature, he couldn't bear to hunt the small animals in the mountains. Instead, he would heal the injured ones. The villagers laughed at him, calling him a fool. Who doesn't hunt and still saves animals?" Chen Wuji's body split open. "My wife, what are you doing? We're going to have our wedding night. There's no need for the coaxing to sleep part. Whose family has a kind person who listens to bedtime stories during the wedding night?" So he stretched out his beast claws. Hua Sanyang did not resist, but simply shifted her body slightly. Just leave it there, don't move around. Because he was too kind-hearted, the young hunter often went hungry and almost starved to death several times. The animals he had helped couldn't bear to see him like that, so they often took him to find wild fruits and mushrooms in the mountains to fill his stomach. Gradually, he not only ate his fill, but also had a surplus to exchange for money, but the villagers still thought he was a fool. Don't move, listen carefully to the story, and go to sleep quickly. Chen Wuji was almost depressed to death. He really wanted to ask Hua Sanyang how old he was in her eyes. What are you doing? Hua Sanyang exclaimed softly, pressing down on Chen Wuji's hand and threateningly saying, "If you keep doing this, I'll make you take it off." Chen Wuji behaved himself for a while, but after Hua Sanyang removed her hand, he continued to do as he pleased. He'd have to be a complete idiot to leave such a beautiful woman out. In the darkness, Hua Sanyang, her face flushed, pressed down hard on Chen Wuji's hand. She felt like she was sick, and she even had a tingling sensation that she couldn't quite describe, but it felt like being bitten by a lot of insects, and she also felt a bit impulsive. Don't move around, listen to the story, and go to sleep. Hua Sanyang suppressed the strange feelings and said in a tone that sounded like she was scolding a child, "Chen Wuji, my dear wife, on our wedding night, let's really not do this." Chapter 26, A Different Experience. Chen Wuji ultimately didn't get to hear Hua Sanyang's bedtime story in its entirety. After battling the giant python for a long time and dragging it back to the village, Chen Wuji had exhausted a great deal of his strength. If it weren't for Hua Sanyang's excessively alluring figure, he might have already fallen asleep. And as it turns out, these bedtime stories for children also work on Chen Wuji, a 16-year-old boy with the soul of a 30-year-old. He slept soundly until dawn and was awakened in the early morning by the aroma of food. As soon as he opened his eyes, Xin Yue had already placed a bowl of rice beside his pillow. "Husband, my sister has made fish porridge. Have some first," Xin Yue said softly, her gentle voice like a spring breeze. No one knew what she had done so early in the morning. Her face was slightly flushed, and she didn't dare to look Chen Wuji in the eye. "Young lady, why are you blushing? Did I bully you in my dream?" Chen Wuji teased deliberately when he saw this. When he got out of bed, he noticed the changes in his face every morning and immediately understood. Xin Yue blushed and shook her head. "My husband is only dreaming about bullying me. What do I have to be afraid of?" "Then why are you blushing?" Chen Wuji asked deliberately. Xin Yue lowered her head and said weakly, "I was wondering how my sister bit you last night." "My wife didn't bite me last night," Chen Wuji asked, looking bewildered. After he finished speaking, he realized that this girl was quite fierce. "No." Xin Yue was surprised. "Then pretend I didn't say anything." "No. Tell me what exactly happened," Chen Wuji asked, feigning ignorance. Xin Yue shook her head repeatedly. "I can't say, but if I were to do it, I think I would. "Then demonstrate for me. I want to know," Chen Wuji said excitedly. He really didn't expect Shan Yue to be so unrestrained. A beautiful girl who is outgoing and uninhibited is a rare treasure. "Now? No. Xin Yue's face turned even redder, instantly becoming a translucent peach color. "Try it. I want to know. Teach me." Chen Wuji quickly adopted the demeanor of a 4-year-old child and pleaded in a spoiled manner. A strong man acting coquettishly can cause great harm. She glanced outside embarrassedly and said softly, "But it's broad daylight, and my sister is in the kitchen. I can't. But I want to know what really happened. You've all been keeping it from me and giving me riddles." Chen Wuji's lips twitched. Xin Yue gave up. "Then I'll teach you." Chen Wuji was instantly excited. With a concubine like this, what more could a husband ask for? Xin Yue moved as fast as lightning. Chen Wuji didn't even realize what had happened before Xin Yue blushed and backed away. "Finished." Xin Yue blushed and nodded gently. "Why don't I feel anything?" "You're lying to me again, my little lady," Chen Wuji shouted. "No, I'm going to tell my sister. You're bullying me." Wait. Xin Yue gave in somewhat panicked. "But it is still extremely fast. Is it okay now? It's better than nothing. But can we come again in the future?" Chen Wuji said. "Who would believe that a 17-year-old rich girl would know this? Even though I'm not very skilled, can I practice? We'll see how it goes. If my husband treats me well, I'll give it to him. But if he dares to bully me, I won't give it to him even if you beat me to death," Shen Yue said with a touch of arrogance. In reality, she was so nervous she was about to die. Her heart was pounding like a drum, almost jumping out of her throat. Your husband will definitely love you dearly. He'll love you to death. So try it again, Chen Wuji said with a smile. This small reward wasn't enough for him. He wanted more. Just then, footsteps sounded. Chen Wuji quickly straightened his clothes and saw Sanyang walking in, carrying a forest frog with a stick. Wuji. She came in, glanced at Shen Yue, and asked in confusion, "What did you eat? Why is your face so red?" "Huh, I haven't eaten, but I'm a little hungry," Shen Yue stammered. Hua Sanyang chuckled. "If you're hungry, go eat quickly. Having an appetite is a good thing. It means your stomach is recovering." "Oh." Shen Yue fled in panic, not daring to meet Hua Sanyang's gaze. "That's weird," Hua Sanyang muttered strangely, then said to Chen Wuji, "Wuji, next time, don't bring things like this or crows home. These are really inedible. They'll make people sick." "Wife, this is delicious, very delicious, and it's not a toad." Every year around this time, my father and brothers would specially go up the mountain to look for it. They often couldn't bear to eat it themselves and would save it for me. Chen Wuji forcefully shifted the blame to his father and brothers. Forest frogs couldn't be thrown away. These things were too nutritious. As for the crow, he definitely couldn't eat it. He brought it back just to gamble. What if some crazy person is willing to pay for it? Hua Sanyang was somewhat skeptical. This does look more pleasing to the eye than a toad, but can it really be eaten? "Abel, how did you eat it?" "Just bake it directly, my wife. How come you don't even know this?" I've never even seen it before. What do I know?" "Only you know." "All right, let's try it for lunch." Chen Wuji nodded emphatically. Thankfully, my wife was obedient and listened to my advice today and didn't throw away any of the good stuff again. "You can't eat crows, can you? Why did you bring that thing back?" Hua Sanyang asked. Chen Wuji grinned. "I want to ask that person who eats weasels, do they eat crows?" "People use weasels for medicine. You think they actually eat them? Don't you even know that?" Hua Sanyang couldn't help but laugh. The words Chen Wuji had just thrown out were quickly thrown back at him by her. "I don't understand. If he doesn't eat it, I'll just throw it away later," Chen Wuji snorted. "The young lady is surprisingly vengeful." "Okay, let's give it a try." Hua Sanyang nodded. "By the way, after we eat, let's go to the city. I've prepared all the meat. Let's try to raise enough money for taxes today, so we can pay it ourselves instead of those skinning devils coming to our door demanding tea fees and cart fees." Chapter 27. This is the human world. Chen Wuji experienced the daily routine of the village elders in the early morning. The old men in the village would get up in the morning, wash up, and then sit on the kong, a heated brick bed, waiting for their daughters-in-law to bring them food. They would eat slowly, and only after their daughters-in-law cleared away the dishes would they tidy up and begin their daily routine. Some people don't even wash their faces until after meals. This matter almost made Chen Wuji extremely uncomfortable. This is a microcosm of rural etiquette, but it's really not suitable for his modern soul. After the meal, Chen Wuji packed the snake meat that Hua Sanyang had prepared into a basket, then hung the crow and the weasel around his waist and prepared to set off. Looking up, he saw that Hua Sanyang had also come over with a basket. "What are you looking at?" "I'll carry some too." "Yue, don't go. Stay home and watch the house," Hua Sanyang said, stuffing bundles of snake meat wrapped in banana leaves into her basket. "Wife, can you carry me?" Chen Wuji asked. "How could I not be able to carry you? I carried you on and off the kong the whole time you were lying there." "With a little bit of stuff," Hua Sanyang said. "Let's go." Chen Wuji was speechless. He figured that Hua Sanyang would probably talk about this for the rest of her life. "Come back early. We're having roasted frog for lunch, right?" "I'll clean up," Shen Yue asked. "No need, you just rest." "I'll take care of things when we get back," Hua Sanyang said. "You're so weak, don't even think about doing anything. I won't stop you from doing whatever you want once you've recovered." Shen Yue smiled with her lips pursed, but her eyes suddenly became a little moist. During her time living in the dog kennel, she felt as if she had fallen from the human world to the 18th level of hell. Forced to come here, she discovered that this was the real human world. Warm-hearted people are more beautiful than anything else in the world. Chen Wuji did not notice Shen Yue's unusual behavior. He had already left the courtyard with his basket on his back. "Rest well. If you're really bored, you can sweep or tidy up the house." Hua Sanyang cupped Shen Yue's cheeks and rubbed them a couple of times before hurriedly following Chen Wuji's footsteps. Shen Yue pursed her lips, trying her best to suppress the urge to burst into tears. She should be laughing now. "You must smile." Although they lived in poverty and her husband was a bit foolish, they were both so good to each other. She wasn't sold out by the imperial court. She simply stumbled into a paradise of good fortune. On his way out of the village, Chen Wuji encountered many villagers. Some people drove donkey carts loaded with grain, while others carefully clutched their satchels, hurrying along. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are currently rushing around to collect taxes. As Chen Wuji was about to leave the village, he encountered Chen Bushi and Chen Mule. Chen Mule was driving a donkey cart, while Chen Bushi was riding a mule. How did these two end up running into each other? Chen Wuji muttered to himself. "Little Wuji, get in the cart." Chen Mule called out as he stopped the donkey cart. "We need to enter the city," Chen Wuji said. "I know, your third uncle and I are also going into town." "Come on up," Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji did not refuse and climbed onto Chen Mule's donkey cart with Huasanyang. "Going to town to sell snake meat?" Chen Mule waved his donkey whip and asked casually. "Yes, Uncle Gio, we've never sold snake meat before. What price do you think we could sell it for?" Huasanyang asked, feigning friendliness. Chen Wuji chuckled and said, "I think 6 coins is about right. Don't be like Wuji who sold it for 3 coins last night. That was too much of a loss. Speaking of which, I also took advantage of Wuji last night. Let's teach this kid a lesson." Chen Wuji, "Damn it, how dare you say that to others? Uncle Nine, you're just an old bastard." Wuji didn't even know if snake meat was edible. He just sold it to anyone who wanted it. Huasanyang chuckled, then asked, "What did ninth uncle go to town for today?" "Well, my third brother and I have some things we want to sell, and we'd like to buy some more things and also see if we can collect our taxes. The imperial court cuts into our system every year, and each cut is more ruthless than the last. Life is really tough," Chen Mule said, shaking his head. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "I suddenly remembered something. You and Wuji are married now, right?" Huasanyang nodded shyly. "It was done yesterday. You two should have held a banquet. Why haven't you done anything quietly? It seems the county sent another wife to Wuji yesterday, right? We should do our business together, so we have to follow the proper etiquette and not skip the ceremony," Chen Wuji said. Huasanyang gave a wry smile. "We can't even get past the taxes right now. Where will we find extra money for a wedding banquet? As long as we have the marriage certificate, we can make do with whatever else we can. You two, one is honest and straightforward, the other is too proud to admit it. You should ask us relatives for help with this kind of thing. We can all chip in and get the banquet done." Chen Wuji shook his head, somewhat disdainfully. "When we were poor, everyone did this. When have we poor folks ever been truly wealthy? If we really have to wait until we're rich to have a banquet, then we'll have to wait until the rest of our lives." Huasanyang pursed her lips and remained silent. As a bride, she also wanted a proper wedding, with Suona horns to welcome the bride, a bright red veil, double happiness paper-cut window decorations, and a wedding quilt big enough to cover both of them. But Wuji is like a child. You can't expect her to handle these things on her own, can you? That doesn't seem like a good thing. Chen Wuji listened to their conversation and turned to look into the distance. He had also thought about getting married. However, after considering the family's actual situation, he planned to wait until the taxes were paid off, earn some money, and then give Huasanyang and Xinyue a grand wedding. This family is really too poor right now. He was unaware that in the village, banquets could be organized by pooling money from one household to another. Otherwise, he would definitely arrange a marriage for Huasanyang and Xinyue, even if this fool stopped pretending. No matter how grand a belated wedding is, it can never compare to the present one. It's a pity, but there's no pity. The mistake has already been made. Now we can only try to make up for it. Whether we hold a banquet or not doesn't matter. We can just go to the ancestral hall to kowtow to our ancestors when we get back this afternoon. Chen Bushi suddenly leaned in and slapped Chen Wuji on the head. "Did you hear me? Listen up, uncle. This is my head, not a mule's ass. Don't use so much force," Chen Wuji shouted, clutching his head. This guy was using every ounce of strength he could muster. Chen Bushi laughed heartily. "Your head is better than a mule's ass. You can hear a sound when you slap it." Chen Wuji reached out and slapped the mule hard on the rump. Startled, the mule stumbled and lurched away. "Third uncle, this sound is clearly louder." "You little bastard, you just wait." Chen Bushi, who was nearly thrown off balance, cursed from afar. Chapter 28. The Chen family has a ruthless bandit. Chen Wuji hitched a ride and was suddenly struck by the fact that Chen Bushi was a complete lunatic. This guy is taking advantage of him by pretending to be stupid. He's really going to torture him to death. The two bickered and played around for most of the way, and when they finally calmed down, Chen Wuji suddenly noticed something. They seemed to have gone astray. This isn't the road to the city at all. Ninth uncle, have we taken a wrong path? You two aren't planning to sell us, are you? Chen Wuji jumped up and shouted. Chen Wuji waved his hand. Don't worry, what are you two worth? Your third uncle and I are taking care of some business. We'll take a slightly longer route, but it won't delay your business. Chen Wuji looked around, a little puzzled in his heart. What'd I do here? There are woods on both sides, and in front is the main road leading to the county town from several other villages. It seems that the only convenient place to dig up graves and dump corpses is to sit here comfortably for a good time. The men are here. Chen Wuji suddenly jumped off the mule, tied the reins to a tree, opened the bundle, pulled out 2 knives, and threw one to Chen Mule. Chen Mule took the knife and winked at Chen Wuji. Wuji, keep an eye on the donkey for me. Don't let it run away or bray. To Chen Wuji's astonishment, the 2 uncles from the same clan rushed out of the woods with knives in hand, blocking the 3 fat monks who were walking from a distance, and slashed them several times. The 2 men acted swiftly. After killing the monk, they quickly grabbed his leg and dragged him into the woods. They then carefully cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground before crawling into the woods to search the monk's belongings. Hua Sanyang was terrified by what she saw. Wuji, Uncle 3, and Uncle 9 seemed to be bandits. Should we report them to the authorities? No, we can't report them. These are our uncles from the same clan. But how could they be bandits? Uncle 3 is a scholar, she said incoherently. Chen Wuji grasped Hua Sanyang's small hand. Don't be afraid, my dear wife. Uncle and the others must have killed bad people. They're our own people. Even if they hadn't killed bad people, they wouldn't have done anything to us. Besides, Uncle doesn't look like a good person. It's not surprising that he killed people. But Hua Sanyang's butt was quietly swallowed by the forest breeze as Chen Wuji and Chen Mule returned, and she didn't continue speaking. Chen Wuji walked over and tossed a string of coins to Chen Wuji, saying, let's divide the spoils. These monks are no good. They take advantage of their status to cheat, swindle, steal, and kill. I'll stab them to get some tax money from them. Third uncle, this is great work. It's much better than hunting. Can you teach me? I also have a knife, the kind that can cut a python's neck. It's a family heirloom, and it might even be a brother knife to the one you have. Third uncle, Chen Wuji exclaimed excitedly. Hua Sanyang was startled and quickly grabbed Chen Wuji's arm. Chen Wuji and Chen Wuji stared blankly at Chen Wuji. Get out of my way, Chen Wuji shouted, waving his hand. What are you doing here, getting involved in a business that could cost you your life? Let's go to the county town. We'll have money to buy some wine today. Chen Mule jumped onto the donkey cart and suddenly laughed, but Wuji guessed one thing right. This knife is really a brother's knife. My father made it before he died, one for each family. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji's face darkened immediately. Don't mention your father. Because of those few knives, our Chen family almost got accused of treason, which caused me to lose my official title. If you're going to fight, then fight. Why are you saying things like the future is going to be turbulent? If the Chen family has a knife, then if we can't hold on, the brothers can unite and rebel against them. If we can't win, we can slit our own throats. Chen Wuji never expected there to be such a story. It's hard to believe that the seemingly ordinary Chen family in Shishan village is actually a place that produces talented people. Chen Wuji's father was incredibly far-sighted. He probably had some kind of cheat code before he died. However, it was indeed quite unjust for Chen Wuji to lose his academic title. Chen Wuji chuckled. It's all right. With your level, you definitely wouldn't pass the exam even if you tried. Just tell me, wasn't the knife my dad made good? Chen Wuji glared at Chen Wuji with a dark face and muttered, if you bring this up again, I'll send you to see your father. I'm one of the top students in the whole county. Why couldn't I pass the exam? But back then, the county magistrate's son and the Zhang family's son were with you too. Okay, I won't say anymore. It's just that my father is inhuman. This year, let's not burn paper money for my father. Let him suffer some punishment in the underworld. Chen Mule immediately changed his tune in the face of Chen Wuji's unfriendly gaze. Chen Wuji couldn't help but smile. Uncle 9 was a good helmsman. After this less than harmonious little incident, the group set off again. This time, it was a proper road leading to the county town. Hua Sanyang turned her head and glanced at the place where Chen Wuji and Chen Wuji had just buried the bodies, and asked with some worry, Ninth uncle, the place where you bury people is all fresh soil. It will definitely be discovered. So what if they find out? Who would know it was us? Don't be nervous. The laws of the court have become so lax that they are almost a mere decoration, except for the law on taxes, Chen Wuji said casually. There are plenty of cases where the clerks from the county have killed entire families of villagers for not paying for tea. In just the last month or two, I've heard of 4 or 5 such cases, and when the villagers go to complain to the authorities, they end up getting a beating. It's so dark today. Sanyang gripped Chen Wuji's arm tightly and whispered, "Ninth uncle, Wuji, and I will definitely not tell anyone. You can rest assured." "I know," Chen Wuji said casually, cracking his donkey whip. "You've already divided the spoils, so you're all on the same side. Go ahead and report us to the authorities so they can arrest you." Sanyang was stunned. She glanced at the strings of coins that Chen Wuji was counting one by one, and suddenly felt that they were burning hot. But it seems that no matter how hot it is, I still have to take the money. The sudden transformation of Sanyang from her ordinary, even overly honest, uncle into a ruthless bandit who could kill people more easily than chickens was quite a shock to her. Chen Wuji didn't really take this matter to heart, although what he just said to Chen Bushi was just rambling nonsense. But he had actually considered becoming a ruthless bandit if he couldn't make ends meet. Could this be a secret hidden deep within the Chun family of Shishan village? Are they all ruthless bandits at heart? The cart wheels lurched and rattled along the official road, and soon the low city walls of the county town came into view in the distance. The group successfully entered the city. Chen Wuji and his wife parted ways with Chen Bushi and Chen Mule in the East Market, agreeing to return to the village together at noon. "Wuji, remember this. Don't tell anyone what just happened. You absolutely must keep it a secret." After giving Chen Wuji a few more instructions, Sanyang hurried to the coffin shop at the East Market, next to which was the county's execution ground. Chapter 29, The Corpse Stitcher. Chen Wuji was seen as a fool by others, but he wasn't really a fool. If word gets out that he's going to be beheaded, he might be the next one forced to kneel at the East Market entrance. He didn't want his passionate blood to become one of the stained bloodstains on the execution platform. But Sanyang was still a little worried and would quietly remind her whenever she remembered. She genuinely treated Chen Wuji like a child, afraid that he might accidentally let something slip. "Wife, I'm not stupid. If you keep reminding me like this, you let it slip first. Let's not tell anyone right now. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Anyway, I've never admitted to wetting the bed when I was a child, so I won't tell anyone, and no one will know," Chen Wuji said helplessly. Sanyang was extremely nervous. Sanyang chuckled dryly. "That's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll buy you something delicious later." "What delicious food is it? Is it as good as what my wife gave me last night?" Chen Wuji asked with a grin. Last night, he only managed to do this much. He hadn't eaten for long before Sanyang forcibly isolated him. Sanyang suddenly blushed. She lightly tapped Chen Wuji on the head and scolded him. "Don't talk nonsense like that. I didn't give you anything to eat last night, understand?" "Oh," Chen Wuji grinned and muttered. "But if my wife is going to buy me something delicious, I don't want anything else. I just want the one I ate last night. That was delicious." Sanyang shook her head helplessly. "I really can't do anything with you. I'll see how you perform today. If you do well, I'll give it to you." "Really? That's a deal. I'll do whatever my wife asks me to do today, without hesitation," Chen Wuji exclaimed excitedly. "Fortunately, although my wife is often forgetful, at least she keeps her word. This is something that deserves high praise. Keep your voice down." Sanyang blushed and tugged at Chen Wuji's arm as the two entered the coffin shop. The coffin shop was filled with coffins, big and small, thick and thin, noble and cheap, arranged in rows and rows, like a coffin maze. When Chen Wuji and his companion entered, the skinny, seemingly soulless coffin shop owner was busy at work. He sat on a bench, holding a round piece of wood in his hands, creating a drawing based on a portrait. 2 men were also surrounding him, occasionally pointing out to the coffin shop owner what was different and needed adjustment. In the corner, on a wooden table, stained with years of blood, lay a man whose head was covered with a straw mat. Chen Wuji glanced at it briefly and roughly understood what was going on. The person lying there must have accidentally knocked off their head. The coffin shop owner is carving a wooden model based on the portrait. The image he was comparing it to was a hunting warrant. The identity of the person lying there is then immediately obvious. He was probably a fugitive who had just been executed, but I don't know why he lost his head. Just as Chen Wuji was engrossed in watching, his eyes were suddenly covered by a pair of delicate little hands. "Wuji, don't look. My wife, let's wait outside first." Chen Wuji was somewhat touched. With a wife who takes care of him at all times, What reason does he have not to work hard? Missing out on a woman like this would be a lifelong regret. Just then, the coffin shop owner noticed the two of them put down the wooden head he was holding and came over. Young master, you're really skilled. You actually managed to hunt a weasel. My place isn't very nice or clean, so please wait a moment at the door while I go get the money. The coffin shop owner glanced at Chen Wuji's waist, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Hua Sanyang responded and led Chen Wuji out. The two waited outside for only a short while before the coffin shop owner came out. He gave a somewhat stiff smile, handed the money pouch to Chen Wuji, and said, 300 coins. I had already strung them together. You can count them. Perhaps because he dealt with the dead all the time, he also carried a strong sense of Yin energy. Even when he laughs, it's a sinister laugh. I need these weasels all year round. If you hunt any, just bring them here. Don't worry about wasting your time. The coffin shop owner said. Chen Wuji nodded. Do you want as many as you want? Yes, as long as you don't send me hundreds at once. A few dozen will do. The transaction was completed quickly, with money exchanged for goods. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hua Sanyang asked, Shopkeeper, what happened to that person? The prisoner was just executed this morning. A wild dog snatched his head, and I couldn't get it back. These days, even wild dogs are clever. They know they can get a good meal by guarding the execution ground. There's nothing I can do but carve one out of wood for them, the coffin maker said with a sneer and a shake of his head. All right, you can leave now. My place isn't clean, so I won't keep you for a cup of tea. Chen Wuji picked up the crow hanging from his waist. Do you want this? The coffin shop owner glanced at it, and his already dark face instantly turned even darker. You don't actually think I like eating this kind of irritating stuff, do you? I don't know. I'm just asking, Chen Wuji said. What if? I think you should just throw this thing away. You went through all that trouble hunting, so I should give you a little something to make sure your efforts weren't for nothing. But your misunderstanding of me has made me a little angry, so I won't give you that compensation, the coffin shop owner said very honestly. Chen Wuji quite liked his frankness. If you don't want this, there's really no need to pay for it, he nodded and said. Wait a minute. The coffin shop owner, with a long face, pulled out 3 coins from his sleeve and threw them to Chen Wuji. This is just to buy you a cup of tea. It's not a trouble fee. I would never pay you a trouble fee for these few blackbirds. Chen Wuji grinned. Thank you, boss. What the hell is this, boss? I'm a mortician who also sells coffins, the coffin shop owner cursed. Chen Wuji's misunderstanding made him seem quite depressed. Thank you, mortician and coffin seller. Chen Wuji thanked him, put away the money, took Hua Sanyang's hand, and left. This place is definitely not a place for normal people to stay. Staying here for too long makes one feel psychologically uncomfortable. After paying the market tax at the gate not far from the coffin shop, Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang carried baskets into the East Market. Today doesn't seem to be a good day. There are relatively few pedestrians and merchants in the East Market. Hua Sanyang found a stall, and the two of them put down their baskets and started shouting like others. Without Chen Bushi's endorsement, Chen Wuji could only follow Hua Sanyang's lead and loudly hawk the python meat. The gimmick of python meat was quite strong. As soon as they set up their stall, a lot of onlookers gathered around. But it's still similar to selling deer meat before. There are many onlookers, but very few actual buyers. Even if this time Chen Wuji's price is only 1 coin different from pork. Most of the people who gathered around believed that python meat was inedible and poisonous, and suggested that Chen Wuji dump it into a stinking dish. Chen Wuji almost wanted to punch someone when he heard this. A bunch of heartless people who don't understand anything and still want to cut off people's livelihood. Chapter 30 finally has a surplus. Chen Wuji's business is ridiculously slow today. It wasn't until noon that they had sold 48 coins, which was equivalent to selling 8 caddies of snake meat. However, Chen Wuji is not so nervous now. Although snake meat didn't sell very well, we managed to collect enough tax money. The income from selling snake meat last night and today, plus the 300 coins from the weasel, and the 200 coins my third uncle gave me this morning as a share of the spoils, after paying taxes, left me with a surplus of about 80 coins. Although it wasn't much, the millet that Hua Sanyang had been longing for should be enough to exchange for about 20 caddies. However, Chen Wuji's other plans could not be carried out. Wuji, if it really doesn't work, we can take it home and eat it ourselves. I'll ask around to see if we can smoke the snake meat and make it into cured meat. This snake should be enough for our family to eat for a few months. Hua Sanyang looked listless and spoke weakly. The fact that the snake meat didn't sell dampened her spirits. Chen Wuji nodded. Since no one wanted this, he could only take it home and eat it himself. Huasanyang kicked away a pebble at her feet, dejected, and muttered, "Snake meat is clearly delicious. How could they think it's poisonous? None of them know its value." Chen Wuji chuckled. Prejudice in people's hearts is higher than a mountain. He also thought crabs and giant salamanders were delicious, but in Huasanyang's eyes, one was an object for warding off evil spirits, and the other was a very scary evil spirit in the mountains. If her head wasn't chopped off, just looking at that thing would terrify her. Let's wait a little longer. If we haven't sold them by noon, we'll go home and stop selling them. Huasanyang said, "If we can't sell them, I'll eat them to death. This snake will definitely last for 2 months, not to mention any other time." Chen Wuji nodded. This is a huge creature weighing over 200 pounds. If its body hadn't been so smooth, he might not have been able to bring it down the mountain yesterday. Even if he ate snake meat every meal, it would probably last him for 2 months without any problem. As the two were talking, 2 figures suddenly blocked the front of the stall. "What kind of wild game are you selling?" "A python, just hunted yesterday, very fresh," Huasanyang said, perking up instantly. The stocky middle-aged man reached out and took a piece. As he untied the banana leaf, he suddenly hissed softly, "Were you the ones who sold deer meat the other day?" Chen Wuji looked closely and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this the guy who took all my carrying poles?" The guy had changed his clothes and shaved. He almost didn't recognize him. "Oh, it's you, sir. I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you." "It's us." Huasanyang recognized the newcomers and quickly apologized. "You hunted it?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Wuji. "It's me," Chen Wuji said. "Want some to try?" "What's there to taste?" "I often eat snake meat, but it's not the season right now. Snake soup is better in winter." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "However, you're quite capable, lad. It's truly rare to be able to hunt down a giant python that's about to transform into a dragon. Someone come here, carry him away." The servant standing beside him hesitated for a moment, then said with a mournful face, "Steward How, these are 2 baskets. I can't carry them by myself. Would you mind doing me the work? I don't want to be bothered. If you don't want me to beat you to death, just hire someone else." Butler House snorted. The servant lowered his head and quickly ran to the side to help the laborers. Butler House shook his head and said, "You flatter me. None of the servants I keep at home have any sense of propriety. They eat bucket after bucket of food every day, but they only grow tall and don't learn a single trick in the book." Huasanyang didn't know how to respond, so she could only smile awkwardly from the side. "We should eat pig's heart. 12 pigs' hearts open the heart orifices," Chen Wuji said. "There's such a saying, and it works?" Butler How asked, somewhat surprised. "I don't know, my third uncle told me. He always likes to brag in front of me, always calling himself a scholar, but now he's farming at home. But his crops are very good, more than anyone else's," Chen Wuji said. Upon hearing this, Butler How immediately lost interest. A bunch of servants, so be it if they're not cunning. Being too cunning is not a good thing. This old man will just have to work harder every day. No sooner had he finished speaking than the servant came over with a laborer. The 2 of them carried Chen Wuji and Huasanyang's baskets on their backs respectively, and then stood behind Steward How. Steward How took out a bulging money bag from his sleeve, counted out a large handful of copper coins, and then handed the rest of the money bag to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji was a little confused. "Brother, you didn't seem to ask the price, did you? Is it appropriate to pay without even asking the price?" "I'm leaving." Butler How waved his hand and walked away unsteadily with his hands behind his back. "Chen Wuji, this is the first time I've ever seen people do business this way. Wuji, let me count how much money we have." He didn't even ask the price or let us weigh it. And he even took the basket with him. "Don't let this man rip us off," Huasanyang said after the man had gone far away. Chen Wuji smiled bitterly to himself. "My ancestor, you should have said that directly on the spot. Even if they pay less now, it seems there's nothing you can do about it." Huasanyang seems to have some degree of social anxiety. However, that person probably didn't cheat anyone. Chen Wuji just weighed the money bag in his hand. It definitely contained at least 600 coins. Last time, that Butler House showed off his ability to weigh things by sight to Chen Wuji. He must have already figured out how many kilograms of snake meat there were. The only problem is that he didn't even ask the price, so we don't know how much he paid. Huasanyang took the money bag, put it behind Chen Wuji, and used Chen Wuji's tall stature to block her view while she secretly counted the money. This market is a mixed bag. Once money is exposed, it's easy for others to covet it. "Wuji, it seems he gave too much," A full 700 coins, Sanyang said in a low voice. Chen Wuji understood. They charged 7 coins per pound, plus the cost of 2 baskets. The snake meat totaled 106 jin. After deducting the 8 jin they sold in the morning, there were still 98 jin left. 7 coins a pound equals 686 coins. The remaining 14 coins might leave 3 or 4 coins for the 2 baskets, which would be just right. Wife, that man has his own prices when he buys things. I can tell just by looking at them. Don't you understand? The guy can weigh things with his eyes. He definitely knows what he's doing, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Doing business with this person requires putting up some assets. We should probably buy more baskets and carrying baskets, maybe 10 or so, and deliver them to him every day. Sanyang patted Chen Wuji's nape with her soft little hand and said teasingly, Wuji is even more capable than me. That's great. You even prepared 10 or so sets. Do you think you can run into that person every day? These 2 times, we were just lucky. Chen Wuji disagreed. That man was clearly the steward of a wealthy family, out to purchase food for the household. As for why the man didn't suggest that Chen Wuji deliver the goods to his door next time, but instead wanted to buy them at the market, perhaps it was for the sake of freshness, or perhaps it was to prove to the head of the family that he hadn't taken any kickbacks. Anyway, Chen Wuji felt that he and this person were already connected, and there would definitely be opportunities to cooperate again next time. Chapter 31 Consumption. Consumption is a must. Finally, I have money. After calculating the total profit, Chen Wuji let out a long sigh in his heart. Since transmigrating, the enormous taxes have been like a huge mountain, weighing him down as he transmigrated. With only 10 coins in savings, facing a tax of 1,600 coins, it was like a poor family with only 2 acres of land and no other income dreaming of getting their son married. Although Chen Wuji didn't show it, his head was almost always swollen. Now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After paying the taxes to the imperial court, he still had about 700 coins left. There's finally something to look forward to. Wuji, we should buy 2 baskets and a pair of carrying baskets first, because we're completely out of things to carry. We also need to prepare some ointments for you. It breaks my heart to see you like this, Sanyang whispered gently in Chen Wuji's ear. Chen Wuji simply nodded in agreement. Yesterday's battle with the python left him with countless scrapes and cuts. The injuries weren't serious, but they were still incredibly painful. If it weren't for taking advantage of Sanyang last night, he would have slept sitting up. Besides these, we also need to buy some millet. We don't have much money, so let's buy 50 caddies first. With the rest, we'll buy you a pair of shoes and prepare an undergarment for Yue. She's been wearing just a ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, all day, which is a bit shabby. Chen Wuji was suddenly stunned. Shin Yue had been in neutral the whole time? He didn't notice at all. The linen skirt was so deceptive. He completely missed such a beautiful view without noticing anything. In that instant, Chen Wuji suddenly felt a pang of regret for missing out on millions. And what about yours? Chen Wuji asked. Sanyang chuckled. I don't need anything. You only have this one dress, and it's almost torn from washing. You have to choose one for yourself first. I don't want my wife to be seen naked on the street because her dress is torn, Chen Wuji said. Sanyang chuckled helplessly. What? How could it be so easy? Although hemp cloth is the cheapest fabric, it is very durable. I can wear it for another 2 or 3 years without any problem. Chen Wuji tugged at the gash on Sanyang's shoulder. Are you really trying to fool me? Look at the state of things. Putting everything else aside, this gash could very well tear open and expose my food. Wouldn't it be bad if that stuff was exposed? Sanyang blushed suddenly, and she gently slapped Chen Wuji's hand away. There are people coming and going. Don't talk nonsense, that's not something you can eat. Anyway, if I think it's delicious, then it's delicious to me. Not only is it delicious, but it's also fun and soft, Chen Wuji chuckled. It feels so good to be a fool. We should continue to do so. Sanyang quickly covered Chen Wuji's mouth. You damned Wuji, stop talking. I'll buy it. Chen Wuji then smiled with satisfaction. The 2 first bought a pair of baskets and 2 carrying baskets from a mobile stall in the East Market before heading straight to the clothing shop. The shop was filled with all kinds of clothes and fabrics, from brightly colored silk brocades with various patterns to hemp cloths in only 3 colors, green, gray, and brown. Sanyang only glanced at it briefly before focusing her attention on the hemp cloth dress. Shopkeeper, how much is this? She was too embarrassed to take it directly, so she just pointed and asked the shopkeeper. The The shopkeeper, who was over 50 years old but had a ruddy complexion and gray hair, was using a feather duster to brush the dust off the fabric. Perhaps because Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang's clothes were too ordinary, he showed no enthusiasm for customers entering the shop. He glanced at them casually and quoted a price, 100 coins. Hua Sanyang suddenly pulled her outstretched hand back. Wuji, this is too expensive. Just buy one for Yue. I won't buy it. Buy it. Chen Wuji grabbed Hua Sanyang's shoulder and pressed his hand against the wound. You silly child, stop fooling around. No, I have to buy it. The shopkeeper put down the feather duster and moved over very slowly. If you're short on money, don't buy ready-made clothes. Buy a bolt of cloth and make your own. One bolt of cloth costs 120 coins. You can make 2 skirts and still have some money left over. Hua Sanyang was a little embarrassed. The fabric is indeed more cost-effective, but unfortunately, I don't know how to do needlework. Shopkeeper, can you give me a discount? Look at her dress. If it gets any more tattered, she won't dare to go out. I often run around shirtless, but I can't let her do that. I'm afraid some bad guys will see her. Chen Wuji said at the right moment. 95 coins, that's the cheapest price. Do you think it's easy for an old man like me to sew this garment by lamplight? It takes me 3 years to make just one, the shopkeeper said after a moment's thought. You said 80 coins? I think 80 coins is all right. I want 2 nice ones, Chen Wuji shouted. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. What kind of ears do you have? 95 coins. Hua Sanyang quickly apologized, saying, Shopkeeper, please don't take it to heart. My husband is simple-minded, like a little child. Just treat him like a child. Chen Wuji suddenly clenched his chest and said, Wife, I'm taller than you. Not small at all. Yes, Wuji is tall and strong. He's already a real man. Hua Sanyang smiled and coaxed him a couple of times before turning to the shopkeeper again and saying, Shopkeeper, can you give me a discount? The shopkeeper gave him a deep look, then suddenly sighed. You've had a tough time too. Here, take the 90 coins. Your hands are so clean, don't worry about getting your clothes dirty. Pick something yourself. Thank you. I would also like a set of undergarments. How much would that cost? Hua Sanyang said with a smile. Do you still want linen? The shopkeeper asked. Hua Sanyang nodded. I don't have much money, so I dare not dream of fine silks and satins. Use silk cloth instead. Don't worry about the extra few coins. Linen is such a stiff material that women wear close to their skin. Do you want to turn your skin into stone? The shopkeeper said. Silk cloth is 40 coins for 2 pawns. Underwear. Linen is 20 coins. I'll give you a discount. Take it for 35 coins. I want silk. 2 sets, shopkeeper. Wrap them up quickly. Chen Wuji shouted. Linen is okay to wear on the outside, but when worn next to the skin, it's practically sandpaper. Just thinking about it makes him feel uncomfortable all over. This is a sum of money we absolutely cannot skimp on. Chapter 32, You Have Corvée Labor. After a series of witty remarks, Chen Wuji finally persuaded Hua Sanyang to take down 2 sets of double dang. She and Xin Yue each wore 1 set. A light green hemp cloth ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, 2 sets of 2 pawns, plus Chen Wuji's shoes, totaling 191. Although Hua Sanyang's face was practically contorted with pain when she paid, Chen Wuji still saw genuine and clear joy in her eyes when she held the clothes in her hands. In those impoverished days, even the cheapest piece of clothing would be a great surprise for Hua Sanyang. Hua Sanyang carefully wrapped the dress and put it in her basket, then dragged Chen Wuji to the grain shop. Millet that cost 3 coins a pound just a few days ago has suddenly risen to 4 coins today. Hua Sanyang, whose lips were constantly curved into a smile because of a new dress, instantly slumped when she saw the grain price sign. She muttered softly, Why did the price suddenly go up? The shop assistant peeked out from the side and sneered. There's a severe drought in the north, so of course grain prices are going up. And they'll only go up more. What's the point? Buy early and you'll make a profit. Don't even think about waiting for prices to drop. You might starve before prices even come down. Give me 50 caddies of millet, Hua Sanyang said after a moment's hesitation. Okay, please wait a moment. 50 caddies of millet were quickly brought out through a small door on the side. The servant smiled and handed over a scale. 205 coins for the millet, 200 coins for the sack. Hua Sanyang paid the money with a pained expression. Looking at the nearly empty copper coins in her purse, she felt as if her soul was about to be sucked away. This little bit of money was earned by that fool Wuji with his life. While Hua Sanyang was paying, Chen Wuji reached to the bottom of the grain bag and grabbed a handful of millet. He checked its quality and worried that there might be some contraband mixed in with the grain. That servant had a treacherous and dishonest look on his face. However, the grain was relatively clean and there were no stones or other contaminants mixed in. After confirming that there were no problems, Chen Wuji tied up the bag and put the millet into the basket. Wuji, let's go buy you medicine, and then hurry up and pay the taxes. I don't feel at ease keeping this money on me all the time, Hua Sanyang said to Chen Wuji with a hint of unease as they left the grain shop. Chen Wuji responded. There was no paper money in this era. The mainstream currency was copper coins. Moreover, all the denominations were one coin, with no larger denominations. 1,000 coins strung together can be used as a necklace, which is quite heavy and makes a jingling sound when you walk, so it is not very convenient to wear. Some wealthy families would use silver. A small tael of silver could be worth 1,000 coins that Hua Sanyang carried. But ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to handle silver. They never even had a chance to exchange the money in their hand for silver. The county government office is not far from the East Market. It's just a short walk away. When Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang arrived, many people were queuing up to pay their taxes. There were two ways to pay taxes during the Yu dynasty. The most direct and simplest method is to pay all taxes in cash, regardless of the type. It's so simple and convenient that you can either wait at home for the clerk to come and collect the tax, or bring it to the county government office to pay yourself. Another option was to pay in cash plus grain, which was much more complicated. People had to go to the county government office first to pay the cash portion, and then take the receipt to the official granary to pay the grain. With this method, if there are people queuing, it may not even be finished in a day. Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang joined the queue at the end. After waiting for almost half an hour, it was finally their turn. Hua Sanyang told the clerk her place of origin and showed him her household registration certificate. After reviewing the tax register, the clerk began to calculate the specific amount of taxes that Chen Wuji's family needed to pay. This took a while. It dragged on for quite some time. Once the money was settled, everything became simple. Collect the money, issue a receipt, and it was done. The 1,580 coins that were just clinking on Hua Sanyang's body disappeared into the small tuck next to the clerk in an instant. That thing was like a gold-devouring beast. It swallowed them whole, barely making a sound. Chen Wuji carefully put away the note and prepared to leave with Hua Sanyang, but the clerk suddenly called out to them. He circled the name on the register with his brush and asked, "Chen Wuji from Shishan village, right?" "Yes," Chen Wuji replied. "At the beginning of next month, you've been assigned to the county seat to dredge the canal. Should you send people or hand over the labor fees?" the clerk asked. Chen Wuji instantly wanted to curse. "Are you fucking never going to stop? We just paid 1,580 coins, and now you're causing this trouble again?" Chen Wuji happened to know about the canal dredging project, which was considered a particularly dangerous and perilous task. Several people from Shishan village died while dredging the canal, and their bodies were never found. When Hua Sanyang saw Chen Wuji clench his fist, she quickly grabbed him and politely asked the clerk, "Sir, how much is the substitute service fee?" 300 coins. The clerk seemed to be used to this situation. He still held the brush steadily in his right hand, but when Chen Wuji changed his expression, he grabbed the scabbard on the table with his left hand. Thank you, Hua Sanyang said hurriedly. The clerk didn't even lift his eyelids, and simply said indifferently, "Don't even think about getting angry with me. This is the rule of the court, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. And you shouldn't even think about making things difficult for me either. I'm not afraid to tell you that the number of people who die here in a year is more than the number of people who die at the execution ground in the East Market." "Thank you, officer. We'll pay the service fee at the end of the month." Hua Sanyang said thank you. After the clerk gave a perfunctory to indicate that he understood, she quickly pulled Chen Wuji out of the office. "Silly Wuji, how could you get angry in a place like that? You could really get your head chopped off." Hua Sanyang gripped Chen Wuji's arm tightly, almost with all her might. Chen Wuji chuckled. "Wife, I just think that guy's too much of a bully. He just took our money, and now he wants more. He's worse than an animal. He's completely exploited our local crops, cutting them once, and then planning how to harvest them again before they've even grown back. This is the rule of the imperial court, and it's been like this for many years. Let's go, and don't even think about doing anything here, unless you want me to be a widow again," Hua Sanyang said angrily. She seemed genuinely angry this time. Her face was terribly pale. Chen Wuji felt a little sad. When he was angry, he really wanted to punch that bastard to death. But it only lasted for a moment, and he quickly figured it out. What's the point of beating a low-ranking official? This was the idea of the emperor and his ministers in the capital. Beating up a minor official was only a temporary solution. Not only would it cost them their own lives, but it would also implicate Huasanyang and Chen Wuji. With beautiful wives and concubines, gentle and charming, he is no longer a rough and willful man who can act recklessly. Chapter 33, The County Magistrate's Chicken. On the way back, Chen Wuji didn't see the slightest smile on Huasanyang's face. But I wasn't angry with him. I was just arguing with my own internal conflicting beliefs. She kept muttering that if she hadn't sold that set of 2 pawns, she could have raised enough money for substitute service today. Once again, by sheer coincidence, the copper coins they had left were 15 coins short of the amount needed to subdue the Vajra. Seeing her like this, Chen Wuji said helplessly, "Wife, you really shouldn't have sold me medicine. I still have more than 350 coins left over. Your undergarments are only worth a few dollars. The real expense is my ointment." That little bit of plaster was worth a full 70 coins. Even if it weren't truly necessary, Chen Wuji would still feel a sharp pang of regret. The price of this medicine is almost equivalent to his entire life's earnings. What nonsense are you talking about? I can go without wearing an undergarment, but can you go without the ointment? Huasanyang rolled her eyes. I can tolerate everything else, but I can't delay treating your illness. But the money's already been spent. What's the use of your long face? My wife, do you want to suffer to death? And then make me suffer to death, Chen Wuji said. Anyway, no matter what you say, I just think your undergarments are more effective than my ointment. Without undergarments, you're too conspicuous. Huasanyang, embarrassed and annoyed, punched Chen Wuji lightly and asked nervously, "Is it really that obvious?" "Anyway, you can tell if you look closely," Chen Wuji said. Huasanyang looked at it carefully again and even secretly tried it with her hand. Finally, she gave up her regretful mutterings. It has seemed to be quite obvious. This guy seems to have grown up recently. Finally, some oil appeared in the bowl, but it didn't spread to other places. It seemed to have come here first. Outside the city, Chen Wuji and his companion met up with Chen Bushi and Chen Mule. They seemed to have been out of town for quite a while, and they had almost finished eating the chicken. These 2 rough and unrestrained humans lit a fire in the forest and roasted a chicken on the spot. The 2 of them shared a chicken and a pot of wine. Their simple life made Chen Wuji a little envious. So this is what life is like for ruthless bandits. You've finally arrived. Come on, have something to eat before we continue our journey. Chen Bushi greeted them. Without any hesitation, Chen Wuji sat down, tore off the last chicken leg, and handed it to Huasanyang, saying, "Wife, here, there's a big chicken leg." Huasanyang was a little embarrassed and said shyly, "The chicken leg should be given to Uncle San and Uncle Gio." "Eat up. This was originally saved for you," Chen Bushi said with a smile. Huasanyang then stopped being modest and took a very small bite of chicken. Chen Wuji wasn't embarrassed at all and openly boasted about it. "Young man, how does it taste?" "This is the county magistrate's chicken," Chen Mule asked with a smile. The chicken that Huasanyang had just put in her mouth but hadn't swallowed, yet instantly froze in her mouth. "Is this the magistrate's chicken? Does the county magistrate also raise chickens?" Chen Wuji asked. "He's raising it to prove he's honest and self-reliant, not relying on the common people for food and drink." Chen Bushi sneered. "Tell me, how does it taste? Your 9th uncle and I both think this chicken has a bit too much of a gamey smell." Chen Wuji shook his head. "I didn't smell any fishy smell. It's just that this chicken doesn't seem to have eaten enough. It's skinny, the meat is a bit dry, and it doesn't taste good. The county magistrate doesn't take care of raising chickens. Such a high-ranking official can't even feed a single chicken properly. If the chickens are full, what will the county magistrate eat?" "You're a bit silly, kid." Chen Bushi laughed. Chen Wuji retorted, "Third uncle, if you call me stupid again, I'll get angry. I'm not stupid. If the chickens are full, the magistrate will eat the chickens. Isn't chicken meat tastier than grain?" Chen Bushi and Chen Mule exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Whether the county magistrate prefers chicken or grain is a question that really needs to be investigated. Huasanyang was terrified after eating a chicken leg. She asked cautiously, "Third uncle, how did you get this chicken?" "I brought these with me when I paid the taxes. The county magistrate really doesn't take good care of these chickens. They've all run from the back coop to the front, clucking and wandering around aimlessly. So I just brought them over," Chen Bushi said casually. "Eat without worry. No one will notice." Huasanyang dared not eat it with peace of mind. The meat got stuck in her throat. "Wife, let's eat." What are you afraid of? If anyone's going to be beheaded, it'll be Uncle 3 and Uncle 9. We didn't even know this chicken was raised by the county magistrate, Chen Wuji said hastily. Chen Wuji, his eyelids drooping, chuckled and cursed. That rascal is right. Even if the magistrate were to chop up a chicken, it would be ours. Don't worry, you can eat it. This meat is really killing me. Hua Sanyang looked up at the sky speechlessly and muttered softly. Chen Wuji ate heartily and was thoroughly full. However, after eating that chicken leg, Hua Sanyang refused to eat anymore. The meat was delicious, but it almost choked her to death. Even though she's not as nervous now, she doesn't want to eat anymore. She had been married in a Shishan village for 2 years, but only today did she realize that she knew nothing about the Chen family. Today was the first day she had met these 2 uncles from the same clan. After a hearty meal, Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang rode in Chen Mule's donkey cart, returning to the village with Chen Bushi and Chen Mule. This time, Chen Luozi's donkey didn't wander off to other places. It walked steadily towards the village. On the way, the group talked about taxes, and Hua Sanyang casually asked about corvée labor. As it turned out, she was furious when she asked. It turns out that Shishan village is exempt from corvée labor this year. The village closest to them in terms of corvée labor is their neighbor, Dongshan village. But Chen Wuji happened to be subject to corvée labor. This was probably the work of the village head, Chen Luozi said. What's there to doubt? It must be him. Wuji only had a grudge against these 2 brothers, and he had no dealings with those people in the county government. How could he have offended them? Chen Bushi rode backwards on the mule, holding a wine jar in his hand. After speaking, he tilted his head back and took a swig, then vigorously wiped the wine-stained corners of his mouth. Hua Sanyang was so angry that she trembled. After a long while, she suddenly said, "Third uncle, 9th uncle, can I ask you for a favor? Help us kill the village head and Yuan Lao heir. We'll pay whatever it takes. Don't even think about it. Impossible." Chen Bushi and Chen Luozi both firmly refused. Why? Hua Sanyang asked. My lady, Chen Wuji said, the village head is an official. After all, even eating the county magistrate's chicken carries the risk of being beheaded. So killing the county magistrate's dog would definitely get you beheaded. Hua Sanyang's sudden remark startled him. This young woman can be quite ruthless when she gets angry. She even dares to think about killing someone. That silly boy has suddenly become smart. You're absolutely right, Chen Bushi said. Moreover, if the village head is killed, the county government will first investigate those who have a grudge against him, and they will find this foolish boy first. They are very good at extracting confessions through torture. Chapter 34, please have your uncle kill someone. Hua Sanyang was somewhat unwilling. Both of you uncles are extraordinary talents. Don't you have any ideas at all? Let's discuss this together, but we definitely can't avoid paying the service fee this time. We still have to pay it. Chen Bushi didn't give a direct refusal, but offered a relatively tactful explanation. Thank you. If you 2 uncles need a deposit, we still have some snake meat at home that can be used as a deposit temporarily. As for the rest, we'll have to wait a few days and let Wuji go up the mountain to collect some more. Hua Sanyang looked at Chen Wuji with some heartache and said gently. Chen Bushi waved his hand. We're all family, what are you saying? No deposit or reward needed, just that this silly boy makes a good harvest in the mountains and occasionally comes to treat us to some snacks with his drinks. Chen Wuji was extremely frustrated. He shouldn't have let Chen Bushi know that he was pretending to be stupid. That guy kept teasing him relentlessly. That old scholar, with his twisted sense of humor, is utterly inhuman. Hua Sanyang insisted. I still hope that you 2 uncles can ask for some compensation. Otherwise, this favor is too great. But I like human relationships, don't you think? Silly boy. Chen Bushi smiled and glanced at Chen Wuji, then suddenly lashed the mule with his whip. I'm leaving now. You guys can take your time getting back. Talking about money is incredibly annoying. Chen Luozi shook his head helplessly. Actually, I'm annoyed too, but you 2 are on my cart, and I can't run away. So, niece-in-law, you'd better not say anything, or I'll just abandon the donkey cart and run away myself. Hua Sanyang smiled wryly and had no choice but to give up on the topic. The donkey cart lurched and lurched to the village entrance, where Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang got off with their belongings. Regarding the schemes that Yuan Lao heir and his brother had plotted against him, Chen Wuji actually had his own plans and did not intend to use Chen Bushi and Chen Luozi. These 2 are his own people, and they are clearly willing to help him. But as Hua Sanyang said, it's very difficult to repay favors. If you can solve something yourself, don't rely on favors. Seeing his gloomy face, Hua Sanyang suddenly reached out and took Chen Wuji's arm. Wuji, things will be resolved, so don't worry. Chen Wuji was lost in thought, which led Hua Sanyang to misunderstand. I'm not worried. How can you tell I'm worried? I'm just a little sleepy. This blazing sun is making my eyes feel heavy. I wonder if there's any way to peel off a little bit of the sun's outer layer so it won't be so hot, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Hua Sanyang was amused by Chen Wuji's silly words. Then you probably have to cultivate immortality. I heard that immortals can refine elixirs on the sun, so maybe you can do some of that. Otherwise, there's no way. As she spoke, she reached out and pushed open the courtyard gate. The scene before them left both of them stunned. Their old courtyard seems to have been revitalized. The potholes in the yard were filled in, the weeds were cleared away, and even the uneven walls, which were covered with weeds, were smoothed out. The steps were so clean they looked brand new. They must have been washed with water. Chen Wuji had disliked this old courtyard for a long time. It was so dirty and dilapidated. The courtyard didn't look like a place where anyone lived. After transmigrating, he was constantly busy making money, and he didn't have a moment to spare. Hua Sanyang was a clean person, but unfortunately, she had to take care of this fool and find a way to feed the two of them. No matter how dirty or messy the courtyard was, she couldn't find time to tidy it up, except for the fact that she couldn't stand the sight of it. At this moment, Shen Yue heard the noise, and with her two little hands covered in mud, she hurriedly ran out of the room. Husband, sister, you're back. Let me wash my hands and help you with your things. No need. What are you doing? Hua Sanyang said. Shen Yue was a little embarrassed. I got some mud on me and wanted to patch up the wall. I told you to rest properly. Why are you always finding things to do for yourself? Hua Sanyang scolded. She's a woman who can't sit still. I think with her energy, she'll definitely consummate the marriage tonight. You should teach me about this first, Chen Wuji joked. Both women blushed simultaneously, and Hua Sanyang said irritably, You've been thinking about this all along, haven't you? Of course. The wedding night is the most important day. How could I not be thinking about it? My wife, don't try to fool me. My third uncle said that a man who hasn't consummated his marriage can't be considered a real man, Chen Wuji said confidently. Hua Sanyang was taken aback. You even told third uncle about this? He asked that. Silly Wuji, this is a private matter for our family, and you can't just tell anyone. Especially the things I'm going to teach you in the future, you absolutely can't tell anyone. Understand? Otherwise, I won't teach you. Hua Sanyang solemnly instructed. Oh, then you teach me first. I can't teach it these next few days. Let's do it in a few more days. Sister, how about I teach you? I roughly know how to consummate the marriage, so at least Wuji won't go to the wrong place. Shen Youwei's face was flushed, so shy that even the tips of her ears glowed with a crystal-clear pink luster, and her eyes were so watery that they were captivating. Hua Sanyang stopped Shen Yue, who had volunteered, saying, Your health is too fragile. You should rest for a couple of days. That kind of thing is too exhausting. Let Wuji wait a few more days. Good things come to those who wait. Don't hurt your body just to satisfy his curiosity. I'm almost there too, Shen Yue said weakly, her voice barely audible. Hua Sanyang adopted the demeanor of a legal wife, saying, Don't insist on this anymore. Just listen to me. Wuji, don't worry. I will definitely teach you after these few days. Chen Wuji was just teasing Shen Yue on purpose, without any intention of actually doing anything. He'd already waited so many days, so he wasn't in a hurry for the next 2 or 3. Yue, come in and try on the new undergarment your husband bought for you, Hua Sanyang greeted with a smile. Mine? Shen Yue asked in surprise. I have some too. My husband is very fair in his treatment of me, Hua Sanyang said with a smile. Chen Wuji shook his head. Hua Sanyang, who always put others first, was truly wonderful, despite her hypocrisy. In this terrible era, he just happened to meet such a woman. He really got lucky. This time travel was like a pile of dog shit, surrounded by stench, but God was kind to him only when it came to finding a partner. While Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue were trying on clothes in the room, Chen Wuji poured the millet he had bought into the rice jar, filled the water jar in the yard with water, and then sat down to continue dissecting the giant python. The snake meat sold this morning was only half of this snake. The rest was still unprocessed. We definitely need to find a way to air dry or smoke some of this meat. Otherwise, it will spoil in just a few days in this hot weather. Chen Wuji left 50 caddies, planning to go to the East Market to buy more the next day. The rest was cut into strips and skewered on sticks. Wuji, is it beautiful? Hua Sanyang pushed Chen Yue out of the room. The emerald green dress and crimson brooches created a striking contrast, making Hua, Sanyang, and Chen Yue's already stunning beauty even more breathtaking, leaving Chen Wuji momentarily stunned. At this moment, the only way to describe the scene is the line, "A beautiful woman and a stunning beauty, a sight to behold for the king." Chen Wuji was practically laughing himself silly. "I've heard that women look their best when they have no clothes on." Chen Wuji laughed. Chapter 35 Husband. Would you like to read this? Because of his witty remarks, Chen Wuji received another beating from Hua Sanyang. But that still couldn't stop his restless eyes from staring intently at Chen Yue. The so-called two-pronged approach of this era is actually very similar to the sundress of later generations. Hua Sanyang chose the most conservative style for Chen Yue, which covered her up quite thoroughly and was considered a traditional halter dress. There is also a type of inner garment called baofu, which is very similar to the sexy pajamas of later generations. The front is a single piece of cloth, while the back is made of two straps wrapped together. Actually, Chen Wuji wanted this model, but he was too embarrassed to say so. The main problem is that the shopkeeper is difficult to talk to. "Stop looking. You'll get tired of it later. Go help Yue, I'll go cook." Hua Sanyang lightly patted Chen Wuji's head and said irritably. Through Chen Wuji's eyes, she could clearly feel his curiosity about women. But unfortunately, she really can't do that kind of thing right now. Let's just give him a small punishment for a few days. Chen Wuji reluctantly agreed, and then went into Hua Sanyang and Chen Yue's room. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. It's truly astonishing. Chen Yue is quietly carrying out a huge project. She moved a large mound of dirt to the center of the room, and moved all the tables and chairs in the room to the middle, clearing space around the perimeter. Chen Wuji had previously thought she was just patching up the uneven spots, but now he realized that she actually wanted to repaint all four walls. With this amount of work, we really need to hurry up and get it done, otherwise the two of them won't have anywhere to sleep tonight. "Husband, wait a moment," Chen Yue suddenly said softly. "What's wrong?" Chen Wuji had just taken off his shoes and was about to play in the mud. Chen Yue lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed with a delicate blush, and said softly, "Does my husband want to consummate the marriage more now? Or do you want to see me? I want both." Chen Wuji couldn't help but get excited. Chen Yue seems to be preparing to do something. This is it. Chen Yue was at a loss. "I'm afraid we can't have a wedding night for now. My sister is adamant about not allowing it, so I have no way to secretly give it to my husband." She looked like a squirrel caught stealing food, her hands nervously clenched together, her head drooping so low that her chin almost buried in her collarbone, which could hold fish. "I was just kidding. I don't want to now. We'll do it after you've recovered. I'm afraid my wife will beat me to death if I don't listen to her, so let's listen to both of us." "Are you going to show me now?" "Show me quickly," Chen Wuji said. As a mature fool who knows how to maintain a balance, the essence lies in knowing two truths and one falsehood in a single sentence. "Can I lift it up? If you take it off, my sister will find out, and she'll hit you. I won't stop her." "That works too." Chen Wuji nodded emphatically. "Regardless of the situation, as long as I can see it, that's enough." Chen Yue lowered her flushed, burning cheeks and slowly pulled down the two shoulder straps. Chen Wuji's heart, which had been parched for who knows how long, suddenly started beating uncontrollably. Her delicate shoulders were fully revealed, her skin as smooth and supple as cream. Even without touching her, Chen Wuji could feel its smoothness and delicacy just by looking at it. The other shoulder strap also slipped down slightly. Chen Wuji's breathing instantly became heavy. The distant mountains were calling to him right before his eyes. Though petite, she is exquisite and charming. But those shocking scars have tainted the beauty of this place. Like a delicate flower struggling in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Even its desolate and bitter circumstances cannot diminish its vitality and beauty. Chen Wuji reached out and touched the hideous wounds. "Does it still hurt?" Chen Wuji asked softly. One sentence, just 3 words, instantly brought Chen Yue to tears. 2 lines of clear tears fell without warning. She laughed and cried at the same time, stubbornly pursing her lips and shaking her head forcefully. "It doesn't hurt anymore, but the scars are hard to remove and look a bit unsightly. Don't be afraid. My husband, my body is clean. Those wicked people didn't touch an inch of my skin." At this moment, Chen Wuji had no desire to play with her. The uneven scars under her fingertips allowed him to see clearly and directly the suffering and darkness that this 17-year-old girl had experienced. Perhaps her current proactive display of her beauty is related to her past experiences. She is proving her worth. Even though this family was dirt poor in Chen Wuji's heart, it was at least a normal family. There's a man who will not generously share her with his father, sell her to others, or even devour her. A legal wife who not only accepts her, but also takes care of her. That's enough. Wait a minute. I know a recipe that can remove scars without spending any money, but I can't remember what it is right now. Let me think about it. Chen Wuji pretended to think, but his eyes were wandering aimlessly around the corner of the wall. Woodlice, those kinds of creatures, should be found in the nooks and crannies of these mud brick houses. Husband, it's all right if you can't remember. I'm still young, and it should heal in time. It's just that it will be difficult for you for a while. Chen Wuji's eyes were filled with tears and laughter. He's a silly-looking man, but he really knows how to care for people. I remember now. Chen Wuji shouted excitedly, trying his best to look silly. It's a woodlice. If you stick a woodlice on the scar will go away. Will this work? Chen Wuji asked with some doubt. This prescription sounds so unreliable, it's almost like witchcraft. Chen Wuji said decisively, it's a woodlice. I don't know if it will work, I only vaguely remember it, but whether it works or not, we can give it a try. Okay, I'll try to find a few this afternoon. There should be some in corners or dark, damp places. Chen Wuji nodded seriously. Chapter 36, The Trap of Going Towards Absurdity. Chen Wuji ultimately extended his sinful hand. If he doesn't give his concubine a good beating today, Chen Wuji will definitely think that he dislikes her because of those hideous scars. It's fine not to take advantage of a bargain, but it wouldn't be good if it hurt the feelings of this proud young girl. Having gotten a good deal, Chen Wuji finally turned his attention to serious matters. Chen Wuji didn't prepare any tools and just smeared the mud on the wall with her bare hands. How can this be allowed? Chen Wuji wandered around the storeroom outside and found two relatively flat wooden boards. He drilled a hole in one of them and nailed a small section of log into it with a wooden wedge to use as a mudboard. He also whittled a handle onto the other board to use as a support. With the tools, efficiency doubles. Chen Wuji stomped on the mud to mix it more evenly with the straw, while Chen Wuji simply buried his head in smearing it on the wall. In the small room, by the time Hua Sanyang had finished preparing lunch, their big project was almost coming to an end. How did you manage to do this so quickly? Hua Sanyang came in and took a look and was amazed by the efficiency. Chen Wuji smiled and said, my husband made a mud-scraping board, which made things much faster. Wuji, you even know about this? Hua Sanyang was even more surprised now. Chen Wuji raised his eyebrows proudly. Wife, I know a lot of things. Hua Sanyang's eyes held a gentle tenderness as she smiled like an ant. Wuji can even make these things now, which means your illness is almost cured. It's been 2 years, and you're finally showing signs of getting better. This was exactly the effect Chen Wuji wanted. He stubbornly said, Wife, what illness could I possibly have? I'm perfectly fine. Yes, Wuji is doing very well, Hua Sanyang said with a gentle smile. Go wash your hands and eat. You wait, and I will finish this little bit of work this afternoon. Good. Lunch was roasted frog and snake soup, which we had agreed on last night. The golden corn paired with diced snake, meat tasted surprisingly good. As for forest frogs, that goes without saying. This stuff is incredibly delicious, even without any seasoning. After a hearty meal and a short nap to allow the food to digest, Chen Wuji packed his belongings and prepared to head into the mountains. We were tricked by that old bastard village head, and now our family doesn't have a single copper coin left. Chen Wuji has a beautiful and gentle wife and concubines at home, but he doesn't even have the money to buy a pretty dress. This is the tragedy of youth, and he needs to work harder. Under the scorching afternoon sun, Chen Wuji, carrying a rope, bow and arrows, and a knife in his hand, plunged into the vast, sunless mountains. His first action was to check the traps that had been set up earlier. Today's luck is really good. The first trap gave Chen Wuji a wild boar that was not yet fully grown. This kid was probably a runaway from home, and in his anger, he didn't even notice the trap before walking right into it. Although it was a small wild boar, it weighed about 20 pounds. At the market price of 5 coins per pound, this little guy, after having his internal organs removed, could sell for at least 50 coins. A fantastic start. Chen Wuji rearranged the traps, carrying the little wild boar to the second trap. Before his excitement had subsided, he saw from afar that the second trap had also exploded. Chen Wuji quickened his pace, But after he got there, he was dumbfounded. There was a monkey in the trap. If he remembers correctly, this thing should be vegetarian, right? How did it get into his trap? Could it be that they saw the meat on the ground and wanted to taste what meat tastes like? Chen Wuji removed the trap, but was at a loss when he looked at the monkey that was practically dead. He knew that monkey brains were one of the most cruel dishes in history, but he had no idea whether monkey meat was edible. Even if it's edible, I doubt Hua, Sanyang, and the others would dare to eat it if they brought it back. After some deliberation, Chen Wuji decided to take it with him and try his luck at the market. Everyone has their own preferences, and there might be someone with discerning taste who enjoys this. The third trap also yielded a little jerry for Chen Wuji. They're perfect for use as bait in traps. The fourth and fifth sites were destroyed, and even the stone slabs were dragged away by some unknown animal. Just when Chen Wuji thought he had used up all his luck for the day, the sixth spot exploded, and the amount of information leaked was a bit outrageous. The vines had somehow managed to trap a peacock, which was still alive, though its legs were almost broken. This is outrageous. This is outrageous to the extreme. I like to ask, how did you end up in my trap? Did you want to try your luck too? Chen Wuji pinched the peacock's neck and greeted it affectionately. His trap has gone further and further down the absurd path. The peacock was startled and frantically flapped its wings. Chen Wuji let it struggle and wriggle. Prey that had entered his trap could never return to the embrace of the mountains, no matter how much he took it home to raise. This little trinket might fetch a high price if it finds someone who truly appreciates it. After the peacock got tired of struggling, Chen Wuji tied it up with a rope, fixed its injured claw with a stick, and then carried it to the next trap. This trap also exploded, but what was exposed was somewhat outrageous. Looking into those desperate yet innocent eyes inside the trap, Chen Wuji felt both angry and amused. He's not hunting, he's aiming to open a zoo. The blind box opened from this trap contained a female hedgehog. As for how Chen Wuji determined that it was female, he understood by looking at the few little hedgehogs circling around it. The little hedgehogs certainly wouldn't stick the male hedgehog like that. What truly surprised Chen Wuji was that the stone slab, which he had difficulty even lifting, didn't kill the hedgehog when it was pressed down. Come on, I'll reluctantly show some mercy today and give you a way out. Chen Wuji lifted the stone slab and released the mother hedgehog. This is something you absolutely cannot eat. No question about it. Even if it were put on the market, no one would have the spare cash to buy this mother and her 5 babies. The mother hedgehog, now free, didn't even say thank you before leisurely walking away with her babies. It wasn't even frightened by Chen Wuji, and its leisurely gait as it left was just like that of a village head. Chen Wuji smiled and said, "Some of the things in these mountains are incredibly stupid, while others seem to have become spirits." After tidying up the trap that had been messed up by the hedgehog, Chen Wuji continued on to the next nest. This trap ultimately gave Chen Wuji another consolation prize. A wild boar with its hind legs pinned down and its snout covered. It's still alive. Hey, you two aren't brothers, are you? When Chen Wuji was halfway through untying the trap, he suddenly noticed that this wild boar looked very similar to the dead one on his back. Even their sizes were almost the same. Could it be that these two brothers agreed to run away from home, got lost in the mountains, and separated? And then, since they both have a gluttonous habit and wanted to try what it was like to eat meat, they both walked right into his trap? Chapter 37, This is the Peacock. It took Chen Wuji more than an hour to finally navigate through all the traps. Aside from a few destroyed sites, the harvest was quite good. 2 wild boars and 1 peacock, 2 of which were still alive. If you converted all of this into money, it would be worth quite a bit. After securing his prey with the most secure bindings, Chen Wuji took the opportunity to set up several more traps. He wanted to make sure that this vast, unfathomably deep mountain was filled with his traps from then on. Love what you do. Before he could do anything else, he wanted to master the art of hunting and reach a high level of skill. This is the self-cultivation of cattle and horses. Next, find a weasel. This most annoying thing has unexpectedly found the most stable supply channel. Where can we even complain about this? Chen Wuji muttered, shaking his head, and took his knife to clear the way to Shishan, a place he had never been before. In the eastern garden, flowers and willows bloomed together, their reds and purples attracting bees, butterflies, swallows, and orioles. In the dense forest, Chen Wuji's naturally resonant voice echoed melodiously. These verdant mountains are simply the purest amplifier. The singing echoed out, its quality surpassing that of any other equipment. The heart of the flower leans towards the bee, the oriole, and the swallow. Eat it and tease it, oh golden pheasant, take my arrow. Chen Wuji, who had been holding a bow and arrow, stopped singing abruptly and shot an arrow. The golden pheasant cackled and trailed its long tail as it disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chen Wuji didn't see whether the arrow hit its target or not, but it took the arrow with it. He quickly gave chase, shouting, "Traitor, don't run. Give me back my arrow." The pheasant ignored them, only flapping its wings and struggling to get away. The quacking sound is like a duck's, and it doesn't sound pleasant at all. "You wretched beast, how dare you humiliate this old man?" Chen Wuji took off chasing after him. After running for 2 miles in one breath, the view suddenly opened up before me. Even the ground was bare, as if it had been ground down by something. Just as Chen Wuji was feeling suspicious, he suddenly saw something standing in front of him. 1, 2, 4. 4. Chen Wuji's cerebral cortex went numb instantly. Bear. There are 4 of them. She was standing right in front of him at that moment. The nearest one was only 2 or 3 steps away from him. However, this guy is quite small, like a puppy, and looks rather silly and cute. But it probably bites too, right? What to do? I need help urgently. Sorry, we've taken a wrong turn. Please continue. Chen Wuji politely apologized, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the nearest bear cub, pulled it into his arms, pinched its mouth shut, and ran wildly down the mountain. Even if it bites, Chen Wuji wanted to test how sharp its teeth really were. Coming here empty-handed was so unlike him. Moreover, when the kid saw him barge in, he didn't even flinch. He just stared at him with his big, innocent eyes, clearly wanting to go with him. They've been so enthusiastic. What if we don't take it with us and it breaks little bear's heart? A terrifying bear roar suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of trees snapping behind them. Mama Bear is furious. "Don't bother seeing me off. I can walk by myself." Chen Wuji turned his head, shouted, and ran away as fast as he could. "Run, you idiot. We've struck it rich today." But Chen Wuji seemed to have underestimated the bear's running ability. Even though he had put all his strength into it, the bear's roar was still getting closer. "Damn it, I shouldn't have done that." Chen Wuji muttered something and then forcefully squeezed out his potential again, swinging his legs almost like Nez's windfire wheels. Fortunately, the bottom of the mountain was finally coming into view, and we would be leaving soon. It is about 2. They've gone out. Chen Wuji ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and rushed out of the mountain. Just when Chen Wuji thought victory was within reach, the mother bear's angry roar drew near once more. Holy crap! Having just relaxed his legs, Chen Wuji once again swung them around like whirlwinds. It can also come out of the mountains. Damn it, what an idiot. Why can't bears come out of the mountains? In modern society, bears are still wandering around people's homes. One ran frantically, the other chased frantically. The bear chased Chen Wuji until they were almost at the village, at which point it seemed to give up. But Chen Wuji wasn't sure either. The roar had disappeared, and there was no sound behind him. Not daring to let his guard down, he struggled to run forward for a while before stopping to check. It seems that the bear has really left. Chen Wuji, nearly exhausted, plopped down on the ground, his mouth gurgling like a bellows. After running like that, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Fortune favors the bold. This journey nearly cost me my life. It's like jumping around at the doorstep of the king of hell. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Chen Wuji quickly took out a rope and tied the little bear up tightly before finally resting. It's a bear cub, and it's alive again. If this little rascal were to meet someone who knows its value, it could easily fetch the price of several weasels. Chen Wuji sat on the edge of the field and rested for a while until the restless feeling in his chest dissipated. Then he got up again, carried the wild boar and monkey on his back, held the bear cub in his left hand and the peacock in his right, and strolled into the village. At this time, it was getting late, but the sun was still hanging on the western mountain peak and had not yet set. "Wuji, what good stuff have you found this time?" A woman holding a rake suddenly emerged from the field. This sudden shout almost startled Chen Wuji. He had just been frightened by a bear, and now he is having a physiological reaction to this noise. "Aunt Wu, there's nothing good here today. It's all inedible stuff," Chen Wuji muttered casually, and was about to walk forward when Aunt Wu stepped aside and blocked his way again. "You can't eat this goose. Its feathers are so beautiful. What kind of goose is it? Sell it to me," Aunt Wu said eagerly, her eyes fixed on the peacock in Chen Wuji's hand. "My son is getting married in a few days. The two of them have been wandering around the mountains for days, but haven't been able to catch a single goose. I think this would be a great substitute. How much do you want for it? During the reign of Yu the Great, wild geese were an indispensable part of the wedding ceremony. The first 5 of the 6 rites all require the use of wild geese and are called the goose offering ceremony. Aside from marriages forced by the imperial court, any marriage arranged by matchmakers and parents without the presence of wild geese was considered disrespectful and an ominous sign. Is it feasible to simply pass off a peacock as a wild goose? The main reason why people adhere to the ritual of offering sacrifices to wild geese is because wild geese possess many qualities such as unwavering loyalty, the husband being the head of the household, and a proper order between elders and juniors. Do peacocks have these qualities? Aunt Wu, how much are you offering? Chen Wuji asked. Whether a peacock can actually impersonate a wild goose is something he can't really consider. As long as people say it's okay, he just needs to focus on making money. Yes, as long as you give enough. Chapter 38 Uncle's Connections. A goose costs about 30 or 40 coins. I'll offer 40 coins. Is that all right? Aunt Wu's eyes darted around as she gave Chen Wuji a number. Chen Wuji nearly rolled his eyes so hard he could crush the woman to death. I don't think that'll work. This woman is really treating him like a fool, trying to fool him. The price of a live goose in the market is around 70 or 80 coins, but this guy seriously quoted him a price of 40 coins, as if he knew nothing. Then how much do you want? Aunt Wu asked again, unwilling to give up. 400 coins. How much? Aunt Wu's voice suddenly rose, as if she were going to participate in a high-pitched singing competition. You little rascal, are you robbing me? No matter how beautiful a goose is, it's still a goose. Don't you have a conscience if you ask for 400 coins? Aunt Wu, her temper flaring, launched into a tirade. Chen Wuji glanced at the villagers who had gathered to watch the commotion and said slowly, Aunt Wu, I understand that you are uncouth and don't recognize good things, but you can't treat me like a fool, can you? Some people call a deer a horse because they have power and influence. Why do you think my peacock is a goose and insist on selling it for 40 coins? Go work in the fields. I won't sell it to you for any price. Aunt Wu's eyes widened. What are you talking about? A villager nearby laughed and said, Aunt Wu, this is a peacock bird, also called a peacock robin. It's not commonly seen in our mountains. This thing is quite rare. I heard that rich people treat it like an ancestor. You're really bullying people by giving it 40 coins. This thing looks almost like a goose, so what if it's 40 coins? I think it's too much. Aunt Wu was a little embarrassed, but she still didn't want to lose face. No matter how high you offer. Didn't you hear Wuji say he's not selling to you anymore? Hurry up and go cool off over there. Chen Bushi suddenly stepped out from the crowd and waved his hand dismissively at Aunt Wu. Another foolish old man. If he won't sell, he won't sell. I'd rather buy it. Aunt Wu uttered a sentence as if her lips were twitching, and then angrily shouldered her rake and walked away. Chen Wuji suddenly realized that he seemed to have become famous in the village. In just a short while, dozens of villagers had gathered inside and outside, pointing and commenting on his prey, speculating about how he had managed to hunt such creatures. These people were too lucky to have witnessed such a spectacle. He had barely entered the village when they all swarmed around him, abandoning their work in the fields and throwing down their tools to surround him. A woman was still sewing shoe soles. She clearly came from home. Could it be that what he hunted a few days ago was so sensational that everyone had a different kind of expectation of him and regarded him as a new attraction in Shishan village? Wuji, my nephew and I have something to discuss. Chen Bushi put his arm around Chen Wuji's shoulder and walked out of the crowd, looking mysterious. Third uncle, as long as you don't betray me, you can say whatever you want, Chen Wuji said. He started to have some reservations about this old guy. This seemingly refined and eccentric scholar was actually rotten to the core. He had committed murder and robbery, so anything else would be a piece of cake for him. How can you think of your third uncle like that? Well, have I ever cheated you? Why didn't you say this when you were making money off your third uncle? Chen Bushi said unhappily. I've taken a liking to this bear cub you have. Name your price, and I can even find you a suitable buyer for the peacock. The starting price is 1 tael of silver, which is 1,000 copper coins. How about it? Really? Third uncle, you have this kind of method. Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. 1,000 coins is definitely a high price. Of course it's true, and you can just sit at home. I'll contact the buyers for you, and someone will come and buy it. See, isn't your third uncle good to you? So, how much do you want for the bear cub? Chen Bushi laughed. 1,000 coins. Chen Wuji choked back a sob. I helped you find a buyer and sold it for a high price of 1,000 coins, and you still want 1,000 coins from me? Are you going against the heavenly gang and trying to rip off your third uncle? Chen Wuji chuckled good-naturedly. I think the bear cubs are worth more than the peacocks. I originally wanted 2,000 coins. It's only because Uncle San helped me that I'm willing to lower the price to 1,000 coins. Isn't that a rock-bottom price? How am I being unfair? Chen Wuji stared at Chen Wuji with wide eyes. 800 coins. I can only give you 800 coins at most. If you insist, then we can forget about talking. Shall we pay now? Chen Wuji asked. Give. Make a deal. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji with annoyance. You're a heartless bastard too. Third uncle, hold your smile back. Don't think I don't know you've made a profit, Chen Wuji said. Although he had only recently become acquainted with this third uncle, he had already grasped more or less of the guy's wicked nature and was still pretending to be all high and mighty, trying to embarrass whoever he was. Chen Wuji chuckled. Where did I laugh? You must be seeing things. 800 it is. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Do you want the monkey? Even though it's dead, I've heard that eating monkey brains can increase wisdom. Uncle, why don't you give it a try? Chen Wuji asked. I'll test your brains, you little brat. Stop spouting nonsense at me. If a person's wisdom and monkey brain could be improved, I'd change my surname to yours. Chen Wuji cursed and swore. He paused for a moment, then added, although I don't eat it, I can still find a buyer for you. However, the price certainly won't be too high, maybe 200 or 300 coins at most. Monkey meat can be used in medicine and has the remarkable effect of dispelling wind and dampness. After special processing, it can also achieve the effect of walking fast, which means it can run fast, but it is not used much. Chen Wuji's eyes lit up slightly. There really is someone who wants it. Chen Wuji was stunned. Good lad. So you're here to try and make something out of nothing, huh? You don't even know what this thing is for? Why did you bring it down here? Chen Wuji said in a serious tone. Even if I don't know what kind of prey I've finally managed to hunt, I still have to take it to the city to try my luck before I can give up. What if someone wants it? You bet right, someone wants it. You can leave these 2 items to me. Are you selling the wild boar? If so, I'll take care of it for you. The price should be about the same as in the East Market, Chen Wuji asked. Sell. His third uncle seemed to want to act as a middleman in his business. But Chen Wuji was happy with it. If you let him find it himself, he might not be able to find buyers for the peacock and a bear. It's surprising that this poor scholar has such a wide network of connections. Let's go to my house. We'll take over this bear cub first. You can take the rest home and wait for the buyer to come tomorrow, so you won't suspect me of stealing your things, Chen Wuji said. Chapter 39 has the potential to be a bandit. Third uncle, I know you're not that immoral, Chen Wuji said with a smile. I've read the Tao Te Ching by heart, but morality? I don't care about morality. What's the use of that stuff? Chen Wuji muttered, putting his arm around Chen Wuji's shoulder and pushing his way through the crowd to his house. Chen Wuji teased. Third uncle, if that's your opinion, I suggest you carve the word morality on your knife. Then you'll be moral too. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji immediately became interested. Your idea is brilliant. If I use morality to kill people in the future, then I'll be a morally upright scholar too. This foolish mind is really useful. You learn from your mistakes. You're sure to have a bright future. Chen Wuji felt that the old man seemed to be cursing him, but he had no evidence. During their conversation, the two entered Chen Wuji's house, which was enclosed by a fence. Chen Wuji found an iron chain and tied the bear cub to the eaves before pouring Chen Wuji a bowl of wine and a cup of tea. Tea or wine, the choice is yours. So Chen Wuji decided to drink wine with tea. Having traveled through time for so long, he still hasn't tasted what the wine of this era tastes like. Give me my change. Chen Wuji took a silver coin and handed it to Chen Wuji. No, let's settle it tomorrow, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. He only had a few dozen coins on him, not enough to give Chen Wuji change. Then take it for now, and find it for me tomorrow, Chen Wuji said. I finally managed to earn some spare change, and you took it all away? This is truly the last bit of my savings. Chen Wuji calmly put away the silver. Third uncle, I remember you said the same thing last time. Both times were true. You saw how your third uncle makes money today. Chen Wuji shook his head and sighed. I was planning to take a few days off and tend to my crops, but it looks like I can't rest now. I still have to find a way to make money. What if you weirdo, manage to pull a tiger down from the mountains someday? I'd like one too, so I need to start making money for you as soon as possible. Chen Wuji, this guy is acting like he forced me to buy it. Chen Wuji drank a cup of wine and 2 cups of tea at Chen Bushi's house, and returned home feeling refreshed. Chen Bushi, that stingy fellow, never once mentioned preparing dinner for Chen Wuji. He just kept adding water to the teacup. Unable to get a free meal, Chen Wuji had no choice but to go home to eat. However, today's transaction went smoothly. If the peacock could really fetch a high price of 1,000 coins, today's hunt in the mountains should be his biggest haul in all these days. He could solve all his current troubles in one go. The quiet courtyard was dimly lit, and the aroma of food wafted through the air, causing Chen Wuji to quicken his pace. Now, every nightfall has become a time he looks forward to, more appealing than a sunny morning. Pushing open the dilapidated courtyard gate, Chen Wuji first separated the peacock and wild boar and penned them separately in the old pigsty, then put the monkey outside. After washing his hands, he carried the wild boar into the kitchen. Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue continue to sit in front of the stove, talking softly. The only difference is that their work has changed from peeling hemp fibers to twisting hemp rope. With hemp rope, the next step should be to weave cloth and make shoes. Wuji, are you all right today? Hua Sanyang put down her work, picked up the lamp, and checked Chen Wuji over from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was not injured did she inquire about today's harvest. When she saw that Chen Wuji had only brought in a wild boar, there was no disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she smiled and comforted him. It's all right. Hunting is all about luck. With this wild boar and some snake meat, if we can sell them, we'll have enough for the service fee. There are 2 more alive. I put them in the storeroom. Chen Wuji laughed. And I also caught a bear cub, which my third uncle bought for 800 coins, enough to cover the service fee. Really? Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue were overjoyed. Chen Wuji took out the silver given to him by Chen Bushi and handed it to Hua Sanyang. Wife, look, here's some silver. This is the first time I've ever handled silver. Hua Sanyang smiled, her eyes curving into charming crescent moons as she carefully held the small silver coin, which contained only 1 tael, examining it over and over again. Shin Yue stared at this scene, suddenly lost in thought. Before the incident at home, she would never carry such small amounts of silver with her. She would always use them to tip the waiters and servants. In just a few years, everything has changed, and fate has taken a dramatic turn so that the silver she once looked down on has become the family's greatest wealth. Wuji, what did you just say you caught? Hua Sanyang suddenly came to her senses and asked in surprise. 1 adorable little bear cub. It's so cute and endearing, Chen Wuji said. Hua Sanyang was so frightened that her wrist trembled violently, and the silver almost fell to the ground. She had been so focused on the 800 coins that she subconsciously overlooked Chen Wuji's earlier statement. When she suddenly realized what he meant, she was so shocked she almost suffocated. That was a bear. She couldn't even imagine how Chen Wuji had managed to catch it. I stumbled upon them by chance. I didn't run into any big bears. I seem to have a special affinity with small animals today. The 2 wild boars were small, the bear cubs were small, and I even met a litter of baby hedgehogs. Chen Wuji chuckled foolishly as he briefly recounted his experiences in the mountains to Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue. He automatically ignored those dangerous things. Some things are best left unsaid. There's no need to make Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue live in fear again. Thank goodness, you're really lucky today. Hua Sanyang breathed a long sigh of relief. If you see something like this again, run away as fast as you can. You hear me? I've heard that bear cubs are usually accompanied by their mothers. You just happened to avoid them today. Yes. Chen Wuji nodded emphatically. He may agree, but he'll still dare to do it again if they meet next time. 1 dog costs 800 coins. Even with huge risks, we haven't earned that much money. Wife, have my third uncle and his family ever helped our family before? Chen Wuji asked, changing the subject. Of course we helped. We certainly did, Hua Sanyang said. Your Chen family branch is really strange. They're actually on pretty good terms in private, but on the surface, they seem to be sullen. They don't even greet many people they see, and they don't interact much. But if someone is in trouble, they'll definitely help them in private. It's just that most people in the village don't know it. Isn't it strange? In this village where everyone knows when something happens to someone, very few people know about this little thing. Your third uncle even told me not to tell anyone. Chen Wuji nodded. It was indeed very strange. Hua Sanyang continued. If it weren't for their frequent provision of rice, flour, and money, I wouldn't have been able to take good care of you on my own. I'm not good at growing crops, and I don't have the skill to hunt. Not to mention anything else, Just the taxes for 1 year are enough to kill me. You're often in a daze. Sometimes you can sleep in bed for a month or two, but the taxes still have to be paid, and they've scraped together all that money. Hua Sanyang sighed softly. I haven't told you about this before, not because I didn't want to, but because I felt it was unnecessary. I'll repay their favors little by little when the family has more money. Now that you've opened your mind and are sensible, you should indeed know these things. Chen Wuji nodded. He might need to rethink his understanding of the Chun family in Shishan village. This silly boy had really been too ignorant before. The more he looked at the Chun family, the more he saw their potential to become bandits. Chapter 40. My wife, teach me. Actually, when he asked Hua Sanyang about this matter today, he just wanted to consider how to get along with Chun Bushi in the future. If someone ignores them during their time of loneliness and helplessness, never offering any assistance, but suddenly becomes close to them after they demonstrate some abilities, there is absolutely no need to get close to that person. In fact, you should be wary of them stabbing you in the back. There's no need to worry about that now. What we need to be wary of is the Chun family suddenly gathering together, taking up arms, and attacking cities and strongholds. These people are so abnormal. The most outrageous thing is that Chen Bushi and Chen Luozi are the most honest among the Chen family. One was known as the bigger fool of the Chen brothers, and the other was so honest and simple that he accepted the nickname Chun Mule without a second thought, and even joked about being called Chun Mule himself. These two most honest ones have already picked up their knives and started hacking people away. What about the others? What are you thinking about? Hua Sanyang waved her hand in front of Chen Wuji and said softly, there's no rush to repay the money. We can't repay it directly. These relationships can't be settled with money alone. For now, we'll buy them food from time to time and send it to them, or send them some good game when we have it. We'll give them the money all at once when we have it. Husband, let's eat first. The meat looks like it's overcooked and mushy. Shin Yue interrupted them, speaking softly. I am starving. That heartless third uncle only made me drink a bowl of wine and drink 2 bowls of tea without even giving me a crumb of bread. Chen Wuji shouted. Hua Sanyang chuckled. Then let's go eat quickly. Tonight's dinner was as hardcore as ever. Boiled deer bones, plus a mixed wild vegetable dish. After having meat to eat, these wild vegetables from the mountains and fields also became more appealing and delicious. After dinner, Hua Sanyang and Shin Yue cleaned up the 8 immortal table that had been passed down in Chen Wuji's family for 3 generations. They then brought out the hemp rope that they had twisted halfway and continued to work overtime by lamplight. With nothing else to do, Chen Wuji also started twisting the knot. The work isn't complicated, but it's a bit hard on the eyes. He had truly had enough of this oil lamp. Having experienced the light of a bulb as bright as day, using this thing is only slightly better than groping in the dark. Wuji, you've had a long day. Go to sleep early, Hua Sanyang said gently, looking up from the dim edge of the oil lamp. Chen Wuji shook his head vigorously. Not sleepy. The most anticipated time is when night falls. How can I sleep alone? No matter how tired or sleepy you are, you won't get any quality sleep if you don't have something to do. Hua Sanyang saw through Chen Wuji's intentions at a glance and teased him shyly. You're not even sleeping because of that little thing? We're already married. Chen Wuji said. Even if I'm trapped and die, I'll wait. How about letting Yue keep you company tonight? Hua Sanyang asked with a smile. Sure, but actually my Kong, heated brick bed, is so big, we could all fit together without any problem, Chen Wuji said. What kind of talk is this? Don't come up with such a foolish idea. Hua Sanyang said with a shy reproach. Chen Wuji said, that way no one will sleep alone, it'll be so lively. That won't do, Hua Sanyang said firmly. Chen Wuji didn't know what the explanation was, but judging from Hua Sanyang's attitude, there must be some reason and consideration involved. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy for him to realize his dream in the short term. No, you still can't sleep with Yue for now, Hua Sanyang suddenly said. Why is that? Chen Wuji asked. He had just started fantasizing. Shin Yue is much more generous than Hua Sanyang, and she also knows more. Who knows, he might be able to experience it tonight. But one sentence from the other party completely baffled him. Yue is very obedient, but you are quite unruly. If you two do that, it will be too harmful to Yue's body. I'll stay with you, Hua Sanyang said. Shin Yue lowered her head and frantically twisted the hemp rope. Even the dim oil lamp illuminated her face, which was flushed with a rosy blush like the sunset. That's really what she thought. And I always felt that what third sister said was a bit too serious. She was a little weak, but she should be able to handle it just once. Chen Wuji was somewhat unwilling. Wife, I'm not that unreasonable. Well, my wife, it's about time. Let's do these chores tomorrow. It's time to sleep. Chen Wuji decided to get to know his wife better that night, even if it meant throwing a tantrum. Hua Sanyang chuckled softly, a shy smile playing on her lips. All right, let's go to sleep then. She packed up her belongings and said to Shen Yue, Yue, I'm afraid you'll have to work hard these next few days. Please don't have any complaints. I'm a few years older than you, so I know a little more about these things than you do. The blush that had just faded from Shen Yue's face returned in an instant. She murmured softly, Sister, I know that, and I'm not in such a hurry. The scars on her body hadn't faded yet, and if Chen Wuji hadn't been so impatient, she would have liked to take it slow. For her first time in her life, she wanted to give her silly but very kind husband a perfect experience, rather than letting him see her body covered in hideous scars like a demon. Those unbearable past events shouldn't be kept in this foolish husband's heart. The bright moon secretly hid in the treetops, casually pulling a handful of floating clouds to shield her face. The scene in Chen Wuji's room made it blush. Is it really that good-looking? Hua Sanyang turned her head away shyly, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Wuji nodded emphatically. It's good, my wife. You said you would teach me, but it seems you've broken your promise. I will teach you naturally after a while. I can't teach you now. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Hua Sanyang's face was full of shyness, but her words were exceptionally firm. Chapter 41, I won't take advantage of you. The next day, when Chen Wuji woke up, his side was empty again. Hua Sanyang had gotten up at some point, and he hadn't noticed at all. Just as she was getting dressed, Hua Sanyang lifted the tattered curtain and came in. Get up, silly husband. Eat something quickly. We need to go to the city early to sell the rest of the snake meat. Okay. Chen Wuji quickly put on his clothes, jumped down barefoot, and hugged Hua Sanyang's slender waist. Wife, give me a kiss. Hua Sanyang shyly pried open Chen Wuji's mouth. Don't fool around in broad daylight. Hurry up and wash up. I cooked some porridge. Let's eat and set off quickly. No, just a kiss on the lips, Chen Wuji shouted, swaying Hua Sanyang's slender waist. It's perfectly normal for a 5 or 6-year-old adult to act cute. All right. Here you go, is that all right? Hua Sanyang quickly kissed Chen Wuji, then said with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Doing this kind of thing in broad daylight was like stealing to her, and her face almost turned bright red. Wife, you're being too perfunctory. This doesn't count as a kiss, Chen Wuji insisted. I'm really impressed by your sharp tongue. Hua Sanyang reluctantly gave in and gave him another quick and simple kiss. This time, it was a proper wedding. Chen Wuji finally released Hua Sanyang's soft waist with satisfaction, feeling incredibly happy. This was what married life should be like. After washing up, drinking porridge, and taking care of his appearance and stomach, Chen Wuji put the bound snake meat and the monkey he had acquired the day before into a basket, carried it on a shoulder pole, and went to the county town with Hua Sanyang. Shen Yue continued to watch the house. Today, she had an extra task, to take care of the peacock and the wild boar. It's unlikely that Shen Bushi will be able to contact the buyers so quickly. These two little guys will probably need to stay at home for a few more days. Stepping through the morning dew, Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang arrived in the county town. There are significantly more people entering the city today. When they arrived, the line at the city gate stretched for hundreds of meters, consisting mostly of farmers carrying grain. The deadline for tax payment is fast approaching, and Yunnan County is experiencing a peak in tax collection. After obediently queuing up and successfully entering the city, Chen Wuji and his companion headed straight for the East Market. As luck would have it, they ran into the coffin shop owner under the archway in the East Market. Such a big boss was surprisingly casual. He just squatted against the archway, with an octagonal teapot with an extremely thick patina in front of him, occasionally picking it up and taking a sip from the spout. Shopkeeper, what are you doing squatting here? Chen Wuji asked. So it's you guys. The coffin shop owner looked up and saw Chen Wuji. A smile appeared on his sinister face. While waiting to be beheaded, someone ordered a burial shroud and a coffin for me. The whole family is like idiots. None of them even know how tall the deceased is. Since I don't know the height, I don't know what size burial shroud to make. I had nothing to do this morning, so I came here to take a look myself, and then I'll go and alter the clothes. By the way, my surname is Su, and my given name is Zungi. After saying that, he took the initiative to introduce himself. I think my surname is Chun, and my given name is Wuji. Chen Wuji also gave a self-introduction. These words amused Su Zingi. Aren't you even sure what your own surname is? Please don't be offended, Manager Su. My husband is sometimes a bit simple-minded. You can just treat him like a child, Hua Sanyang quickly explained. When they were out together, she didn't want to admit that Chen Wuji was a fool. But this silly husband of his will suddenly utter a couple of silly things. Su Zingyi looked Chen Wuji up and down carefully. His eyes and brows don't look like those of a simpleton. He looks more like a cunning devil. Chen Wuji. It seems like old Deng is cursing him, isn't he? I think Manager Su's eyesight is a bit off too. Chen Wuji shook his head. Su Zingyi chuckled. I'm good at spotting ghosts, and even better at spotting people. You must be a cunning little devil. You're acting foolish now, probably because something has clouded your judgment. Go eat some pig's heart to nourish yourself. I feel like I've heard that before, Hua Sanyang suddenly said. Chen Wuji said with a dark face. I said, 12 pig hearts can nourish the heart orifice. He never expected that a joke he made unintentionally would sting him again in this way. Su Zingyi was somewhat surprised. You know about this too? I've heard of it, but I don't know what kind of medicine it uses. Chen Wuji shook his head. I know, Su Zingyi said. If it really works, send me 3 more weasels, and I'll tell you the recipe for free. 12 pig hearts will cure you completely. Manager Su, is this really true? Hua Sanyang couldn't help but ask excitedly. Really? Su Zengyi not that? Your husband knows too, but not all of it. Pig's heart is the main ingredient, but other auxiliary ingredients are also necessary. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hua Sanyang grabbed Chen Wuji's arm. Wuji, you have a way to cure him. You finally have a way. Chen Wuji wanted to say that the Chen Wuji of the past was long gone, and the current Chen Wuji was perfectly healthy. But he does need a proper reason to slowly improve. The ladder that Su Zingyi built is very good. Manager Su, are you selling a recipe? Hua Sanyang pressed. Selling, but it's a bit expensive. It's an exclusive secret recipe, 2 taels of silver. Su Zingyi held up 2 fingers. Hua Sanyang's expression subtly darkened. 2 taels of silver was as large as a mountain. Wife, we're getting them for nothing. Just 3 weasels, Chen Wuji said. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being, and he actually quite liked Su Zingyi's offer. Hua Sanyang nodded helplessly. If you don't have money, this is the only way. But finding 3 weasels is no easy task. Those creatures aren't something you can just encounter anywhere in the mountains. Chen Wuji squatted down next to Su Zingyi and changed the subject, asking, Manager Su, shouldn't beheadings be done at noon? Aren't you waiting a little too early this morning? Or are you just too idle? Su Zingyi shook his head. Yesterday, someone resisted tax collection and smashed the county magistrate's sedan chair with a stick covered in excrement. The county magistrate was inside the sedan chair at the time, and the excrement ruined his official hat. I heard that the man, in order to vent his anger, killed all the hens that the county magistrate had painstakingly raised. The county magistrate was furious and ordered him to be executed today. He is already on his way here. Chen Wuji suddenly remembered the chicken they had eaten yesterday. Surely that county magistrate wouldn't need to go through the accounting process for something as trivial as this chicken. Chapter 42, The Corpse Sewing Master, who picks up corpses at the execution ground. I can understand that the man smashed the magistrate's sedan chair to resist taxes, but why did he kill the magistrate's chicken? Chen Wuji asked. He wanted to confirm his guess. Su Zingyi suddenly laughed. Because our county magistrate is honest and upright. He is clean-handed and never competes with the people for profit. He raises his own meat. He raises a lot of livestock every year, chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs last year. But unfortunately, there are just too many unruly people in our Yunnan County. They always like to harm the livestock raised by the county magistrate. The county magistrate raises a lot of livestock every year, but he can only eat a small portion of them. The county magistrate was very angry about this matter and would make an example of several people every year, but the livestock he raised would still be killed inexplicably year after year. Chen Wuji remained silent for a long time. This county magistrate deserves to be torn to pieces. Such greed is utterly shameless. He goes to great lengths even for such a small article, so he will only strive for even greater excellence in other areas. Su Zingyi glanced into Chen Wuji's basket and said, Let's not talk about the county magistrate's livestock. It's not good to know too much about such things. What kind of livestock are you selling today? A monkey that sought its own death and python meat, Chen Wuji said. These are all rare and precious items. Save some snake meat for me. I want to try it too. Su Zingyi raised his somewhat withered hand, picked up a piece of snake meat, looked at it, and said, Chen Wuji picked out a larger piece and handed it to Su Xingyi, saying, "It's free, Manager Su, have a taste. It's not easy for anyone. I won't take advantage of you." Su Xingyi waved his hand. "I'll buy coffins cheaper next time," Chen Wuji said with a smile. Su Xingyi glanced at it, his expression slightly solemn. "Stop saying such unlucky things. Some words can come true. I'm buying it for someone else," Chen Wuji added. With beautiful wives and concubines, his life in this world has only just begun. Only a fool would prepare a coffin for himself. Why buy a coffin for someone else? Just dig a hole and bury them. Why waste money? Su Xingyi shook his head. "I want that person to leave with some dignity," Chen Wuji said. "It's better to finalize this deal sooner rather than later. Chen Bushi and Chen Mule might one day become one of the people kneeling on this execution ground." Su Xingyi said, "In that case, I won't take your things for nothing. Don't go to the East Market today. Just walk along this street, and there's a pharmacy called Sijizhai. Go take a look. Nobody eats monkeys, and their fur is useless except for medicine. Just say I recommended it. The people at Suqizhai might also be interested in your python meat. Take it over and give it a try." Chen Wuji cupped his hands in thanks. Although this person looked sinister, he is actually a rare, open-minded person. The two had already dealt with each other 3 times, and he was generous with his money but never took advantage of the other party. This is the kind of businessman who should be considered a true businessman. Sijizhai is not far from Dongshiku. Walking east along the long street, bypassing the Dongshiku section, which is considered an unlucky road by the people of Yunnan City, you can see the Sijizhai sign in the distance. "Wuji, do you want to see a beheading? Let's go take a look when we're done with this," Hua Sanyang suddenly asked. Chen Wuji was startled. "What's so interesting about beheading? It's just one cut and the head falls off. Wife, aren't you afraid of having nightmares watching this?" Having just witnessed Chen Bushi and Chen Mule stab the monk twice yesterday, he really didn't want to see any more meat today. Seeing too much of this kind of thing is bad for your mental and physical well-being. In the terms of traditional Chinese medicine, if a person with a weak constitution sees this, there's an 80 to 90 chance they will lose a drop of their heart blood, and they will easily become confused, exhausted, and suffer from various after effects. However, Hua Sanyang is quite bold, as she can be curious about such things. Hua Sanyang was a little embarrassed. "I've never seen it before. I'm just curious about what the execution ground is like. Is my wife perhaps also willing to become a fool like me?" Chen Wuji shook his head. "Even I, who am considered a fool by others, know not to get involved in this kind of fun. My wife, you are so smart and virtuous, yet you dare to be curious about such things. You can't go." Hua Sanyang smiled gently, her tone tinged with affection, and said with a light reproach, "You little rascal, once you've cleared your head a bit, your mouth is surprisingly sweet. Talk more, I like it." As she spoke, she gently tugged at Chen Wuji's arm. "We're here, let's go in." Chen Wuji hummed in agreement. The Sijizhai restaurant is very large, with 3 floors. But its size did not reveal any luxury. On the contrary, the entrance was low and there were traces of time everywhere. The 2 pillars in front of the door were polished until they reflected light, and the wooden door looked like it was pieced together. The upper part, which was out of reach, was dark, while the lower part had been polished to a bright yellow sheen. Of all the Tsu-Chi restaurants, only the signboard looked relatively new. There weren't many patients in the pharmacy. A servant was packing medicine into the cabinet. In the shadows diagonally opposite the counter, an old man with a long beard was dozing off in a recliner, snoring loudly. "Are you here for medical consultation or to pick up medication?" The shop assistant, busy with his work, casually asked a question while tidying up the medicine cabinet. "I have a monkey here. Manager Su from the coffin shop said you might want it, so he sent me over to try my luck," Chen Wuji said. The servant shoved the medicine cabinet inside, nimbly flipped over and emerged from behind it, grabbed the sleeping old man's beard, leaned down and shouted into his ear, "Master, wake up. We have a guest. There's a monkey. Ugh." The old man groaned, sitting bolt upright in his recliner. Chen Wuji suddenly understood why the old man's beard was so sparse. It turned out he was being treated with filial piety. "Little fish, you treacherous beast who betrays his master and ancestors, I'll beat you to death." The old man came to his senses, suddenly jumped up, grabbed a feather duster, and chased after little fish, beating him mercilessly. An old man and a young boy staged a classic cat-and-mouse chase in the pharmacy. The little fish moved nimbly and smoothly, flipping and leaping. Although the old man was old, His predictions were incredibly accurate. He could always precisely catch the little fish's next move and then swat it down with a feather duster, making the little fish scream and cry. The old man reluctantly stopped, cursing, when the little fish suddenly darted to the top of the pillar. Chen Wuji found the whole scene noisy, but he was somewhat envious of Xiao Yu's agility. The pillar was about 5 meters tall, and he actually darted to the top in no time. He was clearly a trained fighter. I wonder if this was the legendary light body skill. If he learns this, he will be much more successful at hunting in the future. You want to sell this dead monkey? The old man appeared beside him at some point and suddenly asked. Yes. 100 coins. Chapter 43, The Censor's Daughter. So low? Add some. Chen Wuji was not very satisfied with the price of 100 coins. Monkeys can indeed be used in medicine, and we do use them occasionally, but not frequently. The old man shook his head. 100 coins is not a low price. The only usable part of such a large monkey is its bones. If you peel and process it properly and confirm that there are monkey gallstones inside, I can give you an extra 100 coins. Monkey gallstones are a bit more expensive. What is monkey gallstone? Chen Wuji asked. The name sounded somewhat familiar to him, but modern medicine would never use small parts from a monkey, and he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. A monkey's relic, the old man said, waving his hand. I'm telling you this in secret, but don't let those old bald monks from Buddhism find out. Got it, the monkey's gallstones. It's 100 coins after all. I'll see this through to the end and skin you myself, Chen Wuji said. In times of poverty and hardship, 100 coins was a large sum of money. Hua Sanyang did not participate in the bargaining today. She simply watched with a smile. Before she knew it, a layer of moist mist had quietly settled over the corners of her eyes. A glimmer of light finally appeared in his bleak life. Just then, someone walked in. They were a master and servant. The girl walking in front was adorned with jewels, radiant and beautiful, wearing an apricot-colored long dress and a veil. The latter was slender and thin, with a slightly chubby face. Mr. Zhang, could you please take a look at this for me? The woman nodded to the old man and sat down to one side. The old man turned his head, and when he saw who it was, his already drooping eyelids drooped even more. I really can't cure you. Stop coming here. With your family's power, where in the world can't you find a famous doctor? Why do you have to make things difficult for an old man who's about to be buried? I want to enjoy my old age in peace, but I don't want to be sent to Dongshiku by your father. Please, leave now. The woman sighed softly, but I bled nonstop yesterday, and it didn't stop until late at night. If this continues, I'm really afraid I'll die in a few days. No, your qi and blood are abundant, and your body has no problems whatsoever. I can guarantee that. You absolutely will not die. However, I cannot cure your illness, the old man said, waving his hand. His statement was somewhat contradictory. What kind of guarantee is it to guarantee that someone won't die, but not know how to cure them? Chen Wuji took a close look at the veiled girl. Judging from her complexion, appearance, and the strength of her voice, she did not seem like a dying person, but she was bleeding profusely, and he did not know where the bleeding was coming from. Old man, what's wrong with her? Chen Wuji asked in a low voice. The old man rolled his eyes. If I knew what the problem was, wouldn't I know how to treat it? It's precisely because I don't know what's wrong with her that it's so troublesome. What? You think you can cure illnesses too? No. Chen Wuji shook his head. Where is she bleeding? Nosebleed. Oh, I thought, well, nothing's wrong. Chen Wuji chuckled dryly. Damn, you're thinking dirty thoughts. The old man glanced sideways and snorted. If she were bleeding elsewhere, given how often she bleeds every day, she would have been unable to move by now and would probably be waiting to die. But nosebleeds are nothing more than a few things. Lung heat, stomach heat, liver fire rising, heart fire being excessive, deficiency with fire excess, and spleen failing to control blood, right? Don't you know that? Chen Wuji asked. He was genuinely seeking advice, and the old man seemed to be quite capable. I don't know. The old man immediately raised his voice. How can I not know? None of what you're saying is true. What's the point of you putting on airs with an old man like me? You know these things, yet you say you don't know medicine? No, I'm just a hunter. Chen Wuji shook his head. He has formally studied traditional Chinese medicine and apprenticed under 3 famous doctors, but he has not yet treated any patients. So Chen Wuji really didn't know his own capabilities. I happened to run into them, and on a whim, I asked them. The old man was so angry, he almost squinted Chen Wuji with his eyelids. He said in a sarcastic tone, You are indeed a good hunter. She is not any of the things you just mentioned. I have already confirmed that. Oh, there can only be an emotional disorder, Chen Wuji said. To put simply, depression. The old man was stunned for a moment. You're talking nonsense. Emotional imbalance can cause a nosebleed? Wait, emotional imbalance leads to stagnation of liver qi, which in turn causes poor blood circulation. Is that what you mean? Chen Wuji nodded. You, let him take your pulse, the old man suddenly shouted at the girl. At that moment, the patient actually wanted to die. Her mind was now filled with Chen Wuji and Zhang Lao's discussion about where she was bleeding. These two people didn't even think about carrying her on their backs. She could reluctantly forgive old Zhang. But what about that guy who was quite handsome? He deserves it. You come here, I'll ask. Chen Wuji shook his head. The old man raised his voice and asked, You touched the girl's hand because you're worried she might get pregnant or something? No, that won't happen. There's no need for it. I trust you, Chen Wuji said. You can't really diagnose depression by feeling its pulse. You can't really find out anything from that. Just ask. The old man was so angry that his eyebrows practically danced with rage. As a doctor, if you don't take the pulse yourself and let someone else do it, what kind of doctor are you? Go and do it yourself. Chen Wuji shook his head and asked the girl directly, Are you troubled by love? Do you have a man you love but cannot have? Or are you compassionate and often saddened by the sorrows of the world? The girl's expression was somewhat blank, yet also somewhat panicked. Is this considered an illness? Certainly. I do like someone. The kind of feeling where you can't have the one you love, you lose your appetite, and you can't sleep at night. The girl was somewhat embarrassed, but after hesitating for a while, she nodded. Old man, prescribe the medicine. Chen Wuji understood immediately. It was almost certain. The old man was so angry, he almost jumped up and down. Are you ordering me around? No, this is your place, isn't it? Chen Wuji laughed. The first remedy is to cut a lock of your own hair, burn it to ashes, mix it with water, and drink it. Take it 3 times in a row to stop the nosebleed. Before treating depression, the problem of daily nosebleeds must be resolved first. The old man suddenly chuckled sinisterly. But I need to remind you that this girl is the daughter of Imperial Censor Zhang. If you cause any problems for her, your head, arms, and legs combined won't be enough to chop you off. Chen Wuji was taken aback. Good heavens, no wonder he didn't look like an ordinary person. No matter how high the rank of the Imperial Censor, they are far superior to the minor officials in Yunnan County. Even though they were both second-rate 7th-rank officials, they were still a level above local officials. Girl, I didn't say anything just now. Just pretend I was talking nonsense, like an idiot spouting gibberish. Chen Wuji immediately changed his tune. For ordinary people, contact with these officials was a grave taboo for survival. The slightest misstep could result in their deaths in the wilderness. Chapter 44, Lily Disease. But I want to try. The veiled girl suddenly spoke softly. No, really no, I was just making this up. Chen Wuji shook his head repeatedly. Hua Sanyang seized the opportunity and said, Yes, my husband is a simple-minded man. He is sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. I don't know when he learned these prescriptions, but there must be some problems. Please forgive me, young lady. The sparsely bearded old man spoke up at the opportune moment. I have practiced medicine for half my life. I often use burning hair to ash as an external application to remove blood residue, but I have never heard of burning hair to ash and taking it internally. I don't know what it treats, so young lady, you should not try it lightly. The girl stared at the 3 people wide-eyed. It seems like her family background is being looked down upon. That handsome but impolite guy had just prescribed her medicine, but when he heard about her family background, he immediately changed his tune. Is it really that scary? But no matter how reasonable their points were, she still wanted to give it a try. She was fed up with getting nosebleeds several times a day. Even if this seemingly strange prescription only had a 10 or 20 chance of working, she was still willing to give it a try. Brother, please help me. If anything goes wrong, it will be my fault and have nothing to do with you. I promise my father will never cause you any trouble, the girl said earnestly. I've already forgotten what it was. Oh, what did I just say? Chen Wuji feigned amnesia, looked around, and suddenly exclaimed, All right, old man, do you want some python meat? I'll buy it all. I'll buy it all, as long as my brother is willing to help me get treatment, the girl cried out urgently. Chen Wuji, she's a generous girl, but her family background is quite impressive. He, a nobody with no power to rely on, even had to resort to crooked methods to deal with the 2 brothers who were village heads, let alone a high-ranking official in the capital. One word from someone could mean the end for him. While his recipe is unlikely to cause any problems, what if it does? Please, sir, save me. I would be eternally grateful. The girl suddenly stood up and bowed, her posture pitiful and charming. Chen Wuji couldn't stand this the most. Please, old man, can I borrow your paper and pen? The old man shook his head. Good advice is useless to a suicidal ghost. It's right there. Use it yourself. Chen Wuji picked up a pen and wrote down a prescription, then clearly marked the precautions. He then took a piece of paper and placed the paper and pen together in front of the girl. Write down what you said before, sign, and put your fingerprint on it. You asked me to treat you. It wasn't my fault. The girl was somewhat taken aback, but readily agreed. Of course. After she signed and sealed the prescription, Chen Wuji handed it to her and said, for emotional imbalance, medicine is not the key. You need to find something to do to relax your mind and body, such as hunting, fighting, arguing, or traveling. The girl looked slightly taken aback. Hunting and fighting are listed first because they are the most effective? No, that's not it, Chen Wuji laughed. It's mainly because I think you're too ugly. You're more suited to arguing and fighting. Hunting is up to you. The girl was stunned. What did you say? You're so ugly. Is there a problem? The girl's face flushed red instantly. No, I probably don't need your treatment. She let out a sob, then suddenly turned and ran away. The maidservant beside him hurriedly chased after him, then turned around and shouted angrily at Chen Wuji, how dare you say my young lady is ugly? You'd better wait for my master to beat you with a stick. He'll beat your head off. Chen Wuji was also dumbfounded. Oh no, it seems like we've gone too far. Shouldn't she have had a huge argument with him? Why don't you just turn around and run away? Miss, wait, I misspoke. Chen Wuji darted forward and grabbed the girl's arm first. Miss, I said that on purpose. It was actually to help you get better. Let me go. I won't get treatment anymore. Let me die. The girl roared, her arms flailing like a piglet about to be castrated. Her veil was knocked off, revealing a sweet and lovely face, but it was full of tears and grievances. I said that on purpose, just to provoke you, so I could cure your illness. Chen Wuji hurriedly explained, you're not ugly at all. You're very beautiful. I almost fell in love with you at first sight. The girl's struggle subsided, and she looked at Chen Wuji with teary eyes. Are you serious? Really? The old man who had just walked out of the pharmacy said. Ancient books record that anger can overcome thought, and joy can overcome sorrow. Joy and anger can alleviate emotional imbalance, but I never expected that someone would use them in this way. I have learned something new. Chen Wuji. He strongly suspected that the old man was subtly criticizing him. The girl was stunned. There really is such a treatment? I do feel like my chest feels a bit lighter. It should be effective, but it certainly won't be quick to eradicate it. The old man shook his head. I've also looked at the prescription he just wrote. It's very reliable. His medical skills are superior to mine. Chen Wuji didn't want to accept such praise. Old man, that's because you don't understand this disease. The girl was a little embarrassed and said apologetically, thank you. I didn't know there was such a treatment in the world. I was rude. Once I recover, I will definitely come to your door to express my gratitude. No need for that. Just give me the money, Chen Wuji said. That's natural. The girl smiled faintly. Chui, get the silver for the master. Because Chen Wuji offended her young lady, the little maid's mouth is still agape. Reluctantly, she took a silver coin from her purse and handed it to Chen Wuji, saying, here. When Chen Wuji saw it, his eyes almost popped out. It turned out to be 2 taels of silver. As expected of a daughter from a wealthy family, she's certainly generous with her money. Hua Sanyang, who had been a little nervous before, instantly had her worries replaced by joy after seeing the silver. With these 2 taels of silver, I can afford to buy medicine for my husband. If your prescription is truly effective, I will repay you handsomely. The young woman thanked him politely again, and then said to the old man, please trouble you, Elder Zhang, to get the medicine for me. Keep the prescription. I know which medicines it contains. Old Zhang walked into the pharmacy with his hands behind his back. While the old man was getting his medicine, Xiao turned her attention back to the snake meat that Chen Wuji had brought. Sir, how much is this? And how many kilograms is it? I'll pay for it. No need. Just do what you can. Buy only what you can eat. Chen Wuji said. There are many people in my family. We can finish it, Xiao said. The old man dispensing the medicine suddenly said, leave me 1 piece. The rest are yours to take as you like. This old man is quite outgoing. Chapter 45, The Concubine Returns to Her Old Ways. Xiao left 2 pieces of snake meat for old Zhang and packed up the rest. Upon learning that a caddy cost 6 coins, The lovelorn young woman immediately spent one tael of silver. Chen Wuji suddenly realized that he seemed to have unintentionally latched onto a very attractive patron. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous. Chen Wuji was so happy to have earned 3 taels of silver in a day that his mouth almost twisted into a crooked shape. With this money, the substitute service fee becomes a minor issue, and all the household belongings should be readily available. Our lives are about to take another big step towards a better future. After receiving the medicine, Xiao'er did not linger. She thanked Chen Wuji and Zhang Lao and left. Chen Wuji shamelessly asked the old man for 2 cups of tea, then sat down and drank them by himself. My throat is getting dry from talking. I need to rest a bit before I deal with the monkey for this old man. Young man, you must have a proper teacher to teach you medicine, right? The old man asked. Yes, but you wouldn't know even if I told you, Chen Wuji said. They are from completely different worlds. How could he possibly understand? The old man didn't press further, but instead suddenly extended an olive branch to Chen Wuji. With the skills you've displayed, it's a waste for you to be a hunter. Would you be interested in coming here to practice medicine? No, Chen Wuji refused decisively. At least he doesn't want to become a doctor right now. He'd rather be a hunter and have more freedom. If you have any ideas, you can come over anytime. The old man glanced at his apprentice, who was still organizing the medicine cabinet behind the counter, and said with a look of disgust, I don't think I can count on this treacherous apprentice who betrayed his master. Siji Zhai is a 200-year-old shop. I can't let this brand be ruined in my hands in the end. The wicked disciple snorted and muttered something in the distance, but no one could hear him. But it was clearly not a compliment. Chen Wuji shook his head again, refusing the old man's offer, but he didn't make his stance too definitive. In case hunting becomes unprofitable in the future, it could be a way to make a living. After drinking a cup of tea, Chen Wuji dealt with the monkey in the backyard of the pharmacy. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the monkey's relics, and in the end, we only got 100 coins. It's not bad, at least it's better than throwing it away. Just as Chen Wuji was about to leave, the old man suddenly had his wayward disciple prepare tea and snacks, practically begging Chen Wuji to discuss business. While Chen Wuji was dealing with the monkey, the old man took down the ancient medical book that had been shelved for a while, and after searching through it, he found a lot of interesting things and insisted on discussing them with Chen Wuji. By the time Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang came out of Siji Zhai, it was almost noon. The two hurriedly went to the county government office and paid the substitute service fee. Wife, please keep this money. Chen Wuji handed 2 taels of silver to Hua Sanyang. But don't rush to ask Su Xingyi to buy me the prescription. I can remember a lot of things now, and maybe I'll be able to figure out what the prescription is soon. We finally have a large sum of money. There's no need to spend it like this. Hua Sanyang nodded gently, her eyes glistening with tears. So good, Wuji, so good. Chen Wuji knew exactly what she meant. He reached out and squeezed Hua Sanyang's delicate wrist. My wife, believe me, everything will be all right. This is just the beginning. Yes. Hua Sanyang nodded with great force. She is now absolutely convinced of this. Let's go shopping, Chen Wuji said excitedly. Candles, clothes for Sanyang and Yu Wei, and bedding must be arranged first. He had long been fed up with using the same oil lamp repeatedly, sleeping on a smooth mat and covering himself with a heavily patinated quilt. Today, he had to replace it all. Wuji, when did you learn medicine? Why do I know nothing about it? Hua Sanyang asked suddenly after calming herself down. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. She'd been holding it in for a while because there were people she couldn't ask. Chen Wuji shook his head. I don't know either, but when I see patients, I can remember how to treat them, and those things seem to just pop up on their own. Don't worry, at your current pace, you'll remember it sooner or later, Hua Sanyang said with a smile. She could clearly sense that her husband was much more mature today than he was yesterday. The changes are significant. In order to purchase daily necessities, the two went to the East Market. Chen Wuji bought a large bundle of candles, 3 brand-new quilts, and prepared a dress for each of Hua Sanyang and Shen Yuwei, spending a total of 680 coins. At Hua Sanyang's insistence, Chen Wuji chose only the lowest quality items, but he was still shocked by the final total price. The bedding, in particular, is ridiculously expensive. He suddenly realized that his impoverished home was quite well off if it even had 2 quilts. Hua Sanyang originally wanted to buy some more millet to take back, as she had a strong attachment to grain. But there was no way to get it, so in the end we had to give up. After wandering around the East Market for a while, by the time the two left the city, It was already past noon. Chen Wuji sat at the gate of the courtyard, resting her chin on her hand, like a statue waiting for her husband, staring straight at the road leading into the village, with Chen Wuji's family heirloom sword beside her. Upon seeing Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang's figures in the distance, her eyes lit up, and she happily rushed into the courtyard, quickly starting a fire in the stove. After the firewood was lit, he came out of the kitchen, slapped Yuan Lao Air, who was buried in the yard, and pulled the rag out of his mouth. "Stop making a fuss, or I'll chop your head off." Chen Wuji threatened fiercely before preparing to wait at the courtyard gate. However, she bumped into Chen Wuji as soon as she stepped out. "Husband, sister, you're back. You're back. You made a pretty good profit today. Hey, what are you doing with that knife?" Chen Wuji asked. Chen Wuji glanced into the courtyard and said angrily, "Cut down the bad guys." When Chen Wuji peeked out, his mind went blank. Yuan Lao Air was planted firmly in the corner of the yard, just like a radish. "You buried it?" Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Chen Wuji nodded. "That wicked thing actually wanted me to kill my husband, and even said that he would give me 100 coins after it was done, and that he would take me as his concubine. In a fit of anger, I slashed him twice, and while he was screaming, I tied him up and buried him. I originally thought I would just bury him, but I was afraid that if others saw it, it would bring trouble to my husband and sister, so I left his head." Chen Wuji's face instantly darkened. He put down the load on his shoulder, took the knife from Chen Wuji, and walked up to Yuan Lao Air. "Yuan Lao Air, I don't remember us having such a big grudge, do you? Why do you have to put me to death? Do I need a reason to kill you?" Yuan Lao Air said sneer. Even in this predicament, his mouth remained as hard as steel, and his eyes were full of contempt and disdain for Chen Wuji. Chapter 46, If you're not ruthless, you'll have a hard time getting by. Faced with Yuan Lao Air's continued arrogance and disdain, Chen Wuji did not hesitate to cut off his left ear with a single stroke. "Tell me what?" Chen Wuji asked again in a deep voice, slamming the filthy ear into the ground with a knife. He actually knew the reason, but he just wanted to hear Yuan Lao Air tell him in person. When a man is incapable, having a beautiful wife is a sin. He had seen this story online many times before. At that time, he felt that the world was extremely hostile towards honest people. Now that this has happened to me, the word disgusting doesn't even begin to describe it. Yuan Lao Air howled like a wild boar being slaughtered, his mouth agape with all his might, but he wouldn't utter a word, and even tried to kill Chen Wuji with his eyes. "I never expected your backbone to be this hard. It's fine if you don't say anything. Anyway, you have a lot of pieces on you. We'll cut them off slowly." Chen Wuji chuckled, reached out and grabbed his right ear again, and made another clean and swift cut. With 2 cuts, Yuan Lao Air, whose head was already quite round, instantly turned into an old winter melon. It's just that the bloodstains look a bit disgusting. Wait. Yuan Lao Air suddenly roared. I didn't say whether I would or wouldn't. I was in pain, so much pain that I couldn't speak. To be honest, I did it for your wife. I did it because I love your wife. For my wife? How dare you say that? Chen Wuji cursed angrily, pinching Yuan Lao Air's nose with 2 fingers. "Wait, no. Spare me. I won't do it again." Yuan Lao Air looked at the blade, so close to him that his voice changed tone, sounding like a male duck. Chen Wuji did not stop. With a light and skillful stroke, he smoothly sliced off the tip of Yuan Lao Air's nose. During the reign of Yu the Great, this was originally a form of punishment for criminals, as well as a way to record military achievements. If you see someone on the street without ears or a nose, there's no doubt that they're definitely not a good person. At the very least, they're involved in crimes like theft or adultery. Someone as important as you, Yuan Lao Air, shouldn't beg for mercy. "It's beneath you," Chen Wuji said. "Let's get straight to the point. Just tell me how this matter should be resolved." Yuan Lao Air was in so much pain, he almost fainted. The muscles in his face were twitching arrhythmically, as if he were having an epileptic seizure. He had lost all of his previous imposing aura. "Can I pay you back?" he asked tentatively. "Of course you have to pay compensation. There are no labor service duties in Shishan village this year, but I'm on the county government's list. You 2 brothers did this, right? Do you want to deny it?" Yuan Lao Air paused for a moment, then said, I don't deny it. It's rare to hear you actually tell the truth," Chen Wuji sneered. "For these few people, I'm asking you for 2 taels of silver. Is that too much to ask?" "No." Yuan Lao Air's lips trembled slightly. Not at all. Not at all. I'll go home and get you the money right now. Get the money." Chen Wuji smiled gently. "Don't be so nervous. I'm more reasonable than you. If you don't bring the money over by evening, I'll kill you. I will definitely bring it over, Yuan Lao Air said repeatedly. He felt a chill run down his spine from Chen Wuji's gaze, and his courage almost shattered. In Chen Wuji's eyes, he could clearly sense the intention to kill him. This guy's supposed to be an idiot, so why has he suddenly become so fierce? Even his speech has become more coherent. He doesn't seem like an idiot at all anymore. Yuan Lao Air was puzzled, but at the same time, he was also somewhat shocked. I believe you will keep your word. It's only 2 taels of silver, which is more worthwhile than risking your life, right? Chen Wuji threw the knife aside, picked up a shovel, and dug Yuan Lao Air out of the ground. However, while digging, it was unavoidable that he was accidentally shoveled a few times. This was completely unintentional. When someone is buried in the ground, it's impossible for him to dig so precisely. It's perfectly normal to accidentally cut off a few pieces of flesh. After some effort to dig the man out of the ground, Chen Wuji finally saw the masterpiece left by Shun Yue on his body, a knife in each of his legs, which was quite symmetrical. Go on. Remember, don't be late. Chen Wuji politely tossed him out the door. Hua Sanyang watched the whole thing from under the eaves. Although she didn't say anything, her bright eyes were gradually replaced by deep worry. After Chen Wuji entered the room, she suddenly said, Wuji, why don't you marry someone else? Your mental illness is almost cured now, and you should be able to live a good life even without me. Wife, what nonsense are you spouting? Things are looking up, and you want to run away? I won't allow it. We haven't even consummated our marriage yet. Chen Wuji was startled. Then I'll stay until after our wedding night before I leave. Hua Sanyang pursed her lips tightly. Chen Wuji shook his head. Just the wedding night won't do. If we get married, you have to at least give me a child or 2, and then raise them to adulthood, right? Wuji, I'm afraid I have no way to care for our children. Hua Sanyang's voice suddenly choked with emotion. Chen Wuji said gently, Wife, we can't look for the cause within ourselves just because of other people's mistakes. There are so many bad people in the world. Besides Yuan Lao Air, we might also encounter Zhang Lao Air and Lu Lao Air. Are you going to look for the problem within yourself every time they cause us trouble? My wife, I think you're even less of a fool than me, unable to understand something this simple. This isn't your fault. It's the fault of those bad things. It's one thing for those bad things to cause us trouble, but why do you want to run away from me and make it a double punishment? Hua Sanyang is good in every way, except that she thinks too much. It seems that most gentle and mild-mannered women have this kind of problem. Sister, what my husband said is right. You can't think that you're wrong just because Yuan Lao Air wants to possess you. This matter actually has nothing to do with you, Shin Yue said, hugging Hua Sanyang. Hua Sanyang finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried. But I've made you all live in fear. That's Yuan Lao Air's fault, not yours, sister, Shin Yue advised. Chen Wuji pretended to be fierce and said, If you dare to run away, I'll find a rope and tie you to the Kong, heated brick bed, and then torment you day and night. How could there be anyone in the world more stupid than me? I will handle this matter, so none of you need to worry. The real concern right now is whether we should have lunch. We're starving. All right, sister, hurry up. The meat is going to burn in the pot. Shin Yue exclaimed and quickly pulled Hua Sanyang into the kitchen. Even with all the new things Yuan Lao Air bought for the family, he couldn't make the 2 of them smile. Lunch was again a super basic version of snake soup, but it tasted very good. Hua Sanyang did not mention the matter again, but a faint sorrow lingered between her brows. Chen Wuji did not go into the mountain again in the afternoon. After this incident, he was not comfortable going into the mountain. Taking advantage of this free time, he planned to repair and reinforce the dilapidated gate. There's a real lack of security in this courtyard right now. Yuan Lao Air arrived quite quickly. Chen Wuji had just taken down the gate to prepare to be a carpenter when this guy came limping over, carrying a sack on his shoulder. Chapter 47 today is the day to get rich quick. Wuji, here are 2,000 coins. I only have 1 tael of silver on hand, and I can only make up the rest with copper coins. Yuan Lao Air squatted down in front of Chen Wuji politely and handed over the money with both hands. Chen Wuji took the money and counted it very carefully. You shouldn't have any complaints, right? No, Yuan Lao Air quickly replied. His wounds had been bandaged, and he looked very much like a famous painting. That's good. To be honest, I feel a bit cheated that you left so easily, but I prefer people who know their place and don't risk their lives to joke with me. Chen Wuji spoke casually, but his eyes were sharp as knives as he stared intently at Yuan Lao Air for a long time. Killing him is the best option. Chen Wuji simply didn't want to bear the consequences of impulsive murder for the time being. He himself was fine, but it would drag Hua Sanyang and Yu Wei into a life of wandering, which was not what Chen Wuji wanted to see. He had no choice but to find another way to get revenge completely. It's more reassuring to know that this person is dead. I know, I was wrong. Yuan Lao Air pushed the sack he had brought over. This is some white rice, as an extra apology. After walking across the Naiha Bridge, I realized just how foolish and despicable what I did was. Let's go. Chen Wuji waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered to say another word to this guy. Yellow Fox's apology was always just a facade. How could something so fundamental in his nature be changed so easily? Although he had temporarily abandoned the idea of killing him, Chen Wuji's mind would not be at peace, and his thoughts would not be clear until this person was dead. Yuan Lao Air chuckled dryly and left like a fool, looking back every few steps. Wuji, is it all right if we just accept his things like this? Hua Sanyang lifted the curtain and leaned against the doorway to ask. This person has always been like a peace show in the village, only taking in and never giving out. My wife, don't worry. If I don't accept this today, he won't feel at ease, Chen Wuji said with a smile, trying to reassure him. What he didn't say was that if he didn't accept this today, Yuan Lao Air would probably have to take a desperate gamble and try to kill him that night. Now that he's accepted the gifts, even though the old man is resentful, at least he won't lose his temper and act rashly if he makes the first move. Even if he retaliates, it should take some time. Coincidentally, Chen Wuji thought the same thing. He also needs some time to arrange a good way for the two Yuan brothers to die. Everyone's demands are aligned, which is excellent. Hua Sanyang came over and held the wooden door open for Chen Wuji. What I'm worried about is that he'll become even more brazen and cause us trouble because he spent so much money today. No, he's afraid of dying, Chen Wuji said with a faint smile. I may be a fool, but I'm capable of anything. Yuan Lao Air isn't stupid. He can see through this. Hua Sanyang poked Chen Wuji in an annoyed tone. You rascal, your mental illness has only just improved a little, and you're already starting to scrutinize human nature so quickly? Some people aren't as simple as we think, so we still need to be careful. After saying that, she sighed softly. I wish I were uglier. That won't do, my wife. You don't think I don't like pretty women, do you? Chen Wuji exclaimed. What she said today was truly frightening. Chen Wuji was genuinely worried that she might think she was too beautiful and attract trouble, and might do something ridiculous like Xiahou Ling's daughter cutting off her ear to remain chaste, which would be utterly outrageous. Hua Sanyang smiled and said, I know if I weren't pretty, you wouldn't be in such a hurry. Chen Wuji looked embarrassed. Hua Sanyang leaned close to Chen Wuji's ear and whispered, After my menstrual period ends, we'll consummate our marriage. Wife, you said it yourself. If anything goes wrong again, I'll deal with you, Chen Wuji said fiercely. No, that won't happen. Hua Sanyang shook her head with a smile. As evening approached, Chen Bushi suddenly arrived at the door with a merchant. Wuji, where are the goods? Let manager, she take a look first, Chen Bushi shouted to Chen Wuji as soon as he entered the room. Chen Wuji thought it would take Chen Bushi several days to contact the buyer, but he didn't expect him to get it done so quickly. His unreliable third uncle was surprisingly efficient. Have a cup of rough tea first. The goods are behind us. Chen Wuji said. I'm not drinking anymore. I like to look at my things first, said manager Shi. It's getting late, and I need to get back to the city before sunset, so I won't linger any longer. The road is not safe. Young friend, please forgive me. Seeing this, Chen Wuji did not try to persuade them any further and led manager Shi and Chen Bushi to the backyard. Peacocks are quite rare in our area. Manager Shi glanced at the peacock in the pigsty and said directly, I can offer 900 coins for this peacock. Raise it a little. I went to all the trouble of inviting you here, and you only give me 900 coins? How am I supposed to pay this kid for tea? 1 tael of silver. Chen Bushi shouted. Shopkeeper Shi laughed and said, Old Chen, this item is rare, but it's really not that expensive. If I can't find a suitable buyer, I'm very likely to be stuck with it. But if you do come across one, you definitely won't sell it for less than a few taels of silver. Chen Bushi said, but the risk is high. Where in business can there be no risk? You can't use risk as an excuse to lower our prices. Fine, I can't argue with you. 950 coins is the most I can get. Stop talking nonsense. You're saying the highest you can get is 1 or 2 ounces. You bastard. How come you're so stubborn? You're really something else. You should at least let me, the middleman, make a little profit, right? The price is clear, and this kid heard all. If you don't raise it, do you think he'll give me a tea money fee? All right, 1 tael it is. However, this wild boar is really worthless. I can only give you 60 coins. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Wuji and asked, what do you think? More or less? Chen Wuji nodded. He had known all along that wild boar piglets wouldn't fetch a high price. Pay up and let's go, Chen Wuji said. Shopkeeper, she was so angry he laughed. He shook his head and turned to Chen Wuji, saying, I've traveled all over the country and met countless hunters, but I've rarely seen one as capable as you, brother. If you have anything good in the future, come to me anytime. Whether it's dead or alive, I'll take it all, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Also, you sold that bear cub to your third uncle for a huge discount. If you gave it to me, I could give you at least 1,500 coins. Chen Wuji's eyes and fists flared up simultaneously. Hey, you bastard, I was helping you find business, and you actually tried to poach my business. Chapter 48, Every pass is a money pass. Even if what manager she said was true, Chen Wuji wouldn't take it to heart. In buying and selling, once the purchase is made, it's done. Regardless of the value of the goods or services, once sold, it's sold. Moreover, Chen Wuji believed that Chen Wuji would not stoop to betraying him in such a matter. Although this person is not a respectable person. While Chen Wuji and shopkeeper she were arguing, Chen Wuji caught the peacock out of its enclosure, tied its feet with hemp rope, and then put the wild boar in the same enclosure as well. Young friend, I heard from old Chen that you also hunted a python? Manager, she suddenly asked. Yes, that's true. Will you sell the leather? 150 coins. Sell it. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wuji decided to sell it. He had originally planned to keep the hide to make a few pairs of shoes, but after studying it for a long time, he embarrassingly discovered that he didn't know how. Besides, the snake skin was rather thin and didn't seem very durable. As for doing anything else, it doesn't seem worthwhile, so let's just exchange it for money. If we can catch something like a Himalayan blue sheep in the future, we'll keep the pelts. He learned how to make sheepskin shoes from his grandfather when he was a child, so he knows a little about it. He spent almost all of his winters before he was 10 years old wearing sheepskin shoes. Although they were crudely made and looked rather ugly, they were really warm. Here you are, young friend. Please count it. It will be 1,200 and 100 coins in total. Manager, she counted out 1 tael of silver and gave him an extra 210 coins. Chen Wuji roughly counted them and confirmed that there were no problems. He then went to the courtyard, took out the python skin that was drying in the shade, and handed it to Manager Shi. Good heavens, this python is huge. Shopkeeper, she exclaimed. He put away the leather and cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Wuji. Young friend, if you ever find anything good in the future, remember me. My surname is Shi, and Shi shop in Yunnan City is mine. I definitely will, Chen Wuji said politely, but he didn't really take it seriously. He didn't quite agree with this guy's way of doing things, especially with a middleman involved. It was a bit unfair of him to just say that like that. Then goodbye. Shopkeeper, she picked up the peacock and the wild boar and left happily. Come on, third uncle, have a cup of my rough tea. Chen Wuji called out to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji and said, You're not going to keep up the act anymore, kid. I still go crazy every now and then, but my condition is slowly getting better, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Chen Wuji cursed, Damn it, you're really something. The two entered the courtyard together, and Chen Wuji asked Hua Sanyang to brew 2 bowls of tea. The two then sat down in the courtyard. As evening approached, the courtyard was the most comfortable spot, with a pleasant breeze and beautiful scenery. Chen Wuji counted out 100 coins and handed them to Chen Wuji, saying, Third uncle, these are for you. No need, that guy's surname she already paid. Chen Wuji pushed the money back. That bastard may not be a good person, but he was quick to pay and quite generous. Chen Wuji laughed and said, But most of the time, you can only introduce him to a seller once, right? Here you go, third uncle. I happen to have some things I'd like to ask you about. Speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji immediately put the money away. Chen Wuji smiled and asked, Does third uncle have any connections in the county government? This money you've taken is suddenly feeling a bit hot to the touch. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Wuji scrutinizingly. Tell me what you're planning to do first, and then I'll consider whether or not to tell you. It's nothing much. I just want to find a way to get rid of Yuan Jinbao, the village head, and send him to do hard labor, Chen Wuji said calmly. Yuan Lao heir relied solely on his elder brother, who was the village head. First, break off that tattered umbrella over his head, and then slowly make fun of him. In any era, reckless courage is unacceptable. One must rely on power and influence. Su Shu, whom Liu Bei would watch as he cut down a bamboo grove, was wanted by the court for impulsive murder in his youth, and was even forced to change his name. That Gao Di was Liu Bei's first strategist. Chen Wuji nodded with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Your idea is very correct. If you're not prepared to live a life on the run, you have to find some connections. Third uncle, you're the kind of person who casually stabs people with a knife, so don't talk to me about this, Chen Wuji chuckled. This guy even taught him how to use a knife, and now he's faster than anyone else. Chen Wuji snorted. Do you think I'll stab just anyone? I rob the rich to help the poor, and I only stab the scoundrels who roam around. Even if I do stab someone, there's a high chance nothing will happen. Chen Wuji naturally understood. He was just teasing him. If you want to get this done, I can help you find the connections, but it won't be possible without 10 taels of silver. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji. Do you have that kind of money? No. Chen Wuji shook his head, feeling a little melancholy. Today he earned 6 taels of silver because of 2 windfalls. Such good fortune doesn't come often. He doesn't know when he'll be able to scrape together the remaining 4 taels. Then what are you talking about? Chen Wuji waved his hand, picked up the rough bowl, took a sip of tea, spat out the tea leaves stuck to his tongue, and said, Your tea is really rough. Why does it taste so earthy? You should be grateful to have something to drink. I can tell you don't know what's good for you. This is genuine aged tea that has been stored for many years, Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji, if it's spoiled, just say so. Don't call it aged tea. How much money can you come up with right now? Chen Wuji asked. Chen Wuji took out all the money he had on him, 3 taels and 200 coins. There were coins of varying sizes, but not a single extra copper coin. There were actually 2 ounces left, but he had already given them to Hua Sanyang. You can ask for the money back if you need it, but if it's not necessary, it's best not to ask for it for now. Give me 2 taels of silver and wait for my news, Chen Wuji said. I should be able to find a way to remove Yuan Jinbao from his position as village head, but I doubt I can send him to do forced labor. Besides, you probably want to take this opportunity to keep Yuan Jinbao there forever, right? This money needs to be prepared separately, but it's cheap. 3 to 5 taels should be enough. In other words, you need to find a way to raise at least 13 taels within a month. Are you confident? If not, don't try it for now, and think of other ways. Chen Wuji asked, Is there a month? I can give you a month to prepare the money, Chen Wuji said. What if we can't raise the money? Then you'd better hurry up and run. Those people are much more troublesome than the Yuan brothers. For a mere 10 or so taels of silver in service, they're willing to do the work first and get paid later. That's unprecedented. You understand what I mean? Chen Wuji nodded. How could they not understand this simple principle? This is the only service industry that doesn't guarantee the success of a business transaction and requires payment up front before any service is provided. Chapter 49, Getting Ready to Sleep. Chen Wuji pushed the teacup aside with disdain and stuffed the silver into his sleeve. Did you hear what I just said? At least 15 taels of silver, that's the minimum. If you have the money, you'd better prepare more. Listen carefully. Chen Wuji nodded, then chuckled and said calmly, However, you can go to great lengths to cause trouble for those 2 brothers during this time. You did a very good job of what happened today, and it was very satisfying to watch. But we need to be wary. If we can use connections, so can they, and they're even better at it than you are. Once you sense this trend, you must stop and wait for my message. Chen Wuji nodded and agreed to everything. The fact that Chen Wuji knew about this means that news of his killing Yuan Lao heir had already spread throughout the village. Okay, then I'll be going. Chen Wuji nodded. By the way, if you need any wild game in the future, you can go to that guy's surname Shi, but you need to be careful. That bastard is cunning and knows how to treat people differently depending on their status. No need. I think it's easier to let my third uncle arrange things for me. Chen Wuji shook his head. Whatever. You'll be alone at home anyway, so have dinner before you leave. We're having deer bone soup tonight. It'll be your last meal together. If that's how you put it, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll go home and get some wine, and we uncle and nephew can have a drink. Chen Wuji showed no modesty whatsoever, waved his hand, and turned to leave. After Chen Wuji left, Chen Wuji raised his hand to look at the lines on his palm, feeling somewhat depressed. His fingers aren't that wide, so how come he leaks money like a sieve? I was happy this morning because I had some extra money, but then a bigger debt came my way. Although this was my own choice, the speed at which I made money couldn't keep up with the speed at which I spent it, which was still a bit annoying. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have wanted to rush into the mountains to quickly find some silver. When Chen Wuji came again, he brought not only wine, but also a person, Chen the mule, who considered himself more durable than a mule, and seasonings. Chen Wuji discovered that his family was destitute, and everyone in the Chen clan knew this very well. That's absolutely outrageous. The sudden arrival of guests kept Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue quite busy. Although there wasn't much to prepare at home, the two of them still managed to whip up 2 kinds of wild vegetables for Chen Wuji and the other 2 to eat as snacks with their drinks, and then they hurriedly stewed deer bones. The bones that Chen Wuji had kept behind out of personal motives will be completely gone after tonight's meal. Who knows when I'll get to enjoy this delicious taste again? In the kitchen, Shun Yue, who was tending the fire, glanced quietly at the courtyard and whispered to Hua Sanyang, "Sister, my husband seems to be much better now. Is he almost recovered?" I also think he's almost recovered. He's been very steady in his speech and actions these past few days. Hua Sanyang's face was full of smiles as her 2 delicate little hands quickly picked at the wild vegetables in her hands. "Yue, I think this has a lot to do with you. Ever since you came into the family, my husband has started to get better. A few days ago, he would occasionally say some silly things, but I haven't noticed it much today." Shin Yue said shyly, "Sister, you're joking. How could this have anything to do with me? If it really has something to do with you, maybe it really is a marriage to bring good luck," Hua Sanyang said. "You don't know, I was brought into the Chun family to bring them good luck, but unfortunately, it seems my luck was misplaced and things went wrong instead." "Really?" Shin Yue was very surprised. She has never really believed in the idea of marrying for good luck, considering it just a way for ordinary people to comfort themselves. However, if her silly husband really did become a better person because of her coming into the family, she would feel a sweet warmth in her heart. Born into a privileged family, she was born like a proud peacock. However, her life took a sudden turn, turning her into a female prisoner feared by everyone. Although Shan Yue didn't say it to herself, she was very wary of it. Chen Wuji didn't care about her dark past at all. On the contrary, he treated her like his legal wife and never showed her any favoritism. Even though the family was poor, Shen Yue still felt that this was the man she wanted to find. A man I can rely on. Dinner was served amidst the gentle whispers of the 2 women. We had guests at home today, so the 2 girls didn't go out to join in the fun and ate in the kitchen instead. Chen Wuji and Chen Luozi stayed until the moon was high in the sky before they took their leave. They also finished off the entire jar of wine they brought. Before leaving, Chen Mule suddenly stuffed a money bag into Chen Wuji's arms, saying, "Take this and use it first. Third brother has told me everything. I reckon you can't scrape together more than 10 taels of silver in a short time. Let's get through this first." "No need. There's still a month left. I should be fine." Chen Wuji shook his head and declined Chen Mule's offer. No wonder Chen Wuji wanted to bring Chen Mule to dinner. It turns out he wanted to make Chen Mule bleed. Why so much nonsense? I'm not in a hurry for money. It would be best if we didn't owe those people in the county government any more money. Even if we do, don't drag it out for such a long time as a month. That bastard Lao San thinks his face is worth a month, but I don't think so. Chen Mule waved his hand impatiently. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Wuji for confirmation. Chen Wuji said proudly, "My face is worth more than a month. I don't even need to pay this time, but I just don't want to use it." Chapter 50 to sleep or not to sleep. Stop nitpicking. Chen Mule cursed. Chen Wuji shook his head speechlessly. If you don't know how to use illusions, then don't fucking use them, and don't nitpick. Wuji, keep the money and wait for my message. Upon seeing this, Chen Wuji accepted the money pouch, thinking that Chen Mule's words might make more sense. After seeing Chen Wuji and the other man out the door, Chen Wuji closed the courtyard gate and went inside. The room, now several times brighter after the candles were lit, had already been tidied up by Hua, Sanyang, and Shin Yue. The brand new bedding looks so comfortable. From now on, I won't have to run around on the bear mat anymore. Not only was that thing incredibly hard, but you'd also get pricked by the bamboo skewers inside every now and then. Chen Wuji smiled and hugged Hua Sanyang's slender waist from behind. "Wife, it's time to sleep." "Yue is still here. Don't cause trouble," Hua Sanyang said, blushing and struggled slightly. Shin Yue, who was sitting on the edge of the Kong, suddenly jumped up and said, "You guys sleep. I'm going to sleep too. Let's sleep together. It's so boring to sleep alone." We can chat tonight, Chen Wuji said. He was eager to achieve the life goal of having women on both sides. Even if you do nothing, just embracing is a beautiful thing. You wicked bastard, you can sleep with me, but you need to promise not to do anything bad, Hwasanyang said irritably. I promise I won't. After Chen Wuji repeatedly assured her, Hwasanyang finally reluctantly agreed. However, he repeatedly warned Chen Wuji not to secretly do anything bad with Shen Yue after she fell asleep at night, lest he harm Shen Yue's health. Having empathized with Shen Yue's experience, Hwasanyang cared for this concubine, who was forcibly sent to her by the government, as if she were her own sister, and felt extremely sorry for her. Every word was inseparable from Shen Yue's body. However, Shen Yue herself did not agree with this. She always felt that doing that kind of thing wouldn't have a big impact on her body. If Hwasanyang hadn't kept stopping her, she would have already given herself to Chen Wuji. She was worried about Chen Wuji's current situation. Having a beautiful wife and concubines, yet only being able to look at them without being able to have them, must be incredibly painful. But Hwasanyang disagreed. Lost in thought, Hwasanyang moved the quilt from the next room over. After blowing out the candles, she crawled into Chen Wuji's bed, while Shen Yue took up a bed by herself and lay in a corner by the window. As soon as she lay down, Chen Wuji pulled Hwasanyang into his arms. Don't do anything reckless. Yue is here. Hwasanyang murmured softly, biting Chen Wuji's ear and gently scolding him. Shen Yue was taken aback. Could it be that her husband wanted to do that with her sister when she was menstruating? That wouldn't do. It would bring bad luck. Thinking this, she quietly shifted her position and then furtively checked Chen Wuji's blankets. Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them did, thank goodness. Chen Wuji was startled, feeling a sense of anticipation for Shen Yue's next move, but the girl actually ran away. It's like a thief who sets fire to a building. He starts the fire and then runs away. This infuriated Chen Wuji. He freed his left hand, turned his back, and groped his way into Shen Yue's quilt. This naughty fellow must be punished. Chen Wuji woke up very early today. Hwasanyang and Shen Yue had gotten up a step earlier than him and were getting dressed furtively. That scoundrel, he still secretly attacked you yesterday, didn't he? Hwasanyang said irritably. Shen Yue nodded shyly. I knew he wouldn't behave, but as long as he didn't do that kind of thing, it's fine. Hwasanyang shook her head and chuckled. Your body is so weak, you really have to be careful about this kind of thing. You must not let your husband do whatever he wants. It's okay to wait a few days, but if you ruin your health, it will be a lifelong problem. Shen Yue looked down at the blanket covering her legs, pursed her lips, and nodded gently. Actually, she almost couldn't hold back last night. Chen Wuji, who had been pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, listened for a while, then opened his eyes and sat up. You guys got up so early. Hwasanyang shuddered and quickly grabbed her clothes and burrowed under the covers. Shen Yue also pulled the blanket over herself. What's with your reaction, you two? I'm your husband. Look at you. Chen Wuji said speechlessly. This sounds like a reaction to encountering a scoundrel. Hwasanyang was taken aback. Oh, I think so. Chen Wuji, what are you saying? How can it be so obvious? Chapter 51, 5 Spirit Fat. After eating the vegetable porridge prepared by Hwasanyang in the morning, Chen Wuji took his food and belongings and went into the mountains. With nothing to sell today, he has plenty of time to wander around the mountains. The first thing Chen Wuji did upon entering the mountain was to inspect the traps. But after looking around, his face fell. Today's trap yielded very little, even dismal. There were nearly 20 traps, but only 2 rabbits and 1 big fat rat were caught. If he's not mistaken, this thing should be called a bamboo rat. In the years before short videos became popular, there was a man who raised bamboo rats who enjoyed watching them. He said they tasted quite delicious, but unfortunately, Chen Wuji never got to try them. What frustrated Chen Wuji even more was that more than half of the traps had been destroyed and needed to be rearranged. The prey caught by these destroyed traps must have been quite large. The scene looked like it had been hit by a tornado, with holes everywhere, as well as animal fur and bloodstains. He arrived a little late. If he had come yesterday afternoon, he might have made quite a bit of a profit. What a pity. Chen Wuji was so heartbroken he almost turned green with envy. It's all that grandson of Yuan, Lao Heir's fault. Put this on your head, you bastard. Chen Wuji cursed and insulted Yuan, Lao Heir's ancestors for 18 generations, and then rearranged the destroyed traps one by one. After finishing, he rested for a while and chose West Mountain from among the pool the mountain peak in West Mountain. He hadn't been to the Shishan area yet and wanted to see if there were any aquatic products there. If there's no success there, we'll risk going up to the summit. He went to that place twice, and each time he was in grave danger. If there were any gains to be made, Chen Wuji did not want to risk going to that place. Although high-risk places often come with high rewards. But Chen Wuji cared more about his own life. The area west of Shengshenling and Shishan is ridiculously large. You can't see the edge even from the top of the mountain, and probably no one has ever been to the central area. The mountain where Chen Wuji was standing was actually the foot of Shengshenling. If you went up this mountain, around the peak where the beasts gathered, and then crossed a few more peaks, you would almost reach Shengshenling. Although it is a mountain, it is not one that you could see the end of at a glance, but a magnificent mountain that stretches for several miles and has several branching ridges. Among these mountains, Shengshenling is the only one with a name. Tie the rabbit and bamboo rat to his waist with ropes, and Chen Wuji, holding a bow and arrow, headed towards the western mountains. The dense forest was extremely quiet, so quiet that Chen Wuji could clearly hear the sound of his own breathing. A wild fruit suddenly fell from the treetop and landed squarely on Chen Wuji's head. He looked up and saw an adorable squirrel. It stood on a branch, its two front paws still in the posture of holding something, its mouth slightly open, its two teeth long and healthy, almost reflecting light. The thing in its paw suddenly fell out, and it seemed not to react for a moment. At this moment, it was staring blankly at Chen Wuji below. Be careful. It's not good to litter on the mountain. Luckily, this thing doesn't hurt too much, otherwise I would definitely use your rat life to comfort my injured head. Chen Wuji said with a laugh. This little thing is kind of cute. The squirrel was startled by Chen Wuji's shout and suddenly jumped down from the branch. Then, it flew right past Chen Wuji's eyes, looking so fresh and beautiful. Wow, a flying squirrel. Chen Wuji's eyes lit up, and he took off chasing after him. Flying squirrel. Its poop is the famous 5 spirits decoction. The mouse flies ahead, and the person chases after it. In the blink of an eye, it has darted 100 meters or so. Although flying squirrels can fly, they can't fly very far. Each glide is only about a few dozen meters, and they fly slower and slower, as if they would be exhausted in no time. Your wings are a bit too long. Stop flying. Let's have a chat. How much shit do you produce? Fill a sack for me, or I'll take your life. Chen Wuji shouted from behind. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel became even more nervous and began to run and fly, darting and soaring among the treetops. Perhaps it couldn't understand what the human behind it was saying, but it probably sensed Chen Wuji's malice in wanting to drain its guts. So even as it ran slower and slower, it ran more and more desperately. However, it seems that Chen Wuji no longer needs it to lead the way. He saw another flying squirrel in the tree canopy ahead, as well as a tree hole. Looking around carefully, Chen Wuji's mouth immediately curled into a grin. There's more than one tree hole. He had already spotted 4 with just a quick glance. I've never heard of this thing being a social animal. But Chen Wuji liked them living in groups. Living in a group is good. Thank you, big squirrel. You're such a good squirrel. Don't be nervous. I really don't want you to die. I'm just helping you clean your burrow so you don't get suffocated by your own droppings. Chen Wuji chuckled, rubbed his hands together, untied the rope, and prepared to climb the tree. He didn't know the exact price of Wolingzi during the reign of Emperor Yu, but since harvesting it was just as difficult as harvesting birds' nest, the price certainly wouldn't be low. After hanging the rope on the tree trunk, Chen Wuji began his arduous tree climbing debut, using both his hands and feet. For a period of time during his school years, he felt inferior because of his rural background. But now, he has to thank himself for being a country boy. Otherwise, even if he knew that the flying squirrel's droppings were Wolingzi, he would have had no choice but to look at the droppings and turn away. It's a tree that's at least 10 meters tall. You need some experience to climb it. Even though Chen Wuji had been skilled at climbing trees since childhood, it took him quite a while to climb up to the trunk. The flying squirrel built itself a very large home, complete with doors and windows. Chen Wuji sat on the tree trunk and rested for a while before taking off his clothes and starting to clean the flying squirrel's dormitory. There was quite a lot of stock inside, with a thick layer of clumps and pellets of droppings. Although Lingji blocks may look unsightly in modern medicine, they are actually more expensive. It's just that I don't know what the market is like in this era. Chen Wuji accepted everything, whether it was individual grains of spirit fat rice or blocks of spirit fat. It's true that people in ancient times were very particular about naming things. Just by looking at the name, Who would know that this thing is actually squirrel poop? Pure poop is called spiritual fat rice, while poop mixed with urine becomes spiritual fat block. He pulled out nearly 5 pounds of Wolingzi from a tree hole. The flying squirrel looks cute, but it also seems to be a dirty fellow, accumulating so much poop without even bothering to clean it up. Furthermore, they don't seem to like pooping outside. Even if they go to the toilet outside more often, they probably won't accumulate this much poop. Next, after carefully wrapping the collected 5 spirits oil tightly and tying it around his waist, Chen Wuji climbed down the tree with difficulty and ran towards the other tree on the opposite side. If every tree hole yields such a harvest, he should be able to make a small fortune today. Chapter 52 stirred up a flying squirrel's nest. Chen Wuji discovered that even the droppings of these flying squirrels showed individual differences. The tree hole he initially discovered gave him a big surprise, but the situation in the next 2 or 3 nests was not very optimistic. Inside a tree hollow, he only pulled out a handful of spirit rice, less than 2 ounces. Judging from this trend, it seems unlikely that he will be able to make a fortune today. After carefully storing the spirit rice, Chen Wuji looked at the adorable flying squirrels darting among the treetops and suddenly had the idea of catching them and raising them. If it works out, it could be a long-term business. Flying squirrels look almost identical to squirrels, except for a few small wings that aren't really wings. They should be fine to raise in captivity. Their diet consists of at most a few dried fruits and the like. Give it a try. Chen Wuji decided to do it after a little thought. He plucked a few larger leaves and poured the 5-spice powder he had just picked on them. Then he cut a few sticks and vines, using the thicker sticks as handles and the thinner sticks to make a loop, then clipped his clothes inside and secured them with the vines. Fortunately, he was wearing the same tattered clothes he was wearing to go up the mountain today, so even if they got damaged, he wouldn't be too heartbroken. Otherwise, if they hadn't caught the flying squirrel and had even lost a piece of clothing, Chen Wuji would have been heartbroken. Having made a makeshift net, Chen Wuji grinned as he looked at the 3 flying squirrels leaping among the treetops, 2 large and 1 small. The small one had darted out when Chen Wuji was digging the hole earlier. These little guys seemed to have a strong attachment to their home. Seeing Chen Wuji, this human, ruthlessly touching their nest, they frantically scurried and jumped among the treetops, chirping incessantly, unwilling to leave. Although Chen Wuji couldn't understand it, these guys were probably hurling some pretty nasty insults. Come on, don't resist, just come home with me. From now on, you won't have to worry about your own food, drink, or toilet needs. I'll take care of everything for you, so you can just enjoy your life. Chen Wuji raised the net and carefully took a step. This is a good thing. Trust me, I'm an honest person and I would never lie to you. Chen Wuji gently coaxed, not knowing if it would work, but it was just a way to pass the time when he was bored. Spotting the creature squeaking and cursing incessantly among the treetops, Chen Wuji slammed the net down. Unsurprisingly, the guy got away. Among the treetops, their movements were more agile than Chen Wuji's net. Why are you running away? I'll take you to enjoy life. Chen Wuji gave up tiptoeing and started chasing after the flying squirrel with wide, sweeping movements, trying to predict its movements. But it's really difficult. This guy can not only run fast, but he can also fly. The branches overhead were haphazard and intermittent, which greatly hindered Chen Wuji. Half an hour had passed, and Chen Wuji hadn't caught a single flying squirrel. However, he had inadvertently discovered 2 more tree holes, which he marked briefly before continuing to chase after the flying squirrels. I refuse to believe that I, a man with a brain, can't handle you little brats. You wait for me to rest. If I don't bring you back today, I'm not a Chen. Chen Wuji was exhausted and rested on the spot, leaning on the net. As soon as he rested, the flying squirrel also rested. The 2 fat ones huddled together, seemingly exchanging their experiences of teasing Chen Wuji. Moreover, he was standing on a treetop no more than 2 or 3 meters away from Chen Wuji. This infuriated Chen Wuji. Even a flying squirrel has learned the taunt skill. Get down here. Chen Wuji suddenly stretched out his net, and the moment he saw the 2 flying squirrels preparing to dart down, he turned the net around and changed it from downward to upward. I won. Chen Wuji was excited. He had been aiming carefully for so long without success, but unexpectedly, he caught 2 in 1 net with just a casual attempt. Where can you even begin to explain this to him? Chen Wuji quickly retrieved the net, tucked the pole under his arm, and reached into the net with both hands to catch the 2 squeaking flying squirrels. Keep running, and stop mocking me. If you weren't still of great use, based on what you just did, I would have prepared a delicious roasted flying squirrel meal for you. Chen Wuji cursed as he quickly tied the two little guys up with rope. However, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the result after it was tied up. This is a classic case of a small horse pulling a large cart. The flying squirrel is small, but the rope is thick, making it look very awkward. Chen Wuji split the other end of the rope into 4 strands and tied the two little ones up again. This looks much better now. After confirming that they wouldn't break free of the rope and waste his efforts of the past half hour, Chen Wuji started climbing the tree again. He needed to dig out the hole he had just seen. These tree holes are located in rather hidden places and can only be seen from a certain angle. If you miss them, you may not be able to find them again later. These 2 tree holes were quite useful, providing Chen Wuji with nearly 2 pounds of flying squirrel droppings. However, some of the droppings at the bottom were damp and moldy, and the smell was a bit overpowering. After all that trouble, Chen Wuji was exhausted and hungry. Looking at the sun, he realized that noon must have already passed. To ensure he had the energy to continue climbing the mountain in the afternoon, Chen Wuji started a fire, skinned and processed the rabbit he had hunted that morning, and roasted it on the spot. The 2 flying squirrels tied to the tree trunk, seeing Chen Wuji's skillful movements, shrank back in fear and didn't even squeak. While the rabbit was roasting, Chen Wuji took a stroll around the neighborhood. He wanted to see if there were any more tree holes. He looked very carefully, circling each tree thoroughly to make sure he didn't miss any. Upon closer inspection, a discovery was indeed made. He not only discovered the tree hole, but also the flying squirrel. And the distance wasn't great. She was only half a head taller than him, within arm's reach. The moment the flying squirrel peeked out of the hole, Chen Wuji moved instantly, covering the entrance and reaching his hand inside. The little flying squirrel squeaked and tried to resist, but it still couldn't escape Chen Wuji's grasp. Upon touching deeper into the cave, a thick layer of 5 spirits fat was found. Chen Wuji was so happy that his mouth almost twisted into a crooked grin. This flying squirrel is good, a good squirrel. It didn't make him work hard at all. I'll remember your kindness and make sure you eat well from now on. Chen Wuji smiled and patted the flying squirrel's fluffy head. The creature was undeniably adorable. He ran to the fire, tied up the flying squirrel, then grabbed a net and quickly went back to pry out all the 5-spice powder from the tree hole and clean it up thoroughly. If you pick it up in your hand, it's definitely worth a pound. 5-spice powder is very light, and dried 5-spice rice is even lighter. But when this stuff mixes with urine, it becomes a block of liposomes, which has a different weight altogether. According to later prices, the heavier ones are actually more expensive, with Lingji blocks costing almost twice as much as Lingji rice. I wonder if people in the Great Yu Dynasty preferred Lingji rice or Lingji blocks. Chapter 53, Confrontation with Wolves. Chen Wuji spent an entire day in this mountain forest fighting with the flying squirrel. They reluctantly stopped as the sun was setting and night was falling. Perhaps due to a lack of competition among species, there are a great many flying squirrels in this forest. In just one day, Chen Wuji discovered no fewer than several dozen. The only downside is that these little creatures live quite far apart, scattered in groups of 3 or 4 tree holes, making them very difficult to catch. After a whole day of searching, he only caught 5. However, we did manage to collect quite a bit of Wolingzi, about 10 kilograms. Based on future prices, Chen Wuji could easily sell this little bit of stuff for over 2,000. Earning 2,000 a day is a very good income in the mountain running industry. I just don't know what these things were priced in the Yu Dynasty. On his way down the mountain, Chen Wuji took the opportunity to check on the traps he had just set up that morning. The very first thing made Chen Wuji grin from ear to ear with excitement. A badger with shiny fur. Upon seeing it, Chen Wuji guessed what had destroyed yesterday's trap. It's probably this thing. Badgers have a keen sense of smell and a pair of very powerful front paws. They dig even harder than dogs. It and wild boar have always been considered 2 major pests by the people, with their ability to destroy farmland being equally impressive. However, this thing is more valuable than wild boar. Both badger oil and fur can fetch a very good price. After removing the badger from the trap, Chen Wuji cut off some scraps of meat and rearranged the trap. When they reached the second trap, Chen Wuji saw the wild boar he had just been talking about, as well as the wolf. 2 reddish-brown wolves had already devoured most of their prey, and now it was barely possible to tell that the clump of meat was from a wild boar. Chen Wuji's nerves tensed instantly, and he slowly drew his sword. He had hardly ever heard of wolves with red fur. This wolf looks rather lewd, like a seductive and shameless woman. It looks like the offspring of a gray wolf and a fox having an affair. Its fur resembles that of a fox, and its size is similar, though it's much smaller than a normal gray wolf. If this wolf stood next to a giant Arctic wolf, it could probably be a cub. The two wolves were startled when they saw Chen Wuji, a human, suddenly intrude. They quickly left the trap and took 2 steps back, then stopped and stood there licking their lips, staring at Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji realized he might have picked up the wrong weapon. At this distance, he should have been holding an arrow, not a knife. He wondered if these two beasts would give him a chance if he switched weapons now. He was attracted to the two wolves' alluring fur, but he had no intention of hunting them. After all, he might not be able to defeat 2 wolves. However, he can't leave either. Whether he should leave or fight back depends on the mood of the 2 wolves. It's a misunderstanding. You can continue your meal. I won't disturb you. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wuji decided to take a step back and try again, while also getting a new bow and arrow. He tucked the knife into his waistband, and the 2 wolves slowly lowered their bodies, watching Chen Wuji warily. This is a sign that they are about to launch an attack. Why bother? I was just passing by. You guys continue. Chen Wuji muttered, quickly knocked an arrow, and shot it out. These 2 wolves clearly didn't want to talk to him properly, so he decided to strike first. As the arrow flew out, the wolves also moved, darting towards Chen Wuji from the left and right like sharp arrows. The wooden arrow struck one of the wolves, but fell off after it started running. The wooden arrow was too weak. It probably only pierced the wolf's skin and didn't penetrate the flesh. Chen Wuji tossed the bow and arrows aside and quickly drew his sword. It's time for hand-to-hand combat. He was looking forward to hand-to-hand combat with San Yang and Yu Wei, but he hated hand-to-hand combat with wolves. He really didn't want a one-on-2 situation like that. Once this matter concerning Yuan Lao heir is over, he will definitely forge a suitable bow and make a batch of iron arrows. Hunting with wooden arrows is far too ineffective. If the arrow had been made of iron, the wolf on the right should have been crippled. Now it seems he only scratched an itch for them. The wolf on the left pounced, its gaping maw snapping at Chen Wuji's thigh. The pungent, fishy stench nearly made Chen Wuji faint. Chen Wuji swung his sword repeatedly, shouting, "Disgusting wretch! Who taught you to use magic before attacking? You beast! How dare you insult people? D. Red Wolf dodged Chen Wuji's blade, much like a dog that had been provoked, baring its teeth and circling around Chen Wuji, trying to find his weak point. Both wolves and dogs are very methodical when they attack. With only 2 wolves, one will inevitably be responsible for restraining the other, while the other will be responsible for ambushing. They went in circles, forcing Chen Wuji to go in circles as well. Just then, the wolf on the left suddenly fainted, and as Chen Wuji swung his knife, the wolf on the right pounced like an arrow, biting at Chen Wuji's right arm where he was holding the knife. Chen Wuji twisted his waist sharply, bringing the blade to his right and slashing it down at the wolf's jaw. Trying to ambush me? Damn it, I've been waiting for you to ambush me. Seeing this, the wolf on the left pounced. Chen Wuji dodged to the side and forcefully slashed at the wolf's waist with his knife. He knew that whether it was a dog or a wolf, the first target would be the lumbar spine. By forcefully breaking its spine, he could instantly incapacitate it. With a whimper, the wolf on the left rolled and crashed into the wolf on the right. Chen Wuji's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his hand to slash at the neck of the other wolf. One stroke to decapitate. Chen Wuji was sprayed with hot blood, and his heart was also boiling. Chen Mule wasn't bragging. This really is a fine sword. He didn't feel much pressure when he swung the knife down. He almost effortlessly ripped the wolf's head off. The Chen family has some capable people. Chen Wuji sighed and quickly delivered another blow to the other wolf. It was at this moment that he realized that it seemed like there was no difference between finishing off the wound and repairing it. With his previous strike, he almost severed the wolf's waist, leaving only a third of it still attached. With Lang Lang dead, Chen Wuji's tense nerves relaxed. The sudden release of pressure left his hands stiff for a while before they returned to normal. But a worrying problem soon followed. The 2 wolves were hacked to pieces by him, and blood was everywhere, making it a problem to bring them down a mountain. Feeling quite distressed, Chen Wuji chose the most foolish method. Wait, we'll go down the mountain after we've controlled the blood of these 2 wolves. He really didn't want to bathe in wolf blood while walking. I've heard that this thing can also ward off evil spirits, but Chen Wuji doesn't need it. When the setting sun was firmly set over the western mountains, Chen Wuji gathered up the bow and arrows he had thrown aside, tied up the mangled carcass of the wild boar and the 2 wolves with rope, and carried them down mountain. Today is destined to be a day of suffering for your clothes. Even though the wolf blood had been mostly controlled, Chen Wuji still used soil to clean the bloodstains from the wound, but it was still easy to get blood everywhere. However, Chen Wuji accepted it. 2 wolves could easily exchange clothes. Chapter 54, A Minor Celebrity from Shishan Village. Chen Wuji went down the mountain. The village entrance became lively again. Chen Wuji was quite puzzled. Were all the villagers so idle? What's so interesting about him hunting? Chen Wuji glanced around and saw that almost half the village had arrived. If he hadn't known that the man had gone hunting, he would have had the illusion that he was returning home in glory. Oh my, it's a wolf. Wuji is really skilled. Wuji was able to bring back such a huge python, so killing 2 wolves is nothing. Wuji must be the best hunter for miles around, right? Of course. I haven't heard of anyone else bringing a python down the mountain. Wuji, do you sell wolf meat? Get some for your aunt to try. I've never had it before. Chen Wuji was a little confused as he looked at the chattering around him. That's strange. Why is everyone praising me today? Are those sarcastic people absent today? After scanning the faces of the people around him, Chen Wuji suddenly understood the reason. It's perfectly reasonable for everyone to praise Yuan Lao Air, who lost his ears and nose, selling 4 coins a pound. After careful consideration, Chen Wuji still offered a relatively low price. Wolf meat is rumored to be unpalatable, with a gamey and coarse taste, requiring special processing to remove the gamey smell. The only advantage is that it tastes pretty good, a bit firmer than dog meat. But Chen Wuji had never eaten it before, and he certainly wouldn't turn down money if someone wanted to buy it. Give me a pound to try, someone shouted. I'll have some too. The meat here is cheaper than in the city, and I don't have to go to the city. Chen Wuji smiled as he watched everyone chatter away, and then took the wolf off his shoulder. Even if it's expensive, no one will buy it. He now has a pretty good idea of what kind of people these villagers are. They like to take advantage of others. So Chen Wuji lets them take advantage of others. He didn't know the python meat was good meat, which is why he sold it at a low price. However, wolf meat, if it has any rumors of being smelly and coarse, will certainly not be popular in the city. Why wouldn't he take advantage of the fact that it's cheap and there are plenty of people willing to buy it? Chen Bushi and Chen Mule also arrived. These 2 idle men, for the first time ever, were carrying loads on their shoulders, dressed like peddlers. Wuji, be careful. This wolf pelt is the real treasure. Keep it for me. You absolutely must keep it for me. Chen Mule shouted, afraid that Chen Wuji might accidentally tear the pelt. You're all doing very well. What are you all doing here? Chen Wuji asked casually while busy with his work. I'll tell you later, Chen Luozi said dismissively, his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Chen Wuji did not ask any further questions. These 2 are almost certainly out on business again. I wonder which unlucky soul ended up living in the middle of nowhere today. Chen Wuji peeled off only half the skin, and then began to distribute the meat to everyone. Without a scale, he estimated the weight by hand. 1 wolf for 1 pound, another for 3 pounds. In no time at all, they had almost sold out the entire wolf. Chen Wuji, who hadn't originally planned to completely peel off the skin, had no choice but to do it all. Chen Wuji carefully collected the large pile of loose copper coins. The villagers had considerable purchasing power, and he managed to earn nearly 200 coins from their meager earnings. The villagers who had bought the meat left one after another as it got dark. In the end, apart from Chen Bushi and Chen Luozi, only 2 half-grown boys were watching longingly from the sidelines. Chen Wuji remembered these 2 children. They were from the Yuan family and had no parents. Their father and Yuan Lao Air were cousins who shared the same grandfather. The relationship is actually quite close, but they were precisely the ones who ruined them, leaving them with nothing and nearly costing them their lives. After their parents passed away one after another, the Yuan brothers divided up all the land they owned, and even the house they lived in was demolished, with its beams and bricks taken away. The Yuan brothers had plenty of grain and meat, and could even have a drink every now and then. But the 2 kids were beaten and thrown out every few times they came to ask for food and drink. I heard that they were almost beaten to death once. The 2 brothers were so hungry that they scraped tree bark and peeled plaster from walls, and lived in a cave dwelling at night. Brother Wuji, are these awful items for sale? The older child asked timidly. Sell. Chen Wuji nodded. The older child carefully rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a copper coin. But I only have one coin. Can we help you clean your intestines? You only need to sell us a little bit, just a little bit. Looking at them, Chen Wuji couldn't help but see himself reflected in their appearance. The rich have their own ways of living, but the poor are all poor in the same way. Give me the money. Chen Wuji reached out his hand. The older child timidly handed over the coins and said earnestly, "We will definitely wash the intestines and entrails thoroughly and make sure there is no smell at all." Okay. Chen Wuji nodded. "I'm not selling the intestines. You can clean them and bring them to me tomorrow. You can take the half of the wild boar." Huh? Me? The older child didn't react for a moment. "The wolf gnawed on it, so I'll sell it to you for 1 penny, Chen Wuji said. The older child was startled, then suddenly grabbed his younger brother's neck and knelt down before Chen Wuji with a thud. Chen Wuji jumped up abruptly. "Damn it, you two little brats. Are you trying to shorten my lifespan? I've always been stupid, you know. Get up." The two children stubbornly kowtowed to the air, once before finally standing up. A man's knees are worth gold. Don't kneel so easily. You kneel down for a little meat? Are your knees and head so cheap? Chen Wuji cursed. The older child forced a smile. "Brother Wuji, we didn't kowtow for the meat, we kowtow for you. I'm not good with words and don't know what to say, but you're the only one who's willing to give us a bite to eat. We haven't eaten for 4 days. What charity? You pay for this, so go home now." Chen Wuji waved his hand. "By the way, why is no one willing to give you anything to eat?" "I don't know, but it might be because we have an uncle who's in charge of the village," the older child said. Chen Wuji waved his hand. "Let's go. Remember to clean my intestines and stomach thoroughly." "Yes." The two children nodded vigorously. Chen Bushi watched them leave, carrying the intestines of the wild boar and the wolf before saying, "We're barely managing to get by with our own lives. Where do we get all this kindness from? Who told me to be in the same boat as them?" Chen Wuji shook his head. "At least I have the help of the big guys and haven't starved to death, but these two lads look like they're about to die. I'll help them if I can. That kid's clever. I can help him, but I have to keep an eye on him," Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji chuckled. "Do you think I'm going to raise those two brats? Don't you even know if I have the ability? I'd be happy to lend a hand, but I'd absolutely never support someone. With only 2 women in the family having enough to eat and a change of clothes, how could Chen Wuji possibly support 2 half-grown boys? Unless he's insane." Chapter 55, Jinshi and Shotsai. "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Chen Bushi rolled his eyes. "I just meant to lend a hand occasionally. Who asked you to support them? That Yuan Jinshi kid is as clever as a monkey. I'm afraid you'll get entangled with those 2 brothers. You'll be in trouble then." Chen Wuji understood, and he smiled. If this kid is smart, he should know how his second uncle lost his ears and nose. Just keep in mind, isn't that kid called Wild Child? When did he get a formal name? Chen Wuji asked. In his memory, the older brother was called Wild Boy, and the younger brother was called Chicken Boy. It seems like he's never had a proper name. Chen Bushi scoffed. What a mess the Yuan family made. In order to seize the inheritance left by Yuan Jinshi's father, the second son's branch of the family joined forces and labeled these 2 children as illegitimate, saying they were not of the Yuan family. They used this as an excuse to seize the land and demolish the houses. The village head said they were bastards. How old were those 2 kids back then? No one believed them, even if they tried to explain. The term bastard eventually became wild child, and chicken child was called that because they had no food and grew into a hunchbacked, chicken-like skeleton. In this wretched place of Shishan village, people's hearts are dirtier than demons. A bunch of damned bastards. Chen Wuji cursed. They deserve to die. Chen Bushi nodded. They treat their own nephew like this, so you should think carefully about the consequences of provoking them. Don't be fooled by the temporary calm. They're probably plotting how to eat you up behind your back. I've already shown them my knife. They can try it, Chen Wuji said calmly. These branches of the Yuan family are all smart people, but they do all sorts of dirty and underhanded things. They're good at bullying the good and oppressing the kind, but when it comes to fighting, I think they are still lacking. I will take whatever tricks they have up their sleeves. Just a heads up. Wait for my news for the rest, Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji nodded. The older one is called Yuan Jinshi. What's the younger one called? After learning the origin of their names, calling them wild children or chicken children is somewhat insulting. Chen Wuji is someone who has been rained on in the darkness and is still being rained on now. He didn't want to become one of those villains. Even if he couldn't do anything else, he should at least show them some respect in how he addressed them. He also wanted people to call him Chen Wuji, instead of constantly calling him Chun the Fool. Scholar Yuan, Chen Wuji said. Their father has high hopes for his sons to succeed. Chen Wuji said, tidying up the things scattered on the ground, and called out, "Come to our house for dinner." "No, I have other things to do today." Chen Wuji declined Chen Wuji's offer. Chen Wuji smiled. "Me too. Want to divide the spoils?" Chen Wuji quipped in a low voice. Chen Wuji glared at him. "Be careful the wind doesn't blow your tongue. A caravan came from Yinping Road today, and we need to be their guides. We'll be meeting up with them later." Yinping Road is a mountain road that winds around the edge of Shengxinling. It is also one of the many important roads connecting Sichuan and the north. At one time, it was even used by troops. That's all in the past now. Yinping Road is now popularly known as Yama Road, the road of the King of Hell. The area south of Shengxinling, including the area where Chen Wuji entered the mountain every day, has a complex and treacherous terrain, with many snakes, insects, and wild beasts, making it highly dangerous. In the north, bandits are rampant, with several groups hiding in almost every mountain, making it even more dangerous. Yunnan City was once one of the richest cities in Sichuan, thanks to this mountain plank road. However, due to the rampant banditry in the north, there are fewer and fewer caravans traveling along the Yanwang Road now, and you can hardly see any throughout the year. As a result, Yunnan City gradually declined and lost its former glory. Chen Wuji pondered for a moment and suddenly realized that some people seem to take money but not do anything. They've already gone off to be guides, so why are we making them wait for news? Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji and said slowly, "I took care of your matter this morning, but since we've had dinner and drinks, I can't guarantee how well it will turn out. We'll have to wait for news." "So fast. It's just a meal. How long do I have to eat?" Chen Wuji waved his hand. "But let me tell you the truth. Yuan Jinbao is definitely not going to be the village head anymore, and he and his brother will most likely have to do their labor service this year. The remaining 20 isn't about the people I hire being incompetent, but rather it depends on who they hire and how much money they spend. Do you understand?" "Understood. Third uncle is indeed very efficient. I estimate this matter will take a few more days." Chen Wuji really thought so. Asking someone to do something is not a simple matter. Chen Wuji ate lunch, and in the afternoon, he was already thinking about being a guide. He and the person he found clearly had a close relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get a meal and discuss the matter so easily upon arrival. Although Chen Wuji did not know the people in the government office during the Yu dynasty, he had dealt with them before. Chen Wuji became arrogant, raised his head, and said, "Your third uncle is fast in everything except sex." Chen Wuji agreed. He is currently only skeptical about the sex aspect. As they were talking, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance, carrying lanterns. "Young friend Chun, I've been looking for you for ages," the man exclaimed breathlessly before he even got close. By this time, it was almost completely dark, with only a faint glimmer of light. Chen Wuji couldn't see who it was, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar, especially the address, "young friend." When the person got closer, Chen Wuji realized why the name sounded familiar. Of course, someone I met yesterday would sound familiar. The person who came was none other than Manager, Shi of Shi's shop. "Why is Manager Shi still wandering around our West Mountain in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of being carried off by wolves?" Chen Wuji asked in surprise. It was extremely rare to see a merchant appearing in the village so late at night. "Shopkeeper," She stepped forward, panting, and cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Wuji and the other two. "It's a long story. Today I took a stroll around the area to collect some mountain delicacies and furs. On the way, I happened to come across your Shishan village and wanted to see if you had gone into the mountains. But since you only have female relatives at home, I asked around and learned that you would definitely return home in the evening, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I waited in the village until now. If I hadn't overheard someone in the village saying you were selling meat at the village entrance, I would have gone back already. Quick, the wolf pelt, let me see it. It's dark and the road is slippery. Let's settle this quickly. You take the money and I'll take the stuff, then we'll run." He eagerly reached out his hand to Chen Wuji, but Chen Mule slapped it away, saying, "What are you running for? You can always come sleep with me tonight. The one Wuji is holding is mine, and there's another one that hasn't been peeled yet. You can take a look later." "Shopkeeper," she shouted, "the peeled ones are mine, and the unpeeled ones are yours. Isn't that enough?" That seems like a good idea. Give me the lantern. Let me take a look at the other one," Chen Mule said, snatching the lantern from Manager Shi's hand and looking at the other wolf that Chen Wuji had just hoisted onto his shoulder. Chapter 56, The Kind Guide. After looking around with a lantern, Chen Wuji readily agreed to Manager Shi's suggestion. The only part that wasn't skinned was the head. The wolf pelt itself was intact, making it perfect for making a coat. The strip that had been peeled had a large incision cut into it, which somewhat affected its appearance. After Chen Wuji finished looking at it, Manager Shi also lit a lantern and looked at the wolf skin that had been skinned. Upon inspection, I was quite satisfied. Young friend Chen, that was a brilliant strike. This is how you kill a wolf. You have to keep the wolf's head intact to get a good price. I won't mince words. This pelt is worth 1 tael of silver. Manager Shi praised repeatedly and offered a high price of 1 tael of silver. Chen Wuji was satisfied with the price, but Chen Wuji was not. He shouted, "You ignorant fool! You only offered 1 tael for such good hide? I, as your uncle, offered 1,200 coins. 1 tael is already very generous." Shopkeeper, she said, "You two, uncle and nephew, have your own bond. If you had money, you would certainly be happy to help your nephew, but I'm here to talk business. Stop talking nonsense. The bubble isn't big, but there's plenty of logic to it." Chen Wuji swung his arm and started spewing out a string of crude words. "I don't have any money. I paid for my nephews. That's a fair price. I won't take advantage of him, and he shouldn't take advantage of me either." Shopkeeper, she was speechless. "How about I add another 50 coins? 1,200 coins? You're such a big shopkeeper. How can you be so slow?" "I think you're not in a hurry at all," Chen Wuji shouted. With him causing trouble here, Chen Wuji had no room to speak and could only calmly observe. 1,100 coins, more than that, and I can't even cover my delivery fee. Gentlemen, please have mercy. That's enough. Manager, she couldn't take it anymore. He really didn't have time to waste here. Running business at night was no different from blindly jumping on the edge of the king of Hell's Blade. Seeing this, Chen Wuji said, 1,200 coins, and I'll show you something else good. Really? Manager Shi's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision. Deal. Chen Wuji untied the badger from his lower back. The night was dark, and even the sharp-eyed and cunning shopkeeper, she didn't notice that Chen Wuji was carrying something else. A badger, what a fine creature. Shopkeeper, she grabbed the badger by the neck, his face instantly beaming with joy. This little thing is really well-fed and plump. Look at the color of its fur. It's even shiny. The fur is glossy. It must have a lot of oil. Young friend, how about an ounce or two? At 100 coins, Chen Wuji said. Shopkeeper, she immediately wilted. Young friend, that's not how you do business. I've already lost money on the wolf pelts. Badger pelts are valuable, but they're small, and you can't get much badger oil from them. Chen Wuji didn't say anything. He just stared at Manager Shi. This was another item he didn't know how much to sell it for, but he did know that badger oil was a hot commodity, especially popular with northern caravans, where even a tiny bit the size of a fingernail could fetch tens of coins. This stuff is incredibly effective at treating frostbite. It might be reasonably priced in Sichuan, but it would definitely fetch a huge price if it were sent to the north. It's probably not something that ordinary people can afford. All right, at 100 coins. Shopkeeper, she compromised, shaking his head like an abacus bead. Doing business with your Chun family is something I both like and hate. This price is just too hard. Chen Wuji said, Manager Shi, you know in your heart whether my price is firm or not. If we all make a little profit, this business can last, right? I risked half my life to earn these 2 taels of silver, but I'm really at a loss. However, I'm willing to take a small loss to establish a good relationship with young friend Chen. In the future, if you have any good things, be sure to come to me first, young friend. Let's do this business for the long term. Shopkeeper, she said, shaking his head. Chen Wuji didn't believe a single word he said. The real big bosses may appear to regard money as dirt, but they're more discerning than anyone else when it comes to business. They're adept at playing the game of strategy, devising schemes here and there. Small business owners keep saying they're not making money, but if they're not making money, where did their huge fortunes come from? Words are meant to be spoken, but whether they are true or not requires careful consideration and examination. If you only listen to one side, you'll only find yourself in a deep pit. Manager Shi muttered that he was losing a lot of money, then told his employees to take the wolf pelt and badger, and then counted out the silver for Chen Wuji by the light of the lantern. 2,300 coins. Chen Wuji made quite a profit from this trip today. After the money and goods were exchanged, Manager Shi ran faster than a dog, grabbing his assistant and hurriedly leaving. Wuji, take me with you when you go hunting in the mountains another day. I suddenly realized that hunting with you seems to be more lucrative than hunting on the official road. We take such a big risk to gamble, and it's not even as good as you going into the mountains once. Damn it, I'm jealous. Chen Wuji shouted. No problem for me. Chen Wuji smiled and held out his hand to Chen Wuji. 1,200 coins. Chen Wuji was stunned, his eyes widening instantly. This is the price I negotiated for you. You bastard. You don't even care about your own family. Chen Bushi's eyelids drooped. You just found out? One tael, I'll pay you back. Chen Wuji shouted. He didn't mention once that he had just lent Chen Wuji 3 taels of silver last night. Chen Wuji smiled and said, I'll give his hide to Uncle Gio for free. So you're not going to be a Pishio anymore, but a money-giving boy? Chen Wuji laughed and scolded. 1 tael. No. Chen Wuji shook his head. If all goes well, I should be able to raise that money soon, and things should get better from now on. However, don't think about your money this month. I have some other plans, so I'll use it for a few days first. Give it to me, give it to me, give me the pelt. I knew Wuji was a filial son. Chen Wuji's expression changed instantly, and he happily snatched the wolf from Chen Wuji's shoulder. I'll skin it myself, and I'll bring the meat over to you tomorrow. Aren't you going to meet up with the caravan later? Chen Wuji asked. No rush, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning, Chen Wuji said with a mysterious smile. His smile immediately made Chen Wuji realize that something was definitely going on. Are those 2 guides leading people astray? Chen Bushi shook his head and sighed, then cursed at Chen Wuji. It's just a hide. What's the big deal if Wuji helps you peel it off? Why are you in such a hurry? This is a red wolf. A female, Chen Wuji said, emphasizing his words. You don't understand things in the mountains. Just listen to me. Chen Bushi didn't understand, but Chen Wuji did. Is Red Wolf more vengeful? He asked. Chen Wuji paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped himself. Damn it, I shouldn't have said these things in front of Hunter. Red wolves are indeed more vengeful, and more importantly, there are fewer of them. The red wolves on this mountain are most likely from the same pack. Just like our Chun clan, fewer people will definitely make us more united. Moreover, the female wolf usually holds a high position in the pack. If she is hunted down, the pack will most likely retaliate fiercely. Wolves are much more vengeful than humans. Chen Wuji rubbed his forehead. What kind of guide was this? This guide was clearly trying to kill people. Chapter 57, Using Wolf Skin as Bait. The scholar's mind was, after all, educated. After Chen Yule's simple explanation, Chen Bushi understood why he was so fond of the wolf pelt. He wanted to use the wolf skin to lure a pack of wolves. After briefly considering what they were going to do next, Chen Bushi secretly gave Chen Yule an approving look. If they can actually attract the wolf pack, the chances of their next task succeeding will be greatly increased. At least an 80 chance of winning. It's getting late. I'm going home for dinner. You two can discuss it slowly. Chen Wuji ignored the winks and smirks from the 2 men. He didn't intend to get involved in their affairs for the time being. The hunting in the mountains yielded decent results. There was no need to risk everything for a business that could cost us our lives. Let's go back. We're going back too, Chen Bushi said. The 3 parted ways on the path at the village entrance. A dim oil lamp illuminated the simple courtyard. Shin Yue sat on the doorway, holding a wooden gun, yawning listlessly. Seeing the figure swaying towards her in the distance, she checked several times before running over as quickly as a fledgling returning to its nest. My husband, why are you so late again today? I hunted 2 wolves and sold them at the village entrance, which took some time. What are you doing? Is Yuan Lao Air here again? Chen Wuji glanced at the wooden gun in her hand, and a hint of murderous intent instantly appeared in his eyes. Shin Yue shook her head. It wasn't him. It was a merchant. He said he came to find my husband, but I told him he had gone into the mountains. He didn't leave and stayed at the gate until dark. I was worried that he was a bad guy disguised as a merchant, so I kept watch here. He did come looking for me, and he bought the wolf pelt. But it's always better to be safe than sorry. You did a good job. The world is so chaotic, we should definitely be more vigilant, Chen Wuji said seriously. However, don't be reckless. If you can run away, it's best not to fight them. Safety first. On the day Shin Yue brutally beat Yuan Lao Air, Chen Wuji was initially pleased that his concubine was quite fierce. However, upon closer reflection, he was almost terrified. If Yuan Lao Air had realized what was happening that day, it would have been a completely different story. Shin Yue chuckled. Husband, I know my limits. If I can fight, I will. If I can't, I'll definitely drag my sister away as fast as I can. The two entered the house one after the other, and Hua Sanyang, who had heard the commotion, happened to come out. Chen Yue asked the same question again, and Chen Wuji repeated the explanation while taking the prey off his body. Chen Wuji was especially careful when he took those 5 flying squirrels. He was nearly exhausted from catching these 5 little creatures, and he couldn't afford to kill them carelessly. "Husband, what are you doing catching squirrels? Can you eat them?" Chen Yue asked curiously. Chen Wuji chuckled. "They're not for eating, and they're not squirrels. They have wings and can fly. They're called flying squirrels." "This is definitely it. It really has wings. How cute." Chen Yue picked one up and examined it closely, exclaiming in surprise. Hua Sanyang squatted down beside her, watching with wide curiosity. "I've seen these things in the mountains. I thought they were another kind of squirrel. Wuji, if you didn't catch them to eat, what are you going to do with them?" "Raise him," Chen Wuji said. "Raise?" Hua Sanyang was stunned. "Wuji, although they are cute, they still need to eat. We are barely eating enough for ourselves, so I'm afraid we don't have the energy to raise these little guys." Chen Wuji shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm not raising these things for fun. They can make a lot of money. These little creatures are now in your hands, so you must take good care of them." Hua Sanyang and Chen Yue looked at the 5 adorably clumsy flying squirrels in the net bag and couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. They simply couldn't understand how this thing could make so much money. In Yunnan City, there are many wealthy people who fly falcons and hunt dogs and engage in cockfighting and dog walking, but I have never heard of anyone keeping squirrels for entertainment. "Wuji, how do we make money from them?" Hua Sanyang asked. Her foolish husband has been bringing things these past few days that aren't particularly strange, but they're becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Even though Hua Sanyang racked her brains, she really couldn't understand how such a little squirrel could make money. Chen Wuji laughed and said, "The excrement they produce is the famous 5 spirits decoction, a very precious medicinal material. The flying squirrel also has a nice name, the cold weather bird." "This is the Siberian wren? I always thought it was a big bird," Chen Yue said in surprise. She knew the name of the Siberian cold weather bird and that its droppings were called 5 spirits decoction, but she had never seen what the Siberian cold weather bird looked like. She had always thought that a bird with such a majestic name must be the kind that is as big as an eagle and lives deep in the mountains and forests. Unexpected. It turns out they're related to squirrels. The difference is indeed quite large. Its excrement is medicine, and very precious at that. Hua Sanyang was somewhat confused. Chen Wuji smiled and said, "It is indeed very precious. There are many strange and unusual things in traditional Chinese medicine. For example, earthworm is a type of worm, human urine is human urine, and daffodil has a nice name, right? But it is actually a maggot. White lilac sounds like a pretty flower, right? But it is actually excrement, sparrow droppings. There are also many other things like placenta and fulong liver." Hua Sanyang and Chen Yue had truly broadened their horizons. The difference between the names of these things and what they actually are is just too great. "Wuji, how do you know all this?" Hua Sanyang asked in confusion. "My silly husband is gradually becoming less silly, and he seems to be understanding more and more things." That's what Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji casually shifted the blame onto Chen Bushi. His condition is slowly improving, and all this knowledge he has must have a source. Once Hua Sanyang and Chen Yue have adjusted for a while, they should have fewer questions. Hua Sanyang was relieved. Third uncle is a scholar, so he must know more. "Wuji, if we hunt something good another day, let's send some to third uncle. He's shown us a way to make money." "Okay," Chen Wuji replied. The cost of shifting blame came a little too quickly. However, the gift should be sent. Putting everything else aside, Chen Wuji should have sincerely repaid the kindness shown to him by Chen Bushi and the others during the time he was mentally impaired. "I'll go find something to pin these little creatures up first, and then make them a bigger pen tomorrow. I just don't know what they'll eat, and how easy will it be for them to keep alive?" Hua Sanyang said, "Pine cones and the like will do. I brought some with me when I came down the mountain. That should be enough for a few days," Chen Wuji said. "Wife, you guys prepare the meal. I'll take care of this. The food is still in the pot. Let's clean it together. It's so dark. How can you do it all by yourself?" Hua Sanyang said, and couldn't help but sigh again. I never imagined that their droppings would be such a precious medicinal material. Chapter 58: The Two Sons of the Yuan Family. In the early morning, Chen Wuji woke up surrounded by women on both sides and stretched comfortably. If Hua Sanyang hadn't been there, Given the momentum he and Chen Yue had maintained last night, they would definitely have done something. As soon as Chen Wuji moved, Huasan Yang and Chen Yue opened their eyes one after the other. Their eyes met, and both of them blushed, their delicate pink blushes more alluring than bright red cherries. Although Huasan Yang didn't see what happened last night, she guessed what it was from the sounds and movements. I've heard from older generations that touching it will bring bad luck. Huasan Yang was filled with worry, considering how to bring up the matter with Chen Wuji. Once something happens, it's bound to happen again. As long as she finds it fun, her silly husband will only become more and more unrestrained. Chen Wuji reached under the covers and grabbed Huasan Yang and Chen Yue's smooth, delicate thighs on either side. Get up. This concubine will serve my husband. Chen Yue lifted the quilt, took Chen Wuji's clothes, and began to help Chen Wuji get dressed. Chen Wuji. He really just said one simple sentence. But to Chen Yue, it seemed to have a different meaning. Chen Wuji laughed and said, I can do it myself. It'll be ready soon, Chen Yue said softly, her face flushed. She was more open-minded than Huasan Yang, and was no longer afraid to show her beauty in front of Chen Wuji. But this scene was a tremendous torment for Chen Wuji. Unsurprisingly, the fire burned even more fiercely. Just as he was getting restless, Huasan Yang joined in helping him change his clothes. After a few quick movements, Huasan Yang pushed him off the kong, a heated brick bed. Don't move around so early in the morning, go wash up quickly, Huasan Yang said with a teasing smile. If she hadn't acted quickly, her foolish husband probably would have done something reckless again. This matter can't be delayed any longer. We must find an opportunity to discuss it properly today. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't appropriate to talk about this in front of Chen Yue, she would have spoken up right then and there. Chen Wuji left the room with a heavy heart. After washing his face with cold water and rinsing his mouth in the yard to force himself to calm down, Chen Wuji first went to check on the 5 flying squirrels. They seemed quite satisfied with their new home, and so far there have been no cases of them leaving home and starving to death. Chen Wuji opened the courtyard gate. He planned to do nothing else this morning, but first tidy up the only storage room outside, which used to be a pigsty, and let the flying squirrels move in. If done well, this could be a long-term business, so we need to be serious about it. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned his head and saw the Scholar Yuan and the Scholar Yuan standing not far away. Compared to last night, the two brothers seemed a little more energetic. At least their eyes had a bit more light in them. But the deathly look on his face was still extremely clear. They were so hungry that the skin on their faces looked like it was completely stuck to their bones. Brother Wuji, we've cleaned the intestines. Yuan Jinshi quickly stepped forward and handed the intestines wrapped in lotus leaves to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji did not take it. Just wash it and eat it yourself. Brother Wuji, we can't accept this. We haven't finished the wild boar meat you gave us yesterday. Yuan Jinshi shook his head. Chen Wuji glanced at it and said, just because you've had a full meal doesn't mean you'll never be hungry again, and you're being modest with me. No, my father said that one should not be greedy. You have already helped us once, and cleaning our intestines is something we need to do in return. We cannot take back what we have already given, said Scholar Yuan. The boy, barely 10 years old, couldn't be reasoned with, but he spoke with extraordinary earnestness. Then do me one more thing. Come with me, Chen Wuji said. Yes. The two brothers were overjoyed and quickly followed Chen Wuji. Clean everything out of there and tidy it up, Chen Wuji said, pointing to the storage room. Yuan Jinshi carefully placed the intestines on a large rock to the side, then led his younger brother into the storeroom to start working. The storeroom didn't contain many things, just some planks, wood, and farm tools. This poor family doesn't deserve any more clutter. While the two brothers were tidying up, Chen Wuji mixed some sweet paste without adding grass. The storage room was quite old and full of holes. He didn't know if flying squirrels had the talent for digging, but he still had to plug up the holes just in case. The roof of the storage room also needs to be reinforced with planks to prevent them from flying out. As Chen Wuji was mixing the mud and gesturing with the wooden board, Yuan Jinshi walked over, grabbed some mud with his bare hands, and began filling the holes in the storeroom. The little guy not only has good eyesight, but also some experience in working, knowing to fill the hole with stones. Chen Wuji glanced at them, but said nothing, letting them do as they pleased. When Huasan Yang came out after preparing breakfast, she was taken aback when she saw Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Xiaocai. She walked to Chen Wuji's side and asked in a low voice, Wuji, why are they here? These two lads are starving. If you see them, give them a hand. After saying this, Chen Wuji briefly explained what had happened last night to Hua Sanyang. Hua Sanyang nodded. These two children are more sensible and more like human beings than the adults in the Yuan family. But they are also pitiful. I'll go and make more breakfast. I stewed snake soup, but I'm afraid it won't be enough. No need, my wife. You can prepare ours. Chen Wuji shook his head and pointed to the intestines on the big rock. I've done what I could to help. A few days ago, I wouldn't have given anyone a single scrap of meat. My wife, we're not qualified to be charitable people now. That's enough. If there were plenty of grain in the house, Chen Wuji could even raise the two children at home. Unfortunately, he didn't. Not only did he not, he could even return to his previous state of abject poverty at any time. He had no money or food, but two enemies who wanted him dead at any moment. To put it bluntly, his situation was only slightly better than those two kids. After a moment of silence, Hua Sanyang suddenly cursed angrily. Those two brothers, Yuan Lao Heir, are really scoundrels. Why don't they get struck by lightning and die? Chapter 59 Refugees Enter Yunnan. The storage room was cleared out by Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Xiaocai. Although the two brothers are young, they do things very meticulously. They didn't even miss a speck of dust, and they even rearranged the roof tiles. Children from poor families mature early, and their situation was far more difficult than the definition of poor. Go about your business and take the intestines with you. Chen Wuji looked at the newly renovated storage room with great satisfaction. Given their living environment, if flying squirrels are still picky, then they don't deserve to live. The scholar Yuan, pulling the scholar Yuan along, suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Wuji, their backs bent so high that their protruding spines resembled a camel's hump. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and go back. Chen Wuji turned to the side and waved his hand. He couldn't bear to see the two boys living in such dire straits, on the verge of drowning at any moment, but he really didn't like being thanked. He does things as he pleases, without expecting any particular outcome. Yuan Jinshi grinned and said, Brother Wuji, from now on, you can make us work like crazy whenever you need to. Okay, let's go. Only then did the scholar Yuan and the scholar Yuan pick up the intestines they had washed overnight and leave with smiles they couldn't hide on their faces. For this small amount of food, the two brothers worked on it under the moonlight until almost dawn. Because they couldn't see clearly, they were afraid of not washing it properly, so they washed it repeatedly. After getting up in the morning, they checked it carefully again before taking it. They just didn't expect that Chen Wuji would give them this good piece of meat again. Chen Wuji was unaware that in the young minds of the two boys, his status had already reached almost as high as that of Shengshenling, a sacred mountain range. They even considered the identity of servants. The two brothers discussed it all night, but didn't dare tell Chen Wuji, fearing they would be disliked. All of this stemmed from a half portion of wild boar meat bought for a single coin. Chen Wuji put the 5 flying squirrels into their new home, threw in a few pine cones, and filled a stone trough with water. After finishing everything, he stood outside and looked around. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to raise these tree-dwelling creatures like pigs. So he went out again and found a thick tree stump to put inside, simply simulating the feeling of a forest. Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue watched intently from the side, their eyes sparkling with hearts. There's probably no woman who doesn't like something cute and adorable. It seems that in their eyes, they don't keep livestock, but rather 5 small pets. These little guys are yours to take care of from now on. You don't need to clean up their droppings in time. The price of 5 spirits fat mixed with urine and feces should be higher, and it will weigh more, Chen Wuji instructed. Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue nodded repeatedly. In this home, they finally found something they could do that made them very happy. Husband, we will definitely take good care of you. Shun Yue sweetly agreed, then asked with some confusion, shouldn't the dried, loose 5 spirits powder be better? Why is the one mixed with urine more expensive? It works great. Chen Wuji laughed. However, this is just my guess. I'll know for sure when I get back from the city today. He described these things based on the situation in later generations. It's unclear what Yu the Great was actually like. After having breakfast, Chen Wuji set off. Today he was alone. Hua Sanyang felt that Chen Wuji was basically back to normal now and wouldn't be so bad as to not be able to find his way home if he went out, so she didn't follow him anymore. Instead, she decided to stay home and weave hemp cloth with Shun Yue. Chen Wuji was alone today, and he carried very little with him, only about 10 caddies of Wolingzi. He slung a satchel over his shoulder and traveled lightly to Yunnan City. Manager she should logically also be accepting Wolingzi, but Chen Wuji still felt that Sijizhai might be more reliable. You can't just throw all your eggs in one basket. You have to try other baskets too. As the sun rose higher, the not-so-tall city walls of Yunnan City finally came into view. Today, Yunnan City is somewhat different from usual. There are many more people in tattered clothes outside the city. Many people, young and old, men and women, knelt on both sides of the official road. Someone was holding a broken bowl, crying out, "Please have pity. Please do me a favor." Some people have straw sticks stuck in their collars and tell everyone they meet that they can endure hardship, do any kind of work, and that they are young girls, etc., as selling points. Most often, it's parents selling their children, but there are also cases of men selling women. Chen Wuji first heard the idiom, to sell one's head by inserting a sign, from Guan Yu, but he had never actually seen what it looked like. Upon seeing it today, this concrete idiom is no longer about whether it is commendatory or derogatory, but about suffering. Chen Wuji glanced at it and quickened his pace toward the city gate. Anyone who has come from the modern era would find this scene unbearable to witness. Unfortunately, he himself was still struggling to escape his own predicament and had no energy left to help these people. Watching any longer would only make him feel frustrated. These people did not know where they came from, but their hometowns must have suffered natural disasters and man-made calamities, making it impossible for them to survive, so they had no choice but to flee. Because of these refugees, the defenses of Yunnan City are exceptionally tight today. Normally, there are only 2 lazy bailiffs, but today there are a bunch of clerks and yamen runners crammed together, and there are also soldiers with spears not far away. However, as a local, Chen Wuji did not encounter any difficulties entering the city. The clerk simply checked him, asked him a few simple questions about where he was from and who the village head was, and then let him pass. Upon entering the city, Chen Wuji did not linger and went straight to Sijijai. With so many refugees at the city gate, the official road will become unsafe. We should hurry up and get back. There's no need to waste time. At the old entrance of Sijijai, old Zhang had moved a couch to the doorway and was fast asleep, reclining in the shade, completely oblivious to the passers-by on the street. This old man's behavior was quite unconventional for his time. He had almost completely abandoned the concept of etiquette and returned it to his former teacher, seemingly not caring at all about how he was perceived by the people in the city. Looking at him like that, Chen Wuji couldn't help but think of the urban villages in the years when the big cleanup wasn't so strict. In his hometown, there's a street in an urban village that sells lighting fixtures. There are many shops selling lighting fixtures, but they keep coming one after another. The scantily clad women, just like old Zhang at that moment, moved a sofa to the doorway, sat down, and frequently waved to passers-by or deliberately swayed their hips. Old Zhang's waistline is quite alluring right now. His sleeping posture has a special meaning. It's called the 5 Dragons Coiling Body Exercise, which is one of the Taoist internal alchemy techniques. Taoism and medicine are inseparable in many ways, and Chen Wuji was quite familiar with these things. The technique is skillful, but it's somewhat inappropriate to perform it on the street. "Sir, it's time to serve customers." Chen Wuji stepped forward and greeted him politely. Before the old man even opened his eyes, a feathered duster landed on Chen Wuji's head. "Entertaining guests? You little brat. You dare to mock this old man? You deserve a beating." Wrong. I meant guests," Chen Wuji shouted. Chapter 60, Forcibly Assigning Master and Disciple. Old Zhang had an outrageously bad temper. Chen Wuji made a joke and was chased half a street by the old man with a feather duster. Being chased like this, even Chen Wuji, with his strong personality, became somewhat annoyed. "Old man, you've gone too far. If you hit me again, I'll fight back. Don't blame me for bullying the old and weak if I land a punch on you," he shouted, turning his head. "Fight back? You little brat. Give me a taste of your own medicine." Old Zhang cursed as he chased after him. "With a temper like that, how will you inherit my mantle? You're not only frivolous and can't take a beating, but you also dare to talk back." "Chen Wuji, is this old man still half asleep? When did I agree to inherit your mantle?" Chen Wuji shouted. "You didn't agree, but that's what I think," old Zhang said confidently. This left Chen Wuji speechless. "I've heard of forced buying and selling, but I've never seen forced master-disciple relationships. Old man, what do you like about me? I'll change," Chen Wuji shouted. He really couldn't understand this. He had only met him once, so why was this old man so insistent on taking him as his disciple? "You'll agree in the future, kid. What brings you here today?" Old Zhang glanced at Chen Wuji and slung the feather duster behind his back. Chen Wuji was a little speechless. "I don't want to talk about it now." "If you don't want to talk, then get lost." Do you accept Wulingzi? Wulingzhi? Buy. How much? Old Zhang walked into the pharmacy with his hands behind his back. About 10 kilograms. 10 or so pounds. Old Zhang suddenly stopped and looked over. Did you force the mountain birds to poop in front of you, kid? Chen Wuji took off his satchel and placed it on the counter. He had already prepared the 5 spiritual essences. The 2 pockets of his satchel contained spiritual essence rice and spiritual essence blocks, respectively. Old Zhang opened the satchel and looked inside. Oh, it really is. Old man, I've learned a little bit. I wouldn't dig a few rat holes and use rat droppings to impersonate Wulingzi. I still know that much integrity, Chen Wuji said speechlessly. He didn't know exactly how capable he was, but he would never mistake something for something else. Little fish, Old Zhang shouted twice. But he didn't call out the nimble scoundrel. That bastard, he must have gone to check on that woman's belly again. I'll be driven crazy by this dog sooner or later. Old Zhang cursed as he went behind the counter and took out the scale. But before the weight could be removed, he suddenly lost his temper again, slammed the scale on the counter, and shouted with a sullen face. How much? You tell me. Chen Wuji was taken aback. I'll say it myself. Explain. 50 taels. Old Zhang slammed open the cabinet where the money was kept, pulled out a few silver ingots, and threw them in front of Chen Wuji. Take it and get out. Chen Wuji was stunned. What kind of grumpy old man is this? How can he do business like this? He dared to pay the money, but Chen Wuji didn't dare to take it. Helplessly, he picked up the scale, saying, At such an old age, I don't know where you get such a temper. I'll weigh it myself. He weighed the spirit fat rice and the spirit fat blocks separately, then put down the scale and said, 4 caddies and 2 ounces of spirit fat rice, 8 caddies and 6 ounces of spirit fat blocks. What's the price? The former costs 1 or 200 coins, the latter 150 coins. Calculate the price yourself. Old Zhang said. Chen Wuji was shocked by the price. 1 pound and 1 ounce of Lingzhi rice, and 1 pound and 1 ounce of Lingzhi blocks plus 500 coins. He made a very wise choice. If flying squirrels could really be bred, it would definitely be a profitable business in the long run. Even if those little guys only poop 1 or 2 pounds a month, Chen Wuji can still achieve a comfortable life because of it. In an era when many people didn't even know what a tael of silver looked like, a monthly income of 1 or 2 taels was definitely considered a comfortable life. Chen Wuji only mentally calculated this simple math problem once before giving Zhang Lao a number. 420 coins for Lingzhi rice, and 12 ounces and 90 coins for Lingzhi blocks. Old Zhang frowned slightly. You calculated so quickly, are you right? You should calculate again yourself, lest I leave and you suspect I lied to you, Chen Wuji said. If he spent half a day struggling with such a simple math problem on the abacus, it would be a waste of the school uniform fees he paid for 9 years of compulsory education. Old Zhang calculated it again, and suddenly scrutinized Chen Wuji. What exactly is your background, you little brat? You can't figure out your destiny, you're a hunter, but you also know medicine, and now it seems you've even dabbled in divination. Mathematics is something that even many aristocratic families don't have access to. How do you know it? Chen Wuji stared blankly at old Zhang, completely speechless. Old man, it's just calculating how much money there is. Does this involve mathematics? If we follow your logic, then all the merchants in the East Market are definitely mathematics masters. Many of them can calculate much faster than me. Old Zhang snorted lightly. Do you think I don't know how they calculate it? If those people in the East Market could calculate something like that without consulting the accountant, I wouldn't need you to become my apprentice. I would become your apprentice instead. How about that? Chen Wuji thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make some sense. In the East Market, almost all major transactions had an accountant, while small stalls and vendors seemed to be counting coins. How much is it per pound? You count the number of pounds you need, and that's how most people seem to do it. Chen Wuji was used to such a small math problem and hadn't given it much thought. Now, thinking about it carefully, he realized he actually seemed quite impressive. He could even work as an accountant in the East Market with an abacus tucked under his arm. This unexpected discovery led him to another way out. If you can't find anything in the mountains in the future, you could try this. I'm naturally intelligent. I figured it out myself. Chen Wuji casually lied and asked, Old man, what did you mean by my fate? Did you tell my fortune? Old Zhang suddenly smiled sinisterly. Otherwise, why would I say that you and I have a master-disciple relationship? However, there's no point in trying to fool an old man like me. I won't ask any further questions if you don't tell me. so there's no need to be so wary. Chen Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. Old man, you can't force things. You better pay me quickly. This city doesn't look peaceful today. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. A forced melon may not be sweet, but it will taste bitter. It's all right, I can wait. There will come a day when you willingly become my disciple. Some things you may not believe now, but you will believe later, old Zhang said slowly, seemingly quite satisfied with Chen Wuji's current demeanor. However, you can't leave for now. That censor has come to Yunnan and has been looking for you for 2 days. Wait a bit, and I'll send someone to inform him. What does such a high-ranking person want with me? Chen Wuji suddenly felt a little nervous. Could it be that something happened to his daughter? That's good. I guess there'll be some money to be made. Old Zhang's expression softened a bit, but then he said solemnly, but if Imperial Censor Zhang asks you to treat him, it's best not to accept the job, lest you lose the money you're going to get and incur people's resentment. Let me make a request in Chapter 61. Speaking of the censor, 99% of the people in Yunnan City probably don't know what the official position of the censor is. I guess all I know is that he's a high-ranking official, even higher than a county magistrate. Chen Wuji wasn't really sure either, but he knew this person was definitely a troll. Censors, after all, report on matters based on hearsay, and in some dynasties, their criticisms were so severe that even the emperor dared not leave the palace. But without a doubt, this was a big shot he absolutely could not afford to offend. After paying Chen Wuji, old Zhang stopped talking, sat cross-legged on the soft couch, and glanced at Chen Wuji from time to time. His fingers unconsciously fidgeted in his hands, and in an instant, he transformed from a divine doctor into a charlatan. Chen Wuji felt a little uneasy under the old man's gaze. There was always this feeling that he was being seen through by this old man. But then I thought it was unrealistic. How could he possibly meet a powerful hermit just by selling some medicinal herbs? This story is clearly far-fetched. Unbeknownst to Chen Wuji, the seemingly calm old Zhang was actually terrified. As he stubbornly tried to break through the fog before him to see what kind of fate this kid was, a strong sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, and he felt that if he continued to calculate, he would lose his life. Old Zhang wasn't afraid of death at all. In fact, he felt he had lived long enough. In his youth, he apprenticed under an unscrupulous Taoist priest and learned some skills, which caused him to lose his ability to see people with normal eyes. He could see people's destinies as fixed and unchanging, full of joys and sorrows, and ultimately returning to dust. Therefore, he felt that people only live in this world once, experiencing life, death, joy, and sorrow, and that everything else is illusory. After seeing too many people, my lofty ambitions in my youth gradually turned into sleeping and seeing doctors. Sleeping is to make yourself more comfortable. He sought medical treatment solely because the suffering in this world was too great, and he felt guilty if he didn't do something about it. To this day, old Zhang has met the first person he has ever met, someone he could never understand, no matter how hard he tried. He was shrouded in a thick fog, his origins unknown, his destination unknown, and his future uncertain. The appearance of this young man made old Zhang realize that he had not yet seen through the ways of the world. He was not yet proficient in his skills. This further fueled his strong interest. I was even more excited than when I got my first toy horse as a child. Old Zhang looked at Chen Wuji, his thumb pressing on the Su position, trembling slightly. Does it count? Should we take a gamble? He was conflicted. If he pierces the fog before his eyes with a single finger, he might see something, but he will surely die. After hesitating for a while, old Zhang loosened his fingers and exhaled a heavy breath. Why are you unwilling to become my disciple? If you become my disciple, everything in front of you will be yours. Although it won't make you rich, it will definitely be better than being a hunter. Chen Wuji shook his head firmly. I don't believe in free lunches. Free things are the most expensive. Chen Wuji is now more wary of this old man than Yuan Laoer. He simply couldn't believe that anyone in the world could be so selfless. Old Zhang was choked by the words and remained speechless for a long time. This was a very convincing reason, but it just made him angry. He is a renowned physician in Yunnan, with extensive family knowledge. What could he possibly want from this kid? Even a servant from one of the wealthy and powerful families in the city is of higher status than him. This infuriates me. As the two stared at each other, several people walked in. Servants cleared the way, and maids followed closely, protecting the man and woman in the middle. The man was around 40 years old, with a small beard on his chin. He was refined, composed, and had an extraordinary demeanor. He looked like an official. And accompanying him, half a step behind, was Shoer, whom Chen Wuji had met a couple of days ago. Therefore, it's easy to guess the middle-aged man's identity. Zhang, a high-ranking official from the capital. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Thank you for your help with my daughter's matter. Imperial Censor Zhang greeted Elder Zhang. Old Zhang waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. It was that kid who cured me. Upon seeing this, Chen Wuji stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Imperial Censor Zhang glanced at Chen Wuji's attire, his brows furrowing slightly, but he still returned the greeting with utmost politeness, saying, "Young friend, you are so young, yet you have already mastered such excellent medical skills. You are truly a rare talent." He offered a lukewarm compliment, paused for a moment, and then said, "My daughter's illness has greatly improved. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. I am not a stingy person." Chen Wuji understood the unspoken meaning behind his words. They're worried he'll try to climb the social ladder, so they're trying to use a bribe to completely sever the debt of gratitude for his medical treatment. Chen Wuji couldn't help but chuckle. Officials really do think too much. He shook his head and said, "Your daughter has already paid the medical fees. I am returning to my hometown to pay respects to my ancestors and will stay in Yunnan for a few days. You can think it over and tell me." Imperial Censor Zhang shook his head. Young people should not be impatient, nor do they need to be too cunning. Just say what you think. Chen Wuji couldn't help but want to slap this guy's face with his size 42 foot. I don't want to be forced to give it, right? Not giving it means I'm scheming. If you happen to encounter someone, you can treat them on the spot. Just pay the consultation fee, and that's it. Why make such a fuss? I've thought it through. There don't seem to be that many complicated things between doctors and patients, Chen Wuji said frankly. I'm not in a hurry, nor do I want to be cunning. I'm just being straightforward. Imperial Censor Zhang suddenly became impatient, but I think you haven't thought it through yet. Chen Wuji, he really couldn't take it anymore. I understand, kid, you need some benefits, right? Then, so be it, Chen Wuji shouted. There's a village head in our village named Yuan Jintang. He and his brother Yuan Jinbao are tyrannical and prey on the people. Can you, Your Excellency, kill them for me? Just hang their bodies at the entrance of the village for a few days. Understood, Shoer, let's go. Imperial Censor Zhang gave Chen Wuji a deep look and nodded. He actually agreed? Chen Wuji suddenly felt that it was a bit absurd. Imperial Censor Zhang nodded to Elder Zhang as a greeting and then left. Father, didn't you promise to take a look at my headache while you were at it? Although Hunter Chen's treatment method is a bit unconventional, even Dr. Zhang praised his prescription. Shoer's voice came from outside. No need for further words. I know what's going on. Father, old Zhang peeked out the door and suddenly laughed. Kid, see that? This is called respecting clothes before respecting people. If you become my disciple, although you still won't be good enough for these people, at least you won't be so blatantly disliked. Chen Wuji chuckled. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. A high-ranking official in the capital should naturally be aloof and superior. Old man, I'm just a hunter. He's already been very kind of him to stoop down and negotiate with me. The only thing I don't understand is, I don't think I have anything to gain, so why does he insist that I do? That's what you think. Old Zhang chuckled. Do you know which surname is the most prestigious in Yunnan? Chapter 62, The Kindness of Buyout. You've practically slapped the answer in my face. What other surname could it be beside Zhang? Chen Wuji said. Old Zhang nodded. He's not too stupid. The Zhang family is a powerful clan in the southern prefecture. This Imperial Censor Zhang is one of the best among the current Zhang family members. More importantly, he is the eldest son of the main branch of the family and is a potential successor to the position of head of the Zhang family. Unfortunately, life is never perfect. He became famous at a young age and had a smooth career, but he had few children. He married 5 concubines, but to this day, he only has one daughter, who is also plagued by illness. Even the imperial physicians were helpless with her illness, so they brought her here by sheer luck, and unexpectedly, you stumbled upon her. Tell me, if you don't ask for something, how can Imperial Censor Zhang sleep at night? Chen Wuji understood. He admitted that he had been naive. If he knew that the girl named Shoer had even been seen by the imperial physician and was the only daughter of Imperial Censor Zhang, he would definitely not only have mentioned killing the Yuan brothers, but would have absolutely made that Zhang family magistrate and county clerk overthrow them all. Opportunities to ask for help like this are rare. The magistrate of Yunnan County is no good. His reputation is worse than a cesspool. If we could get rid of him, That would be ideal. It's a bit of a pity. Chen Wuji shook his head, feeling deeply regretful. Old Zhang laughed heartlessly. Now you know you regret it? Too late. But you've got quite the bloodthirstiness, kid. What did those two do to provoke you? You stole my wife, and now you want to kill me? Is that a valid reason? Chen Wuji raised his eyelids slightly. There is indeed a cause and effect. Old Zhang nodded. These two are doomed. I suggest you take advantage of your remaining influence to handle their funeral arrangements. I'll teach you a few tricks. Set up an altar, burn their bodies, and scatter their ashes in the Yuan family ancestral graveyard. Chen Wuji frowned and glanced at him. Old man, I can roughly tell that you don't seem to be kindly trying to get me to repay evil with kindness. But what's the proper way to do it? Let's grind their bones to ashes and show it to their ancestors. Old Zhang laughed. Chen Wuji, he really is a wicked old man. Will it work? Chen Wuji asked. Old Zhang chuckled mysteriously. It's useful if you believe it, and useless if you don't. Forget it. I still prefer hanging people on trees. Chen Wuji shook his head. He really hoped that the man surnamed Zhang had heard every word he had just said and hadn't just cut people down and forgotten about hanging them on trees. Today's incident also gave Chen Wuji a vague understanding of how to deal with these powerful families. Once you have a debt of gratitude, you must raise your demands, even if it means asking for an exorbitant amount. Just weigh the weight of this kindness you have received and assess your own worth. In their eyes, the debt of gratitude he owed them was only worth buying out. They're gone. Chen Wuji greeted Elder Zhang. Wait a minute, let's go together. Old Zhang pulled a bamboo stick from under the soft couch, locked the shop, and went out with Chen Wuji. After the two parted ways in the East Market, Old Zhang headed off aggressively towards the south of the city. They must have gone to find that apprentice named Little Fish. Chen Wuji glanced at it twice, then turned and entered the East Market. The 5 spirits elixir brought him the largest sum of money he had ever made since his transmigration. With Imperial Censor Zhang's help, he no longer needed to save money to bribe people in the government office, and the equipment upgrade he had been longing for could finally be put on the agenda. Chen Wuji wandered around several shops nearby, and under the pretext of looking at things, he casually asked which blacksmith shop in the East Market was more honest. Several people recommended Yang the blacksmith. The blacksmith Yang was indeed surnamed Yang. He was a middle-aged man with a sour face. Watching him forge iron didn't seem like he was forging iron. It looked more like he was beating an enemy. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of coldness. After looking around at the items hanging on the shop wall, Chen Wuji asked, Shopkeeper, do you have any bows and arrows on hand? Strong bows and hard arrows. The blacksmith Yang didn't utter a sound, nor did he even glance at Chen Wuji. He simply buried himself in hammering away, sparks flying with each strike, and the iron sheet in his hand, already taking the shape of a knife, would deform noticeably. Chen Wuji was not impatient and waited calmly. Bang, 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 bang. Only after the blacksmith Yang finished forging the kitchen knife and threw it into water to quench it did he look at Chen Wuji and ask, What do you want? A powerful bow and arrows? What are you going to do, rebel? Looking at his unfriendly eyes, Chen Wuji had the illusion that this guy wanted to kill him. How can someone be so fierce in ordinary times? I am a hunter, Chen Wuji said. In the case of you the Great, a certificate was required to purchase bows and arrows. Hunters can buy them, and even military bows are permitted for use by the imperial court as long as there is a way to purchase them. But this doesn't apply to ordinary people. If one is not a registered hunter, whoever takes a bow and arrow will die. The imperial court's attitude on this matter is extremely firm. Let me see the household registration documents. The blacksmith Yang stretched out his hand, blackened by the charcoal fire, to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji handed over the household registration document. The blacksmith Yang observed very carefully. He not only observed, but also asked questions, asking in great detail where Chen Wuji lived and which mountain he often hunted on. Chen Wuji strongly suspected that this guy was illiterate and was just pretending to look at things. The key was to confirm whether he was a real hunter by asking him questions. If the blacksmith sells the bow and arrows to the fake hunter, he will also be held responsible if something goes wrong. Wait. The blacksmith returned the household registration documents to Chen Wuji, turned and went into the house on the right. When he came out, he was holding a horn bow. There's only one bow, an elm horn bow. Take it if you want. Chen Wuji took it in his hand and tried it out. The bow was very good. It was both beautiful and sturdy. The only drawback was that he had some difficulty pulling it up he could only manage to pull it apart with great effort. How many stones does this bow weigh? Chen Wuji asked. 3 stones. No wonder Chen Wuji mattered. It's perfectly reasonable that he could barely manage to draw the bow with 3 stones. 1 stone weighs 120 jin, and it takes 360 jin of arm strength to pull this thing apart. It is said that the archers in the army used bows that were only 1 stone long. However, Chen Wuji was also somewhat delighted, as he could actually draw the 3-stone bow. No wonder the one at home before felt so light and unwieldy. Therefore, his most suitable weapon right now is actually the 2-stone bow. It could be pulled, but pulling a few times would probably exhaust you. Do you have a 2-stone bow? Chen Wuji asked. The blacksmith's eyes suddenly widened like the stone lions at the entrance of the county government office. Are you deaf? This is the only one available. I'm not deaf. I just want to confirm with you. But with your loud voice, if you make me deaf, don't blame me for trying to extort you. Chen Wuji said. I'm naturally loud. Are you buying or not? 3 taels of silver, said the blacksmith Yang, arms crossed. Chen Wuji was somewhat conflicted. This bow was truly excellent. One could tell it was a genuine fine bow without even needing to examine it closely. However, Sanshur found it quite difficult to use. Make it cheaper, Chen Wuji said after hesitating for a while. It won't be cheaper. Then send 10 flying rainbow arrows. 1 arrow costs 100 coins. How about I give you 10? 5. I can't deliver it. Chapter 63, Refugees. After some friendly bargaining, Chen Wuji bought an elmwood bow and 2 flying arrows for 3 taels of silver. But it almost exhausted him. The argument made his throat almost hoarse. This fierce-looking blacksmith wasn't very good at bargaining, but he was a master at cursing. Chen Wuji almost lost to him. A bow with only 2 arrows is rather meager, especially since it's definitely not enough when shooting wild beasts. After thinking it over, Chen Wuji gritted his teeth and spent another 500 coins to buy 5 arrows. He earned 16 taels of silver from old Zhang today, and in the blink of an eye, he spent 3,500 coins. Now that I've earned a little more money, it seems like I want to buy even more things. After leaving the blacksmith shop owned by Yang, Chen Wuji, carrying a bow and arrows, swept through the East Market again. He bought Huasan Yang and Shen Yue a bolt of hemp cloth, a bag of maltose, and 100 caddies of millet. Perhaps due to the sudden influx of refugees, grain prices actually rose. The cheapest millet now costs 5 coins. While Chen Wuji was wandering around the East Market, not far from the East Market, Chen Bushi was sitting and drinking with a young man at Sui Tower. There was only a simple dish of pig ears on the table, but a whole jar of wine. We've had enough wine. Let's get down to business. Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Chen Bushi asked, putting down his wine bowl. The young man raised his hand and pushed 2 taels of silver in front of Chen Bushi, saying, take it back. Chen Bushi's expression changed slightly. What happened? It's nothing serious. There are other people who want those 2 dead, so you don't need to spend any money. If you're free tonight, then let's leave it at that. I won't drag you into this. I'll handle it myself. The young man pinched the rim of the bowl between his thumb and middle finger, then took a deep sip of his drink. Chen Bushi frowned. The Yuan brothers shouldn't have the ability to offend outsiders, right? Why do you have to take action personally? Who knows? The young man chuckled. The other party must be someone important. They scared our county magistrate so much that he even gave away his treasured paintings and added an extra 500 taels of silver. I delivered the goods myself. You have no idea what the magistrate looked like then. He was almost in tears. Chen Bushi snorted lightly. It's just that this corrupt official met an even bigger corrupt official. Hey, that's enough. Don't curse me too. You're just a lackey. Damn it. Is this wine still drinkable? Chen Bushi laughed heartily, raised his wine bowl, and shouted, drink. The 2 finished a bowl of wine, and after Chen Bushi refilled it, he solemnly asked, I feel there's something fishy about this. Keep a close eye on things. What's there to care about 2 clowns? The man said dismissively. It is precisely because the other party is a clown that we need to be careful. The person who forced the magistrate to spend hundreds of taels of silver just for 2 clowns, does the county government need to intervene? Is that necessary? Chen Bushi retorted. The young man shook his head. I think the magistrate is overthinking it. The important person's intention was actually very simple. Kill the man and hang him at the village entrance as a warning to others. I guess the Yuan brothers accidentally provoked the important person and brought about their own demise. But the magistrate has done too many bad things and is suspicious that this matter is related to him. He even rejected the idea of openly coming to arrest people, making us feel like we are thieves. After a moment's thought, Chen Wuji said, "It's best to be more careful." "Understood, I understand." The young man nodded, then suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "How was the harvest?" Chen Wuji smiled mysteriously. "Very fat." "I knew it. Those people were no good at all." The young man slapped the table. Chen Wuji, holding his wine bowl, said calmly, "Your share is the same as always. Go get it when you have time. The world is about to descend into chaos. After I finish this bowl of wine, I'll be on my way." "What are you trying to do, you old bastard?" the young man exclaimed in surprise. Chen Wuji curled his lip. "Hurry up and go home. What else can I do? I'm afraid I'll be ambushed by refugees on the way. I just made some money, and I haven't even enjoyed it yet." "You motherfucker." Chen Wuji was blocked by refugees. Between Xishan Village and Yunnan City, there's a village called Zhaoshi Village, through which the official road passes. We're not far from Xishan Village now, only about a third of the way away. Having earned some money today, upgraded his preparations, and bought rice and cloth, Chen Wuji was quite happy. He didn't feel tired, even carrying 100 pounds of grain on his shoulder, and he walked with a brisk pace. Unwittingly, he bumped into a group of refugees carrying knives and rakes. These people appeared to have just committed murder. They were carrying weapons, large bags, and women on their shoulders. Chen Wuji's legs went weak when he saw this group of people. Actually, when he entered the city and saw the refugees, he was somewhat wary, but he didn't think of them as bandits. But unexpectedly, in just half a day, the people turned into bandits. "That kid's carrying grain on his shoulder. Kill him." Someone among the refugees shouted, and then a group of people carrying large and small bags rushed up. Those men carrying women on their shoulders were unwilling to put them down. They pounced on the women, one hand holding their thighs and the other brandishing their weapons. "Holy crap!" Chen Wuji cursed, threw the grain into the crowd, and ran towards the village. He wasn't confident he could fight 30 or 40 armed refugees who had already killed and seen blood. Food could be bought again, but if you lose your life, it's truly gone. Upon entering the village, Chen Wuji was stunned by what he saw. The alley was littered with corpses, an old man curled up, a woman naked and lying on a millstone with a pool of blood beneath her, and a child who had lost his head. Chen Wuji felt a churning in his stomach, and even though he bit his lip tightly, acid reflux was about to come out of his nose. He heard a flurry of footsteps behind him. Without looking back, he quickly slipped into a house and jumped over the wall to escape. The entire village was littered with corpses, a scene resembling hell on earth. These animals, unsurprisingly, Chen Wuji vomited, almost bringing up everything he had eaten a week ago. After wiping his mouth, his eyes were completely filled with anger. He could understand people who couldn't survive scrambling for food. He had thought about it before. But he couldn't understand why these people would torture and kill ordinary people who were also suffering. The moment they drew their knives, these refugees could no longer be called human beings. Chen Wuji decided to do something, otherwise his thoughts would not be clear. He climbed over the wall of a villager's courtyard and onto the roof to look out at the path he had just come from. Those people still hadn't given up. They dispersed and searched for him throughout the village. "You bastards, I've given you all my food." Enraged, Chen Wuji untied the 3-stone hard bow from his back, knocked an arrow, took a deep breath, aimed at a refugee, and fired an arrow. An arrow pierced his heart, and the immense force pinned the refugee to the earthen wall behind him. "You're not a pheasant. Let's see you fly away." Chen Wuji cursed and quickly moved to a different position. Killing someone here is much easier than hunting pheasants in the mountains. The target is big, but it can't fly yet. Chapter 64 Cat and Mouse Game. The 3-stone bow was so hard that Chen Wuji could barely draw it by using all his strength. He originally bought the bow intending to practice with it and gradually get the hang of it. But he unexpectedly encountered such a disgusting thing, which forced him to forcefully draw the bow to kill someone. The first arrow from this bow was somewhat unlucky. Killing and hunting evoke completely different feelings. Even though the distance was quite far, Chen Wuji couldn't even clearly see what the person looked like when they were dying. But I still felt unwell all over, and the churning in my stomach started up again. Chen Wuji wasn't sure what kind of physiological reaction this was, but it was definitely a strong feeling of discomfort. After vomiting bile again, Chen Wuji finally felt a little better. He climbed back onto the roof, the arrows gleaming coldly as they moved slowly, aiming at the displaced people who were vandalizing the courtyard. These refugees should come from the same family or have a close relationship. Chen Wuji's killing of one person ignited the fury of the refugees. They angrily cursed Chen Wuji's ancestors while aggressively searching the surrounding area. They certainly wouldn't have reacted this way if they weren't close to these refugees. Chen Wuji gritted his teeth and persevered through the immense force transmitted from the bowstring. Just as his wrist trembled and he was about to lose control, he shot the arrow. The arrow, like a shooting star, pierced the humid, hot summer air and stabbed into the lower back of a refugee. This bastard is bending down and tearing off a girl's clothes. That girl had clearly already been killed by them. There it is on the eaves. Someone spotted Chen Wuji and shouted at the top of their lungs. The refugees instantly surged towards Chen Wuji's position like a boiling pot of water, shouting and cursing. Chen Wuji quickly slid down the roof ridge and ran deeper into the village. When he passed by the local temple, he put the hemp cloth he always carried on his back into it. Lord Earth, please keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to kill a few beasts that are disturbing your peace. You'll surely bless me, won't you? The clay statue of the local earth god remained silent, so Chen Wuji took it as a yes. Although the cloth was not heavy, it was somewhat cumbersome and hindered movement. Zhou Buping sat on the stone steps at the entrance of the ancestral hall, using a broadsword to pick at his fingernails, which were filled with brown grime. He and his group of brothers were all from the mountains. In other words, they were considered bandits by the government and the people. As the refugees from the north poured into Shengshenling and headed south via the mountain trails, a grand idea quietly began to take shape in his mind. He wanted to seize the opportunity to start a rebellion and coerce the displaced people to work for him. If that fails, they will plunder several villages and return to the mountains. After leaving the mountains, his plan was executed smoothly. He plundered several villages in succession, which greatly increased his prestige among the refugees. He gradually gathered hundreds of people around him and had some capital to start a rebellion. Zhaoshi Village is one of the few large villages in Yunnan County, and also a rare wealthy village. He left this village to his own people, intending for these brothers to make a good fortune and enjoy some happiness. Everything went smoothly. The brothers made a fortune, and they enjoyed the company of several beautiful young women. Unfortunately, they encountered a blind passerby. In Zhou Buping's eyes, he was just a small hunter who made a living in the mountains, and killing him was the right thing to do. As a result, his sworn brother and another brother were killed. They had already raided several villages after leaving the mountains, and this was the first time there had been casualties. The one who died was his sworn brother, the leader of the mountain. Boss, that kid is as cunning as a monkey. He killed 3 more brothers. A man rushed in, his bulging clothes jingling. Zhou Buping's face instantly darkened. Tell you all, if we don't get rid of these burdens on you and find that kid, I'll kill you all. Yes. Chen Wuji had only 1 arrow left. He was carrying a knife, but he still needed to mentally prepare himself before using it to attack someone. More importantly, the high risk of face-to-face combat made him hesitate. However, his right hand was no longer able to draw a bow. After repeatedly forcing his way through, his right hand is almost ruined. If he fires another arrow, he definitely won't be able to hold the knife steady. Shaking his right hand, which was now a bloody mess from being strangled by the bowstring, Chen Wuji tore off a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped it around his arm, giving himself a simple bandage. Leaning against the wall, Chen Wuji slowed his breathing and rested for a moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he put away his bow and arrows and took out his ring pommel blade. After using this family heirloom tetanus blade for the past few days, the rust has gradually faded and its cold gleam has become more apparent. It is now basically recognizable as it was in its prime. He decided to make a few more cuts. The sight of so many gruesome corpses scattered on the ground still lingered in his mind, fueling a certain obsession. He was not a saint, nor did he possess a heart full of benevolence and morality. But when he encountered such a group of beasts, he couldn't calm his anger unless he tore a few pieces off them. No matter how he thought about it, his mind was always blocked. The footsteps in the distance grew louder and louder. These people suddenly learned their lesson. They threw off their bags and put down the woman they were carrying on their shoulders and began searching for him in groups of 3 or 5 throughout the village. The small village, with nearly 30 people scattered into 5 or 6 teams, meant that Chen Wuji's area of activity was becoming increasingly smaller. However, he could still run away. He was alone and lightly equipped, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Let's chop down a few more animals, then run away. As the sound around him grew clearer, Chen Wuji suddenly leaped out and swung his sword. The fleeing refugees who were chasing him almost collided with him. Fortunately, his knife was faster than his opponent's reaction. With a single slash, Chen Wuji didn't even get a clear look at his opponent's face. He only saw the head fall off, as if it were made of clay, and it just slid off in a flash. This family heirloom knife is ridiculously sharp. After finishing his strike, Chen Wuji didn't linger. Without even glancing at the other refugees, he turned and ran. He felt nauseous again. The sight of that guy's head falling off and blood gushing out had a significant impact on him. Humans and their prey are ultimately different. Fortunately, there was nothing left in my stomach to vomit, and I only vomited a few times before it was over. Chen Wuji slipped into the house of the common people behind him, then quickly climbed over the wall and went back out. He then turned around and launched a surprise attack, stealthily chasing after the refugees and slashing them twice before turning and running away. This is a cat-and-mouse game involving life and death. It's not just about wielding a knife, but also about running speed and endurance. Fortunately, Chen Wuji has mastered the latter two skills quite well. Every day, it leaps and bounds through the mountains, and its running speed and ability to scale walls are quite impressive. Chapter 65 Rewards. Boss, that bastard is too damn slippery. The brothers can't catch him. Another brother has been killed? At the entrance of the ancestral hall, Zhou Buping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The man who came to report was sweating profusely and nervously, stammering, "Yes, 7 more brothers have died. Everyone has been very careful and has thrown away what needed to be thrown away. But that bastard is elusive and impossible to guard against." He killed one of his brothers in front of him. When his brothers chased after him, he suddenly reappeared behind them, slashed once, and ran away. This happened several times. When the brothers were on guard, he suddenly changed tactics and appeared in front of us in a blatant manner. What's even more infuriating is that he provoked us and called us pigs. The brothers chased after him fiercely, and he led them to circle around the village. After running back and forth a few times, he suddenly turned around and attacked us. That kid can run so fast. All the other guys are exhausted like dogs, but he's still full of energy. Zhou Buping was furious. He raised his hand and slapped the enemy across the face. "A bunch of idiots. So many of you were led around like dogs by one person. On the battlefield, this is losing the initiative and being controlled by the enemy." The man, having been slapped, muttered with a frustrated expression, "Yes, the brothers all think that bastard is a soldier from the battlefield. He clearly has a method." "Shut up," Zhou Buping roared. "Get the brothers out of here, block them outside, and set this lousy village on fire. I don't believe he can cause any trouble by himself." "Yes." As the two were talking, someone else rushed into the courtyard. "Boss, the soldiers are coming." Zhou Buping suddenly stood up and shouted, "Forget about that kid. Let's get out of here." Chen Wuji was exhausted. He also got used to killing. He never imagined that one day he would be able to calmly watch someone's head fall in front of him, and even be able to calmly lift the head up when the person turned into a fountain. Now there are 8 hideous heads piled up around him. He plans to give this auspicious number to the Earth God later to thank him for helping him look after the cloth. The sounds in the village suddenly became chaotic and noisy. Chen Wuji poked half his head out from the roof, where he was hiding, and looked in the direction of the sound. The refugees, carrying large and small bags, and the women were fleeing in panic once again. I killed them out of fear? Impossible, right? There are only a few people, maybe 14 or 15 at most. Chen Wuji muttered in confusion, and then he saw a large number of soldiers. "The garrison troops from Yunnan City have arrived. Damn, these guys have finally arrived." Chen Wuji's tense nerves immediately relaxed. Picking up the hideous heads beside him, Chen Wuji jumped off the tall building and headed towards the local temple. Before he even reached the local temple, he was surrounded by a group of soldiers. "Officers, I'm not a refugee. I was robbed by refugees and am stuck in the village unable to get out," Chen Wuji shouted. He did look rather frightening and had to explain. Several soldiers stared at Chen Wuji, who was covered in blood and carrying a string of human heads, looking like a god or demon, and were stunned for a long time. "Look at you. You're saying you were robbed by refugees?" a soldier shouted. It's the truth. They robbed me first, and then I was so angry that I killed a few of them, Chen Wuji said. He really did it. He wasn't lying at all. Could you prove your identity? A man who looked like a general stepped forward. Chen Wuji took out the household registration document. I have the household registration document, but it's stained with blood. It's all right. If what you say is true, I will give you another one, the man said. A soldier walked over and nervously took the household registration document from Chen Wuji's hand. The man who looked like a general looked at the household register and asked, "A native of Shishan? What is your surname?" "Chen Wuji." "Farmers." "The hunter." The man who looked like a general put away the household register, smiled, and walked over. "My great you needs a loyal and brave young man like you. You should set an example for the people of the whole county." "How many people did you kill?" "I don't remember exactly, but it was probably 14 or 15. I'll count 20 people for you. We'll go to the yamen to collect the reward another day." According to the imperial system, one head is worth 1 tael of silver and 2 mu of land. If you kill 10 or more enemy heads, you'll be rewarded with 1 servant. I think you're still young, so let's make you a concubine. I'll personally pick a good-looking one for you then. The general was very pleased and looked at Chen Wuji with admiration. Chen Wuji was a little dizzy. He hadn't expected that these heads could be rewarded, and for such a high price. His fatigue instantly dissipated. He asked somewhat uneasily, "I don't need to retrieve each of the heads one by one, do I?" "No need, just send the people," the general said generously. Chen Wuji nodded. Fortunately, this way he wouldn't have broken his promise to the local deity. He was just about to renege on the debt owed to the local deity. "My lord, I don't want it. Can I have another one?" Chen Wuji asked. He already has 2 women in his family. Bringing another one home would not only exhaust him, but also disrupt the harmony of the family. It's unnecessary. This is the court's regulation. If you don't accept it, others might impeach me for withholding rewards from meritorious officials. You are being rewarded for your merits and do not need to pay this year's taxes. Why don't you accept it? If your wife makes things difficult for you, I will take care of this matter for you. Just come to me. Why are you being shy about such a good thing? The general chuckled. Seeing this, Chen Wuji had no choice but to give up. Then can I ask for some clothes first? If I go back like this, my wife will be scared to death. The general raised his hand. Yu Wu, take Chen Wuji to the county government office. Get him 2 sets of clothes, collect the reward money first, and then get a knife from the armory. His knife is rusted to such an extent, yet he was able to kill 20 bandits. If he had a suitable weapon, he would surely become a fierce general. Thank you, sir, Chen Wuji said, bowing with his hands clasped in thanks. After he learned about his identity and situation from his time travel, he never dared to hope for the identity of a general, and only dared to aspire to be a merchant. This general was quite magnanimous. He simply raised his hand and bestowed upon him the title of a fierce general. If he can be considered a fierce general, then how weak must these soldiers be? Chen Wuji followed Yu Wu. When they passed the local earth god temple, he casually offered the long bunch of grapes with human heads on them to the earth god and took back his cloth. The local earth god helped me look at the cloth for a while, so I gave him some sacrificial offerings of livestock. Seeing Yu Wu looking at him with a puzzled expression, Chen Wuji explained with a smile. Yu Wu is a very taciturn person, and he speaks an absurd amount of words. The two returned to Yunnan City in silence. After giving Chen Wuji a knife and 20 taels of silver at the county government office and buying him 2 sets of clothes at a clothing shop, he finally spoke his first words. The land and servants will be delivered to your door in a few days after this matter is over. Just stay home and wait. Good. Okay, let's go. The matter ended just like that. The harvest was surprisingly large. Chapter 66 Things Left Behind. Chen Wuji went to the county government office, but it seems he didn't actually go. He didn't know who the official was who was speaking to him, but he felt that it seemed rather hasty. Everything was done hastily. However, none of these things concerned him. He wasn't falsely accused of murder. Instead, he received silver and land, making a hefty profit. That's enough. That's exactly what he wanted. However, he had to complain about the county government's knife. It looked nice, but the quality was terrible. Compared to the tetanus knife he had inherited from his family, it was a completely different story. After leaving the county government office, Chen Wuji went to the East Market and bought 100 caddies of millet. With government troops stationed outside the city, he shouldn't encounter bandits again. He successfully left the city, and this time Chen Wuji did not encounter any robbers, but he was still stopped. Dr. Chen, I thought you looked like me from afar, and it turns out you really are. A luxurious carriage stopped in front of Chen Wuji. The curtain was lifted, revealing Zhang Xiuer's delicate and charming face. She looked like she had been crying, as there were still some faint tear stains on her face. "Miss Xiuer, where are you going?" Chen Wuji greeted her. Zhang Xiuer jumped down from the carriage, lifting her skirt. "I came here specifically to find Dr. Chen. I asked old Zhang at Siji Zhai, and he said you might be a hunter from one of the villages near Shengshenling in the Zhao family area. I plan to ask them one by one. What do you want with me?" Chen Wuji asked in surprise. This woman has incredible perseverance. She actually decided to use such a clumsy method to find him. There are dozens, if not more, of villages surrounding Shengshenling. If she had to search them one by one, it would take her 2 or 3 days to find his home. Zhang Xiuer looked sorrowful and weak as she said to Chen Wuji, "Please, Dr. Chen, save my father. I know he is very stubborn and sometimes goes too far with his words. But I beg you, Dr. Chen, to have mercy and help him." "I can't save her." Chen Wuji shook his head. "The patient isn't in front of me, and I can't prescribe medicine from distance. Miss Xiuer, you should go back early. It's not peaceful outside the city today. Dr. Chen, as long as you are willing to help, I can pay the consultation fee in advance, 100 taels of silver." Zhang Xiuer said hurriedly, "My father is stubborn. I can tell you about his symptoms. You just need to write a prescription." Chen Wuji shook his head. Treating illnesses is not that simple. Merely describing a few symptoms is not enough. We need to observe, listen, inquire, and palpate. The outward symptoms are only one aspect. If we only treat the symptoms and prescribe medicine, we will definitely treat the wrong illness. I really want to earn 100 taels of silver, but I really can't help you. The reward of 100 taels of silver. He actually really wanted to suggest that Zhang Xiuer kidnap her father. Zhang Xiuer's expression visibly dimmed. "Dr. Chen, is there really no other way? My father has suffered from headaches for many years. When it gets really bad, he even hits his head with a brick to relieve the pain." Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji immediately lost all interest. There are many types of headaches, and they're very complex. The most famous example is probably Chow Chow and Hua Ta. Hua Ta temporarily relieved Chow Chow's headache with acupuncture, but it did not cure the disease. In the end, Chow Chow beheaded Hua Ta. Chen Wuji didn't know where Imperial Censor Zhang's illness was, but if it couldn't be cured, he might end up like Hua Ta. In the eyes of these people, human life was clearly no different from that of grass. "Miss Xiuer, I truly cannot help you," Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. "This is a hot potato that can't be touched." Zhang Xiuer nodded in disappointment. "I wonder where Dr. Chen lives?" "Shishan village." Chen Wuji frankly told him that there was nothing to hide about it. Even if he doesn't say it, people can easily find it if they really put in the effort. "Thank you." Zhang Xiuer gave a gentle bow, then turned and got into the carriage. Women from prominent families have a demeanor and manners that are quite different from those of ordinary women. Chen Wuji stepped aside to make way, and after the carriage turned around, he didn't linger and hurried back to the village. The Zhao family village has been attacked by bandits, and although Shishan village is farther away, it will probably not be peaceful either. When Chen Wuji arrived at the village entrance, he saw groups of refugees lying on the grass, lighting bonfires and roasting wheat ears on stone slabs. Chen Wuji only glanced at it briefly before hurrying into the village. Fortunately, the village was relatively peaceful and no robberies occurred. "Chen the Fool, come here." A voice suddenly came from behind the woods. Chen Wuji walked around the bushes and saw Yuan Chen standing in front of an abandoned house, holding a wooden spear and standing there in a nonchalant manner. He is the second son of Yuan Jintang, the village head, a grandson whose official power was greater than that of his father. "Who are you calling a fool?" Chen Wuji's face darkened. Yuan Chen scoffed contemptuously. "What do you think? Besides you, who else can I call? Get down here." The village sent people to guard the village, but you're nowhere to be seen. "Oh, you have money to buy grain now? Perfect. Leave the grain here and get lost." Chen Wuji suddenly realized that his family seemed to be incompatible with millet. "You idiot." Chen Wuji cursed, turned and left. "Don't worry about the food, but I won't shirk my responsibility to protect the village. I'll be back in a bit." "Hey, you bastard. Who are you calling names?" Yuan Chen rushed over and shouted into the abandoned house. Soon, 4 or 5 young men rushed out, all of them members of the Yuan family or relatives of the family. Several people rushed up and blocked Chen Wuji. "Oh my, the Chen the Fool has gotten quite the skills, huh? He even brought 2 knives. Let me see. This is still a brand new broadsword." Hey guys, this bow is pretty good too. It's a hard-elm bow. It'll cost at least 2 taels of silver. Fool, you're buying grain and knives and bows. Did you find silver on the road? Or did you try to rob someone? These knives and bows are mine now. Do you have a problem with that? Yuan Chen reached out and grabbed the broadsword at Chen Wuji's waist. Of course I have a problem with that. Chen Wuji raised his hand and slammed the grain he was carrying on his shoulder onto Yuan Chen's head. The moment Yuan Chen fell to the ground, Chen Wuji flipped over and mounted him, his hands clenched into fists and swung them left and right. I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again so I can hear you. Kill him. Kill him. Yuan Chen roared hoarsely, his arms tightly protecting his head. The others rushed forward, throwing punches, kicks, and wooden spears at Chen Wuji in a chaotic flurry. Chen Wuji suddenly jumped up and kicked Yuan Chen twice in the face, then drew his sword and slashed without hesitation. The wooden gun broke, and someone's arm was broken too. The sudden burst of blood-red light startled the group, causing them to retreat and dare not approach Chen Wuji again. After Imperial Censor Zhang agreed to his conditions, Chen Wuji no longer had any scruples about the Yuan family. Even if he kills 1 or 2 now, it should only cost him some money, and nothing else will happen. On my arm, that idiot Chen killed someone. That idiot Chen killed someone. Chen Wuji pointed the tip of his knife at Yuan Chen's face. Shut up. If you utter another word, I'll kill you all. Chapter 67. He was killed. And then what? Chen Wuji is very fierce now. With a fierce shout, the Yuan family members all fell silent. The one who was crying out in pain stopped crying out and instead clenched her lip and rolled on the ground. The others were even more terrified, not daring to even breathe loudly. They still couldn't believe that the fierce-looking man standing in front of them was Chen Wuji. In the eyes of these people, Chen Wuji at this moment was simply a towering mountain exuding a menacing aura. The strong smell of blood made their legs twitch. What did you just ask me for? Chen Wuji stomped his size 42 foot on Yuan Chen's face twice. Yuan Chen's nose was bleeding profusely, and his nasal bone was crooked. Chen the fool, I admit you're ruthless now, but what's the use of being ruthless? You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. The day you're beheaded in the East Market, I'll definitely go and watch, and then I'll feed your head to the dogs. What's the use of being ruthless? Chen Wuji scoffed. Come here, let me tell you what's the use of being ruthless. In the instant he bent down, he severed Yuan Chen's right arm with a single stroke. I must say this family heirloom tetanus blade is really useful. It doesn't take much effort to chop off an arm. It's very smooth. I didn't understand before, but now I realize that the difference between good knives is actually greater than the difference between a person and a dog. Yuan Chen's face turned red, and his expression instantly became ferocious due to the intense pain. He didn't shout. At this moment, Chen Wuji was somewhat impressed by the scoundrel's stubbornness. But this greatly displeased Chen Wuji. Your damn arm is broken, and you didn't even yell. Were you pretending to be some tough guy? Yell. Chen Wuji stomped on Yuan Chen's wound. Yuan Chen let out a loud shout and jumped up and down on the ground like a maggot. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream, it was just that the pain was too much for him to bear. Chen Wuji glanced at the people pouring out of the abandoned house and slowly placed the knife against Yuan Chen's neck. All right, that's enough. Don't shout or move. This knife of mine is very fast, so fast that if you move your head even slightly, it might fall off. Yuan Chen immediately fell silent, becoming remarkably obedient. At that moment, he finally felt fear. Although he didn't know where Chen Wuji got his confidence from, he sensed a strong killing intent. Chen Wuji really wanted to kill him. Yuan Jintang led a large group of villagers over. Chen the fool, stop right there. Seeing his son's miserable state, Yuan Jintang was instantly enraged and roared loudly. Chen Wuji pressed down lightly with the blade, and a cut slowly appeared on Yuan Chen's neck. He looked up at Yuan Jintang and asked with a faint smile, Village head, what did you just call me? Call me Dad. Dad, call me Dad. Feeling the pain and coldness in his neck, Yuan Chen hurriedly shouted. He's going crazy. He can't even hold his pee anymore. Call out for Dad. Call out for Dad. If all else fails, kneel down and call out. He's gone mad. He really wants to kill me, Dad. Yuan Chen shouted urgently, but he didn't dare to use too much force. Yuan, filial son. Yuan Jintang was so angry that his face was contorted with rage. But when he looked at Chen Wuji's harmless appearance, he couldn't help but shiver. Wuji, let go of the knife. We can talk this over. What's there to discuss with you? Chen Mule stepped out from the crowd, and slapped Yuan Jintang across the face. Go get the money. 10 taels of silver for your son's dog's life. After saying that, he turned to Chen Wuji and asked, Wuji, is my price acceptable? It's all right, Chen Wuji nodded. Chen Mule raised his hand and slapped him again. What are you glaring at me for? 10 taels of silver, or I'll kill your son. Yuan Jintang glared angrily, his eyes looking like flames, as if he was about to bite Chen Mule to death. Several members of the Chen clan stepped out from the crowd and blocked Yuan Jintang's way with cold expressions. Although the number of people was small, their presence was very imposing. This scene surprised the able-bodied men of Shishan village. We're all from the same village, so we know exactly what kind of people the Chen family are. This family, who moved in more than 20 years ago, is like a bunch of timid mutts in the village, with weak family ties and no backbone. They're the kind who would just smile and beg when bullied. Even the Wang family, with only 4 households in the village, was more assertive than the Chen family. When something happened to the Wang family, at least the men, women, and children of these 4 households dared to gather together and put up a fight. But in the Chen family, everyone just minds their own business. If one family has an accident, the others would rather nail their doors and windows shut with wooden boards and stuff their ears with donkey hair. But today, they actually stepped forward. Moreover, they were so assertive that they even beat up the village head. This doesn't look like the Chen family at all. Are you trying to rebel? Yuan Jintang roared in exasperation. Chen Luozi snorted. Don't try to put such a high label on us, you old bastard. We really don't dare to rebel. But if you don't hand over this money today, I'll make sure your son's dog life is taken. I mean what I say. Come on, kill one and let me see. Yuan Jintang roared. I have no money, but you can take my life. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If you don't have the guts, then kneel down and apologize to me, and then give me money to buy medicine for my son. He didn't believe that Chen Shatsi and his family would have such audacity. Yuan Chen panicked. Dad, are you crazy? I'm your son, not some beast you raised in the backyard. How can you risk my life to embolden them? Give me the money, my dear father. You can't just stand by and watch your son be killed by them. Shut up, Yuan Jintang shouted angrily. Yuan Chen rolled his eyes in anger, then quickly said to Chen Wuji, Brother Wuji, Father Wuji, let me go first. I'll take you to get the silver. I know where my father keeps his silver. There are 16 taels in total, and I'll give it all to you. You can also take those 2 donkeys in the backyard. Is that all right? Just be careful with your hands. The village head is so wealthy, 16 taels of silver. What did you do to earn so much money? Chen Mule asked sneer. Yuan Jintang watched coldly, without saying a word. However, he made his stance very clear. He had no money, but he could take his son's life. Chen Wuji looked down at Yuan Shan with disdain in his eyes and said slowly, Don't blame me. If the wronged soul can't leave, go find your father. I also want to earn this silver, but unfortunately, your father won't give it to me, so there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, he slowly lowered the knife in his hand. Feeling the chill on his neck and the wind desperately trying to get in, Yuan Chun panicked completely. Dad, give me money. Give me money. I'll give you the money right now. He's going to kill me. He really wants to kill me. Yuan Jintang remained unmoved, even scoffing. Chen the fool, kill him. Go ahead and use your knife if you dare. If my son dies, I will make every member of the Chen family pay with their lives, regardless of age or gender. Chen Wuji slashed with his knife, then calmly stood up, flicking the blood off the blade. Killed him, and then what? Chapter 68, The Man Who Kills for Justice. As Chen Wuji stood up expressionlessly, the air instantly became colder than the winter wind. A cold person feels cold all over, and a chill seems to emanate from their tailbone. He really killed Yuan Chun. Without hesitation, a single decisive strike. Yuan Jintang's face turned pale instantly. Looking at his son, whose face still held a pleading expression, he staggered and almost lost his balance. So, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly lunged at Yuan Chun. He tried to cover the huge gash on his son's neck with his hand, but blood still seeped out between his fingers, flowing down his wrist and seeping into a large patch of crimson beneath him. Chen Wuji, you are so cruel, so heartless. Chen Wuji's gaze was indifferent. Don't shout nonsense. You killed your son. It has nothing to do with me. I only cut off his arm. I admit to that. Yuan Jintang swayed violently. He looked down at his son, who was already lifeless, then suddenly jumped up and roared ferociously. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this murderer! But no one moved. The once arrogant and domineering Yuan family members, upon meeting Chen Wuji's indifferent gaze, all looked away and quietly took a step back. Kill him! Kill him! Yuan Jintang turned to look at his clansmen and roared hoarsely. The tribespeople once again avoided looking at them. Someone is studying the fiery red clouds on the horizon, wondering why they are so red. Someone was watching the ants on the ground. Some straggling ants were fighting, their claws waving fiercely. Some people looked down at their toes sticking out of their shoes, thinking that they would definitely beat their wives when they got home to see what kind of lousy shoes these were, that they broke after less than half a year of wear. Yuan Jintang was like a locust abandoned in the wind. No matter how hard he flapped his wings, all he got in response was the sound of the wind. His raised arm fell limply to his sides, his eyes filled with anger and pain. He and his brother plotted to kill Chen Wuji several times, but he never imagined that the fool he considered as insignificant as an ant would one day kill his son. This was absolutely impossible. That's an idiot. How could a fool be? How dare he? Chen Wuji was very satisfied with the reaction of the Yuan family and the villagers. He calmly wiped the blood off his knife and said to Yuan Jintang, "The refugees may plunder the village. I will not refuse to protect the village. I will come over later. However, I want to see 16 taels of silver tomorrow, or I will take your dog's life. Oh, right? And your 2 donkeys too." Yuan Jintang stammered, pointing at Chen Wuji, when suddenly everything went black and he collapsed to the ground. Unable to command his people and unwilling to personally avenge his son, the village head was so angry that he fainted. Of course, it's also possible that he was frightened. Chen Wuji, who had killed someone, had become someone the villagers dared not look him in the eye. Everyone can understand that the village head is a bit timid. Chen Wuji picked up the millet that had fallen to the ground and walked home without looking back. Although he still hasn't gotten used to killing people, and his throat still churns from time to time, his breathing has become much smoother, and his thoughts are much clearer. Next, we just waited for news from Imperial Censor Zhang. Chen Wuji caught up from behind, put his hand on Chen Wuji's left shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Kid, you acted impulsively today. It would have been better to kill him secretly. Now that there are so many witnesses, it will be difficult for us to find a way to stop this." Chen Wuji shook his head. "They tried to steal my food and my knife, and even threatened me. I couldn't tolerate it. I think what I did should be considered self-defense, right? There seems to be a law that says, if someone kills someone for righteous reasons, do not let them become an enemy." "You're right, there is indeed such a provision in the law, but he's the village head," Chen Wuji said helplessly. Killing the village head's son is different from a fight between ordinary people resulting in death or injury. Even if the village head doesn't know any officials in the county government, the magistrate will still protect him and punish him severely. The officials in the county government also have sons, and they won't allow such a thing to happen. Chen Wuji nodded. "I just got this knife from the county government office. You've also learned from that bastard Chen Bushi. I was saying this knife looked familiar. You little brat, I'm really impressed. How did you suddenly become so bold?" Chen Wuji was exasperated, his face contorted with anxiety. After a long while, he let out a long breath and muttered, "Wuji, run quickly, you're beyond saving. You stole the clerk's sword and killed the village head's son. Even a god couldn't save you. You misunderstood. This knife wasn't stolen. It was a reward from the county government," Chen Wuji corrected. "On my way back, I encountered some vagrants robbing me and killed a few of them. Then I ran into the county soldiers, and the county government rewarded me with this knife and a few taels of silver. I haven't even had a chance to properly use this knife before Yuan Shan tries to kill me and steals it. If I go to the county government office, I should be able to give this reason, right?" Chen Wuji asked. Chen Wuji stared blankly at Chen Wuji. "I was wondering why you looked so murderous when you came into the village, like you'd just come from a battlefield. Turns out you killed someone." He laughed and patted Chen Wuji's shoulder heavily. "Don't worry, as long as this happens, Yuan Chen's death will be in vain, and he deserved it. With so many of us as witnesses, you'll be completely fine." Chen Wuji chuckled. "Ninth uncle, although I am indeed angry, I am not that reckless. If I didn't care about the consequences, I would have chopped Yuan Jintang and Yuan Jinbao in a mincemeat long ago. Not bad, not bad. You're starting to look like a member of the Chen family." Chen Mule laughed happily. "You're braver than Wu Wei. It's easy to pick up a knife, but killing someone is not an easy task. If you dare to take up a knife when you encounter vagrants robbing you, no matter how many you kill, that's quite impressive." Chen Wuji was Chen Wuji's cousin, an even more honest and straightforward man than him. That kid planted 2 acres of soybeans, but when he woke up, the Yuan family had already harvested them. Chen Wuji was furious and went to their door every day with a knife to demand the money back, but he was beaten every day. After being beaten for half a month, he beat up the Yuan family's wife, chopped down one of their gates, and then let the matter drop. "Why did you come back so quickly this time?" Chen Wuji asked in a low voice. Chen Wuji chuckled. "It's just a trip into the mountains. How much time could it take? It's simple. I can do it quickly and be back by noon." "Who's going to suffer this time?" Chen Wuji asked in a low voice. He suddenly realized that the Chen family seemed to really have bandit genes. It's something that's ingrained in your bones. He was such a kind person, yet today he inadvertently killed more than a dozen people. This is not what he wanted. Chen Wuji chuckled. "Don't bother asking about this. What's the point of knowing so much? It's not good for a child to know too much, you know?" Chen Wuji rolled his eyes and said, "Go to hell." Chapter 69, I'm just a small-time hunter. The situation outside is somewhat tense, but things are relatively peaceful at home. The gate, which Chen Wuji had reinforced, was tightly closed, and the dim light and shadows in the courtyard could be vaguely seen. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Wife Yue, I'm back." The door opened a crack. The first thing to appear was not Huasan Yang and Shen Yue's beautiful faces, but the tip of a spear. The moment that thing appeared, Chen Wuji instinctively dodged backward. Chen Wuji laughed so hard he almost fell over. "Wuji, you're going to end up like Liu Bei sleeping with his wife. If you do it well, you get no praise. If you do it poorly, you'll be facing swords." Chen Wuji's face darkened. "Ninth uncle, this is the main gate, not the boudoir." The door was opened wide, revealing Shen Yue's wary little face. "My husband, you're finally back. I was so worried. There have been refugees wandering around the village all day, and some of them have even threatened to kill us if we don't give them food." It's all right, I'm back." Chen Wuji reassured him. Chen Wuji laughed and said, "Didn't I already tell you? Don't worry unnecessarily." "What did you say in greeting?" Chen Wuji asked. "I alerted them to something was wrong, so they ran towards the ancestral hall," Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji had previously guessed that, given the way the Chen family had behaved, they would definitely have a way to deal with such incidents if something happened. After all, with such a strong sense of banditry, it would be unreasonable not to have some backup plan. But he still dared not place all his hopes on his clansmen. "Let's go inside first." Chen Wuji stepped aside and entered the house one after the other with Chen Wuji. Only then did he realize that Huasan Yang and Shen Yue had actually set up a formation. Shen Yue stood at the door with a wooden gun, while Huasan Yang hid a kitchen knife behind the door. This whole scene is starting to resemble the Chen family's style more and more. Most women, when faced with this situation, would immediately try to hide somewhere. Few would think of taking a weapon, and even fewer would take a weapon and instead block the gate. Even if they did nothing else, this alone would be considered incredibly courageous. "Wuji, where did you get such a strong smell of blood on you?" Huasan Yang sniffed and asked with a frown. Chen Wuji knew that some things couldn't be hidden, so he honestly said, "On the way back, I encountered refugees. They robbed the Zhao family's place, and I killed a few people before I could run back." Huasan Yang and Shen Yue were startled and immediately began to give Chen Wuji a thorough examination. "My wife Yue, I'm fine, just a little cut on my hand," Chen Wuji said. The two women then let go of each other's hands. "You almost scared me to death." Huasan Yang sighed softly. How did the world suddenly become so chaotic? Just when things were starting to look up at home, this happened. "Sister, every year there are uprisings in various places. This year, there's a large-scale drought in the north. These refugees must have come down the plank road in Shengshenling. We should not go out during this period. The court will handle it." Shen Yue reassured her. Chen Wuji also said, "Wife, don't overthink it. The situation isn't too serious." He put down the millet he was carrying and took off the extra knife. "Wife, let's get something to eat first. I still need to go to the village entrance later." This is not just talk. The villagers have rallied together to protect the village, and he cannot be an exception. "Okay, you all sit down first. I'll go prepare it. It'll be ready soon," Huasan Yang said hurriedly. Seeing this, Chen Wuji said, "Don't bring me any." Third brother went to the city. I asked him to get me some good food. He should be back by now. You guys eat. Uncle Joe, everyone who sees this gets a share. Remember to leave some," Chen Wuji said with a smile. Chen Wuji suddenly slapped his mouth. I know, you damn mouth. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he left the house. Chen Wuji chuckled, walked over and closed the door, splashed a ladle of cold water on his face, and washed it thoroughly to get rid of the smell of blood. No wonder some people say that a soldier is only a true soldier when he goes to the battlefield and kills people, and only then will he be transformed. Chen Wuji has finally understood this statement today. When you're covered in blood, some things in your heart do change. Yue, let your wife pack up. I have something to tell you. Chen Wuji beckoned and called Xin Yue over. Xin Yue walked over quickly. Husband, are you planning something bad? Chen Wuji, what bad thing would I do at this time? Something important. What kind of thought process does this guy have? Xin Yue smiled shyly, biting her lip with a hint of mischief. I heard that some people become more impulsive after seeing blood, and I thought my husband wouldn't be able to resist. Chen Wuji. He looked at Xin Yue speechlessly. Where did you hear these fallacies and heresies? I'm not one of those people you're talking about. This is serious business, very serious business. Xin Yue nodded emphatically with a smile. I remember you said before that your father was the censor-in-chief. Do you know if there is a censor-in-chief in the capital named Zhang? Logically, he should be an official under your father, Chen Wuji asked. The one surnamed Zhang? An imperial censor? Xin Yue raised her chin and thought for a moment. There are many imperial censors in the capital with the surname Zhang. Is my husband asking about an imperial censor whose ancestral home is Nanjun? Yes, their family is a powerful clan in Nanjun, Chen Wuji said. Let me think. Xin Yue thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly asked, is the person my husband mentioned square-faced, with thick eyebrows, speaking in a condescending manner, and always glaring at people with his nostrils? It's him. Then I know. His name is Zhang Mingyuan, and he is an imperial censor. Xin Yue's face suddenly turned a little ugly, and she clenched her fists. He was one of those who impeached my father back then. He has a daughter, and we are quite familiar with her. We have met her a few times. Chen Wuji never expected that simply asking about something would lead him to discover Xin Yue's painful past. Please accept my condolences. There's nothing we can do about what's past. Keeping it inside will only hurt you. Try to let it go. If I have the chance, I will avenge you, Chen Wuji advised. This is a power struggle within the imperial court. He has very few words to say, and he doesn't even know where to begin to offer advice. Xin Yue smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although they impeached my father and brought our family to this state, I don't blame them. My father had only himself to blame. Let's not talk about that. Why did you suddenly ask about this, my husband? Did you see Imperial Censor Zhang? Chen Wuji nodded. I accidentally cured his daughter's lily disease, and he agreed to kill 2 people for me. I want to find out if there are any repercussions. Your husband is just a small hunter. I have never met such a high-ranking official, and I don't know how to deal with such people. Xin Yue's mouth gradually opened wide, and she couldn't close it for a long time, her face full of surprise. Chen Wuji reached out and poked it. My husband, Xin Yue said coquettishly. Husband, you've been out all day doing so much. I'm getting confused. Is the person you're trying to kill the Yuan brothers? Yes. I have no other enemies besides them, Chen Wuji said. Xin Yue waved her little fists and said regretfully, Husband, your demands are too low. You should at least ask for another 100 taels of silver, or simply make him owe you a favor. Chen Wuji shook his head. It's probably not easy to owe this favor. My husband, you don't know how much these censors value their reputation. He will definitely agree, Xin Yue said regretfully. It's a pity that our family could have taken this opportunity to get rich. I was never destined to be a rich young lady. Chapter 70, let's consummate our marriage tonight. Chen Wuji did not refute Xin Yue's words, but he did not actually agree with them. Undeniably, censors were among the most reputation-conscious people in officialdom. They considered themselves noble and valued their reputation and honor more than their own lives. However, this is only the surface. This is the label they wear, or rather, the label bestowed upon them by this official position. Just listen to appearances. Anyone who takes them seriously is a fool. Moreover, their so-called emphasis on feathers is subjective and varies from person to person. If they were of equal status, they would definitely value those few feathers. But if they were facing Chen Wuji, a lowly hunter whose life was worth less than grass, their feathers would be harder than a hyena's claws. There's nothing to regret, as long as there are no future troubles, Chen Wuji said. His only concern was the potential consequences of mentioning the murder to Imperial Censor Zhang, not regret for not taking the opportunity to raise his demands. Dealing with these people was like asking a tiger for its skin. One must never be too arrogant. Chen Yue gently rested her chin on her delicate hand and murmured softly, "But there's still a little regret. Yue, we're just ordinary people." Chen Wuji reminded her. Chen Yue's lips twitched, and she said angrily, "My husband's future official rank will definitely be higher than his, definitely." Chen Wuji smiled. This silly girl must not have woken up yet. Hua Sanyang's head peeked out from the somewhat cramped kitchen doorway. "Dinner's ready. I'll go get the dishes." Chen Yue immediately ran over, all excited. Chen Wuji suddenly felt a little flustered. If it weren't for the conversation just now, he would have almost forgotten that Chen Yue was the daughter of the imperial censor. She was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the imperial court, a lady of high birth. "This world is truly absurd and divisive," Chen Wuji muttered. Who would have thought that he, a small hunter at the foot of Shengshenling, would get involved with two censors, one of whom was a high-ranking official in charge of the censorate. The food was served on a simple 8-immortal table. Tonight, I had snake soup again, but this time I blanched it and added some wild mountain vegetables with oil and salt. Chen Wuji was finally full, but he was getting tired of eating the same food every day. He really missed the taste of stir-fried dishes. Now that he had more than 30 taels of silver in his pocket, he felt it was time to consider arranging for an iron pot. The accommodation problem can be tolerated for now, but the food is simply unbearable. The cooking utensils used in homes today are called fu, and they're the most important household items for cooking. This thing looks rather unusual. It has a round, open top and what looks like a flying saucer stuck to the bottom. It cannot be stir-fried. It can only be boiled. Therefore, during the reign of Yu the Great, the mainstream practice was to cook all food into a paste-like consistency, similar to porridge. "Wuji, did you really kill someone?" Hua Sanyang suddenly asked during a break from eating. Chen Wuji nodded. He knew what Hua Sanyang was worried about. For ordinary people, this was indeed a very shocking thing, even though death was a very common occurrence in this world. Hua Sanyang remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "Take a good shower when you get back tonight." "Yes, I do need to get rid of this bad luck." Chen Wuji obediently agreed. What he really meant was that he might not be able to come back tonight. "But I'll agree anyway." Hua Sanyang was rather timid, and taking a bath with mugwort was just a way for her to comfort herself. After dinner, Chen Wuji took out the 20 taels of silver that the county government had awarded him and handed it to Hua Sanyang for safekeeping. He had 11 taels of Wolingzi on him, which should be enough to find a blacksmith to make an innovative iron pot. In the past, Hua Sanyang would be overjoyed to see money, her eyes practically disappearing into her smile, her shallow dimples particularly charming. But this time, her attitude was indifferent, as if she even felt the money was a bit too hot to handle. As Chen Wuji was packing up his swords and bows, she suddenly pressed herself against him from behind and whispered, "Wuji, when you come back tonight, you wait, and I will share a room with you." Chen Wuji's heart skipped a beat, and his smile became harder to suppress than an AK. But when he thought about why Hua Sanyang said those words, his smile vanished instantly. He turned around, grabbed Hua Sanyang's thin shoulders, and said seriously, "My wife, don't worry, I'll be fine. I won't risk rushing in unless absolutely necessary. I believe you, but I'm still worried." Hua Sanyang's eyes were full of concern. "Besides, we should consummate our marriage soon. I want to give you an heir as soon as possible." Chen Wuji had long wanted to consummate the marriage, but consummating it under these circumstances made him feel uneasy. However, there are some things he has to do. In this world, if he doesn't fight for it, he'll never get ahead. After a long silence, he nodded emphatically. "Okay, wait for me to come back tonight." He bent down and bit her soft, sweet lips, then shouldered his family's heirloom broadsword. Just before leaving, he gave Chen Yue another blow. The rain and dew should be distributed equally. Chen Wuji left, but Chen Yue and Hua Sanyang were stunned in the courtyard. That was a quick snap, just a matter of biting her lip, but for them it was like being struck by lightning, their minds buzzing. "I'll go boil some water." Chen Yue blushed and fled in panic. Hua Sanyang pursed her lips, savoring the feeling from just now, and spat lightly. "You brat, what did you call me? I'm a first wife now." Chen Wuji arrived at the village entrance. Many young and middle-aged villagers who were going home for dinner were also returning in 2s and 3s, just like him. Several bonfires were lit at the village entrance. Bored villagers, like the migrant from outside, plucked ears of wheat from the fields and roasted them by the fire. They hoped to fill their stomachs with this, and they probably needed to roast a bundle of wheat to be enough. Everyone was just looking for something to do when they had nothing else to do. Chen Wuji wandered around for a while, found Chen Mule's group, and sat down by the fire. Chen Bushi returned, and just as Chen Mule had said, he brought back a delicious roast goose. It's true that timing is everything. Chen Wuji shifted his body and precisely located the goose leg, removing it from his body. Chen Bushi retorted irritably, "You really have no manners. Don't be so polite. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat this meat," Chen Wuji said with a smile. The men around the fire laughed. The dark-skinned boy next to them quietly handed Chen Wuji a bowl of wine. "Brother Wuji, have some to warm yourself up and give you courage. I secretly hid this. The rest of the wine has already been drunk by these uncles. Fearlessness is still the best," Chen Wuji said with a smile as he accepted it. This kid was none other than Chen Wuwei, whose soybeans had been taken by the Yuan family and who had been beaten for half a month. He was quite talkative but somewhat shy. "With Wuji's guts, you'd better not let him get any bigger. If he gets any bigger, I'm worried he might pick up a knife and start cutting us all down," Chen Bushi said with a laugh. After saying that, he turned to Chen Wuji and said, "Old Nine has told me about your conflict with Yuan Chen. As long as the knife awarded by the county government is there, you can rest assured that nothing will happen. In fact, you can even use this opportunity to make a little more of a fuss. Do you have any ideas?" Chapter 71, I Think You're a Fool. "Make a fuss about the Yuan brothers?" Chen Wuji asked, taking a bite of his goose leg. Chen Bushi nodded. Chen Wuji glanced at his clansmen sitting around him, then turned his head and lowered his voice to Chen Bushi, saying, "I can't say the reason directly, but there's no need to." Chen Bushi glanced at Chen Wuji with a dark and uncertain look in his eyes, then reached out and took out 2 taels of silver, handing it over. "Take this money. You can tell me why when you have time. I'm quite curious. Involve a lot of complicated matters." Chen Wuji shook his head and pushed the silver back. "You've definitely already spent this money. Why are you giving me more?" "It wasn't spent. It was returned to them. That little rascal is quite good at hiding things." "My friend had a very secretive expression when he mentioned it," Chen Bushi said with a laugh. "This really piques my curiosity. I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. How does someone like you, who spends all day hunting in the mountains, know those people who even the county government trembles with fear?" Chen Wuji smiled and said, "You already know the answer pretty much. As for how we met, it was purely by chance." "That's your skill too." Chen Bushi looked at Chen Wuji with admiration. "I've figured out. Of our 2 generations, you're the only one who's made something of yourself." Chen Wuji found it somewhat amusing. "Just because of this little thing, you're praising me so highly. That's a bit much. Are you trying to make me fall to my death sooner?" Chen Bushi glared at him. "You dog's mouth can't produce anything decent." Chen Wuji laughed heartlessly and drank the half-bowl of wine that Chen Wuwei had secretly hidden for him. "Comfortable." Chen Bushi stuffed the silver into Chen Wuji's hand and said solemnly to everyone, "Wuji has arrived, and now we have everyone here. I have something to tell you all. Sharpen your knives in a bit. If anything happens tonight, be brave. Even if you're a coward, don't cower and hide. If any of you brothers dare to do this, don't blame me for getting the old patriarch to remove your entire branch from the family genealogy. I don't expect you to actually take up knives and kill a few of them, but you must have the courage to charge forward with knives." At this moment, there were only 11 people around the fire, including Chen Wuji. This is the Chun family of Shishan village, consisting of all the able-bodied men and women from 2 generations of uncles and nephews. "Third uncle, are there really refugees robbing our village?" Chen Kun, the youngest of Chen Wuji's clan brothers, asked softly. He was only 13 years old, but already married. Chen Bushi nodded. "It's very likely. When I left the city today, I heard some news. These refugees are not just refugees. Bandits from the north of Shunxian Ridge have infiltrated the area and seem to be planning an uprising. The group that Wuji encountered today is very likely one of them." Chen Wuji suddenly raised his eyebrows. "No wonder. I was wondering why those bastards were so united after someone died. They chased me like a pack of dogs. If the guards hadn't arrived in time, I almost wouldn't have been able to shake them off." "You were a bit impulsive today," Chen Bushi said in a deep voice. "The Zhao family is all dead, and they're trying to rob me. My intention was just to take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 people to vent my anger, but who knew they would chase me relentlessly?" Chen Wuji said. "I know I acted impulsively, but if I were to encounter this situation again, I would still do the same thing. Chen Wuji hummed in agreement. Although I think you acted impulsively, if it were me, I would have done the same. After saying that, he brought the topic back to what had just happened and continued. There's an abandoned ancient plank road behind our village. If these people fail in their uprising, or if they leave themselves an escape route in advance, our village will definitely be one of them. You all know the truth about this. I won't say anything to the villagers. Our Chen family is weak and isolated, and our words carry no weight in the village. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on it. But after this, some things will definitely change, and the Chen family will no longer be the same Chen family as before. If you have any questions, keep them to yourself. If something really happens, I will tell you. If nothing happens, things will remain the same as before. Chen Wuji roughly guessed what Chen Wuji was talking about. In short, if bandits attack the village, the Chen family will have the opportunity to rise up. If not, then continue as usual. Just as Chen Wuji was curious about which high-ranking official Chen Wuji had hooked up with, he was also extremely curious about the true origins of the Chen family, a curiosity that gripped his heart and soul. Their family must have some unknown secrets. Putting everything else aside, you can tell something just by looking at this knife that every household has. The standard-issue broadsword of the imperial court is practically useless in front of this thing. What does this mean? Chen Wuji muttered under his breath. Third uncle, we should actually bring the villagers along. How can we, as family members, be the ones leading the charge for them? Are half of your ears blocked by donkey hair? I told you to charge. When did I ever say that our family had to be the first to go? Chen Wuji cursed. Just follow my orders when the time comes. You don't need to think about anything else for now. By the way, you young ones will be following your brother Wuji. Some of you are already considered old executioners. Chen Wuji. Some people are quite the old masters of yin and yang. Brother Wuji, how many did you kill today? Chen Kun asked curiously. Every time Chen Wuji heard this name, he couldn't help but feel a little out of place. I really wish he were Chen Kun from the Three Kingdoms period. Including Yuan Chen. It seems there are 16, Chen Wuji said frankly. The scene fell silent instantly. The group of people sitting around the fire suddenly stopped, leaving only the crackling sound of the fire. Chen Wuji's brethren all stared wide-eyed, their breaths seemingly frozen in shock. Even Chen Wuji and Chen Luozi, who stabbed people swiftly and decisively, had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. When I joined Yuan Jintang's family, I thought there were only 2 or 3. 16. You're a natural-born killer. You killed 16 people on your first time with a knife. If I weren't your 9th uncle, I would have knelt down and kowtowed to you. Chen Mule muttered. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Wuji quickly regained his composure and praised in an elder's tone. Not bad, not bad. How much silver did the county government get for those heads? 20 taels of silver and 40 acres of land. Chen Wuji omitted the details of the concubine, the knife, and the clothes, not because he was unwilling to talk about them, but because there was no need to go into such detail. He only needed to mention the important things. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji cried out in anguish. What a loss. What a huge loss. At least 45 taels of silver. These people in the county government are really ruthless these days. They only gave you 20 taels. The imperial court has a clear rule that a commoner who beheads a bandit leader will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver, and one who beheads 10 or more bandits will be granted land, servants, and a house. These bastards in the county government have withheld half of the silver, and the house and servants are gone. I have servants, Chen Wuji said. Actually, that's about right. 15 bandit leaders, but they counted it as 20. That's 10 acres of extra land. I think you're stupid. Where in our village would we get any extra land for you? They just give you a random piece of land on the mountain. What use would that be? Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Chapter 72 Incitement. Chen Wuji had long known that there was no extra land in the village to give him. Forget 40 mu, even 4 mu is impossible. The only possibility is the mountaintop. A mountain might be a useless trifle in the eyes of the villagers, but he wanted it. With so much on a mountain, how could it be useless? Selling timber alone can earn a lot of money, not to mention that it can also be used to make paper. Seeing Chen Wuji's heartbroken expression, Chen Wuji laughed and said, besides political achievements, the county government definitely wants some tangible benefits. Those things can't possibly end up in my pocket entirely according to the law, so I've already lost out. Chen Wuji even considered it a good thing that those dozen or so bandit leaders could get such a benefit. If someone only gives him a few taels of silver and sends him away, he seems to have no choice but to accept it. Chen Wuji sighed. The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. In the end, we can only blame ourselves for being ordinary people. Ordinary people can't fight against officials, and there's nothing ordinary people can do about it. Because of Chen Wuji's words, the atmosphere around the campfire suddenly became more oppressive. Chen Wuji lost the land he was given as a reward, but what others thought about was the ever-increasing taxes. Those things are driving them to their doom. The types of taxes are now so numerous that they can't even count them all. Sometimes they even collect them in advance, and then collect them again under a different name on the due date. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out among the Yuan family members not far away. Chen Wuji glanced at it and picked up the knife that was placed to the side. "Don't move yet," Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. The Yuan clan members escorted Yuan Jintang as they walked over, forming a large and imposing group of about 70 or 80 people. In Xishan, the Yuan family is the largest, with more than 60 households. In a fit of rage, Chen Wuji killed Yuan Chen today, and at the time he was quite worried that they would band together. In the end, they did nothing but look at the sky and observe the clouds. At this moment, they suddenly seemed to come to their senses and crowded around Yuan Jintang. It seems that Yuan Jintang must have promised them something good. "Ninth brother, go check on Wuji's house," Chen Wuji suddenly said. Chen Mule glanced coldly at the Yuan clan members who were gathering around him, then got up and left the fire. "Thank you," Chen Wuji said. "Don't give me that fancy stuff. I'm not going into the house, so don't thank me yet." Chen Mule winked. Chen Wuji was speechless for a moment. Calling you a dog is already a compliment. He. Chen Mule chuckled twice and left. "Men, tie up Chen the fool." Yuan Jintang walked over with a sullen face and roared in grief and anger. Several young men from the Yuan clan, armed with clubs, knives, and spears, charged forward menacingly. Chen Wuji calmly stood up. "If you want to die, come here. I can kill even the village head's son. You bunch of scoundrels can try to see how fast my blade is." The group of people suddenly stopped in their tracks, their expressions instantly turning grim. They still remember how Chen Wuji killed Yuan Chen. One cut, just one cut. With a swift, expressionless slash, Yuan Chen's neck was nearly severed. "He killed my son. Murderers must pay with their lives. Tomorrow we'll hand him over to the county magistrate, and you'll be credited for capturing the thief. There are so many of us. What are you few afraid of? Get him!" Yuan Jintang shouted angrily, his face ashen. He used to look down on the Chen family, but now he suddenly felt both disgust and resentment toward his own family. The Chen family members are usually distant and even somewhat discordant. But when trouble comes, they protect their clansmen regardless of right or wrong, sticking together for mutual support. Even the young boys can pick up weapons without a trace of fear in their eyes. But look at them again. They clearly outnumber and outgun their opponents. He had promised each of them 100 coins, but they were all stunned by a single sentence from Chen the Fool. Urged on by Yuan Jintang's shout, the young men of the Yuan family finally moved again. At this moment, Chen Wuji and the others also stood up and stood behind Chen Wuji with resolute expressions. The few young men from the Yuan family paused again. "Uncle, why don't we all go together? It seems like the few of us can't beat them." A young man from the Yuan family turned around and shouted. Yuan Jintang was so angry at that shout that he almost vomited blood. "You bastard, you idiot. Show your power. Show your power. You guys are here to arrest people, not to steal, so why are you acting so furtively?" Chen Wuji sneered and said loudly, "No need for the village head to worry. I know which way the county government office door faces. I will go to the county government office to turn myself in tomorrow. However, after I turn myself in, I don't know which of the two of us will suffer the consequences. I wonder what crime it would be to condone my son and clansmen seizing the rewards given by the county government. Could I be beheaded? I just brought back the reward from the county government today, and before I even entered the house, the village head and my son blocked my way with their men. The county magistrate should be very pleased with the village head's speed." Yuan Jintang's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean? Where did this reward from the county government come from? Are you blind? Didn't you see that the knife I was holding earlier was a standard-issue broadsword from the imperial court?" Chen Wuji shouted. Yuan Jintang was shocked. How could this fool have a knife awarded by the county government? What did he do? The standard-issue broadsword of the county government would never be given to the people so casually. For a moment, Yuan Jintang felt as if 100,000 whys had popped into his mind, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. Nonsense. When did my son steal the reward that the county government gave you? It's clearly your deliberate revenge and intentional murder. Yuan Jintang shouted. He put aside the questions he couldn't understand and decided to focus on killing his son. He couldn't let this idiot Chen lead him by the nose. Even if Chen Wuji did something meritorious, it wouldn't matter because of his connections and relationships in the county government. Village head, playing dumb won't give you the upper hand. Everyone in the village saw what happened today. I have plenty of witnesses. Chen Wuji said indifferently. First you steal the imperial rewards, and then you try to attack us. Village head Yuan, are you also going to take this opportunity to start a rebellion? You're talking nonsense. Yuan Jitang roared. I'm here to capture you, you vicious criminal. But I can tell you're about to start a rebellion. Could you be in cahoots with those bandits outside? Chen Wuji unleashed his imagination, relentlessly hurling insults at Yuan Jintang. Yuan Jintang was furious. This fool suddenly stopped being a fool, and his mouth became incredibly fluent. I advise everyone to be careful. Be careful that the Yuan family doesn't suddenly go crazy and kill your parents, steal your wife, and take your food, Chen Wuji shouted to the other villagers around him. I did kill someone, but I didn't run away. Not only did I not run away, I'm standing here with everyone to defend the village. But look at what the village head and the Yuan family are doing. They're taking this opportunity to launch an attack, a large-scale assault on our Chen family. Why do they have to cause trouble now, of all times? Don't you think it's a coincidence? Perhaps there are already bandits waiting outside. Gentlemen, once our Chen family falls, can you handle the Yuan family's massive force of over 100 people? Chapter 73, I am not a bandit. After Chen Wuji finished speaking, the expressions of the villagers who were watching the commotion changed instantly. I was wondering why the Yuan family didn't say a word when Chen Wuji killed people before, but now they've suddenly gathered so many people to make trouble. So they were waiting for the right opportunity. A burly man in the crowd suddenly shouted, Enough with the nonsense. Let's block it up first. That bastard Yuan Lao heir was still peeping at my wife while she was washing clothes, clinging to my wall today. He was loitering around my house a few days ago. You're wrapped up like a pig's head, and you still haven't given up your thieving intentions. Why block them? Just beat them to death. I've known they were scum for a long time. Yes, kill them. The villagers swarmed around Chen Wuji in a menacing manner. The Yuan clan, which had initially been numerous and powerful, instantly became the weaker party. Although the Yuan family is the largest family in Shishan village, they are not enough to defeat the other families in the village when they unite. Yuan Jintang's face turned as black as the bottom of the pot. He shouted angrily, A bunch of idiots. I'm here to catch a murderer, and you're protecting him. You're the ones who are rebelling. No need for the village head to come in person. Chen Wuji killed someone. Whatever his reason, he did kill someone. We, with so many of us, will be watching him. But if you old bastard, dare to take another step, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lu Tietue of the Lu family shouted. This kid was the village's giant. His family wasn't wealthy, but he had grown to 2 meters tall and was as burly as a calf. His family was the only hunter family in the village besides Chen Wuji. However, this craft has basically declined by the time it reached Lu Tietue. Lu Tietue doesn't like to go into the mountains to hunt, and spends most of the year in the city carrying bags and pulling carts for people. He only goes into the mountains for a few days when there is no work in the city. Lu Tietue's words resonated strongly with countless villagers, who angrily shouted for the Yuan family to get out of the way, threatening to kill them if they made another move. Yuan Jintang felt so angry he wanted to kill someone. His heart was trembling with rage. A bunch of idiots. That's incredibly stupid. Just as the two groups were about to clash, a group of people carrying torches appeared at the village entrance. The intrusion of these uninvited guests suddenly silenced the noisy villagers. Countless eyes met, some blank, some terrified. Chen Wuji spotted the bandit leader in the crowd at a glance. That bastard led his men to chase him and keep killing him. Yuan Jintang, you dog, you still say you have no intention of rebelling. Chen Wuji suddenly shouted. Gentlemen, the bandits who are supporting the Yuan family have arrived. Grab your weapons. Although the villagers hadn't seen much of the world, they still had good eyesight. As soon as they saw the blood-stained knives in the men's hands and the women and valuables they were carrying on their shoulders, they instantly understood who the men were. The crowd erupted into chaos like a swarm of bees. Some retreated in fear, while others mustered their courage and raised their weapons. But their feet seemed to be welded to the ground. Fathers, charge. If we don't charge, our money, food, wives, and daughters will all belong to them. They won't show us any mercy. They've wiped out the entire Zhao family. Seeing this, Chen Wuji added fuel to the fire. It's unrealistic to expect these ordinary people, who aren't military households, to rush forward screaming the moment they encounter bandits. The only way is to exploit their weaknesses and force them to fight. The real bandits have arrived. We have no choice but to fight. If we don't fight, we'll all die together. This group of people is extremely vicious. They are truly capable of killing and massacring entire villages. The moment Chen Wuji saw them, the tragic scene in Zhao's house flashed before his eyes. The local guards were incompetent. They actually let this group of people escape. The villagers were still somewhat intimidated by the blood-stained knife in the bandits' hands. But Chen Wuji's words, "We robbed you of your money and grain and insulted your wives and daughters," instantly made their spines stand on end. Behind them was their village, their family, their wives and daughters. Where could they possibly hide? Kill them. Protect the village. The villagers, shouting incoherent slogans and wielding various weapons, charged forward. Yuan Jintang, however, became numb. The moment the bandits appeared, his mind went completely blank. He just couldn't understand why these beasts would appear in Shishan village at this particular time. "Uncle, what should we do?" asked one of the young men from the Yuan family. "What do you mean? What do we do?" "Kill the bandits." Yuan Jintang roared. "Your mother is so old. Do you really want the bandits to give you another brother? Kill them." "That idiot Chen your mother's head. Kill the thief." Yuan Jintang roared. "Now, no matter what you say, you can no longer lay a hand on Chen Wuji. Once he makes a move, even if he's not a bandit, he'll definitely become one." With so many eyes watching in the village, and considering the mudslinging Chen Wuji's grandson had just thrown at him, even if he had 10 mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. He would definitely become a political achievement on the county magistrate's list of accomplishments. Zhou Buping was also numb. He just wanted to find a place to rest. During the day, a madman killed 14 of their most trusted brothers. Before they could avenge their great grudge, they were surrounded by the government troops. Not only did they lose almost all of their loot, but they also lost more than 20 brothers he had brought down from the mountain, almost resulting in the annihilation of their entire army. After a long and winding escape, Zhou Buping finally found the man he had sent out, managing to gather about 200 men. But then, by sheer coincidence, they ran into the government troops. After a fierce battle, the refugees he had gathered were either killed or fled, and by nightfall, only less than 50 people remained. Zhou Buping was exhausted, believing that he had chosen the wrong time to start his rebellion and had misread the almanac. He abandoned his plan to gather other refugees. After discussing with his accomplices, he chose Shishan village, a remote village surrounded by mountains, intending to plunder it, then go into the mountains to rest and regroup before planning something bigger. This village was carefully selected by them. The village is remote, with only one road leading into it. Backed by mountains, they can quickly hide in the mountains should anything go wrong. Once inside, no amount of government troops can subdue them. I heard that there's an ancient plank road behind this village. If their uprising fails, they can go north along this road and retreat to their stronghold again. Despite all his calculations, Zhou Buping couldn't understand why this remote village was so prepared, with hundreds of villagers lighting countless bonfires and waiting for them at the village entrance. Are they gods? As the shouts of battle rang out, Zhou Buping's doubts and confusion were drowned out by the flashing swords. "Retreat! Retreat now!" he roared. Although they were only facing a group of villagers, they couldn't fight them. They've been fighting all day, they're exhausted, and they're far outnumbered. Fighting means certain death. The dead refugees could be regrouped, but Zhou Buping didn't care about them. But of the brothers he brought down from the mountain, less than 10 remained. If he dies again, his grand plan will be completely ruined. "Run. We have to run. We'll come back to take revenge after we've recovered and slaughtered this wretched village." Chapter 74, Hidden Front. The noise and chaos in Shishan village continued until dawn. This deep night stirred the hearts of everyone in Shishan village. The young men at the front wiped the sweat from their palms as they bravely charged forward. Women, children, and the elderly huddled in their homes, trembling and cowering in what they considered to be hidden places. The child screamed until he was hoarse, while the adults silently shed tears. Many young and strong men hesitated and dared not step forward. They would charge and then disappear. They left quietly, hastily taking their families and plunging into the mountains behind them. In the past, not everyone dared to venture deep into the mountains during the day. But tonight, groups of villagers appeared. Compared to the ferocious bandits, they were willing to gamble that the wild beasts in the mountains were not at home. Chen Wuji killed 4 of them, but couldn't catch up with the others. These bandits were completely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed during the day. They didn't charge at all, and upon first meeting, they chose to fight and retreat. However, they were cunning enough to launch a few feints during their retreat. By the time the villagers of Shishan village gathered their forces and returned, it was already quite light. Yuan Jintang is dead. Chen Wuji walked over and placed the 2 hideous heads steadily on the grass beside him. Chen Wuji immediately lost interest in talking to him. Turn them around. It's uncomfortable for me to be looking at me like that. Chen Wuji laughed heartily. You've killed so many. What are you afraid of? The reason I killed so many people isn't because I'm particularly skilled, but because I wanted to live, and I was forced into it, Chen Wuji said. Quickly tell them to look behind them. What are they staring at me with those big eyes for? Chen Wuji changed the direction of the 2 severed heads. How did Yuan Jintang die? Chen Wuji finally asked. Would you like to guess? Chen Wuji said mysteriously. Chen Wuji waved his hand. Guess whether I guess or not. No matter how he died, the old bastard's death is a good thing for me. It's just a pity that I didn't kill them with my own hands. They tried to kill him several times, and even tried to take his wife. This was already an irreconcilable feud. Boring fellow. Chen Wuji shook his head and muttered under his breath, then lowered his voice and said, 2 clerks sneaked in halfway through. Although they changed their clothes, I saw their shoes clearly. After killing Yuan Jintang, the 2 left. I glanced at them briefly, and they came back to the village. Do you have anything to say about this? Don't deny it. I know it was you who did it. Chen Wuji knew this was Zhang Yushi's doing. Although his big trouble in the village was finally resolved, he was not happy at all. Is this the kind of tactic used by local powerful clans, where an imperial censor orders a county clerk to be the executioner? The sky above us, Chen Wuji murmured but didn't say the rest aloud. Chen Wuji scoffed. You should be glad that this high-ranking official is someone you know, not someone Yuan Jintang knows. Whether the sky is white or black, no matter how hard we try, we can't reach him. Just be thankful. Chen Wuji was indeed relieved. Fortunately, despite his disdain, that imperial censor Zhang still managed to show some kindness. He is a meticulous person, but he also hated this method that sent chills down his spine. It's hard to say whether imperial censor Zhang's actions were partly a gesture of kindness while also serving as a warning. They could have easily imprisoned the Yuan brothers and executed them according to the law, but instead they chose such a direct method, a way for officials and soldiers to abuse their power. Great, I'm winning without lifting a finger. Chen Wuji smiled. Putting aside all the reasons and deeper meanings, Yuan Jintang's death also relieved his heartache. Constantly worrying that your fence isn't high enough or your gate isn't sturdy enough is really tedious. It's a pity, but his death was actually a meritorious act, Chen Wuji said with some regret. Chen Wuji chuckled lightly. The county magistrate would certainly prefer to see a village headman who bravely fights the bandits and dies heroically in battle, rather than a village headman who preys on the people, acts recklessly, and is very likely to implicate him. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Wuji's kill record after he had been hacking away for most of the night. You chased after him for so long and only brought back 2 heads. Isn't it a little too obvious that you hid them? I'm just a weak scholar. Killing 2 people is already my limit. Do you think I'm a brute like you? Chen Wuji said with a smile, waving his hand. I did my best. I really did my best. Chen Wuji, that shameless bastard. Chen Wuji suddenly changed the subject and said, however, you should practice your swordsmanship when you have time. Relying solely on the sharpness of your weapon and your strength, you can manage to cut down these bandits. But if you encounter a formidable opponent, 1 strike from you will be fatal. Where am I supposed to practice? Chen Wuji asked speechlessly. Looking up, all I see are people toiling in the fields, their faces to the earth and their backs to the sky. Many of them pick up knives just to chop wood. Who are they supposed to learn kung fu from? Even if you pay someone to teach you, it seems there isn't a place like that in the county. I'll have Mule teach you when I have time, Chen Wuji said. He can. Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. Chen Wuji chuckled. Blacksmiths usually have some skills. They may not be very good, but they can still learn a move or 2. Our Chen family always manages to surprise us from time to time. I'll go another day, Chen Wuji said readily. He had a master to learn from, but he certainly wouldn't let go of the wool. Chen Wuji laughed and scolded. Stop with the sarcastic and indirect questioning. I'll say it when the time is right. Knowing too much about certain things isn't good for anyone. Just focus on your hunt. I'm just worried about this thing on my neck. Never mind, I won't ask anymore. Chen Wuji shook his head and looked at the villagers who were slowly walking back. When he noticed the people being carried back, his brow furrowed. People are still dead. He rushed ahead and didn't notice the commotion behind him. They were trampled to death. Chen Wuji looked listless. The bandits' feigned charges threw everyone into disarray, and in a moment of carelessness, one of our own men was trampled to death. It's the most humiliating way to die. Chen Kun, deliver your heads to those who died, and I'll compensate you with silver. Chen Wuji suddenly said to Chen Kun and the others in the distance. Only a few of the young and strong members of the Chen family suffered minor injuries. Not only were there no casualties, but almost everyone had a kill. Even the most cowardly Chen Wuwei brought back a head. However, the kid was also terrified and is still trembling and vomiting. Third uncle, why are we giving him freebies? A head is worth at least 2 taels of silver. Chen Kun walked over and asked unhappily. Just deliver it as I ask, and I'll reimburse you for the money, Chen Wuji said. Oh, Chen Wuji glanced at it and said, if you really want to hide your strength, you might as well keep the mule spoils and give away the rest of yours. I'll just hold the line. I had no choice but to take action today, so I can no longer hide it. You should stop showing yourselves. Chapter 75 Deception. What secrets the Chen family carries remains unknown to Chen Wuji to this day. Chen Wuji's mouth was even tighter than his anus. Chen Wuji tried to probe him indirectly many times, but Chen Wuji always managed to cover it up very bluntly. Now Chen Wuji has given up hope. I won't ask anymore. Asking won't change the fact that he is a member of the Chen clan. If something really happens to those 2 bastards, Chen Wuji and Chen Luozi, he'll definitely be in trouble too. They'll all be implicated. So first, we should focus on earning the money we need, and then try to find a suitable identity. If he could gain a certain status or connections in Nanjun, this secret would probably become insignificant to him, and he would have room to maneuver even if something went wrong. Thinking about all that now will only cause you more trouble. Some people, once they stop being fools, their brains become incredibly sharp, Chen Wuji remarked. Chen Wuji's face darkened. Don't praise me. If you praise me again, I'll chop you up. Chen Wuji laughed heartily, stood up, and called on Chen Kun and the others to give all the heads they had chopped off to the brothers and uncles of those innocent people who had been trampled to death, but it wasn't entirely free. Chen Wuji could tell from their gestures and the way they were pointing in his direction that some of the goods had probably been sold. That's good too. By giving some away and selling some, the Chen family will seem less suspicious. Otherwise, it could easily lead to speculation. The villagers probably won't care, but who knows if those people in the county government might start to overthink it. A moment later, Chen Wuji came over and said, everything has been taken care of. We just had a quick discussion. The Yuan family will send 1 person, along with Lu Tietue from the other families, and you. You 2 will take these bandit leaders to the county government later. I won't go. The 2 of them can go, Chen Wuji said. He was still worried about the traps in the mountains. Since the bandit leader is already here, he's practically guaranteed at least 8 taels of silver, so it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. You've been to the county government office, so you should know more about this matter, Chen Wuji advised. Didn't you just say that you've already stood in front of him and made a name for yourself once? What's wrong with making a name for yourself again? This time, you should be able to become a familiar face to the magistrate. Don't underestimate someone who's just a familiar face. If you're lucky enough to become a minor official, wouldn't that be better than being a hunter? What you just said makes a lot of sense. We really should have someone in the public eye, so we don't keep getting bullied and treated like weeds that can be pulled out at will. If you weren't already past the age of studying, we would definitely help you pass the imperial examinations. Chen Wuji watched Chen Wuji spout nonsense with a blank expression. A scholar with a proper academic degree is advising a hunter to take a job in the county government, and he still wants to study? This guy got into a fight last night, and bandits chopped out his brain. What kind of look is that? Chen Wuji asked. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You've been talking about yourself for so long, haven't you? Go on, hurry up. Chen Wuji waved his hand. Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment, then suddenly cursed under his breath grabbed the bandit leader that Chen Wuji had killed, and turned to leave. The sun rose completely, its golden light dazzling. Chen Wuji took a deep breath of the not-so-fresh air and went straight home. Those who died were carried back home by their clansmen. The Yuan family had the most, including 3 people, including Yuan Jintang. The Liu family had 1, and the Zhou family had another. Although the death is tragic compared to the Zhao family, this ending is already quite good. It was precisely because of the tragedy in Zhao's village that the people of Xishan village were able to unite in such a rare way. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Wuji knocked on the tightly closed door. Wife Yue, I'm back. Chen Wuji was quite disappointed that they couldn't consummate their marriage last night. But today should be a good day. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard, followed by a series of clanging sounds, before Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue opened the courtyard gate together. Wuji, are you all right? That's great. My husband is all right. Let's go and consummate our marriage quickly. Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang suddenly turned their heads to look at Shen Yue. That's a bit scary. Shen Yue felt a little shy under their gazes. Am I right? Last night, you kept talking about consummating the marriage. You even said that since it's still early and our husband hasn't slept all night, he must need to get some sleep. So, it's okay for us to sleep with him for another night, right? Hua Sanyang blushed and secretly pinched the soft flesh on Shen Yue's waist. Go and boil some water to wash Wuji. Going to sleep after washing up? Oh, okay. Shen Yue rushed into the kitchen like a whirlwind. Hua Sanyang patted her forehead, looking embarrassed, and said to Chen Wuji, Wuji, it's not appropriate to do that during the day. I'll wait for you to come back tonight. Actually, I think Yue is right, Chen Wuji said with a wicked smile. He also likes daytime. It's clear. Even though the oil lamps have been replaced by candles at night, the light is still dim. What do you mean, no? What if someone comes? Tonight. Hua Sanyang said hastily, then quickly changed the subject. Last night, I heard a lot of noise. Did bandits really come? Chen Wuji nodded in agreement with a hint of regret and said, Fortunately, the village was prepared in advance. Hua Sanyang's brows furrowed slightly. I just heard crying. Has someone died? Yes, several people died. Deaths are common in this kind of thing, Chen Wuji said. Compared to the Zhao family, we are already very lucky. The Zhao family probably didn't even leave a single survivor. Thank God. Hua Sanyang clasped her hands together and murmured softly. Later, shall we go and deliver something to the family of the deceased? It's a small token of our respect. Okay. Chen Wuji nodded. After taking a bath with mugwort water, Chen Wuji went to bed. Having not slept all night and constantly on edge, he was exhausted and his mind felt heavy. But after lying down on the Kong, a heated brick bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Before my eyes were nothing but hideous faces, screams, splattered blood, and corpses. He forced his eyes closed for a while, but the images wouldn't go away, so he had no choice but to open them again. Looks like I'm still not tired enough. In the sun-drenched courtyard, Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue seemed to be making shoes. The sound of hemp, rope, threading through the saws could be faintly heard. Perhaps worried about disturbing him, neither of them spoke. Chen Wuji rolled over and tried again. After a moment, they gave up in despair. I can't sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I see images of swords and bloodshed. It's not just that I'm not tired enough. It seems my mentality isn't strong enough either. This little thing has even driven me away from sleep. Chen Wuji muttered to himself with a self-deprecating tone and decided not to sleep at all. Ever since he transmigrated to this era, he has been mentally preparing himself. Now that the time has come, there are still shortcomings. Many people's view of time travel is that it means wielding power over the world while awake and enjoying the company of beautiful women while drunk. It is about power, beauty, and conquest. But when Chen Wuji opened his eyes and realized the era he was living in, his first reaction was to think of famine, chaos, war, and the crushing power of authority. And now, he is experiencing these things step by step. Chapter 76 Women in the Mountains. Noon. A piece of news suddenly spread throughout the village. Yuan Lao hung himself. No one knows when he died. The Yuan family invited him to preside over the funeral, but when they entered the house, they found him hanging stiffly from a beam. After hearing the news, Chen Wuji went to take a look. He didn't die a gruesome death at all, and his tongue wasn't drooping down to his neck like in the legends. Instead, his mouth was tightly closed, but his face looked extremely blue, which was a bit frightening. Even Yuan Lao heir has moments of despair. Does anyone know why? Chen Wuji asked the people around him very seriously. The Yuan family members who were helping to carry the body immediately avoided Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji's heroic act of killing someone last night is still fresh in my mind. Now, the fool in the eyes of the Yuan family is no longer a fool. He has become a ferocious demon. They were so fierce that they were afraid to even look at each other. Yuan Yue, why are you hiding? I'm asking you a question. Chen Wuji shouted at a young man. This kid is Yuan Lao Heir's nephew, and he used to be one of the key generals who bullied him. Yuan Yue shuddered and stammered. Maybe it's because he couldn't snatch someone else's wife and got so angry that he couldn't think straight. Chen Wuji almost couldn't help but laugh. This kid's thought process is something else. They can even come up with such an obscure reason. Luckily, I was out killing someone last night, otherwise I'd be in deep trouble this time, Chen Wuji said with a sigh. Should we report this to the authorities? It seems unnecessary to report a suicide to the authorities, Yuan Yue said. Several people in the clan have died, and we don't have time to cause any more trouble. That's true. You guys go ahead with your work. Chen Wuji looked around and then leisurely returned. That bitch is finally dead. His mind went straight. The only regret is that he couldn't say a few words before Yuan Laoer died, to sort out his thoughts one more time. In the afternoon, Chen Wuji visited the homes of the villagers who had died and brought them some snake meat as a token of his sympathy. After finishing, they went straight into the mountains to check the traps they had set. The results were pretty good. What frustrated Chen Wuji was that, for some reason, everyone today had the character Wolf in their name. Nearly 20 traps were set, resulting in the capture of 2 weasels and 1 wolverine. This was the first time Chen Wuji had ever encountered a wolverine. It looked very similar to a bear, but its fur resembled that of a mink, especially its tail, which he could tell was of fine fur just by touching it. After preparing his prey, Chen Wuji rearranged the traps and prepared to head down the mountain. The village has been quite restless these past 2 days, so he dares not leave for too long. Now that he has grain and meat at home, and more than 30 taels of silver in his pocket, he is no longer in such a hurry to hunt. He came up here just to check the traps, lest they be destroyed again like that day, leaving only a pile of fur of prey. As he passed a stream halfway up the mountain, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen any seafood for a while, so he made a detour there. He couldn't stand eating snake soup and wild vegetables every day anymore, so he decided to try his luck and see if he could catch a fish or a mountain crab to improve his life. He didn't encounter any fish, but he did run into a person. It was a woman sitting in the pond taking a bath. When Chen Wuji's gaze fell on the woman's astonishing fullness, he instantly thought of Dong Yong and Zhu Beiji, but in the real world, such a thing would definitely not happen. But this woman is really beautiful, and she's big too. Around 20 years old. Where did this bastard come from? Get out of here! The woman noticed Chen Wuji's sudden intrusion and shouted angrily. He had a rather tough aura. His raised eyebrows and sharp, murderous eyes were full of killing intent. Chen Wuji's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. It was just an accidental encounter. Is it really necessary to be so insulting? However, this woman is probably not an ordinary person. Ordinary women wouldn't dare to wander around in these deep mountains and forests, let alone take a bath. Chen Wuji ignored the other person's rebuke and focused his gaze on the clothes on the shore, trying to determine the other person's identity from their attire before making any plans. The result was fruitless. The clothes were ordinary coarse cloth garments, and they were men's clothing. This woman came disguised as a man. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes and kill your whole family. Get out! The woman covered her vitals with both hands and shouted angrily, her tone as hard as metal. Chen Wuji sneered. Apologize, or I'll make sure you can't leave the mountain. Although he hadn't meant to see the woman taking a bath, he subconsciously glanced at her twice, which was somewhat impolite. However, the woman's words were far too menacing. If you want to kill his whole family, then let's see. You bastard, who do you expect to apologize to? The woman cursed. Make you apologize, you piece of trash. Chen Wuji said coldly. I'll give you one more chance. Apologize properly. Otherwise, I'll burn your clothes, then rape you and kill you. Even if 10 of you died in this forest, no one would notice. As he spoke, he used his knife to lift the woman's clothes and threw them aside. You're quite pretty, but it's a pity you have a mouth. If you didn't speak, I could still mistake you for a beauty. The woman panicked when she saw Chen Wuji's actions. She was so focused on protecting her vitals that she forgot about her clothes. Give me back my clothes, and I'll apologize. The woman's expression softened slightly, and she lowered her tone, saying, I can also give you some silver. How about 100 taels? No, I've suddenly changed my mind. You women want to kill me, so there's really no need for us to talk anymore. Chen Wuji threw the woman's clothes further away and then began to unload his prey. The woman panicked completely. What are you doing? What are you going to do? I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on. You bastard, put your clothes on. I'm ordering you put them on. Chen Wuji ignored him, took off his clothes, and jumped into the pond. This woman really wanted to kill him. He might need to discern whether someone's kindness is genuine or feigned, but he could immediately discern malice and murderous intent in the eyes of others. This woman already intended to kill him the moment he appeared. It's so inexplicable. Chen Wuji walked to the woman's side expressionlessly. Because I accidentally saw you taking a bath, you want to kill me? You're very fierce. Is human life so cheap in your eyes? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't. Go away, go away. The woman swam away with all her might, stirring up a white, shimmering reflection on the water. Chen Wuji grabbed her arm and forcibly pulled her over. Why are you running? We're going to rely on our own abilities now. It's fair that I go in first and kill you, or that you kill me, right? Chen Wuji said with a sneer. Regardless of her identity, she cannot leave today. The threat posed by Yuan Laoer has already given him ample lessons from the past. So sometimes it's good to follow the methods of Chun Bushi and Chun Yul. At least it can prevent them from abusing their power. Chapter 77 Imperial City Guard. Chen Wuji was decisive and didn't hesitate at all. A woman disguised as a man was bathing in the deep mountains and forests. He accidentally bumped into her, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She wanted to kill his whole family. What was there for him to hesitate about? Chen Wuji now depends on her attitude to decide whether or not to bury her here forever. The combination of factors, being in the deep mountains disguised as a man and speaking of killing at the drop of a hat, makes it highly likely that this woman is a skilled outlaw or even a bandit. She could never be a respectable woman. One of the most criticized things about Cao Cao was that he killed his father's sworn brother Liu Bosch and his family because of a misunderstanding. But from the perspective of a fugitive, his nerves were always on edge. He certainly couldn't have remained indifferent to the sound of sharpening knives and conversations coming from hidden corners. It's simply a matter of running away or killing. Chen Wuji is now facing the same choice. He released the woman, fearing she might retaliate. But if he actually killed him, he would rather not get up. Although his thoughts were largely inclined to follow Cao Cao's approach, it was indeed difficult for a modern person living in peacetime to strike first and eliminate future troubles. Who are you? Why are you here? Chen Wuji asked forcefully. The aquata products in this pond are probably not safe to eat for a while. Chen Wuji felt a little regretful. A cold smile suddenly appeared on the woman's pained face. Kill me if you dare. Don't give me even the slightest chance to breathe, or I will not only kill your entire family, but also your 10 clans. Chen Wuji grabbed the woman's neck. Don't be impatient. I will grant your wish. But not now. The woman closed her eyes tightly and suddenly felt a pang of regret. I wish I hadn't said such harsh words. Who would have thought that a mere hunter could have such a cruel heart? Although she didn't want to admit defeat, she actually didn't want to die at all. The woman suddenly opened her eyes, glaring at Chen Wuji, trying to free her hands to strike first and kill this wicked hunter. But after trying, she had no choice but to give up. She, the tigress feared by everyone in the capital, was actually killed by a hunter in the mountains. The woman paused for a moment, lost in thought. Hunters hunt tigers. This actually makes some sense, damn it. This is really strange. I must not have checked the almanac before going out. Qinzonglong. After forcing herself to calm down, the woman coldly announced her name. Slay? The slay as in slay? Chen Wuji asked. Yes, you can't read. Zhan Hong. That's quite a fitting name. Your very name foreshadowed this calamity you'd face today. Now it's just a matter of whether you'll just lose a little blood or your life here at Shunxian Ridge, Chen Wuji said. This woman even had a name that sounded menacing. I don't know what her father was thinking back then. Qin Zhanhong was stunned for a long time after hearing this. She changed her name herself, to prove that he was no less than a man, and also to make himself more ruthless. But she never expected this to happen in her life. The fallen red petals could indeed be called cutting red. Damn it, what bad luck. What are you doing here? Chen Wuji asked again. Investigate the case. Qin Zhanhong has given up. She couldn't break free from this incredibly strong guy, who was as strong as a bear, and she didn't want to die, so she had no choice but to compromise. Chen Wuji's heart skipped a beat. We're doomed. My guess was wrong. This woman actually has connections to the imperial court. Qin Jianhong noticed Chen Wuji's expression and suddenly sneered. Scared? If you're scared, then let me go obediently. What happened before was indeed my fault. As long as you let me go now, I can forgive and forget. I don't believe it. Chen Wuji interrupted in a deep voice. You woman, not a single word you say is true. Just because I accidentally bumped into you, you threatened to kill my whole family. Now that we're both in this state, you say you'll let me go? You're kidding me. So what if you have a government official position? I'm barefoot, and I'm not afraid of someone wearing shoes. There are many wild beasts on this mountain. I'll kill you and then give the kills to those beasts. What do you expect your colleagues to find out? The charge certainly won't be against me, a small-time hunter. After all, how could a small-time hunter dare to kill someone as important as you? Qin Jianhong's expression froze. That scoundrel didn't fall for it. Are hunters these days really that skilled? What case are you investigating? This is a confidential matter. You can't know about it. Qin Jianhong became arrogant again. I'm from the Imperial City Guard. You may not have heard of that place, but ordinary cases don't fall into our hands. Chen Wuji genuinely didn't know what the Imperial City Guard of you, the Great, did. But he knew about the Imperial City Guard during the Song Dynasty. Their functions were very similar to those of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. I thought this woman was a member of the martial arts world, but I never expected her to cause such a huge scandal. This is really getting tricky. I was thinking of testing your attitude. You're so beautiful. I might spare your life if I could, but it seems that won't work now. I'm just a small hunter, and I really can't afford to offend such a big government office, Chen Wuji said deliberately. Unable to think of a better solution, he could only pass the buck to Qin Jianhong and let her raise it. Wait, Qin Jianhong shouted. We have already consummated our marriage. I will not cause you any trouble, I swear to God. Then let's go down the mountain to get the marriage certificate. No, I mean register the marriage, Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong. Isn't it enough that I swear? She said, speechless. Chapter 78, Picking Up Half a Wife in the Mountains. Swearing is the cheapest guarantee in the world. No matter how solemn Qin Jianhong's oath was, Chen Wuji still wouldn't believe a single word of it. However, he abandoned his previous idea. This woman must not be killed. He had to find another way to secure his escape route. The presence of imperial guards in this remote place must be due to an imperial decree. If something goes wrong, it's like stirring up a hornet's nest. No matter how meticulous he is, it's hard to guarantee that he won't leave any clues. If verified, it would be an act that would result in the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Don't swear. It's completely useless. Don't tell me things you don't even believe yourself. Let's talk about something useful. I think marriage is a good choice, Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong stammered like a deflated balloon. I am carrying out the emperor's decree. How can I marry so casually? I really won't kill you or cause you any trouble. Why don't you believe me? Don't be so overly cautious. Then I'll give you away. I don't need you to come down the mountain with me to the yamen to write a marriage certificate. You just need to write one by hand and leave me a token, Chen Wuji said. The marriage certificate should clearly state that you met me, a humble hunter, by chance at Shengshenling, and then, driven by lust, forcibly took me as your wife, and we became husband and wife. Qin Jianhong's eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. You are truly shameless. How could you say such a thing? You were the one who was unreasonable first. I was just trying to save my life. Will you write it or not? Chen Wuji shouted. Qin Jianhong was numb. There are countless men in the world, but one as shameless as this is truly unprecedented. Right. Qin Jianhong reluctantly gave in. She dared not gamble on how ruthless Chen Wuji could be. I was lustful at first sight and took advantage of you, but I don't want to take responsibility, so we're just going our separate ways for now, right? Write it down. I'll write it down in a bit. Qin Jianhong confirmed again. Yes, the token will be the jade pendant around your neck, Chen Wuji said. No way. Qin Jianhong immediately refused. This is the only thing my mother left me. I can't leave it to you. You can take it. I have a short sword in my clothes. You can take it. Only a meaningful token has meaning, so that it can prove in court that I was harmed by you. What use is a dagger to me? Chen Wuji said. If you can't bear to part with it, then break it in half. Qin Jianhong almost suffered a heart attack from anger. How could a mere hunter have such meticulous thoughts? Ruthless and meticulous. It's a real shame this guy isn't a spy in the investigation department. Fine, here you go. Qin Jianhong said angrily. Now, there's nothing to worry about, right? Can you concentrate for once? This is my first time in life, and I'm already facing a life or death situation. But can't you at least let me have some fun? People who don't know better will think you're just playing with birds or walking dogs. Some people are so shameless. Why should she care about any sense of decency? Qin Jianhong's reaction surprised Chen Wuji. This woman is really fierce. Half an hour later, Qin Jianhong leaned weakly against the rock, watching Chen Wuji get up and said listlessly, "You can rest assured I won't kill you. After all, you're half my husband now." Her words were gentle and considerate, but she was harboring a fierce rage inside. "Just you wait, you little bastard. If I don't torture you to death, I'm not a Qin." While it may be comfortable, his willingness to use force is unforgivable. "I don't believe it." Chen Wuji went ashore, took Qin Jianhong's clothes, rummaged through them, and found the white undergarments that were close to his body, and laid them flat on the edge of the pool. Then he untied the burlap wrapped around his right hand and vigorously moved his palm a few times. The wound from yesterday was still very fresh. It only took a couple of strokes for fresh blood to gush out. "Come on, write it down." Qin Jianhong glanced at the knife in Chen Wuji's hand, then swam over with a look of utter despair. "Nice knife. Looks like you come from a well-off family. We were so poor we almost starved to death recently. Where we get the wealth? This knife is a family heirloom," Chen Wuji said. "Hurry up and write it. Get it done quickly." Qin Jianhong dipped her finger in Chen Wuji's blood and wrote on the two clothes she was wearing close to her body before going into the water. She had been lustful towards Chen Wuji, forcibly taken him, admitted to having a marital relationship with him, and promised to cherish him with all her heart in the future and never kill him for revenge to avoid future troubles. "Press your handprint," Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong stared intently at Chen Wuji for a moment. "You heartless man, press." After pressing his handprint, Chen Wuji waited until the bloodstains were mostly dry before putting the life-saving item and half a jade pendant into his pocket. Having this means you've already pledged your life to each other. But Chen Wuji wasn't concerned with some nonsense about a secret engagement. He was concerned with saving his life. Qin Jianhong's identity as a member of the Imperial City Guard, coupled with these two items, is sufficiently convincing. "Take your time getting dressed. I'm leaving now," he said. "Wait." Qin Jianhong made no attempt to conceal her alluring figure as she emerged from the water, pulled a piece of silver from her clothes, and tossed it to Chen Wuji. "Buy some food. Don't starve to death." She didn't want this man to die before she tortured him to death. That would be such a shame. Chen Wuji reached out and took it. He accepted the 20 taels of silver without hesitation. Anyway, who knows what kind of relationship we'll have in the future, so there's no need to be so polite. These mountains aren't just infested with wild beasts, they're also bandits. They were active around here yesterday. As my woman, I advise you not to wander around aimlessly. Chen Wuji waved his hand and went down the mountain. Qin Jianhong curled his lip and quickly put on his clothes. "You stinky man, just wait for my surprise. You think I'll let you off the hook if you say a few nice words? Don't even think about it." When Chen Wuji arrived at his doorstep, he saw Yuan Jinshe and Yuan Xiaocai. The two boys, who were only a little over 10 years old, finally had some luster on their faces, but they were still frighteningly thin. They were so hungry that they couldn't gain weight in just 1 or 2 meals. "Brother Wuji, we caught a few frogs. Here you go eat," Yuan Jinshe said, handing over a string of already processed frogs. There weren't many, only 5 or 6, just enough for 1 meal. "Take it back, I don't need it." Chen Wuji waved his hand. "You're all starving. How can you have the energy to make me food? Come in, I'll get you some millet." "Brother Wuji, we can't accept this. It wouldn't be right for us to eat at your house for free." Yuan Jinshe shook his head. Chen Wuji tossed the wolverine over, saying, "Then go and deal with this thing, but don't tear its pelt." "Oh, okay." Chapter 79, let's do some infrastructure construction. As Chen Wuji watched Yuan Jinshe and Yuan Xiaocai dealing with the wolverine, his thoughts drifted to Yunnan City. Something big must have happened in Yunnan recently. The Imperial City Guard wouldn't come to this remote place for no reason. Once the Emperor's eyes and ears are moved, it will surely be a momentous event. What could possibly be wrong? Bandits? Or officials? At this moment, Hua Sanyang came out of the gate and handed a few pieces of silver to Chen Wuji. "My third uncle came by just now and said it was a reward from the county government." Chen Wuji glanced at it and said, "Wife, you keep it." He now has a considerable amount of money, which is certainly not enough to do big things, but it is enough to get things done that he wants to do recently. Then I'll accept it for now. Hua Sanyang didn't refuse much, and after a pause, she said, Wuji, I want to find someone to repair the courtyard wall. It's so noisy outside, and our courtyard wall is so low. I don't feel very secure. It really needs fixing. I'll go find someone to help later, Chen Wuji said. The current courtyard wall isn't actually that low, just over 2 meters, but an agile person can easily climb over it with a little effort, so it's not safe enough. Can we call someone from the clan? Hua Sanyang asked with a hint of inquiry. The clan has helped us so much. The family needs to spend some money, and there's no reason for outsiders to earn that money. Okay, Chen Wuji readily agreed. It's just a small job that can be done in 2 or 3 days. If someone in the clan is available, that would be ideal. Yuan Jinshi brought over the skinned wolverine pelt. Brother Wuji, what do you think? Is it all right? Chen Wuji nodded. Wife, pack some millet for them to take back with them. Hua Sanyang had no objection to Chen Wuji's arrangement and turned to enter the courtyard. No, Brother Wuji, we're not done yet, Yuan Jinshi said hurriedly before running away again. He just wanted Chen Wuji to check it first. Chen Wuji observed all of this and was quite satisfied with their performance. He is hardworking, meticulous, and observant. If these 2 little ones weren't so thin and unable to handle heavy physical labor, he would have actually wanted to entrust the task of repairing the courtyard wall to them, giving them a legitimate opportunity to earn food. However, while I can't do heavy work, I could do some odd jobs. These 2 boys may be small, but they are quite clever. It's only natural to take what you earn through your own labor. But when Chen Wuji gives you something, you always hesitate and make excuses. Chen Wuji glanced at the low walls outside the courtyard and waved to Yuan Jinshi. Scholar, come here for a moment. Yuan Jinshi shook the blood off his hands and hurried over, asking somewhat awkwardly, Brother Wuji, what happened? Do you know how to build a wall? Find some stones yourself and build one that's about half a person high. We'll provide 2 meals a day and 10 coins, Chen Wuji said. Yes. Yuan Jinshi's eyes lit up, and he said happily, But we don't want money, Brother Wuji. Just treat us to a meal. Enough with all this nonsense. If you're going to do it, just listen to me, Chen Wuji said sternly. Scholar Yuan lowered his head and stammered, But that's too high. Lu Qiechue only earns 20 coins a day carrying heavy loads in the city. That's someone else's business. Chen Wuji waved his hand. If you can do it, start this afternoon. Yuan Jinshi looked at Chen Wuji gratefully and nodded emphatically. After explaining the matter, Chen Wuji went to Chen Kun's house. Among the Chen clan, Chen Wuji's family was the poorest, followed by Chen Kun's family. Most of their land had been sold off by his father, leaving only 2 acres. In previous years, their family had been tenant farmers for Yuan Jinbao's family, but that unethical scoundrel Yuan Jinbao always found ways to deduct from their harvest, causing Chen Kun's family to reap almost no harvest. Eventually, they stopped farming. Now, the family only has 2 acres of land left, and the harvest is barely enough to pay the taxes. There's practically no food left for them, and they rely entirely on Chen Kun running errands in the city to make a living. This kid is small and not very strong. He can't even do things like carrying heavy bags or pulling carts. After Chen Wuji arrived, he told Chen Kun about his intentions, and Chen Kun agreed without hesitation. On the spot, he and his father Chen Li began to pack up the tools for building the wall. Chen Li is already in his late 60s and needs a cane to walk. Chen Wuji didn't want this old man, whom he should call Uncle 11, to go, fearing that the old man would work himself to death at his doorstep after a couple of days of manual labor. But before Chen Wuji could speak, Chen Li and Chen Kun had already packed their things and urged him to set off. The father and son were exceptionally enthusiastic about this task. Chen Wuji had no choice but to abandon his own idea and quietly instructed Chen Kun to take good care of his father. Brother Wuji, don't worry. My dad may look a bit old, but he's incredibly strong. He beats me up really badly. I can't even outrun him, Chen Kun said in a low voice. After all, I'm getting old, so I should be careful when climbing up and down, Chen Wuji said. That's all right, Brother Wuji. Back home, Chen Wuji explained the things he needed to do to Chen Kun and his son in detail again. The original courtyard wall was a rammed earth wall, but now it needs to be raised. Continuing to use rammed earth is definitely not feasible, so we can only use mud bricks or stones to build it upwards. Young Wuji, don't go into such detail about this. You go ahead and do your work. I know what I'm doing, the old man said, waving his hand at Chen Wuji. 11th uncle, then I'll have to trouble you, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Kid, we should be thanking you. Chen Li patted Chen Wuji's hand twice. Those are going on outside, and Chen Kun has no work in the city. We only have enough food for 2 or 3 days. You're a kind-hearted person, and you've solved our family's urgent problem. We're family, so let's not be so formal, Chen Wuji said. If it weren't for the help of the clan during these past few years of my hysteria, I don't know if I would have survived. After a few brief words, Chen Li and his son Chen Kun began their father-son teamwork. Chen Wuji didn't look at it any further and entrusted the work to them with peace of mind. He discussed it with Huasan Yang, and they decided to go into the city to prepare some more food. The situation regarding refugees and war is not very serious at the moment. If there are more refugees following behind, and the disaster spreads across a large area, the price of food will surely skyrocket. Although he had money in hand, Chen Wuji didn't want to be a sucker and fight with the city's residents for grain when prices were at their highest. Chen Wuji tucked the silver into his pocket, slung his bow and arrows and knife over his shoulder, and walked out of the village. Before they had gone a mile, several horses suddenly came galloping towards them, their hooves making a loud rumbling sound on the ground. Chen Wuji quickly stepped to the side of the road. The horses rushed past him like a gust of wind, then suddenly turned around and stopped in front of him. Chen Wuji, what a small world. Chapter 80 Forcible Occupation. Chen Wuji was wondering who he had offended this time when he looked up and saw Qin Zhanhong's alluring face. At this moment, she was dressed in a black outfit embroidered with crane and deer patterns, holding a horizontal sword, looking heroic and dashing. Her face was so alluring that it could almost bring ruin to a country, yet she's still dressed as a man. It's like they're blind and can't tell she's a woman. I expected Miss Qin to cause me trouble, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I'm a little impatient, Chen Wuji said calmly. I've already handed those things over to a friend. If I die, those things will immediately appear on Imperial Censor Zhang's desk. You mean Zhang Mingyuan? You're just a lowly hunter, yet you know such a high-ranking official? I realize I might have underestimated you. Qin Zhanhong looked at Chen Wuji with amusement. But I don't believe your things can get to Zhang Mingyuan. What should I do? Why don't you give it a try? I am barefoot anyway. Arente. Chen Wuji chuckled. No matter what he chooses, he'll be in trouble after encountering such a disgusting situation. With this approach, he at least still has some initiative. The ability of censors to report matters based on hearsay was something even the Imperial City Guard had to think twice about. Zhang Mingyuan bought back the kindness he and Zhang Xiu'er had shown by killing the Yuan brothers. But today Chen Wuji had no choice but to use his influence. He had no other choice. Qin Zhanhong chuckled. What a scary little hunter. You're right. I really don't dare to bet. But I'm so unwilling to give up. What do you suggest? The two subordinates, standing beside Qin Zhanhong, looked at the deranged Qin Zhanhong with strange expressions, their hearts collapsing as if a major earthquake had struck. They're cold-blooded and ruthless matchmakers, actually. He's gone mad. This was so unusual that it startled both of them. I heard that you killed 18 bandits yesterday. You must know a lot about bandits. Come with me, Qin Zhanhong suddenly said. I don't know, I only know that bandits have come. Chen Wuji said. This crazy woman actually tried to abuse her power for personal gain. Take him away. Qin Zhanhong ignored Chen Wuji's opinion and waved his hand dismissively. One of his subordinates whispered, Sir, it is not appropriate for us to reveal our identities at this time. Am I the adult, or are you? Do you expect me to obey your orders? Qin Zhanhong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his murderous aura instantly emanated from him. The subordinate shrank back, cupped his hands, and said, Your subordinate obeys. Let him run behind the horse. Qin Zhanhong glanced at Chen Wuji, then whipped his horse and charged forward. Yes. Chen Wuji ignored him and continued walking slowly behind. Run, the inspector shouted, cracking his whip. Why should I obey your orders? If you're conscripting me to help you, shouldn't you take me with you? Why are you treating me like a prisoner? Chen Wuji shouted. Shut up, Cha Zi shouted angrily, his riding whip about to fall. Just then, Qin Zhanhong suddenly reined in his horse and looked over. Hero Duan, if you dare to strike him with your whip, I'll whip you to death. If he doesn't follow, I'll whip you to death too. The man called Duan Xiong was numb. What kind of order is this? The young hunter was clearly uncooperative, and since he couldn't fight, what else could he do? Are you suggesting he carry it? Duan Xiong jumped off his horse. Brother, the horse is yours. I'll run, okay? No. Chen Wuji shook his head. He really can't ride a horse. However, he suddenly discovered something very interesting. Although Qin Jianhong wanted to use his power for personal gain to torment him, it seemed that he did not want to kill him. I don't know if it was because I was thinking about the feelings I had for him on the mountain, or if I was really stunned by what he had just said. Then what do you suggest we do? Duan Yingxiong was speechless. He's like a mouse caught in a bellows, suffering from both ends. Chen Wuji looked at the man speechlessly. Why didn't you take me with you? The order from your master is for you to run and keep up. She just said that I should just follow her. Chen Wuji corrected. Duan Yingxiong glanced furtively at Qin Jianhong, who had already walked away, and asked, Is it really going to work? Give it a try. It's better than being stuck in a dilemma, Chen Wuji said. Mount up. Walking ahead, Qin Jianhong was so angry he almost broke his knife. What kind of clueless bastard is this? Why is he so tough? Can't you suffer a little to calm me down? You bastard. You forced us to consummate our marriage on the mountain, and now you're not even giving me any face. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? You just wait. Chen Wuji was taken to a wealthy family's house in Sanlipu, outside Yunnan City. The house was empty, but it was fully furnished. Once Qin Jianhong entered the house, he ordered his subordinates to tie Chen Wuji to a pillar in his servants' quarters. Chen Wuji could not resist and could only endure it. Now we are truly at their mercy. The tables have turned. By evening, this stage was approaching. As Chen Wuji watched the last rays of the setting sun gradually disappear from the window frame, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. My wife and Xin Yue are probably going to be too worried to sleep tonight. Bang! The door was suddenly opened. Qin Jianhong personally carried in a food box. Give me a clear answer. Kill me or torture me, Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong placed the food box on the octagonal table, poured himself a pot of tea, and began to eat by himself, completely ignoring Chen Wuji. I want to eat too, Chen Wuji shouted. Qin Jianhong glanced at Chen Wuji and chuckled teasingly. Hungry? Nonsense. Then you'll have to go hungry. I'm leaving now. Qin Jianhong smiled slyly, wagged his finger at Chen Wuji, and left with the food box. She finally felt happy. I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Chen Wuji's ordeal ended on the second day. In the morning, Qin Jianhong came again, using the same old trick. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they picked up the food box and left, even deliberately asking Chen Wuji if he was hungry. Chen Wuji was quite hungry, but his stomach was already used to hunger, so he didn't feel much pain if he missed a meal or two. Qin Jianhong came again in the evening. He calmly placed the food box on the table and began to eat. After finishing the meal, he asked Chen Wuji as usual, Are you hungry? Chen Wuji did not answer. I'm too lazy to answer. This should be one of the ways the Imperial City Guard torments high-ranking officials and nobles, without resorting to severe punishment, but purely through mental torture. But for Chen Wuji, this level of skill was not enough. If you want him to be so hungry that he loses all sense of self, it might take another 2 or 3 days. Oh dear, you're being tough again, aren't you? You're not saying anything now. Qin Jianhong walked over and suddenly started to take off Chen Wuji's clothes. What are you doing? Chen Wuji shouted. Didn't you say that I was lusting after you and force myself on you? Well, here I am. Chen Wuji. Chapter 81 Face to Face. Qin Jianhong's method of punishment left Chen Wuji's mind blank for quite a while before he could react to what this woman was doing. She actually wanted to retaliate in kind. However, Chen Wuji had to admit that this fighting fire with fire approach was excellent. That's really great. Lord Qin, there's no need for this. Just give me a quick death, Chen Wuji said through gritted teeth. Although for him, this was not torture at all, but an incredibly wonderful benefit. But they're retaliating against him. So how can he show that he's enjoying it? They had to resist, struggle, and scream. Qin Jianhong's lips curled into a wicked smile as he said, You still want a quick death? What kind of pipe dream are you having? Now that you're in my hands, you can't expect a quick death. You must stand up right now, within 3 breaths, or I will castrate you. I can't do it. I'm hungry, and I'm not interested. Chen Wuji snorted. Actually, he's already starting to lose control. Can't do it, huh? Fine, if you can't, great. Qin Jianhong pulled Chen Wuji's clothes out from under the ropes binding him, then took a step back and untied his own belt. Her clothes were open, and the white light and shadow swayed gracefully and alluringly before Chen Wuji's eyes, making his nose itch a little. Qin Jianhong possessed a strong aura, like a steel blade forged through countless hammer blows, yet her figure was slender and graceful. She had a touch of fleshiness, not plumpness, but rather a delicate, rounded beauty, appearing thin without being bony. Chen Wuji naturally lost control. See, isn't this perfect? This is exactly how it should be. Qin Jianhong chuckled and walked over. Let me go. Let me go. If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. Don't try these tricks. Chen Wuji resisted stubbornly. But he knew that at this moment, he had to provide the woman with enough emotional value so that she would feel that she had truly achieved her goal of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Half an hour later, Qin Jianhong trembled, but still said with unwavering defiance, "Remember, you bastard, this is just the beginning." Perhaps worried that continuing the conversation would expose her weakness, she gave a haughty snort, dressed the two of them, and left the room. Although she tried her best to hold on, it was still clear that she was staggering slightly. Chen Wuji almost burst out laughing. However, he was also a little tired. After all, they hadn't eaten anything for more than a day. When Duan Yingxiong saw Qin Jianhong come out of the room where Chen Wuji was being held, he quickly went to greet him. "My lord, has he spoken?" Qin Jianhong stopped leaning against the wall. "I only have some personal grudges with him. Why should I ask him to say anything? Send him some food, just a little bit. Also, send a message to his family saying that the government is conscripting him." "Yes." Duan Yingxiong glanced at his beautiful boss, feeling somewhat puzzled. It was clearly that young hunter who was shouting so loudly. So why is the adult's face so flushed from exhaustion? What kind of torture did she use? Chen Wuji stayed in this mansion for 6 days. He's really going crazy. Since that day, Qin Jianhong has been sending him some food every day. But it really was just a little bit of plain white rice porridge. It feels like I've eaten, but it also feels like I haven't. I'm not starving, but I'm unbearably hungry. And Qin Jianhong, this prodigy, truly upheld her principles. She would always come to him on time every day to forcibly take over. Chen Wuji naturally cooperated by shouting as loudly as he could. But I was secretly overjoyed. On this day, after yet another forced occupation, Qin Jianhong untied the ropes that had bound Chen Wuji for 6 days. "You can go now. You're not going to kill me?" Chen Wuji asked, somewhat surprised. "Killing you is nothing compared to torturing you to death. You can't escape my grasp. I advise you not to even think about escaping. There's no one in the world that our Imperial City Guard can't find," Qin Jianhong said with a sneer. Chen Wuji looked listless, but forced himself to look at Qin Jianhong with anger. "Come on, come find me here in 7 days." Qin Jianhong pinched Chen Wuji's mouth and bit him hard. "If you dare not come, I'll lock you up until you die." Chen Wuji was numb. So it turns out he was only released because his period was coming. How can this woman have such a strong addiction? Chen Wuji didn't say a word and turned to leave. "I have to make it look convincing so that this woman won't see through me." Just as he was about to leave, Qin Jianhong suddenly said, "As my male consort, I have a piece of advice for you. Stay away from that Zhang guy. Chapter 82 is not a good person." Qin Jianhong didn't say much about the man surnamed Zhang, and Chen Wuji naturally didn't ask any further questions. But he knew that Qin Jianhong was referring to Imperial Censor Zhang. Could it be that the Imperial City Guard came to this remote place of Yunnan to investigate Imperial Censor Zhang? Chen Wuji stood under the eaves, squinted to adjust his eyes to the light and shadow outside, and then stepped outside. Whether his surname is Zhang or Donkey, it doesn't really matter to him. They definitely won't have any contact in the future. He can't possibly get in touch with such a high-ranking official. What Chen Wuji is truly happy about now is that his big trouble has turned into a scandalous one. As for the rest, they are all unimportant. Duan Yingxiong walked over and returned Chen Wuji's sword, bow, and prayed to him. "We've skinned the weasel for you. The meat is mostly dried out," Duan Yingxiong said. "Thank you," Chen Wuji said, but he figured the weasel was no use now. Su Xingyi should want something fresh. "Let's go. Go right when you leave the house to enter the city, or go left to your village. By the way, we've already informed the family, so don't worry. You just need to find a reason to tell your wife why you were summoned by the court," Duan Yingxiong said. After observing for so many days, he had reason to suspect that Lord Qin was not interrogating the young hunter at all, but rather trying to persuade him. Whether the young hunter was being tortured by Lord Qin in this way, or they were playing with something new, as long as there was this connection, Duan Yingxiong wouldn't mind doing Chen Wuji a favor. "Thank you," Chen Wuji said sincerely again. With those words from him, my worries of the past few days instantly vanished. Otherwise, if he had been gone for 6 days without a word, Hua Sanyang and Chen Yue would have been worried sick. With his worries gone, Chen Wuji was no longer in a hurry to return to the village. We can start by doing the things we planned to do earlier. After bowing respectfully, Chen Wuji left the grand mansion and turned right towards the city. With the Yuan brothers dead, and Qin Zhanhong no longer intending to kill him, everything suddenly became wonderful, making Chen Wuji feel light and carefree even when walking. As its name suggests, Sanlipu is only 3 li away from Yunnan City, and you can reach in a short while by taking a leisurely stroll. Compared to a few days ago, there are significantly more displaced people outside the city. Government officials and local gentry have set up soup kitchens and are distributing soup to the disaster victims. With the court taking this action, the displaced people should not turn into bandits in a short period of time. As Chen Wuji passed by, he spotted Imperial Censor Zhang in the crowd at a glance. He was personally overseeing the distribution of porridge, surrounded by a large crowd. Chen Wuji didn't understand the official ranks and titles represented by the official robes of the Yu dynasty, but he was not surprised to find that these people were all officials in the county government. To Chen Wuji's surprise, he also saw Zhang Xiaoer. The little girl was wielding a large iron ladle, guarding a large pot, and personally distributing porridge to the disaster victims. The censor presided over the distribution of porridge, and the censor's daughter personally took charge of the ladle. If this gets out, it will probably become a legendary tale. Imperial Censor Zhang will once again add a brilliant chapter to his political achievements. Chen Wuji glanced at it quickly, then bypassed the soup kitchens where refugees were gathered and entered the city gate. With so many refugees gathered outside the city's defenses became noticeably more stringent. The long-abandoned city defense warehouses have all been renovated, and regardless of whether they contain weapons or armor, they are now surrounded by soldiers. The ramparts and battlements on the city walls have also been erected, creating an atmosphere of imminent danger. But the city was visibly desolate. People who used to set up stalls to sell small items are now almost nowhere to be seen. As Chen Wuji walked around, he randomly picked a shop called Grandma Chow's Meat Pie and went inside. He had eaten 4 meals in 6 days, all of which were just plain rice porridge with more soup than rice. He was starving. He asked the shopkeeper for 3 meat pies and a bowl of soup, and then squatted down at the door and started showing off. The people of the Yu dynasty were a bit slow-witted when it came to doing business. They clearly provide soup, but they refuse to set up tables and chairs, so customers can only squat at the doorway, eating while watching passersby in the dust. After eating 3 flatbreads and a bowl of meat soup, the hunger finally subsided. Chen Wuji patted his belly, returned the bowl to the shopkeeper, and went to the East Market. Su Xingyi's coffin shop was bustling today, with a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Chen Wuji listened briefly and realized that these people were all there to haul away coffins. Most of the deceased family members were victims of the refugees. Chaos inevitably leads to loss of life. This is unavoidable. Chen Wuji watched the people in front of him leave, then stepped into the coffin shop. Su Xingyi, whose face was still sallow but whose complexion was much better than a few days ago, was settling accounts with someone. A thin coffin cost 2 taels of silver, but the family couldn't afford it and kept haggling with Su Xingyi. I can only give you a discount of 100 coins at most. If it goes any lower, I might as well give it to you for free. This is such a big thing. It'll take me 2 or 3 days to make. Add the cost of the wood. Do you think I make a lot of money? Su Xingyi was talking to someone when he saw Chen Wuji enter. He waved to him from afar and gestured for Chen Wuji to sit down for a while. Then please send one to us. Our family is really too poor, shopkeeper. Doing a good deed is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You will be rewarded. Thank you, thank you. Suddenly, the family started running up the ladder. Several people started begging Su Xingyi to give them a coffin for free. Su Xingyi's already gloomy face instantly turned as dark as a stagnant pool. Get out. I'm not selling to you anymore. Get out of here. You motherfucker. You can't understand human language at all. I've already given you a discount of 400 coins, and you still want me to give it away for free? If you can't afford it, just wrap yourself in a mat and get out of here. After hurling a few words of abuse, Su Xingyi ignored the family and walked up to Chen Wuji. I thought you weren't coming. I was so worried waiting for you. These things are hard to catch. I finally caught 2 a few days ago, but unfortunately we ran into some refugees. I skinned them, but the meat is basically dried out. Do you think we can use them? Chen Wuji said. Yes, very well. If you peel it, it saves me the trouble of processing it myself, which is even better. Su Xingyi glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. He cut off a piece of silver in front of Chen Wuji. 7 Qian, I'll raise the price a bit. You'll have to work harder too. Try to go into the mountains more often when you have time. We've already used up the previous ones, and I can't last more than 2 days with these. This money is a bit too hot to handle. I've been running around quite a bit, but this kind of business depends on luck, Chen Wuji said with a smile. He wanted to find more of these stable businesses, ideally a few every day, but it's not something you can come across often. Su Xingyi smiled sinisterly and said, You've gone to a lot of trouble. Chen Wuji nodded and accepted the money. Manager Su, you should smile more often. Don't just smile occasionally. When you suddenly grin like that, it's kind of scary. That's really too insidious. With her looks, she could be an NPC in an escape room without makeup. One more laugh, and you'll absolutely dominate the escape room world and become the player's nightmare. Su Xingyi's face darkened. I just gave you extra money. Can't you say something nice? Chen Wuji chuckled and said, Then I'll be going now. I'll bring you something nicer next time. I've already said what I wanted to say today, and even if I say something nicer, you won't like it. Su Xingyi shook his head, muttering under his breath. He's not a good person either. Chapter 83, Let's Talk Business. After leaving the coffin shop, Chen Wuji went to Yang's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith Yang was off work today. He sat on the doorstep, examining a knife over and over. When he saw Chen Wuji approaching, he glanced at the arrows tied to Chen Wuji's bow and said, That's not how you use arrows. How rich do you have to be to not even take them back after you fired them? It's not that I didn't want to, it's that I didn't dare to collect them. I was being chased and hacked by a group of bandits. How could I dare to turn back and collect the arrows? Mentioning this, Chen Wuji felt heartbroken and could hardly breathe. The arrows, which cost 100 coins each, were gone before he could even warm them up. The blacksmith was somewhat surprised. How many did you kill? I don't know, but I'm sure there are 4 or 5, Chen Wuji said casually. The blacksmith got up and went into the shop, then took 5 arrows and handed them to Chen Wuji. 450 coins. I need more today. Things have been quite turbulent lately, so I'm preparing a lot. Give me 20. You don't need to give me a discount. Just throw in a quiver. Chen Wuji said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the old sheep, who had a fierce expression and kept people at arm's length, also had a soft heart. He didn't even haggle. He actually took the initiative to lower the price. You're quite shrewd, aren't you? 200 coins can't buy my quiver, the blacksmith said, but he took a quiver from the wall and threw it to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji carefully put away his quiver and bow. With this combination, he finally looked like someone who knew how to use a bow. Pay up, no credit allowed, said the blacksmith Yang, glancing at the scene. Don't rush. I still have a business to discuss with you, Chen Wuji said. I need to make a pot, roughly the style of a cauldron with the top ring removed, and then 2 handles that can be lifted. Something that hasn't been done before, the blacksmith asked. Can you do it? Chen Wuji asked. Both casting and forging are fine, but it can't be too thick. About half the thickness of the cauldron is enough. Oh, and the small pot needs a handle. The blacksmith listened intently, his thick eyebrows slightly furrowed. How is forging done? It should be forging and shaping iron sheets. I don't know much about this either. You're an experienced expert, so you should have a way, Chen Wuji said. Pouring is relatively easy. You just need to make a mold. The blacksmith snorted. Easy for you to say, but none of this is easy work. First, draw me a shape, clearly marking the dimensions, and I'll see if I can make it. Okowo. Su Xingyi found a wooden board. Based on his memory, Chen Wuji used a charcoal pencil to draw the shape and size of the pot on the wooden board. After watching for a while, the blacksmith Yang suddenly said, This thing is more convenient than a cauldron. If we make it, there should be quite a few people willing to buy it. Let's set up a deal. I won't take advantage of you for nothing. You've said what I wanted to say, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Once a pot appears, as long as the price is similar, it will definitely replace the cumbersome cooking cauldron. Chen Wuji wasn't arrogant. That's how the history of the pot evolved. If the ancient Chinese could make such a choice, there's no reason why the people of the Yu dynasty would be so stubborn as not to choose the lighter and more convenient pot, but instead insist on following tradition and continuing to use a cauldron to cook food. I won't charge you for this. How about I give you 30 of the proceeds if you sell it? After thinking it over in his mind, the blacksmith Yang told Chen Wuji the figure. This was something Chen Wuji wanted to talk to him about, but unexpectedly, the blacksmith Yang took the initiative. Sometimes, you can't argue with a businessman's eye for talent. I have no problem with that. You set the price. Chen Wuji nodded. But I do have an idea about selling it. Shopkeeper Yang should hire a few errand boys or apprentices to help you sell this stuff. Before Chen Wuji could finish speaking, Yang the blacksmith arrogantly interrupted him. My reputation is unmatched in the entire Yunnan. If someone comes, I will let him buy it. That's just small-scale stuff. You can't make big money from it. Chen Wuji shook his head. The blacksmith's thinking was still too shallow. Why don't you listen to what I have to say first? Chen Wuji continued. The hired servants will be divided into two groups. One group will set up a stall in the East Market to sell stir-fried dishes. I will tell you how to cook the dishes after the pot is made. Let the pot show its face in the city by cooking dishes and make a name for itself. Another group will assist you in the early stages to speed up the process. Once the iron pot has gained a certain reputation in Yunnan City, we'll immediately start sweeping the streets. Sweeping the streets? What would a blacksmith do by sweeping the streets? The blacksmith asked, puzzled. Sweeping the streets means having the apprentices visit people door to door, persuading them to exchange their old pots for new ones. This way, we can save a lot on raw material costs, and making two pots from one pot shouldn't be a problem. Manager Yang, with such a simple operation, we can make a pure profit from one pot, Chen Wuji explained. The blacksmith's expression froze. When a person with a fierce expression appears in a dazed state, it suddenly becomes somewhat comical. Are you really a hunter? The sheep blacksmith asked incredulously. Yes, I'm a hunter, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid, Chen Wuji corrected. What I just said isn't finished. There's a matching tool for an iron pot called a spatula. Chen Wuji picked up a charcoal pencil and drew the shape of a spatula on the wooden board. This thing is easy to make. It can be sold as a bundle with the pots. For example, you could buy 3 pots and get a spatula for free, or buy 10 large pots and get a small pot and spatula for free. The blacksmith asked in bewilderment, why would an ordinary household need so many pots? We don't sell everything to ordinary people. The caravans are our main source of income, Chen Wuji said. Businessmen have very sharp eyes. You just saw that the pot would definitely sell well in the future. How could those merchants not see that? Oh, the blacksmith sheep suddenly realized, nodding emphatically, I see. In that case, I do need to take on some apprentices. I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow and select people from the clan. Also, don't mention those things to me yet. I won't remember them even if I do, and even if I do, I might not be able to do them properly. Let me get the pot ready first. You can handle these things yourself. If I do them, things will definitely go wrong. Okowo. Chen Wuji nodded. It was indeed a bit early to say so much now. Even the fierce blacksmith was bewildered by his words, and it's likely he won't be able to operate it properly when the time comes. The blacksmith glanced at the knife on Chen Wuji's body and suddenly asked, You clearly know a more skilled blacksmith, so why are you asking me for such a good opportunity? The lineage has been broken. Chen Wuji shook his head. This sword is quite old. Old Yang, don't be stingy with money in the early stages. Find as many apprentices as possible. We need to start stockpiling early on. This stuff is too easy to imitate. Once someone sees its profits and benefits, it won't be long before the streets are full of pots. We need to seize this opportunity. If you're worried, I'll pay for the apprentices' wages for the first few months, as well as the iron ingots. The blacksmith Yang was taken aback by Chen Wuji's address, but then waved his hand and said, No need. You can just come and sell the pots and wait to collect the money. I have that much guts. You provided this, were willing to cooperate with me, and rack your brains to come up with ideas. If I then ask you for money, what am I to you? Chapter 84, Seeing the Mountain. The blacksmith's words were rough. It was so rough it sounded like an insult. 3 days. I should be able to forge this in 3 days. Come take a look then. We'll talk about the rest later, said the blacksmith Yang. Chen Wuji nodded in agreement. Then I'll come back in 3 days. After paying 2 taels of silver for the bow and arrows, Chen Wuji left Yang's blacksmith shop and then went out to the East Market to buy 3 roast geese and a jar of Baoping wine. With a bit more money in my pocket, I must first improve the meals for my wife and Shun Yu Wei, and let them taste the Chow family's roast goose, which is praised by everyone in Yunnan City. Chun Kun and his son were doing chores at home, so they should be given a good meal for the first time. Carrying his things, Chen Wuji wandered the streets looking for the Shiji signboard. He had long forgotten the location that manager she had mentioned before, only remembering that it seemed to be near the East Market. If he could find one, he would. If not, Chen Wuji planned to try another. Anyway, wolverine pelts are a valuable commodity, so he's not worried about selling them. As Chen Wuji was wandering around, a servant suddenly blocked his way. Young master, are you looking to sell furs? Our shop is right next door. Why don't you come in, have a cup of tea, and have a chat? How much of this can you provide? Chen Wuji asked, pointing to the leather in his hand. The servant was somewhat embarrassed. I can't make that decision. The shopkeeper is in the shop. Young master, just go in and sit down and you'll know. I just happened to see you holding the leather goods, and that's why I said something. Chen Wuji looked up at the signboard, which read, Seeing the Mountain. With all this artsy decor, he wondered what kind of shop it was. Chen Wuji stepped inside, taking the opportunity to see if the price offered by manager she was fair or not. The shop was rather deserted, with only a few cloaks and fur coats hanging on it. Behind the counter sat a woman wearing an apricot-colored dress, her hair piled high, and a bright green gourd-shaped gemstone earring adorning her crystal earlobes. During the reign of Yu the Great, Chen Wuji rarely saw women with pierced ears. This was the first one he had ever seen. Shopkeeper, this young master has a fine badger pelt, the servant shouted excitedly. The woman who was fixing her hair in front of the mirror put down the bronze mirror in her hand, got up, and came out from behind the counter. You who go and brew tea for the guests. The woman gave the order before saying to Chen Wuji, Sir, may I take a look at the hide first? See. Chen Wuji handed over the hide. The shopkeeper was very beautiful. Her face was round, but not at all bloated. Her eyes and brows were lively and bright. Her demeanor was more like that of a lady from a prominent family than a merchant or the daughter of a merchant. The woman examined it carefully and exclaimed in admiration, It's actually a wolverine pelt. Wolverine pelts are quite rare in our southern county. How much would you like to sell it for? You go. Chen Wuji turned around and sat down to the side. After a moment's hesitation, the woman said, 5 taels of silver. I wonder if the guest is satisfied. How much is a badger pelt? Chen Wuji asked again. A badger pelt would be around 2 or 3 ounces, the woman said. A wolverine pelt has larger fur, so it would naturally be more valuable. Do you have any badger pelts? No, not today. I just wanted to ask if I've been scammed, Chen Wuji said. The woman smiled slightly. If you have any leather in the future, please feel free to bring it. The price will definitely be more reasonable than in other places. We process it into clothes ourselves, unlike other shops that need to resell it to clothing stores or caravans. If you don't have time, you can tell us where to pick it up yourself. Sir, is the price of 5 taels of silver for this wolverine pelt satisfactory? Her price was indeed more reasonable than what manager she offered, but the difference wasn't that significant. I've always supplied my goods to Shi's. I was just about to go to Shi's when your waiter happened to run into me, Chen Wuji said. The woman looked knowing. I can only add another 200 coins. I dare not accept any more than that. You must know that my shop and my waiter need money every month. I can't go without earning a single penny. Deal, Chen Wuji readily agreed. I live in Shishan village. You can send someone over in 3 to 4 days. We should have some success. The guest is a straightforward person. The woman smoothed a strand of hair at her temple, turned her head, and called out to the back room. Yoo-hoo, give the young master another 2 ounces of tea. No one dislikes such a small gesture of goodwill, and Chen Wuji was no exception. Although the woman looked old, she was a shrewd businesswoman, and given her reasonable prices, Chen Wuji really had no reason not to choose her shop and instead head straight for Shi's. Chen Wuji drank a cup of tea in the shop, then left Jianshan with 2 ounces of tea leaves prepared by the female shopkeeper, Xiao Yuji. Xiao Yuji had only told Chen Wuji the name when she suddenly remembered it just as he left. During the reign of Yu the Great, names such as Xiuji Nyang, Xiuji Ji, and Xiujia were the most common female names. Especially Ji. If you randomly pick 10 women on the street, 1 or 2 of them will definitely have the character Ji in their names. Chen Wuji spent nearly 3 taels of silver today and earned more than 5 taels. The money in his pocket did not decrease, but increased. He liked this feeling. I wish it were like this every time I came to Yunnan City. Chen Wuji then went around to the East Market and hired a donkey cart. With his own strength, even if he carried it on his shoulders or by hand, he could only manage to get a maximum of 200 caddies of grain. This time he plans to buy more to fill up the empty warehouse at home. When Chen Wuji arrived at the grain shop in a donkey cart, he was shocked by what he saw. People everywhere. Brother, I'll go queue up for you. This donkey is well behaved. You could just sit in the carriage and rest. The driver tucked the donkey whip into his waistband and grinned as he spoke to Chen Wuji. He was very young and looked to be about the same age as Chun Kun and Zhou Jinshi. You stay here, I'll go, Chen Wuji said. Such attentive service must be something you can only talk about with the money in your pocket. With only a few dozen taels of silver in assets, Chen Wuji had not yet enjoyed this level of wealth. The young driver quickly waved his hand. Brother, No extra charge. We'll keep the price we agreed on. I'll go run the errand. You can rest. Charging only for one trip while providing such thoughtful service seems a bit unfair. Chen Wuji laughed. The driver chuckled, I just wanted to get closer to you, brother, and hope you'll use my rickshaw more often in the future. I'm off now. Chen Wuji did not refuse again. The lives of ordinary people in Yunnan City are not easy. Everyone is trying their best to earn more money, but not for a better life, but just to make ends meet. The young driver's belt was tied very tightly, almost to his neck, and his stomach was obviously empty. He probably hadn't eaten for several days. Chen Wuji didn't like taking advantage of these people at all. He tore a duck leg out of the paper bag, walked over, and handed it to the driver, saying, "Eat this, and wait your turn while you eat." Chapter 85, Making Money Amidst National Crisis. A goose leg left the young driver at a loss. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his knees seemed to be affected by gravity for a moment, tending to bend downwards. And this is just a goose leg. This is unacceptable. Chen Wuji supported the driver's light body. "Eat, what's wrong with that?" Before the young driver could say anything more, Chen Wuji patted him on the shoulder and returned to the carriage. He didn't want to be thanked profusely for a goose leg. The argument in front of the grain shop was very loud, with people shouting insults such as profiteer and traitor to the country. The clerks at the grain shop didn't say a word, but their eyesight was incredibly sharp. Once those who were shouting and cursing got in front of them, they would be rudely chased aside because they would not sell them a single grain of grain if they cursed. When things got chaotic outside, even the shop assistants at the grain store became arrogant. The reason for the argument was simple. Grain prices had gone up again. Nowadays, a pound of millet costs as much as 7 coins, and white rice is almost up to 50 coins. At that price, Lu Chiechue could barely buy 3 jin of millet by carrying sacks in the city all day, which was only enough for his whole family to eat for a day. Lu Chiechue's income was considered high in Shishan village because he was strong and hardworking. Like Chun Kun, who could only buy a little over a pound of millet after running errands for others in the county all day. The caravan moved slowly amidst the noise and chatter. Finally, it was the young driver's turn. He took the bone out of his mouth and hurriedly waved to Chen Wuji. "Sir, it's your turn. It's your turn." Chen Wuji walked over, took over the driver's position, and shouted into the small window in front of the grain shop. "Pack me 300 caddies of millet and 20 caddies of white rice." A shop assistant poked half his face out from inside. "I can only sell 100 jin, no more. There are refugees everywhere outside. Aren't you afraid of being robbed if you buy so much grain? I'll kill anyone who tries to steal from me. Pack me 300 jin." Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. "I can't sell it. I only have 100 caddies left. Take it or leave it." The shopkeeper arrogantly said, then ignored Chen Wuji. This infuriated Chen Wuji, but he was helpless. "Pretend. 100 pounds. Okay, please wait a moment." Chen Wuji was well aware of the grain shop's intentions. They were implementing rationing to wait for the chaos to escalate before raising prices. In the face of disaster, there are very few businessmen who truly have a sense of righteousness. Many more businessmen will instantly transform into wolves, sucking up the little flesh and blood left of the common people. Chen Wuji got the grain, carried it, and threw it onto the donkey cart, saying, "Brother, let's go to another grain shop." "Sir, what the shop assistant said is actually true. There are refugees everywhere outside, so it's not safe to buy too much grain," the driver advised. Chen Wuji chuckled. "It's all right, let's go." To put it bluntly, this statement is just a way for grain shops to deceive the people and find a reason for their shameless rationing. Now that the imperial court has taken action and there are garrison troops patrolling outside, it is actually much safer than a few days ago. Chen Wuji visited 3 grain shops before finally buying 300 caddies of millet and 20 caddies of white rice. The owners behind these grain shops must have held meetings in private to agree on the exact same prices and limited supply. The only thing that made Chen Wuji feel somewhat at ease was that neither the millet nor the white rice had been mixed with anything. It's polished rice. Judging from the attitude of these grain shops, they have long since given up their conscience. They are definitely not kind-hearted enough not to have added anything to the grain. If nothing unexpected happens, they will save this tactic for later. Once the disaster spreads widely and food prices rise again, these people will probably be able to use excuses like food shortages to mix good and bad food together, adding things like sand to the grain. Chen Wuji's donkey cart, kicking up a cloud of dust, arrived at Shishan village. The journey was smooth, and there were no instances of refugees blocking the vehicle. Chen Wuji paid the driver and handed him a small bag of millet, saying, "My family isn't very well off, so I don't have much. Take this, and it will last you a couple of meals." "Sir, you can't take it anymore." The driver stared intently at the grain in Chen Wuji's hand, but waved his hand repeatedly. "Take it. Just give me a discount next time you need a ride," Chen Wuji said with a smile. The driver then took the grain, stepped back, bowed to Chen Wuji, and said, "Sir, I'll be going now. Let's go. Be careful on the road." After the coachman left, Hua Sanyang couldn't help but ask, "Wuji, why did the county government summon you?" "It's nothing serious. There's a village to the north that's said to have been haunted by a large tiger. The county government conscripted some hunters to try and kill it, but they've been searching for days without finding it," Chen Wuji said. "This whole thing happened so suddenly, I didn't have a chance to let you know. Are you worried?" This was an excuse he had prepared long ago. Hua Sanyang shook her head. "The people from the county government didn't say what you were going to do. I wasn't too worried a few days ago, but if they knew you went to hunt tigers, do you think I could sleep at night?" "Actually, it's all right. There are plenty of people, and we also have the garrison soldiers." Chen Wuji smiled and took out a roast goose. "Look what I brought you." Hua Sanyang's face lit up with joy, but she still couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Why spend this money? These 3 roast geese could buy a lot of grain. It's not worth it. That's not how you calculate things. You've all suffered with me, so have something good to eat," Chen Wuji said with a smile. "By the way, where are Uncle 11 and his son? Hey, the courtyard wall is already finished? So fast?" Chen Wuji looked up and realized that the courtyard wall had been completed. They then built another meter or so up using stones. "The work is done, so the person must have already left," Hua Sanyang said. Uncle 11 added another layer of stones on each side of the original courtyard wall, and then raised the wall by half a zhang, approximately 1.3 meters. He said that it wouldn't be sturdy if he just added stones on top, so he built the whole wall. Chen Wuji was taken aback, and couldn't help but give a wry smile. "I had forgotten that I was gone for 5 or 6 days this time. I was even thinking of treating Uncle 11 and the others to a meal. What a mess." When he bought the roast goose, he was still thinking about the first meal his 11th uncle and his family would have when they came to work at his house. That woman Qin Zhanhong really messed with his brain. It's like he's lost track of time. "It's all right. We can take it over later. I've already paid them the money," Hua Sanyang said with a smile. "By the way, the Yuan brothers have also finished the wall. The 2 little guys don't get enough to eat at every meal, but they work very hard and finished it in 3 days. I just saw it, and it was done beautifully," Chen Wuji said. Actually, he only asked the Yuan brothers to do this job so that they could legitimately send them some food. He didn't expect them to do it well at all. But what they did was truly good. Uncle 11 gave them a little pointers, and they picked it up very quickly. "These 2 brothers' aptitude is worthy of their names," Hua Sanyang praised. "Heat up the roast goose. You and Yu Wei eat quickly. I'll put out the grain first, then go to Uncle 11's house," Chen Wuji said. New. Chapter 86, A Bridal Chamber with only the character Double Happiness. At the foot of Shengshenling Mountain, Zhou Buping sat under a protruding rock, watching the smoke rising from the village below. He wiped his dry, cracked lips and threw the stick in his hand into the fire beside him. "Chen Wuji, hee, I'd like to see if you really have no taboos. Just 2 more days, 2 more days, just 2 more days." Just then, a bandit came running over carrying 2 plump rabbits. "Boss, we have something to eat. Hunters have set up many traps on the nearby hillside. So many traps, and you only caught these 2? This hunter is a good-for-nothing." Zhou Buping cursed. Chen Wuji, that bastard, was also a hunter. The bandit grinned and said, "There's more. There's a big wild boar. The brothers have already gone to deal with it. It'll probably take a while. I'll bring the rabbit over and roast it first, so the boss can have it to tide him over." That hunter was no fool. The traps he set were quite ingenious. When we got there, the wild boars were still alive. With these things, it's enough for us brothers to eat for 2 days. Zhou Buping's expression softened a bit. "After we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll go down the mountain tomorrow night, level this wretched village, and then we'll go back to the mountain to recuperate. We won't get involved in the Zhang family's mess for now." The bandit's expression changed slightly, and he said cautiously, "Boss, this village has some strength. We've lost so many brothers. Are we really going to go? The people from a Zhao family who killed more than a dozen of our brothers are in this village. You and I are comrades who have shared life and death. How can I not avenge my brothers?" Zhou Buping said viciously. The bandit's chest heaved, and he gritted his teeth, saying, We must take revenge. Kill his whole family. Skin them alive. Chen Wuji had a meal at Shun Kun's house with wine he had brought himself, and returned home under the cover of night, slightly tipsy. Bright flames flickered in the stove, filling the entire courtyard with the warmth of everyday life. This is probably what home is all about. As soon as Chen Wuji sat down at the small square table in the courtyard, Shen Yue brought out dinner. It was the roast goose that Chen Wuji brought today, along with 2 dishes of seasonal vegetables. This dish also has a special name, Bai Xie Ji, Bai Shiti. This is a very common practice among the people of the Yu. It is simple, convenient, and anyone can do it. Didn't I tell you to eat early? How come dinner turned out like this? Chen Wuji asked. Hua Sanyang came over with a bowl of clear soup and said with a smile, 2 such plump roast geese, even Yu Wei, and I can't finish them. With such a small appetite, you don't seem like someone who has ever gone hungry, Chen Wuji joked with a smile. After dinner, Hua Sanyang brought over a large basin of mugwort water. Take it off, and make sure you're clean tonight. In the candlelight, Hua Sanyang's beautiful face, as lovely as a flower and as smooth as a pearl, was flushed with a faint blush, and she looked somewhat hurried and uneasy. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji felt his blood boil and rushed to his head. Wife, why don't we take a bath together? He asked with a wicked grin. Hua Sanyang smiled slyly. Yue and I washed before you came back, so we're very clean now. You go ahead and wash. Yue and I are going to sleep in the next room first. No, my wife, you're not going to wash me, Chen Wuji said regretfully. Hua Sanyang smiled and said, I have to go keep Yue company. I've already said it. Are you going to leave Yue alone next door? Hurry up and wash. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Chen Wuji exclaimed excitedly. We've been waiting for this day for ages, and it's finally here. In fact, during the Great Yu Dynasty, a time of extremely strict hierarchy based on seniority and status, concubines were not allowed to consummate their marriages with the principal wife, but they could consummate their marriages with other concubines and maids. However, Hua Sanyang was gentle and generous by nature and did not mind this matter, so it was fine. Moreover, she said those words herself, so there's even less of a problem. Chen Wuji quickly took a shower, cleaned up his most important parts, and rushed into the next room. He couldn't wait any longer. He was like an arrow taut on a bowstring, unable to wait even a moment longer. The room was pitch black. Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue hadn't even turned on a light. Helpless, Chen Wuji went back to his room and retrieved the candle. And he ordered 2 in one go. At such an important moment, everything must be crystal clear. It was only then that he realized that Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue had actually decorated the room. New bedding was moved over and neatly laid out on the kong, a heated brick bed. 2 double happiness characters were pasted on the window. This is the only sense of ritual. But it is also the strongest sense of ritual. Those 2 bright red, double happiness characters, in Chen Wuji's eyes, touch people's hearts far more deeply than the elaborate decorations of wedding rooms in later generations. The 2 characters, one horizontal and one vertical, are full of affection. Put together, they form a home. My husband is here. Why are you all hiding? Chen Wuji said with a wicked smile, looking at his wives and concubines who had their heads buried under the covers. Husband, the candle is too bright, Shen Yue said in a muffled voice. Chen Wuji chuckled. Such a beautiful occasion. Wouldn't it be a pity if there were no candlelight? My husband should take a good look at you both. Chapter 87 People from the county government arrive. That night, even the moon seemed reluctant to show its face, shyly remaining absent. The next day, when Chen Wuji got up, all his wives and concubines had disappeared. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling for a while, before lazily getting out of bed. The afterglow of that fleeting pleasure lingers in my mind. A moment of blissful bliss is truly worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It's so addictive. In a simple courtyard, Hua Sanyang and Shen Yue each occupied a wooden basin and were washing their hair. Why don't you sleep a little longer? It doesn't matter when you wash your hair, Chen Wuji said with a hint of reproach when he saw the 2 of them like this as he went out. Although the sun is about to rise, the weather is still a bit chilly in the early morning. Shen Yue pinched her wet hair on top of her head and said to the side, My sister said this hair was washed differently today, so we have to get it washed earlier. What's the explanation for this? Chen Wuji asked, puzzled. I don't know where Hua Sanyang learned these strange rules from. Hua Sanyang wrapped her hair in a cloth and said to Chen Wuji, I've been dressed like a married woman for a long time, and Yue was dressed like that when she entered the family. We had our wedding night yesterday, so we have to redo our hair today. To outsiders, it may look the same, but in our hearts, it's different. From this day forward, we are your wives. And a concubine, Chen Yue added. Chen Wuji honestly didn't say much about this topic. Hua Sanyang was taking care of Chen Yue, and both were wives, yet Chen Yue was also taking care of Hua Sanyang. He just needs to treat everyone equally. Saying more is not good. How'd you do it? Let me help you sort it out. Chen Wuji said. Neither Hua Sanyang nor Chen Yue refused, their faces beaming with sweet smiles. Although neither of them said it explicitly, Chen Wuji could tell that they were very happy. Perhaps the way her husband styles his hair also carries a different meaning. After their hair was dried, Chen Wuji clumsily styled their long hair into a bun. It's passable, but not really good. Is my husband going into the mountains today? Hua Sanyang asked, glancing at Chen Wuji's reflection in the basin with delight. I have to go, Chen Wuji said. The coffin shop owner is urging me to get a weasel, so I'll have to make a lot of trips around these days to find a weasel and a badger. Badgers are relatively more common in the mountains, and their fur is more expensive. Chen Wuji planned to make this his main goal from now on. The weasel's actions were entirely due to human relationships. As for the rest, it all depends on luck. 5-spice powder is very valuable, but it's largely dependent on luck. If you happen to find it, you'll find it. If you don't, searching everywhere is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Then I'll prepare some dry rations for you, Hua Sanyang said. Stop it. We'll be back tonight. Why prepare any provisions? We didn't have any before. Why are you giving me special treatment after our wedding night? My wife, it seems you're treating me a little differently. Chen Wuji teased with a smile. Hua Sanyang glanced at Chen Wuji and said reproachfully, we didn't have white rice at home before, so we couldn't make it for you even if we wanted to. The millet we made was a bit hard to swallow. It was too dry and prickly. Forget it. Let's keep it for making porridge. White rice is ridiculously expensive these days, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Only after Chen Wuji insisted did Hua Sanyang give up her plan to pack food for him. After eating something in the morning, Chen Wuji packed his hunting gear and was about to go out when he suddenly heard someone calling his name from outside. When Chen Wuji stepped outside, he was stunned by the scene before him. Goodness, they have a lot of people and they're powerful. For bailiffs accompanied a woman, and several old men from the village stood around them. Chen Bushi was also there. Chen Wuji suddenly remembered the county's reward, and his head instantly felt like it was about to explode. Their arrival was rather coincidental. He just consummated his marriage last night, and today he's adding a new member to his family. I still can't refuse. Wuji, what's going on? Hua Sanyang walked to Chen Wuji's side and asked softly. Chen Wuji said in a low voice, it should be the county government's reward. I didn't tell you before, but the county government rewarded us with 40 acres of land and a woman. I refused the woman, but that official said that if I didn't want her, it would affect his reputation. Hua Sanyang frowned slightly. Did you mention this? I said it. I think I said it. I said it. But I don't remember it. Chen Wuji rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. I thought they would have forgotten about it. With the refugee situation so serious, how could they still deliver the people as promised? We have no choice but to accept it, Hua Sanyang said helplessly. That official has already threatened his reputation. If we don't accept it, who knows what trouble we might face in the future? Chen Wuji rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He stepped forward, took out 20 coins, and gave them to the 4 constables. Brothers, have a cup of tea. Among these people was an acquaintance of Chen Wuji, Yu Wu. He remembered that was what his name was. This was the person who took him to the county government office to collect the reward money that day. The cold-faced constables accepted the money, and smiles appeared on their faces. Yu Wuxiao said, Chen Wuji, this woman was personally chosen for you by the county magistrate at the matchmaker's office. You must remember the county magistrate's kindness. Yes, how could I forget the magistrate's kindness? Chen Wuji handed over another 10 coins, which landed smoothly and quickly in Yu Wu's sleeve, so fast that no one else had a chance to see it. Yu Wu's face immediately lit up with a smile. The county magistrate has been talking about you a lot these past few days, praising your bravery and martial prowess. The county needs young people like you. If you have time, you can go to the county office to meet the magistrate. Definitely, definitely. Chen Wuji readily agreed, but inwardly he was cursing. That kid's words cost him 5 taels of silver. If you don't include at least 5 taels of silver in your gift when you meet the magistrate, any praise will be seen as malicious. This troublesome matter made Chen Wuji increasingly depressed, and his desire for power rose sharply. He needs to find a way to climb up. Even if his background and education almost completely blocked his path, he would still find a way. If he doesn't find a way out, he'll just be meat on someone else's chopping board for the rest of his life. He is like this, and his children will be like this too. Brother Yu, do you think it's possible for me to not want this girl? I already have a wife and concubine at home, and I really can't afford to support another person, Chen Wuji said in a low voice. You're going to turn down the magistrate's good intentions? That's not a good thing. Yu Wu's gaze shifted slightly. There are ways to manage if you can't afford to raise them. What's there to worry about? I'll teach you a method. Concubines can be bought and sold, and the county government has never prohibited it. Chen Wuji knew about this, of course. Someone had already told him. But he simply couldn't bring himself to buy and sell people like livestock. However, during the reign of Yu the Great, concubines were considered liquid assets, and buying, selling, and exchanging them was commonplace. It is a common phenomenon known to everyone in the upper class. Concubines only exist in a few official records from the county government. There are no other documents besides these. The document only bound the concubine, not the head of the household. To be honest, a concubine's status was even lower than that of a servant who had signed a contract. Famous figures like Baiji kept concubines to entertain guests, and they all chose young and beautiful women. They enter the household at 15, are resold or given away at 18, and then replaced with another batch. He even wrote a poem revealing that he changed his eyebrows because he disliked being old and ugly. In other people's eyes, an 18-year-old girl is already old. Chapter 88, The Beginning. Yu Wu patted Chen Wuji on the shoulder and said with a smile and a low voice, "Don't look so gloomy. What's there to worry about? Let me tell you, this woman is from a good family. She's just of marriageable age, and we brought her here. This family is incredibly absurd. Their 2 daughters are of marriageable age, but instead of getting married, they secretly hid someone in the mountains and provided them with food every day. Do they really think the county government can't do anything to them? If we put a knife to those 2 old folks' necks, they'll obediently come down the mountain." Hearing this, Chen Wuji felt even more frustrated. If that's the case, the potential risks of bringing this woman into the house are much greater than those of Shen Yue. But unfortunately, he had no choice. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yu." Chen Wuji clasped his hands in thanks. "No big deal, come on, let's go mark the land." Yu Wu waved his hand and called to Chen Bushi, who was standing to the side. "Chen village chief, you and the other elders come and be witnesses." Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. "Third uncle, you become the village head? I just found out too." Chen Bushi also looked utterly hopeless. Seeing his grotesque appearance, Chen Wuji felt much better. The county government really knows how to put thieves in official positions. Yu Wu led Chen Wuji, Chen Bushi, and several elderly people from the village to Yuan Jintang's fields. In Shishan village, the brothers Yuan Jintang and Yuan Jinbao own the most land, totaling 140 to 150 mu. The brothers don't usually farm the land. They rent it all out to villagers for cultivation. As soon as the group arrived at the location, the Yuan family members swarmed over in a large group. First, a woman laid down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. That was Yuan Jintang's first wife. She is now all alone in the family. Their son went away to study, and they hadn't seen him for many years. Yuan Jintang disliked taking concubines, but he enjoyed keeping actors and entertainers in brothels and theaters, replacing them when he no longer liked them. "Get out of my way. This is a county government operation. If you dare to obstruct us again, don't blame me for risking your lives." Yu Wu roared, drawing his sword with a clang. "Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. You're bullying me with your power. If you have the guts, kill me." Yuan Lushir lay on the ground like a donkey, and in the blink of an eye, she trampled down several feet of wheat in the field. "This woman has a healthy body. Take it." Yu Wu roared angrily, and the other constables pounced on him like tigers and wolves. "You elders have all seen clearly how you obstruct the county government's actions. Take him to the county government and await the magistrate's orders." Yu Wu shouted, brandishing his knife. "Any further obstruction will result in his execution." His shout caused the Yuan family members who had crowded around to scatter immediately. Yuan Lu finally gave in and cried out, "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Let me go." "Not leaving? I'll get the hell out of here. Take her aside and tell her to shut her mouth." Yu Wu snorted coldly, his eyes as ruthless as knives. A bailiff tore 2 handfuls of wheat stalks, snapped them a few times, pinch Yuan Lu's mouth shut, and stuff him in. This kind of ungrateful shrew deserves to be dealt with. Yu Wu said to Chen Wuji with a sneer, then said, "Your village has limited land and really can't allocate 40 mu. The county magistrate's idea is to allocate 10 mu from Yuan Jintang's land and make up the rest with mountain land. What do you think?" Chen Wuji certainly had objections. Judging from the situation, the county government has clearly taken over Yuan Jintang's land. Nearly 100 acres of fertile land, yet they are only willing to allocate 10 acres to him. The county government is trying to have its cake and eat it too. "I want all the land," Chen Wuji said frankly. Yu was taken aback. "Any farmland that can be reclaimed will do," Chen Wuji added. "State your conditions first, then see what kind of response they can give." Yu spread his hands and said, "The county magistrate also wanted to turn all of it into farmland for you. After all, you have rendered meritorious service in killing the bandits, but unfortunately, there is really no land to give you. To be honest, this 10 mu of land was only obtained after Yuan Jintang died, when the county magistrate accidentally found out that the old man had forcibly occupied farmland." Chen Wuji understood immediately upon hearing this. Even if the county government were to take over Yuan Jintang's land, it would be done behind closed doors. The only land that is publicly displayed is 10 acres, which was arranged by the county magistrate out of consideration and with great effort. Their governance of people's livelihoods may not be very good, but these people are really good at using tricks. Under these circumstances, he really had nothing to say. "I am sorry to have troubled your excellency," Chen Wuji said, bowing slightly to the north. "Since they've already made such a confident statement, you should at least put on a show of respect." The land allocation process was very simple. Once 2 plots of land were allocated, a contract was signed in the presence of the villagers, the village head, and the county government. Chen Wuji simply put his name on the contract, and that was it. After that, the group moved their position to the mountain. "Once you're here, you can do whatever you want." Yu Wu casually drew a line, using a stone pillar to define the corner, and then pulled with a rope. The circled area became Chen Wuji's nominal farmland. The land was a mountainous area covered with forests, but the taxes to be paid later were land taxes. Moreover, the county government did not even give Chen Wuji the option to give up. However, Chen Wuji did not mind. Although this mountainous area is not as profitable as farmland, its value far exceeds the annual land taxes paid. He's already planning to make paper. Once the iron pot could earn him his first pot of gold, his next plan was to make paper. The paper used in the Yu dynasty was very similar to a 1,000-layer sole covered with a layer of paste. It was thick, rough, and expensive, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. Even the documents used by these officials for their travels were bamboo slips. After the scribes wrote the documents on the spot, they would have to go back and re-engrave them for documents involving land that needed to be preserved for a long time. "Chen Wuji, your land has been fully allocated. If there are any changes later, just report them to the county government." Yu Wucheng cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Wuji. "It's still early, gentlemen. Why don't you come to my house for some tea?" Chen Wuji said politely. "No, we still need to take this woman back to the county office and interrogate her thoroughly to find out what she was trying to do by inciting her clansmen to obstruct our work, and what other bullying and tyrannical things Yuan Jintang has done." Yu Wu waved his hand. Chen Wuji cupped his hands in a gesture of regret. "In that case, I'll see you all off." The group followed Yu Wu down the mountain. After watching them leave, Chen Wuji turned to Chen Bushi and asked, "Does the county government have something on you? Why did they suddenly appoint you as the village head?" "No, I guess they're just looking at me because I'm a scholar," Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji nodded. "That's good. I was really worried that one day I'd have to go to the execution ground with you as a member of your 9 clans. Stop doing those things lately. The Imperial City Guard has appeared in Yunnan." "The Imperial City Guard?" Chen Bushi's pupils constricted sharply. "How did you know?" "I ran into them on the mountain," Chen Wuji casually lied. "Don't make a fuss about it, and don't let it get out. I just overheard their conversation by chance. If this news gets out, hee, neither of us will be in for a world of hurt. We probably won't even be qualified to go to the execution ground. I know what I'm doing. This matter really can't be said carelessly. Not a single word can be said carelessly." Chen Bushi nodded solemnly. "Those things really can't be done recently. I'll just be a village head and bully the villagers surnamed Yuan." Chapter 89, A Stubborn Man. When the largest tree in the forest falls, another tree will inevitably take its place and become the largest. In this forest in Shishan village, the Chen family has now become the largest tree. With the deaths of Yuan Jintang and his companion, the Yuan family suddenly lost its former arrogance. Although they seem fiercer, anyone can see that they're all bark and no bite, all bark and no bite. Meanwhile, the Chen family quietly rose to power. Chen Bushi became the new village head. Chen Wuji received rewards from the county government, including land and women. In the eyes of the villagers, Chen Wuji had already become a powerful figure in the county government, and his status was even subtly above that of Chen Bushi, the village head. While the villagers were gossiping and rumors were flying everywhere, Chen Wuji was secretly having a headache at home. The new girl sent by the county government was pretty, but she was as stubborn as a donkey. Ever since she entered Chen Wuji's courtyard, she stood like a statue in the corner, refusing to eat or drink and refusing to answer any questions. She just stared intently at anyone who spoke. Even someone as gentle as Hua Sanyang was rendered helpless by her glare. Wuji, we have to think of something. It's fine if she doesn't talk. But it's been 2 days, and she still hasn't eaten a single thing. What if she starves to death? Hua Sanyang said to Chen Wuji with a worried expression. Chen Wuji was also angry. He glanced at the woman sitting on the stone stool in the corner and deliberately said loudly, "It doesn't matter. Let her starve to death." "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a human life," Hua Sanyang said in a low voice. Xin Yue squeezed her head out from between Chen Wuji and Hua Sanyang, a wicked smile playing on her lips, and said, "Actually, I have an idea. Husband, why don't you force yourself on her? Give her a good beating and maybe she'll behave. If she still resists, then beat her to death. Beat her half to death first, and after she recovers, beat her half to death again. Do this a few times, and she'll definitely behave." Hua Sanyang raised her hand and lightly flicked Shun Yue's head. "What kind of terrible idea is this now? Can't you think of something better? Yue's idea is great. Let's do it." Chen Wuji stood up, strode over to the woman, grabbed her by the neck, tucked her under his arm, and went into the room. "Wuji, don't!" Hua Sanyang hurriedly shouted. Xin Yue pulled Hua Sanyang back. "Sister, don't be nervous. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. Do you really want to see her die in our yard? We've been trying to reason with her for 2 days, but she won't listen to a word. We have to teach her a lesson. She won't behave if we don't." As Xin Yue spoke, she winked at Hua Sanyang. Hua Sanyang, who was afraid that Chen Wuji would make a move, didn't see anything and said anxiously, "Don't mess around. What if something bad happens? That's still better than death." Xin Yue said helplessly, "Some people are as stubborn as donkeys. Some people are quite stubborn." Xin Yue clung tightly to Hua Sanyang. "Sister, if you can bear to watch her starve to death, then stop your husband. Besides, you know your husband's character. Even if he really takes action, he will definitely know his limits. Why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing this, Hua Sanyang finally calmed down. "That seems to be true. I know what you mean, but Yue, you've forgotten something. Wuji has killed people before. If that girl ignites Wuji's murderous intent, it could really lead to someone's death. That's what I'm worried about." Xin Yue was taken aback and said softly, "Sister, it seems I also have someone's life on my hands." Hua Sanyang. Chen Wuji forcibly dragged the girl into the room and threw her onto the Kong, a heated brick bed. "I'm giving you 2 choices. Tell me your background and name, and then stay here obediently. Otherwise, I'll treat you like a plaything until I'm tired of you and sell you off, or you can't take it and die here," Chen Wuji said menacingly. The woman remained silent, stubbornly biting her lip. Chen Wuji was really furious. This woman actually thought he was an easy target. She's probably mistaken. You're really a tough nut to crack. You just want to die in my house and disgust me, don't you? Well, you'd better have a strong body. Let's see how long you can hold out, Chen Wuji said viciously, tearing the woman's dress open with a ripping sound. Perhaps out of shame, the woman flinched. But he only dodged it for a moment, and then immediately went back to his completely indifferent attitude. She seems to really be indifferent to everything. It seems they were prepared to be beaten to death. Chen Wuji couldn't understand why she would do that. She was sent to her home by the county government officials because she was unmarried. Under this premise, she certainly wouldn't have anyone she cares about. My parents are still alive. With almost no ties between them, why would she so readily seek death? There seems to be something wrong with this girl's brain. Chen Wuji was furious and promptly gave her a good beating. However, the girl remained silent, like a corpse. This completely drove Chen Wuji to despair. Intimidation won't work. We can't really let him beat us to death, can we? Chen Wuji dressed, and went down into the pit. From now on, just stay home like this. Don't wear clothes until you have a good attitude. He still wouldn't give up and made another threatening remark. But they remained unmoved, as if they were already dead. Chen Wuji, his head was completely swollen. If this situation continues, he might really have no choice but to find her another boyfriend. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to die. What could he do? They've tried both to coax and to scare him. It's easy to talk about beating someone to death, but Chen Wuji could never actually do it. Chen Wuji walked out the door and exhaled a heavy breath. The setting sun cast its golden rays across the courtyard, bathing the old house in a dazzling golden hue. Wuji, how is it? Huasanyang asked anxiously. Chen Wuji shook his head. There's no other way. If all else fails, we'll just have to give her away and find her a new home. Ayu Sanyang Siged wistfully. Chapter 90, Unfriendly Guest. The girl still didn't eat dinner. Chen Wuji went in and took a look. She was lying naked on the bed, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. They're clearly alive, but they look no different from being dead. After dinner, Chen Wuji and the other two lay on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and discussed the matter again. Unfortunately, the three of them racked their brains, but couldn't come up with a good idea. They don't even care about the threat of Chen Wuji to torment them to death and then sell them off later. So what other ideas could they possibly have? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. We'll see how things go tomorrow. Chen Wuji reached out and pulled Huasanyang and Shen Yue into his arms. Huasanyang suddenly grabbed Chen Wuji's hand. Wait, Wuji, listen. Isn't there someone behind the house? Where is anyone? I think I just heard footsteps. Listen, they're coming again, Huasanyang said in a low voice after listening intently. Chen Wuji stopped what he was doing, listened carefully, and his expression instantly became more serious. There really was footsteps. When he was a child, he lived in an old house in the countryside. Every night, there would be faint footsteps coming from that house. At the time, the adults all said that there was something unclean in the house. They performed several rituals, but nothing worked. Later, they discovered that the noise was caused by the livestock next to the house. When a person is lying down and the night is quiet, the sound of livestock pawing their hooves is more clearly heard through the ground, sounding like footsteps. But we only keep a few flying squirrels at home, which is absolutely impossible to make such a commotion. There were indeed people walking around behind the house, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. Chen Wuji got out of bed, quickly dressed, and grabbed his bow and arrows and knife. Close the door tightly, and don't open it if you hear any noise. Also, barricade the windows. Chen Wuji whispered to Huasanyang and Shen Yue before slipping out the door and using a ladder to climb over the courtyard wall. The footsteps were clear, and they were creeping along the base of the wall toward the gate. Chen Wuji squatted on the wall, knocked an arrow, held his breath, and stared at the corner of the courtyard wall. Before anyone could be seen, a glint of cold light peeked out from around the corner. Under the cold moonlight, Chen Wuji could clearly see that it was a knife. One by one, people crouched low and filed out, rushing toward the gate. Chen Wuji released the taut bowstring without hesitation. Regardless of who the other person is, coming with a knife in the middle of the night certainly isn't to wish him a happy new year. The cold light flashed like a shadow, swiftly and accurately piercing the chest of the person in front. Oh no, there's an ambush! There's an ambush! The man who had been shot let out a painful roar. Then someone else shouted, there, on the wall. The others held off the man who had been shot and quickly retreated behind a corner. Upon hearing the shout, Chen Wuji leaped onto the roof and knocked an arrow once more. After jumping onto the roof ridge, he cautiously looked down. Good heavens, what kind of monster has he messed with this time? Why are there so many people here? There were quite a few people hiding behind the house. The night was somewhat hazy, and Chen Wuji couldn't make out the exact number, but there were probably at least 20. He was just a small-time hunter. Could it be a member of the Yuan family? But Yuan Jintong's land was allocated by the government, so they wouldn't be so angry as to come to his house in the middle of the night to kill him, would they? After thinking it over, Chen Wuji dismissed that possibility. Although the Yuan family is united, they are not united to this extent. The risks of murder are too great. If it wasn't a member of the Yuan family, then who else could it be? Upon realizing this, Chen Wuji suddenly loosened his grip on the bowstring and quickly drew the bow again to knock an arrow. Without even seeing whether he had been hit by an arrow, he took advantage of this rare opportunity to look down from above and fired 4 arrows in one go. Scatter, scatter! That bastard's on the roof, someone shouted. Get the torches ready. Burn this scoundrel. Quick, prepare torches. Burn him. Chen Wuji's pupils contracted sharply. Ignoring the intense pain from the reopening of the wound on his right hand, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow once more. Today, he has plenty of arrows. He would rather ruin his right hand than go down and fight these people head-on. There were too many of them. With his limited abilities, rushing in would be like a lamb entering a wolf's den. The arrows flew like shooting stars, darting swiftly through the hazy moonlight. Although not every arrow would elicit a response, Chen Wuji could hear a cry of pain approximately every 2 arrows. However, his opportunities seemed to be running out. The other person lit a torch, and his right hand was almost completely useless. In fact, the other side lighting torches was essentially setting up a live target for him. However, after drawing the 3-stone hard bow more than 10 times in a row, his right hand could no longer hold the bowstring firmly. "I'll enter your mother, come." Chen Wuji roared, threw away his bow, and arrows tore off a piece of cloth from his body, tightly bound it to the wound on his hand, and then tied it to the knife. He then went around to the gate and jumped off the wall. The wall is much lower than the roof. Chen Wuji lunged forward. The thieves were trying to throw torches into the yard. To Chen Wuji's relief, the roof was high enough that the 2 torches they had just thrown were blocked from hitting the yard. Without even looking, Chen Wuji drew his sword and charged at the thief carrying the torch. "Go to hell." With a single slash, Chen Wuji severed the man's arm, then quickly dodged to the side and struck again with his backhand. He didn't even look where he was hitting. He just kept running wildly and hacking away. The enemy outnumbered him, and his martial arts skills were mediocre, so he had to avoid being cornered by them. "Stop this bastard! Stop him!" someone shouted. Just then, a thin figure holding a lantern suddenly appeared by the wall. He stood quietly for a moment, then suddenly threw the lantern to the ground and pounced on a thief. Just then, Chen Wuji rushed to the side, his knife already slashing out, when he suddenly saw a familiar face in the light and shadow. "Yuan Jinshi. You brat, get out of here. What are you doing meddling in this mess?" Chen Wuji hurriedly sheathed his sword and roared. Yuan Jinshi grinned, his body moving like a nimble monkey as he slipped between the thief's legs. A small knife, only the length of a palm, pierced the thief's lower back with a soft thud. "Brother Wuji, hold on a little longer. The scholar's going to call for help. Get away from me." Chen Wuji waved and shouted. Yuan Jinshi grinned and said, "Brother Wuji, you don't seem to be as agile as me when you fight." Chen Wuji. Chapter 91, Killing the Thieves. Yuan Jinshi's thin body nimbly weaved in and out among the group of thieves, his small knife swinging wildly and haphazardly. He looked disheveled, like a ball being kicked around by thieves. But its destructive power is quite astonishing. He circled the crowd and took down 4 or 5 thieves. A young boy, facing a group of thieves, ended up with many of the thieves falling to the ground. This is incredible. Chen Wuji is not skilled in martial arts and has always relied on his strength advantage. But what about this kid? "You little beast, you're asking for it." Several thieves roared and surrounded Yuan Jinshi. They also discovered the threat that Yuan Jinshi posed to them. "Run!" Chen Wuji turned his head and roared. He's currently being harassed by a thief and has already been stabbed several times, so he can't get away to help. "Run! What are you doing there, you idiot?" Chen Wuji roared. Ignoring them, Yuan Jinshi advanced instead of retreating, charging straight at the bandits. "Brother Wuji, thank you for treating us like human beings. If I die, just give my brother a bite to eat. I don't ask for much, just give him a bite occasionally, so he doesn't starve to death." Yuan Jinshi's breathless voice carried intermittently in the night wind. "Damn it!" Chen Wuji cursed angrily, his eyes red as he swung his knife fiercely at the thief in front of him. Zhou booping sneered. "You're angry? Ha ha, that's exactly what I want. Don't worry, you'll be the last one to die. You killed so many of my brothers. I'm not going to let you die so easily. I want you to watch that kid die right in front of you, and then watch your wives and concubines be slowly tortured to death by us, and then I'll consider whether or not to give you a quick death." "So it was you." Chen Wuji recognized the person in front of him and charged at him like a wild bull. He hadn't noticed this person's appearance before. Upon closer inspection, it suddenly dawned on me. This is the person who slaughtered the Zhao family and then led a group to try to plunder their village. That bastard is really vengeful. He's actually keeping an eye on him. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the guts." Chen Wuji roared, swinging his sword wildly. At this moment, he forgot everything else. All he wanted was to kill this bastard. Only if this grandson dies can he and Yuan Jinsher live. Only his family can survive. Chop, chop like crazy. With blood smeared all over his face, Chen Wuji's vision was a blur of black and red. He didn't have time to wipe it away. With his right eye half open, he looked like a madman, just burying his head and hacking wildly. The wound on my hand was already badly festering, and blood was flowing down my arm. Strangely enough, at this moment, he felt less pain. Suddenly, a whole bunch of torches appeared at the gate. Chen Wuji seemed to hear someone shouting and cursing. Immediately afterwards, the light in front of me brightened, and the sounds around me became noisy. He shook his incredibly heavy head and swung his knife again, but his wrist was grabbed. Go rest over there. I'll take care of it. Chen Wuji steadied himself, vigorously wiped away the bloodstains smeared in front of his eyes, and finally saw Chen Mule's face clearly. They're here. His people have arrived. Chen Wuji forced a smile and turned to look in the direction of Yuan Jinsher. The kid was sitting on the grass, grinning foolishly. Chen Wuji then squatted down with a thud, sprawling on the ground. Exhaustion and pain instantly overwhelmed his body like a tidal wave. He didn't know the extent of his injury to his right hand, but the pain was so bad he wanted to chop it off. When the Chun clan arrived, the remaining 7 or 8 bandits were instantly rendered powerless to resist this fresh force. Before long, some died and others surrendered. Chen Bushi walked over carrying a severed head. You went hunting in the mountains and ended up destroying the bandits' hideout. They probably didn't stab anyone on the mountain, but they might have stabbed someone in Zhao's village. These bandits slaughtered the people in Zhao's village and then attacked our village, Chen Wuji said weakly. After his initial burst of energy, he was so tired that he could barely speak. Chen Bushi's expression suddenly turned serious. How do they know you lived here? Chen Wuji's expression also changed. Someone tipped us off? There definitely is, Chen Bushi said in a deep voice. Now we'll see who leaked it. These bandits must have been targeting you within the Zhao family. The previous raid on the village might have been accidental, but this time, they definitely know your background and are here for revenge. Who can they turn to? Chen Wuji muttered to himself. Many, such as the Yuan family, Chen Bushi said in a deep voice. Chen Wuji shook his head. Everyone knows whether outsiders have entered the village or not. Yuan sure doesn't seem like one. But why are we wasting our time guessing here? There are witnesses, aren't there? We can pry them open and find out everything. Chen Bushi chuckled in surprise. A brain that has pretended to be a fool is indeed more useful. I almost overlooked that. He turned and shouted, Mule, get to the bottom of this and find out everything about them. All right, Chen Mule replied from afar. Chen Bushi sat down next to Chen Wuji, kicked aside the severed head beside him, and said, This kid is a leader. His head is definitely worth more. Go to the county office tomorrow and exchange it for the reward. Who knows, you might even get a title. I killed him, Chen Wuji asked, raising an eyebrow. If you didn't kill him, did he die on his own? Chen Bushi chuckled and retorted. You almost chopped him into pieces, and you were still chopping at him. Are you any more sensible now? Chen Wuji really had no recollection of this matter. He was in a somewhat delirious state just now. You couldn't see him clearly, and he just kept hacking away without thinking. In his eyes, this person seemed to have never died. I'm feeling better, but please don't talk to me. I get dizzy just talking. Chen Wuji waved his hand and said. All he wanted to do was lie there like this forever, without moving, without speaking, and without thinking about anything. Take a rest. Chen Bushi patted Chen Wuji on the shoulder. Chen Bushi, you son of a bitch. Chen Wuji jerked his body forward, baring his teeth and cursing. The slap made him gasp, and all the nerves in his body seemed to shrink instantly. Chen Bushi laughed and went to find Chun Mule with his hands behind his back. There were so many torches that the wasteland behind Chen Wuji's house was as bright as day. No sooner had Chen Bushi left than Yuan Jinsher limped over and asked, Brother Wuji, you're not dead, are you? Chen Wuji rolled his eyes weakly. You've been jumping around here alive and kicking. Do you think I'd die? Are you hurt? Of course there were, said Yuan Jinsher. I think I was hit more than a dozen times. They almost cut off my balls, but I was lucky. They killed one of them, and I survived. Hee hee. My uncle always said that a cheap person has a tough life, and it seems to be true. Your uncle is talking nonsense. Chen Wuji cursed. You've only killed one. Brother Wuji, I'm still a child. I should be considered quite good at fighting, right? Yuan Jinsher muttered. Chen Wuji thought he had taken down 4 or 5 people earlier. It looks like he was just injured, not dead. For someone so young to be so decisive and ruthless is truly remarkable. Chapter 92. The woman, the mountain bandits have their eyes. The wilderness is vast, the sky low, the trees sparse. The river is clear, the moon seems close to man. Chen Wuji and Yuan Jinshe, wrapped up like rice dumplings, lay side by side under the porch of the main house. Hua Sanyang knelt to one side, sobbing softly. My wife, it's a blessing that you're not dead. These are just minor injuries, nothing serious. Chen Wuji comforted her. He really wanted to take a break. But unfortunately, he seems to be the focus of everyone's attention now, with people constantly coming and going around him. What do you mean it's nothing? You're in this state and it's nothing? I almost used up a whole bolt of hemp cloth just trying to bandage you too, Hua Sanyang said irritably. Why did you have to work so hard? My wife, I have no choice but to risk my life, Chen Wuji said helplessly. If he doesn't work hard, his whole family will be ruined. How could he not fight desperately? Hua Sanyang realized that there was something wrong with what she said, so she silently shut her mouth and began to sob softly again. Every now and then, a crystal tear would roll down from the corner of her eye, which she would gently cover with her sleeve. Sister, I think my husband needs to rest now. Crying is useless. It's a good thing that he's alive and well, with all his limbs intact. Xin Yue came over with 2 bowls of soup and handed one of them to Yuan Xiaocai, who was serving Yuan Jinshe. Chen Wuji looked at Xin Yue with a blank expression. Why does what she said sound so strange? What do you mean by everything is still here? You brat, do you always say things that don't suit your ears? Hua Sanyang glanced at Xin Yue with annoyance, then took the soup bowl. I'll feed her. The words may be rough, but the meaning is sound. I think my husband is amazing. Extremely amazing. Xin Yue said. Don't encourage him. If you keep egging him on, he'll think he's invincible, Hua Sanyang scolded. Xin Yue said softly, Sister, my husband did this for us. I know, but I don't want him to risk his life to protect me. After finishing the bowl of soup, Chen Wuji finally had some peace and quiet. Led by Chen Bushi, the Chen clan members were outside the courtyard, desperately trying to kill the thieves. Their cries of pain could be heard throughout half the village. Chen Wuji listened to what Chen Bushi had said, and it seemed that Chen Bushi had even summoned several old men from the Yuan family. He wondered what exactly they were up to. Although it was an extremely dangerous night, it was also undoubtedly the night when the Chen family established their authority in Xishan village. Chen Wuji single-handedly made the entire Chen family appear fierce. Bandits were a topic that terrified ordinary people. But the Chen family managed to keep all the thieves who sneaked into the village under the cover of darkness, even with just a dozen or so households. This is momentum. Chen Wuji could foresee that after today, Xishan village would be completely different. The Chen family will no longer be the Chen family that was once looked down upon and arbitrarily suppressed. This family, which harbors countless secrets, seems to have followed in Chen Wuji's footsteps, choosing to reveal its true colors and show its sharp teeth. The door to the next room opened, and the girl who had just been brought into the house, dressed in a brand new dress, walked up to Chen Wuji and knelt down. Chen Wuji's expression suddenly turned rather unpleasant. He recognized at a glance that the girl was wearing the same dress he had bought for Hua Sanyang. Although he disliked it, he felt more helpless than anything else. His wife's overflowing kindness left him speechless. She's incredibly generous in giving away dresses that she herself wouldn't wear. Can you kill someone for me? I'm willing to be your slave, your servant for generations. The woman looked at Chen Wuji quietly, uttering words that were both lewd and inappropriate. On what grounds? Chen Wuji retorted. When asked what his name was, he absolutely refused to tell, only wanting to die. Now you suddenly appear out of nowhere, saying you'll help her kill someone, and I owe you something? That man is very rich, the woman said. Stop, what's your name? Chen Wuji asked. Shui Hongdo. Chen Wuji chuckled. So you're not mute after all. I thought you were. You are a good person, and those 2 sisters are good people too. But if I don't die, I will bring you utter destruction. I can only wish for death. They will definitely come here. Those people are very vicious, and I dare not gamble. Shui Hongdo smiled sadly. I have no choice but to choose between dying alone or taking you all with me. Then why are you willing to talk about this now? Chen Wuji asked in return. Your people are very united and brave. They have a chance to defeat that person, Shui Hongdo said. I don't want you all to risk your lives for mine. I don't care about my life. I just want to tell you all so you can make your choice. Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. Explain yourself clearly. Shui Hongdo looked at Chen Wuji quietly and said calmly, My home is at the foot of Kwei Mountain. There's a group of bandits hiding in the mountains, numbering about 20 or 30. They rarely rob villages, so most people don't know about them. These people mainly make a living by robbing caravans and wealthy households, and they mostly do this in other counties. I heard they have accumulated a lot of money in the mountains. Chen Wuji frowned. Why would you get entangled in a feud with someone like that? My father was one of them, Shui Hongdo said. Although he has left, his every move is still under their surveillance. That leader recently led his men to the northern county. Before he left, he came to my house and said that he would marry my sister and me when he returned. If anything went wrong, he would kill our whole family. My father was terrified, but he had no choice but to let my sister and me take refuge in the mountains. However, the county government was so unscrupulous in order to complete their task. Chen Wuji remained silent for a long time. If you're not going to die, I don't think I can save your life. Shui Hongdo nodded slightly. In that case, please tell my two sisters not to feed or drink me anymore. It will be a little easier to starve to death. After saying that, she prepared to get up and go back to her room. Wait, Chen Wuji shouted. Does your father know about the bandits' hideout? Shui Hongdo shook her head. My father now lives in the village. Just in case, they have heard that they have changed the mountain stronghold twice. But my father knows the surrounding environment of the mountain well, so he should be able to guess. You said that band of bandits has a lot of silver. How much do you mean by a lot? Chen Wuji asked. Tens of thousands of taels of silver, Shui Hongdo said. This is the amount my father knew before he went down the mountain. When will they return from Northland County? I don't know. Shui Hongdo shook her head. Those people go out for several months at a time, or more than a month at the shortest. Nobody knows when they will come back. How are they going to get all that money back? Caravans and security escort agencies. TSK, this guy's brain is really something. How strong are they? My father said they were all deserters from the border army. You're a professional, aren't you? You really found me a good choice. Forget it. You might as well just wait to die. Chapter 93, Who exactly is the thief? Chen Wuji wanted to be a good person, but unfortunately, the price of being a good person was just too high. Even if we could capture a band of deserters from the border army, most of his clansmen would probably be dead. It's a losing proposition that we can't do no matter what. Chen Bushi certainly wouldn't be willing to take that risk. Although your intention to die and not implicate others is commendable, I still suggest you don't seek death lightly. Think it over carefully. Perhaps there are other possibilities, Chen Wuji said. Shui Hongdo nodded gently. I understand that this is very difficult. I only suddenly had this idea after seeing you kill so many thieves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you about it. You should rest well. If you want to sleep, I can keep you company. I was already prepared for this when the county officials took me away. So if the magistrate tries to scare me with this kind of thing, he really can't scare me. Chen Wuji. He hated these smart women. It leaves no room for people to maneuver. Shui Hongdo nodded to Chen Wuji in greeting, then got up and went back to her room. Chen Wuji looked up, staring at the dazzling stars in the night sky with a headache. The stars are beautiful, but his mind is terrible. Brother Wuji, why didn't she run away? If she had run away, wouldn't all these problems have been avoided? Yuan Jinshi asked softly, turning his head to the side. If she escapes, the court will punish her parents, imposing triple taxes and forced labor, and they might even spend their lives in prison, Chen Wuji said quietly. Therefore, death was indeed the best choice for Shui Hongdo. After thinking for a while, Scholar Yuan muttered softly, really difficult. It is very difficult. Chen Bushi walked into the courtyard, sat down next to Chen Wuji, and gave Chen Wuji a serious look. What's wrong? What's with that look? I just heard some bad news. Would you mind if I gave you another one? Chen Wuji said. Judging from the look in this guy's eyes, what he's about to say is definitely not good news. What terrible news did you just hear? Tell me about it first, Chen Bushi asked instead of answering. Chen Wuji gave a wry smile. It's a damn wonderful thing. The county government sent me a woman yesterday as a reward in the name of a servant. This girl was chosen by the bandits of Kwei Mountain. According to what that girl just said, the bandits in this mountain are incredibly rich, with tens of thousands of taels of silver alone. She asked me if I wanted to join them, saying she was willing to be my slave. To be honest, it's only because of me that I'm willing to do this. If it were anyone else, she would have kicked them out long ago. She's a servant sent by the county government, not a wife. and she's already making demands of me. Chen Bushi's eyes suddenly lit up. Kuation, are you talking about Blind Yu's gang? Are they that rich? I don't know about what you're talking about. If there are no other bandits in the mountains, then it might be these people, Chen Wuji said. Chen Bushi rubbed his hands together vigorously, his eyes gleaming with a sly light. We'll talk about this later. Maybe we can actually make it work. You don't need to get involved, just leave it to me. We'll talk about it later, in detail. Chen Wuji was stunned. You're really interested? I've heard these bandits are deserters from the border army. Then it's definitely you, the Blind's gang. That bastard is really good at hiding things. He actually secretly saved up tens of thousands of taels of silver. That old bastard dared to hoard my silver. He deserves to die. Chen Bushi laughed excitedly, and the solemnity on his face instantly disappeared. Chen Wuji. Damn, he seems to be overthinking things. Chen Bushi and Shui Hongdo were surprisingly willing to hit and be hit. Why don't you take that woman away and have a good talk, if you don't mind that some things have already happened? Chen Wuji said weakly. I think you two are really on the same page. One dares to speak, and the other dares to act. I'm not interested in women. Chen Bushi waved his hand. Let's talk about something else. These thieves have spoken, but you would never guess who revealed your identity. People from the county government. Chen Wuji asked. Hey, that brain that's been through the ringer really does work. It guessed pretty accurately, Chen Bushi exclaimed, then added quietly. It's someone from the Zhang family of Imperial Censor Zhang. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yuan Jinshi and said, You little brat, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Forget it. From now on, you'll live at Wuji's house. Just as Yuan Jinshi was about to nod, he heard Chen Bushi's next words and excitedly sat up abruptly. Ignoring the reopening of his wounds, he immediately shouted, Brother Wuji, is it really okay? Shiotsai and I will be your servants. We'll only provide 1 meal a day, just some plain soup and water, as long as we have something to eat. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Bushi. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? As for it, do you think I'm rich? Chen Wuji was dumbfounded. Just as his life was starting to improve, his family started adding mouths to feed like crazy. It was practically trying to kill him. The light in Yuan Jinshi's eyes faded quietly, returning to its dim state. Brother Wuji, third grandfather, I won't say anything to anyone. I didn't hear anything just now. Yuan Jinshi said weakly, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Chen Wuji waved his hand. Come eat at my house later, but you won't be a servant. You'll just eat and drink at my house temporarily and help me with some chores. Really? Scholar Yuan looked up abruptly, his eyes lighting up again. Really? Chen Wuji nodded. This child almost lost his life to save him. How could he be so heartless? He never intended to turn the two scholars, Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Shiotsai, into his servants, but he originally planned to take better care of their food and drink in the future. But when Chen Bushi brought it up, he wasn't so happy. Old Deng actually wants to be the head of his family. Brother Wuji, my brother and I will be members of the Chun family from birth to death. I don't need to be surnamed Yuan. No, since we are servants, I should change my surname. From now on, I will be called Chen Jinshi. Yuan Jinshi said resolutely, his eyes burning with fervor, his gaze as steady as if it were glued shut. Chen Wuji, who was the expert who taught this kid to talk like that? Go away, go lie down over there. Chen Wuji waved his hand. Yes. Yuan Jinshi shouted loudly and dragged his mat to the side. These two boys are clever and sensible, so raise them like half-sons. I know you're not short of money right now, Chen Bushi said with a faint smile. Chen Wuji rolled his eyes. Shut up. How old am I to be raising a son? I'm still a teenager myself. Hurry up and tell me what you got out of me. I know Imperial Censor Zhang, but we have no grudges. Why would he leak my information to the thieves? That doesn't make sense. There's no reason for a high-ranking figure like Imperial Censor Zhang to care about a mere hunter like him. Because these thieves were raised by the Zhang family in the mountains. Chen Bushi's words were sure to shock. Chen Wuji fell silent. These rich people, are they out of their minds? Chapter 94, What do you need to keep alive? The Zhang family raised bandits. Chen Wuji killed more than a dozen of Zhang's lackeys. Even from the most basic perspective, which is that one should consider the owner before beating a dog, this could indeed be considered a grave enmity. Chen Wuji found it hard to believe that a high-ranking censor would condone his henchman's massacre of villages and hamlets. What is he trying to do? Money earned honestly is too clean. One must use power to make a show of things and smear one's wealth with the blood of ordinary people to feel secure. Or is it that the current county magistrate is disobedient and they want to force a change by using the blood of the people? This is a bottomless quagmire. What do you plan to do? Chen Wuji asked. Send them to the county government. What else can we do? We're just killing thieves. We don't even know whose henchmen they are, Chen Bushi said casually. Our Chen family is no match for the Zhang family. We're like eggs hitting a rock. What else can we do but stall for as long as we can? Maybe someone will have a solution. Let's try it out for now. Chen Wuji thought of Qin Zhanhong, that woman who insisted on riding him. Regardless of who the Imperial City Guard is investigating in Yunnan this time, they will definitely be interested in the Zhang family. If nothing unexpected happens, the Emperor's henchmen should also be rewarded. Chen Wuji looked up. It seems there are no survivors tonight. Chen Bushi smiled faintly. No, there were no survivors. The fighting was so chaotic they were all killed. Chen Wuji nodded. The uncles and brothers outside should also know about this, but it's not quite right for just the two of us to know. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Chen Bushi nodded. However, who else do you know? Never mind, I won't ask you who exactly. In short, you need to understand that the Zhang family is a vicious tiger lurking in Nanjun, and you shouldn't easily leak this information unless you have a foolproof plan. Understand? In a few words, the two of them settled on the tone for this matter. Keep quiet, play dumb, and lie low. I'll deal with this first, and we can talk about the rest tomorrow or the day after, Chen Bushi said. Good. When the Chen family was leaving, they carried Chen Wuji and Yuan Jinshe into the main house. Tonight, Chen Wuji will not have the chance to sleep with his father again. He will have to share a bed with the two young men, Yuan Jinshe and Yuan Xiucai. It's not good at all. The two boys were very excited and talked about changing their surname to Chen for most of the night. They didn't care about their own surnames. They only cared about their parents and discussed visiting their graves another day to talk about the matter and ask for their forgiveness. They also knew that this was unfilial. But compared to being unfilial, finding a way to survive was their greatest obsession in their young hearts. They said their parents would definitely agree to their decision. Compared to the unfilial act of changing their surname, they believed that the greatest unfilial act was for their parents not to see them carry on the family line. Chen Wuji listened silently, without interfering in the brothers' late-night conversation. But he never asked the two brothers to change their surname, nor did he ever think of treating them as servants. There are just some things he needs to look at further. As the saying goes, you can tell what a person will be like at 3 years old. Chen Wuji had never seen what the two brothers looked like at 3 years old. So all I can do is look around more. It rained all day the next day. The stench of blood outside the courtyard spread with the rain, making Chen Wuji, who was lying peacefully on the Kong waiting to be served, uncomfortable for a whole day. When I was killing, I relied entirely on my ferocity, as if I automatically filtered out those smells. But now I really can't stand it. The more I smell it, the more uncomfortable I feel. My throat and stomach feel like they're tied in knots, competing to see who can't take it anymore. In the afternoon, Chen Mule and Chen Bushi came over, spoke with Chen Wuji, and took away the corpses that were still piled up outside. In Chen Wuji's eyes, their actions were nothing short of bodhisattva-like. That's so kind. After the body was disposed of, the smell of blood finally faded considerably, and the house felt much more relaxed. Because of these corpses, Hui Sanyang and Shen Yue were so frightened that they didn't dare to go out all day. Chen Wuji lay on the Kong, a heated brick bed, for 3 whole days before he could barely get out of bed. He didn't have many knife wounds, but it still hurt a lot. My muscles and bones ache all over my body. It feels like there's nowhere I can feel comfortable. On the morning of the 4th day, Chen Bushi and Chen Mule drove 2 donkey carts to Chen Wuji's house. Today, they're going to the county government to report their achievements and file a police report. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji also went along. However, this task of gaining public attention was left to Chen Bushi, the newly appointed village head. In his current wretched state, he really had no interest in giving gifts to the county magistrate. After arriving in the county town, Chen Wuji asked Chen Bushi to take him to Sijizhai. In order to recover as soon as possible, he had no choice but to ask Old Man Zhang for help. With 3 more people added to the family, feeding and providing for them will be a very challenging problem. He doesn't have that much time to waste lying on the Kong, heated brick bed. Old Zhang, wake up. Save my life. Chen Wuji walked up the stone steps and nudged Old Zhang, who was sleeping soundly on the soft couch by the door like an immortal. Go away. Get out of here. You're just trying to make fun of this old man again. Old Zhang waved his arm irritably, without opening his eyes. This old man has quite a temper when he wakes up. Little Fish poked his head out from the doorway and said with a grin, "Old man, your long-awaited true disciple has arrived. Stop pretending to be asleep." Old Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, looked up, and saw Chen Wuji. He was immediately overjoyed, but upon closer inspection, his eyebrows, which had just shot up, instantly drooped again. "What happened to you, kid? Come in, and let me take a look at you," Chen Wuji said with a wry smile. "It's a long story. To put it simply, I was killed by bandits, and those guys sneaked into our village." "Move here," Old Zhang said decisively. "Whether you become this apprentice or not is not important for now, but at least there are county government officials and soldiers in the city, which is safer than outside." Chen Wuji felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head with a smile. "I appreciate Elder Zhang's kindness, but it's really inconvenient with my family to take care of. You should take a look at me first." "Fine. Keep your stubbornness to yourself. If you insist, so be it. Anyway, you're not my disciple. Even if you die, it just means I won't hear your name or see you again." Old Zhang pounded his lower back, cursing as he walked around the counter. Chen Wuji chuckled helplessly. "Give me your hand," Old Zhang shouted angrily. Chen Wuji rolled up his sleeves and obediently offered his arm. Old Zhang took Chen Wuji's pulse and then looked at the injuries on Chen Wuji's hands. His expression immediately turned even more grim. "You are a doctor, so why didn't you just kill yourself before coming to me? It would be much simpler to examine your body after you died. I don't need to go through all this trouble. With your skills, if I had waited a few more days, I wouldn't have treated you. I would have just chopped you off, and that would have been the end of it." Chapter 95, Opening the Pot. Faced with the old man's powerful firepower, Chen Wuji could only smile and say, "Old Zhang, I have no choice. The bandits have come twice, and I have no choice but to bite the bullet and go. If I don't go, my family and I will die." He was actually aware of his situation, but he really had no choice. In this life, he also has a family. Old Zhang prescribed a few herbs and tossed them to Xiaoyu, saying, "Crush them. You treat these herbs as the bones of this brat. Crush them as finely as possible." Chen Wuji. "All right." Xiaoyu took the prescription with a grin, then said to Chen Wuji, "Brother Chen, this old man is really capable. Why don't you agree quickly? If you agree, you can have a clinic. It's a great deal." Chen Wuji shook his head. "I understand Elder Zhang's intentions, and I am very grateful, but I have other things to do. You should work even harder." Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. "I'm stupid. I can't learn it. It's been over 3 years, and I still haven't memorized all the names of these medicines, let alone how to treat patients. The old man is too old to wait until I've fully learned them. If I ruin Sijizhai's reputation, I'm afraid he'll keep bothering me after he dies." "You idiot! How dare you say that?" Old Zhang cursed angrily. Little Fish grinned and made a face at Chen Wuji. "Brother Chen, think it over again. This deal is so worthwhile. It's even better than marrying a rich man's wife." Chen Wuji chuckled to himself. This guy was quite interesting. Shouldn't he be rejecting him? These days, a clinic occupying such a strategic location is still very valuable. Even if it doesn't practice medicine, it can be sold for a large sum of money. But he actually encouraged him, wanting him to agree to the matter as well. Chen Wuji did indeed enjoy studying and practicing medicine, but having been reborn, he had many things he wanted to do and many life experiences he wanted to have, and he didn't want to be confined to this small space again in this life. "I can only disappoint Mr. Zhang's favor and good intentions." Old Zhang, grumbling and cursing, prescribed 2 plasters for Chen Wuji and several doses of internal decoction. He confidently told Chen Wuji that it would take 3 days for the scabs to form, and that after 7 days of rest, the person would be lively and energetic again. If you can't do that, never mention again the matter of letting Chen Wuji become your apprentice. From then on, Chen Wuji could even call him old grandson whenever he saw him. Because of Chen Wuji's rejection, the old man's heart was practically covered in thorns. Chen Wuji thanked him sincerely and then stayed with old Zhang in the clinic for a while, calming the old man's agitated mood until he was almost appeased before leaving. He could tell that old Zhang really liked him, but with his eyes fixed on the vast sky, he could only disappoint the old man's good intentions. Although the old man grumbled and cursed, he didn't miss a single thing he was supposed to tell Chen Wuji, and he didn't even ask for payment. Chen Wuji had no idea how much these few doses of medicine would cost, so he had no choice but to give up. "I've decided to bring the old man 2 bottles of good wine another day, so we can have a proper chat." After leaving Sijizhai, Chen Wuji limped very slowly to Master Yang's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was completely different now. A furnace had been set up outside, and several strong men with dark brown skin were busy around it. Master Yang was very efficient. It seemed he had already made arrangements for the apprentices. "Old sheep," Chen Wuji called out as he walked to the door. A moment later, the blacksmith Yang came out, his head covered in sweat. He glanced at Chen Wuji, a hint of concern appearing on his fierce face as he asked, "What happened to you again? Did you get into a fight again?" "You guessed right, we fought another bandit," Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith frowned. "When I went out of the city last time, although things were chaotic outside, the bandits didn't seem to be that bad. How come you're getting into trouble with them every now and then? Could it be that you're deliberately causing them trouble?" Chen Wuji waved his hand. "I would like to, but I really don't have the ability. I killed a few bandits last time, and those people have their eyes on me." The blacksmith's expression hardened slightly. "What you've encountered is probably not a bandit, but a mountain bandit. Bandits are a motley crew. Wherever their leader goes, they'll follow. I've rarely heard of them retaliating. They're more interested in plundering. Who can say for sure?" Chen Wuji shook his head. He now knows the situation very well, but he can't say it. "You must be careful. Being targeted by bandits can be very troublesome," the blacksmith advised. Chen Wuji nodded. "The village has been disturbed twice, so we can't afford to be careless." The blacksmith gave Chen Wuji a deep look. "If you need anything, just send someone to find me. I've picked out a few strong and capable young men from the clan when I return to the village. You've seen them all. They're all excellent fighters. If anything happens, I won't hesitate to ask," Chen Wuji replied with a smile. Whether in ancient China or during the Yu dynasty, the clan has always been a core force. The core of Cao Cao's army back then was his clan. No wonder the blacksmith Yang got things done so quickly. Finding candidates from within the clan is indeed faster and allows for a better understanding of their background. Chen Wuji changed the subject and asked, "How's the iron pot?" "It's finished. Come and take a look," the blacksmith said excitedly, his fierce face instantly radiating a different kind of brilliance. Chen Wuji followed them into the shop and saw several large iron pots standing on the ground. There are 2 mouths of each size. It was slightly different from what Chen Wuji remembered, but basically the same. The blacksmith made only slight changes to his drawings, adding some styles and patterns characteristic of Yu the Great to the 2 handles of the large iron pot, making it even more refined. He picked up a piece, weighed it in his hand, and examined it carefully. "How is it?" the blacksmith asked impatiently. "It's absolutely beautiful. This is it," Chen Wuji exclaimed. "Old Yang, have you ever tried cooking with this? How does it compare to the cauldron?" "I haven't had a chance to try it yet, but it's obviously more convenient than the cauldron," said the blacksmith. Chen Wuji laughed and said, "Then let's give it a try. Next, there's a very important step, seasoning the pot. After that, I'll use this pot to cook a meal for everyone. We'll see which is better and which is worse, and then we'll try it ourselves first." "That makes sense." The blacksmith nodded, then turned and went out the door. "Fiua, go to the East Market and get some meat, and buy some vegetables too." "Understood, uncle." A man leaned halfway out of the doorway and responded in a muffled voice. "The name sounds cute, but the person is anything but cute. He's incredibly strong and imposing." Afterwards, Chen Wuji personally supervised the blacksmith Yang to heat up the pots. After cleaning them, the 2 sat and chatted for a while, and then Fiua, who had gone out to buy groceries, returned. Chapter 96, I don't want to be an official. Because Chen Wuji was not yet very agile, he handed over the task of cooking to Fiua. After looking at the meat and vegetables that Fiua had bought, Chen Wuji chose the relatively simple dompa pork. Having this one substantial dish should be enough for them to learn during this period of time. "Prepare the ingredients first, and be careful with the process," Chen Wuji said to Fiua and the others. "The pork should be a good mix of lean and fat, cut into small cubes. Scallions and ginger are essential, so remember to prepare plenty." Fiua and the others clearly weren't people who often hung around the stove. They were clumsy and awkward at it. After a chaotic scene, the food was finally prepared. Add cold water to the pot, put in the meat, add scallions, ginger, and wine. Blanch for 10 minutes to remove the blood foam, Chen Wuji instructed. Unfortunately, this dish is missing the most crucial element, sugar, so the taste is a bit lacking. Sugar was an extremely scarce resource during the reign of Yu the Great, and its price was ridiculously high. As a tribute to the palace, ordinary people couldn't even dream of owning such a thing. Even those wealthy merchants often couldn't buy what they wanted, no matter how much money they had. Moreover, I heard that the sugar of that era was very coarse, and it was not considered to be high-quality brown sugar. If we could produce white sugar, it would definitely be a big business. Perhaps they could all become imperial merchants and leap into the Dragon Gate. We commoners are not worthy of eating such things, the blacksmith said with a sneer. However, you don't seem like an ordinary hunter. You put wine and sugar in a dish like this. Only kings and nobles would dare to eat like this. I learned all of this from books. Although I'm just a hunter, my third uncle is knowledgeable about astronomy and geography and knows a lot about ancient times. I've learned a lot from him because of that, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Chen Bushi, this scholar, was truly a born scapegoat. Studying is not easy. When you make money, you should try to take the imperial examination. That's the only way to have a future. The blacksmith sighed and glanced at Fuwa and the others. These children don't even know what a book looks like. Our clan hasn't produced a single scholar in decades. We'll see later. I never intended to take the imperial examinations when I was studying. It's good enough for me to know some things myself. Chen Wuji laughed it off, covering up the matter. Fuwa clumsily skimmed the foam off the pot. Uncle Chun, what's the next step? Chen Wuji was taken aback. You're not even 20 years old yet. What did you just shout? We are of equal generation, so it's perfectly acceptable for these young men to call you uncle, said the blacksmith Yang. Chen Wuji remained silent for a long time. Good heavens, his seniority had increased a bit too quickly. Take it out and set it aside. Add oil to the pot. Then stir-fry the meat chunks over high heat. Then add scallions and ginger, wine, soy sauce, and spices, and simmer over low heat, Chen Wuji said. I don't know what the simplified version will taste like, but it shouldn't be too bad. Fuwa clumsily began his formal cooking. The pot made by the blacksmith is perfect. It makes stir-fried dishes very smooth. However, the person cooking this meal looks rather unsettling. Chen Wuji almost couldn't resist kicking Fuwa several times. After enduring a series of ordeals, including being splashed with hot oil and having bits of meat flying everywhere, this dompa pork finally reached the stage of simmering over low heat to reduce the sauce. At this point, the aroma had become very rich and mellow, bubbling out from under the lid of the pot. The Fuwa babes started drooling uncontrollably, and their saliva dripped down their faces. Especially the Fuwa, who were anxiously guarding the pot, didn't dare to open their mouths to speak. If they did, they would either drool uncontrollably or choke on their own saliva. Amidst everyone's eager anticipation, the first dompa pork dish was finally served. Chen Wuji tasted one piece first. It's just a simple home-style recipe, nothing amazing, but it's delicious. Given the standard of the catering industry in Yunnan during the Yu Dynasty, this dish should be able to become a signature dish and definitely make a name for itself. Try it all, Chen Wuji said, making way for Yang the blacksmith and the others. Fuwa pursed her lips tightly, tensing her entire body, and quickly brought the large iron plate to the sheep blacksmith. Uncle, please try it first. Just from the smell, I know it must be delicious. This is meat, of course it's delicious, the sheep blacksmith said irritably, picking up a piece with his fingers and throwing it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up instantly. Delicious, delicious. It's fucking delicious, he shouted repeatedly, then quickly grabbed another piece, threw it into his mouth, savored it carefully, and his face immediately showed the intoxicated state of someone having a cigarette after sex. How the hell did they come up with this idea? As Fuwa and the others watched the sheep blacksmith, their Adam's apples bobbed rapidly, and they all made gurgling sounds as they swallowed. The longing and anticipation were vividly embodied in Chen Wuji's mind at that moment. The ancients didn't just come up with idioms randomly. The phrase, eagerly awaiting, couldn't be more apt. Eat up, eat up. The blacksmith Yang snapped out of his daze, licked his dark fingers, and shouted. Brother Wuji, this dish is meant to be enjoyed on a rainy day, with a couple of cups of wine, slowly savored. To eat it like this is rather extravagant, and it wouldn't be good to sell it on the street. Even a fierce and rough-looking man can have the refined taste for a cup of newly brewed wine, a small red clay stove, and the thought of snow approaching in the evening. Good ingredients will make our pots known to the people of Yunnan more quickly, Chen Wuji said. We would stir-fry a pot of food on the street every morning and evening. If a customer wanted to buy some, we would give him a small bowl. We would sell it to him for 3 or 5 yuan if he had little money, and to him for 1 or 2 bowls if he had more money. If we could set up some tables and chairs nearby, we could even sell drinks as well. I will take care of these things. This matter will be handled by Fuwa. He has already learned most of it after doing it once. If he forgets any step in the future, you can give him some pointers when you have time, the blacksmith Yang said immediately. Brother Wuji, we need to come up with a plan for this. This is a big business, and with the taste of this dish, I'm not worried at all that this kid will lose business. I'll make a decision. For the first month, you can take 20 of the profits. How about that? This stuff is delicious, but the cost is a bit high, so we'll have to do some calculations. 1% is enough, Chen Wuji said. Selling wine and dishes is not my goal. The important thing is the pot. Listen to me first. Let Fua do it for now, with a 20 profit margin. Once we figure out the exact profit margin, we could do the math together. Okay, said the blacksmith Yang. Seemingly afraid that Chen Wuji would refuse, he quickly added, Brother Wuji, by all accounts, this kid should kowtow to you and become your disciple now, and take care of you in your old age and see you off in your final days. This is a great skill. I will pay my respects. I have come to see my uncle off in his final moments. Fua immediately said. Chapter 97, Inviting the Clan to a Feast. Chen Wuji quickly waved his hand. No need to be so exaggerated. Just listen to Brother Yang. 20 it is. Although he knew how much the great Yu dynasty valued skills, that no profession was passed on to outsiders, that teaching disciples involved layers of tests, and that apprentices were almost like sons. But Chen Wuji really didn't adapt to this. He has a wide range of skills. If this continues, he'll probably have a huge line of apprentices. The blacksmith kicked Fua aside and cursed. You clumsy thing, why don't you kneel down? What's the use of just saying bow? You're embarrassing me. I have to wait for my uncle's approval. Fua said, looking aggrieved. The blacksmith was furious. You're so stupid. Your uncle has already taught you the craft. What are you waiting for? You're not taking the initiative to become my apprentice, are you? You're waiting for your master to take the initiative? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Suddenly, the blacksmith Yang rushed out, grabbed Fua, and gave him a good beating. Chen Wuji. The blacksmith's temper certainly matches his appearance. That's really explosive. Chen Wuji quickly dissuaded him, but the matter of becoming a disciple ended there. The blacksmith Yang only scolded Fua, but didn't say anything more to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji lingered in the blacksmith shop for a while longer, chatting with the blacksmith about what happened next. The main plan was to have Fua, the mascots of the 2008 Beijing Olympics, go out on the streets to gain fame, while the sheep blacksmith would focus on clearing out his inventory. Once iron walks are on sale, it's absolutely not possible to make them to order. You must always have some stock. Having settled these matters, Chen Wuji took 2 pots, one large and one small, and limped off to the East Market. The meeting place he had arranged with Chen Bushi and Chen Mule was at the entrance of the East Market. Chen Bushi and his companion must have arrived quite some time ago. One of them was sleeping on the donkey cart, and the other was sleeping under it. They were both fast asleep, and their loud snores could be heard from a great distance. Chen Wuji stood to the side, expressing his admiration. In such a chaotic place, I really don't know if these two are just incredibly skilled and daring, or if they're just incredibly skilled and daring. Get up. Chen Wuji kicked the donkey cart. I'm awake. What are you shouting for? Chen Bushi propped his head up with his hands and opened his eyes. Chen Wuji peered under the donkey cart and asked, Is the person underneath asleep? He's awake too, Chen Luozi said, stretching his back. Chen Wuji. That level of vigilance is typical of a thief. He could clearly hear the snoring from a great distance, and he actually woke up as soon as he got closer. How is it? Chen Wuji asked. You're going to be an official. Chen Bushi sat up from the donkey cart. The county magistrate has sent your beheading count and detailed documents to the prefecture. The prefectural government will make arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be a county clerk or a low-ranking 9th grade inspector. But at the very least, it's a job that pays a salary from the imperial court. I've already told the magistrate what you meant, and he was quite straightforward. He said that if you're not willing to serve the court, he can reward you with more land. The choice is entirely up to you. After a brief pause, Chen Bushi said with a serious tone, But if you have no other concerns, I suggest you accept this job. You are a clerk in one of the 6 departments of the county government, and you can be promoted to a minor official. There are also opportunities for promotion based on military merits. For someone without official rank, this is a path to advancement. Chen Wuji pondered for a moment, then nodded. I'll think about it carefully. Chen Bushi took out a money bag and handed it over. 20 taels for Zhou Buping's head. He was a bandit leader, so his head is worth much more than other bandits' heads, but you got another layer scraped off, didn't you? Chen Wuji asked with a smile. As expected, isn't it? Chen Bushi sneered. If I remember correctly, the law of you the great states 50 taels. But it's already good enough that they can give us some. We can't argue about this any further. Take the head of the man, surnamed Zhang, and go to the county government to exchange it for a reward. Don't say another word about this. Chen Wuji naturally understood. 20 taels is indeed quite good. If the magistrate knew that these bandits were raised by the Zhang family in the mountains, he would probably not only not give them any reward, but would also tie them up and send them to the gate of the Zhang family's mansion to beg for forgiveness. Even if they are secretly at odds, the magistrate will still put on this show. It's good enough that you have it. Would you two uncles please take me to the East Market? Chen Wuji joked with a smile. I'd like to treat the clan to a feast tonight, so I need to prepare some wine and meat. There's no need for that. Our clan's affairs aren't settled over a meal or a drink, Chen Wuji said, waving his hand. It's necessary. Let's hurry up and go. Why are you taking so long? Chen Wuji climbed onto the donkey cart with some caution. In order to make his wounds heal as soon as possible, he was now behaving as cautiously as an old man in his 70s or 80s. Chen Wuji laughed and said, Some people have just made money. Why are you so stingy, third brother? Come on, I'll buy some wine. Wuji, you can prepare the meat. The setting sun dips into the cold ripples of the mountain as a shepherd boy returns home, riding on the back of an ox. Under the rosy glow of the setting sun, tinged with the scent of rain, smoke rose from Chen Wuji's courtyard, mingling with the aroma of food and the cheerful laughter of people. Yuan Jinshe, carrying a handful of bamboo sticks, limped into the courtyard and told everyone he met that he was now called Chen Jinshe, that he had changed his name and taken the surname of his master. After 3 days of recuperation, his condition was much better than Chen Wuji's. Although she was still bound with strips of cloth, her movements were no longer significantly impaired. Scholar Yuan greeted everyone along the way and handed the shaved bamboo strips to Chen Kun. His and Yuan Xiaocai's task tonight is to cut bamboo skewers for meat. Yuan Jinshe, you brat, get your seniority straight. If you demote me again, I'll beat you to death. Chen Wuji shouted after sitting under the eaves for a while. This brat calls him Brother Wuji, but calls Chen Kun and the others uncle, and even elevates Chen Wuji and the others to the level of grandfather. So what is he? If he shouts like that, wouldn't he also become Chen Wuji's grandson? Yuan Jinshe scratched his head. Brother Wuji, I don't think I called him the wrong person. Third grandfather. I used to call him Third Grandfather Chen. Think about it carefully, Chen Wuji shouted. He's such a smart kid. How come he can't figure out such a small thing? The people around him all spoke up, laughing and telling Chen Wuji not to bother with the child. Chen Wuji rolled his eyes, thinking that he couldn't see through the perverse sense of humor of these scoundrels. She still wanted to take advantage of him. Yuan Jinshe scratched his head and left, still a little confused. Shui Hongdo, from now on you can turn the fire down a bit, Chen Wuji said, turning his head. Shui Hongdo remained like an outsider, sitting quietly with her eyes fixed on the flames under the earthen stove, occasionally adding a piece of firewood. She didn't answer, but just turned her head to look at Chen Wuji and nodded. Third uncle, keep it down. You're making so much dust. Don't blame me if we end up eating dirt. Chen Wuji shouted, looking at the dust billowing out of the kitchen doorway. I know, you still have a lot of trivial matters to deal with. Chen Wuji's voice came from the kitchen. Chen Wuji chuckled, quite satisfied with his current state. He's the one in charge of the drinking tonight. Command everyone. He directed Hua, Sanyang, and Shen Yue to make dompa pork and directed Shui Hongdo to be a sizzling pot girl. He directed Chen Kun and Chen Wuwei to grill barbecue, and also directed Chen Wuji and others to tear down his old stove and rebuild it according to his ideas. Everything was perfectly harmonious. Those in the yard who needed to cook were cooking, and those in the kitchen who needed to work were working. Chapter 98 Threat. Just as dinner was ready, the craftsmen in the kitchen also finished their big project. Since there were no extra tables and chairs at home, the entire Chen family, young and old, mobilized and brought all their own to the courtyard to set up a feast of varying lengths and types of tables and chairs. The main dishes were dompa pork and grilled meat on bamboo skewers, served with thick millet porridge. The meal was a pleasant one for both hosts and guests, and everyone in the clan, young and old, was very happy. Whether it's dompa pork or grilled meat on bamboo skewers, they are both very surprising foods to them. Of course, the most important thing is that it's really delicious. Unfortunately, due to the limited capacity of the pot, only 2 batches of dompa pork were made, and everyone was not very satisfied with the meal, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. But dompa pork needs time to simmer, and there's simply no time to cook it again. Chen Wuji expressed his deepest apologies and could only tell everyone to eat more barbecue. This almost killed Chen Kun and Chen Wuwei. The clansmen didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Wuji, so naturally they wouldn't stand on ceremony with these two lads either, and they kept urging them to eat as they ate. While they were eating, they also set their sights on the cooking utensils that Chen Wuji had brought with him that day. The convenience of the pot, even on its very first appearance, immediately captivated the hearts of the clan members. Chen Wuji frankly told everyone that this was something made by Yang the blacksmith, and that he had also contributed to it. He said that when the goods were shipped out later, everyone would be given priority. The drinking session lasted until midnight. The entire clan consisted of 19 households, totaling nearly 100 people, and the meat Chen Wuji bought was almost completely consumed, just enough for their needs. But it wasn't until after they left that Chen Wuji noticed a pile of sacks in the kitchen that he had just cleaned up. Some sacks contained rice, some contained noodles, and others contained cured meat and vegetables. Chen Wuji stared at it for a long time, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. He promised to treat us to drinks. But the tribespeople didn't seem willing to let him handle everything alone. In this large family where human relationships are not close, Chen Wuji felt the depth of kinship. Some things are simply not meant to be shown to outsiders. Wife, let's gather these things together and put them away, Chen Wuji said as he came out of the kitchen. Huasan Yang and the others were tidying up the courtyard by the light of the fire. What are you gathering? Huasan Yang dusted herself off and came over to ask. Chen Wuji pointed to the things on the kitchen floor, things brought by the clansmen. Huh, what did they let them in? I didn't notice at all. Huasan Yang asked in surprise after taking a look. Who knows? I didn't notice either, Chen Wuji said with a chuckle. Huasan Yang opened the bag and looked inside. Suddenly, she sighed for no apparent reason. It turns out that there are different things between different families. I'll pack up, you go and rest. I barely moved tonight, I'm not tired. Chen Wuji glanced at Shui Hongdo, who was washing a pot in the courtyard, and asked in a low voice, Did she eat dinner? I ate, Huasan Yang said with a smile. After Uncle Sin talked to her that day, she took the initiative to talk to me and even help me with the work. She's actually a good girl, but she carries too much on her mind. Chen Wuji was unaware of these matters. For the past 3 days, he had been lying on the Kong, a heated brick bed, living a life of complete ease, with everything done for him. Huasan Yang didn't say anything extra, and he didn't ask any questions. Wife, don't think too highly of her too soon. It's better to be cautious for now, Chen Wuji reminded her. As long as she doesn't try to kill herself, you can give her any chores to do. Even setting aside the troubles surrounding Shui Hongdo and her background, the fact that Shui Hongdo is not yet familiar with anyone in her family makes it unwise to open up to her for the time being. Let's wait and see for a few more days before making a decision. Huasan Yang responded softly, then suddenly chuckled and said, Yue said the same thing, and it scared the girl. What did she do? Chen Wuji asked. I told Hongdo her story, especially the part about how she killed that family. I went into so much detail that the girl turned pale all day. Didn't you see that she avoids Yue now? Huasan Yang said, shaking her head. Chen Wuji chuckled. Huasan Yang said softly, Wuji, actually I have a good eye for people, and I believe she is a good girl. Yes, my wife not only has a good eye for people, but she also has an even better eye for choosing a husband. It would be even better if she listened to me when we went to bed at night. Chen Wuji whispered in Huasan Yang's ear. Huasan Yang paused for a moment, then blushed furiously. You naughty thing, trying to do something reckless again? Your injuries have healed, haven't they? Hee, it won't affect anything. Chen Wuji said with a mischievous grin. I won't allow you to do anything reckless. Huasan Yang blushed and went into the kitchen, pushing Chen Wuji out gently and softly shutting him out. Chen Wuji chuckled, his mood instantly brightening. Will you still be in charge then? Just cover yourself with the blanket later, and things will fall into place naturally. But he soon lost his sense of joy. The scholar Yuan and the scholar Yuan returned home, but instead of sharing a bed with him, he became a lonely man. Huasan Yang and Xin Yue have already gone next door to sleep with Shui Hongdo. Chen Wuji, shameless as ever, rushed next door to strongly condemn this unjust and heartless behavior, but was forcefully blocked by Huasan Yang, who blushed and used the excuse that he needed to recuperate. Chen Wuji's request for a large quilt to sleep with was denied, so he could only obediently stay alone on the Kong, heated brick bed. That feeling was truly terribly empty. Not only can't I do anything enjoyable, but I don't even have a single item in my possession. Young people have many anxieties, and beauty is definitely a huge hurdle. Although Chen Wuji's body housed a shrewd and experienced soul, he still considered himself very young. Men are forever 18. Zhang Mingyuan gently poked at the flickering oil lamp with a golden needle, causing his face to light up and dim as well. This made the middle-aged man sitting opposite him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his hair standing on end and fine beads of sweat even seeping from his nostrils. Master, this Shishan village is definitely not normal. It might be a bandit's den. Ordinary people could never have such fighting power. Zhou Buping is the most ruthless person I have selected over the years. He cannot be easily handed over to a group of villagers, he said through gritted teeth. Zhang Mingyuan paused. You mean one gang of bandits sent another gang of bandits to the county government to collect a reward? The man's expression froze, and fine beads of sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. This doesn't seem impossible. Perhaps they're deliberately trying to confuse the public and pass off the real thing as the real one. Zhang Mingyuan raised an eyebrow sharply. I think you look like a pig. Yes, I am indeed as stupid as a pig, the man quickly agreed. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly laughed. Don't be so nervous. It's just a few bandits who died. I don't mean to blame you. Look how scared you are. The man chuckled awkwardly, his lips stiff as if they were made of old tree bark. I heard that our magistrate's wife is about to celebrate her birthday, right? Tomorrow. Carefully select 1 or 2 gifts to send to her. Make sure it's a grand occasion so he understands my feelings. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly veered to another matter. Yes. The man nodded emphatically. Regardless of whether tomorrow is the magistrate's wife's birthday or not, it will certainly be her death anniversary. Chapter 99, Entering the Mountains. Chen Wuji, who got up early in the morning, looked as if he had encountered some terrible trouble. This terrified Huasan Yang, who immediately asked Chen Wuji if his injuries had worsened. Chen Wuji could only tell her in a low voice that the Kong was too big, and it was uncomfortable for him to sleep alone. It felt like his wounds were getting worse, and he was also in a bad mood. After she finished speaking, Huasan Yang's concern turned into a roll of her eyes. My wife, you can't be so heartless. Chen Wuji cried out. Huasan Yang blushed slightly and said reproachfully, even in this state, you still dare to think about those things. Are those things really that good? Once your injuries heal, I'll do whatever you want, but for now, you better shut up. When I wasn't injured, my wife, you didn't seem to follow my every whim. Chen Wuji said, swear it. If you swear you really follow my every whim, I will definitely do as you say. It's normal, not including all the nonsense you're thinking. Huasan Yang, who was wiping Chen Wuji's face, suddenly increased the pressure, and her face became even more radiant than the rain-kissed sunset of the previous night. Chen Wuji said in a serious tone, Wife, that's normal. What's abnormal about it? It's perfectly normal, you just don't know it. Because you don't know, you haven't tried it, that's why you think those things are abnormal, like they're very vulgar. But those things are part of the fun of it all. You might not believe me, but you'll see once you try it. Then you can tell me what I think. I won't try, stop talking now. Huasan Yang shook her head like a rattle drum, hurriedly wiped Chen Wuji's face twice, and fled in panic. She was too ashamed to listen any longer. Just thinking about those things made her heart pound so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. I have no idea where this brat learned all these weird poses. He hasn't traveled much in his life, and no one has taught him these things. Although Chan Bushi doesn't seem like a good person, he certainly wouldn't teach him these things. That's really strange. Chen Wuji found Xin Yue with a regretful expression and told her about the matter again. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and in order to get something to eat, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Xin Yue's reaction was completely opposite to Huasan Yang's. She said with some melancholy, Husband, I have no problem with myself, but my sister warned me very seriously yesterday that I cannot do those things with you in secret. Your injuries are very serious. If you accidentally break them open, it will be even more difficult to recover. My husband, please be patient. After a while, I will serve you properly again. As for those things you're thinking about, if my sister is unwilling, I can help you. I can help you in front of my sister. Chen Wuji was completely heartbroken. It seems like some people are the real heads of this household. His words no longer carry any weight. After the negotiations failed, he led the 2 scholars, Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Xiucai, into the mountains after they arrived home. In his current state, he definitely can't go hunting. Even walking briskly is difficult, let alone chasing wild animals in the mountains. Don't even think about it. But he was preoccupied with his own trap. It had been quite a few days since he'd been into the mountains, and he didn't know if there were any left. Even just a scrap of meat would be good. But more importantly, Chen Wuji wanted to repair the trap. Having not visited for so many days, I reckon most of the traps he set up have probably been destroyed. The journey that usually took him only half an hour took him a full hour and a half, almost 3 hours, and he was exhausted. The two brothers, Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Xiaocai, helped Chen Wuji sit down by the largest pool of water. This pool of water gave Chen Wuji his first taste of mountain delicacies after his journey through time. This is also the place where Chen Wuji recently caused Qin Zhanhong to lose her blood. Having been away for a few days, Chen Wuji glanced around and immediately spotted some incredibly delicious giant salamanders and eels, both quite large. "Quick, get in the water," Chen Wuji said hastily. "Remember, when catching eels, use 2 fingers like this, quick and steady, with eyes and hands in perfect unison." Without saying a word, Yuan Jinshi plunged inside. Although this is where Qin Zhanhong's blood fell, so many days have passed that the pool must have purified itself long ago, so it's safe to drink from it. If you see such a plump giant salamander and don't get tempted, you'll be struck by lightning. Scholar Yuan was a step behind, but he was unwilling to fall behind his elder brother. As soon as we entered the pond, we headed straight for a fast-swimming eel. He strictly followed the methods taught by Chen Wuji, but, unfortunately, it was impossible to catch it. After all that effort, I was exhausted, and I didn't catch a single fish. This almost drove the two brothers to despair. But no one complained. Their eyes were wide open as they searched the pond for any signs of prey. Chen Wuji was extremely anxious, but seeing their expressions, he remained silent. They were really serious. But catching fish with bare hands really requires some skill. After struggling for a while, without success, Chen Wuji said, "Jinshi, come out. It seems we're not destined to eat fish today. Stop struggling. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet." "I'm fine, Brother Wuji. My injuries are almost healed." "Oh, there's one," he cried out, plunging his hands into the water. This time, he succeeded. He held a giant salamander, weighing about 6 or 7 pounds, firmly in the water, then carefully pulled it ashore. "Brother Wuji, I got it. I caught it." "Not bad. We can have an extra meal now," Chen Wuji said with a smile. The Scholar Yuan's success put a lot of pressure on the Scholar Yuan. His eyes widened even more, and his right hand was raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the prey that appeared at the bottom of the water at any time. However, his luck and comprehension were slightly inferior to those of the Scholar Yuan. After much effort, it finally earned the name of the Air Force. On the contrary, after catching the giant salamander, Yuan Jinshi seemed to have found the knack for catching fish all at once, and in no time, he caught 3 eels and a small giant salamander. Chen Wuji pulled some weeds and wove them into a rope, then strung the fish that Yuan Jinshi had obtained together. "All right, that's enough. These few are enough for us to have a meal today. Let's go check the traps," Chen Wuji said. Scholar Yuan pleaded urgently. "Brother Wuji, give me a little more time. I'm sure I can catch it. Just 1 incense sticks time. I don't want to be a useless piece of trash." "Who says you're useless if you can't catch fish?" "It's okay. Just because you're not good at these things doesn't mean you're useless," Chen Wuji said. His competitive spirit was incredibly high for his young age. "Brother Wuji, let me try again, just for a little while," Yuan Xiaocai pleaded. "Look how anxious the child is trying to catch a fish. Then you can take your time catching them, and I'll take your brother to restore the traps," Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Chapter 100, Acquiring a Bear Cub. Yuan Xiaocai gave up on catching fish, climbed out of the pond soaking wet, and helped Chen Wuji up. "Brother Wuji, I think I'll stop now. What if you encounter a big wild animal while I'm catching fish here alone? Stop talking such discouraging things. If we had run into them today, all 3 of us would have been doomed. None of us would have escaped," Chen Wuji said. Yuan Xiaocai chuckled and quickly spat twice. No, definitely not. We'll meet again when Brother Wuji's injuries have healed. We definitely won't meet now. You two just need to keep your eyes open. Let's go," Chen Wuji said, waving his hand. Whether they're from the mountains or the villages, people are very particular about what they say. However, Chen Wuji is now quite familiar with this area, and there are almost no truly large ferocious beasts. The largest he has encountered so far is a wild boar. But once you get to the platform at the top of the mountain, it's a different story. There, you'll find not just encounters, but hordes of ferocious beasts. If they happen to meet today, then they're truly very lucky. The three of them slowly walked around the foot of the mountain and began to climb upwards. The injuries on his body were a considerable burden for Chen Wuji, forcing him to stop and rest every short distance. When walking on flat ground, it's not actually that obvious. But when climbing upwards, the strain on his entire body made his injuries particularly noticeable. After much effort, Chen Wuji and his two companions finally found the first trap. Looking around, Chen Wuji's blood pressure instantly spiked. There was prey, but all that was left was a pile of hair and bones. And judging by its fur, it's a badger. At least 2 tails of silver, gone just like that. The trap was completely ruined. The wooden sticks and ropes had all disappeared, leaving only the stone slabs behind. Chen Wuji tidied up the surrounding environment and had Yuan Jinshe and Yuan Xiaocai find materials nearby to rearrange the trap. Upon seeing this trap, Chen Wuji had basically given up hope for the others. After so many days, even if there were prey, it would probably only leave him some bones or hair to stimulate his heart. Sure enough, the same thing happened in the next few places without exception. Chen Wuji was so heartbroken that even his ribs ached. At least 7 or 8 tails of silver just flew away like that. Brother Wuji, there's a campfire here. It looks like someone used to live here. Yuan Jinshe suddenly called out from afar. Chen Wuji went over upon hearing the sound. Beneath a huge, protruding rock, there remained a fire and many scattered, gnawed bones. The footprints on the ground were messy, suggesting there were quite a few people. Damn it, could it be some bastard who's been eyeing my trap and is just sitting here waiting for me to come to them? Chen Wuji cursed. However, these footprints on the ground must have been there for several days. They were very faint, and there were no new footprints. That doesn't make much sense. Brother Wuji, here's another hide. Yuan Xiaocai suddenly pulled a wild boar hide out of the bushes. Chen Wuji stared at the leather for a moment, his doubts growing. Who exactly are these people? People have 2 completely different choices when it comes to processing wild boar hides. Most people would burn off the wild boar bristles or singe them off, and they would eat the skin instead of peeling it off. But another group of people are exactly the opposite. They believe that eating wild boar skin is a real waste. It's more economical to peel them and use them to make shoes or raincoats than to eat them. The former seems to value the food in the fields more and will not waste any edible food. The latter mostly have experience living in the mountains. But Chen Wuji couldn't quite understand what these people were doing. They ate a pig on a mountain, and surprisingly, they even went to the trouble of skinning it. They not only peeled it, but they didn't even take it with them. Peeling may simply be a habit they have. In other words, they normally collect hides. But this time, perhaps due to time constraints or an inability to take it with them, the hide was left behind here. They certainly weren't hunters, nor were they after his dens. Perhaps they were just travelers passing by, or refugees. Having figured this out, Chen Wuji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that all his hard work and effort would be for nothing, and that he would be doing all the work for someone else. Put away, Chen Wuji said. Oh, Scholar Yuan rolled up the wild boar hide, tied it with rope, and carried it on his back. Just as the group was about to leave, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Brother Wuji, it looks like we have prey, Yuan Jinshe said excitedly, his eyes fixed on the knife on Chen Wuji's body. Here you go, but be careful, this knife is very sharp. Chen Wuji saw through his little scheme at a glance and handed him the knife. Yuan Jinshe chuckled and took the knife from his hand. Brother Wuji, I'll go take a look. Be careful, take a look around first, and if things look bad, run. Chen Wuji warned. Understood, Brother Wuji. The commotion in the bushes didn't seem to be significant, and it didn't appear to be any large animal. But if it's a python or something, it could be very difficult to deal with. Yuan Jinshe carefully reached out with the knife in his right hand. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaocai quickly helped Chen Wuji stand a little further away, ready to run away at any time. A short while later, Scholar Yuan came running over excitedly. Brother Wuji, look, a dog and a wild boar. It's really strange. As soon as I went into that forest, I saw these 2 little things fighting and biting each other all over the place. When Chen Wuji saw the small object in his hand, his expression immediately became tense. Quickly throw away that little thing in your left hand. Let's get going. Chen Wuji said hastily. You didn't recognize either of the 2 prey. Your eyesight is quite good. The one on the left is a wolf, and the one on the right isn't a wild boar, it's a bear. Huh. Scholar Yuan was startled. So this is what wolves and bear cubs look like. Get rid of it quickly. Wolves hold grudges. Taking its cubs will cause trouble for the whole village, Chen Wuji said seriously. We can take the bear cubs, but where there are bear cubs, there are usually adult bears. The mother bear might be nearby. Let's go quickly. It's quite surprising to see scenes that you'd only see in children's comics in this place. But this surprise was accompanied by great danger, and Chen Wuji dared not be careless in the slightest. Bears are no pushovers. The general impression this thing gives people is that it is fat and lazy. But in reality, this is just its deceptive appearance. This creature has a running speed comparable to that of a wild boar, and its attack power is unparalleled. It belongs to the top level in nature. An adult brown bear can exert a force of up to a ton with a single slap. What does this mean? If a normal human were to get hit by this, they would probably either die instantly or be left with a disability. Yuan Jinshi quickly threw away the wolf cub in his left hand, ran over, picked up Chen Wuji, and ran away. Put me down. With your skinny frame, how many steps can you run? Chen Wuji said. They finally ate a few full meals, but the two brothers still had hardly any flesh on their bodies. They were so thin they could be used as skeleton specimens. Their complexion was just much better than before. Brother Wuji, don't let my thin appearance fool you. I have pretty good stamina. I don't feel tired at all, Yuan Jinshi said, panting heavily as he strode through the dense forest. Yuan Xiaocai took the knife and followed behind, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Chapter 101 I Don't Care. Chen Wuji and his two companions were all weak and feeble. After much effort, they finally made it down the mountain safely. Everyone came down safely, but Yuan Jinshi was exhausted. Chen Wuji repeatedly reminded him not to be reckless, and that he could leave on his own. But this child is incredibly stubborn, and nothing I do will work. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the boy was so tired that his face was flushed red, and his hair was almost soaked with sweat. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. Chen Wuji was about to teach this kid a lesson when he saw him grinning and saying, Brother Wuji, I'm really good. Although I look a bit thin, I'm really strong. Chen Wuji snorted, Fine, you've got energy, but you're as tired as a grandson. But I did it. Yuan Jinshi chuckled foolishly and muttered weakly. Chen Wuji shook his head. He could actually sense what the two boys were thinking when they acted in front of him. They were almost obsessed, determined to prove to him that they could do many things and were no less capable than adults. You don't need to work so hard in the future. If I disliked you, I wouldn't have agreed to let you come to my home in the first place. Now that you're here, be down to earth, do what you can, and don't force yourself to do what you can't, Chen Wuji said. Scholar Yuan scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and said softly, I wasn't trying to be brave. Chen Wuji, that's really stubborn. After Yuan Jinshi had rest enough, the three of them got up and returned to the village. It was still early, so Chen Wuji, along with the Yuan brothers, built a simple den for the brown bear cubs. There are simply too few pet enclosures at home. The only one is now the territory of the flying squirrels. Chen Wuji couldn't bear to put a flying squirrel that could produce 5 spirit essence together with a brown bear cub that was very good at destroying houses. The best solution is to make one on the spot. Chen Wuji directed the Yuan brothers to build the wall and took the time to deal with the giant salamander. If this fish isn't prepared properly, my wife will definitely refuse to eat it. While the group was busy, Chun Kun's biological father, Chun Li, suddenly walked in carrying several fish. Wuji busy? Shen Li smilat sumawet au quarterly. 11th uncle, please have a seat. Chen Wuji washed his hands in the stone trough, first gesturing for Chun Li to sit down, before asking, What brings you to my house today, sir? That kid Chen Kun caught a few fish in the river this afternoon. I brought them over for you to try, Chun Li said with a smile. Also, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Is it a convenient time for you? What's inconvenient about this, Uncle 11? Just say what's on your mind. We're all family. No need to be so formal, Chen Wuji said. Chun Li waved his hand. This is not to be formal. Personal matters and clan matters should be discussed separately. Although we are family, when it comes to business, we should still stick to business principles. Scholar, go and brew some tea for Uncle 11, Chen Wuji said. Okay. Scholar Yuan entered the courtyard like a gust of wind. Well, I just wanted to ask you what you plan to do with the 10 acres of land that the county government allocated to us, Chun Li asked. As you know, our family has been a tenant farmer of Yuan Jintang for many years, cultivating his land. But because that Yuan guy became more and more greedy, we eventually had to give up this business. Recently, there's been a disaster in the county, and Chen Kun's business in the city has become difficult to maintain. I've been thinking about it, and if we don't farm some land, our family might not have a good life next year. Chen Wuji understood what he meant, but still asked, "Does Uncle 11 mean you want to cultivate those 10 acres of land?" "Yes, I do have that idea," Chen Li said. "Sure," Chen Wuji readily agreed. "Really? That's great." A relaxed smile appeared on Chen Li's face, and he slowly relaxed from his tense state. "Wuji, although we are family, there are some things that need to be said beforehand. Tell me how this land is rented. As long as it's even slightly lower than that greedy Yuan Jintong's, I'll plant this land." Chen Wuji chuckled. "If it's only slightly lower than Yuan Jintong's, wouldn't that still be greedy? 11th uncle, you can cultivate this land and give me 10 or 20 of the harvest so that I can make a small profit after paying the land tax." The main method of renting land in Yunnan area is by dividing the land among tenants. This means that the landlord and the tenant farmer share the risks and divide the harvest proportionally. The common distribution method is either 4/6 or 3/7 from the bottom. That is, the landlord takes 60 to 70 of the harvest, while the tenant farmer only gets 30 to 40. Yuan Jintong's previous profit-sharing arrangement with Chun Li's family was 80 out of 20 in good years and a fixed rent in bad years. In other words, when the harvest was good, he would take 80 of the grain, while when the harvest was bad, it would become a fixed rent, and Chen Li's family would have to give Yuan Jintang a fixed amount of grain or money. Because when the contract was signed back then, that old bastard Yuan Jintang had considered this point long ago and clearly wrote down the rent payment method in a flexible way. Even if Chen Li's family works hard all year round and even has to pay out of pocket, they can only grit their teeth and accept it. No, no. Chen Li waved his hands repeatedly. If it's only 1 or 2 tenths, you might not even be able to raise enough land tax during famine. Wuji, you're a kind-hearted person, but you can't take care of us like this. If you lose out then, our 2 families will start to have a rift. You should at least get half. To be honest, I'm saying this shamelessly to take advantage of you. 11th uncle, how about this? 30%? You don't need to argue with me anymore, Chen Wuji said. No, if you do that, I won't rent it, Chen Li said immediately. Chen Wuji waved his hand to interrupt Chen Li. 11th uncle, let me finish speaking. The land is divided into 3 parts and 7 parts, but if you and Chen Kun have some free time during the off-season, you can help me cut down some trees on my hillside. What's the big deal? It's only natural for us to rent your land and work for you. This doesn't count, Chen Li said. Chen Wuji interrupted Chen Li, saying, "This is not a matter of course for me. Uncle 11, it's not just you. Even if I rented that land to other people in the village, it would be the same way. Maybe it would be a little more than 10, but it would definitely not be half of what you said. The Chen family, who are indifferent to family ties, are still a bit too friendly. The first time I saw this, I felt the host family was asking for too little, and they absolutely refused to agree. You rascal, Shen Li Siga, don't make up so many excuses. I know you're doing this to take care of our family. Fine, we'll do it your way. What should we plant this year? It's already a bit late to plant autumn crops now. If we hurry, we can barely keep up. You decide on the crops, and Chen Kun and I will take the time to plow the land these next few days." "I don't care," Chen Wuji said bluntly and directly. "I want whatever you plant. I'm not a farmer, so I won't interfere. I definitely don't understand as well as you, Uncle 11. You decide." Chapter 102, A Person Must Have a Conscience. Chen Li arrived looking anxious and left looking melancholy. The conditions Chen Wuji offered were far too lenient, so lenient that they made him extremely uneasy. He suffered a lifetime of hardship and witnessed the darkness of human nature. This made him realize a profound truth. When people are poor, it is difficult for them to see any beauty. When even the words of his bedmate become sharp and sarcastic, he loses all hope for the outside world. This idea persisted for most of Chen Li's life, and it was this idea that made him stubbornly struggle in the mire of life, like a hard-working tortoise. But today, Chen Wuji suddenly showed him an immense act of kindness. Even if this is someone from the same clan, a descendant of a great-grandfather, it still left him feeling somewhat lost. He believed in Chen Wuji's character and that everything Chen Wuji had just said was true. But I just can't adapt to it, and I can't accept it with a clear conscience. Back home, he called Chen Kun over. The father and son sat under the peach tree outside the yard, which was already laden with pink peaches. This is their usual spot when they, father and son, discuss important family matters. After Chen Kun became sensible, every important family decision was made here. When Chen Kun was just old enough to understand things, he would just listen to his father talk and, incidentally, hear his father's complaints about his mother. Now, he finally has the right to offer some suggestions. Father, what did my brother Wuji say? Before Chenli could speak, Chen Kun couldn't help but ask first. He agreed. Chenli first laid out the tone before going into details, but he was only willing to take 30, and he also asked that we go up the mountain to cut down trees whenever we had time. Brother Wuji, are the conditions so lenient? They're already so good. Why are you still looking so gloomy, father? Chen Kun picked up a peach that had fallen from the tree, rubbed it casually with his hands, and took a bite. Chenli glanced at it and said, if you want to eat something bad, eat this good stuff. At least it can be sold for some money. This stuff won't fill you up. What's the point of satisfying your craving? In impoverished families, even a single peach from their own tree is measured in money. It's bad. There are wormholes in it. Chen Kun picked up a peach and showed it to Chenli to prove it, then muttered, Dad, my eyesight is still pretty good. If it were good, I wouldn't want to eat it. Chenli then stopped talking. His eyelids, wrinkled with age, drooped weakly as he sighed and said, but the conditions he offered were too lenient. We used to only get 20 of the rent from the land, and we still had to pay rent during famine years. I know most of the other tenants in the area. Normally, they get 30 to 70, but some of the more benevolent landlords get 40 to 60. We're in a really mess now, getting a 30-70th split, taking too much of the benefits, which makes me uneasy. Wuji doesn't want it, but I think we should take the initiative. You haven't been doing too well in the county lately. Why don't you take a break for a while and go help out at your brother Wuji's house? Chen Kun chuckled. Dad, you were so decisive when you were killing people. Why are you hesitating now? We'll just do whatever Brother Wuji says. Don't worry, there's definitely nothing else going on here. Brother Wuji is a man of integrity. He wouldn't betray us. I know, but we should also have a conscience. Wuji gave us such a great benefit. We can't just take it without a clear conscience. Shenli Rabuka. Dad, I understand what you mean, Chen Kun said. But Wuji has nothing to do lately. If I go, I'm worried I'll just be freeloading and won't get to do any work. If you just work harder, you'll get it. Chunli said irritably. Your brother Wuji's injuries haven't healed yet. Carrying water and chopping wood are chores, aren't they? He even took those 2 boys from the Yuan family up the mountain today, and he clearly didn't neglect the hunting either. Can't you do these things? There's no reason for us family members to let 2 outsiders outdo us, especially since those outsiders are surnamed Yuan. Okay, I'll go tomorrow, Chen Kun said hurriedly. Although his biological father wasn't very well educated, he was full of wisdom and knowledge. Having been a son for so many years, Chen Kun knew this very well. If he had agreed any later, his father's reasoning might have gone on until tomorrow morning. When you get there, be careful not to let those 2 wild boys from the Yuan family beat you to it, understand? Shenli instructa ansiosely. No, don't go. A sharp shout suddenly came from behind. Chen Kun's mother, Chen Yanshi, suddenly stood up from behind the low earthen wall beside her, her face as cold as frost. Behind the peach tree was the outhouse. As Chen Yanshi tied her skirt, she stormed out of the latrine, yelling, Chun-Li, you piece of trash whose heart and liver have been gnawed by a wild boar. Are you out of your mind? Chen Wuji already agreed to it. Why did you have to go through all this trouble? Although Kuner's business in the city isn't doing well right now, she can still bring back a few copper coins every day, which adds up to a considerable sum over a month. Why are you giving up money to do hard labor for free at Chen Wuji's house? What kind of business is that? Upon hearing this, Chun-Li immediately became furious. Why didn't you say this when you were a servant in Yuan Jintang's household? Back then, Yuan Jintang would take 80 of the harvest after a year's crops were grown, but Wuji only wants 30 now. Don't you understand this? I know exactly what I'm doing, Chen Yanshi shouted angrily. But Chen Wuji is one of your own Chen family members from the same ancestor. Isn't it reasonable for him to take care of us a little? During the years he was considered an idiot, you even sent over the old hen that laid eggs in your house. He might have starved to death long ago without that old hen. He's repaying a debt of gratitude. Let alone 30, I think it would be right if he didn't take even 10. That old hen lays 22 eggs a month, which is 11 coins. Do the math. How much would that be in a year? More than 100 coins. It's been 2 years already. How much money would that be in 2 years? That's a huge sum of money, an immense favor. You still think it's a small matter? Chen Kun silently covered his face. Mother, this money doesn't even seem to be as much as the wages Brother Wuji gave me that day. Chunyin choked back a sob, then waved her hand and yelled, "Shut up. I don't care, there's just a lot to it. That old hen saved Chen Wuji's life, so he should treat us better. 30% is not acceptable. I don't agree to this. He can only take 1% at most. Chunli, you go and talk to him tomorrow. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I will go myself. He has the nerve to ask for 30% after we save his life. Even if we were to farm those 10 acres of land for free for 2 years, I would still think it's only fair." Chen Li's face grew increasingly dark. He turned to Chen Kun and asked through gritted teeth, "Kuner, would you mind visiting your mother's grave sooner?" Chen Kun was startled and quickly hugged Chen Li tightly. Dad, no, please don't be impulsive. You can't do this. I really mind. Even if my mother has 1,000 faults, she's still my own mother. I can't be unfilial. It's fine, I'll handle it. Just leave it to me," Chen Li said fiercely. Chapitre 103 Provocation Technique. The Chen family experienced a stormy night. The usually honest and kind father, Chen Li, actually drew his knife on his mother and vowed to make this unreasonable shrew bleed profusely that day. This terrified Chen Kun, who immediately intervened, using all his skills to smooth things over. However, it didn't work out. Instead, he was beaten by his father and mother working together. After that, the matter simply passed. The father put away the knife, and the mother remained silent, no longer spouting her fallacies and heresies. To Chen Kun's surprise, it turned out that he was the only one who was injured, and quite seriously at that. This left Chen Kun utterly speechless, unable to understand what exactly went wrong. At this moment, Chen Wuji was also somewhat speechless. He forced Chen Li to take the fish he brought back to improve his wife and children's meals, but now Shen Yue dragged him back. When she came in, she asked in bewilderment why wild grass carp were growing on the fence of the yard. Chen Li verbally agreed readily, but secretly kept the fish behind. Left with no other choice, Chen Wuji had to give the fish to the 3 women and 2 boys in his family to treat them to a meal. The family, which used to consist of just the 2 of them, now has an old, small square table that is no longer big enough for everyone. After dinner, Chen Wuji took advantage of the remaining free time to carefully polish the stove in the new kitchen, and then continued to sleep alone on the Kong, heated brick bed. Hua Sanyang still refused to share a bed with him, citing that his injuries had not fully healed. Having just gotten used to sleeping in the same bed with her, Chen Wuji found the sudden emptiness very uncomfortable. But he had to adapt, and there was nothing he could do about it. When I woke up the next morning, the sky was a little overcast. I thought it was going to rain, but it just turned out to be just a gust of wind, and the sky cleared up quickly. Chen Wuji greeted Hua Sanyang and led Yuan Jinshi into the city. He needed to deal with the bear cub he had picked up yesterday, and then go see Qin Zhan home. The Zhang family's affairs were like a sword hanging over his head, making him extremely uneasy whenever he thought about them. Ordinary people who fight against such a powerful family will die quietly and without a trace. Aside from the village making a fuss and discussing it for a while, it will never cause any other disturbance. Under the scorching sun, Chen Wuji and Yuan Jinshi walked to Sanlipo. When they arrived at the large mansion, Chen Wuji told Yuan Jinshi to wait outside while he went up and knocked on the door. A moment later, a man with a resolute expression opened the door. Chen Wuji had never seen this person before. "Please inform you, I request an audience with Lord Qin," Chen Wuji said politely, bowing slightly. "Who are you?" the man asked, scrutinizing Chen Wuji warily. "Chen Wuji. How do you know Lord Qin?" the man asked suspiciously. "We met once," Chen Wuji said. To be precise, it was a very deep encounter, so deep that it led to bloodshed. "Wait a minute." The man opened the door, turned around, and went into the yard. Less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea later, he came out again, his attitude more amiable. He cupped his hands and said to Chen Wuji, "Lord Qin is waiting for you in the study. You may go now." "Thank you." Chen Wuji entered the courtyard and, guided by the man, found Qin Zhanhong's study. The study door was open. Chen Wuji glanced at it and walked straight in. In the bright, spacious study filled with the faint scent of sandalwood, Qin Zhanhong was not reading or working. Instead, she was lounging on the soft couch doing needlework. Those hands that once held the knife were now incredibly skilled at needlework, threading the needle with effortless ease, displaying a touch of the invincible Dongfang booby. It hasn't even been 7 days yet, and you're already so impatient? Qin Jianhong asked with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I'm injured, and I think I should tell you so as not to delay your business, Chen Wuji said. This time the injury is quite serious. I rested for 4 or 5 days, and I was only able to get out of bed today. I saw it. It's all right. It won't cause any trouble. Qin Jianhong said calmly. Come in a few days. As long as you're not injured anywhere, it doesn't matter. Don't try to play any tricks on me. If you dare to break your promise, once I bring you back, that will be a different story. You might even suffer some physical pain. Chen Wuji remained silent. He thought the woman would at least ask how he got injured. Good heavens, it was purely for the purpose of using him. This woman is definitely addicted to this kind of thing at heart. That day on the mountain, his poke probably unlocked a mechanism inside this woman's body. I know, I won't break my promise. I just want to let you know, Chen Wuji said listlessly. Qin Jianhong responded faintly, continuing to bury himself in his needlework. After a moment, she suddenly asked casually, what caused the injury? It has nothing to do with you, so let's not talk about it, Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong raised his eyes. I didn't mean to interfere in your affairs. I'm just reminding you not to die. If you die, I'll cause trouble for your family until I'm satisfied with my actions. At least not for the time being, Chen Wuji said. However, I'm not as unreasonable as you. I'm not telling you because I don't want you to get into trouble, not because I'm deliberately keeping it from you. Chen Wuji's words shocked Qin Jianhong. She chuckled and asked, You? Worried I'll get into trouble? Do you even know who I am? I know, Chen Wuji said calmly. It is precisely because I know your identity that I think this is trouble for you. I advise you not to be curious and to give up on causing me trouble for the time being. If I come here often, this trouble will follow. You've successfully caught my attention. Tell me, I'm very curious about this so-called trouble you are. Qin Jianhong leaned forward slightly, even throwing the needlework in her hand aside. Chen Wuji shook his head. I remember your kindness in not killing me, but you shouldn't ask about this matter. Although you have a high status, not all troubles can be easily resolved. Speak quickly. What are you beating around the bush for? Qin Jianhong snapped. If you keep babbling, I'll let you experience the power of Tianghe. This threat had no deterrent effect on Chen Wuji whatsoever. It's been 5 or 6 days now, so things should be fine by now. If Qin Jianhong were to pull this stunt now, it would only make Chen Wuji feel even more excited. However, it seems the timing is about right now. Chen Wuji said with a troubled expression, I killed a few bandits who massacred the village in Zhao's village before, and they have their eyes on me. Those bandits sneaked into my house in the middle of the night, and I fought a desperate battle with the villagers to wipe them all out. But as the bandit leader was dying, he shouted that he was a member of the Zhang family, and that if we killed him, our Xishan village would suffer the same fate as Zhao's village, and be completely wiped out. Chen Wuji sighed softly. I come from a hunter's family, and among the people I've met, you should be considered the most powerful. At first, I didn't even realize what the bandits meant by the Zhang family until I looked into it carefully and suddenly understood what I had gotten myself into trouble with. Chapter 104 Investigating the Zhang Family. Qin Jianhong suddenly smiled. Her face, with its alluring charm, blossomed like a peony, but her gaze was sharp, with the piercing edge of a wasp's stinger. Your attempt to provoke me was terrible, she said, shaking her head. Chen Wuji responded frankly, I didn't mean to provoke you, nor did I place any hope in you. You've almost killed me, and I'm still begging you for help. Do you think I'm crazy? Qin Jianhong chuckled. You're putting on quite a show. I'll just tell Imperial Censor Zhang not to bother you. To him, you're nothing but a frog in a well, a mayfly in a pond. Even if he glances at you, you'll die. Don't expect him to take you seriously. Chen Wuji said calmly. Even a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an anthole. Oh, you want to do it to him? Come on, tell me. How do you plan to do it? Qin Zhang's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward excitedly to ask. Chen Wuji shook his head. I'm just a small-time hunter. What good ideas do I have? At most, I'll just get angry and splatter blood 5 steps away. Qin Jianhong rolled her eyes. Shut your damn mouth. I thought you could come up with some brilliant idea, but this is it? You might as well fart. Lord Qin, I'm just a hunter who has to be very polite, even to the county yamen runners. Chen Wuji corrected him. To be able to do this much, I think I should be considered very courageous. Shut up. Qin Jianhong suddenly became angry, and his face turned somewhat ugly. Chen Wuji did not speak again. He didn't expect this woman to have any feelings for him at all. But it appears, she's actually quite interesting. Can you really develop feelings for someone by forcing your way in? That's outrageous. Go back and focus on your business. You don't need to worry about the Zhang family's affairs. As my male concubine, I won't allow you to die before I'm tired of you. The only thing you need to do now is to recover and get yourself cleaned up, then come see me the day after tomorrow, Qin Zhanhong said through gritted teeth. It won't get better the day after tomorrow, Chen Wuji said. I don't care. You have to be there the day after tomorrow, and you have to be clean and tidy. I've always been very clean. I shower every day, maybe even more often than you. Qin Zhan's red eyelids narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. You wretched man, you've already found your way to death. She's been too busy lately to shower every day. But what makes a small-time hunter so particular? Taking a bath every day. Who would believe that? Get out of here. Qin Zhanhong waved his hand irritably. Chen Wuji left the study with a faint smile on his lips. This matter should be considered settled. After Chen Wuji left, Qin Zhanhong called Duan Yingxiong into the room. Unlike when he met Chen Wuji, Qin Zhanhong abandoned his languid posture and sat upright on the couch, his expression stern and unsmiling, exuding the official aura of someone who held the power of life and death. Send people to investigate the massacre of Zhao's village and find out what the relationship is between that bandit group and the Zhang family, Qin Zhanhong said thoughtfully in a deep voice. Also, investigate Magistrate Zhu Wei. Does Your Excellency suspect that the Zhang family has connections with the bandits? Duan Yingxiong asked. Investigate first. Yes, Duan Yingxiong replied, and then said, Sir, the brothers under my command have recently found out some things. Since Magistrate Zhu took office in Yunnan, he seems to have had a lot of grudges with the Zhang family, and he goes to the Zhang family to beg for money every now and then. However, the relationship between the two does not seem so strained. Magistrate Zhu's wife passed away last night, and the Zhang family sent over a very luxurious coffin, which is said to be worth several thousand taels of silver. Qin Zhanhong asked thoughtfully, Tell me in detail how Magistrate Zhu came to the Zhang family to beg for money. Whenever people in the county suffered from disasters, Zhu Wei would go to the Zhang family to beg for alms. He even knelt down in front of the Zhang family's door to beg for money and food, Duan Yingxiong said with a smile. This magistrate is also unscrupulous in his actions. In the 2 years since he took office, as far as we have found out, he seems to have begged hundreds of acres of land from the Zhang family, in addition to tens of thousands of taels of silver. Qin Zhanhong glanced at Duan Yingxiong. So you idiot actually think that Zhu Wei's relationship with the Zhang family isn't that bad? Come on, tell me, what exactly made you so kind? Tell me, and I'll give you a good dressing down. Duan Yingxiong's expression hardened, and suddenly his mind cleared. He quickly clasped his hands and said, This subordinate will investigate immediately. I now suspect that the Zhang family is behind the death of Madame Zhu Wei. The bandits' massacre of the village may have been the Zhang family's way of forcing Zhu Wei to surrender. Not too stupid. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly, including how the Zhang family acquired those tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. Qin Zhanhong snorted. Finally, she added, Also investigate that young hunter again. Sir, didn't we just check this? Why are we checking it again? Duan Yingxiong was somewhat confused. You talk a lot of nonsense. Qin Zhanhong asked, raising an eyebrow. Duan Yingxiong straightened up abruptly. Reporting to you, sir, it's gone. Get out if you don't have it. Yes. Chen Wuji led Yuan Jinshi into the city. There are far fewer disaster victims outside the city. The numbers are about half of what they were a while ago. However, the number of soup kitchens outside the city has increased. Besides the few soup kitchens set up by the imperial court, there were many others with banners bearing the names of a certain merchant or organization. Among these, the Zhang family soup kitchen was undoubtedly the most conspicuous and the largest in scale. Besides distributing porridge to the disaster victims, they also set up several tables where the victims were queuing up to register something. Out of curiosity, Chen Wuji went over to take a look and found that it was a job posting. They mainly recruited miners and servants. The conditions and treatment were outrageously poor. Whether miners or servants, the Zhang family only provided 2 meals a day and did not pay them a single copper coin. Even so, a large number of refugees were still queuing there. This scene made Chen Wuji feel a tightness in his chest. Under natural disasters, Even the flesh and blood of ordinary people become incredibly cheap. Giving someone food seems to be considered an immense favor by some. Every drop they scooped out with their blackened wooden spoons wasn't kindness, but self-interest. Do they think this is a work-for-relief program? Brother Wuji, why are these rich people so stingy? They don't get paid a penny and only provide 2 meals a day. How are they supposed to support their families? Yuan Jinshi asked indignantly in a low voice. Chen Wuji shook his head and led Yuan Jinshi away from the crowd. Because in the eyes of these wealthy families, the lives of the poor are no different from those of livestock in a pen. Would you be willing to pay livestock wages? Good mules and horses are hard to find, but there are plenty of people in the world who don't want money. Yuan Jinshi didn't quite understand what Chen Wuji was saying. He stood there stunned for a while before hurriedly catching up with Chen Wuji. Brother Wuji, are all rich people in the world like this? Of course there are good people. It's just that what we see now are the most wicked, Chen Wuji said. Although he had witnessed so much suffering, he still wanted to hold onto a glimmer of hope. Chapter 105 Blood Earnings. Regarding the topic of good and bad people, Chen Wuji only said a few words to Yuan Jinshi and then didn't say anything more. He only said what he said. As to the true state of the world, Yuan Jinshi needed to see for himself. Reasoning cannot be forcibly instilled. After entering the city, Chen Wuji silently led Yuan Jinshi to Jinshan. Xiao Yuji's price was much more reasonable than that of Manager Shi, so this place naturally became Chen Wuji's first choice. Yoo-hoo, serve the tea to the guests. When Xiao Yuji saw Chen Wuji and his companion enter, she didn't ask any questions and immediately instructed Yu who to serve tea. She changed into a light blue dress today, which made her look even more radiant. I won't drink the tea. Please take a look at this first, Manager Xiao. If you can accept it, we can talk more. Chen Wuji gestured for Yuan Jinshi to put the burlap sack he was carrying on his shoulder on the ground and opened the sack for Xiao Yuji to see. A live bear. Xiao Yuji glanced at it and asked in surprise. This question was somewhat redundant, but Chen Wuji still nodded. Xiao Yuji was somewhat embarrassed. The shop has never accepted live prey before. It would be a waste to skin and eat such a small bear. Thank you. In that case, let's go and take a look at other places. Seeing this, Chen Wuji decided not to delay any longer and prepare to get up. He needs to spend some time today checking on the progress of the pot at the blacksmith shop and finalizing how to sell it. He doesn't have much time. Seeing this, Xiao Yuji quickly stopped Chen Wuji. Brother Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish what I have to say. Although the shop has no precedent for buying live animals, I am willing to help you sell them on your behalf. I will contact the customer, and whatever the customer gives, I will give Brother Chen the same amount, without taking a penny. No need for that trouble. I know where to buy them. Chen Wuji said. You know someone? Then I'll take it. How about 18 taels? Xiao Yuji immediately changed her mind. The price almost made Chen Wuji lose his composure and reveal a shocked expression. This isn't the first time he sold bear cubs. The one that was caught earlier was taken by Chen Bushi, and the price was only 800 coins. This woman actually dared to ask for 18 ounces without even opening her mouth. Is it that she doesn't understand, or that Chen Bushi doesn't understand? Although the one we caught before was much smaller than this one, the price difference shouldn't be this big. Manager Xiao, are you sure you're not joking with me? Chen Wuji asked. Xiao Yuji shook her head. Brother Chen, this price is really not low. A top-quality mule in the East Market only costs about 10 taels. I only gave this price because I think this thing is relatively rare and quite precious. She misunderstood Chen Wuji's meaning. Chen Wuji didn't think it was too low. He thought it was too high. It's ridiculously high. Deal. Chen Wuji agreed without hesitation. The two handed over the work readily and were both very happy. As he was leaving, Chen Wuji couldn't help but remind him, Manager Xiao, once you've placed your order, there shouldn't be any chance of backing out, right? As long as you don't back out, that's fine. I certainly won't. If a business owner goes back on their word, the shop can't stay open. Don't worry, Brother Chen. Just bring me whatever good stuff you have in the future, and I'll make sure you're satisfied with the price, Xiao Yuji said with a smile. Chen Wuji nodded, relieved. He believed that Chen Bushi wouldn't give him a random price. That old bastard might have taken advantage of him a little, but it certainly wasn't too outrageous. Therefore, there's only one possibility. Xiao Yuji had no idea about the market value of live prey. After Chen Wuji left, Xiao Yuji immediately sent someone to invite Han Chunshin, the manager of Hantan Goods, over. Manager Han, You're a seasoned expert in mountain products in Yunnan City. I've acquired a rare item today. Could you please take a look? Xiao Yuji said to Han Chunshen with a hint of showing off. Han Chunshen is over 50 years old and looks extremely prosperous. He glanced at the bear cub in the sack, his expression knowing. So, it's a little brown bear. It's quite adorable, definitely a rare find. And a female at that, not bad. Manager Han, would you like it? Name your price. Xiao Yuji said with a smile. If it were anyone else, I would only give 1.5 taels for this bear cub, 2 taels at most. But since it is manager Xiao who has spoken, how about 3 taels? I'll take it with me for 3 taels. Han Chunshin said. How much? Xiao Yuji couldn't hold back any longer. Manager Han, did you quote me the wrong price? This is a live bear cub. A single bear pelt is worth 20 or 30 taels of silver. Why is it so cheap for a live one? Han Chunshin shook his head with a smile. That's true, but bear cubs are much easier to obtain than bear pelts. Especially in this season, the cubs that have just grown a little will leave their mother's embrace to familiarize themselves with their territory. Experienced hunters with a bit of luck can bring back several in one trip into the mountains. Besides, this thing is not easy to raise. Very few people can actually raise it to adulthood. Among my customers, only one is a serious breeder. If he chooses it, it can really fetch a good price. But such customers are too rare. Most of the time, when I sell these bear cubs, they're just a treat for wealthy families. How many copper coins do you think I can make from that? A few taels would be quite a lot. Xiao Yuji is numb. I bought it for 18 taels, sold it for 3 taels, and lost 15 taels. No wonder Chen Wuji asked that question before he left. It turns out he already knew. By now, Chen Wuji probably already sees her as a sucker. Xiao Yuji gritted her teeth angrily. That guy only looked honest, but he was a bad guy at heart. He was dishonest in business and bullied people. Ni Xiao, are you selling her? Han Chunshin asked. I'm not selling it. I'll raise this little guy myself. When he grows up, I'm gonna make him bite a bad guy to death. He's bullying people. He's bullying people too much, Xiao Yuji said through gritted teeth. When Han Chunshin saw Xiao Yuji's appearance, he could easily guess what had happened. He chuckled and said, Ni Xiao, people naturally won't offer a low price in business. It's okay to lose money this time. Just learn from it. The loss shouldn't be too much, right? Not much. Only 15 taels, Xiao Yuji said through gritted teeth. Han Chunshin was taken aback. When that person left, they must have been flying. Xiao Yuji felt a burning sensation on her face. Don't be too sad, my niece. You've learned your lesson. It's not a bad thing. Han Chunshin comforted her. I'll be leaving now. I need to go to Shishan village later, so I won't stay any longer. Xiao Yuji suddenly remembered that Chen Wuji was from Shishan village, so she asked, what is Manager Han doing in Shishan village? There's a young hunter named Chun in Shishan village who often has some good stuff. I'll go check him out, Han Chunshin said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuji became even angrier, gritting her teeth as she said, Uncle, you'd better not go. This bro was just brought here by him. That bastard is seriously injured, his head is even broken, and he probably won't be getting anything good from him anytime soon. Chapter 106, going to sell pots on the street. After leaving Xiao Yuji's shop, Chen Wuji deliberately walked slowly, wanting to give Xiao Yuji a chance to change her mind. He didn't like taking advantage of people for no reason, especially when the advantage was quite significant. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuji did not chase after him even after he had walked quite a distance. He had given her hints and offered her a chance to back out, but Xiao Yuji remained unmoved, so Chen Wuji naturally felt at ease. Considering how he conducted his business, he could be considered extremely honest. Some people are overly confident and also stupid and slow to react, so it's no wonder they're not being able to think things through. After bypassing that street, Chen Wuji led Yuan Jinshi to Yang the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was bustling with activity. A group of strong men swung their hammers, sparks flying everywhere, while others hammered molds nearby, and the bellows roared as they pulled them. In this sweltering heat, doing this kind of work is torture. The only difference between this and soaking in a pot of boiling water is that it won't directly scald your skin. Chen Wuji walked in familiarly and greeted, Old Yang, how's the inventory? You're here. I was just about to send someone over to find you these past few days. Look, there are about 60 pots now. Only a dozen or so were cast in concrete. The rest were forged. Blacksmith Yang wiped the sweat streaming down his face with a cloth and said loudly. The blacksmith shop was a noisy place. You couldn't hear anyone unless you shouted. Let's talk outside. Chen Wuji shouted. Ugh. The two left the shop one after the other and went to the shade of a tree across the street. 60-odd pots are ready to be sold. Have the Famine mascots been put on the streets yet? Chen Wuji asked. It's on sale, and it's selling incredibly well, said the blacksmith sheep. We started selling it yesterday morning. We set up our stall in the morning when the caravans came to the East Market, and then sold it on Famine Street in the evening. 2 pots of meat were gone in the time it takes to eat a meal. The county government office is located on the east side of Famine Street, while the west side is full of brothels and theaters. The whole street smelled of cosmetics, mixed with some strange scents that only married couples would probably understand. Fua was worried yesterday that he wouldn't be able to sell it, so he prepared less this morning. I took some time to go and check, and there were so many people. As soon as the pot lid was lifted, the merchants came as soon as they smelled the aroma, the blacksmith Yang exclaimed. If Fua had a little more brains, he could definitely feed generations with this recipe you gave him. Yesterday we sold more than 2 ounces, and the net profit was about 1 ounce. We don't know about today yet, but if nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be about the same. Chen Wuji felt relieved upon hearing this. That's a good start. Is anyone curious about the pot? Indeed, someone came to the shop this morning to inquire, but thought it was too expensive, said the blacksmith Yang with some regret. Brother Chun, is our price a bit too high? Ordinary people really can't bear to spend an ounce of silver. How much does a pot cost? Chen Wuji asked. It depends on the material of the cauldron. Pottery cauldrons are naturally cheaper, costing only 200 or 300 coins. Iron cauldrons cost 1 or 2 taels of silver, while copper ones are more expensive, costing more than 10 taels, said the blacksmith Yang. Chen Wuji nodded. Are those asking about prices ordinary people or merchants? They seem to be ordinary people, said the blacksmith Yang. We're currently facing a famine of displaced people, and grain prices have skyrocketed. People already have pots and pans. Even if they see the convenience of a proper pot, they probably won't be willing to spend money to replace it. Let's start with a trade-in program to reduce our costs, Chen Wuji said after a moment's thought. Old Yang, what do you think? You decide on this. I don't know anything about it. I'll just be responsible for making the pots, said the blacksmith Yang, waving his hand. He was very decisive and simply became a hands-off manager. Then how about this, Old Yang? You pick a few of the clan's nephews and nieces, and I'll teach them first. Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Chun, I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Why? Chen Wuji asked, puzzled. We can't have all the pot making and selling done by people from my clan. You need to pick a few reliable people to do this. Ideally, I should be in charge of making the pots, while your clansmen should be in charge of selling them, the blacksmith Yang said in a deep voice. Chen Wuji considered it carefully and nodded in agreement. He should indeed find a way to earn extra money for his people. When he first started working with the blacksmith Yang, his thinking was actually quite simple. He suggested that the blacksmith Yang should sell the sheep, and then the two of them could split the profits. But after much back and forth, he has now taken charge of the sales process himself. At this point, Chen Wuji was still thinking about training the people that Yang the blacksmith had found as soon as possible, then extricating himself from the situation, taking only the money and freeing up his energy to do other things. For example, putting papermaking on the agenda. However, after hearing what Yang the blacksmith said, Chen Wuji suddenly felt that picking a few young men from the clan to open up the market for the pots might not be a bad business for them. He should also prioritize taking care of his own people. Jin Shi, go back to the village and call Uncle San, Chen Wei, and Chun Kun. Thinking of this, Chen Wuji instructed Yuan Jin Shi and have Xiao Tsai come over as well. Okay, Brother Wuji. After giving his instructions, Chen Wuji said to the blacksmith, Old Yang, let's not change the price of the pot for now. If we lower it any further, we won't have any profit margin left. But if we trade in our old pot for a new one, it will only cost 300 coins, and we'll throw in a spatula as a bonus. It's a bit too dark, isn't it? I tried it. 1 pot can indeed make 2 pans with a little left over, said the blacksmith Yang after thinking for a moment. Chen Wuji gestured to the blacksmith Yang and his nephews who were busy across from him. Old Yang, your nephews aren't working for free. 300 coins for 2 pots. 1 pot is equivalent to 150 coins. You should at least pay your nephews for their work, right? Although we made a profit by trading in an old pot, we can't just keep exchanging pots for pans in the beginning without paying everyone a single penny. Everyone needs to see some benefit. Ideally, we should clearly state the price of each pot and pay it accordingly. The blacksmith Yang was silent for a moment, then nodded. Once the pot starts selling well, we can make adjustments at any time. We can offer trade-ins, so you don't have to pay anything for the replacement. We can even throw in a spatula or lid as a bonus, Chen Wuji said. But with so many people now, plus the cost of charcoal, we need about 2 ounces of coal every day. If we don't recoup some of that, this business will be difficult to run, Chen Wuji said. Both of them had limited capital, so they had to be very careful with their money. 2 ounces? The blacksmith asked in surprise. Can't you even give your nephews 50 coins to make a pot? Chen Wuji asked. The blacksmith's face darkened. I told him it would be 300 coins a month. In this sweltering heat, working so hard and tiring, you only get 10 coins a day? Old Yang, tell me, who's really being greedy between us? Chen Wuji was shocked. This guy actually had the nerve to say that to him. The blacksmith Yang said somewhat awkwardly, actually, it's about the same. The people who carry sacks at the docks only earn 10 or 20 coins a day. That job is also very tiring. These are your own nephews and nieces. The people I need to use now are also from the same clan. How can they be compared to those merchants at the docks? Moreover, we need to motivate them, get the blacksmiths to forge more and the pot sellers to use their brains and work harder to sell, Chen Wuji said. Old sheep, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up the enthusiasm of earning 10 coins a day for more than a few days. Chapter 107, Taking the Lead Personally. Using one's own uncles and brothers, one naturally cannot be compared to the laborers at the docks. Old Sheep's idea was wrong from the start. The best solution right now is still piecework, where more work means more pay, and less work means less pay. If you try to cheat or be dishonest, you won't earn anything. For industries like pots and pans, where the cost of imitation is very low, everyone must be highly motivated in the early stages and try to seize as much market share as possible. We must not use the traditional sales method of waiting for customers to come to us. Chen Wuji then explained his ideas to the blacksmith Yang in a more systematic way. After hearing this, the blacksmith remained silent for a long time. Chen Wuji thought he had a different opinion or hadn't understood. After a long while, he suddenly said quietly, Brother Chen, compared to you, I am really old. I'm afraid I would rack my brains and still not figure out these tricks on my own. I've been a blacksmith in the East Market all my life. I only care about one thing. As long as my products are good, that's all that matters. After hearing what you said today, I finally understand why, even though my products are good, I can only run such a small blacksmith shop and can't become a large workshop. My thinking was indeed flawed. Good quality is just the most basic and necessary thing. Chen Wuji nodded. Don't say that. Your reputation is crucial to our future business. It's not that it's wrong. It's just that it's not flexible enough. A good reputation is the trust of the people, and that's extremely important. Old Sheep did a very good job in this regard. When people around the East Market mention blacksmiths, the first person they think of is Old Yang. The blacksmith waved his hand. That's all I have. I get scolded by the people every day for looking fierce and having a bad temper. Chen Wuji laughed heartily. This point was indeed undeniable. He is indeed very fierce and has a bad temper. At this moment, Yuan Jinshi arrived with Chen Bushi and others. Wuji, why did you call us over in such a hurry? You'd better give me a reasonable and appropriate explanation, or I won't agree to it without a jar of wine. Chen Bushi immediately demanded a reward. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Bushi with a deep gaze and said, I caught another bear cub yesterday and just sold it. Guess how much I got for it? I just realized that you old bastard really tricked me out of my life. At most, it'll be a little over an ounce. How much more could there be? Chen Bushi was not flustered at all. You're selling things for your own third uncle. You can't just not give me a penny. Can you? Isn't it reasonable for me to take a few hundred coins? Come on, let's have a good chat. Chen Wuji hooked his arm around Chen Bushi's and pulled him aside. That bear cub sold for 18 taels of silver. Do the math and see how much you cheated me out of. You said it was only a few hundred coins, but is it really a matter of a few hundred coins? Today we have witnesses and physical evidence. When are you going to pay me back? Chen Bushi's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible. How could a bear cub sell for such a high price? Are you kidding me again? A bear skin might be worth that much, but a bear cub is definitely not. I'm not lying to you. The scholar was with me when I sold it. If you don't believe me, I can even take you to that shop and ask the shopkeeper for confirmation, Chen Wuji said. Chen Bushi was bewildered. Impossible. Could it be that the market for Xianwazi has changed recently? No, I have to go and ask later. If it really has changed, this is a big business opportunity. Let's gather all the able-bodied men in the clan and risk going into the deep mountains. Who knows? Everyone might be able to have a good new year this year. Stop talking nonsense. When are you going to make up the price difference for me? Chen Wuji said, choking Chen Bushi. It's a done deal. So many days have passed. What's the point of asking for a price difference? Chen Bushi shoved Chen Wuji aside. You brat. Hurry up and tell us what you called us here for. I'm busy. You know I'm the village head now. Chen Wuji rolled his eyes. Yes, I'm Chen the village head. He put aside his joking thoughts and said to Chen Bushi, I need to use a few people. You know which family in the clan is struggling financially. Please arrange it for me. What are you doing? Chen Bushi asked. Sell pots. Chen Wuji said. Each pot sold will be worth 50 coins for now and 30 coins for exchanging an old one for a new one. We need 5 people. I'll ask Chen Kun and Chen Wei later. If they're willing, plus Yuan Shiotsai, we'll still need 2 more. Can you help me find them? Count me in, Chen Bushi said with a smile. Chen Wuji glanced at it but ignored it. Would you really be short of such a small amount? Most people appear poor, but they're truly poor. But some people, who seem so poor they can't even afford to eat, have no idea how much silver they have buried underground. Ask those 2 first, and I'll find the men you need, Chen Bushi said seriously. Also, let me add something. You've never done business before, so be careful. Even the simplest business is more complicated than you think. Don't throw a lot of money into it before you've even made any money. I know you've saved up a little money recently, but that little bit is nothing compared to doing business. Chen Wuji nodded in deep agreement. I understand. I will be more cautious. After the 2 had reached an agreement, Chen Wuji asked Chen Wuwei and the other 2 for their opinions. Yuan Shiotsai naturally had no objections. He and his brother now considered themselves servants of the Chen family and had even changed their surnames, so they naturally followed Chen Wuji's arrangements. Chen Wuwei and Chen Kun agreed after only hearing the details of what they were to do. Chen Kun originally planned to come to Chen Wuji's house as a helper and work for free for a month or 2. He went there early this morning and chopped firewood, fetched water, swept the yard, and even paved the area in front of the gate with stones before Yuan Shiotsai could. Seeing that Chen Wuji already had arrangements, she did not mention her desire to help out. Since none of you have any objections, each of you will carry 2 black pots, and we'll go sweep the streets, Chen Wuji said. For boys, ranging in age from 14 to 11, each carried 2 black pots. Despite constantly complaining about being busy, Chen Bushi didn't leave and leisurely followed along. He was very curious about what Chen Wuji was going to do. Chen Wuji's first target was the tea shops in the East Market that sold cooked food. During the reign of Yu the Great, slightly larger tea houses, restaurants, and shops selling cooked food were all called funcha. The difference between this type of shop and a small shop is simply the difference between big and small. It's roughly equivalent to the difference between a small, unassuming eatery and a large restaurant in later generations. There are also some differences in the brands. Small shops are usually places that sell steamed buns, meat pies, etc., depending on the specific type of food they sell. These tea shops usually refer to specific tea shops, or specific tea houses or restaurants. For example, the first one that Chen Wuji set his sights on is called Li Siphon Tea. It has 3 floors and mainly serves cooked food, tea, and wine. Wuwei, come inside with me first. You all wait outside for a while, Chen Wuji instructed. When we're out outreaching and actively seeking out customers, the first thing we need to be careful about is not making people feel uncomfortable. Others will dislike you as soon as they see you, unless your stuff is really outstanding. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk, they won't do business with you. This was his first lesson. Respecting customers is the first step in doing business. Chapter 108 Dayu's Food Taste. Chen Wuji led Chen Wuwei and Chen Bushi into Li's Siphon Tea House. It was almost lunchtime, and the restaurant was already quite full of customers. The waiters were busy running around. Actually, it's quite inappropriate to visit a restaurant at this time, because when people are busy, they basically don't have time to pay attention to you. But Chen Wuji was only interested in teaching these kids, so he didn't care about any of that. How many guests are there? A waiter hurriedly came up to greet them, bowed, and asked loudly. The waiters in these kinds of shops usually have a loud and clear voice. Interestingly, during the time of Yu the Great, people usually called male waiters little sons, while women who wore blue and white cloth handkerchiefs around their waists, had their hair tied up in a high bun, and served soup and wine to customers were called juanzhao. Chen Wuji turned to look at the middle-aged man with a long beard standing behind the counter. I wonder if the shopkeeper has a moment? I have a business deal related to the kitchen that I'd like to discuss with you. I'm busy. Can't you see the shop is busy? The middle-aged man stood as still as a statue, his eyelids drooping as he fiddled with the abacus. Seeing this, the waiter stopped paying attention to Chen Wuji and his companions, draped a cloth towel over his shoulder, and walked away. Chen Wuji wasn't annoyed. Being rejected when trying to do business was all too common. Shopkeeper, do you know what a wok is? It's a new thing that tea houses and taverns in big cities have been using for a long time. It can be used for frying, stir-frying, steaming, and cooking. It's more convenient and has a wider range of uses than a pot. Do you know the stall that sold dompa pork in the East Market yesterday? That dompa pork was cooked in a wok, Chen Wuji asked. I don't know. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Let's go. If you're not going to eat, don't block the doorway. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Seeing this, Chen Wuji didn't press the matter and turned to leave. No amount of pestering will change anything with customers who have absolutely no interest in you. Just as Chen Wuji was about to leave, a customer in the restaurant suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, you just said that the dompa pork was made in your pot. Exactly, Chen Wuji said, turning around. The speaker looked to be only 23 or 24 years old and was dressed in a well-tailored black blouse. Please sit down. Do you have time to discuss this further with me? The man stood up and gestured to Chen Wuji as if to invite him. It would be impolite to refuse. Chen Wuji sat down to the side. The man raised his hand and showed Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi a bowl of tea before speaking. I ate dompa pork yesterday. It tasted delicious, but the price was a bit high. I can't eat it often, or my wallet will go hungry. He made a joke, then continued. Brother, I wonder how much this pot cost? 1 tael of silver. Chen Wuji took a sip of tea. If you want more, we can discuss the price. In addition, we can give you a pot lid, spatula, and other accessories as free gifts. The man nodded. I ate the dompa pork stir-fried with this, and it was really good. But this thing seems to be only different in shape from the pot. Otherwise, it's no different. 1 tael is a bit too much. It's made of pure iron, so it's quite expensive to make. A single iron cauldron costs about the same. Chen Wuji laughed. Although it's only a slight change in form, it's a very significant change in my eyes. If you're ordering a large quantity, I can demonstrate to you the difference between this pot and the cauldron. If you can buy it from me for 800 coins, I will take 100 mouthfuls. The man held up 1 finger. Chen Wuji was suddenly stunned. Good heavens, he had actually bumped into a big customer with just a casual touch. Judging from his tone, he must be a member of a caravan. What dishes did you order, brother? Chen Wuji asked. A serving of white pickled vegetables, a serving of roasted pork belly, and a serving of immortal soup. Chen Wuji nodded. Please tell the manager that I can borrow the kitchen. Besides the immortal soup, how about I cook a couple of dishes for you? We can discuss the price after you've tasted them. Sure, I'll arrange it. The man clapped his hands in agreement, then turned and yelled at the counter. Hey Lee, tell your big eater and wine connoisseur to make room for me. I want to try a bite of your stir-fry dish. Hurry up. The term tea and food master is commonly known as cook. Some people use a more elegant way of addressing him and will use this long name, but most people just call him cook or wine-buying chef. The shopkeeper seemed afraid to offend the young man, so he hurriedly smiled and agreed and personally led Chen Wuji to the back kitchen. Li's siphon tea shop is quite large, and its kitchen is also extremely spacious. The entire backyard was divided in 2. One side was a kitchen with 7 or 8 stoves busily cooking soup. Influenced by the pot, soup held a very important place in the history of Yu the Great. For example, the immortal soup that the man ordered is considered the king of soups, ranking alongside 100 flavors soup and 3 crispy soup, and is a signature dish for many tea parties. On the other side of the courtyard is the food preparation area, where all kinds of meat are freshly killed and prepared. The entire scene can only be described as grand. This was the first time Chen Wuji had ever been to such a place, and he was truly dazzled by what he saw. He asked the shopkeeper for some vegetables and then got busy. Because of that customer, the usually ruthless shopkeeper became much nicer. Before leaving, he even instructed the kitchen helper to do whatever Chen Wuji needed. Wu Wei, put the pot back on and clean it thoroughly, Chen Wuji instructed. Good. To satisfy the customer, and also to let the somewhat aloof shopkeeper see the benefits of the pot. Chen Wuji prepared 6 dishes in one go. There are simple dishes like stir-fried eggs with chives, eggplant with garlic, and stir-fried chrysanthemum greens. There are also slightly more complex dishes like stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, twice-cooked pork, and boiled fish fillets. The fish slices were readily available in the kitchen, so Chen Wuji simply added them to the menu. However, due to the limitations of chili peppers, boiled fish fillets certainly cannot achieve the flavor that Chen Wuji desires. However, Yu the Great had a dish called Sichuan rice, which used pepper and minced ginger to create a spicy and numbing flavor. By copying this method, one could barely achieve a spicy and numbing taste. After preparing the dishes, Chen Wuji began his performance. As soon as he moved his spatula, a large crowd gathered around him, with cooks and waiters who weren't busy all coming over to see what was going on. The group of people had the same initial reaction to the novelty of a pot. They don't think it's promising, and some even scoff at it. But when Chen Wuji's first dish of stir-fried chrysanthemum greens was served, the cooks fell silent. Then, as the twice-cooked pork, with its perfect color, aroma, and taste, was plated, the chefs began to observe attentively. Which waiter has a moment? Could you please bring these 2 dishes to the front? Chen Wuji said, turning to the person next to him and casually taking out 2 copper coins. Let me do it. A waiter squeezed through, taking the money in one hand and the plate in the other in one smooth motion. Sir, what would you like to call this dish? Stir-fried chrysanthemum greens, twice-cooked pork. All right, the waiter sang loudly and then strode off to the front hall. A moment later, the sound came from afar in the front hall. Sir, your stir-fried chrysanthemum greens and twice-cooked pork are here. Chapter 109. Chen Wuji is making a fortune every day. A pot seller who can't cook will definitely not be a good cook. Chen Wuji was not a chef before, and he certainly isn't now, but his cooking skills are actually quite good. After working for several years and developing health problems from eating out, he started cooking for himself. He gets tired of eating the same 2 or 3 dishes every meal, so he tries to come up with new ideas whenever he has free time. However, he never imagined that the little skill he had learned to take care of his own stomach would become the breakthrough point in his business negotiations. The wonders of the world are sometimes truly inexplicable. Chen Wuji's last dish of boiled fish fillets was ready. The moment the hot oil is poured, the spicy and savory aroma fills the air. Young man, I'll sell this pot for 10 servings, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Chen Wuji turned his head and saw the restaurant manager standing next to him. He was so focused on cooking that he didn't even notice when the person arrived. However, I have one condition. You must teach this skill to the chefs in my shop. Manager Li then added. Chen Wuji shook his head decisively. Manager Li, this is a family heirloom. If I weren't selling pots, I could open my own restaurant. It can't be passed on lightly. That old man has some pretty good ideas. He bought 10 pots and still expects to give him the recipes for free. That's ridiculous. I'll pay for it, as usual. Manager Li said, 10 taels of silver per dish. Forget about the vegetarian dishes in front. I'll just take these meat dishes in the back. 30 taels. Chen Wuji thought it over carefully and changed his mind. If we can sell it, we really should. In his own opinion, he certainly didn't want to sell it so easily. But when he looked around, he suddenly noticed a problem. The people gathered around watching were all cooks. These people are all experts. They've probably already figured out most of it. Even if he doesn't sell now, people might figure it out after trying a few times. Then, when they use his vegetables to do business, he definitely won't get a single penny. These dishes are all quite simple. The seasonings are clearly defined, and the steps are not complicated. The only thing is the cooking time and temperature, but there's nothing particularly complicated about them. 20 taels, said Manager Li. To put it bluntly, my servants didn't handle things fairly enough today, and there's a suspicion of them stealing my skills. I'm willing to pay 20 taels, and I should pay it, but 30 taels is too expensive. If I sell this family-inherited craft, it will be gone forever, Chen Wuji said. Manager Li smiled and said, you can use it just as well if you open your own restaurant. So why be so absolute? Here's what we'll do. I'll take all 6 dishes for 100 taels of silver. Fine. Chen Wuji shook his head in great frustration. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to clear the area. It's my fault for being careless. I'll just have to accept this loss. These 6 dishes can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. Chen Wuji instantly lost all his regret. It was a good deal, not a bad deal at all. And another thing, Manager Li suddenly said, a little embarrassed, is that some customers in the shop also want to try the stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. Do you think we can make 2 more of those? Chen Wuji was stunned. No, I sell pots and pans. How did I end up working as a chef? With an embarrassed smile, Manager Li pleaded, brother, please help me out. These are some distinguished old customers. How about I add another tael of silver? Faced with such a demanding lay Buddhist, Chen Wuji was at his wit's end. It's only because Manager Lee is my first customer today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do this job. Oh well, I'll quit. Chen Wuji sighed helplessly, then rolled up his sleeves and continued working. This money was earned inexplicably. They arrived rather quickly. If he had known that this would make money so quickly, he would have never bothered hunting and almost starved to death on the mountain. Little did he know, Chen Wuji, who had transformed into a kitchen helper, was completely dumbfounded by Chen Wuji's actions. He didn't know where Chen Wuji had learned these skills, but he was truly envious. Looking at how fast Chen Wuji made money, and then thinking about how he traveled over mountains and valleys, killing and robbing to earn silver, I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a bowl of beef offal soup with pig brains dipped in vinegar. Chen Wuji went all out and cooked 3 more plates of stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. Before he could even wipe his sweat, Manager Lee came back with a shameless grin. "Brother, could you lend me a hand again? Another customer has ordered boiled fish fillets, garlic eggplant, and 5 stir-fried beef dishes." Chen Wuji. Meeting Chen Wuji's incredulous gaze, Manager Lee felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Brother, how about this? Could you help me get through this mealtime? I'll add 5 taels of silver for you. How about that? I really can't afford to offend those diners outside. Even if it means losing money, I have to serve them well. From now on, when you come to my shop for a meal, I will not charge you a penny, and I will also give you a jar of wine as a gift." Chen Wuji could tell that Manager Lee really didn't dare to offend the diners outside. 5 taels of silver should be enough for him to hire a cook for a year. Chen Wuji reluctantly agreed. "I really appreciate Manager Lee's straightforwardness. Otherwise, I really couldn't do this job. You can see for yourself. I'm covered in injuries." Yes, indeed. Manager Lee nodded repeatedly. Helpless, Chen Wuji took over again and asked the cooks nearby to keep a close eye on things. He did the work, which can be considered as teaching. "Wu Wei, what did you say we came here for?" Chen Wuji suddenly asked quietly. Chen Wu Wei, who was tending the fire, looked up and thought for a moment. "Selling pots." "Have the pots been sold?" Chen Wuji asked. "They're sold. 10 pots. So, have you learned it?" Chen Wu Wei shook his head. "I've only learned how to make garlic eggplant. I haven't learned the others yet." "You idiot. Who told you to learn this?" Chen Wuji shook his head and scolded. "You can't learn Wuji's tricks, so stop thinking nonsense. What you need to learn is the shamelessness of certain people." Chen Wu Wei looked completely bewildered. He didn't think it was shameless at all. He just thought Wuji was really going all out. "They're a lot." Chen Wuji took a moment to say, "Don't listen to your third uncle's nonsense. What I did today is a bad example. Don't try to learn it. You only need to learn 1 or 2 cooking methods to improve your skills occasionally." Chen Wu Wei nodded emphatically. "Understood, Brother Wuji." He thought this made perfect sense. Just as Chen Wuji was cooking, the young man who had boasted about buying 100 pots walked in, burping and picking his teeth. "Brother, you have excellent skills. This meal was very satisfying. I'll take the pots, 100 of them. No bargaining, just 1 tael each." "Really?" Chen Wuji was taken aback. "Of course I really want them. When have I ever joked with you?" the man said proudly. "I am Qian Fugue. Hungtong Trading Company is my family's business. I plan to sell these pots to those Tartars in the north and earn a few Tartar wives for them." Chen Wuji thought to himself, no wonder. There's a real reason why this kid is so arrogant. If he remembers correctly, Hungtong Trading Company seems to be the largest trading company in Yunnan. "How about we deliver the goods in 5 days?" Chen Wuji asked. The pots were sold, but there weren't enough left. "Okay." Qian Fugue considered it for a moment and agreed. "How much deposit do you want?" he then asked. "A little something will do. 10 taels of silver will do," Chen Wuji said. "Brother, you're a straightforward person. Let's settle it like this then. Come up to the front later, and we'll have a couple of drinks together. We can also have that Mr. Lee act as a witness and sign the contract." No problem. Chapter 1:10 Soaring Net Worth. The mealtime had passed, but Chen Wuji was still cooking. Just now, the waiter brought in 10 more orders. But Chen Wuji simply couldn't take it anymore. Making a wounded soldier do this all the time is really bad for him. "Someone go and call Manager Lee," Chen Wuji said to his men. A moment later, the owner of Li Siphon Tea Shop came in with a shameless grin. He immediately began to appease Chen Wuji, saying, "Brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect so many people to come all of a sudden. This was completely unexpected. Please bear with me. I can't do this anymore. I'm injured, and constantly flipping the spatula is no different from wielding a knife. It's past mealtime. Where did all these customers come from? Chen Wuji asked. Manager Li sighed. To be honest, those who come to our restaurant are all people with plenty of money. These people are trying stir-fry for the first time today, and they found it delicious and interesting, so they sent someone to invite their friends over. Now the restaurant is full, and everyone wants to have stir-fried dishes to accompany their drinks. Guju refers to the private rooms or elegant spaces inside a tea shop. Chen Wuji glanced at Manager Li with a look of utter despair. Here's what we'll do. Let your cooks do it themselves. I'll watch from the side. They've been watching for so long. They've probably learned most of it by now. Manager Li is kind and righteous. I haven't done a bad job either. If you keep stirring this up, I think you're trying to kill me. No problem, no problem. Manager Li quickly agreed, then hurriedly called out, Someone, quickly find a seat for Mr. Chen, serve him tea, and take good care of him. After giving the order, he smiled ingratiatingly at Chen Wuji and said, Sir, please keep watch for a while longer. I'll go to the front and serve those ancestors too. Chen Wuji nodded. This shopkeeper is also someone who can make a living from all sides with just a few words. If Chen Wuji remembered correctly, in just a short time, this guy seemed to have changed his form of address 3 times, and now he was even using the title Sir. This title is not something everyone can enjoy. It is usually reserved for highly respected individuals. For example, the well-known Mr. Zhuge. Seeing this, Chen Bushi jokingly said, You're really enjoying yourself. I'm not comfortable at all. My wound almost burst open. Do you think cooking is fun? Chen Wuji said speechlessly. By the way, Wu Wei, go to the blacksmith shop and get the pot that Manager Li asked for. Brother Wuji, Brother Kun, and the others are still outside. What should we do? Chen Wu Wei asked. Chen Wuji was momentarily dazed, then slapped his forehead. Damn it, how could I forget about them? Tell them to leave the pot behind and hurry up and eat. What time is it? The 3 of us will eat here later. Let these chefs prepare whatever they want for us. I was so busy I almost forgot I had apprentices outside too. Understood, Brother Wuji. Chen Wu Wei responded and jogged out of the kitchen. Chen Wuji watched as the cooks prepared several dishes for Li's siphon tea, tasted them himself, and, finding nothing wrong, stopped watching. The taste is already about 80 similar. The remaining 20 was not due to a problem in any step, but rather due to human error. The same ingredients, the exact same steps, yet the results from one person to another are always different. This matter has a touch of metaphysics and has nothing to do with religion. The cooks had finished their simple cooking practice, and Chen Wuji could finally rest. He asked Manager Li to prepare a few simple dishes for them, and then they went to the front hall. Chen Wuji thought Qian Fuge would have left long ago, but to his surprise, he was still sitting there, with a veiled girl standing next to him, playing a tune. The old man was eating peanuts soaked in vinegar, swaying his head as he listened to music, looking extremely relaxed. Brother, I've been waiting for quite a while. Qian Fugue got up and personally pulled out a bench for Chen Wuji. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Chen Wuji cupped his hands in apology. I never expected that simply cooking a few dishes for you would end up like this, but we've already agreed to the deal, so we have to see it through to the end. That's only right. I can wait, Qian Fugue said, giving the singing woman a tip. In restaurants and tea houses, singing for a living was a sideline occupation. Some lower-class girls, waiting with the door half open for customers but finding none, would pick up their pipa or eru and go to these shops to actively seek business. They usually didn't ask if the customer wanted to. They would just pat the customer a couple of times with their small hands and then start singing. Many of them force customers to buy things, but some will listen to the music and then tell them to get lost without paying a penny. Qian Fugue personally poured wine for Chen Wuji and the other 2 and said with a touch of emotion, Li's Siphon Tea is an old shop in Yunnan. With your guidance, my friend, its business is about to take off like a 100-foot-tall building. Look at the commotion today. Almost all the gourmets in Yunnan have come here after smelling the aroma. With their mouths talking, Li's Siphon Tea will surely become famous. It's really enviable. It makes me want to open a restaurant myself. Brother, do you have any other recipes? How about I sell him 3 or 5 of them? Brother Qian, are you joking or serious? Chen Wuji asked. I'm serious. I have money, and as long as I have good skills, I can open a restaurant right away, Qian Fugue said with unparalleled arrogance. How about we team up and actually open one for him and squeeze this Li's Siphon Tea house out of the way? I don't know much anymore. I'm afraid I can't support a restaurant, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Although he knows many other dishes, He hesitated to partner with this rich young master to open a restaurant. Chen Wuji smiled faintly. Brother, you can think about it carefully. I'm really serious. You can arrange the chef, and I will arrange everything else. Although I don't have a very good reputation in Yunnan, people who have done business with me know that I am a reasonable person who doesn't take shortcuts. He saw through Chen Wuji's thoughts very easily. This made Chen Wuji even more cautious about this person. People who are flamboyant in appearance but meticulous in mind are usually not easy to deal with. For example, the dull-witted scholar next to him who secretly commits murder and robbery. Who knows what kind of person this young master is? We must be cautious. Chen Wuji neither refused decisively nor readily agreed, but instead used a tactful approach, temporarily glossing over the matter under the pretext of considering it. The group ate a meal, drank a jar of wine, and the 10 large pots ordered by Manager Li were delivered. Chen Wuji asked Manager Li to act as a witness and signed a contract with Chen Wuji to order 50 pots of different sizes, thus formally finalizing their business deal. Chen Wuji then settled the bill with Manager Li, who was all smiles. I worked as a cook today and earned 115 taels of silver. Chen Wuji's net worth skyrocketed instantly. In the Great Yu Dynasty, having 100 taels of silver was roughly equivalent to having 100,000 taels in later generations. After leaving Li's siphon tea house, Chen Wuji bid farewell to Chen Wuji and continued his street sweeping with Chen Wuji and the others. Although Yang the blacksmith had used up all his stock on this trip, his main task today was to teach Chen Wuji and the others how to visit customers, so whether he had stock or not was not a problem. Chapter 111, The Scholar's Comprehension. Street canvassing is one of the most basic sales skills. It is also the most primitive skill. However, during the Yu Dynasty, this skill was not considered primitive. In fact, it seemed to be a little bit ahead of its time. Chen Wuji and his companions attracted a crowd of onlookers. He had expected today to be a day where he would have to work his nails off as hard as he could. After all, Manager Li's initial attitude was still there. This led Chen Wuji to mistakenly believe that the people of Yu the Great also disliked their visits. The result, however, was quite the opposite. The public had virtually no resistance to this matter. Knocking on a door and simply stating your purpose will often earn you a warm invitation from the family to stay and have a drink of water before you leave, even if they are unwilling to buy anything. Immediately afterwards, the neighbors from the left and right sides arrived. A group of people surrounded Chen Wuji and his companions, bombarding them with questions about what they did, what the pot could do, and how it was made. Some even asked Chen Wuji to demonstrate. Chen Wuji, who was determined to teach Chen Wuji and others, encountered the same thing again, with Li Si serving tea at the first house in the first alley. Start a fire, light a flame, and stir-fry. Then, make a deal. Chen Wuji only managed to utter a few sentences of his prepared remarks before, and that was the end of it. Because he knocked on the door of the first house, he took over all the business in the entire alley. Of the 12 households in the alley, 9 have made a sale. 1 household will purchase directly, while the rest will trade in their old appliances for new ones. Chen Wuji's tofu and egg stir-fry, made based on the ingredients, was highly praised. The women who cooked at home could immediately see the value of the pot when they saw Chen Wuji cooking. The other 3 households that didn't buy weren't doing so because they didn't want to, but because they didn't handle the money and didn't dare make the decision privately. They had to ask the head of the household first. After switching to another alley, Chen Wuji decisively stepped down to the second line, letting Chen Kun and the others take turns. Just like the scene before, the neighbors soon came to watch the spectacle out of curiosity. Chen Kun went up and started chatting away, making the group of women extremely happy. But there are still many questions. The tongue-tied Chen Wuji stepped forward at the opportune moment and immediately built a stove under the screen wall of the other party. Then, heat the wok, start the fire, and stir-fry. He wanted to make the garlic eggplant dish that Chen Wuji had made that day, but this family didn't have it, so he had to get it from another family. His move surprised even Chen Wuji. After tending the fire for an hour or so, he actually learned how to make this dish. The posture was a bit clumsy, which made the viewers anxious. But the stir-fried dish turned out quite well, and the women who tried it were very satisfied. After a brief discussion, someone placed an order on the spot. 4 families spent huge sums to sell directly, with one family even buying 2 pots at once, 1 large and 1 small. 6 other households opted for the trade-in program. So decisive and efficient that Chen Wuji even began to doubt whether he was actually in sales. When did door-to-door sales become so easy? However, those who can live in Yunnan City are different from the people outside the city. For ordinary people, even a few dozen coins can be a major obstacle, but these people almost all have servants and maids in their homes, and some even have doormen and sedan chair carriers. What ordinary people value more than their lives, a few dozen coins, is just a little pocket money to them. In just one afternoon, Chen Wuji led Chen Kun and the others through the 6 crisscrossing alleys of Fuyuan Street, clearing out all of Yang the blacksmith stock. 54 pots, not one left. Of these, Chen Wuji sold 9 people, and the remaining portion belonged to Chen Kun and his 3 companions. The rest were all sold by Chen Bushi alone. Chen Bushi's display of skill today truly demonstrated to Chen Wuji the power of the scholars of the Great Yu dynasty. His ability to deduce 3 things from one example was truly impressive. After wandering through the first 2 alleys, Chen Bushi carried 2 pots, one large and one small, and went off on his own. At first, Chen Wuji didn't even notice where he was going. It wasn't until Yuan Jinshi went to the blacksmith shop and came back saying that the pots were sold out that he realized Chen Bushi hadn't been idle either, and had actually taken up sales, and was even selling them faster than they had. When they met again, Chen Wuji finally learned what Chen Bushi had actually done. This guy actually brought a pot to people's door and explained the origin of the cauldron, the difference between the tripod and the cauldron, what it means to have a bell ringing and food served in tripod, what it means to have fish swimming in a cauldron, and the saying a yellow bell in a clay pot. After those people listened in a daze, they started to light the fire and cook. Chen Wuji had no idea how good he was at cooking, but the story he told was certainly quite convincing. He claimed that the appearance of the pot was like the imperial court abolishing the recommendation system and replacing it with the imperial examination system, allowing ordinary people to enter officialdom through the examination. The pot allowed ordinary people to taste the flavors of the wealthy and powerful and to be on equal footing with the elite in terms of cooking utensils. Then, he sold a pot for a high price of 3 ounces. The key point is that he not only sold them, but sold 24 of them in one go. He gave Chen Wuji 24 taels of silver, making a net profit of 48 taels. "You son of a bitch, you're a real talent." Chen Wuji stepped into the blacksmith shop, shaking his head and sighing. Aside from that one sentence, he really didn't know how to evaluate Chen Bushi's actions. A scholar, indeed a scholar. I know I'm no ordinary person, so be a little more reserved. Chen Bushi chuckled and reminded him, "Don't forget my wages, 24 pots, 50 coins per pot. Don't make a mistake." Chen Wuji. The blacksmith sheep was having an existential crisis in his shop. Seeing Chen Wuji return, he immediately rushed over. "Brother Chen, tell me, what did you do? How did you sell out so quickly? 64 pots, gone in just one afternoon?" "Gone." Chen Wuji patted the blacksmith Yang on the shoulder. "Old Yang, you've worked hard these past few days. Try to sleep less at night. We didn't just sell 64, but you only prepared 64. "What do you mean?" the blacksmith asked, puzzled. Chen Wuji smiled mysteriously. "We still owe 100 mouths." The blacksmith was stunned. "How much do you owe?" "How much?" "We sold a total of 164 pots today," Chen Wuji said with a faint smile. The blacksmith was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open like a bull's. 164? He exclaimed in surprise, suddenly sensing a glimpse of Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination. Chen Wuji quickly grabbed him and said, "Don't panic. If you can't handle it, I'll have the others stop for a while, so I don't put so much pressure on you." No, that's not true," the blacksmith Yang said immediately. "I'm just a little incredulous. 164. You went out for just half a day. I'm so happy." "Don't worry. The pots we owe will be paid off by the day after tomorrow at the latest. We have no grudge against money, so why would we let it slip by?" Chapter 112, Chen Kun's Family Discipline. "Don't be too hasty. You have 5 days, Chen Wuji advised. The blacksmith Yang exclaimed, "Wuji, your methods are beyond my comprehension. I'm not going to worry about these things anymore. I'll just focus on forging from now on. This feeling of being showered with silver is truly exhilarating." After saying that, the blacksmith rolled up his sleeves, rushed into the shop, and started swinging his hammer. Bang! With a heavy thud of the hammer, he shouted, "You little bastards, your chance to make money has come. Work like crazy. 50 coins a pot. Pay as many as you make that day." This shout excited his strong and powerful nephews and nieces. The most popular way for workers in Yu to pay their bills is definitely to settle the payment on the same day. No matter how much you talk, nothing is more reliable than getting the money in your hands immediately. After leaving the shop, Chen Wuji paid Chen Wuwei and the others for their work that day. The orders for Li Siphon Tea and Hungtong Trading Company were his, so they were not included in the calculation. The four of them worked together to take down 21 pots, each earning 260 coins. On the first day of work, Chen Wuji paid them a uniform rate of 50 coins per pot. This can be considered a way to boost morale. Among them, Chen Bushi was undoubtedly the top seller. He secretly raised the price and made 48 taels of silver, and then paid the wages of 1,200 cash. I never thought I could earn copper coins this way. I'll have to come back tomorrow. Chen Bushi jingled the copper coins in his hand. Just chatting with people and exchanging a few words, and dozens of taels of silver have come to me. It's really great. Little Wuji, remember to call me when you leave tomorrow. Chen Wuji was speechless. You can come, but don't raise prices on your own. Doing so will damage your reputation. After saying that, he earnestly instructed Chen Kun and the others not to follow Chen Bushi's bad example. Don't worry, it won't affect your reputation. I've been saying it's the Bushi Trading Company from the beginning. I get my goods from Blacksmith Yang and then sell them myself. Chen Bushi said with a faint smile. Chen Wuji, damn, this person. That's really despicable. Fine, whatever. You're the one being criticized anyway. Chen Wuji shook his head speechlessly. You're a village head now. How come you're so idle? You've given up on that thing Shui Hondo mentioned. How could that be? But I have to ask around first. Xiong Paozi is gone. Chen Bushi winked at Chen Wuji. There's no work to do in the fields, and the village head doesn't seem to have anything to do either. I'm just very free, right? I'm taking advantage of my free time to earn a few jars of wine money from you. From what you're saying, you're not happy about it. Whatever you want. I'm not unhappy about it. Chen Wuji said. Chen Bushi laughed heartily, then suddenly looked up and remarked with emotion. We are all just passers-by in this world. It's only interesting to do different things and see different people. Stop clinging to your useless stuff. Let's go back. Chen Wuji interrupted Chen Bushi's sudden outburst of emotion, which was hard to define, and forcibly stopped his pretentious act. Chen Kun clutched the penny he had earned that day tightly, ran across the pond filled with the croaking of frogs in the setting sun, rushed along the muddy path by the field, and pushed open the dilapidated fence gate of his house. Father, mother, I'm back. Shanli had just returned from the fields and was sitting under the peach tree, cleaning the mud off his feet. He looked up and asked with a smile, How was today? Did you do anything wrong? Although your brother Wuji is gentle, he has a strong personality at heart. Be careful in your actions and don't anger him. Father, Chen Xuanfei rushed to Chen Li's side and took out the copper coin that was covered in sweat from his pocket. Dad, look! Chen Li's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed the donkey whip that was standing next to the tree. Father, wait. Chen Kun jumped up immediately upon seeing his father's gesture and hurriedly explained, This is the wages brother Wuji gave me. It's not some dubious income. Upon hearing this, Chen Li became even more enraged. He slapped the donkey whip onto the ground and angrily shouted, You little brat, you've learned to lie? What kind of good person would pay you so much a day? Your father has toiled his whole life and still can't earn this much money in a day. How could you possibly earn so much? Selling pots. I'll help brother Wuji sell his pots. Chen Kun shouted hurriedly. You little bastard. How dare you talk nonsense? You can sell so many pots? Did you embezzle the money from selling the pots? Chen Li had already thought of some very unpleasant things. He angrily rushed up and grabbed Chen Kun by the collar, raising his whip to give Chen Kun a beating with his fatherly love. Just then, Madame Chen Yin came out of the courtyard. Seeing Chen Li's commotion, she pounced on him and grabbed him by the collar, yelling, You old hag, what's wrong with you now? Let go of me. That kid cheated on his girlfriend. Shen Li Shouta. Madame Chen's eyes darted around, and her hand, which had been gripping Chen Li's collar, spun smoothly and clamped down on Chen Kun's neck. You little bastard, you've been cheating on me? Although I'm not a good person, I've never done anything dishonest or deceitful, and you still dare to steal. Old man, beat him. Beat this little bastard to death. Chen Kun broke down. He looked at his parents, who suddenly seemed to agree with him, and felt like the sky had fallen. Is he really his biological son? Huh, you know you're not a good person. Chun Li suddenly turned to ask Chen Yanshi. Shut up. What I do has nothing to do with whether I know what kind of person I am. Do I have anything to do with you asking me? I'm a person. How could I not know what kind of person I am? Chen Yanshi shouted, glaring at him. Give me the whip. You're a useless piece of trash, strong on and off the bed. All you do is glare and blow your horns. Even if you beat me, I'll still think you're a real man. You crazy woman. What nonsense are you spouting in front of the child? Shen Li Ruarat. These words completely ignited Chen Yan's anger. She raised her head sharply and said, I haven't even said the worst things yet. If you had any strength on the bed, we wouldn't only have this one child. We wouldn't have let you beat us to death without daring to lay a hand on us. This little brat is cheating on his wife. Cheating on his wife. What are you waiting for if you don't beat him to death? Are you waiting to go to the East Market to collect his head someday? Give me the whip. If you can't bear to use it, I will. If I beat him to death, I'll find someone to have another one, and you can raise it. Chen Kun. He looked up listlessly at the brilliant twilight. What should I do if I suddenly have a strong urge to run away? Father, mother, before you beat me to death, why don't you ask Brother Wuji if I lied or not? You'll know once you ask, Chen Kun said weakly. He earned 260 coins today, but he wasn't happy at all. It seems he really might have been picked up from a crack in the rock. Chapter 1:13 Troubles Caused by Wages. When Chen Kun's family arrived, Chen Wuji was making rope with Yuan Jinsher. Given that Yang the blacksmith had been under a lot of pressure lately, he told Chen Wuwei and the others to come to the city every afternoon and only work for half a day, so that Yang the blacksmith could have a little rest and not be overworked to death in the furnace. With this arrangement, Chen Wuji was soon free of trouble. Although he now has a fortune of nearly 200 taels of silver in his pocket, it is far from time for him to relax and enjoy life. So he plans to go into the mountains in the mornings recently to deal with the aquatic products there and check for traps. Regardless of how much it costs, at least it can improve the family's meals. Making it yourself is always more cost-effective than buying it, and the food is better too. Wuji, this little brat, told me you paid him his wages today. Chun-Li led Chen Kun into the second courtyard in a hurry, panting heavily, but still asked with a hint of politeness. Yes, they gave it to him. Chen Wuji stood up and looked at Chen Kun's family. 11th uncle, is something wrong? Did Chen Kun not take the money back with him? He thought Chen Kun had lost the money. I brought it back, but there was a bit too much, Chun-Li said. Chen Wuji laughed upon hearing this. 260 coins is not much. Chen Kun is very quick to learn. Today is just a small test. After he gets more familiar with it, he should be able to earn more. But how can you give so much? Chun-Li exclaimed anxiously, stamping his feet in frustration. Change it. 260 cash is far too much. That's more than Liu Tietue earns every day. Liu Tietue does hard labor at the docks every day, carrying heavy loads and working incredibly hard. But what did this kid do? He just helped you sell some pots. How can you earn more than people who work there? But off, this is not right. It's really not right. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinsher immediately grabbed Chun Li's sleeve and repeatedly gave him meaningful glances. Chun Li remained unmoved and continued. Wuji, our family is now your tenant farmer, so we shouldn't have to pay you wages. We're working for you for free. If you're willing to give us some, that's your kindness in helping our family, but this is too much. We can't accept it. It would be against our conscience. Chen Wuji waved his hand. 11th uncle, let me tell you about the wages. Here, the more you work, the more you earn. If you don't work, you don't earn anything. If you can't sell them, you won't get a single copper coin. Chen Kun and his team sold more than 20 pots today, so he should be paid this wage. If he doesn't sell any tomorrow, he won't take home a single copper coin. It's not just Chen Kun, it's the same for everyone. I treat everyone the same, so don't hold it against me anymore. Have you eaten yet? Let's eat together later. The food at home will be ready soon. No, we'll eat at home, Chen Yin said with a smile, kicking Chen Kun hard. Aren't you going to thank your brother Wuji? From now on, you can ignore your father's words, but you must listen to your brother Wuji, understand? Understood. Chen Kun lowered his head and bowed to Chen Wuji. Brother Wuji, I'm sorry you had to see this. My parents have been like this since I was a child, and I can't persuade them. It's a real headache. You little brat, what are you saying? Chen Yin grabbed Chen Kun by the neck, turned around, and left. You've only worked one day, and you're already starting to look down on your parents, are you? Brother Wuji, we're leaving now. Chen Kun, who was being dragged backwards, hurriedly waved to Chen Wuji. Chun-Li sighed helplessly, glanced apologetically at Chen Wuji, stomped his foot heavily, turned around, and hurriedly followed. Even long after they left, Chen Wuji could still hear Chun-Li and his wife arguing and scolding their son from afar, and he could vaguely hear the sound of a donkey whip being cracked, though he didn't know who it was hitting. Hearing the commotion, Hua Sanyang came out of the courtyard. Who's there? Uncle 11 and his wife brought Chen Kun with them. Chen Wuji chuckled. Uncle 11 thinks I paid Chen Kun too much and is worried that Chen Kun might have done something wrong. So he came to ask him about it. Hua Sanyang smiled and said, sometimes paying too much can be a problem. Who says otherwise? Chen Wuji shook his head and chuckled. He hasn't stopped talking since he got back today. First, the Yuan brothers, who were both scholars, clamored that they didn't want wages and repeated the same excuses used by servants to Chen Wuji. In the end, Chen Wuji had no choice but to shut them up by offering them a reward. Immediately afterwards, Chen Wuwei's family members arrived. They trusted Chen Wuwei, but they only brought him an old hen. In rural areas, old hens are highly valued and are often given as important gifts to express gratitude. For those with whom you have shown a moderate kindness, give eggs. For those with whom you have shown a great kindness and are close, give an old hen. Hua Sanyang squatted down next to Chen Wuji and helped twist the rope. Selling pots sounds like a good business. If you can make a living, don't go into the mountains. It's too dangerous. Chen Wuji shook his head. At least not for now. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. I can't sell the pots before I've even figured out what's going on and then lose my hunting skills. There are plenty of good things in the mountains. Anyway, I have time now, so I'll take a stroll around. Don't worry. Things have only just started to get a little better. How can we slack off now? Seeing this, Hua Sanyang stopped trying to persuade her and just muttered, stubborn fool. Come inside. I'll apply the medicine for you, she said irritably. Chen Wuji grinned and followed Hua Sanyang into the house. Hua Sanyang took the ointment, turned around and sat on the edge of the Kong, her pert buttocks pressing out a perfect, incredibly tempting curve. Chen Wuji smoothly lay down on the edge of the Kong, a heated brick bed, and rested his head on Hua Sanyang's soft thighs. This is the best pillow in the world. Hua Sanyang chuckled and said reproachfully, how can I apply the medicine to you like this? Chapter 114, The Bride and Groom. No problem, or you can let me rest for a while. Chen Wuji grinned mischievously, starting to act up again. Don't move, Hua Sanyang said coquettishly, pressing down Chen Wuji's mischievous hand. Wife, I feel like I've been a monk for quite a few days now, so it's odd if I take advantage of you a little, right? Chen Wuji said with a pout. Don't be silly in broad daylight. Wait until tonight, okay? Hua Sanyang said, blushing. Chen Wuji was overjoyed. My wife, you said it. I really mean it. Really? Why am I teasing you? Hua Sanyang said, blushing and annoyed. Lie down quickly. I'll change your dressing. You're so irresponsible every day. I don't even know what's so good about that thing. Chen Wuji strongly suspected that his wife was somewhat indifferent in that area. Being young, one should theoretically be quite enthusiastic about such things. Her current condition is not good news. This matter made Chen Wuji feel somewhat melancholy during dinner. Let's see. If Hua Sanyang continues in this state, he'll probably have to consult with old Master Zhang to see if there's any remedy that can help. If couples cannot communicate pleasantly about matters of the bedroom, it can seriously affect their relationship. Wuji, Hongdo told me today that she wants to raise some rabbits, chickens, and ducks, Hua Sanyang suddenly said. Do you think this is feasible? Sure, why not? I'll buy a few chicks tomorrow, Chen Wuji said. However, I didn't see any rabbits for sale in the East Market. I'll look for them tomorrow. Shui Hongdo lowered her head and slowly ate her food, nodding gently. Chen Wuji never thought he looked particularly fierce, but Shui Hongdo seemed to be very afraid of him. She chatted away with Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue every day, but when she was in front of Chen Wuji, she turned into a block of wood, even avoiding eye contact with him. The two of them haven't exchanged more than 10 sentences in all these days. After dinner, Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue finally returned to the main house. Looking at the quilt that had been moved back, Chen Wuji's mouth was practically splitting into a wide grin. Just as Chen Wuji was filled with excitement, Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue walked in hand. The two looked as if they had just washed up. The hair at their temples was wet and glistening with water droplets. Are you satisfied now? Hua Sanyang suppressed a smile and scolded her playfully. Chen Wuji immediately grinned like a fool. Satisfied, very satisfied. Go to sleep. Hua Sanyang blew out the candle and crawled into bed. The room suddenly became dark, with only a sliver of hazy moonlight filtering in from the window. In this primitive era, the moonlight truly had the texture of frost. Shun Yue sneakily leaned close to Chen Wuji's ear and whispered, Husband, your sister washed very carefully tonight. She even rinsed her face several times. And what about my little wife? Chen Wuji asked with a wicked grin. Me too. Smell it. It doesn't smell like anything, does it? Xin Yue exhaled a very short breath. Very refreshing. Chen Wuji nodded and affirmed with a smile. Just as the two were talking on the ground, Huasanyang suddenly said from the Kong, a heated brick bed, "Why aren't you resting? What are you whispering about down there?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji chuckled, gave Huasanyang a mischievous look, and then beckoned Xin Yue to get on the Kong, heated brick bed. Chapter 1:15 Bison Herd. Chen Wuji's injuries have finally healed somewhat. Now, apart from my right hand, which is still quite badly injured, the other wounds on my body are basically no longer a problem. This made Chen Wuji sigh. It's so good to be young. Such a serious injury, and it's been less than 10 days. After spending some time with Huasanyang and the others in the morning and having a simple breakfast, Chen Wuji took Yuan Jinshi and Yuan Xiaocai into the mountains. He brought 2 burlap sacks today, mainly for the aquatic product from the mountains. He hadn't fished from the pool for a while, and today he planned to test its depth. If you're lucky, it would be even better if you could get a few forest frogs. Chen Wuji was quite craving that thing. The mountains and fields were quiet, and before Chen Wuji and his 2 companions even entered the mountains, they encountered a sneaky weasel. "Scholar, strike him!" Chen Wuji immediately shouted in a deep voice. His bow is now in the hands of Scholar Yuan. However, it wasn't the 3-stone bow he bought at great expense, but the 2-stone bow left to him by his elderly father. He struggled to even draw the 3-stone bow, let alone the skinny, stick-like Scholar Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Wuji's voice, Yuan Jinshi immediately drew his bow and knocked an arrow without hesitation. Yuan Xiaocai also darted out like a cheetah, blocking the path of the weasel from the front. Although these 2 lads are now so thin that you can't see a pound of flesh, their tenacity and explosive power are the strongest among all the people Chen Wuji has ever met, and they have a bit of a fearless spirit. However, Yuan Jinshi had just started practicing archery, and his archery skills were rather poor, causing him to miss several times. The only arrow seemed poised to hit, but it missed too far and wasn't fatal, allowing the weasel to escape with the arrow still in its hand. In the end, the 2 brothers had no choice but to intercept it from both sides, chasing after it and finally killing it. "Brother Wuji, why are we fighting this thing? It doesn't look like it's edible." Yuan Xiaocai walked over, carrying a weasel, wading through grass as tall as himself, and asked in confusion. "Although it's inedible, it can be sold for money." Chen Wuji said, "This thing is worth 300 coins, and it's yours to keep." "Brother Wuji, we are servants. Don't always think about giving us money. We are still young. It's not good for you to do this. If we have bad intentions, you might lead us astray," Yuan Xiaocai muttered. Chen Wuji chuckled. "You little brats, where do you get all this useless logic? I can see through your ulterior motives. Just take it as a reward. You've been saying it yesterday, and you're saying it again today. I'd rather your ears not be annoyed. Here you go, just take it." Chen Wuji appreciated their thoughts, but also disliked them. He's thinking too much at such a young age. "Brother Wuji, that's really too much," said Yuan Jinshi. Chen Wuji raised his hand. "Stop. Don't say any more. Let's go up the mountain." Only then did the Yuan brothers shut up. With the weasel in their pockets, the 3 continued up the mountain. Just after rounding the rolling low hills at the foot of the mountain, Chen Wuji saw a herd of wild buffalo. "Brother Wuji, it's a wild ox," Yuan Jinshi exclaimed in surprise. Chen Wuji was startled and deeply moved by the sight of the herd of wild buffalo grazing leisurely on the meadow. There were herds of bison, numbering in the dozens. If I could get back in time, I'd be incredibly rich. However, the word wild in bison does have the word wild in its name, implying a wild nature. If you anger them, their 2 bull horns, just like those of the bull demon king, are not just for show. They can easily lift an adult into the sky. "Is the cow at Chen Bushi's house male or female?" Chen Wuji suddenly asked. These words startled both Scholar Yuan and Scholar Yuan. "It seems to be female," said Yuan Jinshi, not entirely certain. Chen Wuji decided to take action. "You 2 go back to the village and herd your 3rd uncle's cow back. Also, find Xiong Paozi. He's not home, so ask his mother and wife for some supplies to help the cow give birth." Chen Wuji didn't know how to explain this, so after thinking for a moment, he added, "Tell them it's something that helps bulls and cows give birth. Don't get them confused." "Brother Wuji, are you referring to breeding?" Yuan Jinshi asked. "If I had known you knew about this, I wouldn't have bothered with all this trouble. It's that stuff. Remember, The quantity needs to be large, enough to knock out a dozen cows in one go, Chen Wuji emphasized. Understood, Brother Wuji. Yuan Jinshi left the bow and arrows with Chen Wuji and then left with his younger brother. Shishan village doesn't have many oxen. There are only about 10 in total. 6 of them belong to the Yuan brothers, Yuan Jinbao and Yuan Jinbao. Of the dozen or so households in the Chun family, only Chen Wuji owned a draft ox. This show-off, he just rides his ox around aimlessly when he has nothing better to do. Although there aren't many cattle, Shishan village has a skilled person who can breed cattle, mules, and horses. It was Xiong Paozi, whose name and side hustle complemented each other perfectly. Even some families in Yunnan City who wanted to breed their cattle and horses would send someone to the village to ask Xiong Paozi for help. Because of his lowly profession, Xiong Paozi didn't earn much money with this skill. He could only bring back some food each time he went. But because of his skill, his life was much better than that of others in the village. He could at least have meat every few days to improve his life. Chen Wuji lay on the pile of stones, his eyes lingering on the herd of wild buffalo on the meadow. We must find a way to bring a few back. It is said that there are many herds of bison and wild elephants in Shengshenling, but you rarely encounter them. They mostly live deep in the mountains and rarely appear on the edge of Shengshenling. After waiting for nearly an hour and a half, the Yuan brothers, who were both scholars, arrived with an ox, followed by Chen Wuji, Chen Wuji, and Xiong Paozi. Wow, I thought there were only a few. There are so many. Xiong Paozi leaned forward, his saliva almost dripping down his face. Let me handle this. I guarantee that each of our families will take one home today. Damn it. I've been looking for these beasts for years and haven't run into a single one. Wuji, what kind of luck do you have? Our hunters just different from us farmers. What's the difference? If there's any difference, it's that I go into the mountains almost every day, so the chances of running into someone are definitely higher. You go into the mountains whenever you feel like it, specifically looking for someone, so of course you might not run into them. Chen Wuji said, luck might have some influence, but it's definitely not that much. That's different. I still think you're lucky, ridiculously lucky, so lucky that it makes people envious and jealous, wishing they could learn those legendary immortal secret techniques and possess you. Xiong Paozi said, shaking his head. Chen Wuji chuckled softly. He almost guessed right. Although it cannot be considered a complete possession, he was transported to this body after the previous body died. But they're pretty much the same. Xiong Paozi shook his head and sighed for a while, then turned to Chen Wuji and asked, now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, can you find your way home by yourself? It should be fine. I usually let my cattle roam freely outside, and they come back on their own by evening, Chen Wuji said. But I advise you not to do that. If my cattle run off with wild cattle, I'll kill you. No, I'll keep an eye on things from the side, the roe deer said. You guys don't need to worry about this. This mess is mine. I'm going to do something big today. Get rid of this whole herd of bison. These bison are really good. Look at all that muscle. They must be delicious. He seemed to go mad when he saw the livestock. That look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a group of stunningly beautiful women who weren't wearing any clothes. Chapter 116, The Ordinary Person Who Was Targeted. Xiong Paozi led Chen Wuji's ox and carefully entered the herd of wild buffalo. He first stood at a distance to test the buffalo herd's reaction, and seeing that they were unmoved, he slowly approached. Only after he and Chen Wuji's cows had merged into the herd of wild buffalo did he begin to take out herbs from his body, one bag after another. If you have something else to do, go ahead and do it. Mule and I are here helping Xiong Paozi. You're in such a state that you can't even lead a cow, so don't join in the fun. If you disturb the herd, you won't be able to escape, Chen Wuji said to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji readily agreed. I do have something else to do. I'm going to check on the traps. But you can't keep any for yourselves, no matter how many oxen you bring back. One has to be mine. At least he was the discoverer, and he was the one who came up with the idea. Go away. We're not that petty. Chen Wuji waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, expressing extreme disgust. Chen Wuji chuckled, then suddenly lowered his voice and asked, by the way, when did Xiong Paozi come back? What's the situation over there? Give me a straight answer if you have any ideas. There's a woman at home who's ready to commit suicide at any moment. We can do it, and we can do it quietly. You can tell your little maid the good news first, Chen Wuji said with a smile. It's just that it seems like someone has been watching us recently. I need to observe for a few days before I can make a move. We don't want to become the mantis that stalks the cicada. unaware of the aureole behind. Chen Wuji felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but think of the Zhang family. Who's watching us? Could it be Zhou Buping's master? Chen Wuji casually plucked a weed, rolled it up a couple of times, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "I feel like it, but I don't have any evidence yet. My friend at the county government told me that recently someone checked the corvée labor records and land documents of our Shishan village, and it seems that they want to impose more labor on our village, and it is even the transportation of grain." Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji's anger flared instantly, and he cursed under his breath. Don't these big shots have any fresh tricks up their sleeves? They keep doing this over and over again. We're just a few ordinary people. Is it really necessary for them to make such a big fuss? They could just come up with any excuse. Besides, the imperial court isn't deploying troops in Nanjun, so why would they need us to transport supplies? Chen Wuji shook his head with a deep expression. These things are not clear for the time being, but something is not right. Before these important figures do something, they must have made arrangements from multiple angles. What they want is much more than we think. As for us commoners, to put it bluntly, we were just caught up in the mess by the big shots and dealt with as a side effect. With just a word from them, someone below will come up with a perfect plan. It's easy to kill a few commoners, but what they want is not a stain, but to turn this little thing into a great achievement. Chen Wuji nodded. Although I don't know where the troops are going to be mobilized, once such rumors start to circulate, it's most likely true. There is no news of the imperial court deploying troops in Nanjun before. I suspect that it is very likely that it was led by the imperial censor Zhang, who is currently on leave at home, such as the banditry in Shingshenling or the roving bandits. Even if there are no bandits here, as long as there are refugees, this matter can become a reality. Take this opportunity to launch an attack, eliminate dissidents along the way, and take care of us insignificant bystanders. If the plan is well thought out, the Zhang family may be able to use this incident to eliminate all dissidents in the surrounding area, and Imperial Censor Zhang can also take the opportunity to gain a great merit. Chen Wuji's face grew increasingly grim. If it's really as you suspect, then everyone in the prefect's office is in cahoots with Imperial Censor Zhang, and so are all the officials in Yunnan. However, our county magistrate, who likes to raise poultry, is extremely at odds with the Zhang family. If one day we hear that the county magistrate has died without cause or has been transferred, your guess may come true. These words surprised Chen Wuji. Oh, that's quite unexpected. It turns out that the magistrate is at odds with the Zhang family. I always thought the magistrate was a lackey of the Zhang family. Chen Wuji nodded. This matter is now almost out in the open, and there's no way to fake it. Chen Wuji casually tossed a pebble into the distance and said in a deep voice, "This matter cannot be taken lightly. When you have time, try to find out more information. Although we are just scraps in the eyes of these big shots, insignificant commoners, who wants to die? We need to prepare early." "What are you preparing?" Chen Wuji asked, glancing sideways. Chen Wuji shrugged. At least it can sharpen the knife a bit. All he wanted in this life was to live a comfortable life as a wealthy man. So why was it so difficult? Who the hell could have imagined that fighting a band of outlaws would actually wipe out the local tyrant who was based in Yunnan? How things will develop from here is no longer within his control. But he never considered giving up. At least he still has a very fast knife left by his ancestors. Chen Wuji gazed into the distance and gave a faint asking, "You said you were looking for someone. Any progress?" "They do seem to have that intention, but I don't know how far they can go." Chen Wuji shook his head. "I think that person is trustworthy, but we can't place our hopes on them. If things don't work out, I hope you really have a secret stronghold that can help our entire clan rise again." Chen Wuji smiled mysteriously and didn't take the bait. Instead, he said, "Go check your trap. I'll let you know if there's any movement. Don't worry about anything else." "All right, with you saying that, I feel at ease." Chen Wuji stood up and called to Yuan Xiaocai. The scholar Yuan was quick-witted, so he stayed there, just in case he needed any help. In this situation, he and Scholar Yuan are utterly useless. They can only watch from the sidelines. We might as well take this opportunity to inspect the traps on the mountain and repair those that need fixing. Go around the hillside and then follow the stream upstream. Chen Wuji first looked at the situation in the pool, and after just one glance, a smile appeared on his face. "I'm in for a treat today. There are crabs." Rolling up his trousers, Chen Wuji slowly entered the water like an old man. In fact, given the daytime conditions of this pond, there must be many crabs and frogs active at night. Both mountain crabs and forest frogs have a habit of being active at night and hiding during the day. Although you can encounter them during the day, it's only occasional and very sporadic. Unfortunately, we can't go up the mountain at night. The torches weren't enough, and the danger level in the mountains at night was too high. Scholar, tie him up. Chen Wuji firmly grabbed a crab and tossed it onto the shore. Yuan Xiaocai hurriedly grabbed it, saying, "Brother Wuji, this doesn't seem like something we can eat. I heard it's something like that. I saw it when I was little. Don't listen to that nonsense. That's because people don't recognize it. This stuff is delicious," Chen Wuji said. From what he had recently learned, the villagers had imbued most of the animals in these mountains with a mythical aura. If an animal looked strange or was rarely seen, there was no doubt that it was either an evil spirit, a wild mountain monster, or something under the command of the mountain god. Chen Wuji finally understood why there were almost no hunters in the village. They were so scared that they dared not eat this or that. Wandering around in the mountains with your eyes constantly fixed on wild boars and rabbits, it's no wonder you can't get enough to eat. Chapter 1:17 Staring into the Eyes of a Wolf. Chen Wuji lay in the water, which was above his knees, his eyes fixed on the movement underwater. What he really wants today are giant salamanders and forest frogs. But these two things seemed to have heard Chen Wuji's thoughts, and surprisingly did not. Chen Wuji wandered around for a long time and only managed to catch a giant salamander that was not much bigger than his palm. He did catch quite a few crabs and prawns, though, especially the giant prawns. Today, the pond is more like the home ground of giant prawns. You might bump into one without even realizing it. This creature is scientifically known as the Manchurian crayfish, and in later generations, it was mainly produced in northeast China. Because their habitat requires extremely high water quality, they are rarely seen in other places. Shangshanling is located in the southwest region of Yu, the Great Territory. Chen Wuji was quite surprised to see this thing here. What's even stranger is that he hadn't encountered them the previous times, but today he not only encountered them, but there were also an unusually large number of them. Do these things migrate? Or is it just the season when they start to appear? Chen Wuji scooped the fish out of the pool one by one, while Yuan Xiaocai, who was picking them up on the bank, was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't understand why his master was going to do with these things. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wuji, this can't be eaten. Why are we picking it up? Why can't we eat this?" Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Yuan Xiaocai was stunned for a moment. "Brother Wuji, you don't know? I was stupid for a few years, so I really don't know." Chen Wuji casually made up an excuse. Being stupid is his most powerful shield right now. Yuan Xiaocai hurriedly explained to Chen Wuji, "Brother Wuji, this is poisonous. Eating it will kill you. It's like a scorpion. Every year around May, it appears wherever there is water, even in rice paddies. This thing stings people badly, so everyone is afraid to go near water during this season. When people had no food, they tried eating it. It tasted pretty good, but there was only a little meat, so it was almost like eating nothing. People in the village even died from eating it before. Brother Wuji, didn't you know about these things?" Chen Wuji knew nothing. His memories were like a cassette tape that had been destroyed and then reconnected. There were only a few scattered fragments, and most of the rest was a blank. He only recently learned about many of these things. Don't be nervous, this stuff is edible. The reason they think it's poisonous is either because they don't know how to cook it, or they're allergic to it. Chen Wuji said. They actually classified genuine, good stuff as poisonous insects. What a waste of good food. Scholar Yuan did not refute further. But when he saw the swarm of crayfish tangled together in the sack, his expression turned into a frown. This stuff is really poisonous. He had been poisoned before. His lips were swollen for several days. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, and he almost died from vomiting and diarrhea in the latrine. Now he's afraid of this thing. However, his older brother was fine. Later, whenever there was no food at home, his brother would catch these things, cook them, and prepare other food for him. You mean it only happens in May every year? Chen Wuji asked. Yes. Scholar Yuan answered crisply. You can hardly see them before May. They are most numerous in June and July, and then they start to gradually decrease again in August. I don't know where they have gone. My grandfather said that these are the soldiers sent down the mountain by the mountain god to inspect the territory. Every year at this time, they come down the mountain to take a look and understand what kind of life the people in the vicinity are living. They go back to report in August. Chen Wuji. The worship that the people of Du held for the mysterious mountains and wilderness was sometimes truly undeniable. In their worldview, this majestic and vast Shenxian Ridge, filled with countless mysteries, hides a kingdom of mountain gods, or rather, the sacred ground of a great mountain god. You can listen to these claims, but don't take them too seriously. You need to have your own understanding and insights about this world, and not just follow the crowd, Chen Wuji said seriously. Young people should stand on the mountaintop to see the world, not stand at the foot of the mountain like their predecessors, standing on tiptoe and looking up at the unclear mountaintop, imagining what kind of gods live there and what mysterious subordinates are crawling at their feet. If you are curious about that place, then climb up to the top of the mountain and see for yourself what is there, instead of relying on your imagination. Throughout history, great sages have never listened to the teachings of the saints without first practicing them, but rather adding their own interpretations. This is even more true of the words of the elders. Scholar Yuan looked up thoughtfully at the distant Shenxian Ridge. He couldn't see Shengshenling from here, but suddenly he really wanted to see if there was a powerful mountain god on that distant mountain who could protect all living beings for thousands of miles. Brother Wuji, I think I understand. Scholar Yuan nodded emphatically, but eating these insects really can cause poisoning. Chen Wuji, you know nothing. Then don't eat it. You might have a congenital condition that makes you weak and allergic to things in these waters, Chen Wuji said. Oh, Yuan Shouzai didn't understand at all, but he felt that what the head of the family said made a lot of sense. After all, his brother ate it and was fine. Perhaps this is just his problem. Chen Wuji, along with Yuan Shouzai, carried sacks upstream, rummaging through the stone slabs in the 5 pools, and scooped up a large number of crayfish and crabs, plus 3 small giant salamanders. This amount of food is enough for their family to eat for 2 or 3 meals. Let's go check out the trap. Chen Wuji wrung out his wet clothes and headed west. Today's trap is not a good one. After inspecting 4 in a row, all the traps were destroyed. All that was left for Chen Wuji was a pile of hair, proving that prey had once roamed this place. Chen Wuji was grumbling about being late again when, after taking only a few steps forward, he suddenly found himself in a seemingly hopeless situation, having turned a corner and encountered his prey. It was a fox with snow-white fur all over its body, and it was very cute. Unfortunately, it only has 1 tail. Chen Wuji was actually quite curious whether there really was a 9-tailed fox in this world. He was about to step forward to rescue the injured 9-tailed fox and put it in his sack to comfort it when he suddenly noticed that the trap next to him had also been triggered, and there was some movement inside. Chen Wuji peeked out and was instantly overjoyed. There are wolves, and there are sheep. 2 large prey were caught in a single trap. It was worth digging. This place must have witnessed a major drama not long ago. Lying in the pit was a gazelle whose neck had been bitten through, and it was beyond dead, the legendary gazelle destined for a life of imprisonment. There was also a gray wolf with its body twisted up and squeezed to the side. The gray wolf was not dead. It was currently struggling in the pit, seemingly trying to get itself out. Chapter 118, Facing the Beast. Scholar, go cut a stick and tie the knife to it. Chen Wuji excitedly ordered. The gray wolf even dared to bare its teeth at him when it saw him peeking out. You little wretch, you probably don't even know what a knife is. Yuan Shouzai ran to the side, cut a straight wooden stick, and then used hemp rope to tie the knife around and around, making a hastily made version of the green dragon crescent blade. Do you dare to kill? Chen Wuji asked. Idare. Scholar Yuan said decisively. All right, stare into its eyes and stab it. Chen Wuji shouted. Yuan Shouzai agreed loudly, but when he stood by the pit, he became frightened. His calves cramped, and his hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. But he still stared intently at the gray wolf in the pit below, looking directly into those fierce, oppressive, and penetrating eyes. Suddenly, Yuan Shouzai straightened his legs and roared with all his might. He raised the knife high and then plunged it down with a sudden thrust. 1 cut, 2 cuts. Yuan Shouzai waved his arms, his eyes widening so much that his eyeballs seemed about to pop out of their sockets, and blood vessels appeared on the clear whites of his eyes. Chen Wuji sat quietly to the side and watched. He offered no encouragement, nor did he teach him how to do it. Yuan Shouzai has already experienced a lot. Now he needs to face life head-on and have the courage and boldness to confront it. He needs to grow. At his age, his resilience is already quite remarkable. But Chen Wuji felt it wasn't enough. Having lost his parents at a young age, living in abject poverty, and lacking food and clothing, he witnessed firsthand the coldness and indifference of human nature. These hardships are the whetstone, but it is also a mountain that can crush all a person's backbone and courage. Whether these two boys will be reborn from the ashes of hardship, or whether they will be broken and forced to live a life of subservience, obedient and meek servants just to earn a living, remains to be seen. Facing the eyes of a ferocious beast and bravely drawing your sword is the ultimate way to hone one's courage. Given this opportunity, Chen Wuji was naturally willing to give Yuan Xiaocai some pointers. Fortunately, Scholar Yuan did not disappoint him. He did not become a coward who compromised with suffering and complained about life under the protection of Yuan Jinshi. Brother Wuji, the wolf is dead. Yuan Xiaocai gasped for breath as he pulled the bloodstained knife out of the pit. Chen Wuji glanced at it indifferently. Are you sure it's dead? I pierced its neck. It certainly won't survive, Yuan Xiaocai said, panting heavily. Chen Wuji then walked to the edge of the pit and peered inside. After confirming that Yuan Xiaocai's judgment was correct, he said, from now on, whether it is a person or a prey, once a knife is used, it must be confirmed that it is completely dead. Remember this good habit of finishing off enemies. Even if you think they are completely dead, don't feel that finishing them off is unnecessary. If the enemy has even a breath left, you will be the one who dies. Yes, Yuan Xiaocai responded loudly, gritted his teeth, and thrust the knife into the pit again, striking the wolf's head hard. Chen Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Bring the rope over. Yuan Xiaocai took the rope and said, Brother Wuji, I'll go down. Of course you go down. I'm even more useless than you now, so don't count on me. Chen Wuji laughed. Go down, tie the rope to both ends of the wolf, and get it up first. Good. Chen Wuji's external injuries had mostly healed, but because his internal organs had been damaged this time, he didn't intend to exert himself too much as a precaution. Let's rest and recover fully first. There's no need to rush it in just 1 or 2 days. Scholar Yuan jumped into the pit, tied himself up, and then threw the rope up. Chen Wuji wrapped the other end of the rope around a tree trunk next to him, then threw it back to Yuan Xiaocai in the pit. Grab it, use the wall for leverage, and pull. Oh! The boy gripped the knot and used all his strength. The wolf in the pit didn't budge. Chen Wuji looked at it and had no choice but to do it himself. He had just been thinking of not putting in much effort. That lousy mouth of his, doing the opposite of what he says, is quite clever. Chen Wuji lent a hand, and the two of them worked together to finally pull the wolf out of the pit, which was more than 2 meters deep. Then, the two used the same trick again to pull the gazelle up. Chen Wuji cut down a few sticks, tied them together to make a simple wooden sled, then piled the carcasses of the yellow sheep and gray wolf on it, and tied the surviving fox and 2 burlap sacks to the side. After finishing all this, Chen Wuji and Yuan Xiaocai rested for a while, and then the two of them checked the other traps again and brought back a badger and a rabbit. I'll pull from the front, and you step on the rope from behind. Be careful, or I'll be in trouble, Chen Wuji said with a smile to Yuan Xiaocai as he pulled the rope. Dragging these prey down the mountain wasn't strenuous, but if he wasn't careful, he could easily be knocked away. Understood, Brother Wuji. Yuan Xiaocai stepped on the wooden stick behind him and grabbed the rope with both hands. This increases the force from the rear, preventing the sled from rolling down the mountain due to inertia. After a little effort, Chen Wuji and Yuan Xiaocai finally arrived at the meadow at the foot of the mountain. Yuan Xiaocai ran over to take a look, then came back and said to Chen Wuji, Brother Wuji, third uncle and the others are gone, and the oxen are gone too. Then let's leave it at that and go back, Chen Wuji said. The path down the mountain was difficult, but not too strenuous. However, when they reached the flat section, the two of them, one big and one small, were almost exhausted. The prey was not plentiful, but it weighed about 300 jin, 150 kilograms, in total. The gray wolf is the heaviest of them all, weighing around 140 or 150 pounds. Chen Wuji, who was thinking that he didn't want to exert himself at this time, ended up putting in all his effort. If he hadn't been injured, this weight wouldn't have been a problem. Chen Wuji could have carried it back by himself. But this injury left him feeling a bit weak. By the time he reached the village entrance, he was seeing stars, and his throat felt like it was on fire. What are they doing? Chen Wuji plopped down on the earthen embankment by the roadside, tilted his chin toward the village entrance, and asked Yuan Xiaocai listlessly. A large crowd had gathered there, bustling about, as if the entire village had come out. Yuan Xiaocai glanced at it wearily. I'll go take a look. Forget it. Let's rest for a while and talk about it later. Chen Wuji stopped him. The kid was exhausted. His legs were trembling, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Chapter 119. Dudu Xiao, the shopkeeper. Upon hearing Chen Wuji's words, Yuan Xiaocai shifted his body and lay flat on the grass. Brother Wuji, are you all right? It's all right. If we had encountered so much prey a couple of days ago, we would have had to painfully throw it away and wouldn't have been able to bring it back at all, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. His heartbeat had never been so clear. Like war drums, the sound pounded in my ears. Just then, a group of people suddenly walked over. You little rascal, you finally decided to come back, haven't you? A woman's voice shouted aggressively. Chen Wuji turned his head and looked over with a blank expression. It turned out to be Xiao Yuji, the shopkeeper from Jinshan. He thought it was Qin Zhanhong who had arrived. Manager Xiao, you can't just say things like that. You're making me sound like a heartless man. Honestly, I haven't done anything to wrong you. Chen Wuji said. Xiao Yuji snorted. You cheated me out of 15 taels, isn't that bad? I already hinted at it, but you insisted on buying it, so I have no choice but to give it to you, Chen Wuji said. Xiao Yuji glared at Chen Wuji angrily. Your hints weren't clear enough, so it doesn't count. As a seller, I naturally want to earn more. A hint would have been much better than a direct suggestion. You expect me to say it outright? No way. Chen Wuji waved his hand. No defense. I didn't ask you to return it. It's just 15 taels. I can afford to throw it away. What good stuff did you bring back today? Xiao Yuji strode over with her long legs, looking very aggressive. After looking at Chen Wuji's haul for the day, Xiao Yuji took out her money pouch without saying a word. I'll take all of these things, 30 taels. An old man suddenly reached out and stopped Xiao Yuji, saying, Niece Xiao, this business you're doing isn't very ethical. One thing at a time, you can't blame your previous mistakes on young friend Shun, and then try to make up for it with today's prey. Putting everything else aside, this gray wolf alone is worth 15 taels, and a yellow sheep is also a favorite among the city's gourmets. 15 taels is not a low price. Add the fox and the badger, and it's definitely worth more than 30 taels. After reprimanding Xiao Yuji, the old man turned to Chen Wuji and said, Young friend Shun, I am Han Chunshin, and Han Shanhua is my shop. It's a century-old establishment that has never cheated anyone, young or old. I'm willing to pay 40 taels for your prey. How about it? Before Chen Wuji could speak, Xiao Yuji objected. Uncle Han, you didn't say that to me on the way here. Why are you arguing with me now? My dear niece, I too was thrilled to see such a sight. Gazelles are extremely difficult to hunt, and it's not easy to find even one. Gazelle meat is a delicacy, incredibly delicious. This gray wolf is also rare. Such a large gray wolf. Even if it's not the alpha, it's definitely a contender for the alpha. I couldn't resist seeing it, Han Chunshan sighed. Xiao Yuji glared angrily at Han Chunshin, then raised her hand and spread her slender fingers at Chen Wuji. I'll offer 50 taels. Han Chunshin cried out in frustration. Niece, why are you doing this? What profit can you make from 50 taels? Yes, this wolf pelt is so big, it would make a perfect cloak. Uncle should know how well my cloaks sell in Yunnan City. I'm not losing money at all. If you want to compete with me again, I can raise the price even more. Xiao Yuji raised her eyebrows and provocatively gestured with her chin towards Han Chunshin. Chen Wuji immediately gave Han Chunshin an encouraging look. Han Chunshin pretended not to see it, turned his head to the side, and looked down at the fox's fur, examining it again and again. These are all good things, a white fox, a gray wolf, and a yellow sheep, but 50 taels is already an astronomical price. So I forget it. Niece, these things are yours now. I won't argue with you. Once you made your purchase, I want this white fox. Would you be willing to part with it? Make your bid, Xiao Yuji said proudly. No, wait a minute. She hurriedly took out a silver ingot from her purse and handed it to Chen Wuji. These prey are mine now. No matter what price I sell them for, you have to keep it quiet and don't make a sound. Wait a minute, we're not selling what's inside the sack, Chen Wuji said. He accepted the price of 50 taels, but not the crayfish, crabs, or the 3 giant salamanders. Xiao Yuji glared angrily at Chen Wuji. Here we go again? Let me see what's in the sack first. She only glanced at it before jumping aside as if she'd stepped on a snake, exclaiming in surprise. What is this? Why are you grabbing these things? Mind your own business. These aren't for sale. Chen Wuji was too lazy to explain further. If you won't sell, I won't buy. Take it away. Take it away now, Xiao Yuji said, waving her hand dismissively. She had heard of those densely packed insects. They seemed to be poisonous. Chen Wuji shook his head. Another woman who doesn't know what's good for her. What a waste of such a pretty face. However, to be fair, this woman's lips are really sexy. In an era before lipsticks and lip balms, how did she keep her lips so plump and moist? Uncle Han, you can make your bid now, Xiao Yuji said. Han Chunshan gave Xiao Yuji a look. Let's go talk over there. No need, let's talk in front of this guy. I'm going to make him furious today. Uncle Han had better think twice before making an offer. I know the market price for white foxes. I won't sell if it's too low. Xiao Yuji gave Chen Wuji a provocative look and said loudly. Upon hearing this, Han Chunshan looked helpless. How about 10 taels? Uncle Han, are you trying to rip me off? I won't sell it for less than 50 taels. Xiao Yuji said proudly. This white fox has beautiful fur, a cute appearance, and is of very good quality. It only has a minor injury on its leg, which will heal quickly with a few doses of medicine. It's nothing serious. Han Chunshan's old face was full of helplessness. My dear niece, at least give me some space. Then I won't sell it. I'll handle it myself. It's perfect. I have some connections with the nobles in the city. What if I run into someone who's eager to make a profit? I'd love to do a business that makes a pure profit of 40 or 50 taels. Xiao Yuji said with a faint smile. Han Chunshan was stunned. My dear niece, didn't you notice that I deliberately let you in just now? How can you not understand the good intentions of this old man? 20 taels it is. Xiao Yuji chuckled. Then I won't sell it. Han Chunshan sighed deeply. Young people have no martial ethics. I spent 50 taels to buy a fox. Why didn't I add a little more and buy them all? I'm so upset. Uncle Han, 50 taels, do you want it? Xiao Yuji asked with a smile. Yes, why wouldn't I want it? Han Chunshan gritted his teeth and agreed, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot with anger. Chen Wuji wasn't much better off. His expression was as if he were constipated. This woman surnamed Xiao succeeded. He was indeed provoked. He sold the goods for 50 taels, but the seller bought them back for just a fox. Is there any justice in this world? If you buy a fox for 50 taels, you can definitely sell it for much more than that price. With such exorbitant prices, some people in the city might keep foxes as pets. Chapter 120, You Need to Know a Skill. You little rascal, aren't you angry? I've already earned back my principal. Xiao Yuji proudly waved the 50 taels of silver ingot she had just received from Han Chunshan at Chen Wuji. It was a very large one, and its shimmering light made Chen Wuji's eyes extremely uncomfortable. It's business, that's normal. You're selling connections, while I'm selling prey. There's nothing to be angry about, Chen Wuji said, feigning magnanimity. If you two don't mind, let's have lunch together. I still want to provoke him, but I won't let the two of them succeed. If he doesn't scrape another layer off them today, he's not Chen Wuji. Xiao Yuji looked at Chen Wuji suspiciously. You be so kind? Don't judge a gentleman by his own standards. I've always known exactly how much money I can earn, Chen Wuji said with a faint smile. I learned a new dish a few days ago, and would like to invite you two to try it. I also hope to take this opportunity to resolve our previous conflicts and encourage us to stay in touch and cooperate amicably. Xiao Yuji pouted her plump lips proudly. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you face. Uncle Han, want to come together? Young friend, it is my great honor to have you offer wine. I would be very honored to accept it, Han Chunshan said with a cheerful laugh. His face is no longer dark. It seems like what just happened is completely over. Scholar, go to your third uncle's house and bring 2 jars of wine. Chen Wuji shouted. Oh, the bustling crowd at the village entrance suddenly parted to make way, and Chen Bushi strode over. Chen Wuji, you scoundrel, you've got your eye on my wine again? Yuan Xiaocai, you stay right there and don't move an inch. Chen Bushi shouted. Chen Wuji looked shocked. Third uncle, what kind of ears do you have? You can hear things from this far away. As he spoke, he subtly gave Yuan Xiaocai a wink. Scholar Yuan understood immediately and ran away. Yuan Xiaocai, you little brat, come back here, Chen Bushi shouted urgently. Chen Wuji stopped Chen Bushi, saying, We're entertaining guests at home, but we're out of wine. I'm just lending you 2 jars. Why be so stingy? I'll return 3 jars to you another day. And where's the ox? I don't believe a single word you say right now, Chen Bushi shouted. Chen Wuji straightened his face and said, Third uncle, have you forgotten about how you cheated me out of 48 taels of silver yesterday? That's a big deal that affects our reputation. Even if you use the name of the Boucher Trading Company, it still has an impact. Screw you. I earned that through my own abilities. Bullshit, where's the cow? Chen Wuji forcefully stopped Chen Bushi, who was like a wild donkey that had broken free of its reins. This guy almost lost his temper because of the 2 jars of wine. How many cattle did you bring back? Chen Wuji asked again. Chen Bushi glared angrily at Chen Wuji, then suddenly patted Chen Wuji's shoulder hard and chuckled like a lunatic. He leaned closer and whispered, a total of 8, but unfortunately one of them got angry on the way down a mountain, and we had no choice but to kill it. So it's 9. We discussed it and decided that since you were the one who found the herd, you get 3. Xiong Paozi contributed the most, so he gets 2. Of the remaining 3, I'll take 2 alive, since my cow also contributed a lot. Chen Luozi gets 1 alive and 1 dead. Chen Wuji was very satisfied with this distribution plan. Is it really okay for me to take the lion's share? If you don't like it, I can take the lion's share. I have no objection, Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji glanced at it and said, you're dreaming. Chen Bushi chuckled and patted Chen Wuji on the shoulder, saying, Chen Mule's beef is almost sold out. Let's hurry up and carry a thigh back. We'll treat you to a nice lunch at your place. I've already paid for the drinks, so it's not too much to ask you to cook a dish and have a celebratory meal, is it? That's not excessive. You carry the meat, and I'll cook the vegetables. Chen Wuji readily agreed. If you had said that earlier, it would have been settled. All right, that's what I've been waiting for. Chen Bushi winked at Chen Wuji and squeezed back into the crowd at the village entrance. No wonder there were so many people standing there. It turns out Chen the Mule was selling beef. After grain prices skyrocketed in the city, everything else followed suit, and ordinary people could no longer afford to eat. If Chen Mule were willing to maintain the price from half a month ago, the beef would definitely be snapped up. Judging from this situation, the price he set shouldn't be too high. Chen Wuji led Xiao Yuji and Han Chunxin, bypassing the crowd gathered at the village entrance, and returned home. He originally wanted to watch the excitement, but there were just too many people, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. The sudden arrival of elegantly dressed guests made Hua Sanyang and Xin Yuwei feel somewhat awkward. As for Shui Hongdo, she can be ignored. Whether there are customers or not, her eyes always look like she's about to die. Chen Wuji gave a brief introduction and handed over the 50 taels of silver earned from today's sales to Hua Sanyang. Wuji, why are there so many today? Hua Sanyang asked in surprise. A gazelle and a wolf fell into the pit, and they sold quite well. Chen Wuji laughed. Don't be stingy with this money. Buy whatever the 3 of you need. I made quite a bit of money selling pots and pans these past few days, so we don't need any money at home now. Having traveled through time for so long, Chen Wuji finally had the confidence to say those words. Hua Sanyang pursed her lips tightly, and a mist quietly welled up in her eyes. I always knew that, Wuji, you could do it. You definitely could. Since I'm so outstanding, shouldn't I be rewarded tonight? Chen Wuji leaned closer to Hua Sanyang's slender neck and said with a wicked smile, You rascal. Hua Sanyang glanced at Chen Wuji with 1,000 charms in her eyes and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz with a hint of shyness, All right, I'll reward you properly tonight. How about you learn from that brat Yue? I'll let you try it too, okay? That's fantastic. Chen Wuji exclaimed excitedly. The young lady has finally decided to be bold this time. This is even rarer than the sun rising in the west. Shen Yue deserves the most credit. Chen Wuji recently overheard something. It seemed that Shen Yue had been privately imparting knowledge to Hua Sanyang and even described the details in great detail without any hesitation. There should be a concubine like that in every household. Hua Sanyang blushed and glared at Chen Wuji, saying irritably, What a character. A fleeting glint of moisture crossed her eyes, but she quickly composed herself and said, These 2 guests who have come to our house today seem to be of high status. How should we entertain them? Leave this to me. You guys take care of those prawns and crabs, Chen Wuji said. Those bugs you brought back? Wuji, I was just about to say that. Those really can't be eaten. Hua Sanyang hurriedly advised. We can't serve those things to our guests. It would be too impolite. My lady, how does the crab taste? Chen Wuji asked with a smile. Hua Sanyang choked for a moment, then said, It's delicious. Then trust me, those insects taste good too, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Such delicious food has been turned into poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. It's a complete waste of its resources. Chapter 121, Eating Home. After hesitating for a while, Hua Sanyang finally said, All right, I'll listen to you. Crabs are indeed delicious. After eating it that time, she couldn't help but miss it. Before that, she also thought crabs were a bit scary. "Don't worry, my wife. There won't be any problems at all," Chen Wuji said confidently. People tend to have preconceived notions about things they haven't experienced before and are reluctant to try them easily. This is understandable, but the deliciousness of crayfish will surely turn doubts into praise. This stuff is naturally delicious. As long as the seasoning is good, there's no reason it shouldn't taste good. Chen Wuji assigned the task of washing crayfish and crabs to Huasan Yang and the other two. After explaining how to wash it, Chen Wuji began preparing the ingredients. The kitchen was stuffy, so he moved the pot outside. After using the stove in the courtyard briefly for the clan gathering that day, Chen Wuji didn't dismantle it. Instead, he later improved it. Cooking in the courtyard would be cooler in the hot summer weather. Yuan Jinshi carried a bundle of firewood into the courtyard and began his old job of tending the fire. Once the pan felt hot to the touch, Chen Wuji began to add oil. Heat the pan with cold oil. Once the oil has reached a certain temperature, add scallions, ginger, and star anise and fry until fragrant. Although this is only the first step, the aroma has already started to emerge. Xiao Yuji peeked over and clicked her tongue in amazement. "Is this how you always cook at home? Using so many spices, isn't that a bit too extravagant?" Spices were considered a luxury item during the reign of Yu the Great. In ordinary households, apart from Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, and salt, other spices are almost never seen in the dishes. "Sister, do you want to hear what you're saying? We're just a hunter's family. How could we possibly eat like this every day? Wouldn't that make our lives miserable? We're only doing this to entertain you," Chen Wuji said. "Are you satisfied with my attitude?" Xiao Yuji paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it's all right. Since things are all right, let's not dwell on the 15 tails we lost. I've already given you hints, but you didn't react. To be honest, you can't really blame me for that," Chen Wuji said. "All right, you don't need to say any more. I don't blame you." Xiao Yuji raised her hand to interrupt Chen Wuji. If she continues, she'll start a blush. This matter, thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be her fault. Chen Wuji quickly wielded the spatula, and after adding half a jar of wine and reducing the sauce over high heat, the first dish, stir-fried crayfish, was successfully served. Chen Wuji cooked a huge pot full of food, using up all of today's harvest. Just then, Chen Bushi arrived carrying beef, along with Chen Mule and Xiong Paozi. "We brought the meat, but some people are unhappy that we're eating and drinking for free, and they want to come here and eat and drink for free too. If you're not happy, you can come and kick them out. I can't get rid of them anyway." Chen Bushi slammed the cow leg onto the wooden stake, then turned to Chen Wuji and gestured to Chen Mule and Xiong Paozi. "Shut up. Wuji still has to cook. You're the one who's eating and drinking for free," Chen Luozi said unhappily. Chen Wuji interrupted their bickering with a smile. "Hurry up and find a place to sit. My first dish is just finish cooking a proper appetizer. You two should have a drink with these two distinguished guests first." The three of them immediately beamed with joy, pulled up small stools, and sat down opposite Han Chunxin and Xiao Yuji. But when they saw the dishes on the table, all three of them were stunned. "Wuji, are you frying poisonous insects from the mountains?" Chen Mule asked in alarm. "Eat without worry, it won't kill you," Chen Wuji said. The people at the table exchanged glances, staring at each other blankly. In the minds of the people of Yunnan, crayfish are poisonous insects. Looking at its body covered in legs, one dares not even try to bite it. Although the smell was very tempting, none of Chen Bushi and the others dared to take a bite. The two sides kept deferring to each other, with one side saying, "You go first," and the other side immediately replying, "You go first." After several rounds of back and forth arguing, Xiong Paozi couldn't take it anymore and started eating first. "Looks like you guys aren't hungry. Since Wuji made it, you can definitely eat it. What's there to be afraid of? I'll eat." He carefully ate one, savoring each bite slowly. The already furrowed brows gradually deepened into a tight knot. Everyone at the table stared at him intently, watching his every move and every micro-expression. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiong Paozi finally swallowed the crayfish. He smacked his lips, then sucked the grease off his fingers. After a long silence, he shook his head and said, "It's awful. This stuff tastes weird. I'll try another one. Well, how should I put it? I'll try one more." And so, 3 or 4 more times. Xiong Paozi's brows furrowed even deeper. "This is strange. The taste is too weird. Don't rush to do it. Let me try it for you." If it's poisonous, just let me be the one who gets poisoned. He picked up his wine cup, took a very pleasant sip, and then rolled up his sleeves to continue drinking. Then 7 or 8 more. I can taste it. It's not good. It's really not good. Xiong Paozi said, shaking his head, then grabbed another one and threw it into his mouth, making a crunching sound as he chewed it. Chen Bushi's face darkened. You beast! It's not tasty, yet you're eating it so happily. He quickly picked up his chopsticks. I only tried a small piece, and my eyes suddenly lit up. This flavor is different from Dompa pork, but it's just as amazing. No wonder Wuji said, this is a proper snack to go with alcohol. It really is hard to eat. You need to have some alcohol with it, otherwise you can't swallow it, Chen Bushi said, shaking his head. Xiong Paozi raised his wine cup at the opportune moment and clinked it with Chen Bushi's, exchanging a smile. Everything is understood without words. Chen Wuji looked around and picked up his chopsticks. I really believed your nonsense. I'll try it too. At worst, we'll all die from poisoning. After eating one, he took a long breath and sighed heavily. This thing, how should I put it, is really not a good thing. It must be taken with water. Chen Bushi and Xiong Paozi immediately handed over the wine cups, saying, come on, drink it, drink it. Han Chunshen and Xiao Yuji looked at it suspiciously and slowly picked up their chopsticks. My dear niece, I feel like these three are trying to fool us. Try it, Han Chunshen said. Xiao Yuji's mouth was already watering uncontrollably, and she kept secretly swallowing. She was already a little hungry at noon, and the aroma of stir-fried crayfish kept wafting in her nose, making it hard for this usually reserved young lady to resist. She almost lost her composure. The two of them picked up one, took a small bite, and their expressions instantly became quite interesting. They were all legitimate wealthy people, and while they didn't get to try all the delicacies of Nanjun, they certainly sampled about 70 to 80. But after just one bite, they made up their minds. Any delicacy in Nanjun paled in comparison to this. It's so delicious that you'll bite your tongue, so delicious that you won't let go even if someone slaps you across the face. Gentlemen, you are all so unkind, Han Chunshin said with deep remorse. Because of his and Xiao Yuji's suspicions, a plate full of crayfish is now only half left. I'm afraid it might be poisonous. Chen Luozi laughed and raised his wine cup. Come, my two distinguished guests, drink this. This should be taken with water. Xiao Yuji quickly picked up one and then took the wine cup. She really had never eaten anything so delicious before. This flavor is unlike any other in Nanjun, unique and irresistible. She was convinced that once this product was sold in Yunnan City, it would be a huge success. Chapter 122, let's talk about Fur Deal. Before Chen Wuji's crabs were even ready, the crayfish had already been devoured by these people. Young friend Chen, do you still have this? Han Chen asked, still wanting more. Chen Wuji shook his head. There's a little left, but I've saved it for the ladies at home, so they can have taste. You guys can eat crab and beef later. That's all we caught on the mountain today. Upon seeing the appearance of these people, Chen Wuji suddenly realized that his family might be able to make a living by stir-frying crayfish in the future. If what Scholar Yuan said is true, this thing should be easy to pick up in the next 3 months. In addition, his recipe makes it perfectly suitable as a seasonal business. It shouldn't be too much for him to charge 1 or 200 coins for a plate, right? Han Chunshin said regretfully, this is the first time I've tasted something so delicious. I was almost deceived by its ferocious appearance. I wonder if young Friendshin could spare some more? I'd be willing to risk my reputation to try as much as I can today. I really haven't had enough. This, Chen Wuji was stumped. To be honest, the old man's request was quite presumptuous. Hua Sanyang glanced at the crayfish left behind by Chen Wuji and asked softly, Wuji, the three of us should just have a little bit so that the guests can enjoy their meal. If we want more, you can make it another day. All right then. Chen Wuji had no choice but to nod. He wanted his wives and the others to have a taste of something new and enjoy it to their heart's content. But since she had already said those words, he couldn't do anything that would offend her. Hua Sanyang left a small dish, then brought the rest of the food to the table. Please eat well, everyone. Wu Ji just thought that none of us have tried this before, so he wanted us to have more to eat. But it's no problem for us. Han Chunshin felt a little guilty. How can we do this? We become unwelcome guests. This is so unpleasant. Just a little bit is fine. Just a little bit is fine. After a round of polite refusals, the crayfish left behind by Chen Wuji was split in two. Han Chunshin stared at the crayfish on the table, then bent over and called out, Chunsheng, Chunsheng, go to the carriage and get 2 bolts of cloth. Yes, sir, someone outside the door replied. A moment later, a boy came running and carrying 2 pieces of cloth. I can't eat this food for nothing. Here are 2 bolts of cloth to make clothes for the ladies, Han Chunshin said apologetically, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect to Chen Wuji. The words were out, but Han Chunshin felt his face burning with embarrassment and wanted to save face. Manager Han, you're too kind. I promise to treat you both to a simple meal. How could I let you go to such lengths? Chen Wuji said, if you do this, how am I supposed to swindle your money later? Han Chunshin waved his hand. The cloth is a small matter, just a small apology from me. In addition, I have a favor to ask, young Frenchin. I wonder if I could come and freeload on meals more often in the future? I don't ask for anything else, just this is enough. To be honest, I'm fine in other aspects, but I just can't give up this little thing. There's a stall selling dompa pork in the East Market recently. I'm always the first one there every day, so I get to eat the first bite while it's still piping hot. Chen Wuji had already figured it out. For someone who has achieved such a level in business, to disregard etiquette when dining at someone else's home is something only a true gourmand would do. Even if most people think it tastes good, they would never make such a request. You're welcome anytime, but the journey is a bit long. Chen Wuji paused for a moment. How about this, if Elder Han likes to eat it? I have an idea. If I find anything on the mountain, I'll stir-fry it and send it to Elder Han's residence. You can have someone reheat it then. And as for the dompa pork, Mr. Han, there's no need to go through the trouble of queuing. I'll just tell them to send it to you too. Han Chunshin was somewhat surprised. So, young friend Chun and that dompa pork seller are from the same lineage? There is indeed some connection. Chen Wuji smiled faintly, without going into details. Han Chunshin exclaimed with delight. No wonder. With young friend Chun here, those restaurants and tea houses in Yunnan City are probably going to suffer. However, we gourmets will be in for a treat. Well then, it's settled then, and we'll have to trouble young friend Chun. It's nothing. Please support me, so my business can thrive, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Good wine needs no bush. With Chun Xiaoshuo's skills, not to mention the distant future, you will definitely have a place in this small area of Nanjun. Han Chunshin was absolutely confident of this. Based on his experience eating his way up, as long as this kid doesn't attract the attention of those wealthy and powerful families, he will surely be able to make a fortune and become incredibly rich by relying on his culinary skills. Chen Wuji was also confident about this. The cuisine of Yi the Great was traditional in many ways, and the flavors were not very diverse. Among them, the most outstanding are the various kinds of soup. No matter how many variations you make, the soup always seems a bit thin. But soup and stir-fried dishes make a perfect combination. Chen Wuji invited these two to his home today, but what he really wanted was another business opportunity. Unexpectedly, a stir-fried crayfish dish seized the opportunity first. You two are both in the leather business, so your leather is tanned by soaking it in changshui, right? Chen Wuji asked casually as he placed the sliced beef on a plate. They're all there. The water in changshui is quite hard and alkaline, which is suitable for tanning fur. Water from other places can't be used, Han Chunshin explained without any pretense, then asked with a smile, young friend Chen is asking this because you want to make a few yourself? No, that's not it. Chen Wuji cracked 2 eggs into the beef and stirred it as he spoke. I have an easier way to make the fur smoother. I wonder if you two would be interested in collaborating on that. What method? Han Chunshin asked casually. Chen Wuji smiled mysteriously. This method is worth a fortune. I'll tell you after Manager Han confirms his cooperation with me. It wouldn't be good to tell you now. Worth a fortune? What kind of method could be worth such an outrageous price? Even if you want to sell it, you should consider whether Uncle Han and I can afford it. Right? Uncle Han is indeed wealthier than me, but the two of us combined don't seem to have a fortune. Are you trying to rip us both off? Xiao Yuji teased. Chen Wuji said calmly, it doesn't matter if we don't have it now. We can give it to you later. My method can increase the efficiency of fur tanning by at least 3 times, and that's at least. You should know how many days it normally takes to process fur, and the time saved is money. 3 times? Xiao Yuji suddenly lost her composure. She knew all too well what that number represented. If the tanning process could be accelerated 3-fold, those nobles would no longer need to wait for her cloak. As long as there was a sufficient supply of fur, she could even sell the cloak to the capital. Han Chunshin's reaction was relatively calm, but his expression gradually became serious. Don't be surprised yet. Saving time is only one aspect. In my opinion, the more important thing is that the tanning process using my method results in clothes with soft, shiny, and more vibrant fur, Chen Wuji said. Chapter 123, I want 30. Chen Wuji didn't know much about business. However, influenced by the environment he was exposed to, he also learned quite a lot. But to be honest, he was probably 70 or 80 times better than most scholars in the Yu dynasty. For any product, quality and efficiency are as vital as life itself. He offered a method that could significantly improve both quality and efficiency at the same time, and it shouldn't be unreasonable for them to receive 30 or 40 of the benefits, right? Young friend, Chen wasn't joking with us. Han Chunshin's expression was solemn, with a hint of seriousness. Chen Wuji stopped what he was doing. Manager Han, what's the point of joking about this? I never like to boast. On the contrary, I prefer to speak cautiously about everything so as not to raise people's expectations too high. Han Chunshin's eyes shifted slightly, and he asked with barely concealed surprise. So, what you said about 30 is just a conservative estimate, young friend Chen. That's pretty conservative. Chen Wuji nodded. Chen Wuji recently learned about how they process furs. Compared to how his family processed fur when he was a child and the results of that processing, a 30 improvement doesn't seem like much. Chinese farmers have always been skilled in a wide range of arts and crafts. When Chen Wuji was a child, almost all the shoes, clothes, blankets, mattresses, mats, school bags, umbrellas, and other small items he wore were made at home. Throughout his childhood, he could recall very few things that his family needed to buy from outside. It seemed to be only cigarettes, alcohol, candy, tea, as well as fabric and some other items needed for holidays and festivals. When my father was alive, he even made the candles that we used at home himself. He was probably the last person in the generation to live this kind of life. Such days only lasted throughout his childhood. Later, as life gradually improved, there was less handicrafts at home, and garbage bags were needed. What does young friend Chen need? Han Chunshin asked. 30% of your profits, Chen Wuji said. He already had the answer in his mind before he even invited them to dinner. Han Chunshin shook his head. 3%. Although the leather goods business is a highly profitable industry, 30 is too high. Even if efficiency is increased by 30 and the leather garments produced are better, there is still an even greater difficulty for us. Good furs are not plentiful. Otherwise, why would my niece Xiao and I have to personally come to Chen's house to collect them? If the two of us have enough furs, then it will be young friend Chen who comes to us with the furs, and we might not even be able to meet him. Chen Wuji nodded. That makes sense. However, the fur I'm talking about isn't badger or wolf skin, which are uncommon. The most important one is sheepskin. Manager Han, you shouldn't be short of sheepskin, right? A type of fur that can only be used to make low-end coats and doesn't sell for much, if it can be sold for a better price, is a 30 profit margin too much. Compared to other furs, sheepskin is more difficult to process. That strong, muttony smell could linger on a fur coat for years. For this reason, sheepskin coats naturally became low-end goods. Most of those who wear are ordinary people with a little money. It's not something that wealthy people would even notice. Wealthy people prefer the beautiful and comfortable furs of tigers, wolves, minks, and badgers. I'll give it a try, even if it's a 20 profit. Xiao Yuji suddenly said. 30%. Xiao Yuji put her hands on her hips and shouted. Can't you stop being so hard? Chen Wuji was taken aback. Something about what he was saying sounded rather strange. Fortunately, Xiao Yuji didn't know how hard he was. More than 30? Chen Wuji asked in return. How can it not be much? Xiao Yuji shouted. From turning a piece of fur into a coat to selling it, we need a lot of manpower and resources. Although there can be a considerable price difference in the middle, if you take 30, we will hardly make any profit. You're making things so difficult. Even if we're interested in what you're saying, how dare we try it so easily? Han Chunshin nodded in agreement. Let's each compromise. You can give 20 of the profits, and you can find a respected person to witness it and audit the accounts at will, Xiao Yuji said. Chen Wuji instructed Yuan Jinshi to start a fire, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Let's say 20 or 20. An idea that comes to mind on a whim is acceptable to 20 of people. The method is rather complicated, so you two should write it down, Chen Wuji said. Chunsheng, bring in a piece of cloth. Han Chunshin shouted again at the top of his lungs. Yes, sir. Chen Wuji was quite curious about the name Han Chunshin had given his servant, and couldn't help but ask, why did Manager Han give his servant the same name as himself? Shouldn't it be to avoid any awkwardness? Han Chunshin laughed and said, they sound the same, but the characters are different. I am Shinho, and he is Qixing. Besides, I didn't name him. This is his original name. However, I did keep him by my side to serve him because his name is very similar to mine. Manager Han is quite a remarkable person, Chen Wuji remarked with a smile. He does the opposite of what many people avoid. Chun Chun grabbed a piece of cloth and ran off quickly, shouting, "Master Cloth! May I borrow your writing materials, young friend Chun?" Han Chun asked. Chen Wuji shook his head with a smile. Your words have really put me in a difficult position. What use is such a thing to a hunter like me? My third uncle's family does have some. I'll send someone to fetch them. Before Chen Wuji could speak, Chen Bushi had already heard him. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "I'll go get it myself. I'll ask you to send someone. It seems my few jars of wine are going to be completely destroyed today. We can't store wine at home anymore. The rats are too big to keep them there. Stop nagging. You guys drank all that wine, and I'm still busy as a bee. Get out of here." Chen Wuji cursed. Chen Bushi shook his head, waved his hand, and left. Upon returning home, Chen Bushi, who was constantly muttering to himself, not only brought back writing brushes and ink, but also 2 jars of wine. I have no idea what he meant by rat. Han Chunshin spread out a silk cloth, held a brush, and half squatted to the side. Young friend, you may begin. Chen Wuji nodded. The tanning process requires 2 things. The first is alum, which is easy to obtain. The second is waste material purchased from mine. Among these waste materials, the one we need is a black, shiny, or called chromite. Chromite is more effective than alunite, but the process is more complicated and requires roasting. Chromite is mixed with charcoal in equal proportions and roasted in a kiln. The resulting product is then mixed with wood ash or limestone. Finally, the product is soaked in water, and the residue is filtered out to complete the process. Watching from the side, Xiao Yuji couldn't help but sigh. It's really complicated. If it were that simple, how could I dare to ask for 30 of the profits? Chen Wuji said, this method is, after all, a major advancement in the fur trade. It's not something that can be accomplished in just a few words. This is only the beginning. Chapter 124 The deal is completed. While cooking, Chen Wuji explained the method of tanning fur to Xiao Yuji and Han Chunshin. He spoke slowly to accommodate Han Chunshin. Perhaps it's due to his age, but Han Chunshin's hand always trembles when he writes. The stir-fried wild beef was already cooked, but Chen Wuji's instructions only went up to the process of processing the rawhide. Everyone could only wait for Han Chunshin to finish writing before they started eating. After copying down all the steps, Han Chunshin and Xiao Yuji's expressions became serious. Both of them had been in this business for many years, and Xiao Yuji's business was even passed down from her family. Just by looking at what was written on it, she knew that this was definitely a priceless prescription. No wonder young friend Chun insisted on taking 30. This item of yours is indeed quite valuable, Han Chunshin remarked after examining it carefully once more. Chen Wuji chuckled. If you two want to add another 30 now, I'd be happy to. Ahem, what did I just say? I can't remember for a moment. Oh right, the beef that you stir-fried, young friend Chun, smells really good. I can't help but want to pick up my chopsticks. Why don't we eat and chat? Han Chunshin chuckled and awkwardly changed the subject. Chen Wuji shook his head. Let's eat. I won't go back on my word about the 20 we agreed on before. I can't break my promise. Han Chunshin wasn't embarrassed at all this time. He handed the tanning method he had written to Xiao Yuji to copy, then picked up his chopsticks and began to fill his stomach, shouting how delicious it was as he ate, pouring out words of praise as if they were free. The meal was a pleasant one for both host and guests, and Han Chunshin added a stir-fried beef dish to his menu. However, Chen Wuji suggested that he go to Li Siphon Tea House to have this dish. Chen Wuji just wanted to get some seasonal crayfish to keep Hua San Yang and the others occupied. He had no other plans for the time being. Preparing so many dishes for one person at once was just plain crazy. After lunch, everyone rested for a while. Xiao Yuji, who hadn't brought anything with her, got 3 rolls of cloth from Han Chunshin and gave them to Hua San Yang as a gift. Young friend Chun, while we are friends, business matters cannot be taken lightly. Who do you intend to have as a witness? Let's finalize this contract, Han Chunshin said. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Bushi and the others. This is no small business. It would be even better if you could find someone with more influence, Chen Bushi said, waving his hand. If you really can't find anyone, I'll come and be your witness. All right, I've thought of someone. Chen Wuji decided to hand the matter over to Qin Zhanhong. The Imperial City Guard's reputation carries more weight than any individual in Yunnan. We'll go into the city together later, Chen Wuji said. For contracts involving significant matters, 2 to 3 witnesses are generally required, with at least 1 witness for each party, but the order of witnesses is not important. Before entering the city, go to Samlapo and have Qin Zhanhong use her seal, then find the witness that Han Chunshin and Xiao Yuji found. After a brief chat, Chen Wuji and his companions packed up and set off. Xiao Yuji and Han Chunshin both arrived by carriage, so Chen Wuji finally didn't have to walk to the city this time. Because Han Chunshin's carriage was half full of cloth, it would be difficult to squeeze in another person. So Chen Wuji had no choice but to get into Xiao Yuji's carriage and share a room with this woman who had plump lips but not very nice mouth. When men and women are in a small space together, the temperature seems to be particularly high. Xiao Yuji started sweating profusely shortly after the carriage started moving, and kept wiping herself with a handkerchief. "Is it that hot?" Chen Wuji asked, leaning against the car window with his legs bent. "It is indeed a bit hot, but it doesn't seem to be that extreme." Xiao Yuji's face was flushed with a light pink, and she said with a slight reproach, "It's impossible for me to feel cool and refreshed when I'm squeezed together with a strong man like you. Isn't it normal to feel hot?" Chen Wuji frowned. "What nonsense are you thinking? Don't tell me you have ulterior motives towards me. Although I'm good at reasoning, I also know a little about martial arts. I advise you not to do anything rash." Xiao Yuji's eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Chen Wuji in utter shock, completely dumbfounded. "Ow, how could you be so shameless as to say that? I can sense your ulterior motives in your tone," Chen Wuji said earnestly. Xiao Yuji turned her head to the side. She couldn't help but want to find a knife. How can there be such a despicable person in the world? Etc. Xiao Yuji suddenly turned her head and looked at Chen Wuji warily. Could this guy be saying that because he has ulterior motives toward her? Xiao Yuji quietly hid her white, lotus root-like calves that were peeking out from under her skirt, then looked down to check the neckline and shrank back towards the exit. With her dodging, Chen Wuji naturally stretched out his curled-up legs. The carriage was too small. It felt like I was being confined all over. Fortunately, some thoughtful people squeezed into a corner of the exit. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuji instantly flew into a rage, shouting, "Pull your leg back. You're blocking my way." "Didn't you specifically give me this seat?" Chen Wuji asked with a smile. Xiao Yuji dismissively flung her hand away. "Hurry up. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're a bad person. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Don't be so blatant about burning bridges after crossing the river." Chen Wuji clicked his tongue and shook his head. "By the way, I have a question for you. How did your lips get like this? Your complexion is almost too good." Xiao Yuji immediately pursed her plump lips and said in a muffled voice, "It's natural." "Then how did you manage to get your legs so white?" Chen Wuji pressed on. "It's innate." Xiao Yuji was getting a little frantic. "What exactly do you want? Don't ask anymore. What else could I do? Just out of curiosity. I'm not going to do anything to you just because you have sexy lips and white legs. Besides, this carriage is so small, I can't move around much," Chen Wuji said. Xiao Yuji's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot in an instant. She cried out in fear, "You bastard, you really have no good intentions. I advise you not to have any wicked thoughts, or I will definitely beat you to death. Stop with your petty thoughts. If I really wanted to do something, I would have succeeded long ago before you killed me. Why would I wait for you to kill me after I've succeeded? Do you think I'm stupid?" Chen Wuji said with a smile. "Shut up," Xiao Yuji shouted, covering her ears. For some reason, after Chen Wuji said that, she actually saw a concrete image in her mind. She even imagined what it would feel like to be stripped naked. Chen Wuji chuckled and said, "It's just the truth, but people don't really like to hear the truth. Shut up." As the two bickered, the carriage arrived at Sanlipo. This thing is much faster than walking. The moment the carriage came to a complete stop, Xiao Yuji jumped off. The brief moment she spent alone with Chen Wuji filled her with a strange feeling. There was an indescribable feeling, but it seemed like I had been violated. Chapter 125, a model for our generation. In Sanlipu, Chen Wuji knocked on the door of a large courtyard house with a small river in front and a row of big willow trees. This time, it was an acquaintance who opened the door. "You've come at just the right time. The master was just about to prepare his horse to go to Shishan village to find you." Duan Yingxiong smiled and opened the door. After Chen Wuji entered, he turned his head and whispered, "The master is very angry because you didn't come this morning. You'd better have a plan." "Thank you." Chen Wuji cupped his hands in thanks. Although he didn't know why the Imperial City Guard spy had shown him kindness, he was still grateful for it. Don't mention it. You're a role model for us all. Duan Yingxiong winked and smiled meaningfully. Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment. The meaning behind Duan Yingxiong's eyes was too straightforward. It's so straightforward that you can see through it at a glance without having to think too much. Duan Yingxiong found out about his relationship with Qin Zhanhong. But Qin Zhanhong wouldn't tell his subordinates about what happened between the two of them, would he? Did Duan Yingxiong guess it? Chen Wuji couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if there might be any trouble. The revelation of Qin Zhanhong's identity is not a good thing. Not at all. Not at all, Chen Wuji said modestly with a reserved smile. But sir, you can't say things like that. I'm afraid I'll suffer because of you. Understand? I didn't say anything, right? Duan Yingxiong chuckled and patted Chen Wuji on the shoulder. You're familiar with the master's room. Go ahead, I won't take you. By the way, who's the person outside the door? My friends, I also have a few things I'd like to trouble Lord Qin with, Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji dared not bring Han Chunxin and Xiao Yuji into the Imperial City Guard's territory, so he could only have them wait outside for the time being to see what Qin Zhanhong meant. If the woman is unwilling, then we'll talk about it later. In that case, I'll invite them to the front yard first, Duan Yingxiong said. Chen Wuji cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Duan. Just call me Brother Duan. With the adults here, what kind of adults am I? Duan Yingxiong waved his hand without any airs and went to the front. Chen Wuji stepped through the treasure bottle gate and entered the courtyard where Qin Zhanhong lived. As soon as I entered, I saw a bright red dress dancing in the courtyard like a dazzling swan. Qin Zhanhong is practicing martial arts. She was clearly a very alluring and slender woman, yet she wielded twin swords. She wielded the slender Miao sword with such skill that only the flash of the blade was visible, its cold light like a dazzling display of fire and silver flowers. Before Chen Wuji could even stand still, the red figure suddenly pounced over, as fast as lightning, and was in front of Chen Wuji in a flash. Immediately afterwards, two blades were placed against Chen Wuji's neck, one on each side, clamping down on his throat. In this situation, even the slightest movement by Chen Wuji would leave a gash. Qin Zhanhong's face was as cold as ice as he approached Chen Wuji. His bewitching eyes were fixed on Chen Wuji as he asked in a deep voice, "When did we talk about it?" "Today." "Then why didn't you come in the morning?" Chen Wuji felt wronged. "You didn't say when. If you had, I would have come in the morning. You can't cause me trouble because of this." "But I think I meant starting from morning," Qin Zhanhong said coldly. "But I don't know. You should know this." Qin Zhanhong sheathed his sword and shoved Chen Wuji hard. "You still dare to argue with me? Go inside." Chen Wuji wanted to say, "This isn't sophistry. It's just the truth." But it seems that reasoning with this irritable guy won't work. Fine, whatever she says goes. After all, there's a big difference in status. As long as she's happy. Chen Wuji entered Qin Zhanhong's study. "Take it off." Qin Zhanhong, his face taut enough to bewitch anyone, slammed the door shut. Chen Wuji truly experienced what it felt like to be a duck. Reborn as a gigolo for free in the Great Yu Dynasty? Chen Wuji obediently took off his clothes and casually asked, "Do you need my help?" Qin Zhanhong snorted and glared at Chen Wuji. "Should we help or not?" After hesitating for a moment, Chen Wuji stepped forward and untied Qin Zhanhong's belt. The outer garment was pulled open to both sides, revealing the same red undergarment underneath. Qin Zhanhong didn't react at all. He just stared at Chen Wuji. Seeing this, Chen Wuji untied the belt of his undergarment again. The two pieces inside are also red, but the color has changed to a light red, and they are embroidered with a plum blossom. This woman was actually wearing a complete outfit. The red dress, red skirt, red undergarment, and red blouse were all very bright and clear. Her face wasn't red at all, which made her less cute. Chen Wuji's hand slipped inside his undergarments. "What are you doing so sluggish? What did you do on the mountain that day? Are you out of energy today? Or did the injury break your bones?" Qin Zhanhong suddenly said unhappily. Chen Wuji raised an eyebrow slightly. "Did you say that yourself?" "It was my order. I ordered you to continue doing that now," Qin Zhanhong said, raising his eyebrows. "Ugh." Chen Wuji nodded. "She actually has this kind of quirk? That makes things much easier." Chapter 126, The Qin Clan of Yanshan. Chen Wuji suddenly discovered a secret about Qin Zhanhong. He seemed to understand why this woman had given up on causing him trouble and instead offered him this kind of benefit. Therefore, during this period, The more he slapped her, the more agitated she became. Is he all right? Chen Wuji couldn't help but worry when he saw Qin Jianhong lying on the couch. Qin Jianhong didn't say anything, but simply shifted her body and rested her head on Chen Wuji's lap. Chen Wuji was finally relieved. Looks like she's fine, just exhausted. Chen Wuji leaned back on the couch. There's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. I've discussed a business deal with someone, and I'd like you to be my witness. Use the official seal or a personal seal? Qin Jianhong asked in a murmur. A personal seal will suffice. Qin Jianhong mumbled something in his sleep. After resting for a while, Qin Jianhong got up and put on his clothes. You can come later tomorrow, around dusk. If you can't go home tonight, let your family know as soon as possible. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your subordinates, sir? Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Come with me into the city tomorrow on business, Qin Jianhong said. Good. After a pause, Qin Jianhong suddenly said, a steward of the Zhang family poisoned the wife of Magistrate Zhu Wei out of personal grudge. We are thoroughly investigating this matter, but so far we have not found any clues that he was instructed by someone else. What personal grudge could a mere steward possibly have against the magistrate's wife? Chen Wuji asked. That sounds absurd. No matter how much the Zhang family steward was superior because of his master's wealth, he would never dare to do something as heinous as poisoning the county magistrate's wife. If there was no one behind it, then it would be truly unbelievable. The magistrate reclaimed the 700 mu of land that he had forcibly seized from the people, so he held a grudge and poisoned the food. He originally intended to kill the magistrate, but the magistrate was out on official business that day, so he escaped the attack, Qin Jianhong said. But I seem to have heard that only the magistrate's wife died that day, and the servants were unharmed? Chen Wuji asked when he had a moment. Qin Jianhong nodded. Yes, the servants eat a little later. After the county magistrate's wife had her accident, naturally no one dared to touch those dishes anymore. Isn't there any clue pointing to that imperial censor? Chen Wuji asked. Qin Jianhong shook his head. To prove his innocence, Zhang Mingyuan petitioned to retire and even went to jail in the county government. How ruthless, Chen Wuji exclaimed. He wants to ruin Magistrate Zhu's family, make him lose his official position and his life. He's going to be imprisoned in the county jail. This will probably terrify Magistrate Zhu more than if his own ancestors were imprisoned. He'll keep him up at night. Qin Jianhong suddenly said, Give me a kiss. Chen Wuji almost didn't react. The next moment, they greedily savored it. After the kiss, Qin Jianhong continued, So now you know who you've messed with? If you want to hide, since you're still somewhat useful, I can think of a way for you. Chen Wuji thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. I can run away, but my people can't. They have been kind to me. Besides, you just said something wrong. I never intended to provoke him. All I did was what I should do as a human being. When I saw the bandits massacring villages and destroying hamlets, I couldn't remain indifferent when I could do something about it. Whatever. When you die, I'll burn you a few more sheets of paper money for you. Considering our relationship today, Qin Jianhong said, pursing his lips. Chen Wuji smiled, but said nothing. After getting dressed, Qin Jianhong found 2 seals on the desk, held them in his hand, and asked Chen Wuji, Let's go. Where should we go to witness this? I brought the person over. They're in the front yard. Chen Wuji fastened his belt and walked to Qin Jianhong's side. The two arrived at the front yard. Han Chunxin and Xiao Yuji waited for more than an hour, and Xiao Yuji's temper was rising. When Chen Wuji came out, this guy was there cursing a tree as if it were Chen Wuji. Although he used subtle words, he was extremely resentful. Sorry, something came up and I was held up for a bit, Chen Wuji said apologetically as he stepped forward. How dare you? It's been almost 2 hours. Do you even know what 2 hours means? It's enough time for me to make half a cloak. Xiao Yuji shouted angrily, but her gaze drifted to Qin Jianhong, who was standing next to Chen Wuji and looked dashing in a red dress. Just as Chen Wuji was about to speak, Qin Jianhong, with an aloof and unapproachable expression, asked first, Where's the contract? Here. Han Chunxin took out the contract. No, Uncle Han, let me curse him a bit first. This guy definitely didn't do anything worthwhile in there. Never mind. Let's just sign it quickly. Xiao Yuji shouted aggressively, but after Qin Jianhong glared at her, she suddenly changed her tune. Han Chunxin wasn't resentful at all. He had only waited a short while, and compared to what he had gained today, this amount of time was nothing. He was just curious as to why Chen Wuji had chosen a woman to be a witness. In the area of Yunnan, apart from those few women, it seems that no other woman can be considered to have status or position. But when he saw Qin Zhanhong's seal on the contract, he suddenly had no more doubts. And his brain is a bit big. The Qin clan of Yinshan. That title is a bit intimidating. Chapter 127, The Chen Family's Past. The Qin clan of Yinshan held a position comparable to that of powerful clans such as the Sun clan of Yingchuan, the Li clan of Longxi, and the Chui clan of Qinghe during the Three Kingdoms period. Anyone with even a little bit of knowledge knows this. Looking at the excessively glamorous yet overly cold woman before him, Han Chunshan's emotions surged like the tides, wave after wave. No wonder Chen Wuji wanted to find a woman to be his witness. The Zhang family, who ruled Yunnan with absolute power, were all just grandchildren in the eyes of others. And someone who can produce the seal of the Qin family of Yinshan must be a direct descendant of the Qin family. Han Chunshan really couldn't understand how Chen Wuji, a small-time hunter active in Shengshenling, could get involved with such a person. How'd he do it? With the seal of the Qin family of Yinshan, this contract suddenly became incredibly significant. Even the slightest mistake could lead to the destruction of him and the Xiao family. Although it is just a seal, it represents the behemoth that is the Qin family of Yinshan. This is the Qin family seal. Miss Qin, aren't you going to take a closer look at the contents? Han Chunshan asked nervously. The fact that a small business had suddenly risen to this level made him uneasy. Qin Zhanhong shook his head. I won't watch it anymore. My brother will decide. Chen Wuji turned his head, somewhat bewildered. Is this title appropriate? He had just had two intense battles with his alluring and curvaceous brother, which sounded somewhat. It doesn't quite suit my taste. Han Chunshan repeatedly agreed and carefully put away his copy of the contract. Xiao Yuji was completely bewildered by Han Chunshan's sudden change to an extremely humble demeanor. This woman is pretty, but not to this extent, is she? After finalizing the contract, Han Chunshan didn't waste a moment and immediately took Xiao Yuji's leave. After leaving the manor, Xiao Yuji finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Uncle Han, what is that woman's identity? Why are you suddenly so respectful to her? The seal she used belongs to the Qin family of Yinshan, Han Chun said solemnly. You haven't been in charge of the family business for long, so you may not be aware of the significance of the Qin family of Yinshan. But we must be extremely careful with this business going forward, or we could face a major disaster if we are not careful. I know this family, Xiao Yuji said, but she's just a member of the Qin family. It doesn't seem necessary to be so respectful, does it? I've heard that the Qin family has thousands of members, which is quite a lot. If she were an ordinary member of the Qin family, there would be no need to be overly respectful, but she can produce the seal of the Yinshan Qin family. Don't you understand this, my dear niece? Han Chunshan was quite surprised by this. It's a bit much if someone can't understand something this simple. Xiao Yuji was momentarily dazed, then suddenly realized, oh my god, I get it. That woman is either a direct descendant of the Qin family, or she's someone with a lot of influence in the family, right? How could I not have figured that out? I made such a stupid mistake. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Uncle Han. That bastard Chen Wuji is quite capable. He even knows people from the Qin family of Yinshan. I never would have guessed. Han Chunshan was also somewhat puzzled. He racked his brains for a while and suddenly thought of a possibility. The Chen family's ancestors were once very wealthy. If I remember correctly, this branch of the Chen family in Xishan village seems to have migrated from Beijun. The Chen family of Beijun was even more prosperous than the Qin family of Yinshan today. It makes sense that they had some connection. The Chen family of Xishan village and the Chen family of Beijun share the same lineage. Xiao Yuji immediately became interested and hurriedly came over to ask, Uncle Han, you even know about this? The Chen family of Beijun was so wealthy back then. How come they suddenly declined? I heard that it seems to be involved in factional strife. Is that right? 5 or 6 questions in a row left Han Chunshan shaking his head repeatedly. I can't say for sure. I don't know either. I just happen to know a little bit about the origins of the Chen family in Xishan village. I've spent my whole life going door to door, so I know a little about the affairs of Yunnan families, but don't ask me about the specifics, I don't know. Even if he knew those things, he would never say more. Why would you say that? Do you want to die? I've heard that the Chen family of Beijun is incredibly skilled in combat. The previous dynasty was on the verge of collapse, but the Chen family single-handedly saved Beijun and held out against the Taizu Emperor's army for a full 2 years. Is that true? Xiao Yuji asked curiously. She only heard these things secondhand, and she didn't know if they were true or false. Upon learning that Han Chunshin had some knowledge of these matters, he naturally wanted to verify it. Han Chunshin stopped beside the carriage. I don't know the specifics, but the Chen family of Beijun is indeed very capable. Their entire family has guarded the northern border for hundreds of years and has not allowed the Hu people's troops to advance south. If you go to the north, especially Beatty County and Beijun County, you can see many Chen family halls. However, don't know too much about these things. Being too knowledgeable is not a good thing. Xiao Yuji said with a smile. I was just curious. It's unlikely that the court would punish us just because the two of us talked about it in private, right? Han Chunshin shook his head and said nothing more. The young girl is still too naive. The Chen family is involved in factional strife. Whether the partisan strife is real or not, nobody knows for sure. But even a businessman like Han Chunshin understands the saying, great achievements can overshadow one's master. When the Chen family of Beijun was at its peak, a single call to arms would be echoed throughout the entire prefecture. With a single order from the Chen family, 100,000 able-bodied men could be recruited in the northern commandery within half a month, and 10,000 men could be sent to the front lines. Even the imperial court could not achieve this. Based on this alone, even if the Chen family has committed no crime, they are guilty of exterminating their entire clan. Moreover, the Chen family had even fought against the founding emperor. The entire territory of the country was conquered, but Beijun stubbornly held out there for a full 2 years, and even launched several counterattacks against the location of the central army camp of Emperor Taizu at Yixiu, the capital of Beatty Commandery. How could a new emperor sleep soundly in the face of such a powerful and influential family? Chen Wuji left the manor with Qin Zhanhong. Just as he was leaving, Qin Zhanhong suddenly had something to attend to, so he came out with him. The number of refugees outside the city has increased again today, but the number of soup kitchens has begun to decrease. Most of the soup kitchens set up by merchants and local powerful families have been removed, but the ranks of recruiting servants have begun to grow larger. As Chen Wuji passed by, he glanced around and noticed that even some shops in the city had set up stalls, recruiting cheap workers in exchange for providing 1 or 2 meals. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Qin Zhanhong suddenly asked. Chen Wuji thought for a moment and said, until the court has a practical way to resettle these people, this is a good thing. At least the refugees have something to eat and won't starve to death. But it's not necessarily a good thing. Do you think this is a failure of the imperial court to act? Qin Zhanhong asked. Isn't that right? Simply setting up soup kitchens without finding a way to settle these people will never solve the disaster. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause, Chen Wuji said. But it can't be said that they did nothing at all. At least there were soup kitchens, and they mobilized merchants and wealthy families in the city. Chapter 128, The Blacksmith Driven to Desperation. Qin Zhanhong walked side by side with Chen Wuji, asking, guess who did all this? Imperial Censor Zhang? Qin Zhanhong was somewhat surprised. How did you guess that? Chen Wuji smiled faintly. Since you asked, this matter certainly couldn't have been caused by the county magistrate in charge of local affairs. But based on what I've learned recently, surely the county magistrate couldn't have done nothing? He did something, but ran into a wall and failed, ultimately being sidelined by Imperial Censor Zhang. Qin Zhanhong was genuinely surprised. She turned and stared at Chen Wuji for a long time before suddenly smiling and sighing. You really should become an official. Being a hunter is a waste of your talents. You guessed right. Magistrate Zhu has encountered countless setbacks in dealing with the disaster victims. He has come up with many ideas, but none of them have been successful. As far as I know, the land that Magistrate Zhu reclaimed was intended to be used to resettle these disaster victims, but some people were unwilling. Magistrate Zhu even implicated his wife, and so far, he has accomplished nothing. It's not unexpected. Imperial Censor Zhang is after Magistrate Zhu's life, so he definitely won't leave him any room for maneuver. As for becoming an official, I don't want to think about it. If I could become one, I would definitely be willing, but with my background, it probably won't be easy for me to become an official, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. There's one more thing. You look really beautiful when you smile. Please smile more often. Qin Zhanhong rolled his eyes. I'm holding a knife. I'm killing people. Do you think it's appropriate for me to be all smiles all day? It's all right. They'll be even more afraid if you laugh. Showing your murderous aura will only make you look bad, Chen Wuji said calmly. This girl seemed strong and cold, but she was actually quite naive. Things that are exposed and can be seen at a glance will make people wary, but but they are not enough to make people afraid. Qin Jianhong seemed to be deep in thought. That statement seems to make some sense. Does this guy like her smile? Okay, you can laugh occasionally in the future. Or when riding him. As they spoke, the two entered the city. Qin Jianhong went to the county government office instead, while Chen Wuji went to the blacksmith shop. Just one day later, the blacksmith shop had grown even larger. The two shops next door had already moved out, and at that moment, some shirtless, burly men were building a stove. Yesterday's sales figures seemed to have given Yang the confidence to go all out. Yuan Jinshi, Chen Kun, and several others had already arrived and were helping out. To Chen Wuji's surprise, Chen Bushi, that shameless old man, actually came. You're not short of a few dollars, so why are you getting involved? Chen Wuji asked as he walked over. Chen Bushi, arms crossed, was watching the burly men build the furnace when he heard this and said confidently, How am I not bad? I'm far behind. I earn silver every day I work here, not copper coins. Keep spouting nonsense. Keep spouting whatever you want. If I believe a single word you say, I'm not Chen. But let me tell you, we can't mess around like we did yesterday. You can raise the price a little, but don't go too far, Chen Wuji solemnly reminded him. He was really afraid that his and Lao Yang's fledgling business would be ruined by that old bastard Chen Bushi. Although he used a name he made up, it certainly still had some influence. I know, I understand, Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji turned his head and looked around, then asked, Where's old Yang? He's exhausted and went to sleep in the backyard, Chen Bushi said. He and a group of his nephews stayed up all night forging iron and made 15 pots. They were almost worn out themselves. He's a ruthless man, willing to risk his life for money. Since he's sleeping, let's not disturb him. Chen Wuji shook his head and called Chen Kun and the others over. You can choose to help out here for the next few days, earning 30 coins a day. Alternatively, you can visit the people and write down those who are interested in buying pots. Once the pots ordered by Hungtong Trading Company are delivered, you could deliver them directly. The choice is yours. The blacksmith Yang and his nephews worked through the night to finish 15 pots, making it difficult to complete Hungtong Trading Company's order for 100 pots within 5 days. In the next few days, absolutely not a single bite of this pot can be sold. After Chen Wuji finished speaking, he solemnly told Chen Bushi, As you can see, the inventory is far from enough, and there's nothing for you to sell. You should go home and rest for the next few days. There's no use for you anymore. I'll go and visit them, Chen Bushi said. Don't be so distrustful of me. I'm your third uncle. Would I ever cheat you? Chen Wuji remained silent, only giving Chen Bushi a look. I definitely won't mess with him when things are going well. But when he's not being serious, every word he says is a trap. This person needs to be treated differently. It's up to you, but not a single pot can be sold before Hungtong Trading Company delivers its goods. Chen Wuji said seriously. Yesterday, the blacksmith Yang spoke with great confidence, so he decided to continue making the ones that needed to be made and also buy the smaller ones as needed. But looking at the results today, it's clear that this pot really can't be sold anymore. If he sells it again, he will definitely lose Hungtong Trading Company, a major client. I know, stop babbling on and on like a woman. Chen Bushi waved his hand and asked Chen Kun and the others, Who wants to go door to door? Come with me. Yuan Jinshi and the others chose to follow Chen Bushi on the visit, but Chen Wuwei decided to stay and help, earning 30 coins as wages. That idiot! Chen Bushi shook his head and strolled away with Chen Kun and the others. Chen Wuji stayed at the blacksmith shop for a while, but left before the blacksmith woke up. First, he went to the coffin shop, handed over the weasel that Su Zhangyi had ordered, and exchanged it for 300 coins. Then, Chen Wuji strolled to the tea house and stayed there for the afternoon. Daiyu's tea house has always been a hub for news, where one can hear all sorts of stories. Chen Wuji originally wanted to learn more about the Zhang family. As a result, we didn't hear much about the Zhang family, but we heard quite a lot about himself. Whether it's dompa pork or the freshly cooked hot pot, both have become a hot topic of discussion among the tea house patrons. Even Lee's siphon tea has made it onto the trending list and has been mentioned by tea drinkers several times. Chen Wuji had originally estimated that it would take a few days for this matter to gain traction, but now he realized that he no longer needed to put in any effort to generate any buzz. This topic is already incredibly popular. News spread much faster in the small town than he had imagined. In the evening, Chen Wuji met with Chen Bushi and others at the blacksmith shop and talked about their progress. The blacksmith sheep woke up at that time and joined the discussion after he had just finished hammering a pot. He couldn't sit still for long, shouting that he couldn't take it anymore, and went into the blacksmith shop to start swinging his sledgehammer. This was because Chen Wuji brought in a super order of 150 pots in just one afternoon, with delivery scheduled for the 15th. He even got back the deposit and the contract. The blacksmith Yang's debts have grown even larger. The current progress is minus 227 pots. Chapter 129, the south of the city, is a tapestry of flowers. Where would you need so many pots? Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Chen Wuji, with a smug look on his face, pushed the contract in front of Chen Wuji, saying, "You can read, right? Look at it yourself." Chen Wuji picked up the contract and looked at it, then sighed and said, "Your connections are quite strong, but does the county government really need so many pots? There are also the local soldiers, and Magistrate Zhu also holds the position of commandant," Chen Wuji said. A pot is just as convenient as a regular pot in an ordinary household, but it's truly convenient for soldiers on the march. You can easily carry a pot on your back and cook wherever you go. Not only is carrying a pot easier than carrying a cauldron, but it also cooks faster, and you can even use it as armor for a while, Chen Wuji said leisurely. Chen Wuji was impressed. Scholars are indeed different. Even if Chen Kun and the others had thought of this method, they wouldn't dare to do it. Chen Wuji put down the contract and asked Chen Kun and the others, "How did you fare?" "I ordered 8, said Yuan Jinsha first. Yuan Xiaocai was a little uneasy. "I only have 6 people in my family. Many people said to wait until we have a pot before we go to them. Now we don't even know what a pot looks like, so why would we order one? Then they kick me out." "That's very good," Chen Wuji said encouragingly. Chen Kun shrugged his shoulders, looked around, and subtly straightened his back. "Brother Wuji, I might have a little more, about 60. I was worried that Uncle Yang might not be able to finish it so quickly, so I agreed with the other party to deliver it within a month, and I've already received the deposit." As he spoke, he handed 2 taels of silver to Chen Wuji. "You also found someone?" Chen Wuji was a little surprised. Chen Kun shook his head. "No, someone else contacted me. I met a man who claimed to be the steward of the Yu family. He heard about the benefits of the pots and wanted to order some for the estate. By the way, Brother Wuji, here is the contract." Chen Kun rummaged in his pocket for a while and took out a piece of silk cloth, which he handed to Chen Wuji. "That's good. Now the pressure is on old Yang. With nearly 300 pots, he's really going to have a headache." Chen Wuji smiled and picked up the silk book to read. Upon seeing this, Chen Wuji's expression instantly changed. The inscription clearly stated, "Yang's blacksmith shop voluntarily donates 600 iron pots to the Yu family within 5 days. Failure to do so will result in a compensation of 480 taels of silver. It even has both whole and fractional parts." Did they calculate how much silver the blacksmith shop was worth before they bought it? Chen Wuji patted his forehead and quietly put the contract away. "Yulot, in the future, when it comes to matters that require signing contracts, don't make decisions on your own. Come to me or your third uncle for a look first. Don't make any agreements lightly. Be careful in everything you do," Chen Wuji said, frowning with a headache. Upon hearing this, Chen Kun immediately became nervous. "Brother Wuji, is there a problem with this contract?" "It's nothing serious. I'm just giving you a heads up," Chen Wuji said. "Remember what I just said? Anyone who makes decisions on their own in the future will be held responsible for any consequences." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Kun stared absently at the contract in Chen Wuji's hand. His expression twisted into a grimace. He suspected there was something wrong with the contract. Chen Wuji reached out and took the contract from Chen Wuji's hand. He glanced at it, said nothing, and simply waved for Chen Kun and the others to go home first. "Brother Wuji, is my contract wrong?" Chen Kun asked again, unwilling to give up. "It's all right, you guys go back first." Chen Wuji waved his hand. "You should have thought of that, but he just didn't. It's no wonder that illiterate people get scammed on this. Chen Kun is a bit too confident and trusts people too much." However, Chen Wuji did not intend to tell him the truth this time. The amount of money involved is too large. The other party's purpose was also very clear. They were deliberately trying to cause trouble, and obviously not just trying to scam people. Chen Kun may just be prey that the other side has been eyeing. Chen Wuji leaned back, squinting at the wavy clouds above, and murmured casually, "What do you want to do? What else can we do but go find him?" Chen Wuji smiled faintly. "I have a knife in my hand. He's so brazenly trying to trick me. It would be merciful of me to only kill him and not his whole family." Chen Wuji gripped the edge of the table with both hands, used the leverage to stand up, dusted off his clothes, and tilted his head at Chen Wuji. Then let's go. The two were quite decisive. After a simple discussion, they decided to visit the head of the Yu family and have a good chat. Are you familiar with this Yu family? Chen Wuji asked on the way. I know. He's in the timber business. His business isn't huge, but he's considered a merchant with a bit of status in Yunnan City, Chen Bushi said casually. Chen Wuji scoffed, so it's just an insignificant thing. I thought it was some big shot, daring to extort people so blatantly. When I was looking at the contract just now, I almost mistook the Yu family for the Shi family. I was wondering what kind of people you've been associating with, saying one thing in public and another in private. You have a really good eye. Although old Shi is a bit clever, he would never do something like this. Chen Bushi suddenly started cursing as he spoke. It's fine if you don't mention Lao Shi, but I get angry as soon as you do. Didn't we agree that I would find buyers for the prey you hunt? Don't you trust me at all? It's not that I don't trust them. As you've seen, they're the ones coming to me now. I don't even get to bring the prey to the city. You can't blame me for that, Chen Wuji said. Chen Bushi shook his head. You're too lucky, kid. Your reputation has already spread far and wide. Chen Wuji also noticed it. He had never dealt with Han Chunchen before, and he didn't know how he found him. Having some fame is good. It saves a lot of trouble. Chen Bushi led Chen Wuji through a maze of twists and turns until they reached the south of the city. The most famous places in the north of Yunnan are the East Market entrance, and the county government office. In the south of the city, the most famous thing is flowers. There are many crepe myrtle and acacia trees planted by our predecessors, as well as large swathes of azaleas. In the alleyways surrounded by flowering trees, there are many women whose fragrance wafts through the air, their delicate voices carrying the scent of flowers, as they play the zither to soothe the sorrows of the night. Their sweet, melodious songs can continue from noon until midnight. This Master Yu's residence was nestled among several brothels. As evening fell, when these brothels and entertainment venues were bustling with customers, red ribbons fluttered in the open windows, and giggles filled the air. The scent of rouge and face powder permeated the entire street, completely suppressing the fragrance of real flowers. Chen Bushi looked up at the magnificent view from the second and third floors, and suddenly said with a pained expression, "How hateful that I am so poor. I don't know when I'll be able to experience the joy of wearing fine clothes and belts for you, and enjoying the songs and dances of Yin and Zhao for you. It is truly the regret of my life." Chapter 130 Crime Committed by an Acquaintance. Chen Wuji's expression was strange. He didn't believe that Chen Bushi hadn't been to such a place before. How much silver does it cost to come to this place? Chen Wuji asked deliberately. It's very expensive. Chen Bushi sighed heavily. Tea costs 200 coins, and going upstairs requires 2 taels of silver. To become a guest of the top courtesans, it costs even more, at least 10 taels of silver. The market is in a bad state. 10 taels of silver, TSK. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You people are really driving up prices. What's wrong with having 10 taels of silver? Sleeping in this place? Chen Wuji was somewhat shocked. Even during this period of soaring prices, 10 taels of silver still have considerable purchasing power. 10 taels of silver could buy you a mule or a horse, or even a decent ox in the East Market. But here, all you can do is sleep. TSK, this trend is unacceptable. Even if it were inlaid with gold, it wouldn't be this expensive. What does this have to do with me? Don't shout nonsense, Chen Bushi yelled. Furthermore, this is a matter of romance and beauty, not just a simple matter of sleeping together. You speak so crudely, you don't know what elegance is. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Bushi with disdain. I'm just an ordinary person. Elegance is completely foreign to me. But how do you know so much if you've never been here before? There must be quite a few people here you know, right? I only know a little about it. It's not a secret. Chen Bushi shook his head, resolutely denying that he was a regular at these brothels and entertainment venues. But he didn't know that Chen Wuji used to be a regular at such places. Just by looking at him now, I could already guess most of it. His appearance reminded Chen Wuji of a former colleague. That guy's incredibly funny. People would occasionally suggest going to a club to relax, and he would stand there, blushing, and sternly rebuke Chen Wuji and the others for being shameless, wasting their lives on frivolous pursuits and letting down their families. They even threatened to report those venues. In private, however, he would treat the urban villages as tourist attractions, visiting them 5 or 6 times a week. He's truly mastered the art of being a scoundrel, both in public and in private. Under Chen Bushi's reluctant gaze, they arrived at the Yu residence. Chen Wuji checked the lintel and then knocked on the door. After a commotion, a servant opened the side door. He glanced at Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi. "Who are you two looking for?" "We are from Yang's blacksmith shop. We have an agreement with your master to discuss important matters in detail. This is the contract." Chen Wuji took out the contract and casually waved it in front of the servants. Upon hearing this, the servants dared not delay and hurriedly invited Chen Wuji and his companion inside. Upon reaching the front yard, he turned and said, "Please wait a moment. I will go and inform the master." "Thank you for your trouble." Chen Wuji nodded politely. This man seemed to be receiving such respect for the first time, and he was so excited that he gave Chen Wuji a silly grin and jogged into the courtyard. Chen Wuji gave Chen Bushi a look, then slowly followed after him. Just as they rounded the screen wall, the two bumped into a portly middle-aged man. Chen Wuji glanced at him and realized it was someone he knew. Isn't this the same manager who used to buy meat from his stall and liked to buy the whole basketful? It turned out that this person was the steward of the Yu family. The Yu family mansion doesn't look very big, so there can't be many stewards. I guess there's only one. So, he's the one who tricked Chen Kun into signing this contract? Chen Wuji pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly turned fierce. Without saying a word, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar, and with a sharp flick of his left hand, a long knife bearing the marks of time slid out of his sleeve. He then swung it across the steward's fleshy neck. To avoid provoking the Yu family, he and Chen Bushi both concealed their knives in their wide robe sleeves. What are you doing?" The manager was startled, and his face turned pale instantly. Chen Wuji unfolded the contract and displayed it in front of the steward. "Do you recognize this?" The manager's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he shook his head slightly, saying, "I don't know you. Young man, we've met before. I've even patronized your stall and bought quite a bit of wild game. Let's talk this out. Please let me go first. Are there any other stewards in the Yu household?" Chen Wuji asked. The manager shook his head. "It's just me. You're the only one here. What are you still trying to say? Are you planning to have my head chopped off before you'll tell the truth?" Chen Wuji asked menacingly. "Tell me, why would you do that?" "This is me. The manager looked sallow, and after asking around for a long time, I still couldn't come up with a solution. Why waste so much breath on him? Just kill him," Chen Bushi said coldly, and then gestured with the knife toward the steward's heart. The steward was so frightened that he trembled all over and hurriedly shouted, Gentlemen, it was my master who told me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me." Yesterday, a young steward from a Zhang family came and spoke with the master for a while. This morning, my master instructed me to go to the blacksmith shop and follow a dark-skinned, thin boy dressed in tattered clothes and trick him into signing this contract. Oh, right, besides these, my master also instructed me to go to Shishan village tomorrow to find the Chun family to sell the livestock at a low price, and then pretend that they were stolen and report them to the county government. To avoid being stabbed in the back by Chen Bushi, the steward spilled everything he knew, explaining it in detail and with humility. Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi exchanged a glance. Both of them looked somewhat surprised. Chen Wuji had always thought that it was Master Yu who had his eye on the pot business and wanted to extort the craft for himself, but he never expected that the Zhang family was behind it all. This powerful local clan, with a current imperial censor as its head, is truly something else. They've even resorted to such tricks to deal with these lowly commoners. Chen Wuji really didn't know whether to feel honored or to sigh with pity. It seems that the group of ruthless bandits led by Zhou Buping is really important to imperial censor Zhang. It was so important that even if he felt it would be a loss of face, he would still find a way to eliminate the Chun clan. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. Several men rushed out wielding sticks, surrounding a man in the middle who wore a cross-collar robe, had a dignified expression, and looked more like a scholar than a merchant. "Put him down," the man shouted angrily from behind several servants. Chen Bushi sneered and snorted, then swung his sword forcefully and strode over, dragging the blade along. He walked quickly, his expression cold, revealing his ruthless bandit nature. This forced the servants to retreat repeatedly, and one of them, terrified, collapsed to the ground, scrambling to the side. Chen Bushi moved with the ease of entering an empty space, quickly blocking the man's path. "You Bohai." Chapter 131 Compromise. "Yes, who are you? If you want money, that's fine with me. I can give it to you, but I hope you too won't harm my people." Yu Bohai's voice trembled violently after losing the protection of his servants, but he still forced a show of force. I'm your father. Come here. Good son. Come over here and let's talk. Chen Wuji snorted coldly, grabbed Yu Bohai, threw him next to the steward, and walked over to close the door. Chen Wuji glanced at the three servants trembling to the side and smiled slightly. Is dinner ready? Bring us some first. Don't be nervous. We won't do anything to you, but don't try anything funny or you'll betray our good intentions, or I might have to kill you. It seems almost done, a servant said, trembling. Go get it, Chen Wuji said kindly. He was genuinely hungry. He wasn't just making conversation out of boredom. You need to eat something so you can beat people up, right? He had noticed it when he first came in. The Yu family mansion had a small courtyard with high walls. Outside this gate were the servants' quarters and a place to store carriages and miscellaneous items. The courtyard inside was actually a standard Sihiyuan, traditional courtyard house, but larger than a Sihiyuan. Unless these servants have the ability to fly onto the roof right under Chen Wuji's nose, they can only give up their desire to protect their master. Chen Wuji took out the contract and threw it in front of Yu Bohai, saying, Where is it? Give it back. I don't know what you're talking about. Yu Bohai shook his head, suddenly becoming quite assertive. Without wasting words, Chen Wuji squatted down, ripped open Yu Bohai's brand-new cross-collar robe, and brandished his knife at Yu Bohai's stomach, saying, This area is where the kidneys are, also known as the kidneys. If these two things are removed and stitched up in time, you generally won't die. But don't be nervous. Be firm when you need to be. We still have a chance to talk. I know the Zhang family is very powerful. I understand that you don't dare to betray them. It's not a big deal. We can talk about it slowly. After saying that, he called out to the two servants over there, Someone go and get me some needles and thread. Yu Bohai was dumbfounded. Fear surged up instantly. Feeling the coldness of the blade against his skin, his robe was instantly soaked with sweat. Chen Wuji's face turned cold. I advise you not to be so disgusting. Are you trying to force me to castrate you? No, I'll take it right now. This contract is worthless. I'll go get it right now. Yu Bohai roared hoarsely, his whole body trembling violently. Chen Wuji said coldly, Why waste words with this kind of person? I think it's better to just kill him and get it over with. Chen Wuji pondered for a moment, then turned his head and asked, Kill him? Slaughter. Yu Bohai cried out in terror. Gentlemen, don't be impulsive. I have no grudge against you, neither past nor present. This is all the work of the Zhang family. They're the ones who want to deal with you. I dare not disobey the Zhang family. I can only comply. This has nothing to do with me. Is it appropriate to absolve yourself of all responsibility like this? Chen Wuji scoffed. Someone go get some pen and ink. Only one servant remained in the courtyard. He turned his head and looked around, not daring to delay, and hurriedly entered the main hall. A moment later, the table, along with the writing brush and ink, were moved over. At the same time, the servant who had gone to urge the servants to bring dinner arrived with the food. Those who had needles and thread also brought needles and thread, and he even thoughtfully provided a pair of scissors. They're all good servants. It's not poisonous, is it? Chen Wuji asked with a light laugh. The servant trembled, his face turning deathly pale. No. Eat it first and let me see, Chen Wuji commanded. As a man, you should be especially careful about these things when you're out and about. The servants quickly took small bowls and put some of each item in them, which they then ate in a few bites. Chen Wuji stared at the servant for a moment, then turned his head and saw Yu Bohai still lying on the ground. He was immediately furious. What are you still lying there for? Right. Chen Wuji kicked Yu Bohai's descendants, whom he estimated were of little use. Yu Bohai let out a painful cry, his body curling up like a shrimp, tears streaming down his face from the pain. What am I supposed to write? He cried out in anguish. May I ask you, how did someone as foolish as you build up this fortune? Could it all be through swindling and deception? Reply to the Zhang family. Chen Wuji said. For example, tell them what kind of people the Zhang family are, daring to order me, Yu Bohai, around. Yu Bohai looked at Chen Wuji in horror, shaking his head repeatedly. Brave warrior, I can't do this. If I write it like this, the Zhang family will definitely kill me. In Yunnan, they are the law. How about you change the terms? Sure, Chen Wuji readily agreed. If you don't write it, I'll just kill you. Actually, I also find that troublesome. But I have to say, you seem a bit stupid. Between dying now and still having a chance to struggle, you actually chose to die now. Are you tired of living? Yu Bohai hurriedly struggled and shouted. How about another one? I could pay to save my life. How about 300 taels? I'll also give you land. I can give you a lot of land. All of it top quality land. Chen Wuji scoffed. Do you think you're qualified to bargain with me? You think you can pay me to risk your life? Do you think I care about your few taels of silver? Right or die. Now, Chen Wuji, with a cold face and without saying much, squatted down, held the knife in one hand, and slowly sliced the tip of the knife across Yu Bohai's stomach. His technique was very smooth, giving the impression of writing calligraphy. Spare me. I'll write it. Yu Bohai dared not argue any longer and shouted in terror. Chen Wuji glanced at Yu Bohai with a cold look in his eyes. What do you want to do? I use a knife, and you say you're going to write it to make fun of me? No, that's not what I meant. I'll write it right away. Yu Bohai shouted in a panic. The pain in his body made him dare not hesitate for a moment, and he cried out with heartfelt emotion and a face full of sincerity. He dared not harbor any more illusions. If we delay any longer, my belly will be completely ripped open. Get up and write. Chen Wuji shouted. Chen Wuji snorted coldly and put the knife away. Yu Bohai scrambled to his feet and grabbed the calligraphy brush. But when I pick up a pen, my wrist trembles so badly that I can't write anything. He took a few deep breaths, gripped his right wrist with his left hand, and barely managed to control the pen with both hands. The content he wrote did not need Chen Wuji to elaborate on. Yu Bohai performed exceptionally well. He not only rejected the Zhang family's arrangements, but also smeared the Zhang family mercilessly. Finally, use the seal, and you're all done. Chen Wuji and Chen Wuji sat to the side, leisurely eating their soup as if nothing had happened. This behavior allowed the two of them to thoroughly understand the aura of the ruthless bandits. Where's the contract? Chen Wuji asked, putting down his rice bowl. Chapter 132, let's learn another little craft. Here. Yu Bohai took out another contract that he was keeping. This guy actually carried the contract with him, and he was so stubborn before. Chen Wuji reached out and took it, saying, Aren't you shameless? Yes, I'm shameless. I am shameless. Yu Bohai bowed and nodded vigorously. Chen Wuji gave Chen Wuji a wink, and the two of them took the things and turned to leave. By the way, you won't retaliate against us in the future, will you? As they reached the door, Chen Wuji suddenly turned and asked. Yu Bohai shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare, even if I had 10 lives. He genuinely didn't have that idea. These two look like desperate criminals. This kind of person can abandon their family and career at any time and pick up a knife to kill someone. But he still has a family business, a wife, children, and elderly parents. How could he dare to make a rash move? He would rather offend a Zhang family and move to another place than provoke such people. After Chen Wuji and Chen Wuji left the Yu residence, they found an old beggar in the city, gave him a few coins, and asked him to make a trip to the Zhang family to deliver the letter written by Yu Bohai. We only managed to take down Yu Bohai, but the Zhang family, the masterminds behind it all, didn't even get a scratch. It's a bit frustrating. Chen Wuji muttered regretfully. Chen Wuji tossed a piece of dried fruit he had just bought on the way into his mouth. What else do you want to do? Unless we storm into the Zhang family under the cover of night and kill Zhang Mingyuan, we are powerless to deal with the Zhang family. We have no forces at our disposal to confront the Zhang family head-on. You can only regret it, but there's nothing we can do. How could Chen Wuji not understand this principle? They were a powerful family, and also a virtuous official in the court. Even if they had a lot of evidence of the Zhang family's crimes, they had no way to seek help. Let's take it one step at a time. If the Zhang family goes too far and insists on killing us, it seems that the only option left is for the bandits to raid the Zhang residence at night. Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. If we do that, we'll be real bandits. I thought you would have some better ideas, Chen Wuji said. He still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding the Chen family's hidden secrets and underlying strength. But Chen Wuji did not give Chen Wuji this hope. He curled his lip in a sneer and muttered, What kind of idea do I have? I'm just a scholar who knows how to use a knife. With the clan being so secretive, don't you know any important figures? Chen Wuji asked persistently. The Chen family always gave him the feeling of being a reclusive master with countless hidden skills, and who knows what kind of secrets they might have. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji and chuckled twice. Do I look like one? Don't dream in broad daylight, especially not such an absurd dream. Chen Wuji was quite disappointed by this. Help me make a connection. I'd like to get to know Magistrate Zhu. What do you want with him? Although he's at odds with the Zhang family, he's not a good person either, Chen Wuji asked. Don't you know people like that? Can't you borrow their help? Chen Wuji shook his head. There won't be any results for now. Although Qin Zhanhong agreed, he never specified the details of the progress. The Imperial City Guards have direct access to the Emperor's ears, and the things they do involve too many secrets. Chen Wuji didn't dare to ask too many questions, for fear that he might accidentally get himself into trouble. However, since Qin Zhanhong has agreed, he should be able to help. But before Qin Zhanhong could give him an answer, Chen Wuji didn't want to just sit and wait for his death, letting the Zhang family knead his head like tangled hair. After much thought, he set his sights on Magistrate Zhu. I plan to give the county magistrate a few suggestions to make him more confident in dealing with the Zhang family. Chen Wuji said, I want to meet Magistrate Zhu and give him some credit. Aren't you afraid he'll take advantage of you and leave you with nothing? Chen Bushi asked. Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be? Chen Wuji chuckled lightly. But I'm even more afraid of implicating my clansmen. This incident started because of him, but his clansmen protected him without any complaints. If he were alone, Chen Wuji would definitely choose a simpler and more direct approach. However, with so many clansmen and families involved, he dared not make any decisions lightly. Chen Bushi gave Chen Wuji a deep look. Actually, our Chen clan has always been very united. It's just that due to the circumstances of the world, we have had to make some estrangement. Don't think too much about it. If you've made up your mind, I can find someone to introduce you to the magistrate. Good. Before leaving the city, Chen Wuji spent a large sum of money to buy 20 caddies of sugarcane. Because of the disaster, the prices of almost everything in the city skyrocketed. But the price of sugar remains unchanged, as stable as a rock. It's not that sugar merchants are particularly conscientious. It's just that this stuff is too expensive. Even without natural disasters, sugarcane is not something ordinary people can afford. If its price were to rise further, it would probably become something that can only be admired from afar and not tasted. These 20 caddies of sugar cost Chen Wuji a full 14 taels of silver, which made him wince in pain. It cost a whopping 700 coins per gene. Many ordinary people can barely afford 2 or 3 pounds of sugar with their annual income. However, this item, with such an outrageous price, is not only available for sale in Yunnan City, but the business is also quite good. The people living in Yunnan City seem to be quite wealthy. What are you doing buying this? Chen Bushi looked at the thing in Chen Wuji's hand and felt a pang of heartache. 14 taels of silver could buy so many jars of wine, but he bought this thing instead. Chen Wuji chuckled. This is the credit I'm giving to the magistrate. That's it? Yes, that's it. Chen Bushi was puzzled. Giving these things as gifts might be considered a generous gift, but as for merit, what merit can they be considered? Just watch and see. So mysterious. You can even turn this thing into a flower? It really can. Sugar flowers are flowers too. What Chen Wuji needed to make was white sugar. In terms of nutritional value and taste, brown sugar is actually superior. But white sugar looked so appealing, and you the Great didn't have it yet. A pretty but empty candy, with some flowery and mysterious explanations added later. If it can be presented to the palace through the county magistrate, at least he and Magistrate Zhu can get a reward, right? If Magistrate Zhu had the courage to take the opportunity to submit a memorial defending himself and requesting to retire, he should be able to turn the tide under Zhang Mingyuan's relentless suppression. At this point, his conflict with the Zhang family will no longer be just a struggle within the territory of Yunnan, a struggle to deceive the emperor. It will at least escalate to another level. Even after reading the memorial, His Majesty the Emperor did not issue a decree. But Zhang Mingyuan must also have some reservations. For Chen Wuji, the little bit of time he gained was enough to realize the value of brown sugar. And the benefits he can gain are not limited to this. Zhu Wei was unaware that he had any dealings with the people from the Imperial City Guard. If the county magistrate in charge of raising chickens dared to stab him in the back, Qin Zhanhong would be the first to object. With Qin Zhanhong present, he had at least made an appearance before the emperor. As for what he will gain, that depends on how the emperor views sugar. But at least he has managed to have a card that allows him to protect himself for the time being. Chapter Sazhormintarum Taking on up. Before the city gates closed, Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi left the city. Back home, after eating something and exchanging a few words with Sanyang and the others, Chen Wuji locked himself in the kitchen and started tinkering. The process of turning sucrose into white sugar is very complicated. Although Chen Wuji has a science and engineering background, he has long forgotten many things from his teachers. We should actually thank short videos from later generations for letting us know these methods. Several bloggers have made videos about the traditional racetrack with detailed procedures and beautiful visuals. Chen Wuji, this ignorant country bumpkin, has always loved watching them and always gives them a like, comment, and share. Who would have thought that he would actually need these things one day? After dissolving the brown sugar, Chen Wuji first used the lime clarification method and then the yellow mud water leaching decolorization method. He used up almost all the containers in his house in order to make the sugar. Xin Yue looked at the containers that Chen Wuji had placed in the courtyard to absorb the sugar and pouted like a hook. Husband, you are wasting such good things. Why did you turn such good sugar into this? I wanted to sneak a taste, but I didn't even have a chance. I've saved some for you, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Go wash the pot. I'll make you something nice. Should we use brown sugar? Xin Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, once I finish making this, you'll definitely fall head over heels in love with me, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Xin Yue chuckled. Husband, I'm so in love with you right now that I can barely keep my dress up. Look at it, my old shoulders are so slippery, they keep trying to slip down. Her appearance instantly ignited Chen Wuji's anger, and he grabbed Xin Yue's slender waist twice with his large hands. Go wash the pot and see how I deal with you tonight. I'm so scared. I wish my husband would punish me right now, Xin Yue said with a seductive smile, her bright eyes sparkling as she nibbled on Chen Wuji's ear. Chen Wuji felt a surge of heat in his heart, grabbed her buttocks, and slapped them twice. Go quickly. This little girl has been getting more and more outrageous lately. Xin Yue giggled and went into the kitchen. Chen Wuji calmed himself down and took the dough that had been fermenting earlier from the kong, a heated brick bed. This was something he had planned from the moment he entered the room. It would be too much to buy such an expensive item and only use it for experiments without making something delicious for the little gluttons at home to try. Chen Wuji placed the basin on the cutting board and lifted the cloth covering it to take a look. It seems like it's almost done. The white noodles of the Yu dynasty were not white at all, not even as white as the three-layered noodles of later generations. But this was already the best wheat flour from the Yu, the Great Dynasty. However, this type of flour also has its advantages. It has high gluten content, is nutritionally complete, and is healthier. Chen Wuji took the fermented dough out of the earthenware basin, added the refined deer oil and brown sugar, and began to knead it repeatedly until the surface was smooth and the dough became elastic. Thanks to Chen Wuji's recent harvest in the mountains, the family is now in no shortage of oil. Lard, deer oil, badger oil, snake oil, and mutton fat were stored in several earthenware jars, each categorized separately. After kneading the dough, Chen Wuji divided it in two and then cut it into small pieces of the same size. After adding suede oil and brown sugar back into the dough, repeat the previous steps. This time, just knead it a few times to let the dough wrap up the chamois oil and brown sugar. Come on, start the fire. Just as Shun Yue lifted her skirt to squat down, a figure suddenly darted up. He deftly stuffed straw into the stove and lit a candle. Yuan Jinshi entered so quickly and nimbly that Chen Wuji was momentarily stunned. Did he violate a passive skill? Are your ears that sharp? Shun Yue lowered the hem of her skirt, which she had lifted slightly, and moved closer to Chen Wuji. Husband, I like to try it too. Need a little more, it'll do you good, Chen Wuji said with a wicked grin, his words carrying a double meaning. Xin Yue pouted her pink lips and smiled faintly without saying a word. With Scholar Yuan present, she dared not be so presumptuous. Chen Wuji added a small amount of water to the pot, then placed a steamer basket on top and put the kneaded dough inside. Sir, keep the fire low, Chen Wuji reminded him. Understood, Brother Wuji. After a half-hour wait, the first batch of pancakes was successfully baked. Chen Wuji took a bite first. It was crispy on the outside and sweet on the inside, just like the taste from his childhood. When I was a child, my family was poor, and these flatbreads like fried dough twists were something we could only eat occasionally to improve our meals. Xin Yue took a bite and exclaimed in delight, her bright little eyes squinting happily. Husband, you're right. These foods really make me love you to death. They're delicious. Take it out and call the rest of them. Tell them to all have a taste. As Chen Wuji spoke, he took one and handed it to Yuan Jinshi. Brother Wuji, this is made with wheat flour. I won't eat it. Yuan Jinshi swallowed and shook his head. Why so much nonsense? Eat. Chen Wuji shoved the pancake into Yuan Jinshi's hands. Speaking of which, I have to thank Yuan Laoer for making it possible to eat this pancake today. This flour was delivered by him earlier. Yuan Jinsher broke off half of the cake and put the rest back on the cutting board. Help yourself if you're hungry, Chen Wuji said. Yuan Jinsher grinned. Brother Wuji, we are servants, and the rules cannot be broken. Don't keep trying to fool us into breaking the rules. If we reach out to take something without the master's permission, we'll be beaten to death. Didn't I just give the order? Are you hard of hearing? Chen Wuji said speechlessly. How could someone so young have so many thoughts? When he didn't have much money in his pocket, he didn't care about supporting his two brothers. Now that he's not worried about food, would he still care about this? Yuan Jinsher was stunned for a moment, then suddenly buried his head in his arms. All right, here's the money from selling the weasels. You two brothers can divide it among yourselves. Chen Wuji took out 300 coins and handed them to Yuan Jinsher. He had almost forgotten about this. At this moment, Huasan Yang ran in excitedly. Wuji, how did you make this? It's so delicious. Add flour, chamois oil, and cane sugar. Then knead and knead, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Yue should have already learned how to make it. I'll teach you how to do it from now on. I want to enjoy some leisure time. Huasan Yang was stunned for a moment. No wonder it tastes so good. Eating this once in a while is already a luxury. Do you really want to eat it every day from now on? I want to eat better, Chen Wuji said. Don't be so stingy. 1 pound of sugar can make many batches of these cakes, at least 7 or 8 batches. The cost isn't actually that high. Huasan Yang then stopped nagging. Then tell us if you want to eat it, and I'll make it for you. Chen Wuji took a pancake and sat down under the jujube tree in the courtyard and had one with his tea. This bite of pancake almost transported him back to his childhood. I wonder if anyone has visited my grandparents' graves in the last 2 years. Chapter 134, Lots of Crayfish. The first thing Chen Wuji did after getting up in the morning was to repeat yesterday's actions, separating the brown sugar in various containers by rinsing it with water. After sitting overnight, the amount of white sugar obtained was pitifully small. However, the advantage is that with the lime clarification method as a prerequisite, the resulting white sugar is slightly purer in color and at least looks somewhat like white sugar. As Chen Wuji was tidying up, Shui Hongdo suddenly came over. Master, you seem to have forgotten about my chickens and ducks. Is it because I haven't slept with you? Chen Wuji stared at the lifeless face, more world-weary than Lin Daiyu, and remained silent for a long time. I simply forgot. It has nothing to do with whether you and I sleep together or not. Oh, will the master remember today? I remember, Chen Wuji said repeatedly. He's actually quite afraid of looking at that face now. Negative emotions are contagious, and just seeing it makes him extremely unhappy. He really wants to give her a good beating. Also, don't put on this face at home anymore. I've already agreed to everything you asked for, so why are you acting all bitter and resentful? Chen Wuji said seriously. Shui Hongdo forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I just often forget to smile. I'll remember to do it in the future and won't upset you. Good to know. Chen Wuji shook his head. He now truly understands why the word Yandere is added before Yandere. This is a real illness. Master, the second madam told me a few days ago that I should seduce you more, but I don't know how. Could you sleep with me when you have time? Shui Hongdo asked with a serious expression. Chen Wuji was stunned. Why did she tell you this? Because the master slept with me. The second madam said that if there was 1, there should be 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. I forgot the rest. The second madam said a very long string of words. Shui Hongdo lowered her head, but her tone was calm and indifferent, as if she were talking about something very normal. She didn't even blush. Chen Wuji actually felt pressured about sleeping with her. That one and only time before was an exception. I understand. I'll make time. Chen Wuji could only say. Oh. Shui Hongdo nodded thoughtfully, then picked up her skirt and left. Chen Wuji breathed a long sigh of relief, his temples throbbing. Really difficult. Sugar production takes time and cannot be rushed. The pressure from Chen Bushi and the others on Yang the blacksmith's side is already immense, so there's no need for him to personally oversee the situation. Chen Wuji, who should have been very busy, suddenly found himself with plenty of free time. After resting under the jujube tree for a while, Chen Wuji decided to go up the mountain. Let's deal with him for the rest of the day. The injury on my hand has healed completely now, and it doesn't affect my ability to draw the bow and arrow. Today I can finally try to hunt some larger prey. It's no fun always chasing after pheasants and rabbits. Calling the Yuan brothers, Chen Wuji slung his bow over his shoulder, grabbed his sword, and headed out. As they passed through the village, they happened to meet Chen Kun, whose eyes were red and swollen, and whose legs were limping. "What happened after you went home and took a nap?" Chen Wuji asked curiously. She looked like she had been beaten and was crying. Chen Kun silently stepped forward and handed a cloth bag to Chen Wuji. "Brother Wuji, I know I've caused trouble, but this is all the money we have at home. I'll slowly earn the rest to make up for it. Are you still half asleep?" Chen Wuji raised his hand and blocked the bag Chen Kun handed him. "There were indeed some problems with the contract you signed yesterday, but I've already resolved them. You don't need to blame yourself for this. Go do what you need to do. But in the future, when it comes to contracts and the like, remember to be careful and don't sign them casually. For large transactions, remember to come to me or go to Uncle San." Chen Kun propped his head up and stammered, "Brother Wuji, but the person in charge said that if anything goes wrong, we'll have to pay compensation. That contract is completely worthless. I already said it's fine, but you insist on having something happen and only feel happy when you've emptied all the family savings?" Chen Wuji was speechless. Chen Kun immediately shook his head vigorously. "Get lost. I have things to do. By the way, what's wrong with your eyes?" Chen Wuji asked. "My mother beat me," Chen Kun said weakly. "Serves you right." Chen Wuji shook his head and laughed as he cursed. "Since I said it's nothing, then it's definitely nothing. Why are you making up so many things? But those things you mentioned are no longer valid, so don't dwell on them." Chen Kun nodded emphatically. "Yesterday, I was shocked by the quantity that person wanted, and I was momentarily stunned. Looking back, I also felt that the other party's arrival was a bit suspicious, as if they were waiting for me there on purpose. The man said he bought them for his estate, but there were some problems. How big could his estate be? And how many people would need so many pots? It was only when I thought about these things that I realized I must have gotten myself into trouble. You're not too stupid. It's good that you could think of these things. Just be more careful in the future, and everything will be fine." Chen Wuji shook his head. "Your mother didn't beat you enough this time." Chen Kun muttered softly. "Although I did something wrong, my mother did something wrong too. All right, hurry home. The afternoon will be the same as the previous 2 days, Chen Wuji said. Chen Kun nodded weakly. Chen Wuji and his 2 companions passed through the village and went up the mountain. As usual, Chen Wuji looked around the pool and caught a few mountain crabs and a bunch of crayfish. There are suddenly so many of these things. You could see 4 or 5 just by flipping over any stone slab. There were even instances of people crowding together. Chen Wuji had never heard of any place where crayfish were rampant. The scene was somewhat astonishing. If this were in later generations, these things alone could be exchanged for a considerable amount of silver. You too catch crayfish here, but keep an eye on your surroundings. There are a lot of snakes and insects around here. If anything seems amiss, shout loudly and run toward the traps. I'll go check the traps first, Chen Wuji instructed. Catching crayfish was too time-consuming, so it was perfect for the Yuan brothers to do it. Understood, Brother Wuji. Chen Wuji then crossed the stream and headed west. Before he even saw any big prey, he spotted a flying squirrel first. 2 adorable little mice were playing in the woods when Chen Wuji took off after them. Walingzi is the most profitable mountain product he has encountered so far, and now that he has found it, he doesn't want to let it go. Perhaps sensing the ill intentions of the human beneath the tree, the 2 flying squirrels darted swiftly among the branches, chirping as they ran forward. They seemed to have come from the same nest, and instead of going their separate ways, they fled in a tail-to-tail manner. Little mice, why are you so obsessed with running away? Come to my house, and you won't have to find your own food anymore. There's also a very comfortable nest. You can just play happily, and then eat, drink, and relieve yourself, Chen Wuji shouted. As a result, the 2 little flying squirrels ran even faster, chirping incessantly. Although we don't speak the same language, it doesn't sound like something nice. Chapter 135, The War with the Wolves. Chen Wuji chased after him, gradually getting further and further away. The woods ahead suddenly became denser, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Chen Wuji suddenly stopped and warily scanned his surroundings. Holy crap! Where did you 2 little bastards bring me? The smell of blood in the woods is not a good sign. And it's so strong, it's obviously fresh. There are probably wild beasts around. Chen Wuji slowly took the bow and arrow off his back and knocked an arrow. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce roar came from Chen Wuji's left side. Chen Wuji's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Depend on, it's a tiger. For almost a month, Chen Wuji had been the hunter, and it was always Chen Wuji who dug the traps for the prey. He never imagined that one day he would be led into a trap by his prey, and the ones who dug the hole for him were 2 flying squirrels. That's absolutely outrageous. Chen Wuji ran incredibly fast, cursing as he went. Suddenly a loud noise came from the forest, and then a striped tiger leaped out. The roar was like thunder, shaking the trees. Clouds follow the dragon. Wind follows the tiger. A bloody wind blows. Chen Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. We're doomed. Just then, an emaciated old wolf with dry fur suddenly darted out from in front of them. Chen Wuji slammed on the brakes and fired an arrow. My mental state completely collapsed. The worst thing that has ever happened to me has occurred. It's truly a case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. But how could tigers and wolves be put together? This is not scientific. With a nimble twist of its body, the old wolf dodged the arrow shot by Chen Wuji and pounced like an arrow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Wuji had no chance to knock another arrow. He quickly put away his bow and arrows, and in the instant he drew his sword, he slashed out. The blade cleaved through the mountain winds, then fell directly towards the old wolf's ferocious maw. The old and thin wolf is the most ferocious. Being thin means it's not eating well. A wolf that's never full will never let go of its prey once it sets its sights on it, while being old signifies its cunning. Wolves are quite intelligent, and they become more cunning with age. With all of Chen Wuji's strength, the horizontal blade slashed down heavily, cleaving the old wolf's neck diagonally. One fatal blow. Fortunately, the family heirloom knife was sharp enough. Just a moment ago, the old wolf twisted its neck, trying to dodge the blade, and pounced on Chen Wuji's face from the other side, but it was a little too slow. One wrong step, and you're dead. If Chen Wuji had been slower in that step, he would have lost his life. Before Chen Wuji could even catch his breath, a sudden, extremely fast sound came from behind him. Without hesitation, he turned and swiftly swung his knife. He thought a tiger was pouncing on him. As it turned out, it was another wolf. Chen Wuji's sword strike missed its mark. The gray wolf leaped into the air with all 4 paws, nimbly dodging Chen Wuji's blade, and landed to the side. It whimpered, its wolf head lowered as it stared fiercely at Chen Wuji, once again adopting an attack stance. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from all around again, and then 2 more wolves with blood on their mouths emerged from the bushes, forming a triangle that blocked Chen Wuji's path. It was only at this moment that Chen Wuji noticed that the tiger that had charged out first was injured and was lying nearby, licking the wound on its paw. Its body was covered in claw marks, and a large chunk of its neck had been torn off. Chen Wuji finally understood what was going on. The 2 flying squirrels carried him into the fighting circle of tigers and wolves. How can 2 such adorable little creatures be so wicked? He just wanted their poop, and maybe a new home for them too. Those 2 little things actually wanted him dead. That's outrageous. Although I understand it, this place really does resemble his final resting place. 3 wolves and 1 tiger. Although Chen Wuji possessed extraordinary strength, he was ultimately no match for Xiang Yu or Lu Bu, who were capable of defeating 10,000 men. How we fight this? We should have made the gunpowder by hand much earlier. That thing is the only essential tool for hunting and gathering wild game in these mountains teeming with tigers and wolves. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Get out of here. Can't you see how tragically your companions died? Do you want to die too? Get out. Chen Wuji roared angrily, his voice emanating from his dantian, full of imposing force. When encountering such a ferocious beast, you must not back down. You must be assertive and ruthless. Doing so offers at least a glimmer of hope to deter them. The 3 wolves simultaneously lowered their upper bodies, baring their teeth and whimpering. Instead of retreating, they became even more ferocious. Chen Wuji stared fiercely at the 3-headed wolf, his ears constantly listening to the sound around him. He suspected there were other wolves nearby. Wolves are adept at luring and ambushing when surrounded. A few wolves lured the enemy forward to draw their attention, while the others lay in ambush, waiting for their chance to strike. These things, if they don't move, they'll stay put, but once they do, they'll inevitably target vulnerable areas like the neck. In these places, wolves are very similar to humans, both prioritizing rendering their prey incapacitated. Unlike tigers or bears, they don't rely solely on strength to win. They have tactics and skills. The wolf to Chen Wuji's right suddenly moved, leaping forward and pouncing. "You beast, you're asking for death." Chen Wuji let out a thunderous roar and swiftly swung his sword. At that very moment, the wolf on the left also rushed over and bit Chen Wuji's neck. "Roll." Chen Wuji turned to the side and swiftly drew a handful of arrows from his quiver, then thrust them out. The knife struck empty air, but the arrow in his left hand pierced the wolf's throat. Before Chen Wuji could even catch his breath, a sharp gust of wind suddenly came from behind him, and the strong, pungent smell of blood almost made him faint. Sure enough, there were more ambushes behind them. Chen Wuji instinctively wanted to roll over like a donkey to escape this calamity, but suddenly realized that if he fell to the ground, the consequences would be even more troublesome. The wolf was incredibly fast. If he had slowed down even slightly, he wouldn't have been able to flip over at all. In a flash, he twisted his old waist, which was falling to one side, with great difficulty, in a posture that could at least cause a sprained back or even spinal damage, and at the same time slashed out with his knife. Fortunately, his youth mid his back only twisted slightly and didn't hurt much. He didn't even know where the wolf was behind him, so he was just slashing randomly. But his strike, delivered without any visible vision, still managed to hit its mark. That damned wolf that attacked them was cut in two with a single stroke. With a single strike, Chen Wuji repelled the enemy and quickly moved closer to a large tree. Looking up, I saw that 3 wolves were dead, but 3 were still alive. And it is unknown whether there are other ambushes hidden in the surrounding woods. Today, I'm going to die here. Chapter 136, Touching the Tiger's Head. Chen Wuji leaned against the tree, panting heavily, unable to find any optimism in his heart. Just then, a fierce roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the injured striped tiger leaped out, its tail as strong as a steel cable, whipped a wolf through the air, sending it crashing into a thick tree trunk with a thud. The tiger was so strong that the wolf's spine was clearly broken, and it collapsed limply. In that split second, the tiger bit the neck of another wolf. With a crisp crack, the wolf's body went limp. It's true that even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and a wounded tiger still retains its power. But Chen Wuji felt even more bitter inside. That's fucking ridiculous. Chen Wuji had assumed that the tiger, under the siege of the wolf pack, had long lost its ability to fight. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Although it was badly injured, it was still a mountain king, and could still destroy him with a single slap. Old Chen was heartbroken. While the tiger was locked in combat with the last wolf, Chen Wuji quietly and slowly moved his feet backward. They had only taken 2 steps when the woods fell silent. The last wolf seems to have died. When Chen Wuji turned around, he met the tiger's indifferent and ruthless eyes. Chen Wuji's lips stiffened, and he stood still. "Don't be so good with your ears. It's so embarrassing." The tiger stared silently at Chen Wuji. Its eyes, filled with majesty and murderous intent, remained completely unfathomable. In those wild eyes, Chen Wuji was nothing more than a lifeless object. It looked, and Chen Wuji looked too. Even if he was about to die, Chen Wuji could not lose his dignity. Just then, the tiger suddenly lay down on the ground and turned its head to the side. Chen Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and quietly moved his feet again. "Run." Unexpectedly, the tiger looked over sharply again as soon as he moved. "Chen Wuji, what do you mean, bro? Tell me what you need, and I'll definitely listen." The tiger remained silent, simply staring intently. Chen Wuji didn't know what to do and dared not move. Although the tiger didn't attack him, it clearly didn't want him to leave. Don't try to guess what animals are thinking. You'll never figure it out. Seemingly seeing that Chen Wuji no longer intended to escape, the tiger withdrew its gaze and began to lick its wounds. Its nickname, Big Cat, is for a reason. Its posture and movements are just like a cat's. The wolves inflicted great damage on him, with many wounds so deep that the bone was visible. "Brother Tiger, how about I find you some herbs to apply? That stuff works better than licking," Chen Wuji said, mustering his courage. He felt that this tiger didn't seem to intend to kill him for the time being, so he might as well try to get closer to it. It might be a bit stupid, but what if? Anyway, we can't beat them in a fight, and we can't run away. The tiger turned its head and glanced at Chen Wuji again. But this time, he only glanced at it before looking away. "Then I'll go find some herbs." Chen Wuji stared intently at the tiger's reaction and slowly moved 2 feet. The tiger didn't look this time. It seemed as if it really understood. He lowered his head and licked his wound, remaining indifferent. "It seems like there's potential. It really seems like there's potential." Chen Wuji walked out little by little. The tiger didn't look over, nor did it suddenly pounce and chase after him. Holy crap. Did this guy really understand? Slowly, Chen Wuji left the area and then ran at full speed. Who would believe that this tiger is actually reasonable and considerate? But only a fool would actually look for herbs for it. Run for your life. Chen Wuji ran for about 200 or 300 meters in one breath and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, suddenly, a noise came from behind. Chen Wuji suddenly turned his head and his body went completely numb. The tiger limped slowly as it followed. No, is this right? Brother Tiger, I'm looking, but it's hard to find. The medicinal herbs are quite rare. Chen Wuji was completely at a loss. He pretended to be looking for herbs around him while moving his feet further away. This tiger seems to have truly come alive. Chen Wuji simply couldn't believe that this guy had actually understood him. It was too unscientific. Chen Wuji dawdled, trying to increase the distance between himself and the tiger. But as he walked, the tiger followed closely behind, and the distance between them not only didn't increase, but actually decreased. And in that short time of dawdling, he actually managed to find all the herbs. Finding medicine in this forest is not complicated at all. With one stomp, you can hit 2 or 3 things. It's just that the valuable ones are hard to find. Chen Wuji looked at the medicinal herbs in his hand, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind to take a gamble. Brother Tiger, I've found all the medicine. Why don't you lie down and I'll take care of you? Chen Wuji said listlessly, his mind almost racing like a car in first gear with the accelerator floored, trying to come up with another way to escape. The tiger stopped not far from Chen Wuji, yawned, and then suddenly lay down. Chen Wuji's gaze suddenly went blank. Lying down. It really lay down. Brother Tiger, let's talk this over. I'll treat your injuries, but please don't bite me. Chen Wuji crumpled the herbs into a ball and bravely stepped forward. As a hunter, he was forced into a corner by a tiger. The strangeness of this matter is second only to that of strange tales from a Chinese studio. Chen Wuji walked heavily to the tiger. It remained motionless. Chen Wuji did not see any murderous intent in its eyes. Chen Wuji, how could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? Brother Tiger, let me make this clear first. This medicine will hurt a little, so don't get angry. Chen Wuji reminded him. To seek help from a tiger for its skin is already a terrifying idiom. Applying medicine to a tiger is like dancing on the edge of a knife. But what's even more deadly is he has no choice yet. Chen Wuji carefully patted a clump of sticky herbs, which he had kneaded, onto the tiger's neck. Roar! The tiger roared suddenly and then lowered its head to bite the ground. Chen Wuji was startled and jumped out in a flash. Brother Tiger, am I saving? He was a little bewildered when he saw the tiger's mouth stuffed with weeds and mud. This tiger, it seems to be a bit particular. What shocked Chen Wuji even more was that he actually saw a look of grievance in the tiger's eyes. As I just said, the medicine hurts a little, but it works quickly. Chen Wuji said righteously. He seems to be able to relax a little more. Bear with it, be good. Chen Wuji raised his hand and applied another clump of herbs. Roar! The tiger let out a whimper and lowered its head to swallow another mouthful of dirt. It even bit a small hole in the ground. Chen Wuji jumped out again. He watched warily for a moment, and seeing that the tiger made no other move, he tore off a few pieces of cloth from his clothes. Brother Tiger, let me bandage you up. Be careful, watch out for your teeth. Chapter 137 Revenge. Chen Wuji held the strip of cloth and carefully approached again. The tiger, its mouth full of mud and weeds, remained motionless as Chen Wuji bandaged the most serious wound on its neck. It seemed that it was a little afraid that Chen Wuji would misunderstand, so its neck was twisted in a strange position, making Chen Wuji's neck ache. This small task left Chen Wuji drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. Chen Wuji tied the cloth strips into knots and breathed a sigh of relief. Even fairy tales wouldn't dare to write like this. Looking at the tiger's furry head, Chen Wuji suddenly had a small impulse. I kind of want to... He slowly reached out his hand and gently touched it. Holy crap, this feels amazing. Chen Wuji was excited. Based on this move alone, he should be considered to be at the pinnacle of hunters, right? That's a tiger's head. Who else would dare to do that? After much effort, Chen Wuji finally managed to heal the wounds of the striped tiger. He also sacrificed an outer garment as a result. The tiger was too big, so wrapping it up required an extra amount of fabric. After doing all this, Chen Wuji felt that the tiger should leave, or perhaps he would let it go. But it didn't. Chen Wuji tried to persuade him at length, but as soon as he took a step, the tiger immediately followed. Brother Tiger, the wound is all bandaged up. Why are you still following me? Don't do this, I'm scared. Chen Wuji said nervously, turning his head. Don't even think about coming home with me. I can't afford to support you. With all my savings, you'd bankrupt me in 2 days. The tiger remained silent, simply following along. It would move when Chen Wuji left and stop when Chen Wuji stopped. This completely baffled Chen Wuji. What does this tiger take him for? Just then, the tiger, which had been standing somewhat languidly, suddenly tensed all its muscles, and its majestic yellow eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent, emanating a terrifying and ferocious aura. Damn it, you can't repay kindness with enmity. Chen Wuji was startled and hurriedly drew his sword. If this big guy really attacks him, he definitely can't outrun it. He can only try to fight it head-on. Unexpectedly, the tiger didn't look at Chen Wuji. Instead, it tiptoed into the bushes on the left. It moved with elegance and composure, yet exuded a powerful sense of pressure. This is a sign that a tiger is about to hunt. While Chen Wuji was still in a daze, a low growl came from the woods. The powerful penetrating force caused the leaves to rustle and shake. Chen Wuji couldn't see clearly, only vaguely catching a glimpse of the tiger lunging forward. It seems the tiger really showed him mercy. A rustling sound came from the forest, and a moment later, the tiger emerged, dragging a deer. It walked 5 or 6 steps away from Chen Wuji, dropped the prey in its mouth, gave Chen Wuji a deep look, then raised its paw to press down on the already dead deer, and slowly turned and left. Before long, it disappeared into the bushes. Chen Wuji's tense nerves relaxed, and he stared blankly at the deer on the ground. So, is this the tiger returning the favor to him? It kept following him, just to keep up with him and at the same time to look for prey around. Could this tiger be one of the 2 he saw on the mountaintop platform? The first deer he killed was snatched from the jaws of those 2 tigers. But in any case, the life-or-death crisis has been averted. Thanks, tiger. Hope you can have more of these kinds of good things in the future. Chen Wuji shouted. Regardless of whether the tiger can understand or not, one must maintain a certain stance. Chen Wuji carried the still warm corpse of the deer and quickly made his way to the pool. The 2 Yuan brothers, who were both scholars, were not here. There was only a burlap sack that was half full by the pool. Scholar Yuan, Chen Wuji shouted at the top of his lungs. A moment later, a response came from up the mountain. Brother Wuji, I'm here, come down right away. Before long, the 2 Yuan brothers, both scholars, came running down the street, dragging sacks with them. Brother, look, so many crayfish. We can cook them for many meals. Yuan Jinsher boasted to Chen Wuji, showing off their harvest. The sack was almost half full. It was indeed a lot. Chen Wuji had never seen so many crayfish before. It must be because the ecological environment is too good. After all, this is a pristine environment with almost no pollution. Put the things here first, and come with me to move the game. Chen Wuji ordered. He didn't want to waste 6 wolves. Brother Wuji, there are still prey? Yuan Xiaocai asked in surprise. My luck is a bit bad today, but also a bit good, Chen Wuji smiled. Let's go. To be honest, he had a really lucky day today. The luck wasn't just bad, it was ridiculously good. Chen Wuji retraced his steps and found the spot where he had just fought the wolves. Moo! Brother Wuji, you've encountered a pack of wolves? Yuan Jinsher's expression was somewhat frightened. This isn't the time to talk about this. Hurry up and move them, then run. Things aren't going to be peaceful on the mountain today. Chen Wuji carried a wolf carcass on each shoulder and started walking away. I not only encounter a pack of wolves, but also a tiger. Exciting, isn't it? He said as he walked. Upon hearing this, the Yuan brothers dared not say another word and hurriedly followed, carrying the wolf carcass with great effort. Brother Wuji, you actually defeated the wolves and the tiger. You're even more powerful than the legendary warrior who could defeat 10,000 men. Yuan Xiaocai looked at Chen Wuji's back with eyes full of admiration, his expression excited and thrilled. Chen Wuji walked quickly. It was the tiger and I who defeated the wolf pack. I don't have the ability to defeat both the wolf pack and the tiger at the same time. That thing, let alone him, even if Wu Song came, would become food for him. Both Yuan brothers, who were scholars, could understand what these words were saying. They were all a little confused when they saw the meaning of the phrase together. What does it mean to defeat a pack of wolves while fighting alongside a tiger? Can humans and tigers really team up? Brother Wuji, it sounds like you're telling us a story, Yuan Jinsher said weakly. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I think it's ridiculous too. It almost scared me to death, Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. He still feels a sense of disorientation when he thinks back on what just happened. But it really happened. Brother Wuji, really? Yuan Jinsher asked in shock. Real. The two Yuan brothers looked on in disbelief. Cooperating with tigers, this matter. That's absolutely ridiculous. But they believed what Chen Wuji said. Therefore, this matter is even more absurd. It took the three of them 2 trips to bring all the prey back. As they approached the pool, Chen Wuji saw the flying squirrel again. There were 2 more. Those 2 silly little guys are playing on the branches, jumping and hopping around, seemingly having a lot of fun. Upon seeing these 2, Chen Wuji was immediately enraged. He put down the wolf on his shoulder, quickly drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. You 2 little bastards dared to lead me into the wolf pack. You're asking for death. Don't think that just because I want your poop, I'll show you mercy. You're going to die. Chapter 138, The Overly Polite Mountain Lord. Regardless of whether these 2 flying squirrels are the same as the previous 2, Chen Wuji will assume they are. It's because they look so alike. The arrow pierced the air, and a flying squirrel landed with a thud. After several brushes with death, Chen Wuji's archery skills improved dramatically. He is now quite adept at shooting at moving targets. And you, where are you going? Chen Wuji knocked another arrow and set his sights on the other one. Because of its companion's death, the other one was so frightened that it wet itself and is now fleeing in panic. I'll show you what it means to kill a rat and get its poop today. Chen Wuji roared, and the arrow flew from his hand. The arrow pierced the air, which was filled with the fragrance of grass and the smell of decay, turning the gliding flying squirrel into a flying squirrel kebab. Chen Wuji snorted coldly and gracefully sheathed his bow. This is what happens when you dare to mock me, you little bastard. When Chen Wuji and his 2 companions returned to the pool, they were surprised to find that the deer that had been placed there had increased from 1 to 2. Brother Wuji, it seems like this muntjac transforms when it dies. I clearly remember there was only 1. How did it suddenly turn into 2? Yuan Xiaozai asked in surprise. Chen Wuji looked around. The woods were quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds echoing through the air. He did not see the figure he was looking for. A dead muntjac will certainly not transform and split itself into 2. There's only one possibility for this situation to occur. Someone has come to return the gift. Yuan Jinsher took off his knife and held it in his hand. Brother Wuji, there are others on the mountain. Are they trying to take our prey for themselves? He thought it was a deer that someone else had killed. Don't worry. Chen Wuji shook his head. Scholar, go down the mountain and call your 3rd uncle to bring the ox guard over. Oh. Following Chen Wuji's instructions, Scholar Yuan quickly descended the mountain. Brother Wuji, if there weren't other hunters, how could a deer suddenly appear out of nowhere? Yuan Jinsher was still pondering this question, his little face full of worry. It was delivered by the tiger, Chen Wuji said calmly. Oh. Scholar Yuan was dumbfounded. He seemed to misunderstand what I was saying. The tiger delivers prey to the hunter? He had never heard anything so outrageous in any of the stories the old man had told. Surprised, Chen Wuji turned his head and asked, how could Yuan Jinsher not be surprised when he lowered his head? You're right to be surprised. I'm surprised too, Chen Wuji chuckled. The local people around Shengshenling regard the deer as the mountain god, but he feels that the tiger on the mountain should be the mountain god. Tigers are the kings of the mountains, the rulers of the mountain beasts. Given the impressive feat this tiger performed today, it's quite reasonable for it to be a mountain god. This guy's a little too smart. Let's go. Let's transport these prey down the mountain first, Chen Wuji said. Yuan Jinsher was still deeply doubting himself. Brother Wuji, how about I go down and you stay here and keep an eye on things? What if it's not a tiger, but someone who's really eyeing our prey? Don't worry, this muntjac was clearly killed by a wild beast, not by a hunter. Chen Wuji picked up the muntjac and then picked up the sack containing crayfish. After carefully examining the deer's wounds, Yuan Jinsher's doubts and worries vanished instantly, leaving only shock that left him unsure how to accept the situation. At the same time, his gaze toward Chen Wuji turned to one of admiration. There must be something extraordinary about Brother Wuji. Not only was he lucky, but even tigers were friendly with him. Although there weren't many hunters in this area, There were still a few, but Yuan Jinsher had never heard of any hunter with such skill. Chen Wuji and Yuan Jinsher made 2 trips up the mountain, and Chen Bushi and Yuan Xiaocai also arrived. Seeing the mountain of prey, even Chen Bushi was shocked. Goodness, 2 muntjac and 6 wolves. You just recovered from your injuries, and you're already showing off your power? If this continues, you might wipe out all the wolves on the mountain. We'll have wolf meat tonight. Chen Wuji laughed. Wolf meat isn't tasty. If you're willing to give me a muntjac leg, I won't complain at all about you ordering me around. Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji glanced at it disdainfully. The price for making you run such a short errand is really high. Wolf meat, take it or leave it. But I can prepare 2 jars of wine for you. Eat. Anyone who doesn't eat is a coward. Chen Bushi shouted. You stingy bastard. It's so hot. The meat will spoil if we don't eat it soon. Don't skimp on the good stuff and end up eating the bad stuff. It's all right. We have the facilities at home to marinate meat now. And this weather is perfect for making dried meat, Chen Wuji said. You load it onto the car. I'll rest for a bit. Chen Bushi. Chen Wuji and his companions drove through the village with a cart full of prey, attracting a large crowd of villagers. Seeing their revered mountain god become prey under Chen Wuji's arrows once again, no one made any sarcastic remarks today, saying that Chen Wuji would surely die tomorrow. Instead, it turned into praise and envy. Ever since Chen Wuji turned the Yuan brothers into 2 bear graves, no one has called him Chen the Fool for a long time. Even unfamiliar villagers would greet him warmly upon seeing him. Wuji, are you selling this wolf meat? Some villagers asked as they gathered around. The old routine that Chen Wuji started after going into the mountains to hunt has begun again. Selling for 4 coins, Chen Wuji said. Wolf meat is indeed not tasty, but at least it's meat. Buying from Chen Wuji is much cheaper than going to the city. Meat prices in the city have been skyrocketing recently, just like grain prices. Even city dwellers can't afford it anymore, let alone villagers. They can't even afford to treat their children to a decent meal. Some villagers asked somewhat embarrassedly, we don't have any extra money at home. Can I exchange eggs for it? Sure, grain is fine too. Chen Wuji shouted. Anything you want to exchange or buy, come to my house later. I need a rest for a while. I had a fight with the wolf pack, and my legs are still a bit weak. The villagers were once again filled with amazement and praise. Once a person gains power, at least on the surface, all those unpleasant words disappear. After dismissing the villagers who had gathered to watch, Chen Wuji drove his donkey cart home, and, in exchange for a jar of wine, kept Chen Bushi there to help him process the prey. So much meat needs to be skinned and processed as soon as possible. Some should be marinated, and others should be air-dried. In this hot weather, flies would swarm together if you let it out all day. The 2 Yuan brothers, who were both scholars, were sent by Chen Wuji to the city to make purchases. Preparing the meat requires a lot of spices and salt, as well as the wine that Chen Bushi longed for. Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi unloaded the cart and, without even entering their home, immediately set up their preparations and got busy. Hearing the noise, Shen Yue came running out, her beautiful hair swaying. Husband, we have guests at home. Don't bother with this. Go and greet them first. Who is it? Chen Wuji asked, putting down the knife in his hand. Chapter 139, Zhang Xiu'er Visits. Shen Yue gave Chen Wuji a meaningful look, her tone tinged with sourness, and said in a low voice, a very beautiful girl, surnamed Zhang, from a well-to-do family, arrived in a carriage with her maids and servants. Your name is Xiu'er? Chen Wuji asked. Shen Yue's plump little mouth instantly pursed up. You even know her name. It seems you have a close relationship, husband. But given her status, I'm afraid she wouldn't be happy to be a concubine. Stop being so sour. That's your enemy's daughter, Chen Wuji said speechlessly. If this guy keeps talking, he's about to completely explode with jealousy. Shen Yue was taken aback. Zhang Mingyuan's daughter? Upon hearing this, Chen Bushi's expression changed slightly. Why would Zhang Mingyuan's daughter come looking for you? I guess it's to treat her father's illness. I saw her once before and cured a minor ailment of hers, Chen Wuji said. I'll go take a look. Chen Bushi stopped him and reminded him, try to subtly inquire about Zhang Mingyuan's arrangements in Yunnan. Ask as much as you can. She probably knows more than anyone else. Understood. Chen Wuji nodded. Shen Yue clenched her fists angrily. I really want to beat her to death. Now I know why I can't stand her. Don't move rashly. I'll avenge you. You don't need to lift a finger. Chen Wuji was genuinely worried that she might do something foolish. Xin Yue hugged her arms angrily. I'm not that impulsive. I'm a woman destined for great things. I can endure, I'll endure for now. Ugh, I'm so angry. Be good, just bear with it for now. Chen Wuji patted Shen Yue's head and went into the courtyard. Chen Wuji had no idea about Zhang Xiao's arrival. For example, to gather information or something. This is too unrealistic, and it's completely unnecessary for them. Who would treat an insect that accidentally crawls onto their foot as an enemy and treat it with great care? It's just an insect, just kill it. Beneath a small but abundantly blooming jujube tree, Hua Sanyang was sitting with Zhang Xiao. What brings you here today, Miss Xiao? Chen Wuji asked bluntly. Zhang Xiao stood up, gave Chen Wuji a polite nod, and then said, My father's headache has become more and more serious recently. We have invited famous doctors from all around to our home, but they are all helpless. I did not intend to disturb you, but since it concerns my father's illness, I have no choice but to take the liberty of visiting you. Please forgive me. Zhang Xiao is much more like a person than his father. Wife, please make me a cup of tea, Chen Wuji said, gesturing for Zhang Xiao to sit down and chat. Even the imperial physicians, so many famous doctors, are helpless against this stubborn disease. What can I, a mere country hunter, do? Your father must have been overworked lately. Perhaps a rest would help. Zhang Xiao sighed softly. Since my father returned to his hometown, he has had to handle all matters, both within and outside the clan, personally. Although my two elder brothers help him, they cannot make decisions on important matters and still need to consult my father. I have tried to persuade him, but to no avail. I hope you can find a solution, sir. I would be extremely grateful and would like to offer 100 taels of silver as payment for your treatment. 100 taels of gold, that's quite tempting, but there's nothing I can do about it. Chen Wuji shook his head with a light laugh. How incredibly extravagant. Outside the city, there are countless refugees who sell their children and even themselves for a meal, yet this dignified imperial censor can start with 100 taels of gold. How absurd are the disparities in this world? Chen Wuji continued. A mental illness requires a mental cure, and a headache also needs to be addressed at its root, supplemented by medicine. We often say that we are having a headache because of something, and this is not just a metaphor. Things can indeed cause headaches, and the more troublesome the thing, the more headache it causes. If even renowned doctors are helpless, Miss Xiao might as well start by taking action herself, and then invite another renowned doctor to take a look. Perhaps there will be unexpected benefits. Chen Wuji had dug the pit, and Zhang Xiao jumped in without hesitation. She didn't realize there was anything wrong with what Chen Wuji said, and started complaining to him with a frown. I rarely inquire about what my father does. He has never liked me, as a girl, getting involved in family matters. I only heard about some things through my brother, and it's really quite annoying. My father has been troubled by the issue of the displaced people lately. Magistrate Wang is inactive and is making things difficult for my father at every turn, which has prevented many of his plans from being implemented. Besides that, it seems that something has happened in the court. I've heard my brother mention it a few times. It seems that the vice prefect of Hezhou submitted a memorial impeaching my father, and there was another one, but I've forgotten. In short, my father has encountered quite a lot of things recently. As a daughter, I can't offer advice to my father about these matters, let alone even inquire about them. He scolds me for it. What can I do? Chen Wuji spread his hands. In that case, there's no other way. Please, sir, save my father. I would be eternally grateful. Zhang Xiao said sincerely as she stood up. Chen Wuji said with a helpless expression, I understand your father's condition, and there is really nothing I can do. If I could cure him, I would very much like to earn Miss Xiao's 100 gold coins for the consultation fee. Zhang Xiao sighed softly, her expression pitiful. Seeing this, Chen Wuji said, Miss Xiao could try the method I just mentioned. Start from the ground up and let your father relax and not overwork himself. The situation will improve. Even after he had said all that, Zhang Xiao still asked, unwilling to give up, Sir, could you please prescribe a prescription so I can take it to my father to try? Chen Wuji really couldn't understand where she got such great confidence in him. With a wry smile, Chen Wuji said, Miss Xiao, prescriptions aren't given haphazardly. I'm afraid I can't help you. You should look for another solution. If it were curable, I wouldn't be telling you all this. All right then. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Zhang Xiao stood up gracefully, nodded politely to Chen Wuji, and then left Chen Wuji's house with her maid. She had barely left when Hua Sanyang came over with a cup of freshly brewed tea. You're gone. Chen Wuji chuckled and said, "My wife, I'm really thirsty, not trying to get rid of you." "Same here. It's inconvenient for you to talk with me here." Hua Sanyang put down the teapot, poured a cup for Chen Wuji, and asked casually, "What did she come to see you about?" "Didn't she say that before?" Chen Wuji asked, taking a sip of tea. Hua Sanyang shook her head. "She only said that she was an old friend of yours and came to visit. I was wondering where you got to know such a lady from a prominent family. She must be from an official family, right?" "Miss Zhang," Chen Wuji said, "you want me to treat her father's illness? How dare I?" Chapter 140. Choose one of three. Hua Sanyang clicked her tongue in amazement. "Your status is certainly high. But when did you learn to treat illnesses?" "I didn't know that. I only know a few folk remedies. I happened to cure her minor ailment. Perhaps because of this, she thinks I'm a reclusive and renowned doctor." "That's quite a misunderstanding," Chen Wuji said. "If I really had the ability to cure diseases and save lives, I would have opened a clinic long ago. Why would I risk going up the mountain to hunt? Being a doctor is definitely more comfortable than hunting." I don't know what she was thinking. Hua Sanyang smiled gently and said, "You cured her illness, so naturally she trusts you." "I don't understand." Chen Wuji shook his head. "Wife, prepare some bamboo poles. We have a lot of game today, and a lot of it needs to be dried and pickled." "Aren't you selling it anymore?" Hua Sanyang asked. "We're not selling anymore. The fleas have been really bad lately. We'll keep the meat for ourselves and just sell the furs." "Good." After drinking a few cups of tea, Chen Wuji went out to process the game with Chen Bushi. "Have you gotten any information?" Chen Bushi shook off the grease sticking to his hands and looked up to ask. He had almost finished separating the two muntjac. "We actually managed to get some information," Chen Wuji said. "Zhang Mingyuan was at odds with the prefect of Hezhou and was impeached by him. Zhang Xiu'er said there was another person, but she couldn't remember him." Chen Bushi stretched his back and said, "I remember the prefect of Hezhou was surnamed Han. He came from a poor family, but he accomplished a lot in Hezhou and had a good reputation." After a pause, he suddenly said, "If you want to give credit, you might as well give it to this person." Chen Wuji shook his head. "I think it would be better to give it to Magistrate Zhu." "Why?" Chen Bushi asked, puzzled. Without hesitation, Chen Wuji gave his reason. "Our Chen family's roots are in Yunnan, and in this small area of Yunnan, the county magistrate has more real power. Another reason is that the prefectural magistrate and the prefectural governor are natural political enemies. Even if he has made contributions, he probably won't be able to persuade the prefectural governor to take action against the Zhang family. What we need now is an official with real power to use his authority to tear open a hole in the Zhang family's defenses. The county magistrate and the prefect can do this, but the vice prefect cannot. His authority was already set. The most he could do was submit a memorial impeaching him." Chen Bushi shook his head. "Then you seem to underestimate the power of the Tongpan. The Tongpan can directly adjudicate government affairs such as household registration, litigation, water conservancy, and finances, and can veto the orders of the prefect." "Don't try to impress me. I'm talking about Zhang Mingyuan's matter," Chen Wuji said. "Zhang Mingyuan's blatant crimes are embezzlement, bribery, and seizing of people's land. Which of these is the responsibility of a magistrate? If the people file a complaint, it can fall into his hands, but the problem is that someone has to file the complaint. In comparison, a county magistrate can do much more. Although his official rank is low, he has more real power in the local area. As long as he has the confidence and is willing to act freely, he can tear the Zhang family apart from many aspects. Although the power of the censors in the imperial court is so great that they can kill gods and Buddhas if they are in the way, they do not have the power to influence specific local affairs." Chen Bushi thought for a moment, then nodded. "That makes some sense. Let's do it your way. I've already made the request. Now it's just a matter of when the magistrate will be willing to see you. What about the gift you prepared?" "In the courtyard. I'll broaden your horizons later," Chen Wuji said with a mysterious smile. "This country bumpkin must have never seen what white sugar looks like. We need to broaden his horizons." Chen Bushi rolled his eyes. "Fine, let's see what you can teach me." After nearly 2 hours, Chen Wuji and Chen Bushi finally finished off the 8 prey. As the sun gradually approached the western mountains, Chen Wuji suddenly remembered something. It seems he still needs to favor Qin Zhan home. I forgot to ask again. He was also planning to have a drink with Chen Bushi. That's a load of rubbish. They asked the Yuan brothers to wash some crayfish. Chen Wuji cooked a large pot of food, served a plate of it to Chen Bushi, and then politely invited him to leave. "Tell him to take some food and wine to drink with Chen Mule. Chen Bushi felt no discomfort at all towards Chen Wuji's behavior. On the contrary, he was extremely satisfied. What he cared about was not drinking with Chen Wuji at all, but just the food and drinks. Chen Wuji packed a bag of stir-fried crayfish into a food box and left home in the evening. It's not easy to come up with an excuse to stay out all night and go out with other women. Chen Wuji thought about it several times in his mind, and finally came up with a plan for Hua Sanyang and the others to host a banquet for the young master of Hungtong Trading Company and discuss the reasons for future cooperation. Sanlapo. When Chen Wuji arrived, Qin Zhanhong was preparing his horse. Duan Yingxiong stood aside, frantically giving Chen Wuji meaningful glances. Chen Wuji understood at a glance. This woman is planning to storm his house and confront him again. Before Qin Zhanhong could get angry, Chen Wuji took the initiative, raised a food box in his hand, and said, "I prepared some good food for you. It took a little while, but it's not too late, is it?" Qin Zhanhong's bright eyes flashed with murderous intent as he gripped his riding whip tightly. What good things could there be in the mountains? Are you just making excuses for your lateness again? Delicious food from the mountains and the sea are the epitome of good taste, and they all come from the mountains and the sea, Chen Wuji said. Qin Zhanhong jumped off his horse and said with a stern face, "Duan Yingxiong, prepare the rope. If this stuff doesn't taste good, tie him to a tree and whip him 50 times. Yes, Chen Wuji, I'll definitely run you over later." Chen Wuji carried the food box into Qin Zhanhong's room. Because the journey was short, the stir-fried crayfish were still hot and didn't need to be reheated before eating. Wearing a red dress, Qin Zhanhong crossed her long legs and picked up a piece with a look of disgust, saying, "How can I eat this?" "Eat it by biting. Which seat do you want to eat? If you have good teeth, you can eat everything. If you have average teeth, you can only eat the tail and the roe." Qin Zhanhong glanced at Chen Wuji with displeasure and carefully took a small bite. "How is it?" Chen Wuji asked with a smile. Qin Zhanhong didn't speak, but just lowered his head to peel shrimp. After eating 7 or 8, she tilted her head and casually ordered, "Go," and closed the door. "Not going into the city?" Chen Wuji asked. The moment she gave him that look, Chen Wuji knew what she was up to. The addiction is outrageously strong. "Go ahead, but that doesn't stop me from playing with my toy first. What do you say?" Qin Zhanhong chuckled teasingly. Chen Wuji's face suddenly darkened. "Woman, don't go too far. Put another way, or I won't serve you," Chen Wuji said arrogantly, turning his head. Qin Zhanhong scrutinized Chen Wuji, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "What kind of title do you want? Husband, father, or one of these 3, Chen Wuji said. Chapter 141, Qin Zhanhong's Conditions. Qin Zhan lowered his red eyelids slightly. "What do the last 2 mean?" "It's the dialect of my hometown, meaning husband and elder brother." "Which one do you want to hear?" "It's unrealistic to expect you to call me husband, and I don't even dare to ask for that. But calling me brother wouldn't be too much to ask, would it?" Qin Zhanhong chuckled. "You do have foresight, but why didn't you let me call you brother directly instead of using dialect? Can you even speak it without using a dialect?" "Cannot. That settles it. It's not impossible, but I have a condition." "Explain." Qin Zhanhong's alluring eyes curved into a smile. Suddenly, she kicked off her shoes and placed her small feet on the back of the chair. "Give me a foot massage my legs, and I'll agree to your request." Qin Zhanhong smiled, his eyes filled with a teasing glint. "These aren't conditions at all. This is practically just delivering food." Suppressing the urge to laugh, Chen Wuji's expression turned into one of resentment and displeasure. "If you're going to pretend, you have to pretend to the extreme." He sat down and took Qin Zhanhong's small feet in his hands. I started pressing the buttons. "Is it okay?" Chen Wuji asked sullenly, with a bitter and resentful expression. "I must say, your kneading is actually quite comfortable," Qin Zhanhong exclaimed with some surprise. Chen Wuji snorted and said, "I already knew how. Mastering acupoints is a prerequisite for learning traditional Chinese medicine, and he had indeed studied this technique seriously." A dangerous glint suddenly appeared in Qin Zhanhong's watery eyes. "So, you often give other women this massage?" "I studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few days, and I press acupoints." "What are you thinking?" Chen Wuji said speechlessly. Women with a bit of an addiction tend to have such frivolous thoughts. Qin Zhanhong glanced at Chen Wuji with displeasure. "Move it up a bit." "Huh? Online? Is it still a leg?" Chen Wuji said. "Whatever, I don't mind." Qin Zhanhong crossed his arms and looked at Chen Wuji with great interest, still maintaining his superior attitude. She seemed to believe that even at this point, she was still punishing Chen Wuji. But soon, her expression changed. Chen Wuji likes proactive women. What's even better is that Qin Jianhong is very willing to try new things. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it's fully developed. However, Chen Wuji cannot openly express his affection for her for the time being, lest he expose this secret and cause the woman to go berserk. This left Chen Wuji quite disappointed. After the wind and rain subsided, Qin Jianhong straightened her skirt and giggled. "You did quite well today, much more vigorous than before. I'll call you then." Chen Wuji. Although he liked proactive women, she didn't like Qin Jianhong's tone at all. "I was too lenient with the cleanup just now." "Then go ahead and call me," Chen Wuji urged impatiently. Qin Jianhong raised his eyes. "Didn't I just say that?" "Chen Wuji, are you kidding me?" Chen Wuji looked at her speechlessly and said. Qin Jianhong chuckled, leaned close to Chen Wuji's ear, and obediently called out a name. "Are you satisfied now?" Chen Wuji immediately smiled like an uncle, satisfied. "Very satisfied. It's just a pity that the timing is a bit off." The timing was a little off, but still acceptable. Qin Jianhong finished dressing and tidied her somewhat messy hair. "Let's go. Come into the city with me." "Aren't you going to take a bath?" "It's inconvenient to open an inn in the city," Qin Jianhong said. Chapter 142, I Got Scammed. Chen Wuji and Qin Jianhong entered the city at the last moment before the city gates of Yunnan were closed. Qin Jianhong walked into a restaurant called Zui Baxian with practiced ease and asked for 2 rooms. This is a restaurant that combines dining and accommodation. It is much larger than Li's Siphon Tea House with 5 floors, making it one of the few high-rise buildings in the entire Yunnan area. Qin Jianhong's room was on the 5th floor, the highest floor, and from the window, one could see half of Yunnan City. The window of Chen Wuji's room faced north, and he could see all the familiar places like the East Market, the county government office, and Li's tea house at a glance. Even more, one could vaguely see flames rising in front of Yangji blacksmith shop. As expected, Old Sheep is probably still working hard right now. As for those iron pots he owes, it's impossible for him to rest these next few days. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Qin Jianhong walked in without any courtesy. She placed a teapot on the table, her graceful figure swaying like a willow in the breeze as she leaned back on the couch, resting her right arm on the window frame. She turned her head to look at the somewhat deserted street outside. "Aren't you curious why I called you into the city today? I don't want to pry into the affairs of your Imperial City Guard. I want to live a few more years, so don't tell me anything," Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong chuckled. "It's all right to tell you. No need to be so nervous. Yunnan is backed by Shunxian Ridge, and there are many treasures in the mountains. As a hunter, you should know this. By the way, why do you only hunt and never think about getting some valuable medicinal herbs? As far as I know, some people have made a fortune by collecting herbs." Chen Wuji looked at Qin Jianhong with some confusion. "You're drinking tea, but you're talking like you're drunk. You were talking about the treasures in the mountains. How did you suddenly start talking about medicinal herbs?" "Medicine is a treasure trove. I just suddenly remembered it," Qin Jianhong said lazily. Chen Wuji shook his head. "Who could make such a fortune by gathering herbs in the mountains? How could someone be so lucky? There are plenty of common herbs, but I haven't encountered any truly precious ones yet." However, his activity area is relatively fixed, so it's not surprising that we haven't encountered him. Qin Jianhong chuckled lightly. "Some people." Chen Wuji was speechless. What's the difference between saying something and not saying anything at all? "Did you encounter any minerals in the mountains? Like iron?" Qin Jianhong asked. Chen Wuji stated bluntly, "I don't know him." This really touches on a blind spot in his knowledge. If you put iron ore in front of him, you might be able to guess what it is for a while. But if you meet him in the wild, there's a 99% chance he won't recognize him. Qin Jianhong didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, she abruptly asked, "Do you know who owns this restaurant?" Chen Wuji stared at Qin Jianhong, looking him up and down. "Seriously, it seems like I wasn't thinking straight just now. Why are you talking so incoherently? What are you trying to say? Get to the point." He was almost completely bewildered by Qin Jianhong's unconventional way of thinking. Qin Jianhong rolled his eyes. "I recently found out some things. Zui Baxian is a trading post between the Zhang family and the southwestern Yi. In the middle of each month, caravans from the southwestern Yi would come from Hezhou, ostensibly to sell spices, then rest here before taking away iron, ore, salt, and precious medicinal herbs. The people I just mentioned are from the Zhang family. They have been sending people to mine and collect herbs in the mountains and then smuggle them to the southwestern barbarians. This trade route is a very important business for the Zhang family, and for this reason, they even spare no expense to raise bandits along the way, plunder others, and protect themselves. Chen Wuji's expression instantly turned serious. The southwestern Yi were a collective term for several small states in the southwest of Yu, the Great's territory. Regardless of what they called themselves, in Yu the Great's official records, they were all referred to as Yi. You're telling me these things are fine? Chen Wuji asked in a deep voice. It's nothing. What could possibly happen? At worst, I'll just chop you up with one knife. Qin Zhanhong smiled, her smile captivating and alluring. Chen Wuji. Qin Zhanhong chuckled. Since I'm telling you, then of course you can tell me. So today is the day the Zhang family is trading with the southwestern barbarians? Chen Wuji asked cautiously. Qin Zhanhong pointed downstairs. The guests staying on the second floor are those southwestern barbarians. Chen Wuji vaguely guessed Qin Zhanhong's purpose in bringing him here today, but he was also a little puzzled. Salt and iron are monopolies of the imperial court. That alone should be enough to take Zhang Mingyuan's life. But I don't understand. Since you already have the clues and even know the exact date of the transaction, why don't you just bring people to secretly book this place and catch them red-handed, instead of coming here alone? My identity is not yet ready to be revealed. Qin Zhanhong shook his head. Today I'm not here alone, but you are. You are the one who is investigating this case. Chen Wuji's brows furrowed instantly. Are you kidding me? Is this woman insane? You don't want to bring down the Zhang family? As far as I know, Zhang Mingyuan has issued a kill order against you. Qin Zhanhong said quietly. Zhou Buping was raised by the Zhang family at great expense, and his position in Yunnan is very important. You may think you are a nobody, but Zhang Mingyuan hates you for ruining his plans. I have a better way. There's no need to venture into this dangerous place. Chen Wuji shook his head. I think you're just trying to kill me. I was already on my deathbed, and you've dug this deep pit for me, let alone whether I can find anything out of their hideout. Even if I do manage to find something, as long as the information leaks even a little bit, Zhang Mingyuan will definitely kill me without hesitation before dawn. Unless you have very good reason to convince me, I won't get involved in this mess. The Zhang family's transactions with the southwestern barbarians were bound to be extremely cautious and would absolutely require both overt and covert protection. He rushed in like a fool. Wasn't he just courting death? This woman seems to think too highly of him. You weren't this cowardly when you forcibly took my virginity on the mountain. Qin Zhanhong said angrily. Chen Wuji was speechless. Qin Zhanhong will probably hold onto this weakness for the rest of his life. Tell me what you want to do first, Chen Wuji said with a sigh. Considering that this person is a high-ranking official in the Imperial City Guard, and not only did he not take his life, but he also generously offered help every now and then. Let's listen to him first. If we disregard the physical relationship, this woman is actually more troublesome than the Zhang family. We can't afford to offend them. Qin Zhanhong smiled and said with a hint of coquettishness, that's more like it. Don't worry. I can't bear to see you die. Who will warm my bed if you die? It would be best if we didn't alert them this time. Both the southwestern barbarians and the drunken 8 immortals accountant have an account book on them, which they use to settle accounts. Our goal today is these 2 account books. Getting one of them will suffice. We have a specific purpose. We don't want you to wander around like a headless fly. We just want the ledger. Chapter 143, Let's Go Big. Chen Wuji was numb. The ledger was a confidential document, something that concerned Zhang Mingyuan's life. How could someone just leave it lying around? It must be in the most crucial place. It's easy to say you're aiming at something, but actually finding it is like wading through mountains of knives and seas of fire. Judging from Qin Zhanhong's attitude, the Imperial City Guard's purpose in coming to Yunnan this time is probably for Zhang Mingyuan. If it were only for him, Qin Zhanhong wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Tell me your plan. Chen Wuji's expression was serious. No plan. Qin Zhanhong shook his head. I've been thinking about this for days, but haven't come up with a good solution. They only have 2 trading days a month. If we miss today, we'll have to wait another month. We don't have that much time. Chen Wuji, so you're planning to go all out? Just steal it. Qin Zhanhong nodded. I'll steal it. You stay outside and help me. If things are exposed, I'll take the blame and cover your identity. Chen Wuji asked. Yes. Then we'll both be dead. Yes, that's about right. The identity of the Imperial City Guard must not be revealed. It concerns the Imperial Court's grand plan. Chen Wuji remained silent for a long time. You're so good to me. Qin Zhan looked at Chen Wuji with teary eyes, bit her lip, and said in a coquettish voice, as the man who forcibly took me from you on the mountain, now it's time for you to use your intelligence. If you can think of a better way, how about I stay with you all night? Come on, all night long. I don't even know who was having the most fun. Chen Wuji said speechlessly. Qin Zhanhong glared resentfully at Chen Wuji and muttered, At least give me some face. Seeing some people acting as if they were possessed by demons, Chen Wuji became depressed. Does Magistrate Zhu know about what's going on here? He asked, changing the subject. You probably don't know. What are your thoughts? Qin Zhanhong put away his joking tone and asked seriously, Is this person trustworthy? His account of the Zhang family's affairs is somewhat believable. If Magistrate Zhu brings all the members of Zue Ba Xian back to the county office on the grounds of harboring bandits, wouldn't the account books be exposed? Qin Zhanhong shook his head. The Yunnan County Government Office has long been riddled with holes. Apart from Magistrate Zhu, almost everyone else is from the Zhang family. If Magistrate Zhu mobilizes his troops, not only will he not be able to find the account books, but he will also likely be accused of a fatal crime. This move is tantamount to handing a knife to Zhang Mingyuan. Chen Wuji had a headache. This old man has been in office for many years. Hasn't he cultivated a few trusted confidants? If we send our trusted confidants first to control the people in the restaurant, and then send troops over, we can succeed. Yes, but only a few. They're good enough to fill a position, but they're not capable of doing anything substantial. Qin Zhanhong shook his head. Besides, I don't trust him to let the account books fall into his hands. Chen Wuji muttered speechlessly. I thought this old man was someone important, but it turns out he's just a good-for-nothing. I really overestimated him. Actually, given the shadow of the Zhang family, he has already done quite well to achieve this, Qin Zhanhong said. Chen Wuji took a sip of tea and said cautiously, Let me sort this out first. In other words, your Imperial City Guard cannot handle this matter. You've placed all your hopes on me, right? Although I'm reluctant to admit it, it is true. Qin Zhanhong also became serious. We came to Yunnan to investigate Zhang Mingyuan. Moreover, we are not the first group. Before us, the Imperial City Guard sent 2 groups of people, both of which were wiped out without explanation. Chen Wuji's guess was confirmed, but he couldn't help but be surprised. How could Zhang Mingyuan be so arrogant? He has a powerful and influential background in the Imperial Court, Qin Zhanhong said. Chen Wuji nodded. I understand. No wonder Qin Zhanhong preferred to act as someone close to him rather than reveal the background of the Imperial City Guard. 3 groups of people conducted the investigation in succession. If nothing unexpected happens, this is likely a power struggle between the emperor and a certain minister in the court. Qin Zhanhong abandoned his languid posture and said with a serious expression, It would be best if you could help me with this matter. If you refuse, I won't force you. You can provide support outside. If things go wrong, leave immediately and don't worry about me. Tonight's events are quite risky, so let me be frank with you about some things. To be honest, after we descended the mountain that day, I planned at least a dozen ways for you to die, but I endured them all. You took my virginity, so you're my husband. Of course, more importantly, I don't hate you that much. That's a prerequisite, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. I understand. Faced with this question, Chen Wuji really didn't know what else to say. In fact, he has always been grateful. Chen Wuji interrupted Qin Zhanhong's sudden emotional outburst and asked seriously, Do you have any manpower in the city? Have. How many people? 3 people. That's enough. Gather them, set fire to the drunken 8 immortals, and I'll handle the rest. Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. Qin Zhanhong frowned. How do you plan to handle this? Taking advantage of the chaos to rob the caravan and the accounting office of Zue Ba Xian is insufficient evidence, as it involves inanimate objects like account books. Since we're going to do it, let's also obtain all the testimonies from the caravan and Zue Ba Xian. Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. A dead document. With Zhang Mingyuan's background, it's too easy for him to overturn it. He only needs to find a member of his clan to take the blame, and he can easily turn what we risked our lives to obtain into nothingness. Qin Zhanhong did not object to Chen Wuji's opinion, but said with a sigh, But we only have 5 people. How can we abduct them? The merchant caravan from the Southwest Barbarians has more than 20 people. You don't need to do that. I'll go find some people, Chen Wuji said. If we can find manpower, we'll proceed according to this plan. If not, we'll have to resort to your method. In any case, I won't abandon you. You should have a place to house these people after the kidnapping, right? Have. That's fine then. I'm going out for a bit. Chen Wuji made up his mind to go all out. Even if he and Qin Jianhong had no relationship whatsoever, they were two grasshoppers on the same rope, sharing a common goal. This is an opportunity we can't miss. Be careful. Qin Jianhong suddenly stood up and hugged Chen Wuji. From now on, I'll let you take the initiative. And thank you. Chen Wuji chuckled. I can only say you have excellent taste, finding such a wonderful husband. Pa, shameless. I just thought it was quite comfortable on the mountain that day. Don't try to glorify yourself. Qin Jianhong said lightly. Chen Wuji exclaimed in surprise. So this is your real reason, isn't it? All three reasons are unacceptable. Chen Wuji laughed. Shengshenling can indeed be considered his blessed land. Chapter 144 Old Zhang's Unknown Craftsmanship. After leaving the inn, Chen Wuji went straight to Sijizhai. As night fell, the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased, with only a few people hurrying by. In the remote area of Yunnan, only the south side of the city has some nightlife, where girls who wave handkerchiefs and often open their arms to welcome guests stay up all night. The Sijizhai restaurant was still open, and a dim oil lamp was lit inside the slightly ajar door. Old Zhang was squinting as he fiddled with the abacus behind the counter, occasionally glancing up to adjust the lamp wick that kept bending downwards. The little fish leaned against the doorway, yawning as it swayed its head towards the street. Chen Wuji walked over, his footsteps startling the drowsy little fish. Upon seeing that it was Chen Wuji, his eyes instantly lit up with joy. Senior brother, you've come. When did I become a senior brother? Chen Wuji asked, looking completely bewildered. Little fish chuckled. I recognized it myself. Chen Wuji. Old Zhang rubbed his heavy-eyed eyes and asked, why are you here so late? Is something urgent? I'd like to borrow your little fish, Chen Wuji said, cupping his hands in greeting. With a nimble leap, Xiaoyu glided to Chen Wuji's side. Senior brother, what brings you here so late? Are you going to fight? I can handle it. Chen Wuji was surprised. When did you learn fortune-telling? Really? Little fish didn't back down at all. Instead, her eyes lit up like lamps. This left Chen Wuji speechless. On his way here, he had come up with a whole host of ideas and even prepared a huge sum of 20 taels of silver, intending to ask this agile medical apprentice, who was as quick as a monkey, to use his skills. As it turns out, he was actually quite enthusiastic about fighting. Is that correct? Xiaoyu's skills are perfectly suited for tonight's occasion. When he told Qin Jianhong, he was Chen Wuji's backup plan. If the kidnapping fails, then at least get your hands on the ledger. Wuji, who have you offended? Old Zhang asked in a deep voice. I'd like to ask Xiaoyu to help me steal something, but please rest assured, Elder Zhang, this isn't petty theft or anything that violates morality. This matter could save hundreds or thousands of people in Yunnan, but the risk is extremely high, Chen Wuji said. After a pause, Chen Wuji looked at Xiaoyu and said, my idea is to pay Xiaoyu to do it. Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. Senior brother, it's vulgar for us to talk about money. I don't need money. I just need you to put in a good word for me with Master in the future, so he'll beat me less. It's very dangerous. Think about it carefully. They're all thugs, Chen Wuji said seriously. Perhaps the little fish gets into fights often and is quite familiar with fighting. But tonight's fight was definitely not the kind of fight he understood or thought about. It's all right, senior brother. I've got it covered, Xiaoyu said confidently. Seeing his confident demeanor, Chen Wuji became even more uneasy. Old Zhang gazed at Chen Wuji with his deep eyes for a moment, then said, let Xiaoyu go. If it's just stealing something, it should be fine. I'm more worried about you. I won't ask you for details if you don't tell me. But if things are impossible, don't force it. Come back quickly. Chen Wuji felt a warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. Thank you, Elder Zhang. It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you, but if this matter is revealed, you and Xiaoyu will face endless trouble. Old Zhang waved his hand, turned and walked to the counter, where he laboriously carried out a medicine box. Then let's not talk about it. I'm an old man, and I'm not that curious anymore. However, since it's about stealing, it's best not to escalate it into fighting. I'll give you a prescription so they can get a good night's sleep. Chen Wuji's expression froze in shock. Master, there's such a prescription? Of course it does. It uses the rare Western region herb datura flower as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9 other herbs, such as rhododendron mall and peach blossom. The aroma from burning, it can easily knock out a herb that has been burning a herb for a whole herb circled with cattle. Old Zhang said with a faint smile. We are doctors. If we can solve the problem with medicine, we shouldn't resort to violence like those scoundrels. It's too dangerous. You and Xiaoyu are both good kids. I'd be worried if anything happened to either of you. Little Fish leaped and sat on the counter. Master, do you really think I'm a good child? Old Zhang's face darkened, and he grabbed a feather duster from the side and started hitting him. You shameless bastard. I only praised you once, and you dare to sit on the counter. If I say another word, are you going to ride on my head? Little Fish cried out in pain and jumped to the side. Master, I'm just too short. You can't see me when I'm standing down here. What a grumpy old man. You little brat, you're asking for it. Old Zhang roared, wielding a feather duster as he chased the little fish all the way into the street. Only after the little fish had run far away did he angrily return. Wuji, just look at him. With a character like that, how can I entrust the medical clinic to him? Chen Wuji said with a smile. Little Fish is just a bit mischievous. But I'm too old. Old Zhang shook his head and walked behind the counter. Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say. Old Zhang is indeed getting old. Even walking is becoming a problem for him. Please give me a little more time, so I can take care of things at home, Chen Wuji said after thinking for a moment. He really couldn't bear to let down Elder Zhang's kindness. Once the pot business is on track, why not come here and hang around for a bit? Old Zhang turned to the side, concealing the smile that he couldn't suppress from the corners of his mouth, and sighed, saying, Everyone has their own ambitions. I have no intention of taking advantage of your kindness. If you don't agree to anything today, I will help you. Speaking of which, there was an alchemist in the previous dynasty who created a very powerful thing called the heaven-shaking thunder. Unfortunately, when it was passed down to my ancestor, one of the ingredients was lost, and it was not passed down. If you had this thing, your journey would be much smoother. Chen Wuji was startled. Elder Zhang, the thunder you mentioned wouldn't be saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, would it? Old Zhang suddenly turned his head. You know, I think I know, but I don't know the exact proportions, Chen Wuji said. I know. Chen Wuji was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Looks like I'll have to read some history when I have time. Gunpowder had actually been invented in the previous dynasty. Elder Zhang, since this was something that was already created in the previous dynasty, the imperial court should have known about it long ago, right? Chen Wuji asked. How could that be? Old Zhang shook his head with a smile. Alchemists don't easily hand over their secrets to the imperial court. These are their most prized skills. Our lineage obtained this formula by trading other formulas with alchemists, but unfortunately, our incompetent ancestor lost it. Luckily, you know about it. All right, with the thunderclap and the bewitching incense, unless you try to force your way into the Zhang family and the county government, no one in Yunnan City can stop you. Charcoal, right? Let me find some. I'll mix the medicine, and you fill it in. Chen Wuji. Chapter 145, Use Firepower to Grace the Enemy. Old Zhang's move completely stunned Chen Wuji. Bewitching incense, thunderclap, this old man knows quite a lot. Instead of roaming the martial arts world, he practices medicine here, which must be because he has great compassion for those in the martial arts world. Here, mix these things with the mugwort leaves, crush them together, and knead them in a mugwort floss. Time is tight, so we can't make incense. Just use the mugwort floss as a substitute, but the effect shouldn't be too bad. Old Zhang handed the prepared medicine to Chen Wuji. You go ahead and do it. I'll prepare the thunderclap for you. Chen Wuji nodded. As Old Zhang rummaged through boxes and cabinets, searching for things, he muttered to himself, This thunderclap is an extraordinary thing, one of the greatest inheritances of our lineage. Legend has it that when it is ignited, it makes a sound like thunder, capable of shattering houses and causing rocks to crumble. I've heard of this too. It is indeed incredibly powerful, Chen Wuji nodded. Gunpowder, after continuous improvements over time, was far more than just capable of shattering houses and cracking rocks. With a single shot, it could level a mountain. Old Zhang suddenly asked in confusion. After the thunderclap appeared in the previous dynasty, it soon fell into the hands of our Siji Zhai lineage. How do you know this? This is what my elders told me. They had only heard of this thing by chance and happened to know which medicines were used, but they didn't know the actual combination, Chen Wuji said. Old Zhang nodded. Your ancestors must have had contact with that alchemist. Not many people in the world know about the heavenly thunder. Even if you go back 5 generations, there are only a handful of people who know about it. He actually encountered something with such a low probability of occurrence. Chen Wuji could only say that if a person is good, their luck will indeed be pretty good. Little fish peeked half its head in from the doorway, and, seeing old Zhang engrossed in searching for medicine, stealthily approached Chen Wuji. "Senior brother, I'll wait for you at the door." He left a message quietly, and before old Zhang could discover it, he slipped away like a fish. The legend of Shi Qian, the flea on the drum, spread silently, his movements as elusive as a ghost. Chen Wuji saw that Xiaoyu's skills were almost there. She walked without making a sound, as nimble as a cat. "We finally found it. Saltpeter isn't used often, but luckily we still have some." Old Zhang rubbed his aching back as he carried a small bag of saltpeter onto the counter. After some hammering and banging, old Zhang filled the bamboo tube with the prepared gunpowder, then tied it securely with rope, and a thunderbolt of unknown power was ready. Old Zhang carefully placed it aside and solemnly reminded Chen Wuji, "Wuji, this thing must be kept away from fire, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Chen Wuji nodded emphatically. "Understood, Elder Zhang. This is common sense. To get close to gunpowder and fire is to have one's life on the line." Chen Wuji was surprised to find that the clinic had a complete set of materials for making gunpowder. In other words, most medical clinics had the ability to prepare gunpowder. Although saltpeter and sulfur are not commonly used, they are both medicinal materials. As for bamboo tubes, they are not rare items. In the current context, most medical clinics use bamboo tubes for cupping or as containers for holding medicine. This century-old medical clinic in Yunnan suddenly transformed into a gunpowder workshop under the hazy night. Who would believe this? But then again, Zhang Lao's ideas actually aligned somewhat with Chen Wuji's. However, as a highly respected doctor with many years of medical experience, old Zhang was even more ruthless than Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji had only thought of Molotov cocktails before. When outnumbered, this item can be considered a good weapon for killing enemies. However, compared to thunderclap and bewitching incense, this thing is just a nobody. Chen Wuji packed up the prepared bewitching incense, wandered around outside for a while, and then took a small bag of gravel from his neighbor across the street who didn't want it for free and brought it back. "Old Zhang, I'll pack the rest. You can rest now," Chen Wuji said. "Come here," old Zhang said with a smile. "Wuji, have you understood the compatibility?" "No, I don't have such good eyesight," Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Old Zhang patted his aching back and sat down on the old couch. "If you agree to take over Siji Zhai, I will pass on this recipe to you. If you still refuse, I will have to make it for you myself. My master and ancestors are watching over the lineage of Siji Zhai from heaven, so I can't just pass it on to you casually." "Old Zhang, you've already helped us more than enough," Chen Wuji said. "Actually, if given some time to try it little by little, this recipe can be figured out. After all, knowing that there are only 3 ingredients, the proportions are at most just 1 decimal place, which is not very complicated. What are you doing putting pebbles in there? You can't do this." Old Zhang couldn't help but shout when he saw Chen Wuji putting pebbles into the bamboo tube. Chen Wuji said, "Elder Zhang, this combination of thunderbolts will be even more lethal." "Did your elders say that?" Zhang Lai asked, sounding both surprised and uncertain. Chen Wuji nodded. "My ancestors went to the battlefield. Given the immense power the Chen family wielded in Beijun and their long-standing battles against the northern barbarians, it's quite reasonable that they had experience on the battlefield. Since your ancestors said so, let's give it a try." Only then did old Zhang feel relieved. It is a weapon of mass destruction. As such, the more lethal it is, the more the enemy will feel our majesty and benevolence. Chen Wuji, he thought that a respected old man like Mr. Zhang would definitely say a few words. "I never expected this." The old man was not at all pedantic and showed no mercy to his enemies. Chen Wuji packed all the gunpowder that Zhang Lao had prepared into bamboo tubes and then tightly bound them with hemp rope, making a total of 12 tubes. With these powerful weapons, our chances of winning tonight have increased many times over. "Elder Zhang, I'll be leaving now." Chen Wuji carried the gunpowder and the bewitching incense on his back, bowed and clasped his hands in greeting to Elder Zhang. Old Zhang sat up from the couch and waved his hand slightly. "Go and be safe." Chen Wuji left Sijizhai. The little fish was squatting at the bottom of the stone steps. When it saw Chen Wuji come out, it immediately followed him quickly. "Senior brother, where should we go to fight? I only have 1 dagger. Is that enough?" Xiaoyu was genuinely enthusiastic about this. His behavior reminded Chen Wuji of himself when he was a child and wanted to go to the market with his parents. His eyes were full of joy and excitement. We'll see when we get there. Let's find a few more people. The few of us are still a bit short-handed, Chen Wuji said. Go all out to get him killed quickly. Sheep's blacksmith shop. Perhaps worried that the noise of blacksmithing would disturb the neighbors, Yang the blacksmith extinguished the furnaces outside and moved everything indoors. The blacksmith also took over the 2 shops next door. Now the blacksmith shop spans 3 storefronts and is the largest shop on the street, bar none. Chapter 146: The Secrets of Nanjun. Chen Wuji suddenly appeared at the blacksmith shop with Xiaoyu, startling the blacksmith, Yang. What are you doing here so late? The blacksmith asked in surprise, vigorously wiping the sweat pouring down his face with a cloth. Chen Wuji gave Yang the blacksmith a look, and the 2 of them walked out onto the main street. What happened? When Yang the blacksmith saw Chen Wuji's expression, his tone also became serious. Old Yang, shouldn't we be considered to be in this together now? Chen Wuji asked. The blacksmith sheep glared fiercely at him. Stop spouting such nonsense. Just tell me what happened. Even if the sky falls, I can handle it. I'm not the kind of coward who can't take responsibility for anything. Come with me to kill a few people. Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith was stunned. Chen Wuji's words were so full of information that they made Yang the blacksmith's head buzz. Must you kill him? He asked in a low voice. They must be killed. Kill a few. The blacksmith took a deep breath and stared intently at Chen Wuji. 7 or 8 people. The 2 of us going to kill 7 or 8 people. The blacksmith's expression suddenly changed, and he asked in a deep voice, when did you find out my identity? Now, it was Chen Wuji's turn to be dumbfounded. Judging from his tone, does Old Sheep have another identity? What kind of place is Yunnan? Old Zhang knows how to make gunpowder by hand, and Old Yang also has other identities. It was by chance. I wasn't investigating you on purpose. I just happened to find out, Chen Wuji said, following Yang the blacksmith's words with a hint of mystery. The blacksmith's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said in a low voice, it seems you are quite familiar with that old man at the coffin shop. In Yunnan, apart from him, no one else knows my identity. Chen Wuji smiled and said, I was just joking with you. I didn't actually know. Although I am somewhat familiar with Manager Su, we're not that close. Since you have another identity, you shouldn't have revealed it so quickly. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already getting impatient. When I said I killed 7 or 8 people, I meant I had other people with me, and I didn't need you to do it yourself. I just wanted you to bring a few of your truly trustworthy nephews and nieces to help me cover things up and mislead the enemy. The blacksmith looked at Chen Wuji with suspicion and scratched his shiny forehead, saying, I can't tell which of your words are true and which are false. Everything I said is true. You revealed your identity yourself, so don't blame me. Chen Wuji laughed. You said you have another identity? Your mouth isn't very tight. The blacksmith slapped his forehead twice. It is indeed my fault, but I wouldn't call that a confession, would I? My other identity is that of a farmer, but I don't do it anymore. Chen Wuji stared at the blacksmith Yang for a moment, as if he were a fool. This matter is extremely risky. Although we have some backers, they can't provide much help to us in the short term. Once exposed, we risk death. If you have any concerns, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll go with you, but the others can skip it, said the blacksmith. I trust these nephews and nieces, but I don't believe in human nature. This matter is too complicated. I can't afford to gamble on it. Only 7 or 8 people, just leave it to me. Since you can so easily entrust such a big business to me, am I, Old Yang, such an unscrupulous person? These are 2 different things. Chen Wuji shook his head. The real culprit is someone else. I'm only asking you because I need a covert show of force to make those people hesitate to act. The blacksmith raised his hand to interrupt Chen Wuji. Why bother with such a mere 7 or 8 people? Chen Wuji. He was starting to wonder if something was wrong with Yunnan. Everyone he met seemed so strange, as if they all had something to hide. Are you that confident? Chen Wuji asked. I'm not very confident, but I'm still somewhat sure I can handle 7 or 8 people, said the blacksmith Yang. Seeing this, Chen Wuji had no choice but to temporarily change his tactics. With these 2 powerful tools provided by Elder Zhang, there's really no need to be as cautious as before. Let's go now, Chen Wuji said. Wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. It was so dark that the blacksmith sheep was always shirtless. Chen Wuji had met Yang the blacksmith so many times, but he seemed to have never seen him with his upper body covered by clothes. The blacksmith returned to the blacksmith shop. When he came out, he was wearing a black outfit and carrying a sheathless longsword. The sword was wide and looked somewhat like a heavy sword, but but it was also narrow. Old sheep, can you reveal your identity now? Chen Wuji asked. He was genuinely curious, even eager to know the answer. No. Blacksmith yang refusaid Chen Wuji decisively. Chen Wuji, let me rephrase the question. Do most people living in Yunnan and even Nanjun have some unknown past? Chen Wuji asked. He's starting to have some doubts now, meaning what might be a coincidence. But it's a bit unreasonable that he's run into these kinds of things one after another. The blacksmith chuckled. It seems I'm not the first one you've met, but I'm probably the first to reveal my identity. Actually, this question is easy to answer. You can even figure out by looking at the county annals. Do you know where this place belonged during the previous dynasty? Chen Wuji tentatively asked. The land of chaos? That's about right, the blacksmith nodded. In the previous dynasty, Nanjun was occupied by foreign tribes. At that time, the tribe that occupied this place was the Shaodang Chong, a small tribe. It only took an army of 10,000 men to easily pacify it and retake Nanjun. But at the end of the previous dynasty, the court did nothing and almost openly gave this place to the Shaodang Chong. This made many insightful people in the court and the public extremely indignant. The people spontaneously marched out of Shengshenling to attack Nanjun. Most of these people later stayed in Nanjun. But this place is mostly inhabited by people from the martial arts world. When someone commits a crime, they will cross Shunxian Ridge and sneak into this place to live. There are even large-scale migrations of clans here. In Nanjun, any clan that still has a genealogy in more than 10 households must have committed a crime in the court back then and was not tolerated by the court. The Chong people of Shaodang almost wiped out the Han people here. So you can think about how many of the Han people here were once ordinary people. There are people who have fled south from Shengshenling like recently, but compared to others, there are really not many, maybe only 1 in 10 households. However, there is an exception. Currently, only about half of the major clans in Nanjun are Han Chinese. The rest are mostly Chong people who were granted surnames by the imperial court after being recruited and pacified. For example, the Zhang clan of Yunnan. Chapter 147, People with Stories. A single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. The blacksmith's words cleared up the mystery that had been shrouding Chen Wuji in his mind. Now it's clear. Otherwise, he would have started to wonder if there was something wrong with his constitution. Ordinary people only make up 1/10 of the population, and in a small place like Yunnan, that probability is really not high at all. It's perfectly normal for him to encounter people who have their own secrets, or rather, whose families have secrets. Everyone has a story to tell. The blacksmith suddenly chuckled and said, So now you should understand why the imperial court likes to use the soldiers of Nanjun so much, yet is so wary of them. Chen Wuji understood and clicked his tongue, saying, Every family has its own traditions and secrets. Such soldiers are inherently well-trained, but the court is worried that families like ours, with their past experiences, will not be able to properly train them. The blacksmith nodded. That makes sense. Don't worry about my past. The secrets your Chen family carries are definitely bigger than ours, and easier to guess. Chen Wuji, what a load of crap. When the special becomes the general situation, what is special anymore? He had been overthinking things. He thought the Chen family was some kind of mysterious entity. As Yang the blacksmith walked down the street, he casually pointed and said, Among the shopkeepers in Yunnan City, apart from the young ones, more than 90 of the older ones definitely have a lot of secrets. Let me give you a random example. Among the shopkeepers in this city, as far as I know, there are 3 who once held the rank of 3rd or 4th grade official, 2 who were military officers, and even more notorious bandits, as many as 7 or 8. They were all ruthless people who killed without blinking an eye. Chen Wuji. It turns out he wasn't overthinking things, but rather he wasn't thinking about them at all. The world is far more complex than he anticipated. The small city of Yunnan harbored former high-ranking officials, military officers, and assassins. If you don't know the origin of Nanjun, you wouldn't be able to figure this out even if you had 10 brains. In the end, I was just too young. Chen Wuji sighed from the bottom of his heart. The blacksmith's cold face twitched dramatically, and he gave a strange laugh. That hits the nail on the head. If no one tells you, the young man really won't know these secrets. Your reaction is probably the calmest. Those reckless ones might already be thinking of reporting it to the authorities. Chen Wuji nodded. That possibility actually exists. Senior brother, is our master also one? A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Chen Wuji was startled and turned his head sharply before realizing that there was a small fish behind him. Who is this kid? No, He came with you, right? How come I didn't notice him at all? The blacksmith was also shocked, his eyes wide open like a bull's. The little fish shrank its neck. Maybe I was walking too quietly? Really? The blacksmith sheep fell into self-doubt. I noticed you before, so I should remember you. Why did I forget you as we were talking? Maybe she's just too tired, Xiaoyu said softly. He was somewhat intimidated by this burly man whose face was fierce when he wasn't smiling, and whose expression was ferocious when he did. Chen Wuji wasn't tired at all, but he also forgot that Xiaoyu was following behind him. This little guy's presence is ridiculously low, like he's wearing a human invisibility cloak. Young man, who is your master? Asked the blacksmith Yang. Zhang Huairen. I've always called him Old Bad Zhang, Xiaoyu said with a grin, revealing a set of neat white teeth. The blacksmith's expression changed slightly. Your master. His expression suddenly aroused Chen Wuji's intense curiosity. It seems that the blacksmith Yang knows about old Zhang's past. What's wrong with Elder Zhang? Chen Wuji asked. The blacksmith waved his hand. It's nothing I don't know. Old sheep, you're not good at lying, Chen Wuji said quietly. The blacksmith's expression froze. Old Master Zhang is a very good doctor, but as for other things, I don't know. So you two are both his apprentices? I don't count yet, Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith's gaze towards Chen Wuji suddenly became complicated. You mean you intend to become Master Zhang's apprentice? That is indeed a plan, Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith glanced at the curious little fish, coughed lightly, and said, It's good, it's good. Chen Wuji. There's something hidden in his words, isn't there? He didn't misunderstand, did he? Where exactly are we going? The blacksmith looked around and abruptly changed the subject. Chen Wuji couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Judging from Lao Yang's tone, it seems like his becoming Zhang Lao's apprentice isn't a good thing. With Xiaoyu nearby, Lao Yang was clearly unwilling to talk about it, so Chen Wuji had no choice but to suppress his suspicions and said, At Zue Bashian restaurant, the opponents are the Southwestern barbarians and the owners of Zue Bashian. Neither of you asked who we were going to take down before, so even if you know now, you'd better not back out, or I'll be in a difficult position. The blacksmith's gaze sharpened, then suddenly turned serious. You have a grudge against the Zhang family? A blood feud, Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith's deep eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless. I won't go back on my word. Once I made a promise, I'll do it for you, even if it means going through fire and water. What does it matter if it's the Zhang family? When your Qin family was at its peak, the Zhang family wasn't even worth a worm. Chen Wuji. Didn't you already know? The blacksmith sheep turned his head. What do I know? Forget it. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Chen Wuji said, shaking his head. Old Yang clearly knew more about him, or rather, about the Qin family. Fortunately, this guy's mouth is a little lisp. Xiaoyu said eagerly, Senior brother, I won't go back on my word. The Zhang family is no good. I have no qualms about stealing from them. All right, we're almost there. Let's go straight in, Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith was taken aback. Just charge in and start hacking. We'll book a room upstairs later tonight, rest a bit, and refine the plan. I'm not that reckless. Don't make me sound like a brainless idiot. Chen Wuji said with a laugh. Okowo. As they approached the restaurant entrance, the three of them wisely refrained from speaking and silently entered the restaurant, where they were led up to the 5th floor by Chen Wuji. Qin Jianhong was still in the room. When she saw Chen Wuji bring 2 people back, she nodded in greeting before pulling Chen Wuji aside. Just 2 people? 2 people are enough. They won't delay your business, Chen Wuji said. But why is there a child too? To be precise, you can't even count as 2 people. You can only count as 1.5, Qin Jianhong said. Chapter 148, Forbidden Techniques of the Martial World. Qin Jianhong now has serious doubts about what Chen Wuji had said so confidently before. The people living downstairs are known as the Southwestern barbarians, who have all made their living by risking their lives. They kill people as easily as drinking water. Can 1.5 people really handle this? What's there to be nervous about? I won't joke around with my own life, Chen Wuji said calmly. Qin Jianhong glared at her. How could she not be nervous? They, a mere handful of people, were tasked with dealing with over 30 others, and even had to kidnap the leader and the accountant. This is practically impossible, isn't it? If I had known this would happen, I would have just stolen it. Have you settled your men and the place properly? Chen Wuji asked. All right, Qin Jianhong said quietly. Otherwise, I think we should just find a way to steal it. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. You guys provide backup outside, and I'll do the work. Chen Wuji smiled faintly. Have some faith in your man. If I say it's possible, then it definitely is. Qin Jianhong also wanted to believe it. But Chen Wuji has been gone for so long, and all he's brought back is a so-called helper. How can she believe that? Chen Wuji gave Qin Jianhong a reassuring look, then called Yang the blacksmith and Xiao Yu over and carefully explained to them what they needed to do next. After discussing and deciding what to do next, Chen Wuji stormed out of the room and stood in the corridor, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Waiter, waiter, call your manager up here. What kind of lousy place is this? You're charging me 400 coins for 2 rooms, making me stay in a bug's nest." A waiter with a white cloth draped over his shoulder rushed up, bowing and scraping as he asked, "Sir, what's wrong? Can you tell me what's wrong? Does telling you work? Fine, then I'll tell you. If it doesn't work, I'll rip your head off. Tell me, with so many bugs on the bed and the floor, how are we supposed to sleep? How are we supposed to sleep?" Chen Wuji demanded angrily. The waiter looked distressed and quickly reassured him, "Sir, the weather is hot and humid in the summer, so it's inevitable that there will be some bugs in the room. How about I have someone clean it for you again? Is this the solution you came up with for me?" Chen Wuji's face instantly darkened. "Go and call your manager up here, or I'll burn this lousy shop down." Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that Chen Wuji seemed about to beat him to death, the waiter didn't dare to argue any longer and quickly went downstairs. A moment later, a well-dressed middle-aged man with 2 large iron beads in his right hand walked up. "Sir, what is it that displeases you?" he asked with a hint of arrogance. "Look at yourself. There are so many bugs, even on the bed. How are we supposed to sleep?" Chen Wuji questioned sternly. It's perfectly normal to have insects in this season, but Chen Wuji was just picking out what was considered normal. The innkeeper's eyelids drooped as he glanced at Chen Wuji. "How would you like to resolve this, sir? However, I must tell you something first. This drunken 8 immortals business is run by the Zhang family, the largest Zhang family in Yunnan City, and even the entire southern prefecture. We will certainly meet your reasonable requests, but if you are looking for trouble, we are not pushovers." "Who's causing trouble for you?" "The problem is there are bugs and they're disturbing my sleep," Chen Wuji said angrily. "Give us a different room and bring some more moxa wool. Is that reasonable? I'm asking you, is that reasonable?" "That makes sense." The shopkeeper nodded. "It's indeed our fault that the room wasn't cleaned properly. I'll replace the room for you, and I also have mugwort floss. But what do you need this for? Does it have the effect of swarming maggots?" Chen Wuji was stunned. "You don't know? Then tell me why we use mugwort to pat every corner of the house and burn mugwort leaves to fumigate the room during the Dragon Boat Festival? Is it just for fun?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "I have never heard of such a practice." "Chen Wuji, is this guy some kind of otherworldly being? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Hurry up and help us prepare. Also, it's best to have more on the 1st and 2nd floors. If there are so many bugs on the 5th floor, you can imagine how many on the 1st and 2nd floors. Few of these bugs can fly. They must have all crawled up from downstairs," Chen Wuji said, waving his hand. "If you're short-staffed, waive the room fee for me. I'll go downstairs and burn some moxa wool. I'll do this for you. You're supposed to be the manager of such a big restaurant, yet you don't even know how to repel insects." The shopkeeper said frankly, "There's no need for you to worry about burning the moxa. We have plenty of manpower. The item will be delivered shortly. Please wait a moment." Shortly after the innkeeper left, a waiter came up and changed Chen Wuji and his companions' rooms, while also providing them with several balls of moxa wool. His actions left Qin Jianhong and the others somewhat bewildered. There were indeed bugs in the room, but not so many as to be ridiculous. It seems like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there some deeper meaning behind what you're doing?" Qin Jianhong asked in a low voice. Chen Wuji handed the moxa balls that the shopkeeper had given him to Qin Jianhong, saying, "Unpack them and roll them into strips." "I'm asking you a question," Qin Jianhong said, somewhat annoyed. Chen Wuji took out the bewitching incense that Zhang Lao had prepared for him. This is called bewitching incense. Once the mugwort outside has burned down to almost nothing, replace the mugwort on the 1st and 2nd floors with this. This amount of sleeping potion can easily knock out a herd of cattle. No matter how strong those southwestern barbarians are, they should be no match for the cattle. Once they're sound asleep, the rest will be easy. Qin Jianhong finally understood where Chen Wuji's confidence came from. She looked at the mugwort floss, which was almost indistinguishable from regular mugwort floss in appearance, and her expression changed several times. "This is actually the incense of bewitching souls. I've heard of this before. It's one of the 10 most rare and powerful medicines in the martial arts world. ranking first among unorthodox methods. I didn't expect you to know how to make this. Is it a family heirloom? Chen Wuji immediately became more wary. The direction of her question seemed rather inappropriate. An old man gave it to me years ago. My family are hunters, not shady characters. So how would we know anything about this? Chen Wuji shook his head and complained for a moment, then changed the subject and asked, "Is this thing very powerful?" Qin Zhanhong frowned and nodded. This thing is not only powerful, but also mysterious. The department once ordered a search in the martial arts world, but they did not find a real bewitching incense, only a few counterfeit formulas. Who knows if this stuff is really a bewitching incense? Anyway, it's pretty effective, Chen Wuji said. To everyone's surprise, the things old Zhang knew could actually be considered forbidden techniques. With this, our chances of winning have doubled. But how do we replace the moxa downstairs? With so many people around, it's easy to get caught. Qin Zhanhong couldn't help but worry again. Chapter 149, openly and brazenly releasing poison. Chen Wuji waved his hand. What's there to be afraid of being exposed? Just change it openly. Not only will I change it, but I will also keep an eye on it. The shopkeeper of this shop doesn't even know that moxa wool has insect-repelling effects. He must have just casually given the order to try it out. He would never replace it after a piece of moxa wool has burned out. Prepare some damp cloths. Once the moxa wool is changed, make sure to cover your nose and mouth tightly. Don't let something stupid happen where we all collapse before we even have a chance to do anything. I understand. Be careful, Qin Zhanhong said. After kneading the mugwort, Chen Wuji took the wooden tray in his hand and went to the lobby on the first floor in a grand manner. Unsurprisingly, a faint scent of mugwort filled the air. Chen Wuji glanced at the night watchman who was sleeping with his head in his hands in the middle of the hall, and then lit 7 or 8 clumps of moxa wool in various corners. Before leaving, he thoughtfully woke up the waiter. I've ordered some more mugwort. You don't need to worry about it anymore. I knew you wouldn't take this to heart, but it's good that I came down to check. Chen Wuji was worried that their furtive behavior might be discovered, leading to further misunderstandings and delaying important matters. So I simply woke up the waiter, explained everything clearly to him, and then lit some incense on the second floor in front of him. Anyway, given his previous conversation with the shopkeeper, he wouldn't suspect anything. Once the smoke dissipates, even if he feels something is wrong, there will be no more chances. The waiter, so sleepy he could barely keep his eyes open, looked at Chen Wuji, who was taking things so seriously, and was speechless. Sir, you don't need to run anymore. If it runs out, I'll light it again, the waiter said weakly. Remember this, don't just talk about it. With so many bugs, aren't you afraid that centipedes and scorpions will crawl all over you and make their nests while you sleep? Chen Wuji scolded him, then swayed as he carried the mugwort floss upstairs. The waiter was genuinely frightened by Chen Wuji's words and quickly checked himself over. Scorpions are relatively rare, but centipedes and geckos are often seen crawling on walls. Chen Wuji responded and hurriedly went up to the 5th floor. Next, we just need to let the bullets fly for a while. In the utter silence, time passed slowly. Chen Wuji sat by the door, listening intently to the sounds coming from downstairs. The restaurant was very quiet. It was so quiet that only a few rooms on the 4th floor emitted soft, seductive music. The incense will likely have some effect on the 3rd floor, but the 4th floor will be almost unaffected. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Did you put the wrong moxa wool in? Qin Zhanhong walked over, gently placing his right hand on Chen Wuji's shoulder, and said softly, No. Chen Wuji shook his head and chuckled. Listen, the people on the 4th floor are still exercising. How could they possibly affect you on the 5th floor? But I really feel there's a slight odor. Never mind. Maybe it's because of the real mugwort smoke. The smell isn't very pleasant. Qin Zhanhong shook his head. It's almost midnight. Isn't it about time? Wait a little longer. The effects of the bewitching incense are very strong. It won't wear off so quickly. Let it last a while so they can sleep more soundly, Chen Wuji said. Good. As time slowly passed, the noise on the 4th floor gradually subsided, with only sporadic conversations escaping. After waiting a moment longer, Chen Wuji shook his sleepy head and said in a deep voice, Make your move. Qin Zhanhong, Yang the blacksmith, and Xiaoyu, who had been waiting for their turn, immediately took out the wet cloths that Qin Zhanhong had prepared in advance, tied them to their faces, and then tied a black cloth over them to cover their faces, leaving only their eyes exposed. Little fish, be very careful. Chen Wuji reminded little fish again, still worried. Understood, senior brother. The group sneaked out and then went their separate ways. Chen Wuji, Yang the blacksmith, and Qin Jianhong went straight to the second floor, while Xiaoyu went around to the back of the restaurant. The restaurant owner and his servants all lived there. Even though more than an hour had passed since Chen Wuji lit the moxa, the second floor was still filled with thick moxa smoke, mixed with a sweet scent, like osmanthus. After all, the incense for bewitching is not just made of mugwort. Qin Zhan led the way, and they found the Yuding room on the second floor, familiar with the layout. The guest rooms at Zue Baxian are numbered using the 4 characters Shanghai Ryu, plus the 10 heavenly stems. Qin Jianhong squatted at the doorway of the room, listened for a moment, and then nodded to Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji then carefully used his knife to loosen the door bolt, and then quietly pushed the door open and entered. This room is a large dormitory-style room. In the dim moonlight, only a row of heads sleeping neatly could be vaguely seen. Qin Jianhong bent down and examined each of the heads one by one before placing the knife against the neck of one of them. She found the leader of the caravan. Seeing this, the blacksmith Yang raised his sword and called out the names of the others one by one. These people were sleeping too soundly. Despite being struck by sharp blades, not a single person uttered a sound of pain. Is this the leader? Chen Wuji asked as he walked up to Qin Jianhong. Qin Jianhong nodded. Chapter 150, A Thunderclap from Out of the Blue. The leader who cooperates with the Zhang family is actually crammed into a large dormitory. Is he too easygoing? Chen Wuji was slightly surprised by this. Qin Jianhong explained, it's not that this person is easygoing, but rather that he is too cautious in his actions. Even though they have such close ties with the Zhang family, he never lives alone. He always shares a large dormitory with his men, and even his clothes are indistinguishable from those of his men. Looks like a coward, Chen Wuji said, taking out the ropes he had prepared beforehand and binding the leader, who was fast asleep, tightly. With his hands free, Qin Jianhong lit the oil lamp. As the light came on, the group was finally able to see the situation inside the room. There were many packages and several large boxes on the ground. You go find a ledger. This brother and I will go next door. There are 2 other rooms, Qin Jianhong said in a low voice, almost whispering in Chen Wuji's ear. Good. The room reeked of blood, and even with several layers of cloth covering his face, Chen Wuji felt uncomfortable. He tightened the cloth around his neck and then opened the box on the floor. It was full of medicinal herbs, bamboo slips, and gold and silver. The amount of gold and silver is the smallest here, appearing to be only around 1,000 taels. The rest are mostly various kinds of bamboo slips. Chen Wuji picked it up and looked at it, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. These bamboo slips are filled with local chronicles and descriptions of local customs and traditions. A surge of anger welled up from Chen Wuji's chest. He muttered through gritted teeth, traitors must die. No Chinese person who loves their country and nation can remain unmoved by these things. These local gazetteers are no ordinary objects. It carries the foundation of a country and a nation. These southwestern barbarians transported these things back not out of curiosity or to look at them for fun. They harbor ambitions to destroy you the Great. The Zhang family is colluding with the enemy. If they're truly not of our kind, their hearts will surely be different. Even if they changed their surnames to Han Chinese and even held high positions in the court, they were still barbarians at heart. Chen Wuji put the bamboo slips aside and began to search through the packages from the southwestern barbarians. It's a mess with all sorts of things. But they couldn't find the account book that Qin Jianhong wanted. Having gained nothing, Chen Wuji turned his attention back to the leader. But even after searching the man thoroughly, he still couldn't find the ledger. How could Qin Jianhong's seemingly irrefutable claims not exist? Chen Wuji looked around the room, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The item should be there. Now it's just a matter of where he's hidden it. But after searching the room thoroughly, Chen Wuji gave up. No. Just as Chen Wuji was getting a little frantic because of the account books, Qin Jianhong and Yang the blacksmith dragged 2 people into the room in a hurry. Hurry, we've been discovered, Qin Jianhong said urgently. Chen Wuji calmly asked, did you disturb the shopkeeper? Yes, it must have been that young man who alerted them. I just heard a lot of footsteps downstairs. Hurry up, it'll be too late if we don't leave now, Qin Jianhong urged. Chen Wuji immediately hoisted the southwestern barbarian leader onto his shoulder and strode out of the room. As soon as the group stepped into the corridor, the dark lobby on the first floor suddenly lit up with patches of fire. The entire restaurant was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The restaurant owner was rubbing two large iron balls in his hands, standing with his hands behind his back in the middle, looking up at the second floor. A dozen or so men dressed in tight-fitting clothes and holding broadswords stood around him. "Let me guess, you wouldn't happen to be from the Imperial City Guard again, would you?" the shopkeeper asked arrogantly. "I say, you guys seem to have short memory. How many people have died already? Let me count. I think I've personally killed at least 5 people. How dare you still come? Are you really that fearless? No wonder he's the Emperor's dog. What audacity." Qin Zhanhong's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. She whispered to Chen Wuji, "I'll hold them off. You two hurry up and leave. By the way, Chen Wuji, I think I might have some feelings for you. I don't resent what you did to me on the mountain. If I die, remember me and don't forget to burn paper money for me. Stop talking nonsense. It's not a matter of life and death yet. Stop being so sentimental." Chen Wuji pulled Qin Zhanhong behind him, frowning as he looked down at the restaurant manager. "What are you barking about? Tell me your origins and names, and I may spare one of your lives. Only one person at a time. First come, first served. Not only will you live, but you'll also receive a reward," the innkeeper shouted mockingly. "I'm asking you, what are you barking about like a dog? You think you're so arrogant?" Chen Wuji took out the heaven-shattering thunder, calmly lit it with a tinderbox, and casually tossed it below. Seeing Chen Wuji's actions, the restaurant owner laughed rather bluntly. "You really are stubborn as a mule. Your aim is a little off." Boom! A loud bang was heard, and smoke and dust instantly covered the lobby on the first floor. "Why don't you hide? What are you two standing there for?" Chen Wuji turned around and shouted. Qin Zhanhong and the blacksmith Yang were both stunned by the commotion. Startled awake, I quickly hid in the room behind me. Chen Wuji crouched down, hiding behind the railing, and threw out another thunderbolt. "Go ahead and shout. Why did you stop? Keep shouting. I love hearing your arrogant tone." Boom! A loud bang drowned out Chen Wuji's shouts. The guests on the 3rd and 4th floors were awakened by the commotion and ran out of their rooms in a panic, rushing downstairs like headless flies, seemingly oblivious to the earth-shattering scene unfolding below. "Go back!" Chen Wuji shouted, and before they could rush down, he threw another one to block their path. After a deafening bang, the noisy guests who rushed downstairs shouted and then turned around and rushed back upstairs. Some people even jumped out of the windows next to them. "That's a good idea." Seeing this, others followed suit. Chen Wuji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and continued firing cannons. He showed no mercy in killing bad guys, but if a few ordinary people's corpses were mixed in, he wouldn't feel happy, and his conscience would be strongly condemned. Boom! Boom! One after another, thunderous bolts rained down. There was no sound from the lobby, but you could see the moonlit street outside. The restaurant's main door collapsed, and the surrounding wooden planks were also blown away. Now only the pillars remained stubbornly holding on, but they are shaking violently. "Come out, let's go!" Chen Wuji shouted to those behind him, hoisted the still unconscious leader onto his back, and carried a tinderbox in one hand and 2 thunderbolts in the other as he walked downstairs. Now no one should be able to stop him. But unexpectedly, yes, there really is. Chapter 151, The Cautious Sheep Blacksmith. As soon as Chen Wuji and his companions stepped out of the restaurant manager suddenly jumped out from the pile of wooden planks and blocked their way. He looked rather disheveled. His clothes were even more tattered than beggar's clothes, and his exposed skin was covered with wounds of varying sizes. Surprisingly, he was still clutching the 2 large iron beads in his hand. "Stop!" he shouted, panting heavily. Chen Wuji not only stopped, but also cooperated by putting down the southwesterny chieftain who was being carried on his shoulder. It merely raised a thunderbolt. He wanted to test the waters of the shopkeeper. "This guy looks like a master. I wonder how many thunderbolts he can withstand." "Gentlemen, name your price," the shopkeeper shouted. "The Zhang family wants this item you have. Name your price, and the Zhang family will give you wealth and luxury you'd never even dream of in your lives. You serve the emperor, and all you want is power and money. The Zhang family can give you all of that. As long as you're willing to hand over the method of making this item, everything is negotiable." It turns out they changed their tactics. "We're not planning a fight to the death now. We want to talk about cooperation." But what Chen Wuji couldn't understand was how the Zhang family could give him the power he wanted. How could they possibly control their careers while openly confronting the imperial court? "That sounds pretty impressive. What rank can you give me?" Chen Wuji asked. As soon as he said this, Qin Zhanhong, who was standing next to him, immediately became nervous. The restaurant owner was clearly excited. He asked loudly, "How big do you want?" Anything below the rank of prefect is fine, but it can only be a local official or someone in the army. They can't enter the imperial court. That sounds plausible, but we've already betrayed the court. How can we continue to serve as officials? Chen Wuji asked. The restaurant owner chuckled. That's because you underestimate the Zhang family's power. Changing names and surnames is no difficult task. With a little disguise, as long as you don't spend all your time hanging around in front of the emperor, you can definitely hold down your official position. Or, the Zhang family could arrange an identity for you among the southwestern barbarians, making you kings of those foreign tribes. Although the territory might not be large, you would certainly live a more comfortable life. Whichever option you choose, it's more comfortable than the life you're living on the edge right now, isn't it? Chen Wuji chuckled and nodded. You know what, the offer is indeed quite tempting, but what if I don't trust you? Stand there and don't move, otherwise this thing in my hand doesn't have eyes and might blow you to pieces. You can trust our sincerity, the restaurant owner said loudly, his eyes fixed on the thunderbolt in Chen Wuji's hand. He had just witnessed the power of this thing. It was impossible for him not to be afraid. That sounds nice, but do you even have any sincerity? Chen Wuji cursed disdainfully, stepped forward and snatched the two large iron balls from the restaurant owner's hands, while simultaneously placing a knife against his neck. Intimidated by the bamboo tube in Chen Wuji's hand, the restaurant owner didn't dare to move an inch and became Chen Wuji's prisoner almost without resistance. Almost the instant Chen Wuji subdued the restaurant owner, Yang the blacksmith silently released the prisoner in his hands and began calling out the names of the survivors around him. Each flash of the sharp sword light brought with it a streak of blood. He calmly killed the restaurant owner's men in their tight-fitting clothes, and then calmly picked up the prisoner and stood with Chen Wuji, asking, "Is this woman someone from the imperial court?" "Yes." After a moment's consideration, Chen Wuji gave the old sheep a positive answer. Old Yang's fierce gaze fell on Qin Zhanhong, and he calmly asked, "This thing in your hand is far more dangerous than what we did tonight. The imperial court will definitely try every means to obtain it. I suggest killing her, and then using this thing in your hand to completely wipe out the Zhang family, eliminating all hidden dangers in one fell swoop." Because of what the blacksmith had done that night, she was already somewhat afraid of him. Hearing his words, her heart was instantly shattered. "I will not report this matter to the imperial court. I didn't see anything," Qin Zhanhong said, trying to appear calm. After witnessing the blacksmith's methods of killing, she no longer dared to underestimate him. She finally understood why Chen Wuji, who went out to find help, only brought back the two of them. That does seem to be enough. The blacksmith stared coldly at Qin Zhanhong. "You can say whatever you want. I can tell you right now that I won't kill you. Do you believe me?" "I don't believe it." Qin Zhanhong looked at Chen Wuji. "What you said makes a lot of sense, but this man is my husband. I have no reason to harm him." "Huh?" The blacksmith suddenly turned his head, his big eyes filled with confusion. "Didn't we just say we liked each other? How did it suddenly become husband and wife?" He suddenly couldn't understand the relationship between Chen Wuji and Qin Zhanhong. Chen Wuji raised his hand to interrupt them. "Don't worry about that. These few are the last ones. They were given to my ancestor by an alchemist from the previous dynasty, and the recipe has long been lost. You should know how tightly alchemists guard their family's heritage." "Is that all?" Qin Zhanhong asked in surprise. Could you say one for me?" The blacksmith suddenly snorted coldly. "It seems your mind isn't on your husband. Just now you swore you wouldn't report to the court, but now you want to keep one. What use is it to you?" Qin Zhanhong choked for a moment. "I just wanted to try to see if I could restore the formula. These are the last few. If we use them up, there will be none left in this world. I'm not as despicable as you think. I am in darkness, so naturally I cannot bear to see the so-called light you speak of," the blacksmith said in a deep voice. Qin Zhanhong, holding immense power, the usually domineering Qin Zhanhong suddenly broke down. She clenched her fists, feeling a strong urge to punch the flat-headed blacksmith in the face. How could there be such a dark-minded man in the world? If we're going to restore the formula, Wuji should be the one to do it. Why are you in such a hurry? I advise you to put away these inappropriate thoughts, lest I misunderstand, the blacksmith Yang said in a gloomy tone. Chen Wuji could tell that Lao Yang truly intended to kill Qin Zhanhong. Old Yang's methods are as ruthless as his appearance. From a rational perspective, his idea is not entirely wrong. The safest approach is to nip any potential danger in the bud. The imperial court would never let go of such a deadly weapon as the heaven-shattering thunder once it saw it. However, Chen Wuji still wanted to gamble on Qin Jianhong's conscience. After all that time, they'd been so affectionate, he couldn't bring himself to kill her. Chapter 152, Even heroes have always found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. I didn't see anything. Is that enough? Qin Jianhong shouted angrily. Although she could understand the blacksmith's actions, she was still angry. Let's leave here quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. If you have any questions, you can continue later. By the way, what about that short guy? I hope something happened to him. Qin Jianhong adopted the air of an official from the Imperial City Guard, his tone becoming crisp and forceful. No, I'm fine. Little Fish's voice rang out from the shadows beside her. Qin Jianhong was startled. When did you get here? It's been a while. My senior brother arrived when he caught the shopkeeper. He just didn't dare to disturb you because he saw you were arguing so fiercely, Xiaoyu said honestly. Qin Jianhong was somewhat shocked. She was completely unaware of the little fish's arrival. Logically speaking, given her abilities, she shouldn't be so incapable of noticing a living person standing right next to her. However, the truth is that she was completely unaware of what was happening until the other person spoke. That's a bit scary. This short guy is practically a born assassin. She now finally understood why Chen Wuji had brought these two people with him. They really do each have their own strengths. Compared to her, her subordinates were utterly useless. Qin Jianhong suddenly remembered what the old men in the department had said when she received this mission. They told her with strange and solemn expressions that Nanjun was full of hidden talents and that she must be extremely cautious in everything she did, even when encountering ordinary people. She hadn't felt anything before, but now she believes it, completely believes it. The area of Nanjun is indeed somewhat strange. Chen Wuji was just an ordinary hunter, the very ordinary kind. Even now, he still hunts in the mountains to make a living. But look at what he did. He easily produced weapons that even the Imperial Court didn't have, and he even found helpers who were more ferocious than the Imperial City Guard. How could a hunter do that? This isn't the place to talk. Let's go, Chen Wuji said. Seeing that Chen Wuji had spoken, the blacksmith Yang did not make things difficult for Qin Jianhong any further. The group, with 3 prisoners, deliberately chose to run from the north of the city to the south through narrow alleys. The stronghold Qin Jianhong mentioned was behind a brothel. To be precise, it was the backyard of that brothel. Chen Wuji stood in the courtyard, completely bewildered. He just couldn't understand what their rationale was in choosing this place as their base. Is it for the convenience of looking at girls? It's quite dark right now. If it were a little brighter, people upstairs could see everything they were doing in the courtyard clearly. Dad, have you found the account books? Qin Jianhong came out of the room and asked in a low voice. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly, and he shook his head, suppressing a laugh. To be fair, Qin Jianhong is excellent in this respect. He keeps his promises. That one word, Dad, almost transported him back to another time. I've searched every corner of that room, but I couldn't find the ledger. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Chen Wuji coughed lightly, controlling his expression, and said seriously. There's no mistake. The information is very reliable. Qin Jianhong's expression was somewhat solemn. Since the item isn't on the leader, it might be on someone else. I'll go and interrogate them myself. Wait a minute. Chen Wuji called out to Qin Jianhong and summoned Xiaoyu, who was looking up at the building from a short distance away. Did you find anything? Chen Wuji asked. Little Fish's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Her body bent slightly, and she looked flustered. Chen Wuji glanced at his waist and said, If you dare to go to a brothel at your age, your master will definitely beat you to death. I didn't intend to go. I just wanted to look. Just look, Xiaoyu muttered softly, her face flushed. Qin Jianhong smiled faintly and turned his head to the side. She also noticed some changes in the little fish's body. Chen Wuji asked in a deep voice, Did you find anything? Yes. Little Fish quickly took the package off her back. I not only found the account books, but also 2 letters with many stamps on them. They must be quite important, so I just took them. Chen Wuji did not take it, and gestured for Xiaoyu to be handed directly to Qin Jianhong. Qin Jianhong visibly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. Thank you. You continue the interrogation. We're going out for a bit, Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong asked in confusion. Where are you going now? It's still early. I'll go take a stroll around the Zhang family's place, Chen Wuji said. Lacking any real power, he could only take things one step at a time in the face of the Zhang family's pressure. But now that he has something like the thunderclap, why should he continue to hold back? If you can take direct action, don't try to use your weaknesses to exploit someone else's strengths in an attempt to get revenge. Just be direct. Just blow him up. There aren't many shocking bombs left today, so let's collect some interest first. Qin Jianhong glanced at the thunderclap bomb that Chen Wuji was still holding in his hand. Didn't you say it was gone? We're out, but with just these few, I can always take down the Zhang family's gate. Chen Wuji said calmly. You go about your business and don't worry about us. Be careful, Qin Jianhong said softly. I won't report this to the court, nor will I tell you what you're about to do. I'm telling the truth, and I have no reason to lie to you. I know. Chen Wuji waved his hand, called Lao Yang and Xiao Yu, and went out together. Even late at night, the air is still thick with heat during this sweltering summer. The cicadas, hidden among the trees, chirped tirelessly, competing with the frogs in the grass for throats. Wuji, there's something I didn't really want to say, but I've thought about it, and I feel I have to say it. Cooperating with the imperial court is like asking a tiger for its skin, especially for people like us who come from Nanjun. On the lonely street, the blacksmith Yang couldn't help but say it again. Whether it's His Majesty or the ministers in the court, they look at us people from Nanjun with a different kind of gaze. They will never have absolute trust in us, and we'd better not trust them either. If we can avoid dealing with them, it's best to avoid them altogether. After learning about the history of his Chan family, Chen Wuji had always been very clear about this point. He nodded and said, I don't trust the imperial court. I only trust Qin Jianhong. The blacksmith glanced at Chen Wuji and sighed softly. Even heroes have difficulty resisting the charms of a beautiful woman. I hope you can hold on and not drag me down with you, or I'll definitely kill you first. Chen Wuji. That sounds rather ominous. Chapter 153, giving the Zhang family a little surprise. At this moment, the blacksmith suddenly changed the subject, saying with some regret, It's a pity there wasn't enough incense. Otherwise, we could have wiped out the Zhang family tonight and settled this grudge with you. With Xiaoyu skills, we could have set off the incense one by one, and then you and I could have rushed in and chopped them down. Finally, add a few more bamboo tubes to completely level the ground and destroy all traces. It will be perfect. Chen Wuji was speechless. You really dare to think big, Lao Yang. The Zhang family dares to easily kill even the people sent by the emperor. How could their residents not have guards, both overt and covert? Xiao Yu is skilled, but it's still too much of a challenge for him to do this. Before tonight, Chen Wuji thought the most murderous person was Chen Bushi. But at this moment, his thinking completely changed. Old Yang has successfully topped his list of most ruthless individuals. The honest blacksmith had a heart that yearned for ruthless slaughter. In the darkness, the three of them made their way through the maze of the Zhang family's grand gate. The Zhang family's gate was so grand that standing there, one felt not at the residence of an imperial censor, but the mansion of a great general or prime minister. The stone steps in front of the county government office only have a few steps, but the stone steps in front of the Zhang family's house have dozens of steps. People standing on the street can't even see the Zhang family's gate. They can only see the tall, magnificent lintel. There must be guards around the gate. Should we destroy their gate or kill them? The blacksmith asked in a low voice. Just tear down the door. Why kill anyone? Chen Wuji smiled faintly. Killing someone is a 50-50 risky business. We might kill someone, or someone might kill us. It's not worth it, not worth it. Having such a powerful weapon as the thunderclap, yet acting like a brute and trying to fight head-on, makes him seem a bit off. He should play it safe and give that bastard Zhang Mingyuan a surprise first. After a brief discussion, the important task of unleashing the thunderbolt was entrusted to Xiaoyu. His movements are agile and ghostly, making him the most suitable. Little fish, you'd better find a hole to stuff these bamboo tubes into, and space them far apart so they don't accidentally hurt you. Chen Wuji reminded him worriedly. Little fish excitedly took the bamboo tube. Senior brother, just you wait and see. With the 3 thunderbolts given to her by Chen Wuji in her pocket, Xiaoyu leaped over the tall wall of the Zhang family like a ghost. Where did that kid go? Chen Wuji looked in the direction he'd disappeared and suddenly had a bad feeling. The blacksmith squatted down beside him and said quietly, Anyway, they definitely didn't go to dismantle the gate. That little brat, I just told him to be careful, Chen Wuji muttered under his breath. He can finally understand how old Zhang felt. This kid is really a handful. We've already given him all that advice, but he still does whatever he wants. The blacksmith Yang smiled and said, I think your worries are a bit unnecessary. Although this kid is acting on his own, He is also very capable. I have never seen anyone with better lightness skills than him. There is no need to worry about anything. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain this to Elder Zhang, Chen Wuji said quietly. The blacksmith paused for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped himself. Old Yang, given our relationship, is there anything you can't say? Chen Wuji asked, glancing sideways. He had noticed before that Old Yang's expression was a little off when Old Zhang was mentioned. The blacksmith shook his head. It's nothing. Do you remember what I told you before? Which one? In this city of Yunnan, anyone who can open a shop is no ordinary person. Is Old Zhang very capable? After thinking for a while, the blacksmith Yang gave Chen Wuji an answer. He's not just very skilled, he's extremely skilled. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for you to become his apprentice. Chen Wuji looked constipated. Can't you just be more direct? If I'm any more direct, that old man will kill me. Please let me live a few more years. I was planning to make some money off him for a few more years, and I don't want to die young, the blacksmith said, shaking his head. Chen Wuji. He did not continue to make things difficult for the blacksmith. Clearly, what the blacksmith Yang knew might be Zhang Lao's real secret. Having traveled through time for so long, he only realized today that Yunnan City was actually a city teeming with hidden talents. There are all sorts of people, all kinds of characters. But now they have all transformed themselves into merchants, commoners, and craftsmen. These powerful figures, each with their own agendas and two-faced natures, have managed to maintain the facade of a peaceful and tranquil city. It's quite remarkable that they can do so. Boom! A loud bang suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night sky. Chen Wuji turned his head to look inside the Zhang family compound, where he saw a flame shooting into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a cacophony of noises came from the Zhang family home, a mixture of crying and shouting. Even a thunderbolt couldn't create such a large flame, yet this kid Xiaoyu actually lit one. Throwing a thunderbolt into the fire is indeed a good idea. It's a bit toxic. However, Chen Wuji liked it. The Zhang family's actions deserve no pity. To achieve their political goals, they harbored bandits and indiscriminately slaughtered villagers, sparing neither women nor children. Because he killed those bandits, Zhang Mingyuan wanted to use his power to exterminate the entire village. Such a person cannot be adequately described simply as an evil person. Another burst of fire shot up. Immediately following was a deafening roar, and flames shot through the air, sending bricks and rubble flying high into the sky, far surpassing the impact of Chen Wuji's attack at the drunken eight immortals. Little Fish has finally figured out the correct way to use the thunderclap. That kid's really ruthless, the blacksmith Yang remarked. He used the fire to lure the Zhang family over, and then threw a thunderbolt into the fire. The thunderbolt, combined with the fire, obviously has a stronger killing power. It would be unreasonable if the Zhang family didn't lose a few people this time. Chen Wuji watched quietly, his gaze calm and cold. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came right next to their ears. Immediately afterwards, in the sight of Chen Wuji and the other man, a huge gap appeared in the Zhang family's majestic gate, with dust billowing and rubble flying everywhere. Senior brother, are you satisfied with the result? Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Wuji turned his head and saw Xiaoyu grinning with a set of neat teeth, standing beside him with a silly smile. He was startled and became even more amazed by Xiaoyu's abilities. Truly elusive. Are you all right? Chen Wuji asked. Little Fish grinned foolishly. Nothing's wrong at all. It's just like visiting relatives. Chen Wuji. The Zhang family has been alerted. Let's retreat first. Having achieved my goal, this is a dangerous place, and lingering for even a second longer would be pointless. Chapter 154, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. The three left in a hurry, and on the way, Chen Wuji couldn't help but ask Xiaoyu, where did you learn all these skills? At first, he thought the little fish was just naturally gifted and agile. Now it seems that's not the case at all. He must have practiced seriously. Xiaoyu didn't hide anything and said very frankly, it's all taught by my master. My master used to be a traveling doctor. He said that in this day and age, if you don't have some skills, you can't even be a traveling doctor. So he learned a little bit, and what he passed on to me is that little bit he learned. The blacksmith's lips twitched slightly. Little Fish grinned and continued. I was picked up by my master. At first, he didn't know I was so stupid that I couldn't even remember the names of herbs. He was thinking of having me inherit his mantle. He taught me a lot, including reading and writing, memorizing landscapes and geography, and observing celestial phenomena. As a result, I was only good at practicing martial arts, and I couldn't learn anything else at all. My master was so angry that he cursed me all day long. Later, he became more and more annoyed with me, and now he has even stopped my medicinal baths, saying that I am just wasting his money. I never imagined that Elder Zhang knew so much. Chen Wuji was shocked. This guy is truly a hidden master. The blacksmith sheep said quietly, "There are many things you don't know. This is just the beginning." His words clearly had a hidden meaning. But since he didn't say it outright, Chen Wuji couldn't guess and could only assume that old Zhang was a highly accomplished person. Xiao Yu advised, "Senior brother, I sincerely think you should learn from Master. You are smarter than me, and you will definitely be able to learn all of Master skills. You're not stupid. Let's think about this later. I have a lot of other things to do," Chen Wuji said. In his heart, he had already made up his mind about this idea. Whether or not he can inherit Siji Zhai is secondary. What he really wants to do now is learn Zhang Lao's Kung Fu. This is essential for making a living. I must learn it. By the time Chen Wuji and his companions returned to Qin Zhanhong's stronghold, it was already getting light. "I heard the commotion outside. Did you wreck the Zhang family's house?" Qin Zhanhong brought over a pot of tea for Chen Wuji and the others, asking casually. "It was just a little surprise for him," Chen Wuji said. He did not ask about the outcome of Qin Zhanhong's interrogation. He didn't want to get too involved in the affairs of the Imperial City Guard. Today, it can only be considered an exception. Considering how many times he had slept with Qin Zhanhong, he wanted to help him out and also vent his own anger. As dawn broke, the brothel in front finally quieted down. After listening to strange noises for most of the night, Chen Wuji was almost driven to the brink of collapse. People living near Flower Street also suffer quite a bit. I don't know if these guys who frequent brothels have some kind of collective fetish, but they all seem to have agreed to leave the windows open, and they really like to sit by the windows. After returning, Chen Wuji wanted to take a nap, but he was disturbed and couldn't fall asleep. At this point, there was no more noise upstairs, but it was already dawn. Chen Wuji left the room and found Qin Zhanhong wandering outside. "The city gates should be opening soon, so we'll be going now. Don't rush off yet. There's something I'd like you to see," Qin Zhanhong said. Chen Wuji immediately waved his hand. "I won't look. I'm just a country bumpkin, and I don't care about your affairs. There are too many people around here, and I don't think you want to show me what's hidden under your clothes." Qin Zhanhong glanced at Chen Wuji with a hint of allure in her eyes. "Don't you have a grudge against the Zhang family?" "I will avenge this in my own way," Chen Wuji said. Qin Zhanhong took out 2 letters covered with numerous seals and handed them to Chen Wuji. "I don't know what method you will use to take revenge, but I still suggest you take a look at these first." Chen Wuji took the letter with some skepticism, then opened it and began to read. After reading the whole thing, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This is a letter written by the prefect of Hezhou to Zhang Mingyuan, which was probably brought along by this caravan. In the letter, the prefect of Hezhou mentioned some recent changes in Hezhou and the latest arrangements made by the imperial court in the officialdom. He asked Zhang Mingyuan whether to play the long game with those officials who were unwilling to cooperate with them, or to eliminate them as soon as possible. In addition, he suggested that Zhang Mingyuan should intensify the conflict between himself and Han Tongpan and Zhu Wei, the magistrate of Yunnan County, so that they could work together to make a big fuss. Taking advantage of the court's suppression of him, he could promote the 2 of them, and at the same time, make the Imperial City Guard look better. In the letter, the prefect of Hezhou emphasized to Zhang Mingyuan that the Imperial Court was determined to take Yunnan this time, and had dispatched a large number of Imperial City Guard spies into the country. He also speculated that Hong Feng of the Imperial City Guard might personally go south, and advised Zhang Mingyuan to be more cautious in his actions. This letter shattered all of Chen Wuji's previous plans and imaginations. The water in Yunnan. They're so knowledgeable, they could practically raise dragons. There isn't a single good person among them. He went to great lengths to learn that the prefect and magistrate had a grudge against Zhang Mingyuan. And then, within a few days, this letter arrived. This dramatic reversal was like a series of slaps across his face. "What a bunch of bastards. You are Hong Feng?" Chen Wuji looked at Qin Zhanhong. "No." Qin Zhanhong shook his head. "I don't think you should care about this issue. Now I'm curious whether your method for dealing with Zhang Mingyuan is still effective." Chen Wuji's face darkened. "You guessed it. Is it hard to guess? You haven't shown any intention of acting rashly, and you're not relying on my help, so there are only a few options left. Qin Jianhong said with a teasing smile, although I can't imagine what kind of method you would use to get close to those officials. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that's a fact that's never wrong. Chen Wuji let out a heavy sigh. These people really put on a good show. They had all the roles: good cop, and good cop. They made things perfectly clear for the court and the people. A den of snakes and rats, a den of snakes and rats. Zhang Mingyuan seems to be in a relatively high position. The prefect and the magistrate were both appointed by them. It sounds like these two don't know that the prefect is also one of them. Is it to make the act more convincing? Chen Wuji had a headache. Fortunately, he hadn't given the sugar to Zhu Wei, so he could claim credit. Otherwise, it would have been like throwing a meat bun to a dog. The dog would have eaten it with smug satisfaction and might have even turned around and bitten him to death. Let's rebel. This mess can probably only be solved by rebellion. Suppress evil with killing. Chapter 155, The Clever Clerk. I'm leaving, going back to sleep, Chen Wuji said, a little annoyed. Qin Jianhong put away the 2 letters. Let's go together. I'm going back to Sanlipa too. Are we just going to ignore what's going on here? Chen Wuji asked. Qin Jianhong casually said, someone will make arrangements. The Imperial City Guard is now exposed to Zhang Mingyuan and his group, so it needs to lie low for a while and wait for the court's arrangements. Chen Wuji nodded. The Zhang family has become so arrogant that they have already killed 2 envoys sent by the Imperial Court. We really need to be careful about this. These things we've obtained should at least be enough to take the lives of Zhang Mingyuan and this prefect, right? Don't tell me that everything we've worked so hard to get is completely useless, Chen Wuji asked. He really hopes it will work. That way, he wouldn't have to personally figure out how to deal with the Zhang family. His only enemy is the Zhang family. He has nothing to do with anyone else. There's no need for him to wade too deep into the waters that can raise dragons. In theory, it is possible, but the officials in Nanjun have very powerful backers in the court. Qin Jianhong was not very optimistic and said quietly, besides, it is still unknown whether these things can be sent out. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. You're a high-ranking official in the Imperial City Guard. Is it really necessary for you to be so pessimistic? Chen Wuji frowned. Qin Jianhong gave a wry smile. The enemy's power is too great. I really can't think of this matter in a more optimistic way. You may think that His Majesty can decide the life and death of anyone in the world with a single word, but what you don't know is that His Majesty also has many constraints in his actions. The court is beset by internal and external troubles and needs money everywhere. For this reason alone, His Majesty needs to rely on the Zhang family's leaders. In fact, His Majesty has wanted to kill them for a long time. The reason why Zhang Mingyuan only returned home temporarily for a rest is actually because His Majesty had no choice but to do so after dealing with those people. As for why I came here, it is not simply for Zhang Mingyuan, but to find evidence against the person behind him through him, so that His Majesty can strike a decisive blow. Chen Wuji. He thought of the Chongzhen Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. He possessed great talent and ambition, and vowed to restore the glory of his ancestors. But unfortunately, all his ministers were his enemies. So what if he's the emperor? With no authority or troops in hand, the emperor had no choice but to compromise in many situations. Go back to sleep. I'm sleepy, Chen Wuji said, rubbing his cheeks vigorously. Taking advantage of the just dawned daylight, Chen Wuji and his companions left the seemingly ordinary courtyard. Little Fish returned to Siji Temple, and the blacksmith Yang also went back to his blacksmith shop to catch up on sleep. Yesterday, Chen Wuji and Qin Jianhong entered the city together, and today they are leaving the city together. It seemed as if they were just a young woman and a hunter who had secretly come to the city and booked a room together. Although Chen Wuji was very handsome, his very ordinary clothes lowered his overall appearance, making it difficult for people to associate him with Qin Jianhong, who was beautiful and came from a prominent family, as a couple. Walking back to Sanlipu, Chen Wuji went straight into Qin Jianhong's boudoir without any hesitation. Just go to sleep. I'm so sleepy I feel like my soul is leaving my body. Right now, sleeping is the most important thing. Qin Jianhong closed the door, took off her red dress, and slipped into Chen Wuji's bed like a fish. She clung to Chen Wuji's muscular body like an octopus, rubbing her face against his chest, and whispered, "Thank you. From now on, I'll pose however you want. I'll do whatever you say." As the sun rose, Yunansheng suddenly became tense. Large numbers of constables and soldiers appeared on the streets, searching house to house for suspicious persons. The city gates that had just been opened were closed, and heavily armed soldiers replaced the original guards, creating an atmosphere of impending battle. Surrounded by numerous constables, Zhu Wei stood before the shattered gates of the drunken eight immortals. His face is cold, as if he had been dead for 3 or 4 months. My lord, the murderer acted with extreme ruthlessness. Apart from a few waiters, all the members of the drunken eight immortals were killed. A merchant caravan from the Chang tribe of Xiaodang seemed to be their first target. The murderer used some unknown means to sneak in and kill the caravan while they were asleep. The registrar bowed before Zhu Wei and reported everything he had just witnessed. Are they here to rob us? Zhu Wei asked in a deep voice. In fact, he already understood a lot when he learned the news. They also found out what the other party was looking for. But he still wanted to put on a show for these ignorant subordinates. Learning that the Zhang family had also been bombed put him in a difficult position. But the hard decorations still need to be installed. The registrar shook his head with a puzzled look. It doesn't seem quite right. The caravan's goods and gold and silver are all there. Only a few people are missing. Could those people be the murderers? Zhu Wei glanced at him slightly. Where did you get this conclusion? This is not a conclusion, but merely a guess, the registrar said, bowing. So many people died in the caravan, yet a few are missing. There must be something wrong with those few. When they were making their move, they were discovered by the waiter of the restaurant. In order to avoid being exposed, they killed the waiter and took the restaurant manager hostage to facilitate their entry and exit from the city gate. This analysis by yours truly makes sense. Zhu Wei's lips twitched slightly. That's reasonable, you idiot. Sir, why don't we use this as a basis for our investigation? The registrar asked. Zhu Wei's face turned somewhat pale with anger. How could he have such a stupid subordinate? That analysis makes sense, but why was even the Zhang family attacked? Zhu Wei asked in a deep voice. A hint of joy flashed across the registrar's face, and he said in a deep voice, My lord, this is exactly what I wanted to say. The Zhang family may be the source of this incident. Zhu Wei, my lord, please hear my analysis. The registrar lowered his voice a few decibels. The Zhang family betrayed their ancestors. The old and young all personally killed their mothers, wives, and children, and then intermarried with my Han criminals. Such actions will surely be despised by their own people. Perhaps this was done by some people within the Xiaodang Chang who hated traitors. They hid in the caravan, then robbed the owner of the drunken eight immortal shop, attacked and killed the Zhang family, and finally left triumphantly. My lord, in this case, besides investigating the murderer, we should be more concerned about the weapons used by the Chang people of Xiaodang. This place was almost razed to the ground. If such powerful weapons fall into the hands of you the Great, it would be a misfortune for you the Great. My lord should report this to the court and explain the matter. Zhu Wei was still angry about the first sentence the registrar said, and he didn't notice what the registrar said after that. As soon as the registrar shut up, he immediately scolded. The Zhang imperial censor and his son both married ladies from noble families. It's just that ordinary people from the same clan married convicts. Don't generalize. Sir, this should be considered a generalization, the registrar said honestly. Zhu Wei choked back a sob. You've been talking a lot of nonsense today? Since you've already made a deduction, then hurry up and find out who the murderer is, or we'll both die. Yes. Zhu Wei stormed off in anger. After returning to the yamen, he secretly sent someone to deliver to Zhang Mingyuan an old hen that he had raised for 2 years and that had been fed fine rice since it was a chick. Chapter 156, Another Industry. In front of the dressing mirror, Qin Zhanhong looked at the pile of gold ingots that Chen Wuji had pulled out. Her rosy and sexy lips slightly parted, and she said with a teasing smile, You're quite good at casually holding hands, aren't you? You've made quite a bit. Ill-gotten gains are available to everyone. Come on, everyone who sees them gets a share. Chen Wuji smiled and stuffed a gold ingot into Qin Zhanhong's hand. While looking for the ledger last night, he casually took the 3 most valuable gold ingots. It's worth about 600 taels of silver. The exchange rate between silver and copper coins was clearly stipulated by the imperial court. 1 tael was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, and that was strictly enforced. However, the exchange rate between gold and silver is not the same. It depends on the market. However, the normal price would fluctuate around 1 tael of gold and 10 taels of silver. In good times, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 12 taels of silver. In bad times, it could only be exchanged for 8 taels of silver. You're going to give me a share too? Qin Zhanhong chuckled seductively as she leaned against Chen Wuji. Keep it for yourself. I don't need this little bit of gold. But take this money back and find a place to hide it first. Don't rush to use it. If nothing unexpected happens, all the officials in Nanjun are now keeping a close eye on Zue Baxian, and this gold will definitely be discovered once it appears. I know, I'm not that stupid, Chen Wuji said. Qin Zhanhong thought for a moment, then reached out and took all 3 gold ingots. Never mind, I'll just exchange them for you to avoid this thing getting exposed and causing trouble. Oh, how thoughtful of you today, Chen Wuji teased with a smile. Qin Zhanhong smiled alluringly. Since you've satisfied me, of course I'll be considerate. And I'll be even more considerate in the future. Do you want to give it a try? Chen Wuji suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. I got back this morning and had only dozed off for less than an hour when this woman woke me up. Then she started doing 1 thing, 2 things, and 3 things, and it just ended just now. Although he has an excellent physique, after not sleeping all night and going through all that trouble, he still had backaches and dizziness. If he were to come again, he would likely risk dying on the spot. Girl, have you forgotten that we didn't sleep all night? I want to live a few more years. Even if you use every trick in the book, I don't want to try it today. Just wait for me next time and see how I deal with you then. Qin Zhanhong chuckled. Wait here. I'll go get you some silver. She leaned down and kissed Chen Wuji on the cheek, then staggered out of the bedroom. In reality, she was just saying it. She didn't dare to come back at all. Chen Wuji chuckled. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems he's captured a wild dodgy. After washing up, Chen Wuji left Sanlipu with the 600 taels of silver that Qin Zhanhong had exchanged. Shishan village remains peaceful and serene. Under the blazing midday sun, the scent of the mountains and the warmth of human life blend together, creating a tranquil and peaceful scene reminiscent of a secluded paradise. If it weren't for hunger and chaos, this would definitely be a secluded paradise. In later generations, it would certainly be a more popular village tourist attraction than Zagana. When Chen Wuji was almost home, he happened to run into Chun Bushi and Xiong Paozi. The 2 men were driving a herd of bison leisurely along the village path. The bison, which should have been fiercely untamed, now looked as docile as domesticated animals. These cattle were tamed so quickly, Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Since these bison were brought down from the mountain, they've been fed by Xiongpat Si. Bison are, after all, wild, and there are always some differences between them and domesticated ones. Since no one else had experience in raising livestock, this important task could only fall to Xiong Paozi. Xiong Paozi said smugly, There's nothing I can't handle that involves animals. Which 3 do you want? I'll take them to your house. You can rest there for now. I don't even have a pen at home. Wait a few days while I tidy up a place for it, Chen Wuji said. Having cattle is one thing, but having nowhere to raise them is another big problem. My goodness. Do you know how many beans these guys eat every day? If we keep them for a few more days, they'll eat me. Get them out of here, Bear Bubble shouted. I'll pay. Xiong Paozi immediately changed his tune. All right, that's true. You can keep me for as many days as you want, or even for as many years as you want. As long as the money is right, you don't need to worry about anything else. Wuji will definitely not shortchange you. Hurry up and let your cow go. Chen Bushi said cursingly, handing his beloved little heifer to Xiong Paozi, carrying a jar of wine in his hand, and pulling Chen Wuji home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he immediately asked, What delicious food are you planning to make today? Chen Wuji was taken aback. So you've come to my house to freeload a meal? But there is something else, Chen Bushi said with a serious expression, a matter of utmost importance. How big is it? Chen Wuji sensed the hint of nonsense in his words. He wanted to see what this guy could come up with. A major incident occurred in the city last night. Dozens of members of the Drunken Eight Immortals were killed, Chen Bushi said. It's very big. Chen Bushi pulled up a stool and sat down under the jujube tree. What's with that expression? Isn't this a big deal? It is quite large, but what does it have to do with me? A while ago, several villages were massacred, and even more people died, Chen Wuji said. Chen Bushi choked for a moment. All right, here's another piece of news you'll definitely be interested in. The Zhang family, which you guys don't know where to start with, was almost razed to the ground last night, with more than a dozen people dying. Today, even the city gates are closed. Isn't that a big deal? That's a stretch, but I know I did it, Chen Wuji said calmly. I was planning to take care of all those troublesome guys from the Zhang family while I was at it, but unfortunately, there were too many of them, so I couldn't succeed. Chen Bushi stared at Chen Wuji's face for a few seconds, then suddenly sneered. Do I look like someone who's easy to fool? You're the one who did it. You probably can't even imagine what kind of weapon he uses. Let me tell you, a kind of deadly weapon that none of us understands has appeared in this world. The case happened yesterday, but the news coming out today is that the parties involved are not very concerned about who died or what their identities were. Instead, they're all inquiring about the origin of the weapon. This case will definitely be solved quickly because of this weapon. So many people have mobilized financial and material resources to find the person. Unless the murderer can disappear into thin air, he will definitely be found. Chen Wuji's heart tightened. This is really not good news. He overlooked this point. Chapter 157, The Humane Tiger Returns. When a group of wealthy and powerful people focus their attention on that weapon, those inconspicuous details will inevitably be magnified layer by layer and then dissected. He really does face the risk of being exposed. There is no solution to this problem until the Imperial City Guard has complete control over Nanjun. After a moment of thought, Chen Wuji realized that there was only one thing he could do now. Stockpile thunderclap bombs, the more the better. He needs a thunderbolt to defuse what could be the worst-case scenario. There are too many variables in this matter. He must prepare for the worst. It seems like I lost out this time, even though I helped out. Those who would be interested in this weapon must be extraordinary people, right? Chen Wuji asked. Chen placed the wine he was carrying on the wooden table next to him. Of course, it's just a matter of officials and bandits. A normal person, apart from being shocked, certainly wouldn't be interested in this kind of weapon. Actually, I'm a little interested too. If we could get our hands on this weapon, why would I need to keep watch? I could just go and take care of Blind You today. What do you think? Should we get involved? Chen Wuji stretched and said, I think you've gone mad. So many important figures are getting involved. There's no use in us being envious. It's not our turn. Just then, Shen Yue skipped and hopped out of the courtyard. Oh, husband, you're back? Where have you all been? Chen Wuji asked. Drying the meat. Shen Yue pouted, saying with a hint of resentment, Husband, you only care about killing the meat, not drying it. There's so much meat we've been building sheds, smoking it, and drying it. We're almost exhausted. It's all right. I'll finish it as I go, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Shen Yue's delicate and lovely face fell, and she said angrily, Don't you even think about helping us? You stinky husband. I have other things to do, Chen Wuji said with a smile. Tell me, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook. I want to eat stir-fried crayfish. It's a perfect accompaniment to alcohol, Chen Bushi responded enthusiastically. You stand over there for now. Chen Wuji ignored his opinion. Shen Yue immediately became happy and giggled. I want to eat stir-fried beef and those sweet pancakes. Okay, I'll make it for you. Damn it. Chen Bushi shook his head and cursed under his breath. However, stir-fried beef with alcohol is not bad. It's only slightly inferior to crayfish in taste. You should be grateful to have anything to eat. You might not even be able to get beef at the restaurants in Yunnan City, and you still dare to complain? Chen Wuji said with a laugh. Beef was forbidden to be eaten by you the Great. Only cattle that died accidentally or from disease were allowed to be eaten. There was no beef for sale in the market. Chen Bushi, without batting an eye, said matter-of-factly, What I mean is, we'll all be spoiled by your cooking skills sooner or later. Now, I can hardly swallow the food we ate before. We all grew up in the same village. I don't know where you learned these things. Chen Wuji knew that his skills were somewhat outstanding and would inevitably be suspected sooner or later, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. So he said in a joking tone, These things aren't complicated. The key is that you have to study them and adapt them. If you always follow the traditions of your ancestors and do everything the same as before, there will definitely be no change. Don't you think about it? I'm not the only one hunting around here. So why do I always catch more prey than others? This can't be explained away by simply being lucky. No wonder you've studied your whole life, but never become an official. You're inflexible and stuck in old ways, so naturally you won't make any progress. There's a lot to learn about even the simplest things, let alone other things. You need to observe more, think more, and experiment more in everything you do. Chen Bushi was stunned, his expression even showing some fear. This bastard actually tamed me? Is he trying to tame me? Chen Wuji moved a stool over. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about cooking. The principles involved are the same as those for being a person. Do you know where the pot came from? I discovered it by chance while cooking. Chen Bushi's face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, If you don't want me to break your head, then keep talking to me. You anti-heavenly gang bastard. Do you even know that I am your third uncle? The enlightened are my teachers. Chen Wuji said sternly. This is a principle that the sages have repeatedly taught. How can you, as a scholar, resist it like this? Am I telling you these things to harm you? This is the root of all laws in the world. You need to listen carefully. Chen Wushi's lips twitched, and he suddenly roared. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? If you don't recognize the pearls and jade before you, you're only slightly better than a stubborn rock. All right, I won't say anything more. Chen Wuji shook his head and sighed, then immediately shut up. He suddenly realized that he might have some potential to talk about dead people. Very nice. After a relatively peaceful lunch, Chen Wuji put the matter of building a cattle pen on the agenda. Raising cattle is definitely a profitable business these days. Even if we hire 2 more servants specifically to feed them, we'll still make a profit. In today's world, oxen are scarce, and there is no situation where supply exceeds demand. Now that he has 3 bison as a base, he can easily make this a business and do it as a side project. While still living as a small-scale farmer, Chen Wuji never felt he had too many ways to make money. Chen Wuji invited Chun Kun's father, Chun Li, and 2 other skilled craftsmen from the village to start building a cattle pen on the open space west of the house, using only stone as the material. Compared to rammed earth walls, this thing is not only sturdier, but also more convenient. Chen Wuji didn't ask the Yuan brothers for help with this task. Instead, he had them go to the mountains in the afternoon, mainly to collect crayfish and check the traps. The Yuan brothers, who were both scholars, went to the mountains and brought back not only 2 small sacks of crayfish, but also 2 badgers and 5 rabbits, all of which were caught from traps. However, neither of them knew how to set up a trap. Even though Chen Wuji explained the method and steps very clearly, he still couldn't get it right. Hoping for some unexpected gains the next day, Chen Wuji, though lazy, still quickly went into the mountains in the evening to repair the traps damaged by the prey. Having finished everything, he was about to descend the mountain when a beast's roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the wilderness. It was the sound of tiger. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuji turned and left. That sound made his hair stand on end. Have these tigers started moving towards the outer edges of the jungle lately? It was rare to see them in the past, but recently they've been appearing one after another. The roars of beasts deep in the mountains suddenly became urgent. The originally imposing and powerful roar suddenly sounded like a gorilla's intimidation. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The roar was powerful, but the tone was short and abrupt, making it sound like a tiger without any of its majestic presence. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. That's a terrible commotion. It doesn't look like a proper tiger. It was even somewhat like that familiar tiger that acted like a rogue in front of him, yet was quite understanding. Chapter 158, Rising to Fame. I know it's you. Thank you for the deer. Goodbye. With the attitude that it didn't matter whether it was him or not, saying hello wouldn't be superfluous, Chen Wuji shouted at the top of his lungs and then strode down the mountain. Roar, 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 roar. The tiger's roar grew more urgent. Immediately afterwards, a huge commotion suddenly came from the bushes, like a massive boulder rolling down. Chen Wuji turned his head and glanced at it, his expression immediately becoming somewhat blank. A magnificent tiger with striped markings was seen, its paws seemingly on a skateboard, running a few steps and then sliding down the mountain at breakneck speed, carving a very clear path through the ridge. Thump! Something rolled down to a spot not far from Chen Wuji. The tiger followed closely behind, leaping nimbly onto a boulder and looking down at Chen Wuji. It really was the tiger that Chen Wuji had saved. It was still wrapped in Chen Wuji's clothes. Chen Wuji was a little confused. You're not here to deliver something to me again, are you? The tiger remained silent, simply looking down at Chen Wuji. That little expression didn't seem dangerous at all. Instead, it looked rather arrogant. Shall I go take a look? Chen Wuji asked cautiously, his muscles tense with absolute vigilance. Although he had a thrilling and exciting collaboration with this tiger, the other party was very polite and humane in returning the favor. But after all, it is a fierce tiger. It's not a house cat. The tiger lowered its massive head and let out a low growl. It wasn't very loud. It was like a slightly larger yawn. Out of rationality, Chen Wuji actually didn't want to go there. The best option now is to run away immediately. But he was worried that he would provoke the big guy. It was obvious that they had chased him there. If we don't give the Mountain Lord face, what if this big guy thinks that he, a weak human, is disrespecting it? How embarrassing would it be if we gave him a hard time instead of a polite offer? Although this is quite absurd, the tiger was still covered in his tattered clothes, so it couldn't get any more absurd than this. Chen Wuji watched the tiger warily and walked towards the fallen object with many backward glances. In the dense thicket, a huge grizzly bear lay there peacefully, looking very serene. Chen Wuji hissed softly. Suddenly, he saw a tiger using a grizzly bear as a skateboard to slide down the mountain. Moreover, it seems that this skateboard was a gift from the mountain god to him. For me? Chen Wuji asked again to confirm. The tiger glanced at Chen Wuji, then strode slowly into the forest with an air of indifference. Chen Wuji, every hunter takes pride in hunting large wild beasts. This is also a symbol of strength. Chen Wuji became famous in the surrounding area because he hunted down that giant python, and his name was also known to the merchants in the city whom he had never met before. Among large prey, adult tigers, leopards, and bears are considered to be at the very top. Anyone who manages to bring one of these things back to the city will surely be paraded through the streets on horseback. But at this moment, Chen Wuji was troubled about how to get this big guy home. This guy weighed at least 500 jin, 250 kilograms, by sight, and Chen Wuji couldn't do anything to him. He went up the mountain only to repair the traps. He only carried a knife and didn't even have a rope. I can't even try to delay it. But Chen Wuji was worried that if he went home and called for help, the prey would be reduced to nothing but bones when he returned. The mountain was teeming with diverse and abundant food animals, which once made Chen Wuji wonder if he had wasted his time studying geography. If he left for an hour or two, a group of creatures might suddenly appear from some corner and devour his first ever bear. Try it first, and we'll see if it works. Chen Wuji took a knife and chopped down a bunch of vines, then twisted 4 of them together to make a rope. After he finished, he used 2 wooden sticks to hold the bear's paws in place, then tied them with vines to secure them, and finally used a thick rope he had woven from vines to wrap the bear up and down in a circle. He tugged at it hard and found it was fairly sturdy, seemingly able to hold up for a while. Immediately, Chen Wuji transformed into a beast of burden, pulling the woven rattan rope around his waist and straining with all his might to pull forward. At most, a small horse pulling a large cart might just result in a poor experience, but pulling a bear weighing around 500 pounds by oneself can make one question the meaning of life. Chen Wuji was so exhausted that his veins were bulging and his throat was practically on fire. Fortunately, after pulling forward a little, we reached the downhill section. The bear's soft fur instantly rolled around on the wet grass like a gourd. Fortunately, Chen Wuji reacted quickly and jumped out of the ropes. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. The gift from the big tiger was very valuable, but it was a little too risky. After much effort and many setbacks, Chen Wuji finally managed to get the bear down the mountain. By this time, it was completely dark, and the village of Shishan was already lit up with scattered lights. Chen Wuji collapsed to the ground, looking up at the starry sky, panting heavily from exhaustion. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food. If I don't sell this bear for 50 taels, it would be a disservice to all the hardships he's endured along the way. Flames were rapidly approaching, and it sounded as if someone was shouting something. Chen Wuji's head twitched, as if someone was calling him. Unfortunately, he really doesn't have the strength to speak right now. Let's rest a bit more. Wuji, Chen Wuji, where did you die? You didn't even make a sound. Chen Wuji, Wuji. Chen Wuji forced himself to sit up and shouted at the top of his lungs. Here I am. It must be that Huasanyang and the others saw that it was getting dark and he hadn't returned yet, so they were worried that something might have happened and sent someone to look for him. However, these guys seem to be a bit dim-witted. They all know he's gone up the mountain, so why are they shouting at the foot of the mountain? Fortunately, he had already come down the mountain. If he were still on the mountain, they would have shouted themselves hoarse, but he wouldn't have been able to hear them. Bright torches quickly followed the sound. A large crowd had gathered, mostly from the village, bringing their own tools. The Chun clan members, in particular, carried a jumble of farm tools, but almost all of them had knives at their waists or on their backs, making them look as if they were going to war. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. It took a while to get this guy together. Chen Wuji patted the bear he was using as a pillow and said sincerely to everyone. The warmth of seeing so many people come to him touched his heart. That's a bear. Huasanyang looked closely at the things around Chen Wuji and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Didn't you say you were just going up the mountain to check for traps? How did you end up getting entangled with something like this? Did you just happen to run into it? Chen Wuji nodded. Although this was a gift from a high-ranking official, this true account is even more outrageous than the one he made himself. It seems he can only pretend once, taking credit for the big tiger's crimes himself. At least that way it seems a little more credible. Chapter 159, Please have mercy, sir. Is this bear blind? Did it run into your trap? With your pathetic skills, you think you can kill such a big guy? Chen Wuji held up a torch and looked at the grizzly bear up close, so shocked that he almost lost control of his expression. Chen Wuji was speechless. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. You'll die if you don't belittle me, won't you? This isn't the first large prey I've hunted. Why are you making such a fuss? To be honest, pythons are actually more troublesome than this thing. He felt guilty. I have failed the big tiger. Surely the magnanimous mountain king wouldn't hold such a small matter against him. A python is more powerful than a bear. Chen Wuji was somewhat skeptical. Xiong Paozi chuckled. As the old saying goes, a snake can swallow an elephant if it can swallow an elephant. If a snake can swallow an elephant, it must be a bit stronger than a bear. You've finally figured out how to use this old saying properly. Chen Wuji shook his head, looking disgusted. A group of people surrounded the bear, looking it over from all angles, their eyes filled with amazement. They even studied very carefully whether the bear was male or female. However, everyone has their own opinion, and no one has been able to figure it out clearly. Gentlemen, do me a favor and help me get this thing home. I'll treat you all to drinks tomorrow, Chen Wuji said to the crowd after resting for a while and finally catching his breath. This little favor is nothing. Let's skip the drinks. You might not even earn back the money you made from killing this big guy over one drink. Come on, everyone lend a hand. A villager shouted with a laugh. The crowd responded noisily, rejecting Chen Wuji's offer to treat them to drinks. With everyone's combined efforts, the bear was transported home. After sitting down with the villagers for tea and a chat, and once they had all left, Chen Wuji began to deal with the large creature. Bears are valuable from head to toe. Even their bones and teeth can be sold for money. Bear skin, needless to say, is the second rarest item on the market after tiger skin. Actually, bear fur is not as soft and comfortable as badger fur, but as the tyrant of the mountains and fields, the bear's status determines that its fur is more valuable than badger fur. Bear meat is rumored to taste very good, and bear paws are considered the most delicious of the 8 delicacies. What it pressed underneath were dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and leopard belly, among other things. Rumor has it that some wealthy individuals spend large sums of money year after year to hire hunters to hunt this delicacy. Bear bones and teeth are sometimes used to make medicinal wine or ornaments. Chen Wuji didn't know what the effects of soaking this stuff in alcohol were, but as long as it could be sold for money, that was fine. Bear bile wine and bear bone wine are often mentioned together with tiger bone wine, and their effects are probably similar. Wuji, what you made in the ceramic basin looks pretty much done, but I don't know how to proceed, so I haven't dared to touch it. Go and take a look later, Hua Sanyang said suddenly as she assisted Chen Wuji. No rush, that thing will be fine after a while. Chen Wuji held the knife steadily, avoiding damaging the precious leather. The sugar was ready, but he had nowhere to deliver it. It was too dark in Nanjun, leaving him no opening at all. By the time Chen Wuji finished dealing with the behemoth weighing 500 jin, it was almost 11 p.m. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I wanted to sleep for a while this morning, but Qin Zhanhong kept taking advantage of me 3 times in a row. Even though I have an iron body, I can't take it anymore. Let's get some rest. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow, Chen Wuji said to Hua Sanyang and the others, letting out a long yawn. All right, Hua Sanyang chuckled, her watery eyes quickly glancing at Chen Wuji, then at Xue Hongdou. Chen Wuji found Hua Sanyang's reaction a little strange, but he didn't think much of it. He told the Yuan brothers to rest, and then headed to his room. He desperately needs sleep to recover. Almost the instant his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, completely unconscious. Although he went to bed late the night before, Chen Wuji woke up very early in the morning, probably because he had a particularly good night's sleep. The sky was just beginning to lighten when he woke up. He stretched comfortably, then turned his head and suddenly froze. The person sleeping next to him was not Hua Sanyang or Shun Yue, but Xue Hongdou. She slept beside me fully clothed, curled up like a puppy, sleeping very carefully. Chen Wuji, what happened last night? This was definitely not Xue Hongdou's decision on her own. Hua Sanyang and Shun Yue must have been behind all. Could it have been arranged by Hua Sanyang? But this woman always looked like she was about to die, so he really didn't dare to get too close to her. If I accidentally poke her too hard, causing her to try to kill herself, or even suddenly hang herself from a tree, who can prevent that from happening? A person who is determined to die cannot be stopped even by the king of heaven himself. If this were to actually happen, Chen Wuji would probably be traumatized for the rest of his life. If he develops a psychological aversion to the entire jungle because of one tree, that would be an enormous loss for him. Just as Chen Wuji was filled with doubt, he suddenly saw Xue Hongdou open her eyes. Her eyes were almost devoid of light, as calm as a stagnant pool. She clearly has a very charming appearance, but her overall demeanor ruins it all. "What are you doing up here?" Chen Wuji asked. Xue Hongdou's eyes flickered. "It was my request to the first madam. The master slept with me once, so I think I should be considered his attendant. But I can also sense that the master doesn't really like me. So I consulted the two ladies and asked them for advice on what I should do. The second lady said that since I knew I was a maidservant, I should do my duty and sleep with the master. The second lady said that after sleeping with him a few times, the master would no longer dislike me. The first lady agreed to this, so I climbed into the master's bed. This was arranged by the two ladies." "This is a Kong," Chen Wuji corrected. "Yes, the Kong." Xue Hongdou frowned and bit her lip, shrinking her body even more tightly. Chen Wuji knew that Huasan Yang and Shun Yue must have been behind this. He stared at Xue Hongdou and asked, "Do you know why I dislike you?" Xue Hongdou shook her head. "Because you're always thinking about death. It might be a relief for you, but it disgusts me and causes me trouble. I'm already taking care of the things you're worried about, but you're still like this all the time. Do you think I should like you?" Chen Wuji asked angrily. "Since we come from roughly the same background, I can barely understand some of your helplessness. If you were sent to a wealthy family, they wouldn't tolerate you for even a day. And you're asking me why? That's why." Chapter 160 Qin Zhanhong's Dual Personality. What Chen Wuji found most annoying in both his lives was people who would threaten suicide at the drop of a hat. If you want to die, hurry up and get there without a moment's delay. If you're going to live, live it well. Don't let a slight upset cause you to blame everything and everyone, and then put on a show like, "Don't stop me, I'm going to die today." In his eyes, such a person, who is full of negative energy, is completely synonymous with a petty person. Xue Hongdou bit her lip, her face full of grievance. I just didn't want to drag you all down with me. But now you've already dragged me down with you. Your death won't change anything," Chen Wuji said angrily. "Do you think that bandit who had his eye on you will stop retaliating against me just because you're dead? Wrong. He'll only think you died in my house and then take even more thorough revenge on us. Do you understand?" Xue Hongdou was dumbfounded and tears welled up in my eyes instantly. She really hadn't expected that. She always believed that once she died, the matter would be completely over and would not involve anyone else. What do you mean? What do you mean? Speak up if you have something to say," Chen Wuji said irritably. He was really furious. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the imperial court, he would have already thrown this woman back to her home. Xue Hongdou trembled with fright and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't expect what you said, sir. I was wrong. I will not try to kill myself again. I will leave everything to you, sir. I always thought that everything would be fine once I died, but I was being too narrow-minded. As a maid, you have no self, no freedom. Everything is in the hands of the master of the house. This is a fact that all maids are aware of. Selling yourself, where does freedom come from?" But Xue Hongdou didn't understand this principle either. Xin Yue told her this yesterday. "You'd better be telling the truth, or just giving me a perfunctory answer," Chen Wuji said. "I dare not. I wouldn't dare, but I think you'd be more than brave." Chen Wuji snorted and turned to find his clothes. Seeing this, Xue Hongdou quickly took Chen Wuji's clothes from the side and helped him put them on. "Master, do you still need me to serve you?" I really can. If you want, I don't mind. It's even possible to take you as a concubine and free you from your slave status," Chen Wuji said. "However, the premise is that you have thought it through and you really won't try to kill yourself again. I will find a way to solve your family's problems for you. Don't doubt my abilities." "Yes." Xue Hongdou nodded gently, her fingers falling on her skirt. "I have really thought it through. From now on, I will leave everything to Master's decision. I will not try to kill myself again. If I can live, I am willing to live well. After all, in this family, the Master is capable, and both wives are easy to talk to and care about her. She has the best food and supplies. Who would complain about such a life? Compared to before, she now lives a life of luxury." Chen Wuji noticed Xue Hongdou's actions. "What are you doing?" "Sleep with the master." "Why are you sleeping so early in the morning?" "I just got up and you're already going to sleep?" Don't you think that's a bit abrupt? Let me make sure you're not trying to kill yourself first, Chen Wuji said. He is very busy today, extremely busy. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. Although doing pleasurable things is enjoyable, when it comes to this life, even pleasurable things have to take a back seat. Shui Hongdo hung her head, suddenly looking a little dejected. Canoe, does Master still have a prejudice against me? Stop. Here we go again. Chen Wuji interrupted Shui Hongdo angrily. I don't believe what you say. I want to see it for myself, understand? Yes. Shui Hongdo reluctantly agreed. Her appearance was even more like Lin Daiyu than Lin Daiyu herself. Chen Wuji was really afraid that one day she might suddenly have a mental breakdown and run to the backyard to bury flowers. There's a peach tree there. Although it doesn't bear many peaches each year, it's enough to eat for a while. After getting up and washing up, Chen Wuji quickly ate a few mouthfuls of the soup Hua Sanyang had made and then hurriedly went to Sanlipu. He wanted to see if the city gates were open and also to find out what was going on. What Chen Bushi said yesterday made him extremely uneasy. He needs to explain the situation to Old Zhang and Old Yang as soon as possible and come up with a proper solution. If all else fails, strike first and raise the Zhang family and the county government office to the ground. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the person who created the problem. Sanlipo. When Chen Wuji arrived, Qin Zhanhong had not yet gotten up. Duan Yingxiong was practicing martial arts shirtless in the front yard, his whole body radiating a misty aura. Upon seeing Chen Wuji, he stopped, picked up the wooden bucket next to him, and poured a bucket of water over his head. Chen Wuji grimaced in disbelief. In the eyes of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, his behavior was tantamount to courting death. Young people shouldn't take advantage of their youth and vigor to do whatever they want. Even the strongest body will suffer many hidden ailments if they do that. You're here so early today? The master hasn't gotten up yet. Why don't you go by yourself? Duan Yingxiong clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chen Wuji, winking and making faces at him. Chen Wuji felt somewhat embarrassed by his gaze. I think I'll wait a bit, or I might get killed. Besides, I have important business to attend to, so please stop looking at me with such strange eyes. Yes, it's important. Huh. Duan Yingxiong said, laughing as he spoke, his eyes full of lewdness. Given his appearance, if Tian Boiwang saw him, he would probably immediately pull him aside to become sworn brothers. Chen Wuji was somewhat speechless and said leisurely, if you misunderstand your mother like this and she finds out, you'll definitely suffer a terrible fate. Duan Yingxiong's smile vanished instantly. Brother Chen, it's just a little joke between men. You can't imitate those dead eunuchs. You absolutely can't do that. Chen Wuji chuckled. He really wants to do that. Who told this kid to always look at him like he'd become Qin Zhanhong's male concubine? Beating him half to death is absolutely justified. What are you talking about? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. The two turned their heads and saw Qin Zhanhong in a red dress. She stood beneath the Aquarius gate, her expression cold, her aura like a sword drawn from its sheath. Duan Yingxiong quickly winked at Chen Wuji and said, Brother Wuji came to see you, sir. Since you were still asleep, we talked about martial arts. Qin Zhanhong responded indifferently and said to Chen Wuji, come with me. Chen Wuji followed. As soon as she stepped through the treasure vase gate in the inner courtyard, Qin Zhanhong's cold aura melted away like an iceberg. She naturally took Chen Wuji's arm and said with a coquettish smile, you came to see me so early today. You've been missing me terribly? Chapter 161, Preparing Early. Chen Wuji found Qin Zhanhong's clingy, mischievous demeanor quite endearing, though he was also somewhat surprised that this woman seemed to have a dual personality, switching between them far too quickly. Chen Wuji said seriously, I have important business to discuss today. I accidentally learned yesterday that countless people in the city are inquiring about the things that were destroyed by Zue Baxian and the Zhang family. With so many eyes on this case, no matter how flawless we are, we will probably be found out. I found out about this yesterday, but you don't need to worry for now. Although what we did wasn't foolproof, we didn't leave any clues, Qin Zhanhong said. We can't be overconfident, but we can't do nothing either. Chen Wuji shook his head. So many eyes are on this case, and they are all powerful and influential people in Yunnan City. One person may run out of ideas, but the collective wisdom of the masses will surely uncover some of the truth. We must prepare early and not wait for others to make the first move. More importantly, I cannot let my friends be in danger. Old Zhang and the blacksmith Yang were willing to take such a big risk to help him because they trusted him. He cannot allow them to be put in danger. Qin Zhanhong's expression also turned serious. I will send more people to keep a close eye on the situation in Yunnan City. They will inform you immediately if there is any news. Do you have any other ideas? Send Zhang Mingyuan and Zhu Wei to their deaths as soon as possible. Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. Taking another step back would mean falling into an abyss. He had no other choice. I dispatched 3 groups of people, each on a separate route, to deliver the evidence to the capital via express courier. They arrived at Shingshenling yesterday. However, even if these things are delivered to His Majesty, there won't be any results so quickly, Qin Zhanhong said with some melancholy. You may not believe just how powerful those people are. Let me give you a simple example. The most loyal minister from a humble background whom His Majesty has painstakingly cultivated was recently coerced to death by them. The reason was simply that the official had taken a concubine a while ago, and someone had smuggled 100 taels of gold into the dowry, which was considered bribe. After the news spread, the court officials wept and remonstrated before the palace. One of the officials from the Ruan family committed suicide by crashing his head against a pillar in the palace. His Majesty was forced to temporarily dismiss the official. That very night, the official was drowned in a chamber pot by his concubine. His death was tragic and humiliating. They are openly disrespecting His Majesty. They have tried to deceive His Majesty and manipulate the court, repeatedly undermining the very forces His Majesty has painstakingly cultivated. This is not the first time. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, this has been a recurring phenomenon. This is a factional struggle within the court, but in reality, it is entirely a battle between the Ruan faction and His Majesty. Prime Minister Nguyen is a veteran of 2 reigns and tutor to 2 emperors. His power is immense, and his students and former officials are all over the country. It is impossible for Your Majesty to kill all the court officials. Moreover, most of the military generals are under Prime Minister Nguyen's tutelage, so Your Majesty dares not act rashly. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. What's so incomprehensible or unimaginable about this? A quick glance through Chinese history books reveals countless examples of these events. Even Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China, still faced situations where his decrees were suppressed by Lu Buwei and could not be effectively implemented within the court. Looking at the Ming and Song dynasties, such instances were countless. Isn't Ruan Xiang's behavior exactly the same as Kai Jing's petty court? Judging from what you've said, it seems a bit wishful thinking to simply find evidence of that Prime Minister Ruan's crimes in an attempt to bring him down. Chen Wuji shook his head. This Prime Minister Ruan is Zhang Mingyuan's mentor, isn't he? Yes, you don't know what Prime Minister Ruan's name is, do you? Qin Zhanhong asked in surprise. Chen Wuji gave Qin Zhanhong's pert buttocks a hard squeeze. Is it strange that a mountain hunter like me doesn't know the names of these important figures? But you don't seem to know, Qin Zhanhong said softly and sweetly. The truth is, I really don't know. His name is Ruan Yuchang, Qin Zhanhong said, emphasizing each word. She originally didn't want to tell Chen Wuji these things. The factional struggles in the imperial court were too complicated, and she felt that even if she explained it to Chen Wuji, he might not understand. But upon hearing Chen Wuji's insights, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man. Not only was he knowledgeable, but his insights were also unique and incisive. I'll say something I shouldn't, just listen, Chen Wuji said. To bring down such a powerful minister who holds immense power in the court and can control everything, evidence alone is absolutely not enough. What is more important for Your Majesty right now is to divide this faction, find a way to control the money and the army, or find a way to make money for yourself, train a new army, and increase the power of the Imperial City Guard. As long as Your Majesty has money and absolute control over the troops, you will not be held hostage by these people. On this basis, if your Imperial City Guard is sharp enough, it can deter the Ruan clan's power. At that time, His Majesty the Emperor will need to work on people and promote some to fight against the Ruan clan, so that a result can be achieved and their lives can be taken. If these things cannot be achieved, Your Majesty will find it difficult to do as you please. Whenever there is even the slightest disturbance in the world, such as the need to mobilize a large army or the occurrence of a natural disaster requiring disaster relief, Your Majesty will have to rely on them even more. Money is a very important word for everyone, and even more so for a country. It is clear that Nguyen Sun's faction controls the country's finances, speech, and even the promotion of officials. These 3 points are fatal to imperial power. That's like cutting off the fuel supply at the root of the problem. The imperial court cannot do anything without money. If the emperor wants to wage war, the army must be equipped with provisions before it can move. Disaster relief and construction require a lot of money. 90% of the matters in the imperial court revolve around money. In other words, the emperor could only rely on Nguyen Chancellor's faction to do anything. In this way, they gain the upper hand. At that time, they will use various methods, both overt and covert, to sabotage the emperor while simultaneously lining their own pockets and taking the opportunity to demand more power from him, thus expanding their influence. When power extends to all levels of society, even if something terrible happens, people can still line their own pockets while skillfully maneuvering against the emperor. Zhao Gao, Kai Jing, Li Linfu, Chen Wuji, and others are very qualified to speak on this kind of operation, treating the emperor like a devil and trying to turn him into a mascot. It was their specialty. With the Yu dynasty having reached this point, it all depends on whether the emperor has any ambition. If he is as weak and incompetent as Emperor Gaozong of Song, then it would not be surprising if the country were to perish and the people exterminated. Ambitious but lacking in political acumen, Emperor Chongzhen is a prime example of this. Chapter 162, Old Zhang's Wisdom of Life. Qin Zhanhong blinked and looked at Chen Wuji with a face full of surprise. How do you know these things? I've been in the court for a long time, and I often can't figure out what's going on in the court. She thought she had thought highly of Chen Wuji. After hearing Chen Wuji's words, Qin Zhanhong had to admit that she was still too naive. She simply couldn't understand these principles. She sometimes seemed to see the situation in the court very clearly, but at other times it was like looking at flowers through a fog, and she couldn't even distinguish who was good and who was bad. I'm just naturally gifted, Chen Wuji said casually. The Yuan family used to be very powerful in Shishan village. They were rich and powerful and had many clansmen. But then, cough cough, a little incident happened, and now the village is peaceful. In short, the affairs of a small village are very similar to those of the imperial court. Damn, I almost let it slip. Qin Zhanhong frowned, looking somewhat bewildered. I didn't understand your example at all, she said. Is it that difficult? Suppose Shishan village has a village head or a village chief. If the Yuan family is rich, powerful, and influential, wouldn't the village head's power be rendered meaningless? Chen Wuji said. Oh, Chen Wuji brought the topic back on track, which had strayed a bit. So, you mean I shouldn't place too much hope in the court's decisions right now, and I have to figure things out myself, right? Although I hate to admit it, it's true, Qin Zhanhong said with a hint of helplessness. Chen Wuji nodded. Understood. Were the city gates open today? It's open. All right, I'm off then. I'm going to go into town and have a look. Don't you want to rest for a bit? Qin Zhanhong suddenly felt a little shy. Chen Wuji waved his hand. By the time I get back, things will be in dire straits. I need to take care of the important matters first. If all else fails, we'll have to prepare to run away. He concealed his true intentions. He shouldn't let Qin Zhanhong interfere with such a major matter as leveling the county government and the Zhang family. After all, she was an official of the imperial court and the emperor's eyes and ears. Qin Zhanhong suddenly said, I'll go with you. Where are you going? Chen Wuji asked. I also need to make some preparations, at least to ensure the safety of your friends, Qin Zhanhong said. Good. Although the city gates of Yunnan were open, the atmosphere remained tense. The guards at the city gate were not withdrawn. Dozens of armored soldiers replaced the city guards, strictly checking everyone entering the city. Aside from not being searched, anything you're carrying will be checked very carefully. They would even stab the livestock fodder a dozen times with a long spear before letting them pass. Chen Wuji and Qin Zhanhong were not carrying anything, so their entry into the city went relatively smoothly. The only variable was that Qin Zhanhong's excessively alluring beauty attracted the attention of some soldiers, who questioned her excessively and with obvious ulterior motives. Women like Qin Zhanhong are naturally different from ordinary women in this era. One type is ordinary people, and the other is women like her who are clearly wealthy and noble. The kind of elegance she possessed was something that ordinary women could never imitate, even if they bathe in silver every day. Fortunately, Qin Zhanhong handled the situation casually, simply saying that he worked at a certain brothel and inviting the officers to come and support him when they had time. This amused the men, who didn't ask any further questions and politely let Qin Jianhong and Chen Wuji pass. However, Chen Wuji felt upset because of Qin Jianhong's answer. The way those animals looked at him suddenly changed. They all deliberately glanced at his crotch. Qin Jianhong is a courtesan in a brothel. These animals probably don't think he's a pimp, do they? Damn it. You'd better tell me which brothel you work at and when you see customers, and I'll definitely patronize you properly another day, Chen Wuji said through gritted teeth. Making up excuses and not caring about other people's lives at all. Is that it? Qin Jianhong's eyes shimmered with alluring charm as she giggled and whispered in Chen Wuji's ear. I'm a woman who has wandered to Sanlipu. The house with the biggest door is the one here. Young master, you must come. Chen Wuji shuddered violently. Shut up, you fiend. Get back to what you're doing. I really have a big mouth. For him to say this to Qin Jianhong is like throwing good money after bad. Qin Jian glanced at Chen Wuji with her watery eyes, her slender, fair hand lightly covering her alluring red lips, and she chuckled. Her laughter was so captivating that it made all the flowers pale in comparison, and it seemed as if all the charm and allure in the world were bestowed upon her. With a flick of her long skirt, she moved away as gracefully as a blooming flower. At noon, I'll be waiting for you at least Sif and Cha. I've heard that the food and wine there are delicious. I'll treat you to some. Chen Wuji shook his head and muttered a curse under his breath. No wonder some say that beauties are like a bone-scraping knife, something ordinary people are not fortunate enough to enjoy. Putting aside other factors, people with poor health simply cannot withstand it. After parting ways with Qin Jianhong, Chen Wuji went to Siji Zhai. In the dappled sunlight of the old clinic, old Zhang lay lazily in a recliner, squinting as he basked in the dappled sunlight filtering through the window. The chair rocked up and down, and his body swayed slowly along with it. With the little fish nowhere to be seen, the clinic became unusually quiet. Chen Wuji walked in, steadied old Zhang's swaying recliner, and asked with a smile, You don't seem nervous at all, old man. Didn't you hear any of the wind and rain outside? Old Zhang opened his eyes, which had been narrowed to slits. What could possibly be in this tiny place like Yunnan City that wouldn't reach my ears? I know what those people are going to say the moment they bend over. They're all old acquaintances. What's there being nervous about? Chen Wuji, such a small scene has already made you nervous? Old Zhang tilted his head, his slightly cloudy eyes revealing a deep light, staring straight at Chen Wuji. That penetrating gaze sent a shiver down Chen Wuji's spine. This old man was absolutely a fierce tiger when he was young. Not everyone can exude such an aura in their casual gestures. Chen Wuji shook his head. I'm just worried that it will implicate you and Xiaoyu. We are like those people in the stories who have been thrown into exile. Our path forward is blocked, so naturally we have nothing to fear. What is there to be afraid of? Chapter 163 Virtue. Chen Wuji once even considered getting himself an official position to elevate his social standing. But after learning about his family's past, he completely gave up on the idea. Unless the world changes completely. There are such stories? Old Zhang asked, frowning. Have. Chen Wuji had read such stories, but they didn't exist in this world. This kind of setting is often used in fantasy novels, isn't it? The land of exile is a gathering place for powerful figures, but they are all people living in a semi-free prison who see no hope. This wretched place, Nanjun, is truly like a land of exile. A place of exile, quite a fitting description. Old Zhang chuckled lightly, helped Chen Wuji to his feet, and walked unsteadily toward the counter. I've prepared everything for you. It should be enough for you for a while. I heard the checks at the city gate are quite strict these days, so I didn't add any charcoal. You can add it yourself when you get back. I've written down how much you need. To avoid attracting attention, I've included some other herbs in each medicine packet. Even if they discover it, they won't find anything. Consider these herbs a small test before you become my apprentice. Old Zhang took out a basket from under the counter, which was stuffed full of medicine packets. Chen Wuji looked at Elder Zhang in surprise. You don't have some kind of telepathy, do you? I haven't even said anything yet. How did you know I needed this? Because we were just ordinary people, powerless and without influence. Old Zhang smiled kindly, patting the contents of his basket with his withered hand. People like us, when bullied to the point of being bullied, what other recourse do we have besides the meager courage of a common man? I don't know what you're going to do next, but there's not much I can do for you. Right now, all I can do for you are these things. By the way, the herbs I randomly put in the paper package can be used to make a sleeping potion, but you need to pick out the correct formula from these dozens of herbs. Since you've agreed, I, this old man, can't be so stingy as to not even give you a small gift. The formula for the bewitching incense is quite valuable, enough to be your gift. Chen Wuji was stunned. Elder Zhang, what merit do I possess to deserve this? To be honest, I haven't even realized I have any potential. Your emphasis on me makes me doubt myself now. Old Zhang waved his hand. Anyone who has been immersed in the profession of medicine, divination, and fortune-telling for some years and has gained some insights will only focus on two words when accepting disciples and passing on their knowledge. First, affinity. Second, virtue. I'm getting old, and I don't like all those roundabout ways anymore. Maybe I was too direct and made you feel abrupt. That's my fault. Chen Wuji was even more confused. Is he virtuous? Although he is broad-minded and helpful, he can be considered a good person. But he is also a vengeful person. Moreover, they sometimes resort to any means necessary to carry out their schemes. However, Master Zhang was indeed quite direct about wanting to take him as his apprentice. On our first meeting, I stated this idea very directly and even wanted to give him the Tsu Chi Zhai, a type of vegetarian restaurant. Chen Wuji was taken aback, even narrowly suspecting that the old man might have some ulterior motive. However, subsequent events proved that the old man was simply too lazy to slowly build a relationship. Just like those men in later generations who were unwilling to spend any effort on dating, they got straight to the point. Can we get married? If yes, then get married quickly. If not, then forget it. With a profound smile on his face, old Zhang said lightly, in ancient times a sage passed down a saying, those who attain oneness in the past, heaven attained oneness and became clear, earth attained oneness and became tranquil, spirits attained oneness and became divine, valleys attained oneness and became full, and lords and kings attained oneness and made the world just. This one is what I see in you. With this one, I can make any decision. There are many people in the world, but few are as hard as stone. On the contrary, everyone despises stones. Chen Wuji was bewildered. Well, old Zhang said a lot, but he didn't understand a single word. He does have a certain one quality, but this one quality only becomes apparent when he sees a beautiful woman. Looking at Chen Wuji's empty eyes, old Zhang smiled faintly. I'm talking about virtue. Virtue, however, has a difference between true and false, superior and inferior. Superior virtue is not virtue. Therefore, it is true virtue. Inferior virtue does not lose virtue. Therefore, it is not virtue. At that moment, Chen Wuji felt as if he were back in the classroom. I really don't understand. Old Zhang chuckled, but didn't offer Chen Wuji much of an explanation. Instead, he changed the subject, saying, Xiaoyu is a bit impulsive, so I sent him back to the countryside to gather herbs for the time being. Don't worry about it arousing any suspicion. Every year, Xiaoyu and I leave for a few months to gather herbs. It's normal. Besides, your master is revered as a divine physician and has some influence in Yunnan City. Without solid evidence, they won't make things difficult for me. Just focus on your own affairs. Think things through before you act. The responsibility for my Siji Zhai will fall on your shoulders from now on. Chen Wuji nodded with mixed feelings. Before he could even say what he wanted to say, Old Zhang had already said it all. Old Zhang predicted all of his predictions. After thinking it over carefully, it seemed that there was really nothing else to explain, so Chen Wuji asked, Grandpa, is there any new news from the city today? Not yet. Your concerns are understandable, and it's never wrong to be cautious, but don't expect those idiots to find anything so quickly. Relax, Old Zhang said with a smile. After the city gates were closed yesterday, guess what these people did? Chen Wuji shook his head. How is he supposed to guess? Under the guise of a search, they are ruthlessly suppressing dissidents and reaping personal benefits, Old Zhang said mockingly. Both the Zhang family and the county government acted like madmen. They dispatched 2 teams, one to investigate any clues left behind by the drunken 8 immortals and the Zhang family, which was considered a proper investigation. But whether it's the bewitching incense or the thunderbolt, these are things that only exist in the legends of the martial arts world. They think they could deduce the murderer based on those few clues. It's not that I underestimate them, but that they are really too inexperienced. Their other group, under the guise of investigation, carried out a large-scale purge of dissidents. Those who had previously clashed with them and who had some influence in the city were all arrested and imprisoned under this opportunity. Of course, Perhaps they wanted to force the murderer out in this way. Chen Wuji understood. Regardless of anything else, as long as the fire doesn't reach us for now, that's fine. Actually, I'm not worried about myself. I'm just worried that it might implicate you and Xiao Yu. That's all. Just take care of yourselves, we're fine. Old Zhang waved his hand. Chen Wuji nodded. Grandpa, in that case, I'll be taking my leave now. Chapter 164, I can't wait. As Chen Wuji was about to leave, Old Zhang suddenly said, by the way, when you go into the mountains often, please keep an eye out for valuable medicinal herbs for me, especially ginseng, lingzhi dendrobium, and deer antler, which are highly nourishing. Chen Wuji's heart tightened. What's wrong with your health, sir? Old Zhang glared at me. You little brat, can't you wish me well for once? My health is excellent, but war inevitably brings injury. And how can I recover without nourishing medicine? This is a good opportunity for you and me, master and disciple, to make a little money. Don't miss it. Chen Wuji chuckled. Good, that's just like Zhang Lao. It's amazing that they're still thinking about making money off those people at this time. I'll be more careful when I go into the mountains recently, Chen Wuji said. All right, let's go. Chen Wuji nodded, carried the things Zhang Lao had prepared for him, and left Sijizhai. After wandering around, he arrived at Yang's blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was still bustling with activity, the crisp sound of hammering echoing throughout. There were also many people watching the spectacle from outside. Chen Wuji squeezed through the crowd and found the blacksmith Yang, who was busy inside. Old Yang, why are there so many people outside? Upon hearing this, Old Yang's face immediately fell. He grabbed the cloth hanging around his neck, its original color now indistinguishable, and vigorously wiped the sweat from his face. He said in a muffled voice, they're all here to buy pots. Iron pots have recently become incredibly popular in the city, and many people come specifically to buy them. But I haven't been able to sell any of the pots you've already sold yet, so I've had to send them away. But one wave leaves and another comes. These people are all rebellious. When they hear that they can't buy them, they become even more enthusiastic. Someone suggested that I make a voucher to reserve them for everyone. I did, and since yesterday, there are already 138 people in line. Chen Wuji chuckled. This is a good thing. Once this storm passes, it seems we can start selling the pots to other cities. But I'm sure I'll die from exhaustion at the furnace, the blacksmith Yang shouted angrily. Earning this silver is both painful and joyful. I haven't earned much yet, but I already feel like I'm about to die. Chen Wuji smiled and advised. Once Hongtong Trading Company's iron pots are delivered, you can come more slowly. There's no deadline for the others, so why make yourself so tired? The blacksmith nodded. That's what I was thinking too. You came here today because you're worried about me, right? It's all right. If anything happens, I'll come to you. But if that day ever comes, be prepared to become an outlaw. You're really decisive, Chen Wuji said. What's the big deal? Before I agreed to help you, I had already prepared for the worst. I'm confident in my abilities, so don't worry about me. Just go about your business. The blacksmith Yang spoke very calmly, as if this was just a trivial matter to him. Chen Wuji understood and felt relieved. With these words from Old Zhang and blacksmith Yang, there's no need to prepare anything more. We can just wait and see how things develop. Chen Wuji stayed at Yangji for an hour or so. The two put aside the earth-shattering incident they had committed the night before and instead focused their conversation on the iron pot business. In addition, Fua's stall has been very popular recently, and they have made a lot of money. Yang the blacksmith suggested that they settle the accounts and pay Chen Wuji's share. However, Chen Wuji did not take the money and left it to Yang the blacksmith to handle. After leaving Yangji, Chen Wuji arrived at Li's Siphon Tea House right at mealtime. Qin Jianhong was already waiting there, sitting at the tea stall diagonally opposite Li's Siphoncha, drinking tea. Wearing a red dress and with that stunningly beautiful face, she was extremely eye-catching even in a crowd. Chen Wuji spotted it as soon as he walked over. Why are you so late? I've already drunk 3 pots of tea. I'm about to burst. Qin Jianhong complained with a resentful look. Chen Wuji chuckled. You didn't specify a time. I'll come over as soon as I finish what I need to do. Have you already explained everything? Yes. I'll be keeping a close eye on him from now on. We'll be informed immediately of any suspicious activity. Besides, I prepared some secret backup plans, Qin Jianhong said in a low voice, a smug smile playing on her lips. Let's go eat. This Li Siphon Tea House has recently become quite famous. I want to see just how good their food really is. Qin Jianhong got up and naturally squeezed next to Chen Wuji, completely disregarding the stares of passersby. "It's all right. I've had it once before," Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji thought that even if Li's siphon tea became popular, it wouldn't be that popular. But as soon as he entered the store, he was shocked by the scene before him. There were people everywhere, and a bunch of people were queuing up for numbers. How could a few dishes produce such an exaggerated scene for Li Siphon's tea? It seems we won't have an easy time getting this meal. I've never seen anything like this in the capital. Qin Jianhong was also taken aback by the crowded scene before him, and his cool expression was almost crumbling. "I'll go take a look." Chen Wuji managed to squeeze to the counter after some effort. Manager Li was handing out a bunch of wooden plaques to the people gathered around him. "This is the numbered sign." Chen Wuji glanced at it casually and found that it had already been sent to number 40-something. If he were to eat this meal, it would probably be past noon. He might as well go back and do some divination for Qin Jianhong. Just as he was about to leave, a sign was suddenly shoved into Chen Wuji's hand. "Number 49, when an empty table becomes available, someone will call you. Please make yourself at home." "Oh, Mr. Chen." Manager Li only noticed that the person in front of him was Chen Wuji halfway through his sentence. "Manager Li, how long will it take for number 49? Chen Wuji asked. With a smile as bright as that of Mithra Buddha, Manager Li hurriedly said politely, "Look at what you're saying. You have to wait in line to eat here. Isn't that a slap in the face to me, Mr. Li? Someone, quickly take Mr. Chen to the backyard and bring 2 more jars of the finest daughter's red wine." Manager Li hurriedly summoned a servant. Qin Jianhong looked at Chen Wuji with some surprise. It wasn't until the two entered the backyard that she couldn't help but ask, "You have a relationship with the tea shop owner, Li Si? These dishes that are so popular now are all taught to me," Chen Wuji said with a faint smile, concealing his accomplishment. "No wonder. But after eating that bug you made, I'm not really surprised by your cooking skills," Qin Jianhong said. "If I had known you were so good, why would we eat here? Wouldn't it have been better to have you cook for me back in Sanlipo? It's not impossible. Do you want to leave?" Chen Wuji said. Qin Jianhong waved his hand. "Forget it, since the environment here is not bad. Let's have a meal here. I wonder if they have beds here, so we could take a short nap." Chapter 165, Execute First, Report Later. Chen Wuji stared at Qin Jianhong in shock. "The Lich King is in power. It's a bit scary. Daddy, have you forgotten that you're a goddess with a cold and aloof demeanor? Don't act like this." "There shouldn't be a place to eat," Chen Wuji said. "We'll find out when we ask," Qin Jianhong said with a grin. Li Siphon Tea House doesn't just have one backyard, it has 3. In the very center is their kitchen, and on the left and right are what should be considered the most upscale private rooms. The environment is elegant, and the courtyard is divided into several areas. There are clusters of flowers, a small bridge over a flowing stream, and a pond full of colorful fish. Guests can choose to enjoy the flowers while dining, or watch the fish and admire the stream while dining, or sit in a more private room. Chen Wuji chose to watch the fish and sat down in the waterside pavilion overlooking the pond. The waiter quickly brought over snacks, hot tea, and drinks. Qin Jianhong also casually asked if there was a place to rest. Yes, there was. Not only does it exist, but it is also absolutely private. It turns out that these 2 courtyards were places where wealthy people would drink, entertain guests, and relax. It inherently provides a means for guests to seek pleasure and entertainment. Because Qin Jianhong asked about this matter, when the shopkeeper delivered the dried fruit for the second time, the waiter had been replaced by a maid, and there were still 2 of them. The 2 of them came and didn't leave. They just stayed and served them. Chen Wuji was instantly numb. He really wanted to ask Qin Jianhong if she had forgotten that she was a very beautiful woman, not Tian Boguan. How can you think of such things anytime, anywhere? Moreover, today's meal will likely cost a fortune. Although Manager Li promised that he would not charge a penny for food and drinks in the future, he would definitely have to pay for the service since he was using the place. The price of such service would definitely be high. We've lost a fortune. If I had known this would happen, I should have gone straight back to Sanlipo. At least, even if Qin Jianhong broke the bed in her boudoir, she would never ask him for money. Because of the thought of spending a lot of money, Chen Wuji even felt that the food and wine were less flavorful. "It's really quite good. Your wild disciples have all done a great job." Qin Jianhong praised the quality of the food. Although he ate elegantly and refinedly, his chopsticks fell very quickly. "Come on, let's have a drink." Qin Jianhong picked up his wine bowl and clinked it against Chen Wuji's. He then chuckled softly. "Why are you still looking so gloomy? Didn't I tell you, From now on, you can take the initiative, and I'll let you do whatever you want. I've been so considerate. Isn't that enough? Chen Wuji glanced at Qin Zhanhong's overly alluring face with a complicated expression. It's not quite there yet. I want more. What else do you want? Is there anything about that I don't know? Qin Zhanhong suddenly became interested. Her beautiful red lips slightly parted, and she leaned closer to Chen Wuji like a curious child. Chen Wuji smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Since the money is destined to be spent, it must be spent in a worthwhile way. Today, we'll arrange something different for Qin Zhanhong. If we don't teach her a lesson, this woman will absolutely go too far. Qin Zhanhong smiled shyly. I'm suddenly getting impatient. Chen Wuji really taught Qin Zhanhong a lesson. However, Chen Wuji paid a heavy price for this. I feel completely drained. After this experience, Chen Wuji was completely captivated by this woman's charm. That's too ruthless. With her intense needs, an average person would definitely not be able to withstand it, and would probably be turned into a dried-up human in just a few days. Daddy, how about we do it this way every time from now on? It's so refreshing. Qin Zhanhong lay limply on the bed, clinging to Chen Wuji like an octopus. Chen Wuji's pupils dilated instantly, and he was almost startled into a stress response. Oh my God, he likes women who are outgoing, but he doesn't want that outgoing woman to be outgoing all the time. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chen Wuji wiped his face vigorously and said weakly, What else can I say? It's all my own doing. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Young Master Chen, someone outside has come looking for this young lady, saying they have important business to discuss with her. The intoxicated look on Qin Zhanhong's face vanished instantly. She leaned down and gave Chen Wuji a deep kiss, whispering, My subordinate has arrived. He probably has something urgent to discuss. I'll go see him first. Qin Zhanhong quickly stood up. After she put on that iconic red dress, the post-coital intoxication quickly faded from her face, replaced by a cold and indifferent expression, as if keeping everyone at arm's length. However, her face was flushed quite a bit. After Qin Zhanhong left, Chen Wuji also got dressed and left the room. Two maids stood at the door, their faces flushed. When they saw Chen Wuji come out, they quickly lowered their heads and nervously twisted their hands together. After listening to strange sounds for more than an hour, both of them were almost swayed by Chen Wuji. Go ask your manager how much silver he has. Chen Wuji said. The shopkeeper has already instructed that everything young Master Chen needs will be on a free basis, a maid said. Chen Wuji changed his question. How much silver does it cost to normally use this courtyard? Young Master Chen, we do not know. The maid shook her head. It's likely that Manager Li had given prior instructions not to allow them to speak out. Chen Wuji thought for a moment, then took out a 5-tael silver ingot. I don't know if it's enough. Since you won't say, this is all I have. Give this silver to your manager and tell him that I might come here often in the future, and I can't expect him to give me a free meal every time. Yes. Based on Li Siphon's pricing for tea in a dish, the cost of using this courtyard would definitely be at least 5 taels of silver. But since the other party wouldn't say, and Chen Wuji didn't want to owe them a favor, he decided to guess and pay accordingly. Qin Zhanhong strode over with brisk steps. Daddy, something's happened. She was very serious, but this title almost completely dissipated her serious demeanor. Such a revolutionary title is really misleading to children. Chapter 166, The Imperial City Guards are all useless. What happened? Chen Wuji forced himself to control his expression and asked. My stronghold was discovered by Zhang Mingyuan. 3 of my scouts died, and the rest were all captured. Qin Zhanhong said solemnly, I was just proud of my arrangements, and in the blink of an eye, they were destroyed by the other side. Those spies may not have seen your true faces, but they know me inside and out. Finding you through me shouldn't be difficult for them. I've dragged you into this. You should leave as soon as possible. Having just been reassured by Old Zhang and Blacksmith Yang, Chen Wuji was immediately overwhelmed with worry upon hearing this. That day, he, Xiao Yu, and Liang never took off their masks. But body shape and facial features can't be hidden, so at least half of the person can be identified. If there were a skilled painter, they could even use this information to draw a fairly accurate likeness of the group, making their exposure not a distant possibility. The Imperial City Guard is indeed a bunch of useless trash. Apart from Qin Zhanhong, I haven't seen anything else about this woman yet, but her prowess in sexual matters is incredibly fierce. Did the other side leave any clues? Chen Wuji asked in a deep voice, his mind racing. Qin Jianhong shook his head with a grim face. They were all killed instantly with their throats slit. Apart from that, there are no other clues. By the way, the house has been ransacked. It seems like the other party is looking for something. Chen Wuji said. What else could we be looking for? It must be the account books and confessions. Why can't it be a weapon? Qin Jianhong asked, puzzled. Chen Wuji gave Qin Jianhong a deep look. Of course, it's possible, but the account books and confessions are more likely. You've been sending people to keep an eye on the county government and the Zhang family these past 2 days, so you know very well that they haven't found anything substantial, right? Yes. If that's the case, why would they go straight to your stronghold to find weapons? That doesn't make sense, Chen Wuji explained. The only possible explanation is that your stronghold was already exposed to the Zhang family. Unable to find any substantial clues, they focused their suspicions on you and decided to take action first to test the waters. Fortunately, their strike was on the right track. Even though there were no clues, they searched so precisely, as if they already knew a lot. So there must be only one answer. They had already taken control of the Imperial City Guard strongholds. It just hasn't been done unless something major happens. Qin Jianhong was somewhat agitated, seemingly losing his composure. What do we do now? Chen Wuji chuckled. You're the official. I'm just a small-time hunter. What method do you want me to use? Aren't you my daddy, or even half my husband? Can't you give me some advice? Qin Jianhong said with a hint of resentment and reproach. Hurry up. At a time like this, you still have the mood to worry about these things? This shout really pulled Chen Wuji out of character. It's so incongruous to include such a form of address in such a serious conversation. Since she shouted it so smoothly and sweetly, let's give her a hand. Does the Imperial City Guard have the authority to execute first and report later? Chen Wuji asked. No. Chen Wuji choked. What if we act first and report later? He'll probably be executed, Qin Jianhong said after a moment's thought. No one before her had ever done this, and she didn't know what the consequences would be. What if the other party is plotting treason, and you act first and report later? Chen Wuji asked. That might result in a lighter punishment, Qin Jianhong said. You want me to act first and report later? Yes, believe me. This time you acted first and reported later. His Majesty the Emperor will definitely not punish you. He might even promote you, Chen Wuji said. Go openly and above board to arrest Zhang Mingyuan. Act first and report later. Qin Jianhong hesitated for a moment. Zhang Mingyuan has no fear of the Imperial City Guard. If I go to arrest Zhang Mingyuan, wouldn't that be like sending a lamb to the slaughter? Chen Wuji asked, how many people do you have at your disposal right now? There are about 30 people, both inside and outside the city, Qin Jianhong said. That's enough, Chen Wuji said. Zhang Mingyuan can't stay cooped up in his house forever, nor can he always be surrounded by servants. We should be able to seize him when the opportunity arises. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? That's not difficult, but what happens after we catch them? Qin Jianhong asked. Although she held an important position in the Imperial City Guard, she had never experienced a situation like that in Nanjun. The passive situation she was in meant that, even after all this time, she still hadn't figured out where to begin. Obtaining Zhang's smuggling ledgers was actually just her first step. However, this first step seems to be becoming the last. In the cases she handled before, investigation was simply investigation. Unlike the people of Nanjun, who are lawless and kill the emperor's henchmen without a second thought, showing no regard for the emperor's authority. Interrogate them, then just kill them. What else can we do? Chen Wuji said matter-of-factly. Huh? Just kill him. Qin Jianhong was terrified. Their Imperial City Guard was merely the emperor's eyes and ears. They had no right to carry out executions. Moreover, the other party was a high-ranking official in the capital. If this causes a commotion, their Imperial City Guard might be attacked and shut down by the Ruan clan, a consequence Qin Jianhong cannot afford. Chen Wuji laughed and said, one should not be too honest. His Majesty certainly does not want you to be too honest in this matter. What His Majesty wants to see is evidence that can remove Prime Minister Ruan from office, or at the very least, resolve the troubles in Nanjun. How can you achieve this goal without killing anyone and only through secret investigation? Zhang Mingyuan colluded with barbarians and plotted rebellion. After you found the relevant evidence, he personally led his men to attack your stronghold, but you killed him in retaliation. With ample witnesses and physical evidence, how reasonable is this? Qin Jianhong's mind was in a mess. Once this decision is made, The consequences will be far too complex. It's too big. Take your time to think it over. If you can't accept this, then return to the capital as soon as possible and await His Majesty's orders, Chen Wuji said, waving his hand. As for me, you don't need to worry about anything. Even if I am implicated, there are ways to deal with it. In Nanjun, the Zhang family may seem to be the only powerful family, but they are not powerful enough to control everyone. Every family has its own methods. This is a place of exile. Qin Jianhong nodded with a conflicted expression. I need to think about it carefully. Let's go back first. Let's go. Manager Li personally escorted Chen Wuji and his companion out of Li's siphon tea and very warmly inquired when Chen Wuji would be free to teach his cooks a few more dishes, even raising the price of each dish to 12 taels. This price made Chen Wuji feel as if Manager Li was treating him like a fool. You've already verified the value of these recipes, yet you're only willing to add 2 taels of silver. Whom does this annoy? Chen Wuji gave a few perfunctory replies and did not rush to agree. Old Deng probably needs some time to calm down. The lively scene at Li's tea party must have already been noticed by other competitors. If Chen Wuji just explains all this, even if he goes to any random restaurant, they should be very willing to pay several dozen taels for a single dish. Chapter 167, The Most Unlikely Way of Exposure. Yunnan seemed to have become a pot of boiling oil, so hot that even the slightest drop of water could cause it to boil over. No sooner had Chen Wuji and Qin Jianhong left Li's siphon tea than a shopkeeper, who seemed obsessed with money, was dragged into the jail and brutally beaten by several jailers. Manager Li, you're a respectable figure in Yunnan. If you're subjected to severe torture, it will damage your reputation. Give us some face, and I think you should confess. In the dark prison, several jailers played with the instruments of torture in their hands, their faces full of sinister smiles. Manager Li was terrified and bewildered, shouting, "What exactly do you want me to recruit? Give me a hint. I'm just an honest businessman. I haven't done anything else besides trading." "Harboring a criminal," the jailer said coldly. "Don't try to fool me, you old codger. Your Li family patriarch is right next door. He's confessed to everything. Why are you still so stubborn? Should I invite him over so you can talk to him face to face?" Manager Li was even more bewildered. "I am innocent. How could I dare to harbor a criminal? Officers, you must have made a mistake." "A mistake? How could we, the officials, make a mistake?" the jailer roared. "I think you old codger are just asking for trouble. Come on, guys, let's give this old man a taste of our power and show him what we're capable of. Don't let this old man look down on us." Several people rushed forward, ready to subject Manager Li to severe torture. Wait, Shopkeeper Li hurriedly called out. "I'm an old friend of the magistrate, and I request to see him." The jailer sneered. "My master is impartial and incorruptible. Even if you shout until you're hoarse, the magistrate won't see you. Instead of wasting your time crying for justice, I suggest you think carefully about who you've met recently and what you've covered up for them." Manager Li was completely bewildered. "Gentlemen, I'm just a restaurant owner. I see countless people every day, but they all just eat and leave. I have had guests recently, but they're all old friends I know well. I can tell you their names. Or you can tell me the name of the murderer, or what he looks like. If he really exists, I will not hide anything from you and will tell you everything. Although I am powerless, I am willing to do my part for the court and for you, sir, to punish evil and eliminate wickedness." The jailer coldly stopped Manager Li from speaking. "Enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you, what's the deal with the dishes in your restaurant?" "Dishes?" Manager Li was taken aback. "The dishes were discovered by the chef in the shop by chance." "You're talking nonsense," the jailer roared. "The dishes you use in your shop are clearly the secret recipes of the Zhang family's private chefs. Tell me how your chefs accidentally discovered them. If you can't give me a clear explanation, even if my master comes, he won't be able to save your dog's life." "Huh?" Manager Li was so shocked that his eyes went blank. In a daze, he seemed to have realized something. In a flash, he said, "Gentlemen, I did indeed fabricate a lie. Those dishes were actually sold to us by a man named Chen Wuji for 10 taels of silver per dish. As for where he got them from, I have no idea. I'm just a businessman." "Chen Wuji? Where is he from? Tell me in detail." The jailer's expression changed slightly, and he shouted loudly. Shopkeeper Li shook his head. "I don't know where he's from, but besides the recipes he sold me, he also sold me some pots. I inquired and found out that those iron pots were all made by the blacksmith Yang from the East Market. Perhaps he knows Chen Wuji's detailed background." The guards exchanged glances, and the one in the lead shouted again, "Write down the dishes you bought from memory." "Yes." Manager Lee sighed, silently apologizing on behalf of Chen Wuji in his heart. The enormous hat was pressing down on him. He really had no other choice. Upon returning home, Chen Wuji immediately began crafting the heaven-shattering thunder. Old Zhang gave a very generous amount this time, enough for him to raise the Zhang family home inside and out. "Wuji, what are you doing now?" Hua Sanyang walked over with her freshly baked pancakes, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she avoided Chen Wuji, who had arranged the medicinal herbs on the ground like a battle formation. These are all raw materials for the incense of bewitching. However, the test set by Elder Zhang was a bit too demanding. Each medicine packet contained a mix of completely different medicinal herbs, and he added almost every kind of herb available on the market. Chen Wuji had taken the time to study the bamboo tubes for a while making them, but he hadn't figured it out. There are far too many medicinal herbs. It was no easy task for him to select the few herbs with the largest dosage and fixed proportions from among hundreds of medicinal herbs to form the intoxicating fragrance. Chen Wuji carefully put down the bamboo tube in his hand and explained with a smile, "I'm writing a prescription. I haven't been feeling well lately and need to take some tonics." Upon hearing this, Hua Sanyang immediately became anxious. "What's wrong with your body?" Chen Wuji grinned, his hand naturally landing on Hua Sanyang's long, slender thigh and slowly moving upwards. "My wife is so magnanimous. She encouraged Shui Hongdo to sleep with me, which has greatly increased my pressure. It was already difficult to get to the first two, but now it's become the third. It doesn't matter if Yue and Shui Hongdo are neglected for a while, but I'm worried that if this continues, I won't be able to keep up with my wife at night. I should make up for it as soon as possible. I can't let others go without even providing for my wife. That would be too heartless of me." Hua Sanyang blushed slightly, spat lightly, and rolled her eyes. She slapped away Chen Wuji's mischievous hand and scolded him. "You're as strong as a bull. What are you trying to do? The girl has already entered the house. I can't just stop her from consummating the marriage with you. Can I? According to the imperial law, jealous first wives can be exiled or even drowned in a pig cage. I don't want to experience those punishments. Then why hasn't my wife wanted to sleep with me these past few days? Isn't it because she's worried I won't satisfy her?" Chen Wuji asked with a wicked smile. Go away. We just haven't been staying together these past 2 days," Hua Sanyang said irritably. "You weren't home the day before yesterday, and Shui Hongdo was in your room yesterday. I don't have the nerve to be with her. You tricked me into being with Yue, which is already embarrassing enough. You still want to come? If you want, I'll go to your room tonight. Is that all right? It has nothing to do with your health." Chen Wuji shook his head somewhat dejectedly. "So, my wife is still worried about my health, which is why she doesn't want us to live together. Is that it? Are you asking for a beating?" Hua Sanyang said, embarrassed and angry. "How can you do such a thing? There are so many of us here, and I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Don't try to do anything wrong to me. I don't want it, no matter what you say." Chapter 168, The Incident Has Occurred. "My wife, life is very short," Chen Wuji said affectionately. "If we can all live to 70, then after deducting the time spent sleeping and time already passed, we only have 25 years left. During these 25 years, we spend a lot of time apart. For example, I go hunting in the mountains, do other things, etc., which takes up the majority of the 25 years. For convenience, let's remove 2/3, which leaves only 8 years. 8 years. It's only been a blink of an eye. Considering we've already lived nearly 20 years, 8 years seems so short. There's not much we can do in this life. My wife, in this short time, we must be brave enough to try. If you divide those 8 short years with someone else, we probably only have 2 or 3 more years together. Eat a pancake." Hua Sanyang's head was buzzing, and she quickly stuffed a hot pancake into Chen Wuji's mouth. "Try it. I just made it. Can it match your skills?" Chen Wuji took a bite. "Yes, absolutely. My wife, I'm not talking nonsense. What I want to say is that I want you by my side every night. As for other things, you can add them if you want, or not if you don't. But I hope that no matter how many things are added, you will always be by my side, and I can feel your tenderness as soon as I turn around." Chen Wuji looked at Hua Sanyang quietly with those eyes that were so affectionate, even when looking at a dog, speaking gently and movingly, full of tender feelings. Hua Sanyang's ears felt like they were branding irons. You. Hurry up and eat your pancake." She fled in panic. But Chen Wuji's words were deeply imprinted in my heart. And I think it makes a lot of sense. If we add and subtract these factors throughout their lives, the actual time they can spend together seems to be only a few fleeting years. And if none of them live past 70, this period will only be shorter. But she really couldn't do it with Chen Yue and Shui Hongdou. Chen Wuji smiled and, taking advantage of the break while eating the pancakes, continued to look at the medicinal herbs scattered on the ground, feeling more and more overwhelmed. Old Zhang really went all out. With a biscuit in his mouth, Chen Wuji patiently separated the medicinal herbs from each medicine packet and began to observe the dosage. After looking at it more than 10 times, he finally found a pattern. So that's how it is. Chen Wuji's eyes lit up. Once he established the pattern, he quickly removed the randomly added medicinal herbs and arranged the herbs in the same proportions together. Finally, more than 10 genuine bewitching incense sticks appeared in front of him. Wow, that's really not easy. Chen Wuji stretched contentedly. Suddenly, I realized that the light and shadows outside the window were already starting to slant westward. It was almost evening. He was so engrossed in the joy of solving the mystery that he didn't notice how quickly time had passed. At first, he only ate a pancake, but it seemed to take more than 2 hours. After putting away the bewitching incense, Chen Wuji stretched for a bit before continuing to work on making the heaven-shattering thunder. To make it even more powerful, Chen Wuji tied the 6 sealed bamboo tubes together again. Wuji, someone's here outside, surnamed Yang, says he has something urgent to discuss with you. Huasan Yang suddenly poked half her head in through the doorway. Go out and see. Suranama Yang. Chen Wuji's heart tightened suddenly as he remembered what the blacksmith Yang had said that morning. He will come looking for you if he needs anything, but at that time Chen Wuji needs to be prepared to become an outlaw. After stuffing the finished bamboo tubes into his pocket, Chen Wuji hurriedly left. Under the willow trees by the roadside, a man with a bronze complexion stood leading a mule. Not the sheep blacksmith. He was a nephew of the blacksmith Yang. Chen Wuji recognized the man, but couldn't remember his name. He seemed to be from the Fu generation. Brother Chen, my uncle sent me to tell you that the county government is trying to find out your whereabouts. He wants you to be careful and make preparations as soon as possible, the young man surnamed Yang said, bowing. Chen Wuji's heart sank. What else did your uncle say? Nothing else, just told me to tell Brother Chen this one thing, the young man surnamed Yang said. Several people came to the county government office this afternoon and specifically asked Brother Chen where he lived. They didn't say anything else. My uncle told them that Brother Chen was helping him sell pots, but he didn't know the specifics. Did the people from the county government give you any trouble? Chen Wuji asked. No, not at all. Chen Wuji was a little puzzled. The people from the county government were inquiring about his whereabouts, but they didn't make things difficult for Lao Yang. Did they know something or not? Thank you. Go back and tell your uncle to prepare for the worst-case scenario. It seems the weather is about to change. There's a risk of strong winds and heavy rain, Chen Wuji said. Yes. The young man surnamed Yang cupped his hands in greeting. I will tell my uncle everything. No sooner had the young man, surnamed Yang, left than Chen Wuji, before he could even return his house, saw several fast horses rushing over like the wind and stopping beside the big willow tree. The men on horseback were all armored and wielding swords. They were actually the government troops. Are you Chen Wuji? The man in the lead shouted at Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji shook his head. No. Do you know where Chen Wuji lives? What do you want with him? That kid's an idiot. He's mentally unstable. He almost bit a villager to death a while ago. I heard that his madness is contagious. Whoever gets bitten will also get it, Chen Wuji said seriously. The soldier on horseback was somewhat annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where he is. That is me, Chen Wuji said, standing tall and proud. Since they come knocking on our door, it seems we can't avoid it, so we'll just have to play it by ear. You are? Then why did you just say you weren't? You dare mock me? The soldier on horseback roared in anger. How could I dare to mock you? Sir, but you haven't said what you want from me. Is it too much to ask a little more and be a little more cautious? Shishan village was attacked by bandits twice recently. What if you were bandits in disguise coming to take revenge on me? Chen Wuji said matter-of-factly. It's not that I'm disrespectful to you, sir, but that bandit Zhou Booping threatened me terribly when he was dying, so I have to be careful. The soldier, his face contorted with rage, gripped his sword with his right hand and glared at Chen Wuji, shouting in a deep voice, Chen Wuji, your misdeeds have been exposed. Come with us. If you dare resist arrest, don't blame us for being merciless and killing you on the spot. Chen Wuji really wanted Qin Zhan home to see this scene. Look at them. Even the city guards are more decisive than the imperial city guards. They'll kill without hesitation. They're supposed to be the emperor's eyes and ears, yet they're not assertive at all. Like master, like servant. Judging from the appearance of the imperial city guard, who seems to be middle-aged and weak, His Majesty the Emperor probably isn't much tougher either. Chapter 169, The Chen Family of Beijun. Chen Wuji was brought to the Yunnan County Government Office with knives and axes at his hands. He didn't even have time to greet Hua Sanyang and the others or say a few words of comfort. However, the thunderbolt he had carried in his pocket as a precaution remained unharmed. He was brazenly thrown into the county jail along with him. This kind of semi-underground building could absolutely drive any person with a sunny disposition crazy. The entire prison was filled with the stench of blood, decay, and excrement that was so foul it made you question the meaning of life. Chen Wuji sat on the pile of hay that had been used by countless prisoners and vomited until he almost brought up the food he had eaten last month. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by several figures appearing outside the cells. The person in the lead was Yu Wu, an acquaintance whom Chen Wuji had met several times. "Brother Chen, we meet again, but I didn't expect it to be in this kind of situation." Yu Wu's expression was somewhat complicated. You could have earned a military merit, but now everything is gone. Chen Wuji cursed Yu Wu's ancestors in his heart, but said calmly, "Yes, I didn't expect to come here either. I'm just a hunter, and I haven't done anything illegal or disorderly. Why am I here? Officer Yu, I wonder if you can enlighten me." Yu Wu said in a deep voice, "What's the story behind the recipe you sold to Li Si for tea? That's all there is to it. My family is so poor that I have no other choice but to sell my family's land and some heirlooms to make a little money. What else could it be?" Chen Wuji said. Yu Wu sighed. "Brother Chen, we've been friends for a while now, and I can't bear to see you fall to this state. But if you don't tell me anything, it's hard for me to help you. Tell me the truth, and I will do everything I can to secure your freedom." "That's the truth," Chen Wuji said frankly. Yu Wu was somewhat annoyed. "You come from a hunter's family. How did you come to have such a family tradition? Tell me, where did you steal those recipes from?" "Stealing is a minor offense. It's fine to tell." Chen Wuji. He was just worried that something had happened regarding the drunken 8 Immortals incident. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. The core of Yu Wu's questions always revolved around the recipe. Their goal was the recipe. Damn it, who the hell would have thought that this would become the reason for sending him to jail? This is truly bizarre. But what is the purpose of Yu Wu's guidance in this way? Chen Wuji shook his head, looking somewhat troubled, and said, "Officer Yu, although I am just a small hunter, my surname is Chen, and our family was once quite wealthy. It's not surprising that some family traditions are genuine." Yu Wu's expression remained unchanged. "Which Chen? Do I really have to say it? Explain." "All right, Chen from Beijun." Chen Wuji decided to take this opportunity to raise the banner of his family once again. Hiding and lurking, like a timid mouse cowering in the shadows, is utterly pointless. As a family that even the emperor once feared, how could the Chen family live so humbly in a place of exile? The path chosen by Chen Bushi and others wasn't wrong, but it wasn't right either. If things continued this way, it would only erode the courage and fighting spirit that the Chen family once took pride in, turning them into beings at the mercy of others. Since the southern commandery is full of snakes and rats, and has already aroused enough suspicion in the emperor, what harm is there in having another family that the emperor once feared so much and which has now declined? So what if it gets even more chaotic? Perhaps the emperor might even want to take advantage of this rock that once stood in the way of the northern commandery. Yu Wu's expression changed slightly. "The one you're talking about, is it the Chen family of Beijun that I know?" "Yes. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Chen Wuji said calmly. "I think no one would want to impersonate our clan unless they feel that the thing around their neck is superfluous." "I understand. Someone, move him to another cell." The jailer beside him said with some difficulty, "Officer, this is not in accordance with the rules. He's an old friend of mine, and you're talking to me about rules? Get lost." Yu shouted angrily. The jailer shrank back, chuckled awkwardly, and clasped his hands in acceptance of the order. "You'll have to stay here for a while I ask the higher-ups. There's not much I can do, except find you a more comfortable place, and I'll have dinner brought in," Yu Wu said. "Thank you." Chen Wuji clasped his hands in thanks. Although he knew Yu Wu was putting on an act for him, there was still some benefit to it, and he was worth thanking him for. After being released from prison, Yu Wu hurriedly entered the county government office. "Registrar Wang, the person has been found. but the background is somewhat complicated. The clerk, with a thin face and a sparse beard, had his feet propped up on the table, holding a teapot in his hand, humming a tune of unknown origin. How complicated is it? Wang, the registrar, raised his eyelids, his fingers lightly twirling and pulling at his long beard. He comes from the Chen family of Beijun, and those recipes are all family heirlooms. I think what he said might be true. There shouldn't be anyone in this world who would be foolish enough to impersonate the Chen family of Beijun, Yu Wu said. Wang, the registrar, changed his expression slightly, withdrew his feet from the table, and sat up straight. The Chen family of Beijun has wandered to Yunnan? How many of their clansmen are there? I don't know. Yu Wu shook his head. There aren't many Chen families in Xishan village, but Chen seems to be a big surname in the entire Yunnan region and even Nanjun. I just don't know if they're all related to the Chen family in Beijun. It's highly likely that when the Chen family of Beijun was at its peak, imperial decrees were ignored. Chief Clerk Wang murmured, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I was just trying to grab some benefits, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. The Chen family of Beijun, should we accuse them of treason and rebellion and gain some small credit? No. The emperor already has deep suspicions about Nanjun. If a treason case breaks out now, it will probably not bring any benefits. On the contrary, it will give the emperor a handle to use against him, so that he can send people to Nanjun in a legitimate way. With more people and more power, some plans will be disrupted. It's not worth it. Not worth it at all. I've heard that the Chen family of Beijun is the best at training troops in the world. I wonder how much of their strength they still have in this generation. Should we force them to rebel first to see their true worth before making them work for us? Yu Wu looked at the muttering registrar, and his lips twitched slightly. Registrar Wang, forcing the Chen family to rebel might have serious consequences. If they still have some of their former strength, it could ruin things. What you say makes a lot of sense, but your words are useless. If you have nothing better to do, you should learn from those courtesans and keep your mouth shut. Chief Clerk Wang glanced at Yu Wu and snorted. First, feed and treat him well. I'm going to see the magistrate. This matter still needs his approval. Wang, the registrar, got up, shook his head, and left the room muttering, why did this Chen family from Beijun have to come up out of nowhere? They're really a nuisance. A shadow crossed Yu Wu's eyes. He quickly glanced at Wang Zhubu's back before leaving the room. Chen Clan Ancestral Hall, Xishan Village. Chen Bushi respectfully offered incense to his ancestors, then turned to look at the Chen family members behind him. Wuji is the most promising member of the main branch among our two generations. What I mean is, it's time for the Chen family to show their strength. We fight for the country, but the country treats us like a flood or a beast, always on guard. Now we have fallen to this state. I do not want our descendants to continue living like this. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Let's all speak up. Chapter 170, Borrowing the County Magistrate's Head for Use. Agree. Bear Bubble was the first to respond. A startlingly fierce glint suddenly flashed in his usually timid eyes. He glanced around, spat, and said viciously, I'm so fed up with this life of hiding. Over the years, to avoid being discovered by the court, we even have to sneak around to offer incense to our ancestors. Our generation has reached this point. Enough is enough. Do we really want our descendants to live in this darkness, with no hope in sight? As soon as he finished speaking, someone objected, although these days are tough, at least we're still alive. As long as we're alive, there will always be a turning point. Stop talking nonsense. Xiong Paozi turned around and cursed. If it weren't for us people licking knives all day long, our Chun clan would have been wiped out long ago. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just talk about the recent bandit attack on the village. We all contributed to this, the man said immediately. Yes, but what you don't know is that those bandits are kept by some big shots in Nanjun. Because we killed their people, they're now planning to kill our entire village. Xiong Paozi sneered. Why do you think Wuji got into trouble? It's because he killed Zhou Buping, that bandit leader. Look, in the eyes of those big shots, we will die whether we resist or not. Ants are not worthy of reasoning with people. They only care whether you are in their way. The clansman who objected changed his expression slightly. Is this really true? If I'm lying to you, I'll personally help your sheep give birth from now on. Xiong Paozi said glaringly. No need to be so extreme. I believe you. The clansman said helplessly. We're just discussing the matter at hand. Why are you gambling with your own descendants? The bloodline of the Chen clan will not allow you to defile it like this. Roll. Chen Bushi calmly looked at the dozen or so core clan members. We have been secretly accumulating strength and planning for this day. But after witnessing Chen Wuji's methods of amassing wealth, I suddenly realized that what we have been doing for so many years has been somewhat foolish. Even after a year or two of hard work, we still can't compare to the wealth that kid casually accumulates. That's one of the reasons I'm protecting him. Another reason is that our Chun family needs to stand up now, show our mettle, and let the world know that we're not all dead yet. Going south from here will not end our path to survival. But more importantly, Chen Wuji is the main branch of the Chun family. Even if he is still a fool, his bloodline must not be severed. Everyone, do not forget the teachings of our ancestors, and do not forget why we have come to be here and taken root. Chun-Li said, "Third brother, the Chun family has never lacked courage. Don't explain so much, everyone understands. Just tell me what to do." "Yes, uncle, give the order." Just because some people are willing to live on doesn't mean we all think the same way. If you ask me, when faced with something so important that must be done, don't bother with any discussions. Just drag those who want to live on out of the way and sacrifice them to the flag, someone else shouted. The clansman who had previously refuted Xiong Paozi, with his neck stiffened but his dejected air, said, "I just didn't want everyone to die in vain." "Shut up. If you say another word, I'll really use you as a sacrifice." The clansman snorted heavily. Third uncle just made it very clear. The ancestors decreed that the main bloodline must not be severed. That's the reason, the only reason. Some of you may have looked down on Wuji in the past. He was foolish, and you could indeed look down on him. But look at what he's doing now. Could you do that in several lifetimes? Let me tell you, the main lineage is always the main lineage. This is why our Chun family has continued for thousands of years, and our foundation remains unbroken. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Please stop cursing us. The clansman who had previously argued back pleaded for forgiveness. Seeing that no one had any objections, Chen Bushi said directly, "Tonight we will attack the city and break out of the prison. After it is done, Chen Mule will bring people to meet us. We will enter Shingshenling, where everything has already been prepared." Chen Wuji finally met Magistrate Zhu. However, the time and place were not quite what he had imagined. "Your surname is Chun of Beijun?" Zhu Wei sat high in the main seat, his slightly bloated figure almost filling the entire armchair, making a clicking sound as he turned a string of Buddhist prayer beads. "Yes. The Chun family of Beijun is indeed having a bit of a tight time these days. Isn't that right?" "Yes." Zhu Wei glanced at Chen Wuji and chuckled. "You killed the bandit Zhou Buping, ridding Yunnan of a great scourge, but it also displeased some people. Being a county magistrate in this remote area is not easy. Sometimes I feel utterly powerless when dealing with certain people. The things your family has inherited are very valuable, even extremely valuable. People can't live without food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Especially for those big shots. Once they have money and power, all they care about are their appetite and their lower body. Would you mind cooperating with the county government and making a little money together? You provide your family's secret techniques, and we'll handle everything else. We'll split the profits 90/10ths afterwards. You come from the Chun family of Beijun, which is too dangerous. The county government needs to cover for you and protect your safety. So, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take a little less, right? 80/20th split, plus an identity." Chen Wuji said. Zhu Wei was somewhat displeased. "You come from the Chun family of Beijun. How dare you try to bargain with me? I think you should give me more, because I come from the Chun family of Beijun. Why are you so sure that my family's only skill is cooking?" "The Chen family isn't famous for cooking," Chen Wuji said calmly. Zhu Wei's eyes flashed, and he suddenly chuckled. "No wonder you can turn some people's pets, which they've trained for years, into corpses. You're quite promising, young man. Tell me, what kind of identity do you want?" "Officer." Zhu Wei was taken aback. "You're really good at asking for the moon. A constable's position isn't something you can just give away so easily. In my memory, a county magistrate seems to have such power, but he's just a mere constable. Surely the county magistrate wouldn't be reluctant to part with it? We're so close, it would be good to discuss some things, wouldn't it?" Chen Wuji said with a smile. "The county government office is already full of people, and there's already a head constable. Where am I supposed to find another one for you? Find someone else, or make him a constable," Zhu Wei said. Chen Wuji grinned and chuckled. "How about the magistrate just kill one of them?" Zhu Wei was stunned for a moment. "Damn it, you really live up to your surname." Just then, a person suddenly walked in. Zhu Wei's smile vanished instantly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" The man didn't speak, but walked straight up to Zhu Wei. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed. "I'll borrow the county magistrate's head for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the magistrate's fine head flew into the air. His knife was very sharp, and he cut with more skill than an executioner. Chen Wuji, covered in blood, was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 171, Our Own People. The sudden turn of events made Chen Wuji tense up, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although the other party was dressed as a constable, their background was clearly more than just that of a constable. Why did he kill this man surnamed Zhu? Chen Wuji's mind raced, but he had no idea where to begin guessing. Just then, the constable suddenly looked at Chen Wuji and said, "Hurry up and leave. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Go to Zehua restaurant on Famine Street, find a girl named Wanner, and stay there for the night. Someone will escort you out of the city tomorrow. Although I can spare your life, what happens next depends on your own fate. Murdering an official of the imperial court is a crime that can implicate 9 generations of your family. You must change your name and move to a new place to start a new life until this storm passes." Chen Wuji. Damn it. Chen Wuji, who rarely swore, couldn't help himself at this moment. "So you're one of us? You recklessly rushed in and stabbed Zhu Wei all to save me." Although the risks involved in saving his friend were significant, Chen Wuyi was still somewhat speechless. "At least do some research before you take action. Even eavesdropping outside for a while would have been fine, but how could you just rush in and chop someone up with a knife?" It even forced him to live a life on the run. This kindness is truly... Chen Wuji was at a loss for words, unsure where to direct his grievances. "Don't be surprised. Although we haven't met many times, I also share the surname Chen," the man continued. "The situation in the city is very complicated right now, and I don't have much time to explain everything in detail. You can ask Chen Bushi later. He will give you an answer." Chen Wuji nodded and said quietly, "But I just reached a cooperation agreement with Magistrate Zhu, and he promised me the position of head constable. Although it may seem like a pie in the sky, the situation is not actually that complicated. But never mind. Thanks, I'd better run for my life. This whole mess is ridiculous." The man opened his mouth, his face turning red and then black. "You and Zhu Wei are discussing a collaboration? But why did I hear you're suspect in the drunken 8 Immortals case? That bastard fabricated this title to force me to submit." Chen Wuji glanced at Zhu Wei's headless corpse and cursed angrily. "He made such a big fuss, but actually he's after the value of some of my recipes and wants to force me to comply." The man stared blankly for a long while, looking listless before weakly saying, "This is his usual trick, but I've been led astray. The situation in the city has been so chaotic lately, with people dying in the prison every day. I was worried about what might happen, and when I finally got an opportunity, I didn't dare to let it slip by and took action. Your position in the Chun clan is extraordinary, and you cannot afford any mishaps. But it's too late to say anything now. Since this misunderstanding has already occurred, you can only escape. However, do not go to other places for the time being. Find a place to settle down in Shengshenling and wait for my news." Chen Wuji thought to himself, what kind of status could he possibly have? Although he was puzzled, now is not the time to talk about it. He quickly asked, "Who saw you here?" "I sneaked in," the man said. "To create the illusion that you killed Zhu Wei, I couldn't be exposed. No one should have noticed my presence." Chen Wuji, "Thank you so much, you're so thoughtful. Since that's the case, I can't leave. Give me a stab, then you can go," Chen Wuji said. Someone suddenly broke in and killed Zhu Wei and seriously injured me," Chen Wuji said, grabbing the skin on his neck. "Give me a cut here, just enough to break the skin, then give me 2 more cuts on my back." The man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your method isn't entirely impossible, but it's a bit risky. If you're suspected of being a murderer, you might die in jail." "It's all right, I have a way," Chen Wuji said. "Are you confident?" "At least 80. "Good." After a brief reply, Constable Chun suddenly swung his sword. Chen Wuji felt a sharp pain as a cut appeared on his neck. Although the major artery was avoided, the wound was still quite gruesome. Chen Wuji winced in pain. "Damn it, I'll definitely beat this brute to death another day. This unexpected disaster has truly caused a great calamity." Suddenly, another sharp pain shot through my back. Constable Chun swung his knife repeatedly, leaving 2 minor wounds on Chen Wuji's back. Chen Wuji groaned, his face instantly turning red. "Damn it, that fucking hurts. Even though this guy meant well, he has to be killed." I can't quell my hatred without beating him to death. Chen Wuji fell to the ground with a thud, pretending to be unconscious. Officer Chen looked somewhat embarrassed. He quickly glanced around to make sure no clues were left behind, then swiftly climbed out the window and left. His movements were incredibly graceful, disappearing as silently as a mosquito scurrying into a secret room. Chen Wuji endured the intense pain and pretended to be dead on the ground. This pretense lasted for about an hour. Just when he was getting really bored and even a little sleepy, someone finally arrived. It seems she is still a woman. She smelled strongly of rouge. The fragrance wafted out as soon as the door was opened. "Master!" The newcomer called out softly, followed by a gasp, and stumbled and fell not far from Chen Wuji. Lying on the ground, Chen Wuji dared not open his eyes to look, but he could vaguely see out of the corner of his eye that it was a young woman who still had a charming appearance, most likely Zhu Wei's wife or concubine. Zhu Wei has been dead for so long, and the first people to discover him weren't the constables outside, but his wives and concubines? Where are the others? The woman sat frozen in fear on the ground for a moment, then suddenly ordered, "Someone, have Clerk Wang come here." "Yes." A woman answered from outside the door. After the footsteps sounded, the beautiful young woman quickly got up and closed the half-open door. Chen Wuji was filled with doubts. What on earth was going on? Why didn't this woman quickly summon the county yamen runners? Instead, she sent someone to invite Registrar Wang and even close the door. This situation gives off a feeling that a conspiracy is about to unfold. A moment later, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a woman's voice. "Madam, Registrar Wang has arrived." "Please let Registrar Wang come in alone," the woman in the room said, her voice slightly flustered, though she tried to remain calm. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a person walked in. Out of the corner of Chen Wuji's eye, he only noticed a pair of large feet. He couldn't see anything else. "Old Wang, Zhu Wei is dead." The woman's voice rang out. Perhaps because the room was dimly lit, Wang, the registrar, did not immediately notice that Zhu Wei had lost his head and that only his body was sitting in the chair. "Who died here?" Clerk Wang suddenly exclaimed. "What happened? You killed him? Where's that kid named Chen Wuji?" "There, he was stabbed in the back and looks like he's dead. I don't know who did it. I heard that Zhu Wei had called a handsome young man into the room, so I came to cause him trouble. And that's when I saw this," the woman said. Chen Wuji. He seemed to have overheard something inappropriate. Chapter 172, How Dare You Lie to Me? Chen Wuji lay on the ground, his whole body numb. Speechless. His mother opened the door for him. Speechless again. Zhu Wei has homosexual tendencies, and it seems his wife is aware of it. Judging from the tone of the woman's voice when she spoke to Wang, their relationship was definitely not simple. This Wang clerk is probably the neighbor Wang. The story is exciting, but this is not what Chen Wuji wanted to see. He just wants to go back to prison. Why is that so difficult? Wang, the registrar, paced back and forth around Chen Wuji with his large feet. After a long while, he said with some irritation, "You're confused. You shouldn't have kept quiet after discovering that Zhu Wei had been killed. Instead, you secretly call me over. How am I supposed to handle such a big matter?" "This is our chance," Madame Zhu said in a deep voice. "You've been secretly managing the Zhu family's business all along, and you know all the connections. Even without Zhu Wei, the Zhang family will never cut off this connection for no reason. Who killed Zhu Wei is not important for now. What's most important is who we kill with this opportunity. How can you frame us like this?" Registrar Wang hissed. "You're courting death for both of us." "What? Even you're getting impatient with me now." Madame Zhu's tone suddenly turned cold. Wang, the registrar, paused for a moment, then said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that the risks involved are too great." Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Zhu Wei's wife was still in control. Madame Zhu's cold voice rang out throughout the entire county government. "Even if that phone fellow sees something, he will absolutely not interfere. As long as you have the upper hand, that opportunist will definitely turn to you completely. The only one who needs to be dealt with is Yu Wu, Zhu Wei's confidant. Haven't you long suspected that he knows about our affairs? Take this opportunity to get rid of him and completely eliminate this threat. Once he's dead, the entire county government will be in your hands. Even if the imperial court sends a new magistrate, what can he do? If Yu doesn't die, that guy's surname phone will also waver. Aren't you afraid?" After pondering for a moment, Chief Clerk Wang seemed to have made up his mind. "Now that things have come to this, we have no other choice. Go find Chun Xingyuan yourself and have him bring his trusted men." New. Footsteps sounded, and then the door creaked open. Just then, a face suddenly appeared in front of Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji was so frightened that he almost moved. He quickly held his breath and pinched the shuego acupoint with his right hand, which was pressed down on his body, forcing himself into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness, but with his heart rate and breathing extremely weak. He dared not fall into a complete coma, fearing that the old silver coin would deliver another blow. If they are discovered, the worst that can happen is that both sides will fight to the death, but if they are completely unconscious, their fate is uncertain. This adulterer and this wicked woman are neither good people. Chen Wuji dared not gamble that they might pull out a dagger and stab him in the back at any moment. Fortunately, Wang Zhubu only checked Chen Wuji's breathing and then ignored him. A short while later, someone came to the door. Wang, the registrar, whispered a few words to the person and then closed the door again. Less than a few minutes later, someone else arrived. This time, Clerk Wang invited the man into the room, and immediately a cry of alarm rang in Chen Wuji's ears. "You Wu, you heartless bastard, how dare you assassinate the county magistrate? Guards, seize him!" "Wang Yaozu, what are you doing? How dare you frame me? You're asking for death." Immediately afterwards, the sounds of fighting rang out. The whole process was very short, lasting only a few minutes before it quickly subsided. Although Chen Wuji couldn't see, he could roughly guess how things were progressing. Yu Wu was hacked to death. Wang Zhubu sent Madame Zhu to summon Chen Xingyuan, clearly to set up an ambush for Wu. "Chen Xingyuan, this is a man surnamed Chen. I wonder if he is that brute? If so, I wonder what he would think if he saw this scene." The truth is, Chen Xingyuan's mind was a mess at the moment, like a revolving lantern swaying wildly from side to side. He was completely dumbfounded. He killed Zhu Wei, but now it's Yu Wu who killed him. He became a hero who brought criminals to justice. The bizarre turn of events left Chen Xingyuan's mind blank for a while. At this moment, Registrar Wang suddenly said, "Yu Wu accepted bribes from Chen Wuji, and blinded by money, he actually assassinated the county magistrate to protect the real culprit in the 8 immortals of drunkenness case. His crime is unforgivable. I will report to the prefect and the vice prefect as soon as possible, and quickly send people to control the heinous Chen family. This matter is of great importance. Before the prefectural government issues an order, no one is allowed to leak the news. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." "Yes." Chen Xingyuan and his 2 trusted servants clasped their hands in acceptance of the order. Wang, the registrar, glanced at Chen Wuji lying on the ground, gave Chen Xingyuan a look, made a throat-slitting gesture, and said very softly, "Alive." Chen Xingyuan nodded coldly, but sighed inwardly. "It's complicated, far too complicated. This job is mentally exhausting." Upon hearing Wang Zhubu's words, Chen Wuji immediately cursed the grandson and his ancestors for 18 generations. That shameless bastard suddenly shifted all the blame for the drunken 8 immortals case onto him. Although it was indeed him who did it, he wasn't entirely innocent. But this bastard couldn't find out a single thing. His attempt to shift the blame for today's events only angered Chen Wuji so much that he almost pulled out the thunderclap from his pocket. The plan to escape completely failed. As a result, Chen was accused of treason. Instead of improving, things went downhill and became the worst possible scenario. That scoundrel Wang actually stumbled upon the real culprit by sheer luck. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from above the eaves. "What a show! I never imagined that a mere clerk could wield such power." "Who?" Wang, the registrar, suddenly changed his expression and shouted sharply. Chen Wuji suddenly perked up his ears. "This sound. She looks like a fairy. Listen again. Could it be such a coincidence?" Under the hazy night sky, several figures landed in the courtyard like dumplings. The dark red, sleeveless outer robe paired with the dark patterned black inner garment moved without wind, instantly exuding a chilling aura. The Imperial City Guard is handling a case. With a sharp shout, a seductive yet cold figure slowly walked over and stood in front of Registrar Wang, shouting so loudly, "Do you still want to lay a hand on me, Registrar Wang?" Wang, the registrar, had a gloomy expression. "I wonder what business the officials of the Imperial City Guard have with you. Take him down." The alluring figure glanced sideways at Chen Xingyuan. Chen Xingyuan was stunned. He was eager to know what kind of day it was tonight and why it was so lively. Between arresting Wang Zhubu and confronting the Imperial City Guard, Chen Xingyuan hesitated for only 2 seconds before holding a knife to Wang Zhubu's neck. "How dare you lie to me, Registrar Wang? Chapter 173, Timely Rain. Wang, the registrar, glanced down at the broadsword pressed against his neck, his face contorted in a grimace. Chen Xingyuan, you idiot. This woman has been hiding on the roof for who knows how long. She must know everything she should and shouldn't have heard. And now you're just going to be a fence-sitter? Kill them, and we'll have a chance to survive. Wang Yaozu, shut up. Chen Xingyuan shouted angrily. You colluded with Zhu Lushi, murdered the county magistrate, and framed the head constable. Do you think I didn't notice anything? I was just struggling to find evidence. Now all the officials of the Imperial City Guard have seen it all, and you still dare to say such heartless things. You really don't know what's good for you. Clerk Wang sneered repeatedly. Chen Xing, you dishonest dog, you'll die a much worse death than me. I'll be waiting for you down there, and I'm sure it won't be long. Shut up. Chen Xingyuan slapped Wang Zhubu across the face with the back of his knife. A jet of blood, along with several teeth, flew out. Guards, take him away, the alluring figure in dark red said lightly. Two Imperial City inspectors quickly stepped forward, standing on either side of Chen Xingyuan and his companions, each holding a knife. Chen Xingyuan understood, forcefully yanked Wang, the registrar, out from behind the threshold, then pointed the knife at Madame Zhu. Let's go. After the group was contained in a courtyard lit by a few sparse lanterns, the alluring yet ruthless dark red figure slowly walked into the room. She glanced at Zhu Wei's headless corpse on a main seat, then squatted down beside Chen Wuji. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes, divided it into 3 pieces, and very gently bandaged Chen Wuji's wound. Stop pretending. Get up and thank me for saving your life. She leaned down and gently blew a breath into Chen Wuji's ear, her rosy lips gently biting and enveloping Chen Wuji's earlobe. Chen Wuji shuddered. This vixen, don't you consider the occasion? Chen Wuji quickly sat down on the ground. Why are you here? I've been here for quite a while now, and I've witnessed quite a spectacle of the snipe and the clam fighting, Qin Zhanhong said with a joking smile. When did you arrive? Qin Zhanhong winked. Guess. I'm not guessing, Chen Wuji said irritably. In such a serious place, why are you playing these cryptic games with me? When you were negotiating with Zhu Wei, Qin Zhanhong said, but I seem to have a vague recollection of this matter, so it shouldn't have appeared in the secret report. Therefore, I must have arrived when Wang Zhubu committed the murder around that time. Chen Wuji understood and whispered his thanks. Put in a little more effort next time. I always get some benefits for going against my principles, don't you think? Qin Zhanhong's lips curled up slightly, sexy and alluring. Don't do it again next time. I'll work my ass off from now on. You were a living saint today. Chen Wuji said sincerely. If Qin Zhanhong hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have been prepared to lead his people to become outlaws. Qin Zhanhong chuckled softly. I went back and thought about it today and decided to take your advice and gamble, but I have very few people I can call upon in Yunnan. Just in case, I plan to meet with Zhu Wei and force him to compromise and call upon the county government's manpower. Who knew that as soon as I arrived, I would see you being taken into Zhu Wei's room? Fortunately, I don't have that much affection for you, the guy who defiled me, and I held back at that moment. As for what happened after that, you were pretending to be unconscious on the ground the whole time, and we saw the same thing. I never imagined that a small county government office could be so complicated, with a mere clerk even daring to try to usurp the county magistrate's power and control the county government office. Chen Wuji rolled his eyes at her and said softly, using the manpower of the county government is indeed a good idea, but still a bit rash. Fortunately, something unexpected happened. The entire Yunnan county government and Zhang Mingyuan are in cahoots. Using them might have caused trouble. But now things have turned out for the better. Qin Zhanhong smiled charmingly. In the Yunnan county government, there aren't only those who are in cahoots with Zhang Mingyuan, but there are also those who are in cahoots with you. Surely there shouldn't be any problem with manpower? I just found out too, but there shouldn't be any problems. What do you plan to make your move? Chen Wuji asked. Qin Zhanhong said in a deep voice, at dawn tomorrow, we will forcibly seize the Zhang residence. I not only want physical evidence, but also the confessions and witnesses of the entire Zhang family. Overstepping my authority is extremely risky. I must find enough evidence to leave them no room for doubt, and I need to use this evidence to prove my motives for doing extraordinary things in extraordinary times. Those arrogant, self-proclaimed virtuous mad dogs can really hurt when they bite, so I can't be careless. I understand, but I believe you will be right, Chen Wuji said confidently. The emperor desperately needs a breakthrough. He will definitely protect his informants. Qin Jianhong casually brushed her hand across Chen Wuji's leg and said softly, "Later, I will conduct a surprise interrogation of Registrar Wang and that unfaithful woman. You should inform your clansmen and have them take control of the county government and bring out their trusted confidants. Today's events must not be leaked." Chen Wuji was utterly helpless. He was speaking so seriously, yet his hands were so restless. This woman is so reasonable. Okay, Chen Wuji responded, giving Qin Jianhong's pert buttocks a couple of firm squeezes. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Such things must be returned. It has to be said that Qin Jianhong's breasts are truly round and perky. She was the most outstanding woman she had ever met, far more exaggerated than those women in later generations who were artificially shaped by wearing sky-high heels. "I'll go out first." Qin Jianhong whispered a fragrant breath into Chen Wuji's ear. Not long after Qin Jianhong left, a bewildered Chen Xingyuan walked in. "Why did the Imperial City Guard let me in?" Chen Xingyuan asked Chen Wuji, frowning. "We need to talk," Chen Wuji said. "Which branch of Xishan village are you from?" Chen Xingyuan shook his head. "Xishan village is full of the main clan. We don't have the opportunity to live in Xishan village. I am from the Chen family of Jiuhu, in the northern part of Yunnan. Jiuhu is a town. It seems that your third uncle did not tell you about the origin of our Chen family. You're the main branch of the main clan, that is, the branch of the head of the family. All the other branches in Xishan village are the main branches, and the rest of us Chen family are the branches." Chen Wuji was taken aback. "My bloodline holds such a prestigious position in the Chen family? Those two dilapidated houses actually belong to the Chen family lineage. Who the hell would believe that? So the Chen family didn't completely scatter and split apart?" Chen Wuji asked, seizing the opportunity. "Yes, but only some of the branches are illegitimate. The real Chen family is still the Chen family." Chen Xingyuan's voice was very low. He mentioned it briefly and then glossed over it. "This is not the place to talk about these things. Are you familiar with the people from the Imperial City Guard?" "Oh, that's your sister-in-law," Chen Wuji said with a faint smile. Chapter 174, Chen's Betrayal. Sister-in-law. Chen Xingyuan glanced at the alluring yet dashing and ruthless dark red figure outside, his mind blank for a moment. "Is that my sister-in-law? Could that be my sister-in-law?" Chen Xingyuan suddenly felt that the world was somewhat upside down and chaotic. He actually knew Chen Wuji's situation very well. This is, after all, the lineage of the head of the family. His every move will affect the development of the entire Chen clan and also attract the attention of the clan members. If it were the former head of the Chen family, the officials of the Imperial City Guard would never be of interest to them. The only families they could marry into were the largest and most powerful clans, or at least those with a history of hundreds of years. But what are their current identities? On average, each farmer is struggling to make ends meet. Even within the Chen clan, he is considered to be in a relatively good situation. As for Chen Wuji, things are only slightly better for now. He no longer has to worry about food or clothing. But he actually managed to win over the female official of the Imperial City Guard. Awesome. After a long period of shock, only these two words could summarize Chen Xingyuan's feelings at this moment. "Wait a minute. How can she be my sister-in-law? I'm older. Shouldn't she be my brother's wife?" Chen Xingyuan suddenly realized. Chen Wuji said calmly, "Didn't you just say that I'm from the main branch? Shouldn't I have some advantages?" Chen Xingyuan immediately fell silent. Damn, it seems that's really true. Moreover, he couldn't call her sister-in-law. He had to call her madam. Damn it. We can talk about trivial matters later. Right now, I have an important matter to ask Brother Xingyuan for help. Chen Wuji said seriously. "You were just saying that you are from the family head's lineage and have an advantage, and that you can just give orders directly," Chen Xingyuan said seriously. "Although our Chen family is now relegated to a small corner, many things have not changed. As the future head of the family, you should learn to exercise your authority." Chen Wuji hadn't really figured out how to accept this situation yet, and said in a deep voice, "Please, Brother Xingyuan, send your trusted men to quickly take control of the county government. Zhu Wei and Zhang Mingyuan are birds of a feather. You heard some of what Registrar Wang said earlier. They have a lead in their hands, so dig it out as soon as possible." "Yes." Chen Xingyuan clasped his hands in a deep fist salute and left the room quickly without waiting for Chen Wuji to say anything more. The night was as thick as ink. Everyone had things to do, but Chen Wuji was the one who was the most idle. He had never been inside the back hall of the county government office, so he took the opportunity to wander around. It was just too dark at night, and many things were not visible. However, he discovered Zhu Wei's breeding farm inside the county government office. This guy really does raise all sorts of things. Chickens, ducks, geese, turtles, pigeons, and even a few bees. This guy really went to great lengths to create the illusion that he was honest, loved the people, and was incorruptible. Just then, Chen Wuji suddenly rushed over, holding a lantern, shouting, "Wuji, hurry! Something terrible has happened." Zhang Mingyuan discovered it. He led his men to attack. Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Chen Xingyuan's expression was as if he were constipated. "It's the Chen family who have come to attack." Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment. "Our Chen family has come to attack? Do you want to hear what you're saying?" Even if you add up all the men, women, and children in Shishan village, the Chen family only has that many people. Now that the city gates are closed and there are still so many soldiers stationed there, how can it possibly break through? Just now, a soldier from the garrison rushed over to report that bandits were attacking the city in the dead of night and requested that we quickly send reinforcements. I rushed over to take a look and saw my third uncle in the crowd. Chen Xingyuan said urgently. "They must have come to rescue you. But the problem is that we can't leave the city and have no way to send out the news that you are safe and sound." Chen Wuji was numb. Being valued so much by his clansmen gave him a strange sense of bewilderment and honor. But with so many of his people in danger, he became anxious. "Is there any way to get me out of the city?" Chen Wuji asked. Chen Xingyuan shook his head. "No. Although the Zhang family is not a good family, they have put a lot of effort into the repair of the city walls. Almost every year, they would gather the city's gentry to raise funds to repair the walls. There isn't even a dog hole in the walls, so there is no other way to get out except through the city gates. Yunnan City is a small city with only one city gate. A city gate has many drawbacks, but it is extremely convenient for the defense of a city." "Then you go," Chen Wuji said. "As the head constable, you'll put on a good show and drive away the bandits. You might even get some credit." Chen Xingyuan was stunned for a moment. "Me? Drink me out? How am I supposed to drink me out? Go ahead and curse them." These words aren't meant for our Chen clan members, but for the soldiers on the city walls. "Call them whatever you want. National righteousness, parents, wives, and children," Chen Wuji said. "Once Uncle San sees it's you, he should understand that nothing has happened to me, and they will naturally retreat. Hopefully, they've done something to conceal it and won't come at us openly, otherwise we'll probably have to become outlaws." After all this commotion, I thought everything was settled, and all I had to do now was figure out how to deal with the Zhang family. I never expected this to happen so suddenly. If this matter is not handled properly, Chen will still be destined to become a bandit. Chen Xingyuan looked troubled. "I don't know how to curse. I'm not good at it." "Even if you're not good at it, you have to go. Hurry up and go," Chen Wuji urged. "Just give a fake scolding. You don't need to seem profound. I don't expect you to be as capable as Zhuge Liang." "Who is Zhuge Kongming?" "A reclusive master. Don't worry about that now." Chen Wuji grabbed Chen Xingyuan and left the county office. At this critical juncture, do you still care who Zhuge Kongming is? They're the kind of extraordinary people that ordinary people can never reach in their entire lives. Chen Xingyuan suddenly said, "Wuji, how about I hang you off the city wall? It's more valuable for you to drive away the bandits by drinking them down. Let's go quickly," Chen Wuji urged. He's a grown man, a constable at that, yet he's such a coward when it comes to this. Finding a way to send him out is also an option, but its value is far less than Chen Xingyuan's ability to single-handedly drive away the mountain bandits. With the Imperial City Guard in place, as long as Chen Xingyuan made a slight mention of it in his secret memorial, his future career would be smooth sailing. In the Great Yu Dynasty, the head constables were usually sons who inherited their positions from their fathers, or they came from the army. Even if you work there your whole life, there's no hope of promotion. The career path is blocked. It's impossible to advance any further. But if one could achieve a merit that would impress the emperor, then everything would be different. Chen Xingyuan was forcibly sent to the city by Chen Wuji. He had no way to get into the city. He could only wait below. The shouts of battle outside were intense, and Chen Wuji heard several familiar voices. Hopefully, there have been no casualties so far. Chapter 175, Borrowing Lord Zhang's Head. While Chen Wuji was waiting at the foot of the city, he saw a fire dragon rapidly approaching from afar. He shrank into the shadows beside him, hiding himself to avoid being mistaken for an inside agent, and slashed. The fire dragon, accompanied by the neighing of war horses, quickly approached. Nearly 100 knights protected the sedan chair in middle, while dozens of men dressed in tight-fitting clothes and carrying knives surrounded it, their gray clothes and cold blades exuding an imposing aura. The procession stopped, the sedan chair tilted forward, and a figure stepped out. Zhang Mingyuan. A glint flashed in Chen Wuji's eyes, and his heartstrings tightened suddenly. Hopefully, Chen Xingyuan has already left and said what he needed to say. Ordinary words might fool the soldiers on the city wall, but they certainly won't fool Zhang Mingyuan, that old fox. Once he gets to the city, he'll definitely discover the problem with Chen Xingyuan's words. Zhang Mingyuan straightened his clothes and, surrounded by dozens of gray-clad warriors, climbed onto the city wall. An imperial censor actually kept so many warriors. The Zhang family is truly treating Yunnan as their own territory, which shows just how terrifying their influence is. In the imperial court, only high-ranking military officers had the right to maintain private armies, but the number was fixed at most 200 or 300 people. But Zhang Mingyuan was just an imperial censor, yet this casual action brought out nearly 200 private soldiers. Putting aside everything else, this alone constitutes treason. Chen Wuji hid in the shadows of the corner, waiting anxiously. The commotion outside the city has subsided, but when he tried to hear something else, he couldn't hear a thing. The high walls and heavy city gates blocked most of the sound. Apart from hearing some noise, it was impossible to make out any specific details. After an unknown amount of time, the city gate suddenly burst open with a loud rumble, and Chen Xingyan limped in through the bright torchlight. Dozens of soldiers carrying logs on their shoulders and guarding the city gate threw down their logs and swarmed forward to surround Chen Xingyuan, with a cacophony of praises erupting. Chen Wuji was too far away to see clearly, but it seemed that Chen Xingyuan had succeeded. Chen Wuji felt a slight sense of relief. Hopefully, that old geezer, Zhang Mingyuan, didn't figure anything out. But now seems like a good opportunity to catch this old man. Because of rampant banditry and barbarian infestations in Yunnan, the local soldiers are all under the command of the county government. If the Imperial City Guard were to openly arrest Zhang Mingyuan here, apart from the Zhang family's private army, the local soldiers would not become his help. No matter how dirty the work they did for the Zhang family and the county government in private was, they probably wouldn't dare to rebel openly and act as pawns for the Zhang family against the Imperial City Guard. Chen Wuji glanced around, then slowly left the area, his body pressed against the shadows, heading straight for the county government office. Qin Zhanhong was still interrogating Wang Zhubu and others. Chen Wuji asked a detective from the Imperial City Guard and finally found Qin Zhanhong in the county jail. Entering the cell, Chen Wuji glanced at Wang, the registrar, who was beaten so badly in the corner that he was almost unrecognizable. He whispered in Qin Zhanhong's ear, "Stop the interrogation for now." Zhang Mingyuan went to the city wall. "This is our last chance to catch him. Quickly gather your men." "What is he doing at the city wall in the middle of the night?" Qin Zhanhong asked in surprise. "You don't know?" Chen Wuji was taken aback. "Should I know?" When bandits attacked the city, Zhang Mingyuan went up to the city in person, presumably to oversee and command the operation. Qin Zhanhong's expression immediately turned ugly. "Why didn't anyone tell me about something so important?" Chen Wuji roughly guessed the reason. Chen Xingyuan must have deliberately failed to send anyone to inform Qin Zhanhong. This was because the bandits outside were members of the Qin clan. Old Chen probably thought your current matter was more important, so he didn't send anyone to inform you, Chen Wuji said. There are garrison soldiers in the city and county officials assisting you, so you really don't need to go. The most urgent thing now is to deal with Zhang Mingyuan and settle this matter. After this night passes, everything may change. Qin Zhanhong nodded emphatically. That's right. There have been so many changes tonight that I'm almost overwhelmed. How could so many things suddenly happen? She had a bit of headache. I feel like the date I chose isn't very good. However, after glancing at Chen Wuji, she dismissed the thought. Being able to rescue this scoundrel so quickly must have been fate. Let's go act quickly, Qin Zhanhong said decisively. She dispatched 2 trusted confidants to guard the county jail, gathered all the remaining men, and rushed towards the city gate. Although Chen Xingyuan brought some people to the city, he left most of his men behind for Qin Zhanhong to help him control the county government. Chen Wuji mingled among the scouts, carrying a simple knife he had just picked up in his right hand. The 2 groups of people clashed on the chaotic street inside the city gate. dressed in a dark red military uniform and disguised as a man. Qin Jianhong strode forward and stood in front of Zhang Mingyuan's private soldiers, who were brandishing their swords. He shouted loudly, "The Imperial City Guard is handling a case. All irrelevant persons shall stand aside. Anyone who disobeys shall be executed." This voice, though carrying a touch of a woman's uniquely clear tone, was full of energy. Instead of avoiding the area, Zhang's private soldiers quickly formed a defensive formation. Chen Wuji looked past the war horses and the layers of figures towards the middle of the formation. Zhang Mingyuan was talking to Chen Xingyuan, and the two were standing so close that they were almost side by side. Chen Wuji saw an opportunity that could be seized without firing a single shot, but seeing it as useless. This requires Chen Xingyuan to have the courage. He couldn't possibly remind Chen Xingyuan from such a distance. Is the Imperial City Guard conducting an investigation? Are you trying to rebel? Qin Jianhong shouted sternly. Zhang's private soldiers remained unmoved. Zhang Mingyuan walked over slowly and steadily. The Zhang family's private soldiers parted to create a path, changing their single-line formation into a figure-8 shape. Miss Qin truly lives up to her reputation as a heroine. No wonder the consort Xian always speaks highly of her. She's indeed a sharp blade. Zhang Mingyuan smiled faintly. But I wonder what crime I have committed. Colluding with barbarians, smuggling salt and iron, seizing land, and harming loyal officials. Does Lord Zhang think his crimes are too minor? Qin Jianhong said coldly. Zhang Mingyuan shook his head. That's all nonsense. When did I commit so many serious crimes? Miss Qin, please don't accuse me of these crimes. The Imperial City Guard is becoming more and more outrageous. No wonder the court officials have repeatedly advised to abolish this useless government office. A powerless and incompetent official who only knows how to abuse his power should not continue to exist. When I return to court, I will join my colleagues to submit a memorial to His Majesty, accusing him of utterly outrageous behavior. Qin Jianhong was furious and shouted angrily. Zhang Mingyuan, now that things are at their worst, you still dare to argue? We are here on the Emperor's orders. Do you think you can settle everything with just a few words of nonsense? Surrender now. Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Kill them, kill them. He was arrogant and didn't take the Imperial City Guard seriously at all. Your humble servant Chen Xingyuan requests permission to borrow Lord Zhang's head. A voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 176, Guest Interrogation. The next moment, a cold light, accompanied by a jet of blood, flew up. Chen Xingyuan grabbed Zhang Mingyuan's head, which was about to roll off the ground, and lifted it high. He shouted, "The bandit chief has been executed. Why don't you all surrender?" Qin Jianhong, Chen Wuji. Everyone was stunned. This sudden turn of events was too unexpected. Suddenly, no one reacted. Not even Zhang Mingyuan's guards were stunned. Chen Xingyuan was personally summoned by Zhang Mingyuan to speak with him. They assumed that this was someone their master valued, so they did not stop Chen Xingyuan from following Zhang Mingyuan as he walked forward. Qin Jianhong quickly regained his senses and decisively shouted, Zhang Mingyuan has committed treason and rebellion. Are you all going to die with him? Dismount and surrender immediately. The Zhang family's private soldiers, having lost their leader, were still hesitant, but their eyes showed a hint of panic. Chen Xingyuan snorted coldly. You should know the consequences of defying the court. It's not too late to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Think of your wives, children, and elderly parents. Don't risk the lives of your entire family for this bit of blind loyalty. Treason is a crime that will result in the extermination of your entire family, and the graves of your ancestors will be razed to the ground. Finally, someone dismounted. After the first one, Zhang's private soldiers quickly fell to their knees like dominoes. The Imperial Guards quickly confiscated their weapons and herded them together for safekeeping. They captured Zhang Mingyuan without bloodshed, but unfortunately he was dead. Qin Jianhong rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache, and glanced at Chen Wuji. Are all the people in your Chen family this reckless? He's reckless, but I'm not. Chen Wuji corrected. This is just an isolated case. Qin Jianhong snorted. Aren't you going to act recklessly? If I weren't so kind-hearted, you would have died 800 times over. Hurry up and think of a solution. How do we handle this situation? My mind is in complete chaos. Chen Wuji, is he reckless? Which of his actions wasn't carefully planned beforehand? Even when we were in the mountain pool, I just couldn't bring myself to do it in the end. What else can we do? quickly surround the Zhang residence, control the key figures, conduct a surprise interrogation, and obtain witnesses and physical evidence. Then, report the facts to the emperor, stating that Zhang Mingyuan led 300 private soldiers to confront the imperial city guard and attempted to kill His Majesty's imperial envoy. You were forced to imply to the righteous and principled Constable Chen of the county government that we should capture the leader first, Chen Wuji said. What other way is there to deal with this? That's all. Unexpectedly, Chen Xingyuan won the MVP award for tonight. He, the one who orchestrated all the events, had become nothing more than a mere accomplice. Qin Zhanhong gave Chen Wuji a deep look. I have limited manpower, so I need you to help me temporarily as an inspector of the imperial city. I will have that blockhead, Duan Yingxiong, cooperate with you. Chen Wuji nodded. Is there any benefit? Once this is over, I can stay home for 3 days, okay? Qin Zhanhong leaned close to Chen Wuji's ear and said through gritted teeth, I saved your life without asking for anything in return, and you still dare to ask me for something? That's true. Then I'll stay home for 3 days, Chen Wuji said. The benefit you're talking about isn't a benefit at all. It's settling a personal score and trying to kill me. But the benefit I'm offering should be considered a benefit. Don't slander me, Qin Zhanhong snorted, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, remember what you said. I'll set the time, and you won't leave the house for 3 days. Chen Wuji, are you serious? That's it. You might as well just kill me. A fleeting smile crossed Qin Zhanhong's lips before he quickly reverted to his cold and ruthless demeanor and began assigning tasks. She assigned several inspectors to the Imperial City Guard and a dozen or so constables to control the Zhang family's private army. The rest of the men quickly changed direction and headed straight for Zhang's residence. When Zhang Mingyuan left, he took a large number of private soldiers with him. With an absolute advantage in military strength, the Zhang family mansion was under control quite easily. The Zhang family, young and old, were dragged out of bed and crammed into the courtyard. Qin Zhanhong was in charge of interrogating the key figures in the Zhang family. The little demon's task for Chen Wuji was to go through the remaining people, young and old, one by one, to understand what they had done and what they knew. Gentlemen, let's get to work, Chen Wuji said to his 2 henchmen. Chen Xingyuan and Duan Yingxiong were responsible for assisting Chen Wuji and cooperating with him. Chen Wuji took his seat in the main hall of the Chen family, striking a pose that looked rather cold and aloof. Today he also got to experience what it's like to be an official. A beautiful lady was brought in first. Time is short. We don't have time to waste on pleasantries. I'll ask, you answer. If you don't confess honestly, or if you conceal anything, you won't have a chance to change your story. You'll be executed on the spot, Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. The noble and beautiful woman in the hall was trembling, repeatedly saying, My lord, I'll talk, I'll talk. They had all just seen their master's head. Even high-ranking officials were beheaded on the spot, so the beautiful woman dared not gamble. Name. Chen Wuji began formally. Zhang Guanshi, Zhang Mingyuan's principal wife, whose ancestral home was Guanshi in Heshi. Zhang Guanshi wanted to use her family background to boost her confidence, but what she didn't know was that Chen Wuji didn't even know where the Guan family of Heshi was located. How much do you know about Zhang Mingyuan? Chen Wuji then asked. Master usually doesn't talk about these things with his wives and concubines. The clan's business is handled by the clan elders and others. I only manage the household expenses. I only occasionally meet with the wives and concubines of other families. We only talk about trivial matters. Zhang Guanshi was afraid that Chen Wuji would not believe her, so she explained in great detail. How much do you spend each month? 500 taels of gold and 500 taels of silver. Chen Wuji was stunned by the number. That's fucking arrogant. He's worked himself to the bone for so long, and he still hasn't earned enough to cover someone else's monthly living expenses. What a disgrace to time travelers. Where exactly will it be used? Chen Wuji then asked. The expenses of the various courtyards in the mansion, the expenditures of the servants, and the expenses of some shopkeepers and servants. Do we need so much? Yes, the Zhang family has over 600 servants. Who are the people who usually visit you? Do I need to mention it when I'm in the capital? Explain. There are many more. My master has excellent connections in the court and is on very good terms with many officials. It's all right, take your time. Zhang Guanshi had no choice but to force herself to recall. The list was so long that the clerk in charge of recording it was practically spitting out sparks with his pen. He couldn't understand why this clerk, who had been temporarily assigned by the adults, was asking these questions. After recording for nearly half an hour, Zhang Guanshi finally finished recounting the people who had come to visit her, as well as their backgrounds and relationships. Among those who visited you, were there no southwestern barbarians? Chen Wuji suddenly asked. Chapter 177. A few words like a thunderclap. Zhang Mingyuan's legal wife probably didn't know much. However, any social interactions involving Zhang Mingyuan would inevitably involve his legal wife. This was the way of socializing during the Yu dynasty. Men have their way of doing things, and so do women. If two courtiers are acquainted, and the hostess doesn't make any moves, then the relationship needs to be reconsidered. Zhang Guanshi didn't want to bring up this topic, but after secretly glancing at Chen Wuji's cold eyes, she honestly said, "They're southwestern barbarians. My husband has business dealings with the Xiaodangchang and Laojiachang tribes, and I've met the wives of their tribal chiefs." Furthermore, after a long silence, Zhang Guanshi suddenly asked, "Sir, if I tell you everything, will you spare my daughter and me from the death penalty?" "I don't ask anyone else. I only ask that my daughter and I live." "Your Majesty is merciful, but that depends on whether what you say is valuable. At least for now, I haven't seen anything useful in what you've said," Chen Wuji said calmly. He certainly couldn't make that decision for His Majesty the Emperor. However, it won't hurt to fool someone a little. "Yes." Zhang Guanshi nodded heavily. There have been 3 marriage alliances between the Xiaodangchang and the Zhang family. The next heir of the Xiaodangchang is marrying a daughter of the Zhang family. In order to win over the Laojiachang, my master is currently planning to marry my daughter Zhang Xiu'er to the heir of the Laojiachang. I'm not aware of the business between the Zhang family and these 2 Chang tribes, but I overheard that the Chang tribes are going to unite and invade Nanjun. My master even said that the imperial court would send General Zhou to suppress the bandits, and that they should put on a convincing show. Chen Wuji's eyes flickered slightly. After all this talk, we've finally heard some crucial information. The various Chang tribes have joined forces to raid the border. But who is this General Zhou? I'll ask Qin Zhanhong later. Continue, Chen Wuji said indifferently. You can talk more about things like what I just mentioned, even if they're just bits and pieces. These are the things that can truly save your lives, mother and daughter. Yes. Zhang Guanshi lowered her noble head, thought carefully for a moment, and then suddenly said, "There's one more thing. I don't know if it will be useful. I once saw a letter in the master's study. Because the master strictly ordered us not to touch anything in the study, I only glanced at it when I went to get something. The letter mentioned that the crown prince was skilled in both literature and martial arts, and had the style of his ancestors, which was not conducive to the stability of the country and the peace of the nation. I only saw that one sentence and didn't dare to read the rest. By the way, my master must have read that letter for a long time. It was crumpled up, and one corner was burned. That letter was strange. It was signed Pond Frog, but the seal it used looked like a pig's face. Chen Wuji's heart trembled violently. Oh no, how did this even involve the crown prince? Is this something a small-time hunter like me could possibly know? No, this case can't be tried. Go and call Lord Qin. Chen Wuji instructed his men. Yes. A moment later, Qin Zhanhong walked in, exuding a fierce aura. What's wrong? Chen Wuji stepped aside, gave Qin Zhan a wink, and said to Zhang Guanshi, "You continue." "That's all." Zhang Guanshi shook her head. "I really can't remember anything else." Qin Zhanhong looked up, her clear gaze calmly fixed on Chen Wuji. "Think about it again," Chen Wuji said. Zhang Guanshi thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I really can't remember anything else. Although I am the first wife, there are really not many things in the family that I have the right to know." Helpless, Chen Wuji handed the confession that Cha Zi had just written to Qin Zhanhong, saying, "Take a look at this. I'll ask someone else." "Good." Qin Zhanhong was somewhat confused. Her expression changed drastically after she finished reading the statement. The Chang tribes raided the border, General Zhou and the crown prince. These words, when put together, were like a nuclear bomb exploding in her heart. What kind of mess is this? The investigation was supposed to be just about corruption within the Nguyen family. So how did it suddenly turn into this? What on earth are these people up to? Qin Zhanhong angrily grabbed 2 handfuls of hair, snatched the brush from Cha Zi's hand, and suddenly began to write furiously. After writing a secret letter, she plucked a strand of hair and tucked it into the middle of the envelope, then carefully sealed it with wax and stamped it with her seal. "Hero Duan, I need you to personally deliver this letter to me, understand?" Qin Zhanhong said seriously, enunciating each word clearly. Duan Yingxiong had been standing to the side the whole time, and he heard every single word Chen Wuji asked. He naturally knew the significance of the letter. It's too heavy. It was so heavy that even a dozen of his lives couldn't withstand it. Yes. Duan Yingxiong straightened his back and responded emphatically. Chen Wuji strolled into the courtyard, deciding to ask someone inconspicuous again. Why'd you do this? What did my father do wrong? Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment rang out. Among the crowd kneeling on the ground, a slender but not thin, rather radiant woman stood up, her eyes filled with tears and bloodshot as she stared straight at Chen Wuji. Chen Wuji turned his head and saw that familiar face. Zhang Xiu'er. After his feud with Zhang Mingyuan, he had long anticipated this day would come. However, he didn't feel any psychological burden regarding this woman, whom he was only somewhat familiar with. Chen Wuji glanced at the constable standing guard to the side, and without answering Zhang Xiu'er's question, walked straight into the side hall. A moment later, 2 constables brought Zhang Xiu'er in, along with a clerk carrying writing implements, which they spread out on a table to the side. I want to know why. Zhang Xiu'er stood in the hall, her eyes fixed on Chen Wuji like a vengeful ghost, as if she wanted to stare him to death with her almond-shaped eyes. Chen Wuji remained calm. I think you know the answer to this question better than I do. I want to know, what kind of person is your father in your heart? A good official who served the country and the people, dared to speak out for justice, and even died remonstrating with the court several times. Zhang Xiu'er said with conviction and pride. Chen Wuji chuckled. Since you put it that way, you probably don't know that your father threatened me because I cured your little ailment, right? One condition, I'd shut up. Luckily, I happened to have something difficult to resolve that day, so I just mentioned it. How could this be? Zhang Xiu'er exclaimed. My father did that only to repay you. How could your heart be so dark? I always thought you were an upright and kind person. I am, but your father is not. Chen Wuji said. It seems you don't understand what's going on. How about I explain it to you? I'm just a hunter. I don't deserve any favors from your Zhang family. If you know what's good for you, then name your terms and we'll call it even. If you don't, I don't know what the outcome will be. Why don't you take a guess? Chapter 178, The Chong King's Woman. This is all your imagination. My father didn't mean it that way. Zhang Xiu'er shouted, her emotions running high, barely able to maintain her ladylike demeanor. Chen Wuji said calmly, actually, you already know that what I said is true, but you just don't want to admit it. It's clear that your father has protected you very well, and you haven't been involved in any of those dirty things. But your father's hands are stained with the blood of the people of Nanjun, and the souls of the dead in the Zhao family are still wailing. Those bandits were all raised by him. Because I killed the bandits, he wanted to crush me, this worm, as a matter of course. Unfortunately, even I, an insect, feel that my life is not so worthless. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Xiu'er broke down and suddenly burst into tears. Chen Wuji looked calmly at the frail figure. Your father certainly won't live up to your expectations, but if you're willing, you can help him atone for his sins. The clerk who was taking notes looked up at Chen Wuji, then at the 2 bamboo slips he had wasted writing, his expression as if he were constipated. Father, this is a trial, not a chance for you two to fall in love. Cha Zi was speechless for a moment, then silently took out his book knife. Damn, this is really speechless. So, does my father really want to rebel? Zhang Xiu'er, her face streaked with tears, suddenly asked. Cha Zi was taken aback, immediately threw the book knife aside, and picked up the writing brush. Talking about love can have this effect. You've already started saying it without even asking yourself? Chen Wuji did not answer Zhang Xiu'er's question, but instead asked, it seems you know something too. I don't know, it was the young leader of the Chong tribe who said it. Zhang Xiu'er bit her lip hard, so hard that a few drops of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. About 2 weeks ago, a few guests suddenly came to our house. My father ordered me to entertain one of the young men. That scoundrel was flamboyant and frivolous. He told me that he was my future husband and would be the queen. He also said that his tribe was actively preparing for war and would launch an attack on Nanjun when winter came. He also said that this was a large net set up by my father and several tribal chiefs to restrain the court of Yu the Great, destroy the army of General Zhou, and make the court completely lose control of the 6 counties south of Shengshenling. But I don't believe it's true. My father was an honest official, a role model for scholars all over the country. How could he do such a thing? I don't believe it. The fact had already been stated by her own mouth, but Zhang Xiu'er still shook her head like a rattled drum, muttering that she didn't believe it. When the person she was closest to and most admired suddenly turned into a major villain, she certainly had reason to break down. Chen Wuji did not offer any words of comfort, nor did he know where to begin. Zhang Xiaoer was a good girl. Her manners and etiquette were always impeccable, befitting a well-bred young lady. But if anyone's to blame, it's her father, Zhang Mingyuan. The brush in Cha Zi's hand flew up again. This time, there were few words but a huge amount of information. The phrase to restrain the imperial court and annihilate General Zhou's army carries immense weight. Do you know what the consequences will be if the Chang tribes invade our borders? Chen Wuji asked. Zhang Xiaoer lowered her head and choked back sobs. Although her cries were soft, they were filled with desperate force. That scoundrel told me that my father persuaded the 8 Chang tribes and promised them the freedom to graze their livestock in the 6 southern prefectures of Shingshenling, as well as a population of 100,000. Zhang Xiaoer's sobs subsided. She straightened her back and looked up at Chen Wuji. The imperial court is unaware of these matters. Is that it? Chen Wuji was completely defeated by Zhang Xiaoer's naivety. If the imperial court knew about these things, how could they have only conducted an investigation and allowed Zhang Mingyuan to run rampant here? They would have already arranged for him to be involved in the 9 clans elimination game. Unless the current emperor is so weak that he is beyond saving. How many troops have the Chang tribes prepared? Chen Wuji asked. Zhang Xiaoer shook her head. I don't know. That scoundrel only boasted to me that his tribe had 8,000 brave warriors, and that he would lead this mighty army to trample the land of Nanjun and come to marry me. That scoundrel was so rude that I stopped talking to him. My father even scolded me for it. At the time, I thought that scoundrel just wanted to propose marriage to my family. But it turns out that it was all my father's arrangement. Chen Wuji sighed. Reality slapped this girl hard. They've already put it so bluntly, yet this girl is still daydreaming. Think slowly. Any little bit of information is fine. Every word you say is washing away the sins left by your father. Before Nanjun is ravaged and torn apart, there is still time, Chen Wuji said gently. Zhang Xiaoer remained silent for a long time, then shook her head. I don't know. Go and rest. You can speak anytime you think of anything, Chen Wuji said. Zhang Xiaoer, her eyes red and swollen from crying, gave Chen Wuji a deep look before turning and walking away. Just as she was about to reach the door, she suddenly turned around and asked, Does the other person's opinion count? Who? The person who made me sick. That crush. Zhang Xiaoer suddenly blushed, but did not refute and nodded slightly. What did he say? Chen Wuji became interested, feeling as if he had unearthed another juicy scoop. Zhang Xiaoer organized her thoughts before saying, Is the eldest son of the Zhao family. I stayed at my maternal uncle's house for a while when I was little, and I had a lot of contact with him. Over time, I developed feelings for him. I always thought he was interested in me too, because he was really kind to me. Chatzi looked at what he had casually written, and his expression became constipated again. How did this involve someone else? A future husband arranged by her parents, a secret crush she took for granted, and this Mr. Chun. There are 3 men now. Girl, what is your destiny? Is it really necessary to exaggerate like this? Chen Wuji was also a little confused at this moment. Girl, are you sure this is what I want to hear? I don't want to hear your melodramatic childhood, sweetheart love story. Zhang Xiaoer's story had a long prelude, so long that Chen Wuji almost couldn't help but want to interrupt her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoer changed the subject and finally got to the point. Last year during the Qingming festival, I went back to my hometown with my mother to pay respects to our ancestors and saw that person again. We attended the same poetry gathering, and while drinking, I couldn't help but mention to him my thoughts, even though it was shameful for a woman. But he told me that I was destined to be the Chang King's woman, and that he was not worthy of me. Chapter 179, Preparing a Coffin for You. Zhang Xiaoer's simple sentence reveals a great deal of information. Zhang Xiaoer said calmly, I suddenly realized just now that I myself only understood at this moment that I was used as a tool in my father's conspiracy. How could the eldest son of the Zhao family know all this last year? These things were not done by my father alone. There must be someone else behind them. My father is dead. How can they be safe and sound? You will definitely find out the truth, right? Give me some time. I will think about it carefully, think about every detail, and I will tell you when I have figured out. It definitely will. Chen Wuji said confidently. He could answer for Qin Zhanhong in this matter. If the current emperor is not completely incompetent, he should not remain indifferent to this matter and allow those people to erode his empire like termites. Zhang Mingyuan and his associates were weaving a net intended to capture the emperor and, consequently, the entire nation. The current emperor is their biggest prey. If that old emperor had even a modicum of intelligence, he would see right through this. After Zhang Xiu'er thought for a long time and couldn't come up with any other clues, Chen Wuji told her to go back and rest. As a crucial witness who provided so many important clues, Chen Wuji took it upon himself to give her a room, but it was guarded both inside and outside by imperial city guards. Daylight broke. Chen Wuji stretched and walked out the side hall. The light coming from the east was bright and full of vitality. But this cheerful dawn failed to ignite any joy in Chen Wuji's heart today. The darkness of the world weighed on his heart like a heavy umbrella, making him feel depressed and even breathing difficult. So much happened that night. It's as if they've lived half a lifetime. Chen Wuji also needs to process this properly and take a break. Qin Zhanhong emerged from the main hall, utterly exhausted. Seeing Chen Wuji standing by the artificial hill, she strode over with her long legs. Have you gotten any useful clues? Yes, but I don't want to talk about it now. You can go and see the statement later. I'm tired, Chen Wuji said. Qin Zhanhong untied her hair, tossed it a couple of times, and nodded. I'm tired too. Chen Wuji could tell that the woman's face was full of fatigue. Her charm and coldness were gone. There are many things to do, and it's a long and complicated situation that can't be resolved in a day or two. Go and rest. I'm going back too. If I don't go back soon, my family will think I'm dead, Chen Wuji said. He was more interested in knowing how Chen Bushi and the others were doing. Okay, I'll send someone to escort you, Qin Zhanhong said. It was unusual that she didn't flirt with Chen Wuji. I'm too tired to say anything. No need. Lend me a more docile horse, Chen Wuji said. The real troubles are over, and he's not so delicate as to need someone to take him. Qin Zhanhong suddenly chuckled. Right, you didn't manage to get any benefits this time, so why not get 2 horses? Go to the Zhang family's pen and fetch them yourself. I just took it once on a whim. Why are you making it sound like I have that kind of fetish? Chen Wuji said speechlessly. Was he that kind of person? Qin Zhanhong chuckled slyly. Don't want it? Then forget it. Who said I didn't want it? But my riding skills are too good. I can't ride one horse and lead another. So please keep the other one for me for now, Chen Wuji said. Qin Zhanhong chuckled softly. How shameless, and you say it so confidently. There's nothing I can do. I'm poor. Chen Wuji led a black, magnificent-looking horse from the Zhang family stable and rode it towards the village at the speed of a donkey. Before even entering the village, he encountered Chen Mule and 2 clansmen who were guarding the Zhao family's place. Uncle Mule, what are you doing here? Chen Wuji asked, dismounting from his horse. Chen Wuji stepped forward, patted Chen Wuji's shoulders hard with both hands, and said happily, It's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. You didn't suffer any physical pain, did you? No, I just took a stroll around the prison, Chen Wuji said with a smile. So what are you guys doing? Us? Going to the city? Huh? We're going to try and find out about you, Chen Luozi said. Chen Wuji was somewhat suspicious. You all seem to have waited here on purpose. Chen Luozi chuckled. I've taken a liking to that tree, but I'm not waiting for anything. If you die, you'll have to hurry up and prepare a coffin, and I think that tree is perfect. It should be enough to make a very luxurious coffin for you. Chen Wuji. Damn, he didn't need to ask that question. But wait, something's not right. They should know he's all right, so why would they need to prepare a coffin? Chen Mule doesn't seem to be up to anything good again. They're definitely up to something again. Is third uncle in the village? Chen Wuji asked. He didn't press the issue any further, deciding to tell Chen Bushi later. Chen Luozi, that guy, 9.5 out of 10 sentences he says are either useless nonsense or lies. Talking to him is a complete waste of time. Yes, the clan has decided to hold ancestral rites in the next 2 days, and he's busy with those things, Chen Mule said, smoothly taking the reins with both hands. Where did you get such a magnificent horse, kid? Even being in the county jail gets you this kind of treatment? I just picked it up on the spur of the moment, Chen Wuji said. Oh, is that so? Chen Mule replied in a drawn-out tone, then suddenly mounted his horse and slapped its rump. Then I'll borrow it for a few days. Chen Wuji stared blankly at Chen Mule, who had vanished in a cloud of dust, and cursed, Chen Mule, you're nothing but an animal. You even steal your nephew's things. Chen Wuji and 2 other clansmen returned to the village, but before they could even enter their homes, Chen Bushi led them into the ancestral hall. This was the first time Chen Wuji had ever entered the ancestral hall, such a sacred place. It has nothing to do with grandeur. In fact, it looks rather dilapidated from the outside. But once inside, it's a completely different world, solemn and magnificent, with the atmosphere of a large family ancestral hall. Under Chen Wuji's guidance, Chen Wuji respectfully offered incense and kowtowed to the ancestral tablets. There are many ancestral tablets, resembling a densely packed mountain of tablets. The clan is preparing for ancestral worship these days. You used to be a bit mentally challenged, so you didn't participate in these things. No, it's not that you didn't participate. You did participate, but you didn't do anything else but think about eating the offerings, Chen Wuji said with a smile. You're not stupid anymore, and you probably won't be thinking about eating the offerings all the time. Among the younger generation of the clan, you are now considered a relatively capable leader, so the clan has decided that you will preside over the clan's grand ceremony this time. There are some things I need to tell you in advance, so that there won't be any trouble later. This time, the family's grand ceremony will not only be attended by members of our Shishan village branch, but also members of other branches, so the event will be quite grand. Chen Wuji. He had been waiting for Chen Wuji to talk about what happened last night, but it seemed that he had no intention of doing so at all. Chapter 180 Filial Piety Brings Strength. Why are we suddenly holding a family grand ceremony? Chen Wuji asked. It's neither a special day nor anything special happening right now, so holding this large family festival out of the ordinary is rather strange. Chen Wuji smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing. Since we settled in Shishan village, the clan hasn't held a grand ceremony. Recently, several other branches contacted us, wanting to reunite our bloodline. We discussed it and decided it was time to hold a grand ceremony. Then why was I chosen to be the one to host this event? It's a bit unreasonable. I'm practically invisible in the village. What weight do my words carry? Chen Wuji asked. He wanted to see how long this old man planned to keep it a secret. If Chen Wuji hadn't met Chen Xingyuan last night, he might never have found out about this. Chen Wuji is such a good actor when it comes to putting on an act. Among the younger generation, you are the most outstanding, so it is reasonable for you to preside over the grand ceremony, Chen Wuji said, without telling Chen Wuji the real reason. Chen Wuji knew perfectly well that his appointment to preside over the grand ceremony had nothing to do with his ability or youth, but simply because he was a member of the family head's lineage. Let's put that aside for now. Were there any casualties last night? Chen Wuji changed the subject and asked. Chen Wuji was stunned for a moment. Casualties? What casualties? Everyone was sleeping peacefully last night. What casualties? Did someone come to our dreams and attack us? Or did you dream that we were attacked? Chen Wuji was speechless. I was the one who sent Chen Xingyuan out. Why are you pretending to be ignorant about such a big thing? You even want to keep this from me? He wanted to find a knife. Seeing Chen Wuji in this state, he felt really uneasy if he didn't slash him a few times. Chen Wuji looked stunned, opened his mouth, and suddenly said angrily, I knew it. I was wondering where that grandson, Chen Xingyuan, suddenly got such courage and eloquence. Those words are not something he could say. He simply doesn't have the brains for it. Are there any casualties? Chen Wuji asked in a deep voice. This has been his biggest worry since last night. As it turned out, that bastard Chen Wuji actually wanted to keep it from him. A few people were injured, but the problem isn't too serious, Chen Wuji said. If Chen Xingyuan hadn't arrived in time, there might have been casualties. Chen Wuji rubbed his teeth. What were you thinking? How dare you launch a full-scale attack on Yunnan with so few men? Although it's just a small city, it has high walls and thick ramparts, and only one gate. It's not so easy to breach. In this matter, he truly witnessed the madness and cohesion of the Chen family. They all seemed like honest, simple farmers on ordinary days, but they occasionally had some friction and arguments. But once these few people in charge give the order, they instantly become soldiers. Moreover, he's incredibly crazy. Just to save him, these people actually dared to attack Yunnan City. When Li Yunlong did this, he had at least 10,000 men under his command. What did the Chen family have? Speaking of this, Chen Wuji suddenly showed a hint of pride on his face. I don't even care about Yunnan City. We Chen family are good at tackling tough problems. Yunnan is a small place, not worth my time. So it turns out I was worrying for nothing, huh? Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. He was genuinely surprised. Although Chen Wuji was a bit pretentious, he didn't like to brag. Even the things he said were generally exaggerated, showing no arrogance. So the fact that he could say that only proves one thing. The Chen family's fighting power is indeed formidable. They have not abandoned the blood and heritage of their ancestors. But honestly, no matter what Chen Wuji thought, he really couldn't understand how these few dozen people from the village could possibly attack Yunnan City, and even consider this city a tough nut to crack, unless they also possess something called the heavenly thunder. But is there? Chen Wuji smiled and said, "It's not that you're worrying unnecessarily. At least your timely actions have allowed us, your people, to continue to live peacefully in the fields instead of having to become bandits in the mountains. Once the city falls, we will have no way out." Chen Wuji nodded with a slightly serious expression. "You haven't been exposed, have you?" "No. How could I not think of such a simple question? Regardless of whether things succeed or not, we must leave ourselves a few options," Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji nodded. "Come with me to take a look later. We recently made some smoked meat at home. Should I bring the smoked meat, or would it be better to bring some silver?" "Bring meat. The Chen family doesn't have the habit of giving money to the wounded," Chen Wuji said. "We can't have this habit either. Soldiers fed with money won't have any fighting spirit. They are our people. What's the point of comparing military strength?" Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji looked at the big pine tree outside the ancestral hall and said calmly, "But they were soldiers too. From the moment they were born with the surname Chen, these things were already destined." Chen Wuji remained silent. He was a member of the Chen family and even a member of the head of the family line. But in reality, it seems he still doesn't understand this family. Perhaps the Chen family's true strength lies not in material possessions, but in these people. Let's go to your house and get some meat," Chen Wuji suddenly said. "Today I'm going to slaughter this dog-loving tycoon to my heart's content, and with a legitimate reason." Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji speechlessly. "My meager resources are probably incomparable to yours, aren't they? I'm very poor. Don't think I've hidden a lot of money. I'm really poor." Chen Wuji shook his head and sighed. "I've been working hard for the family. How could I have a chance to hide money for myself? I'm so unlucky. It's really unlucky to be born into the Chen family." Chen Wuji. The house was relatively peaceful, but Hua Sanyang and the others looked tired, as if their souls had been taken away. When Chen Wuji entered the room and saw this scene, he felt a tightness in his chest. He now has a family, and his every move affects more than just himself. Or perhaps it's about the safety and future of Hua Sanyang and the others. But there are some things he can't avoid or escape. He can only grit his teeth and face them head on. "My wife, I'm sorry to have worried you," Chen Wuji said gently. Shen Youwei's eyes lit up, and she rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest, burying her head in Chen Wuji's arms. "Husband, it's so good to see you back alive. I almost prepared mourning clothes last night." Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. These were truly his dearest friends and family. Chen Luozi was thinking about preparing a coffin for him, and Shen Youwei was preparing mourning clothes. Filial piety truly breeds strength. "Have you even thought about remarrying?" Chen Wuji asked deliberately with a stern face. Shen Youwei shook her head like a rattle drum. "No, not yet. You can't be thinking about this before your body is even cold. It would make me look like a fickle woman." Chen Wuji. Chapter 181, Let's Keep a Child. Hua Sanyang stood to the side, her eyes filled with a gentle, warm light. Seeing Chen Wuji return alive, her spirits lifted. In fact, she also wanted to express herself as freely as Shen Youwei, but something deep inside her seemed to be pulling her back, making her unable to take a step or open her arms. But at this moment, she felt more relaxed and warm than ever before. Having survived the ordeal, she suddenly understood many things. The weight of the word cherish grew ever heavier in her heart. She suddenly remembered what Chen Wuji had said that morning. Life is but a short 30,000 days. In this chaotic world, no one can guarantee that they will grow old peacefully. We really need to cherish the present moment. Faced with the prospect of life and death, why can't his wild and unrestrained desires be satisfied? "Wuji, what happened last night?" Hua Sanyang asked gently. Chen Wuji smiled easily. "Actually, it's nothing. The county magistrate has taken a liking to my cooking skills and wants to talk to me about a collaboration. It's just that this man has been official for too long and always thinks about using his power to intimidate people. Making such a big fuss is just to try and make me submit. It's nothing serious." Hua Sanyang frowned. This answer made her somewhat doubtful. "Wuji, tell us the truth. No matter how big the problem is, we can handle it. No matter what you want to do or what happens, we'll be with you." Shen Youwei nodded emphatically. "Yes, you are our husband. Why should you hide these bad things from us?" If you tell us, we will know what's going on. Shui Hongdo followed behind Hua Sanyang, wanting to express her opinion as well, but after moving her lips, she remained silent. She was sent to this family as a servant. It seemed there was no room for her to speak. Chen Wuji said easily, "It really is so, I'm not lying to you. But why would the magistrate be interested in your cooking skills? It doesn't seem like anything special, does it? I don't mean to belittle you, but I just feel that some cooking skills don't seem to warrant such a big deal from a magistrate," Hua Sanyang said. Chen Bushi, who had been standing silently to the side, laughed and said, "You're all mistaken. Wuji's skill is worth a lot of money. To be precise, it's extremely valuable. Don't underestimate the art of eating. We people are just concerned with being full, but for those who are rich and powerful, they want to eat well and eat exquisitely. They don't mind spending a fortune for a delicious meal. Those century-old establishments in big cities have more stable and comfortable businesses than any other profession. If Wuji were to open a restaurant in the prefectural city with his skills, he could wipe out a large number of restaurants in just a few months." Chen Wuji nodded. "If I have money and connections and can keep those local scoundrels in check, they can use the recipes I have to make these restaurants spring up everywhere in a short time. The wealth I can amass with this move is beyond my wildest imagination." Li Siphon Tea House is now bustling with customers. Earning 100 taels a day might be a slight exaggeration, but it's probably very close. If such restaurants were opened in all the major cities across the country, how much silver could they earn? Hua Sanyang and the others all looked surprised. They hadn't really thought of that. Their limited experience ultimately restricted their thinking. "So my husband's skills are so valuable. It makes me want to open a restaurant," Shen Yuwei murmured softly. "Then I won't have to do anything else. I can just sit and collect money. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I really want to open a restaurant," Chen Wuji said with a faint smile. "I didn't think about this before because I had too many enemies in the city. Once he opened a restaurant, it might get completely destroyed in just a few days." He spent a fortune and painstaking effort to build a restaurant, but all it took was a few casual words to destroy it. Whether it's the county yamen runners upholding justice in the city or the local thugs, they're the ones who call the shots. Under such circumstances, Chen Wuji was not opening a restaurant to make money, but rather to make himself miserable and provide others with an opportunity to bully him. There's nothing to worry about now. Regardless of how the imperial court handles the situation, Zhang Mingyuan and the county magistrate will certainly be unable to cause him any more trouble. "Really?" Shen Yuwei's eyes lit up. Chen Wuji nodded indulgently. "Really, but being a proprietress isn't so easy. Don't think you can just sit and collect money. Once the recent turmoil in the city has subsided, I'll look for a shop. You can decide for yourselves whether you want to go there yourself or find a manager." "I want to go by myself, sister. Let's become boss ladies together." Shen Yuwei grabbed Hua Sanyang's arm and clung to her like a pendant. Hua Sanyang chuckled helplessly. "Let's talk about this after we've settled things. Let's find out more about it first." Many times, Hua Sanyang felt that she and Shen Yuwei were not sisters, but rather that she had raised a daughter. "I'm going out for a bit. Don't wait for me for lunch." Chen Wuji said goodbye, took some of the smoked meat that had been drying a few days ago from Chen Bushi, and went to the homes of the injured clansmen. This time, Chen Bushi did not lie to him. The injured clansmen were indeed not in serious condition. They all had minor arrow wounds. The most seriously injured person was stabbed in the stomach by an arrow, just a short distance from his heart, but luckily he was fat, so he wasn't seriously injured. He was the only one who actually took an arrow wound. Chen Wuji was aware of what happened last night. When the Chen clan attacked, the garrison soldiers only had time to fire 2 volleys of arrows before Chen Xingyan arrived and single-handedly drove back the mountain bandits who had come under cover of darkness. Although there were about 200 soldiers stationed in the city at the time, such a force, when dispersed, naturally reduced its lethality when guarding the city walls and gates, especially under the cover of night. In the darkness of night, with poor visibility, firing arrows from a distance seems not much different from a blind man feeling an elephant. After wandering around the homes of several clansmen and having a free meal at Chen Bushi's house, Chen Wuji returned home in the bright afternoon sun. The sunshine was lovely, and most of the troubles that had been weighing on Chen Wuji's mind were resolved, which greatly improved his mood, giving him a sense of clarity and brightness. Since it was such a rare opportunity, Chen Wuji decided to take a stroll in the mountains in the afternoon to have a close interaction with his beloved mountain animals and add some fresh flavors to his stomach. As soon as he got home, Hua Sanyang pulled him into the room with a serious expression. "Wuji, let's have a child." Chen Wuji. Chapter 182, We Need to Work Harder. Hua Sanyang's words left Chen Wuji stunned for a while. Haven't we been working hard? This isn't something that can be resolved in a few tries. So why is it suddenly so serious? Chen Wuji asked. Hua Sanyang's face was a little red, making the tips of her ears glow pink, but her tone was very firm. Yes, but it's still not hard enough. If you have the chance, come more often, or come several times a day. Chen Wuji was stunned. After a long pause, he said softly, My wife, I'm afraid you don't want a child, but you want my life. Doing this several times a day, how can I live? He was truly shocked. Has my wife caught Qin Zhanhong's infection? How could she, who is usually so intellectual and dignified, suddenly say such wild things? This is not something she would say. It's unbelievable. Haven't you always liked that kind of thing? And you've always been thinking about all sorts of different things, Hua Sanyang said with a light reproach. Doing it more often every day, wouldn't that be exactly what you're looking for? But I need to have the resources, Chen Wuji said with a wry smile. Qin Zhanhong alone is already enough to make him suffer. If his home were to become like that as well, he's probably not far from death. Why? Hua Sanyang asked, puzzled. Chen Wuji was taken aback. Why? This question left Chen Wuji completely at a loss for words. He felt that Hua Sanyang should read more love stories between scholars and beautiful female ghosts to gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be utterly exhausted. If this happens too often, I'll be ruined. Chen Wuji had no choice but to explain. I can barely handle it once a day now that I'm young, but several times a day, I really can't do it. Actually, it is possible now. However, he had to take Qin Zhanhong's influence into account. When that woman goes crazy, she can get herself together even if he's asleep, without Chen Wuji needing to do anything at all. Is there really such a thing? Hua Sanyang asked in surprise. Chen Wuji, then once a day, try not to run around during this time, so that all three of us can get pregnant. Hua Sanyang raised her chin and spoke with a firm and resolute tone, looking just like a general preparing to go into battle. Chen Wuji frowned. Wife, why do I have a feeling that you think I'm about to die? Trying to get all three of them pregnant as soon as possible. Isn't that clearly about having an heir? What are they doing? Are the three of them ganging up on each other to murder the husband and kill the father while keeping the child? Pa, what are you saying? We've been married for so long, and there's still no sign of pregnancy. People will gossip, saying things like she's dead or something. Hua Sanyang quickly spat a few times. Chen Wuji said quietly, But why do I feel that you want to leave the father behind and keep the son, as if I am about to die? Tell me honestly, are the three of you plotting something? I have not done anything to wrong you. You don't need to be so cruel. Let's talk things out. Hua Sanyang, annoyed, pinched Chen Wuji hard on the waist. What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly have any schemes against you? It's just that what you're doing right now is too dangerous. Although nobody wants anything to happen, if that day ever comes, I hope I at least have your bloodline. I don't want to leave you with nothing, not even a descendant. We don't want to do anything. We just don't want anything to happen to you. There's nothing we can do to help you with what you're doing outside. This is all we can do. Chen Wuji thought about it, but in the end, he didn't say those promises. He really couldn't guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen to him. In this world, who can say for sure what will happen tomorrow? Before he became truly powerful, he even considered running away as his primary objective. I agreed to the childbirth thing, and we can start training as soon as possible. But, my life isn't that fragile. I've survived hunger and mental illness, so this is the best I can manage, Chen Wuji said with a relaxed smile. Hua Sanyang nodded. Then I'll go call Yue Wei and Hongdo. Now, Chen Wuji exclaimed in surprise. Wife, didn't you never take off your clothes until late at night? What's wrong with you today? It's broad daylight. The sun is high in the sky. Besides, weren't you reluctant to have everyone together? What triggered this today? Hua Sanyang's transformation is too great. The event was so sudden that Chen Wuji was caught off guard, and even began to wonder if Hua Sanyang had been possessed by some fox spirit who had traveled through time and swapped souls. After all, that's who he is, so his suspicion is quite reasonable. Hua Sanyang blushed and glared at Chen Wuji. Who told you to be so busy these days? You might not even be home at night. Now that you're here, shouldn't you hurry up? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Chen Wuji asked in surprise. With a gentle twist of her supple waist, Hua Sanyang walked towards the door. You like it brighter, don't you? I'm satisfying you, and you're still not happy. Things are going well, but the changes are so drastic that they're still a bit unsettling. A moment later, Chen Wuji heard Hua Sanyang instructing the Yuan brothers to do something, and heard the sound of the gate being bolted. Immediately afterwards, Hua Sanyang led the excited Xin Yuwei and the somewhat awkward Shui Hongdo into the room. The three of them stood at the door, each with their own unique beauty and alluring charm. But Chen Wuji suddenly felt a little dazed. Damn, it feels like I've traveled through time again. He actually felt like he was in a private club while he was at home. Wuji, tell me what to do, Hua Sanyang said, looking as if she were ready to die. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. This matter? Why does it feel so awkward? How about we all relax a little and not be so tense? Chen Wuji was also at a loss for what to do. This was the scene he wanted, but it wasn't quite what he had imagined. I'm a little unsure where to start. This is in his own home, and he is facing his wives and concubines. I really don't know where this feeling comes from, but that's exactly how it is. It's fucking weird. How do we relax? Hua Sanyang asked. Take it off first? Okay. She answered her own question, then said to Xin Yuwei and Shui Hongdo, what are you two standing there for? Hurry up and take your clothes off. I'll go first. Xin Yuwei saw Hua Sanyang and Shui Hongdo blushing and not knowing what to do, so she volunteered with an excited look on her face. While undressing, she muttered, we husbands have seen this many times already. I don't know what Sister and Red Bean are shy about. Just be open and natural. Hua Sanyang spat lightly. Do you think we're all like you? Chapter 183. I'm not good enough? Chen Wuji was tired. My head is buzzing. This has never happened before. At this moment, Chen Wuji lay on the Kong, a heated brick bed, looking up at the still dark roof, and even wondered if he had already begun to decline. Today, he was fair. Everyone got a share. He and Qin Jianhong had done this kind of thing many times. In theory, there is no difference between one person doing 3 consecutive times and each person doing 1 time. How could the consequences be so severe? Chen Wuji was somewhat confused. After thinking it over, Chen Wuji came up with a possibility. He was exhausted last night. You must have been exhausted last night. I must have been exhausted last night. He's so young and vigorous. How could he possibly be defeated by something of such low intensity? Absolutely impossible. Xin Yuwei pursed her lips and chuckled beside her, looking just like a little fox stealing lamp oil. It seems my husband is failing. Chen Wuji suddenly jumped up. Who told you I'm no good? Come here, let's see how I deal with you. That's outrageous. They actually think he's no longer capable. As an invincible strongman, how could he possibly fail so easily? Xin Yuwei stuck out her tongue, giggled, and ran out of the room. Her face was flushed, exuding an alluring beauty, like a flower in full bloom after the rain, its colors vibrant and captivating. Hua Sanyang brought Chen Wuji a cup of tea. Wuji, take a rest if you're tired. There's nothing shameful about not being able to do it. This is indeed quite tiring. Don't talk about fairness anymore. There's no need to be fair in this matter. It will be the same for everyone. Chen Wuji's face turned completely dark. My wife, I feel I must prove my strength to you. You've already proven yourself. You're amazing. Take a good rest. Hua Sanyang said gently with a smile. Chen Wuji, if you're tired, take a nap. Don't push yourself. There's nothing shameful about it. We'll head out now. The Jinshi and Xiaocai should be back soon. The house isn't big, but there are quite a few people here. It wouldn't be good if they saw us. Hua Sanyang said softly, her face slightly flushed. My wife, how can I not be able to do it? Chen Wuji was interrupted by Hua Sanyang pressing down on his head. She said gently, rest. I know what kind of person you are. Chen Wuji, what kind of person am I? Labor and management are very powerful. Before Chen Wuji could say anything more, Hua Sanyang had already left the room. Shui Hongdo looked at Chen Wuji with a strange expression, nodded vigorously, and followed Hua Sanyang's steps. She didn't say anything, but also seems like everything has been said. Chen Wuji was speechless and choked with emotion. That's infuriating. You all know how powerful I am. Chen Wuji was indeed very fierce just now, killing so many people that they cried out in despair. It seems like just now. What Hua Sanyang and the others saw was that Chen Wuji was now exhausted, worn out by their combined attack. The courage you show during the process is nothing compared to the result. Chen Wuji gritted his teeth and sighed, then lay heavily on the Kong, a heated brick bed. Tired, let's destroy it. His lifelong reputation has been ruined in an instant. But that tasted really good. That was so exciting. Chen Wuji really did take a nap, and then he slept straight through until dawn the next day. When Chen Wuji woke up in the morning and saw the sky outside, he was stunned for a while. He planned to just take a short nap before heading into the mountains, but the weather seemed a bit off. The shadows cast by the light in the courtyard looked just like morning. "Husband, you're awake? I'll go get you breakfast." Hua Sanyang appeared at the door, peeked in, and said, "Wife, wait a minute. How long have I been asleep?" Chen Wuji asked with a hint of doubt. "A whole day and night." "Oh no, half a day and a night," Hua Sanyang said. "We couldn't wake you up last night when we called you for dinner. You were really too tired, so we didn't bother you anymore. You should rest when you're tired, but you still had to show off." The usually outgoing Chen Wuji became withdrawn at this moment. All explanations suddenly seemed utterly inadequate in the face of this sleep. He seemed genuinely exhausted, so tired that I couldn't be woken up even when I called. But Chen Wuji still refused to admit that he had been made into this state by yesterday. It must have been the battle the night before last. Absolutely. After all, it was such a cruel thing, and he was on edge all night, so it's understandable that he was a little tired. After a good rest for the next couple of days, all my energy will be back. Then we'll see who dares to look down on us. We'll make them beg for mercy. After breakfast, Chen Wuji led the Yuan brothers into the city. The day has come to hand over the goods to Hengtong Trading Company. This was his first collaboration with a large business, and he had to take it seriously. The blacksmith shop of Yangji is still bustling with activity. However, there are no onlookers today, only the sounds of blacksmithing. Old Yang was unusually relaxed, sitting under the shade of a tree on the street, drinking tea with a middle-aged man. A small square table sits atop a red clay stove, where charcoal fires rise. Teacups with handles are topped with delightful green tea leaves, bubbling away, while some dried fruit is placed nearby. This pleasant atmosphere instantly made the rough-around-the-edges blacksmith Yang become more refined. "Old Yang, why are you so relaxed today?" Chen Wuji stepped forward and asked with a smile. This old man seems to be quite relaxed. It looks like he's already taken care of all the iron pots he owed. "Wuji, sit down." The blacksmith Yang invited Chen Wuji to sit down, and at the same time stood up to explain to Chen Wuji, "Let me introduce you. This is Manager Wang from Yuda Trading Company. He has come today for our iron pots. The business is very big. Even a rough old man like me can't get to the point. You've come at the right time." Manager Wang looked at Chen Wuji with some surprise, then stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Brother Chen." Chen Wuji returned the greeting and said with a faint smile, "Old Yang, we don't do that kind of flattery between us." "Nonsense, I'm just a blacksmith. Thinking things isn't my thing. You two chat." The blacksmith Yang waved his hand and laughed. "I know my own limitations. Just because I don't admit it doesn't mean I'm not that kind of person." Manager Wang laughed and said, "Manager Yang is too modest. No matter how much you deny it, we have seen it all. If you didn't have great courage, how could this iron pot have made us truly incompetent people so envious? The appearance of this item is a desperate measure. How could an ordinary person do such a thing?" The blacksmith, Yang, grew impatient. His fierce-looking eyebrows furrowed deeply as he said, "Let's talk business. I'm just a blacksmith. I don't have that many skills." He didn't openly explain how the iron pot came to be, but Chen Wuji understood what was going on. Some people belittle themselves too much, and the implications of their words can be quite unpleasant. This Yuda Trading Company probably isn't here to conduct business peacefully. Chapter 184 Yuda Trading Company. Chen Wuji had never heard of the Yuda Trading Company. They may have shops in Yunnan City, but their main base should not be in the city. How does Manager Wang plan to negotiate this business with us? Chen Wuji asked directly. Manager Wang calmly looked at Chen Wuji and the blacksmith Yang. "Before I came here, my master gave me two choices. One of them is that if you hand over the forging method, our Yuda Trading Company will give you 20 of the profits every month. Secondly, all the iron pots you make in the future will be sold through our Yuda Trading Company. You're not allowed to sell them privately. You will also have a fixed quota each month. More is fine, but less is not acceptable. I think both of these options are very good. If you choose the first option, you won't need to do anything from now on. You'll just need to receive your monthly dividends from Yuda Trading Company. The second option means you'll never have to worry about how to sell your iron pots again. Yuda Trading Company will take full responsibility for that." Chen Wuji raised an eyebrow slightly, and a hint of coldness crept into the smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, his eye for good people isn't very accurate these days, but he's spot on dogs perfectly. "Does Manager Wang think we'd be worried about sales?" Chen Wuji asked casually. Manager Wang chuckled. "I'm not worried now, but I'm worried you'll be worried after a while. Who can say for sure about these things?" Then let Steward Wang come back to check again in a while, Chen Wuji said. Manager Wang's expression turned colder. So, you two aren't going to agree? What are we agreeing to? The master you're talking about is your master, not ours. Why should we agree to anything? Chen Wuji smiled faintly. You want to be our master? If I remember correctly, we seem to be discussing business. Manager Wang chuckled dryly twice. I really enjoy dealing with people who refuse to listen to reason and will only face consequences. I'll come back in a few days and see if you still have such backbone then. Chen Wuji raised his hand. Goodbye and don't bother coming back. I don't like the wine you offer me either. I'm afraid there's shit in it. Kid, you'd better watch your manners when you talk to me. Manager Wang, who had just stood up, suddenly shouted in a gloomy tone, his eyes already revealing a murderous intent. Chen Wuji looked at Steward Wang with a faint smile. No matter how much respect I have for a pile of shit, it's like you can't turn it into gold. Besides respecting shit, am I crazy? Manager Wang's face immediately darkened. What a vulgar stray dog. Men, kill him. Suddenly, two burly men rushed out from the side, carrying sticks, and started hitting Chen Wuji without saying a word. The blacksmith Yang suddenly appeared in front of Chen Wuji and knocked one of them down with a single punch. That punch must have been incredibly powerful. The massive, mountain-like man collapsed to the ground, unconscious but still convulsing, as if he were having an epileptic seizure. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, another man immediately changed his target and swung his stick at the blacksmith. The blacksmith lowered his body, made a half circle with his right hand, and punched the big man in the abdomen. His posture looked like that of a fledgling bird that had just learned a little bit of martial arts, but the power of his punch was astonishing. The big guy flew 4 or 5 steps before crashing heavily to the ground. Manager Wang panicked slightly, but his tone remained as hard as a rock. I didn't expect you to have some skill, but unfortunately you're both brainless. Since I dare to do this, don't you want to think about why? You're asking for death. Enough with the nonsense. Blacksmith Yang glanced coldly at Blacksmith Wang and slapped him with his fan-like hand. Snap! The voice came from Steward Wang's face. But it was Chen Wuji who fell to the ground. Ouch! Someone's been hit. Someone's been hit. Go report it to the authorities. Report it to the authorities. Chen Wuji shouted at the top of his lungs, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, looking even more realistic than the two burly men. Dizzy from the slap from the blacksmith, Manager Wang was furious. Report to the authorities. That's exactly what I was thinking. You've even disrespected the reputation of our Yuta Trading Company. I want to see just how many lives you two idiots have left to die. He stopped pretending and started using the name of Yuta Trading Company to attack people. Old Yang, quickly send someone to report to the authorities. Don't let those bastards get away. Chen Wuji cried out, clutching his stomach. Ouch, it hurts so much. The blacksmith Yang was somewhat puzzled. In his opinion, reporting this to the authorities was pointless. Yuta Trading Company clearly had powerful backers, and if the matter was reported, they would definitely be the ones who suffered. But he still sent someone to investigate. The county officials arrived very quickly. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a team of county yamen runners rushed over. Chen Wuji estimated that 2 constables would be enough, but a whole team of people came instead. A dozen or so constables, wielding broadswords, fiercely cleared a path, isolating the onlookers and surrounding Chen Wuji and his companions. Immediately afterwards, a constable came out and poked Chen Wuji with his scabbard. Dead? Chen Wuji looked up and laughed. He's almost dead. Chen Xingyuan really put in the effort. He actually came in person. Officer Chen, these 2 scoundrels have assaulted us. Please give us justice. We are from Yuta Trading Company. My surname is Wang, and I am the manager of the company. Manager Wang covered his still burning cheeks, speaking through gritted teeth, yet with a touch of scholarly refinement as he spoke in an official tone. He's clearly a lackey who's always by his master's side. The tiger skin he's wearing is pulled off with great care. Understand, Yuta's men. I will give you justice. Chen Xingyuan gave a nonchalant reply and ordered the constables to take Chen Wuji and the others away. The bloody atmosphere in the county government office had disappeared. Apart from the absence of the county magistrate, the registrar, and the 2 head constables, everything else seemed unchanged, and the official business was still being carried out. After Chen Wuji and his companions were brought into the county government office, they were divided into 2 groups. Manager Wang and the other 2 were thrown into jail, while Chen Wuji and the blacksmith Yang were invited into Chen Xingyuan's office. The 3 head constables of the county government each had their own duties, each in charge of about 100 constables, and each had their own independent office, and they were by no means stingy. Sit wherever you like. When I heard it was Yang's blacksmith shop, I thought something had happened to Yang the blacksmith. I didn't expect it to be you again. You've been causing trouble a lot these past few days. I only had one day off, and you've already given me such a big problem. Chen Xingyuan said helplessly, shaking his head. Since meeting Chen Wuji, he has found that his life seems to be somewhat bitter. It feels like dancing on the edge of a knife. 2 incidents in 3 days, involving a number of people who made his scalp tingle. You know each other? The blacksmith asked uncertainly. His mind went blank for a moment, and he suddenly felt a very unreal, dazed feeling. Chapter 185 The Blacksmith Sheep's Brain is about to explode. The blacksmith sized up Chen Xingyuan and Chen Wuji, his mind racing. When he first met Chen Wuji, he saw him as a clean-cut little hunter with some whimsical ideas. But as he got to know the kid better, he suddenly realized that the secret he was hiding was quite significant. Although he helped the 8 immortals without hesitation, he didn't lose his head. The woman was looking for some kind of ledger. She was clearly someone from official position. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be from Kyoto. Chen Wuji has connections with people in Kyoto. The Zhang family is behind the drunken 8 immortals. And while the Zhang family and the county government are outwardly at odds, they're actually in cahoots. Their apparent discord is just a small trick they use to deceive the people. It is a strategy to keep the people ignorant. 2 days ago, the entire Zhang family was arrested, and Magistrate Zhu and several other officials in the county government were also imprisoned. If nothing unexpected happens, it was definitely the group from the capital who did it. Currently, only County Magistrate Feng and this Constable Chun are in charge of the entire Yunnan area. These 2 individuals were actually connected to the Zhang family, but they were spared. Chen Wuji has a grudge against the Zhang family, and the person who came from the capital is very likely someone from the Imperial City Guard looking for account books. Now, he's also become quite familiar with this Constable Chun. This matter seems worth considering carefully. Both of them share the surname Chun, but they are probably not related by blood or kinship. As the blacksmith Yang thought about this, something else suddenly appeared in his eyes. Could Chen Wuji be a spy planted in Yunnan by the capital? The Imperial City Guard is very good at this kind of thing. I've heard that the Imperial Court is about to lose control of the 6 prefectures south of Shengshenling. Could it be that the Imperial City Guard is the knife that the court uses to break this deadlock? If Chen Wuji is truly a member of the Imperial City Guard, then what is his purpose in approaching him? Is it bringing up old grievances, or is it an attempt to exploit these old acquaintances? At this moment, Chen Xingyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Wuji, what do you plan to do with those people from Yuta Trading Company? The blacksmith sheep suddenly lifted his slightly lowered eyelids. Chief Constable Chen asked Chen Wuji for his opinion. This kid's status is even higher than Officer Chen's? Do they have powerful connections? Chen Wuji asked. Chen Xingyuan nodded. The owner of Yuta Trading Company is surnamed Shi, and Lu Jinglu's wife is also surnamed Shi. Can you guess how powerful their background is? Chen Wuji rubbed his face vigorously. Am I just incompatible with these officials? I inexplicably made a deadly enemy of Imperial Censor Zhang, and before things have even settled down, I've run into Lu Jinglu's men. He's starting to have some doubts about his health. Knowing that his background offered no hope of entering officialdom, he had already decided to become a wealthy man, make some money, and live a carefree life. As a result, I now have to deal with officials every few days, and these dealings aren't friendly at all. What's most infuriating is that the officials he ran into weren't minor ones. Imperial Censor Zhang was a protege of Prime Minister Yuan and a pillar of the Qinglu faction. As for Lu Jinglu, you could tell just by looking at his title. The Pacification Commissioner was the most powerful figure in the region. The official positions in the Yu dynasty were a combination of those of the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties, but with some differences. Their prefectures covered a large area. The southern prefecture comprised 11 states and 48 counties. The Pacification Commissioner was the highest-ranking official in a prefecture. This Lu Jinglu was not only the military commissioner, but also the prefect of Qingzhou, in charge of the defense of Nanjun. This administrative division is similar to the 3-tiered system of prefectures, counties, and districts in the Han dynasty, only reversed, with prefectures being larger than prefectures. The authority of the military commissioner was equivalent to that of the governor, but much less. Although he was in charge of all defenses in Nanjun, he had no power to deploy troops, nor any financial or judicial authority. The power to deploy troops belonged to the imperial court financial power to the transport commissioner, and judicial power to the judicial commissioner, thus creating a system of checks and balances. Chen Xingyuan's reaction was relatively calm. In Nanjun, which of these powerful businesses doesn't have connections? If they didn't, they would have been wiped out long ago. Even I, who am not in business, think that what you're doing is bound to make money. What's so surprising about you being targeted by these businesses? With such a powerful background behind you to trading company, how dare you still put people in jail? Chen Wuji was somewhat surprised. No wonder he was a ruthless person who could kill a county magistrate and an imperial censor. Chen Xingyan said with disdain, I'm a constable. I'll definitely arrest them if they cause trouble. I don't know what their background is. When they come, I'll take them back. As for whether they're alive or dead, that depends on how fast they arrive. I'm just following the rules. At worst, I'll go to the military governor's office and apologize. Chen Wuji. Chen Xingyuan's posture was like that of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Aren't you afraid they'll kill you? It's not worth risking your life for something so trivial, Chen Wuji advised, while pondering how to vent his anger. Chen Xingyuan waved his hand. It's not that serious. He's just a manager of a trading company. They wouldn't take my life over such a small conflict. I'm a constable, after all. Chen Wuji glanced at the blacksmith Yang and suddenly asked, what is the relationship between the military governor and the Zhang family? I don't know. Chen Xingyuan shook his head. The military commissioner is quite far from us. Even if I wanted to inquire about these things, there's nowhere to ask. Chen Wuji's voice was deep. The Zhang family has caused such a commotion, the military governor couldn't possibly be unaware of it. You've been in officialdom for so long. Haven't you sensed even a hint of a shift in the political winds? Do you know what our military commissioner's nickname is? Chen Xingyuan suddenly asked. Not involved. Pretty much. His nickname is Tai Chi Push Hand, and he's a merchant strategist. He seems to care more about making money, and making money through business. Yuta Trading Company is nominally owned by the Shi family, but everyone knows that it's a company personally managed by Lu Jinglu, Chen Xingyuan said. That's all I know. As for the rest, I think you should ask your sister-in-law. The blacksmith noticed the name keenly, but his eyes grew increasingly blank. Chen Wuji's behavior at this moment was not like that of an inspector from the Imperial City Guard. He knew more or less about the relationships in Nanjun, but Chen Wuji, as an inspector, did not know and had to ask Chen Xingyuan. This is strange. In addition, sister-in-law. Who is this? The blacksmith was racking his brains, but his thoughts were only getting more and more confused. Chen Wuji's question overturned all his previous judgments, leaving him bewildered once again. Just who is this kid? That's strange, Chen Wuji said. These local officials are competing with the people for profit. Doesn't the imperial court care? I feel like this is becoming a trend. Chen Xingyuan glanced at it and asked, Yuta Trading Company belongs to the Shi family. What does it have to do with Lu Jinglu? This kind of thing might fool a fool, but if the imperial court wants to get involved, this smokescreen is meaningless, Chen Wuji said. Nobody is blind. They can't just clear their name because of this little cover-up. Who knows? Chen Xingyuan said quietly. Chapter 186, one of our own. The blacksmith felt his mind taking root and sprouting. Chen Wuji is currently in a state of confusion. What merit or ability does he possess? I'll just leave those guys to you. I'm not going to bother with them anymore, Chen Wuji said. They're such high-ranking officials. If they really want to hold me accountable, I don't think I can do anything about it. Let's just take it one step at a time, or worse, blow it up. He may not have the ability to compete with these local bigwigs, but he certainly has the guts to turn their strongholds into wastelands. If he can't handle things within the rules, then he'll break the rules and take them down. Chen Xingyan lounged lazily in his chair and waved to Chen Wuji. I know. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll handle it. I was originally planning to bully others and show off, but now it's all over. Chen Wuji shook his head with regret and looked at the blacksmith Yang. Old Yang, it seems I've messed things up. The blacksmith choked back a sob. You're only telling me this now? Don't overthink it. I just noticed you seemed a bit down, so I took some responsibility. You were the one who actually did the dirty work, Chen Wuji said with a smile. There shouldn't be anything bothering you, right? The blacksmith was stunned. Why the hell do you suddenly seem so shameless? Chen Wuji chuckled, waved to Chen Xingyuan, and left the yamen with the blacksmith Yang. Only then did he speak seriously. I didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful background. If there's anything you're upset about, we can discuss it together. It was just a little quarrel, and there's still room for maneuver. Are you worried that this matter will affect the shop and your family members? The blacksmith glanced at Chen Wuji and thought, damn it, you're the one who's having a really bad day. Who exactly are you? Don't worry, I wouldn't take this to heart, the blacksmith said in a low voice. There are countless people in this city with backgrounds far deeper than yours or mine. I wouldn't casually encounter such a small difficulty. I'd be terrified and filled with anxiety. I readily agreed to the murder without even asking why. Do you think such a trivial matter could cause me any worry? Even if you don't provoke them, I never intended to give them a friendly face. They're trying to take things by force and bully us. I'm not that spineless, and I'm not going to just hand over what you've worked so hard to create. Chen Wuji smiled and said, actually, that's what I was thinking too, but you seemed a bit dull. That's because I'm fucking thinking about you. The blacksmith cursed inwardly, then suddenly said in a low voice, I feel like I've been tricked into joining your scheme. I'm happy to help you, but I want to know what your true purpose is. Surely that's not too difficult for you. My purpose? This question surprised Chen Wuji. I don't think I have any purpose. If I had to say I do, it would be to make a lot of money. I don't want to live a poor life anymore. The blacksmith with the sheep had a deep look in his eyes and said calmly, if you have difficulties that you can't talk about, I won't force you. We're in the same boat now. But if I find out that you're using me, don't blame me for being too sharp. At that point, there won't be any more sentimentality. Chen Wuji suddenly looked at Yang the blacksmith. His attitude was a bit strange. Have you misunderstood something? Is it because of the 8 drunken immortals? Chen Wuji asked. Yes and no. The blacksmith's already fierce expression turned even colder. Chen Wuji was all too familiar with him. When they first met, he was exactly this cold and unapproachable person. Chen Wuji could clearly sense that there was a distance between them at this moment. After carefully reviewing the recent events, Chen Wuji suddenly laughed. You suspect I'm an official? The blacksmith didn't say anything, but that was tantamount to him agreeing. Seeing his expression, Chen Wuji understood. I don't have an official position, but I know someone in the government. Zue Baxian helped me because we share the same interests. I want to take down the Zhang family. As for Officer Chen, as you can see, we all share the same surname, Chen. So what doubts do you still have? Old Yang, there are some things you can ask me directly. There's no need to scare me. I'm timid. The blacksmith had a stern face, but his fierce-looking face was now slightly flushed. He held his breath for a while, then suddenly said, I once rebelled and served under the Western King as a general. After that scoundrel Western King surrendered to the court, I led 600 men from my hometown across Xinxian Ridge and hid here incognito. The old man at the coffin shop was the chief strategist of the Western King. He came to Yunnan to make coffins, not because he liked them, but because he said he had to make a coffin for the Western King in his lifetime. Chen Wuji picked at his ear. This is a secret I really can't hear. Damn it, I actually did business with a rebel leader. That's another death sentence for me. The reason I agreed to your request so quickly is simply because I'm short of money, the blacksmith Yang said, ignoring Chen Wuji's mutterings. Of the 600 men from my hometown who came down from Xinxianling with me, less than 400 remained. I brought them here because I am responsible for their livelihood and, more importantly, for the families of the brothers who died in battle. I am short of money, but what you are giving me can make money. I know, stop nagging. I'm really afraid it'll lead to a long life. Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith glanced at Chen Wuji and said, some things do need to be said frankly. We are indeed in the same boat now. Coincidentally, I know what's going on with the Chen family. That's all in the past. Now we're just ordinary people. Chen Wuji grinned. Ordinary people who get bullied by a lackey and still have to worry about how to deal with it. The blacksmith Yang said calmly, it's all right. The Zhang family can disappear just as easily as the Liu family. We common folk all know that Yunnan is a den of thieves, but these high-ranking officials don't seem to know that. If everyone were someone to be slaughtered, who would leave their hometown and travel thousands of miles to come here? Chen Wuji laughed. This feeling of shared ideals is actually quite nice. The estrangement that had lasted less than 15 minutes was gone. Now, both Chen Wuji and Yang the blacksmith see each other more as one of their own. It's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat. We need to deliver the goods to Hungtong Trading Company. Chen Wuji said. The blacksmith said, why spend that money? You could just cook. It's because I don't want to cook. Chen Wuji said seriously. Then let Fuwa do it. That works. Look at a jar of wine and have a drink. The blacksmith nodded emphatically in agreement. We should have a drink. I'll go call that old ghost at the coffin shop. What's troubling us shouldn't be a problem for him. Is it appropriate to ask a strategist for advice on such a small matter? Chen Wuji asked. The blacksmith snorted. What a load of rubbish, a strategist. He's just a coffin maker now. Chapter 187, The Mastermind. Su Xingyi looked slightly better than before, but he still appeared gloomy and thin, like a demon emerging from a dark cave. Even if he does nothing, his face alone can be a nightmare for the neighborhood children. He looks like a heinous criminal. The moment he saw Chen Wuji, he complained that Chen Wuji hadn't brought him weasels for several days and that he was about to run out of food. His already sinister demeanor, coupled with such a serious statement, made him seem like the very embodiment of a demon. I've been so busy lately, I haven't been up the mountain for several days, Chen Wuji said helplessly. Su Xingyi joked, if you're a hunter and you're not hunting, what are you busy with? He's busy fighting with the Zhang family, the blacksmith Yang said with a light laugh. Su Xingyi was somewhat surprised. The Zhang family? The biggest Zhang family in the city. Yes. Su Xingyi laughed. Well, you're pretty impressive, kid. You actually went up against the Zhang family. If my information is correct, you won? Although the Zhang family is indeed facing some problems, it doesn't mean I've won yet, and my role here was minimal. However, this matter is temporarily over, Chen Wuji said. Su Xingyi smiled faintly, and his gaze toward Chen Wuji suddenly took on a different meaning. He was so thin that his cheeks looked like skin and bones. When he smiled, although there was a hint of a smile, it gave off a feeling of I've got my eye on you. Remember to close the doors and windows tonight. The blacksmith said quietly, this kid just fought with the Zhang family, and now he's at odds with the Shi family. Yes, the Shi family of Qingzhou that you think of. Su Xingyi's expression immediately became quite interesting. Are you really that good at causing trouble? Manager Su, you overestimate me. Even if I were a troublemaker, I wouldn't want to mess with someone of this caliber. Besides, I've always been a very law-abiding person. I generally don't mess with others unless they mess with me. Chen Wuji said helplessly. He would only provoke these people if he were out of his mind. Unfortunately, living in such a world, there are some things that are truly beyond his control. The proverb, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, is particularly evident here. The thunderbolt attracted the attention of countless people, and the recipe caught the eye of Zhu Wei. Nowadays, even for something as simple to make as an iron pot, which is extremely inexpensive to imitate, Yuta Trading Company would rather concede and obediently hand over these things than copy their work. It's no longer a matter of whether the thing is complicated or simple. It's that they become so accustomed to this way of doing things that they're unwilling to put in the extra effort. But then again, grabbing something is definitely much faster than copying homework. Give us some advice. The people from Yuta Trading Company are in jail right now. The blacksmith Yang got up and refilled Su Xingyi's teacup, speaking with a touch of politeness. Although he cursed fiercely, Chen Wuji could see that Lao Yang respected Su Xingyi. After Su Xingyi came in, he sat down steadily, and Lao Yang naturally took over the task of serving tea and water, as if it were his duty. You've come to blows with Yuta Trading Company because of iron pots? Su Xingyi asked, taking a sip of his tea. Chen Wuji nodded. Yes, they gave us two choices, but Lao Yang and I didn't really want either. We had a fight, and he's temporarily been thrown into the county jail. Who are these people? Su Xingyi asked. A manager at Yuta Trading Company. Su Xingyi thought for a moment. It seems that Yuta Trading Company is nominally managed by the second son of the Shi family, but I heard that the person who really controls these businesses is Lu Jinglu's eldest son, Lu Chuan. It's just a small stunt, nothing serious. At most, it'll only get us to the second young master of the Shi family. Tell me how much profit you want from this. Chen Wuji looked at the blacksmith Yang. The blacksmith Yang didn't speak, but instead raised his hand to signal Chen Wuji to make the decision. I'm just a hunter. I don't like causing trouble. Old Sheep seems to prefer making money right now, and has no intention of fighting to the death with these big shots, Chen Wuji said. Su Xingyi smiled faintly. Then just apologize to them. Give your assets to young Master Shi, and cry about your grievances. He will definitely stand up for you. You can drag that manager who bullied you back like a dead dog. It's precisely because I didn't want to be forced to discuss this so-called business that we have this conflict today. Chen Wuji shook his head. I don't like apologies in this situation. Su Xingyi laughed even harder. So you want to take down the Shi family? I didn't mean that. Chen Wuji shook his head and chuckled. Manager Su, you can think highly of old Yang, but don't think highly of me. I'm timid and afraid of trouble, but I don't want to be ridden on and forced to do things I don't like. You don't even believe that yourself, yet you're telling me. You're not being honest, kid. Su Xingyi stretched and suddenly sneered. In the Nanjun region, no matter how high the rank of the previous officials, They did not dare to seize and plunder in this way. However, the last two officials have started to bring in some of their bad practices from outside, and because of this chaotic place, they have become even more rampant. You want my advice? My advice is to kill him. Chen Wuji raised an eyelid slightly. Was it really okay to be so straightforward? You two take your pots and go to see young Master Shi in person to discuss cooperation. In the meantime, find someone to kill off his lackeys, Su Xingyi added, seemingly to make sure Yang the blacksmith and Chen Wuji understood, and gave a comprehensive explanation. Chen Wuji understood his thinking, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's a pretty ruthless move, but I must say it did feel good. We have alibis, so young Master Shi can't use the law against us, but he'll definitely guess that we did it. This is a slap in the face for him, and he'll be very angry, Chen Wuji said. Su Xingyi didn't take it seriously. If he's angry, it means he's not in pain. Then let's do it again, until he swallows his anger. He has power and influence, but you don't. Chen Wuji cupped his hands in greeting. A single word from Manager Su is worth more than 10 years of study. Su Xingyi's plan was simple, but also ruthless. Calm down. They've taken things by force and used their power to intimidate you, but it looks like you've won the first round. At least give them a chance to make a move, Su Xingyi said calmly. Chen Wuji nodded. I also feel that it's a bit too early to get started right away. The blacksmith with drooping eyelids and a grave expression asked, So, we're now going to war with the Shi family? Chen Wuji and Su Xingyi. What's he saying? Chapter 188, I'm just a coffin seller. Chen Wuji didn't follow Yang the blacksmith's train of thought. He didn't understand where old Yang got the conclusion that they were going to war with the Shi family. There is some confrontation, but to say that war is a bit of an exaggeration. The blacksmith asked again, surprised and serious. You're actually determined to make a comeback because of this little thing? The Great Yu dynasty is indeed on the verge of collapse, but even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. I think you're a bit confused to start a rebellion because of this opportunity. Su Xingyi wiped his face and turned to look at Chen Wuji. Do you know what he's saying? I know, it's war, Chen Wuji said with a smile. But what are we talking about? Su Xingyi was on the verge of collapse. I was afraid he wouldn't understand, so I explained it to him again. But listen to what he's saying. Just because of this, I'm going to start a rebellion? Am I on my mind? What kind of rebellion would a coffin seller like me be starting? The blacksmith was a little confused. Then what are you talking about? Let this kid explain it to you. I can't explain it to you, Su Xingyi said with disdain. Every time I talk to you, I'm reminded of some unpleasant experiences from the past. The old blacksmith blushed, but what I hear from you is clearly an uprising and war. It's to fight against the Shi family, Chen Wuji said. In his mind, Lao Yang had always been a wise and shrewd man, decisive and steady, and quick to act. Today he saw another side of the old sheep. How should I put it? He seems a bit simple-minded. Despite stating such bluntly, he actually came to the conclusion of starting a war. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Old Sheep muttered with some doubt. You're clearly talking about war. Chen Wuji. Su Xingyi ignored the blacksmith Yang's mutterings and turned to Chen Wuji, saying, We can put other unimportant matters aside for now. Take some time to go into the mountains. I'm really starving. Provoking a behemoth like the Shi family is indeed troublesome, but it's not that bad. You've already solved such a big problem as the Zhang family. What are you afraid of about the Shi family? The Zhang family's roots are in Nanjun, but the Liu family is an outsider. Having a high official position in Nanjun doesn't necessarily mean you're really powerful. Chen Wuji nodded. I will go into the mountains in the next couple of days. All right. Su Xingyi glanced at Yang the blacksmith, and suddenly said meaningfully, For what old Yang is saying, he must have told you about some of the things we did before. Those are all things of the past. There's no need to care. Now we're just a blacksmith and a coffin seller. Nothing more. I know a little, but not very much, Chen Wuji chuckled. I'm just a hunter. I know you because I'm Old Sheep's guest, and you're my guest. As for anything else, I don't care that much. Very good. Su Xingyi nodded, picked up his teacup, and took a light sip. This meal was very worthwhile, but it also took a very long time. Lunch almost became dinner. It was almost evening when Chen Wuji and the other two came out of the shop. The group then made a detour to Hungtong Trading Company to deliver the iron pots they had ordered. Unexpectedly, the young master was away collecting grain in the countryside and was not there. This deal involves several hundred taels of silver, and no one else can make the decision. Chen Wuji had no choice but to ask the people in the business about the approximate date of the young master's return and ask them to report it in a timely manner, and then discuss it further after the young master returned. After bidding farewell to Yang the blacksmith and Su Xingyi, Chen Wuji rushed off to Sanlipu without stopping. 2 days have passed, and I wonder what the progress is like on Qin Zhanhong's side. At the entrance of Yang's blacksmith shop, Su Xingyi and Yang the blacksmith stood side by side. "This kid is from the Chen family," the blacksmith Yang said in a low voice. Su Xingyi nodded calmly. "I know, I saw it a long time ago. He's not just a member of the Chen family, but also a member of the Chen family's patriarchal lineage. Just say what your purpose is. There's no need to beat around the bush with me." The blacksmith looked at Su Xingyi in surprise. "What purpose could I possibly have? This kid can help me make money, so I'll help him out a bit. That's all. We're currently selling pots together." Su Xingyi did not respond to Yang the blacksmith's answer, and instead brought up the topic of Chen Wuji again. "There are rumors in the city that the Chen family gathered troops to attack Yunnan City the night before last, but we don't know if it's true or not." "If you don't know if it's true or not, then it must exist. But if I remember correctly, the Chen family doesn't seem to have many people left, right? With so few people, they dared to attack Yunnan. Are they crazy?" The blacksmith Yang expressed extreme skepticism. "I'm wondering the same thing." Su Xingyi put his hands in his sleeves, patted his belly, and followed the movements of a charming young woman walking down the street. The way she swayed her body was truly a sight to behold. "Sheep blacksmith. If you're just eyeing a woman, find one. Just watching her won't get her into your bed," the blacksmith said, shaking his head. "You're getting on in years. It's time to find a woman and start thinking about having children. Get out." Su Xingyi roared in anger. "The only people willing to come to me now are the dead." The blacksmith chuckled twice, then suddenly, with a mischievous urge, decided to chime in with a couple of comments. But considering Su Xingyi's methods, he held back. "This guy doesn't hit people hard, but the damage he can inflict is very painful." "The Chen clan is showing signs of rising to power," Su Xingyi suddenly said quietly. "This time, once they rise to power again, it will definitely not be to protect half of Yu's country. If nothing unexpected happens, they may want to take Yu's life. You want to get involved?" The blacksmith's expression suddenly became somewhat excited. Su Xingyi craned his neck to look in the direction the woman had left. "Which ear of yours heard me say that? I just said that the Chen family is unwilling to fall into such a state and is going to rise up. I'm leaving now. I have a few more customers coming to sell my coffins today." Sanlipo. When Chen Wuji arrived, Qin Zhanhong was the only person in the entire mansion. She seemed to have some free time today, actually reading a book in the courtyard, with a cup of flower tea in front of her, the name of which I don't know, making her look exceptionally serene and elegant. This almost caused Chen Wuji a major accident. Qin Zhanhong actually has such a quiet and elegant side. If he hadn't been given prior notice, Chen Wuji would have even suspected that Qin Zhanhong knew he was coming and was deliberately posing and striking a pose. "Lord Qin seems quite relaxed. Have you taken care of everything in the city?" Chen Wuji sat down on one side of the stone table. Qin Zhan raised his red eyelids slightly, kicked off his shoes very naturally, and put his feet on Chen Wuji's lap. "The interrogation is over, and the documents to be sent to the capital have been sent. Now, just wait." Chen Wuji played with those tiny feet and asked, "Not a single word has come through." Qin Zhanhong rolled up the bamboo slips, placed them on the stone table, and shook his head. "No, if there were news, why would I be in the mood to look at these? I just learned 2 new moves in the book. Why don't I go try them out?" Chen Wuji's pupils dilated suddenly. "What kind of book is this?" "Yeah, they're all pictures, super clear." Qin Zhanhong smiled flirtatiously and winked at Chen Wuji. Chapter 189, Finding a Way Out for Sugar. Qin Zhanhong's 2 newly learned moves are excellent. These 2 moves were actually nothing new to Chen Wuji. He's seen and tried all sorts of poses. What truly earned Chen Wuji's fervent admiration was his inner qualities. Qin Zhanhong actually learned the star-absorbing technique by recognizing characters from pictures. This thing is pretty good. Everyone was enthusiastic. Anyway, Qin Zhanhong seems to have opened the door to a new world. Although he is exhausted, his eyes are shining brightly, filled with extreme joy. Why do things feel so different even though it's the same thing? It's so strange. Qin Zhanhong clasped her hands together, resting her chin on the back of her hands, snuggling up to Chen Wuji like a lazy kitten. Chen Wuji shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, "I don't know. However, there must be a trick to everything. I've heard that the women in those brothels are very skilled in this art, so maybe they know the answer." Qin Zhanhong's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. "You've been to brothels? Hey, which ear of yours heard me go to a brothel?" "I clearly said I heard it," Chen Wuji said. Don't frame me. I have my principles too. Really? I don't believe it. Chen Jianhong tilted his head and hummed. After a moment pause, she suddenly poked Chen Wuji with her finger. Don't leave tonight, okay? Let's do it another day. The clan is holding a grand family ceremony, and I've been assigned to preside over it this time. I need to learn the procedures in the next few days. I've never done this before, so I'll have to learn from the elders in the clan, Chen Wuji said apologetically. After this is over, I'll stay here for a couple more days. Chen Jianhong looked resentful, but he also knew that the family's grand ceremony was a major event for the clan and should not be taken lightly. You said it yourself, so if you dare to go back on your word, I'll castrate you. Chen Jianhong threatened fiercely. Then, a slight smile played on her lips, a seductive glint in her eyes, as she said, Shall we fuss a little longer? Chen Wuji agreed, feeling both amused and exasperated. This woman's addiction is even greater than his. When Chen Wuji left Samlapo, it was already getting dark. I didn't do anything today, just wasted my time. He got home just in time for dinner. He had barely put down his chopsticks when Chen Bushi and Chen Mule arrived with lanterns. As soon as Chen Bushi entered, he launched into a sarcastic remark at Chen Wuji, saying that people who want to learn etiquette shouldn't take the initiative to seek them out, but instead expect them to come to him like he's some kind of lord. I just got home, and this chair hasn't even warmed up yet, Chen Wuji said irritably. Chen Bushi snorted lightly, his eyes slowly searching the surroundings. That's your business. The family's grand ceremony is the most important thing. You can't tell what's important, and you're trying to blame me? Chen Wuji felt a sense of unease when he saw the look in his eyes. What are you doing? I heard that thing you've been secretly working on is finally done. Where is it? Let me see it, Chen Bushi said. It failed. We didn't succeed. Chen Wuji said. Two bandits actually dared to covet the head of the household's belongings. They were practically defying the natural order. Look how stingy you are. Let me see, Chen Bushi said speechlessly. I know some people who might be able to help you sell the good stuff. You can eat the meat, and we poor folks can have a taste of the soup too. Chen Wuji said seriously. I have indeed produced the item, but I think it will be difficult to make money from it. I'm not saying that what I produced is bad. It is definitely a good item, at least for now, is certainly a rare find. But it's precisely because it's a valuable item that it will cause trouble if we take it out. With our current strength and background, taking this out would probably not only fail to earn us any money, but would also easily bring us trouble. If even something as simple as an iron pot can attract attention, then if white sugar appears, he will definitely be thrust into the spotlight. Fortunately, things took a turn for the worse, and he didn't use this item to discuss business with Zhu Wei. Looking back at the decisions he made a few days ago, Chen Wuji now thinks they were incredibly foolish. Without sufficient information, one cannot make rational decisions. Let me take a look first, Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji took out white sugar from the earthenware jar. This is frosting sugar, which is derived from brown sugar. It has a better color and a purer sweetness. This stuff will either be unacceptable to most people, or will become rare and expensive. Chen Bushi pinched a small amount with his fingers and tasted it. This stuff does look better than brown sugar, but as for the taste, I think it's just so. Brown sugar has a richer flavor. Yes, but it depends on how you sell it, Chen Wuji said. He wasn't actually worried about selling the item or getting a good price for it. What really frustrates him now is the terrible business atmosphere in Nanjun. Those with money and power will seize the opportunity to grab it. Yuta Trading Company will not be the first nor the last. Once frost sugar appears, it will definitely be targeted. The Zhang family and the Yuta Trading Company were already giving him a lot of trouble. If he were to provoke a few more, he would be in trouble. He would just have to spend all his time scheming and fighting with people. Chen Bushi thought for a moment and said, If you're comfortable with this, I'll handle it. How do you plan to sell it? Chen Wuji asked. The caravan will sell the goods elsewhere. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wuji said, We can give it a try, but the possibility of being targeted is still extremely high. We need to make this clear beforehand, so as not to ruin your relationship. I know, Chen Bushi said. How many coins do you plan to sell it for? It's at least 5 ounces per pound. As for how much he can sell it for, that's his business. I don't care, Chen Wuji said. You can tell him that this stuff is very rare, and merchants will definitely know the ins and outs of it. 5 taels! Chen Luozi suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Are you robbing me, you little brat? Robbery is nowhere near as profitable as doing business, Chen Wuji laughed. Someone will sell for 5 taels of silver. Let's try this price first. If no one buys it, we can adjust it. Chen Wuji patted Chen Wuji on the shoulder and said, "Business matters are none of our business. You and I are just two farmers. Even if Wuji explained it to you in detail, you still wouldn't understand." "I don't understand, but I know he definitely won't sell it for that price." Chen Mule said, "This little thing is only worth 5 taels of silver. What idiot would buy it?" Chapter 190, We Must Expand Our Territory. The Chen family was, after all, a powerful clan that once controlled the northern prefecture, and their family's grand ancestral rights were extremely complicated. Chen Wuji's mind was already racing just from hearing the whole process. He is the presiding officer of this grand ceremony, and therefore has many responsibilities. Third uncle, ninth uncle, what exactly is going on with our Chen family? Shouldn't you tell me now? In the ancestral hall, Chen Wuji put down the ancient bamboo slip in his hand and asked earnestly. Chen Wuji also said seriously, "We were actually planning to tell you soon, but you seem to be quite good at stirring up trouble. One wave has barely subsided before another rises, so we'll put this matter on hold for now." "Has Chen Xingyuan already told you?" Chen Wuji asked. Chen Wuji nodded. "He specially sent someone to deliver a message to me today. He should have told you why, right? That's why I'm unwilling to take out the frosting sugar. It's not that I want to cause trouble. Frankly, it's just that possessing a treasure invites trouble," Chen Wuji said. Chen Wuji did not deny it, but it seemed he had other ideas as well. He paused for a moment before saying, "Wuji, it's not that I'm unwilling to talk about family matters, but knowing your personality, you'll definitely want to do something after I do. Let's put this matter aside for now. Do whatever you want to do now. The family will always be your support. No member of the Chen family in Shishan village will ever abandon you. As for the Chen family members outside, we will keep an eye on them. Our Chen family is just barely surviving right now. Once we make a move, things will get out of control." Chen Wuji was unaware of the specific details of the Chen family's affairs, and naturally could not guess what Chen Wuji was worried about. Would the consequences be so severe if I just told him the truth? However, he also sensed something else in Chen Wuji's words. His lineage, as the head of the family, seems to truly have the right to control the Chen family. Even when the Chen family was in dire straits and had fled to all corners of the country, the clansmen were still willing to follow the ancestral rules and recognize him as the head of the family line. On this point, Chen Wuji almost made his point clear. The Chen family members in Shishan village are united. As for the branches outside, it's uncertain, but they will keep an eye on them. I think you're prejudiced against me now. I was originally planning to leave some frosting sugar for you two to try, but now it's gone. Chen Wuji teased deliberately. Chen Wuji gave a wry smile and asked, "Wuji, let me ask you something. If you saw that some members of the Chen family were starving and that some able-bodied men were dying of hunger every year, what would you do?" "I now have the ability to help them overcome their difficulties," Chen Wuji said earnestly. He has a lot of money in his hands now. As long as the number of people isn't too outrageous, it's entirely possible to pull them back from the brink of death. But we can't help them. Chen Mule shook his head. "What?" Chen Wuji picked up the thread and asked, "If you know you can't help, can you resist the urge to not help? Are they someone else's tenants?" Chen Wuji's eyes flashed, and his face instantly turned gloomy. "We can't help them. It's just that this branch of the Chen family has their freedom restricted for various reasons. The most likely candidate is a tenant farmer. If a landlord could make tenant farmers so miserable that people starve to death every year, one can imagine how outrageous their exploitation methods must have been. They must have been at least more ruthless than the Yuan family." Chen Wuji sighed softly. "You see, you can't help it." Chen Wuji thought of how the Chen family behaved when the Yuan family was at the height of their power in Shishan village. They're extremely cautious. Even their movements are furtive. Because of past events, the Chen family dared not band together or rebel, fearing that they would be falsely accused of rebellion. Chen Wuji was also aware of this. Chen Wuji rubbed his cheeks vigorously. "I thought you had already let go of these concerns." "We have indeed let go of some of our concerns now, because the officials in Yunnan are at odds with the emperor. If we act a little more recklessly, they won't report to the court, and they might even consider using us," Chen Wuji said. "But it's different in other places. Those people were painstakingly deployed by His Majesty the Emperor to the 6 prefectures of Lingnan. They were not there to become officials, but to keep watch on the Chong people, the local powerful clans, and us." Chen Wuji was exasperated. If that's the case, then the Imperial City Guard seems to be the Emperor's more direct eyes and ears. What you're worried about seems to be just a decoration to me. You're concerned about the outposts, but ignoring me, who's right in front of you. This is the consequence of concealing the truth. Chen Wuji kept it a complete secret from him, but some people knew their true nature. The consequences of this error were infinitely worse than concealing it, and Chen Wuji had no idea what the two of them were thinking. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Wuji with a helpless expression. Who told us to find out so late? And who would have thought that you would even dare to sleep with a female official of the Imperial City Guard? Even if I had 10 heads, I wouldn't dare to think of such a thing, but you did it. Now that things have already happened, I don't have the power to stop it even if I wanted to. Fortunately, that female official seems to care about you quite a bit. So we don't need to worry about this group appearing in the Imperial City Guard in Yunnan for the time being. She should be able to help you cover things up. Chen Wuji looked at Chen Wuji as if he were a fool. To entrust your fate to the whim of someone else, that's a dangerous idea of yours. There's still no way out. Chen Wuji's expression showed a hint of melancholy. Until something major changes, we can maintain the status quo for now. But the example Mule just gave us shows that the county magistrate is keeping an eye on our Chen family. If there's any sign of trouble, he will definitely send a memorial to the capital, telling the emperor that our Chen family is on the verge of comeback. He was trying to force the Chen family to rebel against him, so that he would have leverage over us. Send that county magistrate to his death, Chen Wuji said decisively. I believe you must have had your reasons and difficulties in keeping this from me. But my thinking is very simple. If we're living worse than a dog in the Great Yu dynasty, then we should not be dogs. We can go to the territory of the southwestern barbarians to steal food and at least live with some dignity. I know that our Chen clan has the ability. Since we have the ability, why do we still hold on to this place and watch our clansmen live in the most humble state and die in humiliation? Chen Wuji glanced at the mountain of ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. Because our roots are here. Our ancestors shed countless lives on this land. This is where they fought and defended, and it is our land. We can live in humiliation, but we must never abandon our homeland and flee without dignity. Nonsense, Chen Wuji shouted. Who says this is an escape? This is clearly territorial expansion. Chen Wuji and Chen Mule were suddenly stunned. Is the phrase expanding territory really associated with fleeing? But thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be true. That makes some sense. Should we head south, take over a small territory first, and then come back to fight our way back? Chapter 191. You were born to be the head of the family. We are now exposed to the light of day, Chen Wuji said in a deep voice. No matter how many assumptions and deductions you have made, this is an indisputable fact. Qin Jianhong and I do have some relationship now, a rather close one. However, when it comes to matters of life and death, I will not completely trust her unless she truly becomes one of our own. Third uncle, ninth uncle, we must always prepare for the worst. Chen Wuji's words surprised Chen Wuji, but also made him extremely gratified. We have been making these preparations for many years. It's just that we are not ready to rebel against the court yet, and that's what I really want to tell you. Chen Wuji stared intently at Chen Wuji. To save me, you were willing to immediately turn the Chen family into outlaws, but you just stood by and watched the other branches be bullied and driven to their deaths? Is this the difference between the head of the family and the branches? Yes. Chen Wuji's answer was crisp and ruthless. In the Chen family, anyone can die, except you. Don't say I'm old-fashioned. This is the law of our ancestors, and it's the result that countless Chen family sages have verified throughout history. The Chen family hasn't always been ruled by the head of the family. There have been struggles and internal strife. But in the end, the Chen family can only be controlled by the head of the family. No one else can. You may find this laughable, but you don't know that even when you were acting like a fool, I, a dignified scholar, never denied your status as the head of the family. Nor did I ever think of becoming the head of the family. When you're the only one left in the family line, you will already be the family head. You don't need anyone's recognition or approval. You are already the family head. Chen Wuji exhaled a heavy breath of stale air that felt like a mountain pressing down on his chest, and sat down on the large stone slab at the entrance of the ancestral hall. He suddenly wanted a cigarette. He was clearly dressed like a fool. So how did he end up carrying the weight of an entire clan's lives? If something happens to our main branch, the branches will inevitably suffer as well. Have you thought of a way to deal with this? Chen Wuji asked in a low voice. Yes. Chen Wuji sat down with Chen Wuji. As long as you don't interfere, the situation can at least remain as it is for the time being. The longer we can maintain this status quo, the more strength we can accumulate. Especially now, these money-making businesses you have are crucial to the family's current situation. The caravan I mentioned earlier is one of our own. Chen Wuji glanced at Chen Bushi. Why didn't you say so earlier? Iron pots don't make money, do they? Yes, the caravan will be in contact with Yang the blacksmith in the next few days, Chen Bushi said. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. If you were my third uncle, I'd really like to give you a few wild punches. With things like this, why would you need to hide anything from me? Finding me is easier than finding old Yang, isn't it? You need time to grow, Chen Bushi said casually. Chen Wuji, how could someone who's only in their 30s have turned out like this? Chen Wuji suddenly laughed and said, Third brother, you don't want to say it, but it seems you've already said most of the things. I've said it before, Wuji is smarter and more courageous than we thought. You've been smart all your life, but it seems you've made a mistake too. Chen Bushi glanced at Chen Mule with some annoyance. I'm not blind. I know what kind of person this kid is, but being the head of a dilapidated family isn't easy. He won't be able to live a carefree life for many years. Chen Mule wiped his face awkwardly. Never mind, just pretend I farted. Chen Wuji tilted his head, looked at Chen Bushi seriously, and said, I'm the head of the family, so it's not like you can't do the work, is it? Chen Bushi. Chen Wuji clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Brilliant, Wuji. I think this is a great idea. Chen Bushi's face was a bit dark. Chen Wuji stopped laughing and said seriously, I won't ask about anything else, but regarding the example you gave before, my suggestion is still to kill that county magistrate and then find someone to take over his land. Doing this might not necessarily cause any trouble, but at least it can give our clansmen some temporary peace. He was ready to blow up Lu Jinglu, but Chen Bushi hesitated and wavered when it came to dealing with the county magistrate. If this guy knew what he was really thinking, he'd probably be scared to death. He's still not bold enough. You see, you still can't help but want to interfere. However, what you said makes sense. I will arrange this matter. Chen Bushi nodded. As for other matters, I will discuss them with you in detail tomorrow. We've already come this far, so there's really nothing to hide. My allowing those terrible things to remain as they are is not because I am heartless, but because the Chen family needs to maintain an honest facade to buy time and accumulate strength. Otherwise, once we get to the mountains, even more people will die. Although the Great Yu dynasty is constantly embroiled in internal strife, if our Chen clan makes any move, they can still easily crush us. The Chen clan is too weak now, too weak to withstand any storm. The Chen family may become outlaws, but they cannot truly become bandits. Chen Wuji felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if he had eaten a lot of indigestible food that was filling his stomach and squeezing his heart so hard that he could hardly breathe. There was a feeling in his chest that he couldn't exhale or expel completely. He collapsed onto the stone slab, his hands crossed behind his head. It seems many people in Yunnan City know about our background. Don't worry about them. Those people are no different from us, except that we once stood higher and were more noble than them, Chen Bushi said disdainfully. At least we were once known as the Rock of the Nation, the guardians of this land, while most of them are guilty. Chen Wuji stared intently at the dazzling starry sky above him. The most beautiful thing in this era is probably the Milky Way overhead. It's so low, and it even has some other colors. It's so beautiful that it looks unreal. Third uncle, we need to find a way to turn them into our own people, Chen Wuji suddenly said quietly. Chen Bushi was somewhat surprised. You want to win them over? That won't be easy. The reasons those people came to Yunnan are all sorts of strange things, but each of them has a lot of trouble on their hands. Such people are all proud, and they disdain to report us to the court. After all, in some ways, we are all the same. But by the same token, they also disdain working with us or becoming our supporters. Chen Wuji shook his head. I mean everyone in this city, not just them, but also the officials and the common people. Chen Bushi opened his mouth, but remained silent for a long time. No, Chen Wuji asked, looking up when he didn't hear an answer. Chen Bushi laughed and scolded speechlessly. What kind of pipe dream are you having? Putting aside everything else, do you have the money to win them over? This requires a huge amount of money. I thought it was something serious. I'll just earn it slowly, Chen Wuji said casually. Chapter 192, The Strange Things in the Forest. Under the starry sky, Chen Wuji had a long talk with Chen Bushi and Chen Yul. About family, about fate. At the beginning of his transmigration, Chen Wuji knew that the Chen family was extraordinary and that there must be some secrets hidden behind them. However, he did not expect that these secrets would eventually fall on his shoulders, requiring him to protect and explore them. This life is a bit tough. Chen Wuji was right. It's not easy being the head of a broken-down family. He worked so hard for so long to finally ensure his family no longer had to worry about food and clothing, but the house he lived in was still that old house with a dark roof, and now he had to rack his brains to make a living for the entire clan. Chen Wuji didn't want to do this job, but he had no other choice. When only one person remains in the line of patriarchy, the position of patriarch will not be transferred unless he also dies. The Chen family members are too kind-hearted. They should learn from other families and seize power. Forget it. Even though I've lived 2 lives, I don't want to die. We should at least take in another 10 or 8 concubines before we start talking about it. Yes, especially while you're still strong and healthy. When Chen Wuji returned home, it was almost midnight. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Jinshi went outside the courtyard with a lantern to meet Chen Wuji. Brother Wuji, next time if you need anything at night, please take us brothers with you. We may not be able to help with anything else, but we can keep you company. We are your servants, not your adopted sons. I'm feeling very uneasy living like this. Chen Wuji chuckled. Life's a little better now, and you're already complaining? I'm not complaining. I just want these good days to last a little longer. Yuan Jinshi grinned, leaning forward slightly so that the lantern could illuminate the path under Chen Wuji's feet. Chen Wuji ruffled Yuan Jinshi's already messy hair a couple of times. Just stay put and do the things I assigned you. There's no need to make yourself look so humble. Yes, Yuan Jinshi silently agreed, then muttered softly, but we're doing so little work now. We just sweep the yard every day and then go up the mountain to catch crayfish. We're living a better life than many sons in the village. Brother Wuji, you wouldn't really be raising us as your sons, would you? Get the hell out of here. I'm so young, and I've already raised such a big son like you. Chen Wuji cursed. With a son this big, he would have to get married at 7 or 8 and have children at 8 or 9. Scholar Yuan grinned twice. Then how about assigning us more work? You guys have done your job. Go to sleep. I think you might have some bone problems. Chen Wuji shook his head and pushed open the door to the inner courtyard. Chen Wuji's house wasn't large, but it was, after all, the ancestral home of the Chen family after they settled in Shishan village, and it was divided into inner and outer courtyards. The outer courtyard used to have only 2 rooms, a livestock pen and a room used to store farm tools and fodder, which could be considered a storage room. After Chen Kun and his son led the villagers to build the livestock pen, the Yuan brothers moved in. They cleared out the house where they had stored miscellaneous items, built a kong, a heated brick bed, inside, and lived there temporarily. Although the conditions were limited, it was much better than where they had lived before. A dim oil lamp was still burning in the main house. Hua Sanyang and the others were still awake. When Chen Wuji went in, the 3 women were sewing shoe soles by the dim light, each holding a shoe sole. Why aren't you all asleep yet? There's no need to wait for me, Chen Wuji said helplessly. Hua Sanyang stepped forward and gently helped Chen Wuji take off his clothes, saying, Who knew you'd come back so late? The clan's grand ceremony is almost finished. We're still far from good enough. We'll have to learn from them again tomorrow, Chen Wuji said. Sister, the most important matters of state are sacrifice and war. The Chen family is a large family, and a family grand ceremony is a rare event. It will definitely be very complicated. I knew my husband wouldn't be early tonight. Xin Yue threw down the shoe sole in her hand, yawned twice, and darted into the quilt like an eel. Hua Sanyang shook her head with a helpless smile. I told you to go to bed early, but you insisted on waiting instead of sleeping, so don't blame me. You and Hondo are both waiting, and you still have to sew shoe soles. It's not good for me to sleep alone. Xin Yue groped under the covers and pulled off her dress, placing it on the pillow. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, Husband, you must be too tired to move tonight, right? Chen Wuji really wasn't in the mood today. Having had 2 encounters with Qin Zhanhong was secondary. The main problem was that I had other things on my mind and couldn't muster the interest. However, since Shun Yue said that, he had to prove himself no matter how unwilling he was. That brat now has a huge prejudice against his strength. I'm not tired at all, so don't rush to sleep, Chen Wuji said with a mischievous grin. Xin Yue cried out in pain. Husband, there's really no need to fight for this pride. I know you're very capable, really very capable. Save those words for later, Chen Wuji said with a dark face. It's another clear and sunny day. After getting up and eating the breakfast prepared by Shui Hongdo, Chen Wuji took the Yuan brothers up the mountain. He hadn't been to the mountain for several days and missed it quite a bit. Seeing the familiar mountains and fields made my steps lighter. Unsurprisingly, almost all the traps on the mountain were destroyed. The Yuan brothers, both scholars, had not yet mastered the art of setting traps, and Chen Wuji had been too busy to go into the mountains these past few days, so the matter had to be put on hold for the time being. The Yuan brothers were left to catch crayfish near the pool, while Chen Wuji, carrying a bow and a knife, headed into the deep mountains. He needed to find a way to get 1 or 2 weasels for Su Xingyi to take back today. Although Chen Wuji still hadn't figured out exactly how much trouble the Western King had caused, anyone who could be the strategist in a rebel army must have some real skills. Selling weasels to Su Xingyi used to be purely a business transaction. Now Chen Wuji wants to get closer to this person. In addition, he also needed to keep an eye out for highly nourishing medicinal herbs for Old Zhang. Although the Zhang family's affairs were all in the past, and Old Zhang's plan to make some money from this matter had obviously failed, the medicinal herbs were not superfluous. After walking through the forest for most of the hour, Chen Wuji discovered a beast trail. Wherever there is such a path in the forest, there must be large wild animals nearby. There were no paths in the deep mountains and forests, but as more and more animals walked on them, they appeared. Chen Wuji observed the excrement as he climbed up the mountain. As he approached the summit, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him from behind. Chen Wuji turned around warily. The dense trees blocked his view. There was nothing around him, not even the sound of birds. The forest was eerily quiet. Chen Wuji had not noticed this before. It's too quiet in the woods, that's not right. He scanned his surroundings warily, and the feeling of being watched not only did not lessen, but became clearer and clearer. Chapter 193, The Wolf Pack's Pursuit. I think I've transmigrated to an ordinary ancient dynasty, right? Why do I suddenly have this feeling of transmigrating into a bizarre fantasy world? Is the weasel I killed coming for revenge? Chen Wuji muttered to himself, wary. The atmosphere right now feels just like being lost in a maze. He suddenly thought of a question. In the eyes of the villagers, Shengshenling is a forbidden zone for humans, hiding countless secrets and legends. Many animals here are not just animals. They also carry legends and stories. Could it be that all those things are real? After all, even tigers are so adept at understanding human relationships, so it seems reasonable to suspect them in this direction. I've lived 2 lifetimes, and I've never seen a demon or monster before. Come out and let me broaden my horizons. Chen Wuji shouted. It's natural for the unknown to make people uneasy, but it wasn't enough to scare Chen Wuji out of his wits. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods, and a strong smell of blood wafted over. It wasn't just a simple fishy smell. It was mixed with a lot of foul odors, like a combination of a latrine and blood. The smell is getting closer and closer to that of a weasel. But it wasn't that smelly. Come out. I'll bestow upon you the title of God. Chen Wuji shouted. He had read many stories about weasels, and it seemed that every weasel with a touch of mystery had a fondness for this kind of thing. He didn't know if it was because the Northeast culture was too strong, or if weasels were just like that. The rustling sounds in the woods gradually grew louder. Chen Wuji drew his bow to its fullest extent and suddenly shot an arrow. You won't even give me this much face? You seem to look down on me. Try to play tricks on me? Let's see if you have the ability. I'm a transmigrator. Whoosh. The arrows fell into the forest with a sharp whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, a roar rang out. So as you beasts. Chen Wuji realized the truth. As long as it's not a truly bizarre event, it's fine. The commotion in the surrounding woods grew louder and louder, and there was movement on 3 sides of Chen Wuji. This scene seems familiar. Before the enemy could show themselves, Chen Wuji drew his bow and knocked arrows in quick succession. 2 arrows made a sound, but the others missed. Before Chen Wuji could knock another arrow, a large white wolf suddenly darted out of the forest and pounced on him. This wolf was much larger than the others, about twice the size. Chen Wuji hurriedly threw down his bow and arrows, drew his sword with his backhand, took a step forward, and slashed out fiercely. The knife fell into the air, but the wolf dodged it with great agility. This wolf was not only larger in size, but its brain also seemed to be in sync with its size. It leaped to the side, its scarlet eyes revealing a human-like gleam as it sized up Chen Wuji, giving off the impression that it was looking for his weakness. These wolves must be a pack of wolves, and possibly even a rare wolf king. That beast squatting there really exudes a kingly aura. For more wolves emerged from the woods. 2 followed behind the white wolf, while the other 2 blocked Chen Wuji's path down the mountain. One of them had an arrow stuck in its leg, but it wasn't fatal. It just made it limp. Are you a bunch of beasts never going to stop? Chen Wuji's expression was cold, but he was a little nervous. This white wolf was quite strong, and with 4 helpers, he didn't think he could beat it. But you can't lose face. You have to put on a good show. The wolves in the mountains had clearly set their sights on him. This spectacle even made Chen Wuji wonder if he had gotten involved in some kind of jungle warfare. He unintentionally helped that tiger once, and then these wolves mistook him for a human ally of the tiger? The animal world shouldn't be that complicated, right? The white wolf stared calmly at Chen Wuji with its fierce eyes, seemingly giving up on attacking him again. However, its 4 henchmen bared their teeth, eager to try. Chen Wuji remained unmoved, assuming a defensive stance. He wanted to take the initiative, but he couldn't. This is a long slope. If he moves even slightly, he will have difficulty maintaining his balance, giving these beasts an opportunity to take advantage of him. Once they succeed in their attack, he will be at a disadvantage. When outnumbered by the enemy, we cannot afford to reveal the slightest weakness. Suddenly, the 2 wolves crouching directly in front of Chen Wuji moved. At that very moment, a series of rapid sounds suddenly came from the forest, booming like a flash flood. The sound came quickly, and the answer was revealed just as quickly. A herd of wild boars rushed past Chen Wuji like a flood. Before the 2 wolves could even pounce on Chen Wuji, they were swept away by the pack of wild boars. After the wild boar had disappeared into the bushes, only one of the 2 wolves remained, and it was dead. It appears to have been knocked away by a wild boar and then trampled to death. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. After staying in the mountains for so long, he had seen all sorts of strange phenomena. Such a large herd of wild boars is very rare, and the timing of its appearance was so coincidental. Wrong. Chen Wuji's expression suddenly hardened. The wild boars were running away in such a panic that it seemed as if they had been driven out by something. They were not migrating, but fleeing. What will happen next? Chen Wuji turned his head and glanced at it, but saw nothing. It seems that the appearance of this group of wild boars was just a coincidence. Just then, the white wolf suddenly moved. It raised its head and let out a long howl, then suddenly darted away like a bolt of lightning. But the target wasn't Chen Wuji. It was the direction for which the wild boar had just appeared. The moment it moved, Chen Wuji also moved. Opportunity knocks, but once, or will never come again. He lunged forward, wielding his knife to strike one of the gray wolves. This time, Chen Wuji caught the wolf off guard. Before the wolf could react, Chen Wuji severed its head with a single stroke. The 2 wolves seemed to be struggling with whether to follow their leader and charge forward. They never expected that Chen Wuji, the food they had been looking for, would suddenly attack at this moment. With a single blow, Chen Wuji killed a wolf and quickly withdrew. The last remaining gray wolf pounced without hesitation, baring its teeth. In a one-on-one fight, Chen Wuji would not face any pressure. If he weren't worried that the white wolf might suddenly attack, he would have seriously considered where to make the cut to preserve the wolf's pelt intact. After only a few exchanges, the wolf was killed by Chen Wuji with a single blow. Having eliminated the threats around him, Chen Wuji finally had time to look into the woods. There were sounds of fighting and biting coming from there, but they weren't very intense and seemed to be fading away. What exactly is in the woods? Could it be that tiger who is very adept at understanding human relationships? The coincidences that just happened are too great. The tiger is the most likely culprit. But that might be a bit far-fetched. Did the tiger realize in time that its savior was in trouble and drive away the wild boar herd to rescue it? Things seem to be taking a strange turn. Could it be that we'll be stuck in a difficult situation again? Chapter 194, The Leopard Picking Peaches. The sounds of biting and fighting in the woods gradually subsided. Chen Wuji was debating whether or not to go in and join the fun. He strongly suspected that the white wolf's opponent at that moment was the tiger, but he was also worried about being surrounded and attacked. That white wolf was already very fierce. If another one were added, he would probably be killed. But if it really was that tiger, and the creature had been so considerate, repeatedly bringing him prey and even saving his life in a critical moment, it would seem somewhat immoral for him, as an educated human, to sneak away at that time. Just then, a series of thumping sounds came from the mountaintop. Chen Wuji turned his head and was startled, so he quickly scurried to the side. 3 or 4 muntjac carcasses rolled down the mountain like falling rocks, only stopping when they reached a flat area below, piling up with a series of loud thuds. Chen Wuji was numb. Following the sudden appearance of wild boar herds, muntjac have now started appearing on the mountain. These muntjac had only recently died. Their blood hadn't even congealed yet. They rolled along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from the mountaintop. The voice wasn't loud, and it seemed to carry a hint of coquettish laziness. People who frequently keep cats should be very good at distinguishing this kind of sound. Chen Wuji had never raised one, but he could still barely make out the sounds. There's nothing special about it. It's just that it sounds familiar. After all, it wasn't the first time I'd heard it. Chen Wuji looked up and gazed into the distance, finally able to clearly see the figure crouching on the mountaintop. He is the mountain king who is very skilled in interpersonal relationships. The other bandages on its body had fallen off, but the one around its neck was still there. Moreover, after seeing it many times, Chen Wuji became familiar with this tiger's face, which looked no different from any other tiger's. If this tiger is here, then what's inside the forest? Chen Wuji was confused again. The lack of an answer to this matter made him feel restless and uneasy. But seeing the tiger appear, he no longer saw any need to risk going to find out what was going on. My life is more important. Thanks, tiger. Chen Wuji waved his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. Do you know what's in the woods? I am curious. Roar. The tiger responded. But Chen Wuji couldn't understand. He suddenly felt a little envious of people who could communicate with animals and wished he had such a connection. The tiger let out another low growl, as if yawning, and then leaped into the woods to Chen Wuji's left, the same woods where the intermittent roars and fighting sounds could still be heard. Not long after, the roaring sounds inside suddenly became more intense. Chen Wuji gritted his teeth and followed after him. As a human being, he also needs to understand some social etiquette. But as soon as he entered the woods, the sounds of tearing and fighting abruptly stopped. Are you done playing? Chen Wuji slowly moved toward the direction from which the sound had come. It had seemed like the game is over. Several pools of blood and some white fur were left in the woods, but the main characters were nowhere to be found. Chen Wuji looked around carefully and suddenly had a very absurd guess in his mind. The wolves had their eyes on him, and the tiger had its eyes on the wolf pack. The tiger outmaneuvered the wolf pack with a series of tricks. First, the tiger drove the pigs to devour the wolves. Then it used a feint to attack from the east and a diagonal maneuver to surround and kill the wolves. The tiger managed to kill all but the alpha wolf. But this is possible. Is it possible? Even though he had seen many absurd things, Chen Wuji still thought this guess was too ridiculous. However, Chen Wuji was broad-minded and wouldn't make things difficult for himself for no reason if he couldn't figure something out. Now that his life-threatening crisis has been averted and he's witnessed the tiger's cunning and manipulative nature once again, he should take stock of his gains. He'll probably have to call for reinforcements again today. Chen Wuji turned back to the beast path and dragged out the corpses of 2 more gray wolves from the nearby woods. These are the ones he had killed earlier by blind shooting without any vision. Your archery skills have improved. Being able to kill 2 without any line of sight made Chen Wuji feel like he was pretty awesome. They dragged the wolf's carcass down and threw it together with the 4 deer. Today's harvest, 5 wolves and 4 muntjac. The yield is frighteningly high. Chen Wuji carried a deer to the edge of the pool and called to Yuan Shiotai to go to the village to find more people. Brother Wuji, is there too much to carry today? Yuan Jinshi asked, his face full of shock. In just this short time, they had only caught about 3 or 4 pounds of crayfish, but Chen Wuji had already caught so much prey that the 3 of them couldn't carry it all. This seems a little scary. Isn't it amazing? Chen Wuji asked with a smile. Scholar Yuan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. That's more than just impressive. It's absolutely incredible. Chen Wuji turned his head and suddenly noticed a white shadow flash by in the pool. Quick, quick, there's a big fish. Yuan Jinshi plunged in headfirst, raised the sharpened bamboo pole in his hand, and thrust it in. After about 17, 18, 9, or 20 rounds, he finally lifted a giant salamander up. The fish was riddled with holes from all the stabs he made. Practice more when you have time. Your skills are a bit lacking. Chen Wuji shook his head and said. He was getting so anxious watching Scholar Yuan make fish. Even though the needle was firmly in place, the fish kept slipping through my fingers because of my inconsistent pressure. Yes, Scholar Yuan wiped the water off his face and grinned like a fool. Wait here. I'll leave a mark on the road for you. Bring your men to find me later. Chen Wuji stood up and patted the dirt off his clothes. He planned to wait for the animals on the mountain to come to him today as well. The bloody smell emanating from several muntjac and wolves placed together is sure to attract some bold and fearless animals to come and snatch a bite. Although today's harvest was very fruitful, Zhang Lao and Su Xingyi still haven't received anything they wanted. We need to wander around in the mountains some more. Back at the animal trail where the prey was stored, Chen Wuji looked around and chose a tall, ancient tree to climb. The strong smell of blood could very well attract large carnivores, so safety came first. Chen Wuji's mouth seemed to be blessed. He had just finished muttering to himself and hadn't even settled into a spot among the tree branches when he saw a lithe and agile leopard dart out from not far away. This was the first time Chen Wuji had seen a leopard in Shengshenling. He couldn't tell what kind it was, but it was a very large leopard with a powerful presence. Chen Wuji had grown accustomed to this vast mountain range stretching for countless square kilometers. The animals here are completely different from what he used to know. It's not like that at all. It's not surprising to encounter any species. Who knows, there might be species he's never seen before deep in the mountains. The leopard strolled leisurely to the pile of prey, sniffed around, and picked through the pieces before finally settling on a muntjac. They didn't even try to hide it from Chen Wuji. They started eating heartily right in front of him, and even smacked their lips. Chapter 195, The Hunter's Blank. Chen Wuji was considering whether or not to offend this big guy. If he remembers correctly, leopards can climb trees, right? But this leopard looks really tempting. He has never hunted a leopard before, which is a huge gap in his hunting career. Seeing that the leopard had already devoured a third of the muntjac, its mouth oozing blood, Chen Wuji couldn't bear it any longer. He decided to take a gamble and not let the leopard run rampant, risking the loss of the muntjac for nothing. Chen Wuji slowly knocked the arrows, and to be on the safe side, he fired both arrows at once. Let's teach this arrogant guy a little human trick first. Whoosh! The moment the arrow pierced the air, Chen Wuji didn't even have time to check if it had hit its target before quickly knocking another arrow. If there's a concern about insufficient firepower, then make up for it with speed. Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew out. As he aimed, Chen Wuji glanced at the leopard. It hit, but wasn't fatal. Startled, the leopard leaped 4 or 5 meters like an arrow, its eyes fixed on Chen Wuji in the bushes with a dangerous glint in them. It seemed to be considering whether it could knock Chen Wuji down from the tree and kill him. The leopard nimbly dodged the 2 arrows that came flying at it. Chen Wuji quickly drew his arrow and fired another one. The leopard dodged again, its eyes growing increasingly menacing. It neither turned and ran away nor immediately launched an attack on Chen Wuji. Instead, it wandered around on the ground, keeping a wary eye on Chen Wuji. Having dealt with these animals in the mountains many times, Chen Wuji was able to discern their motives. This leopard was looking for a way to break through his defenses. It really wants to climb the tree. Furthermore, this guy seems very angry and holds a grudge. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out. Chen Wuji anticipated the leopard's prediction, and the arrow struck its shoulder blade firmly. The leopard, in pain, noticeably slowed down. Chen Wuji pressed his advantage and fired another arrow. Affected by its injuries, the leopard failed to dodge again, and another arrow landed on its back. But what's outrageous is that it hasn't collapsed yet. As expected of a large, ferocious beast in the mountains, comparable to a tiger, it's truly resilient. However, after being hit by 2 arrows in succession, the leopard's mentality seemed to be greatly affected. It gave up on settling scores with Chen Wuji, let out a low growl, and suddenly turned and darted into the woods. However, he stumbled and staggered, and even his most basic balance was difficult to maintain. Chen Wuji's eyes turned cold. You're already in my mouth, and you still want to run away? Stay here. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out. The leopard turned into a hedgehog with 4 arrows stuck in its back, but that didn't stop its determination to run away. It continued to stagger forward. Chen Wuji suddenly felt a pang of pity. Since it's already like this, stop struggling. I'll give you a quick death. Chen Wuji murmured, aiming an arrow at the leopard's neck. With a single arrow to the throat, the leopard fell to the ground. This was a formidable opponent, but it also left Chen Wuji feeling quite uneasy. Although he was forced to become a hunter, and quite liked hunting as a means of survival that allowed him to stay in this strange world, he felt uneasy when the prey struggled for too long. Hunting is hunting, but he doesn't like people torturing animals. Without checking on the leopard, Chen Wuji calmed himself down and continued to crouch on the tree branch. If nothing unexpected happened, he was likely to have the biggest harvest of his life as a hunter today. About 10 minutes later, a very alert yellow fox appeared. It was very cautious, checking the surroundings several times before approaching Chen Wuji's prey. Foxes are relatively expensive among prey, as their fur is valuable. Chen Wuji wasn't in a good mood at the moment. After looking at it, he gave up on hunting the fox. Little thing, thank your brother leopard, otherwise today would be your death anniversary. Chen Wuji murmured to himself, slowly loosening the top bowstring and relaxing his body. The fox ate a few bites very quickly, then carried the piece of meat away. This guy is incredibly alert. Even while eating, he was still warily scanning his surroundings, as if he suspected from the beginning that so much meat might be a trap for him. Shortly after the little fox left, 2 more wolverines appeared. This guy actually dared to invite his friends and acquaintances. Without hesitation, Chen Wuji took action and ended the lives of the 2 wolverines. Badger is an old friend of Chen Wuji and has contributed countless amounts of wealth to him. Wolverine pelts are only slightly less valuable than fox pelts, but they're still considered high-quality furs. After the 2 wolverines, a lynx stealthily appeared. This is yet another blank option in Chen Wuji's hunter career. The lynx belongs to the cat family and is about the same size as a badger. It is also known as the mountain cat. Its fur seems to be quite valuable, but Chen Wuji has never sold it, so the exact price is unknown. But one thing is certain, it is at the top of the fur industry. Having used 2 arrows, Chen Wuji successfully blocked the lynx's escape route, turning it into one of his prey. However, Chen Wuji only had 2 arrows left. He had no choice but to climb down the tree and retrieve all the arrows he had just used. Just as he was about to climb the tree, he inadvertently saw a weasel standing in the bushes. There was no hand-in-hand gesture. This guy is observing. Chen Wuji slowly turned around, gently placing the arrow he had just retrieved on the ground, leaving only one tucked between his fingers. After waiting for so long, he finally got to see one. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of scaring the guy away. Chen Wuji slowly raised his arm and knocked the arrow like a rusty machine. Perhaps the turn was a little too abrupt, because the weasel suddenly jerked its head and quickly looked at Chen Wuji. With just one glance, the creature turned and ran without a word. "Where are you going?" Chen Wuji didn't even have a chance to aim before blindly firing an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air, penetrating the weasel's body, and its immense force pinned it to the tree. Even if it doesn't die from that arrow, it has absolutely no chance of escaping. Chen Wuji ran over and retrieved the prey. Su Xingyi is saved. Once he was certain that the weasel was completely dead and had no chance of reviving, Chen Wuji put it aside and climbed back up the tree. Today was truly a tiring day. A few more shakes, and the double yolk eggs will probably be evenly mixed. But looking at the gains before him, Chen Wuji automatically ignored the pain. The problem hasn't been fundamentally damaged yet, so shaking it a little more won't hurt. If he could achieve this every day, he would be willing to train himself into an iron-skinned bronze spear. Chapter 196, Most Likely Explanation. The mountain area where Chen Wuji often hunted had several names. Some people call it Nanshan, some call it Lushan, and others call it Jirshan. But today, this place has become a small meat grinder and a large-scale site for waiting for prey to run into it. When the Yuan brothers, along with Chun Mule and others, arrived, the game, large and small, was piled up like a small mountain, and the scene could even be described as grand. Chen Wuji and his companions stared in disbelief at the scene before them, completely dumbfounded. I'm really curious how he managed to hunt so many prey. Wolves, muntjac, wild boars, badgers, and over there a leopard is stuck there? Does this kid have some kind of trick up his sleeve that we don't know about? Chun Mule exclaimed incredulously. He's almost gone crazy. Chen Wuji racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how one person could hunt so many prey in just half a day. Suddenly, he thought of some stories about the gods in this mountain. I've heard that some people receive divine favor and find extraordinary opportunities in the mountains. Could it be that Chen Wuji has actually met a deity? Although the idea is absurd, the scene before us seems to be only explainable by supernatural beings or ghosts. Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. Even if Chen Wuji was a master archer, it would be impossible for him to catch so many prey in half a day. Even if these prey were standing right in front of him and he were allowed to kill them, he would still kill them for a while, let alone having to search for them in the vast mountains and then drag them all here. Chen Wuji slid down from the tree. You guys are finally here. If you hadn't come, my crotch would have been ruined. Today's hunt was both tiring and enjoyable. If we disregard the fact that his crotch is severely worn, he's practically addicted to it. The proverb, waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump, is a truly excellent idiom. What does hunting have to do with your crotch? You use that thing to hunt. Chen Mule asked jokingly. Chen Wuji pointed to the tree he had just climbed down from. Climb up the tree. I only have a few arrows. Once I'm done, I'll have to come down and collect them. Isn't it a waste of my time to go back and forth? Don't tell me you hid in the tree and shot all these prey, Chen Mule asked in surprise. How could he not believe that someone hiding in a tree could catch so much prey? Aside from the first few wolves, the rest were indeed hiding in the trees, waiting for their prey to come to them. Chen Wuji laughed. How about it? Weren't you amazed by my superb archery skills? Chen Luozi's lips twitched slightly as he turned to look at Chen Li beside him. Do you believe me? I don't believe it. Chen Li shook his head. How could we possibly catch so many prey by just waiting around? Wuji is just fooling us. Look, even our honest folks don't believe it, Chen Luozi said, shrugging. Chen Wuji laughed and said, although it is indeed hard to believe, it is true. I think the reason why there are so many prey is because we killed a lot of wolves before, and the smell of blood was too strong, which attracted some other animals. It was a virtuous cycle. The more prey there is, the stronger the smell of blood becomes, and the more animals are attracted. Believe it or not, it's true. Otherwise, how could I have gotten so much prey? Chen Mule and others. Why are they so disbelieving? Chen Luozi pulled Chen Wuji aside and asked in a low voice, Wuji, tell me honestly, did you encounter some extraordinary opportunity, like a blessing from the mountain god or something? Are you talking about some supernatural tale? I don't have that kind of ability, Chen Wuji laughed. Don't be suspicious. This is my plan to wait for the prey to come to us. Let's get to work and get these prey down the mountain as soon as possible so that everyone can have good New Year. During the family's grand festival, with these hunted animals, the clan members could not only enjoy a delicious meal, but each household could also share some, allowing them to have meat in their pots for a few days. As the head of the family officially takes over the future of the Chen clan, Chen Wuji is bound to do something. However, given his current limited abilities, there's not much he can do. So, he'll start by treating his people to a meat feast. Chen Luozi looked at Chen Wuji with suspicion, his mind filled with a million questions. He couldn't understand it. He just couldn't figure it out, but he also felt that what Chen Wuji said was completely impossible. Let's get started, everyone. Chen Mule called out, hoisted the two wolverines onto his shoulder, and strode down the mountain. There weren't many people who came. Only Chen Mule, Chen Li and his son, and Chen Laohu, one of the few able-bodied men in the clan. It's impossible for 4 or 5 people to bring all the prey down the mountain in one trip. They would have to make 2 or 3 trips. Chen Wuji did not go with them to move the prey, but continued to wait in ambush. It would be great to get 2 more. When Chen Mule and his men returned for the second time, 2 more lynxes and a brown hyena had appeared not far from the prey pile. Chen Luozi. He glanced at the ancient tree where Chen Wuji was hiding, pulled the arrows stuck in the lynx and hyena, and threw them to Chen Wuji in the tree. Your methods are pretty impressive, kid. Whether it's supernatural tales or real waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump, I'm impressed now. They had only been down there for half an hour, and they had already caught 3 more prey. You're really stubborn. The facts are right in front of you, and you still don't believe it. Chen Wuji shook his head helplessly. Being too powerful is also a troublesome thing. It's really hard to believe. This muntjac had no arrow or knife wounds. It was bitten to death. The wounds looked like they were left by a tiger or a leopard, Chen Li suddenly said. Chen Luozi got excited and rushed to Chen Li's side. After carefully examining the wounds on the deer's body, his expression suddenly turned strange. Wuji, you can't possibly transform into a tiger or a leopard or something, can you? Chen Wuji, this is getting more and more outrageous. I snatched that from the tiger's mouth. What nonsense are you thinking? Chen Wuji shouted speechlessly. I'm a decent person. I don't have such exaggerated abilities. How did you snatch it from the tiger's mouth? Is it that easy to snatch food from a tiger's mouth? Chen Luozi shouted. Chen Wuji rubbed his eyes against the tree trunk. Looks like you won't believe me unless I give you an exaggerated explanation, right? Fine. Actually, I have a mountain king friend, and this is a gift from him. Hey, that's more like it. You should have said that earlier. Chen Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Wuji, who is really being outrageous here? You can actually believe that. It is said that there are many spiritual beings in the mountains. In a previous dynasty, some people saw a Taoist priest riding a tiger through the forest. Even earlier, there was a 9-colored deer carrying immortals down the mountain to cure diseases and save people in exchange for food, Chen Wuji said. It is quite reasonable for you to be friends with the mountain spirit. Chapter 197, This is your opportunity. You really did encounter a stroke of luck in the mountains. Chen Wuji cried out in anguish. Why can't I have such a good thing? I've done my fair share of praying to gods and Buddhas. Chen Wuji, he thought the whole thing was ridiculous, but it seemed that people were even more ridiculous. They actually thought it was reasonable. Chen Wuji wanted to ask, that's the king of the mountains, the golden-shaded dog. How is it reasonable to befriend it? Is it reasonable for a tiger to be shrewd and worldly wise? Brother Wuji, is it fun to be friends with Shan Jun? Chen Kun's eyes sparkled with envy. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. I don't know if it's fun or not, but I was almost scared to death and didn't dare to go near them. These deer were thrown down from the mountain by it. Look at you, you coward. You should have a good talk with it, and then ride it down the mountain. Chen Mule shouted indignantly. As long as you ride the tiger down the mountain, you can call yourself king, he. Chen Wuji, this guy is always stirring up trouble. However, on the other hand, this gimmick is indeed quite good, and it can fool people a little. Stop rambling. Hurry up and carry the prey. What are you thinking about? Chen Wuji interrupted Chen Wuji's wild and incoherent thoughts, urging them to get to work. These prey need to be brought down the mountain and processed. There's still a lot of work to be done. The mountain god is blind. Why did he choose you? It would have been so much better if he had chosen me. If a tiger dared to get close to me, I would have ridden it down the mountain that very day. Chen Mule shouted indignantly. His eyes were almost red with envy. But I never doubted the truthfulness of Chen Wuji's statement. It can only be said that legends are misleading. Their high level of acceptance must be due to the influence of those ancient legends about Shengshenling. Someone else has done this before, so it's quite reasonable for Chen Wuji to be doing the same thing now. Hurry up! Hurry up! Stop talking so much nonsense, Chen Wuji shouted, waving his hand. Chen Wuji shook his head and sighed for a while before hoisting a deer onto his shoulder. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly dropped the deer, kowtowed twice to the towering white peak of Shengshenling in the distance, and respectfully muttered a few words before picking up the deer again and heading down the mountain. Chen Wuji's lips twitched slightly. So people seemed to be obsessed. It took several people 3 trips to successfully bring the prey that Chen Wuji had hunted back to the village. Chen Wuji instructed Yuan Jinshi to call over a few more people from the clan to help. The group divided the tasks and began processing the prey. Of all these prey, the most delicious is undoubtedly the muntjac, which is also known as the mountain god. Everyone tacitly overlooked the fact that the deer was a mountain god. Faced with this mouthful of meat, the mountain gods and their companions could temporarily choose not to show respect. But Chen Wuji still explained to them what had happened. He still vividly remembers the things the villagers said when he first brought the muntjac down the mountain. Those words were not only harsh on the ears, but also hurt the heart. The villagers believe in things they can't see or touch more sincerely than anything else. Let me explain, so at least everyone won't feel uneasy when eating it. While the adults and children were busy having fun, a carriage appeared outside Chen Wuji's courtyard. After it came to a stop, a girl wearing a bright green dress lifted the curtain and peeked out. Tiger, take the gift with you. The young woman gave an order and walked gracefully toward Chen Wuji's house. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw the bustling scene at Chen Wuji's house, and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it really is better to arrive at the right time than early. So many top-quality furs, and even a leopard. Chen Wuji washed the blood off his hands in the bucket, flicked the water, and laughed. When did Manager Xiao plant spies in our village? His nose is too sharp. The person who arrived was Xiao Yuji, Chen Wuji's current business partner. Xiao Yuji smiled, her eyebrows curving upwards. I don't have any people to act as spies, but I had a feeling I'd make a profit today, so here I am. These furs shouldn't have any buyers yet, right? How about I sell them all to you for 100 taels? Why are you suddenly being so unfair, Manager Xiao? There are several lynxes and wolverines here, as well as leopard pelts. What kind of discount are you giving me for 100 taels? Chen Wuji asked. Xiao Yuji walked over quickly. Are there any lynxes left? I didn't notice them. She examined it carefully before saying, with these lynxes, the price is indeed a bit unreasonable. I'm not trying to lower the price. I just didn't see them. 150 taels, is that fair now? How about it? Deal. Chen Wuji estimated the price in his mind and felt that it was about right, so he readily agreed. The value of the fur of the prey today was far greater than the value of the meat. Recently, grain and meat prices have skyrocketed, making it extremely difficult for farmers to obtain any grain. Chen Wuji doesn't plan to sell the meat either. He'll keep some for himself and distribute some to the clan. Tiger, hurry and hire a carriage. Xiao Yuji was afraid that Chen Wuji would change his mind, so she immediately ordered the servants to find a carriage. They only had one carriage when they came, and if they wanted to take so many furs back, they could only hire a carriage in the village. Okay, Chen Wuji joked, since I've already accepted this price, don't be in such a hurry, as if you've gotten a bargain and are about to run away. I'm not afraid you'll change your mind, but I'm afraid some people will try to take it from me, Xiao Yuji said. No sooner had she finished speaking than Han Chunshin appeared at the door, carrying 2 roast geese. Xiao Yuji raised an eyebrow and said with a slight smile, Look, here it is. I have to admit, you two have noses that are truly impressive, Chen Wuji said with a smile. The two seemed to have arranged to come together, but Xiao Yuji walked ahead. In the blink of an eye, a big deal was gone. Old Han is probably going to jump up and down in a minute. The moment Chen Wuji had this thought, Han Chunshin jumped up in anger. He glanced at the situation in the courtyard, and his eyes widened instantly. Brother Wuji, you sold it? Chen Wuji nodded. Sold it. Sold them all. Han Chunshin stared wide-eyed, panting heavily. Sold out. Oh dear. Han Chunshin pounded his chest and stamped his feet, howling to the sky, and said with great distress, How could you sell all such good furs? When you have good stuff in your hands, you have to observe and see. It's only reasonable for the highest bidder to get it. You two are old acquaintances of mine. No need for that formality, Chen Wuji said. Han Chunshin seemed to have a heart attack, clutching his chest for a while before asking again, How much did you sell it for? 150. There was no point in hiding it. So, Chen Wuji just said it directly. Han Chunshin glanced at the pile of furs, spread his 5 fingers wide, and pushed them forward. I'll give you 180 taels. Give me these things. Don't do business with Manager Xiao anymore. That little girl is not kind. Xiao Yuji's eyebrows shot up instantly. Manager Han, is this how you blatantly steal someone's love? That doesn't seem very fair. For the sake of business, I'm willing to throw away my old face, let alone be honest. What is this? Is it edible? Han Chunshin asked, looking up. Chapter 198 Profits from Fur. Old Han, are you really going to go against me? Xiao Yuji glared at him, but her usually calm eyes couldn't muster any fierce look. Instead, they appeared more charming and adorable. Han Chunshin snorted. Your price is already unfair. Young friend, Chan has cooperated with us many times. It's one thing if you don't give us a discount, but why do you have to try to lower the price? I have to give young friend Chen a fair deal to prove my conscience. Old man Han, if you had any conscience, you wouldn't have done this. Xiao Yuji said viciously. Han Chunshin calmly said, If you were kind, I wouldn't have been involved. You, Xiao Yuji was almost bursting with anger. You old scoundrel, I'll fight you to the death. How is my price unfair? I've already given you a discount. So who are you calling unfair and heartless? Han Chunshin suddenly shook his head and laughed. Manager Xiao is just not fair. You old thief, you wait. I'll chop you to pieces today. Xiao Yuji looked around and suddenly stormed into Chen Wuji's house. Judging from his posture, it looks like he's going to find a knife. Han Chunshin chuckled and shook his head, handing the roast goose to Chen Wuji. Young friend Chen, you'd better keep an eye on her later. This little girl can really kill people when she gets angry. You knew she would kill people when she went crazy, yet you deliberately provoked her? Chen Wuji was speechless. The old man is indeed a bit wicked. Han Chunshin chuckled and said, I feel bad that she beat me to such a big deal. Let her feel bad for a while too, Chen Wuji. Han Chunshin rolled up his sleeves, sat down on a small stool, and began to help Chen Wuji. Cleansing internal organs is a technical job. If you trust me, young friend, I'm quite skilled at this. My advice is for you to run away quickly. If Manager Xiao really goes crazy, I can't stop her, Chen Wuji advised. The old man had a pretty good attitude. The girl had made him so angry that he was about to explode, but he calmly started working. Han Chunshin chuckled. I believe that young friend Chen can definitely do it. Since we have encountered so many delicacies today, I must try young friend Chen's cooking before I leave, otherwise I will not feel at ease. As he spoke, he suddenly reached into his pocket, pulled out a 20-tael silver ingot, and handed it over. All right, I almost forgot something. This is the profit sharing I promised to young friend Chen. I also brought the account book. We can look at it while we eat. There's no rush. You started selling so quickly? Chen Wuji asked in surprise. Han Chunshin smiled and said, "This is all thanks to the method taught to us by young friend Chen. Manager Xiao and I have been in the fur business for so many years, and we are already very familiar with everything else. Now that we have sped up the processing of furs, everything else will naturally follow suit. It's a pity that only a portion of this batch of furs was sold yesterday, and the caravans we've arranged will arrive gradually over the next few days. However, our agreed profit-sharing date is at the end of the month, so the profit will be less than expected. Nevertheless, based on the caravans we've already negotiated with, we should be able to make a small fortune next month." Chen Wuji nodded. As expected of an old expert in fur making in Yunnan City, his efficiency was indeed remarkable. It seems that the main purpose of their visit today is to discuss the profit sharing. A casually mentioned little trick actually restored dozens of taels of blood to him in half a month, which surprised Chen Wuji somewhat. However, this also shows Han Chunshin and Xiao Yuji's influence in the fur industry. Only those with strength can be efficient. Xiao Yuji stormed out of the front door, brandishing a kitchen knife, followed by a flustered Huasan Yang, who cried out, "Miss Xiao, please don't act rashly. Don't act rashly." Han Chunshin's eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly hid behind Chen Wuji. "Young friend Chen, save my life. Old thief Han, prepare to die." Xiao Yuji drew her knife and charged over, her killing intent palpable. Chen Wuji had no choice but to step in and act as a peacemaker. "Thank you for the knife, Manager Xiao. You two can continue your conversation." Chen Wuji suddenly reached out and snatched the kitchen knife from Xiao Yuji's hand with a little force. Chen Wuji moved too fast. By the time Xiao Yuji reacted, her hands were already empty. After a few moments of stunned silence, Xiao Yuji glared fiercely, then suddenly turned to Huasan Yang and cried out, "Sister-in-law, did you see that just now? Your man touched my hand. Quick, beat him to death." Chen Wuji. Huasan Yang shook her head helplessly. "I really didn't see it just now. Miss Xiao, why don't we go inside and have some tea first? I just made a batch of pancakes with brown sugar. They're delicious. You should try them." "Really? It sounds delicious." Xiao Yuji's eyes lit up, but she quickly shook her head. "No, I have to kill that old thief Han first, and bite your husband to death before we eat and drink." Huasan Yang smiled helplessly and forcibly pulled Xiao Yuji back. Let's go, why get angry with them? These bad people are just teasing you." Xiao Yuji turned her head to look at Chen Wuji and Han Chunshin, snorted heavily, and suddenly threw a money bag at Chen Wuji. "Here's your share of the profits. Count it yourself. If it's too little, I won't care. If it's too much, I won't take it." Chen Wuji could only say that peacemakers never have a good ending. What did he do to deserve this? However, Xiao Yuji's purse was quite bulging. When Chen Wuji poured it out, he found that it was more than what Han Chunshin had given him. Although it was loose silver, it amounted to about 30 taels. "You two have different shipments?" Chen Wuji asked, puzzled. Han Chunshin wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and nodded, saying, "It's different. Manager Zhao's family has some influence. Their own caravans travel as far as the northern deserts and the western regions, so their goods are naturally shipped faster than mine." "I see." Chen Wuji nodded. "You wouldn't guess that this hot-tempered girl is actually a rich young lady. That makes sense. Without connections, one can't open a shop in Yunnan City. Let alone officials and thugs. They can't even handle their own colleagues. 9 out of 10 merchants in Yunnan City have a story to tell. This story corresponds to someone who is difficult to deal with and resourceful." Chen Luozi looked at Chen Wuji and saw that he had made more than 200 taels of silver in a short period of time. He was extremely envious. "Now I finally understand why Lao San sighed. It's really hard to compare people. We can't earn this much in several years, but you made it in one day." "It's all luck," Chen Wuji said with a smile. Chen Luozi's face darkened. "That's really annoying to say." Chen Wuji laughed heartily, put away the silver, and instructed Yuan Jinsher to take Han Chunshin to have tea first. "I'll do some work. Otherwise I'd be too embarrassed to beg you, young friend Chen, to cook for me personally." Han Chunshin shook his head and declined Chen Wuji's offer, emphasizing once again that he was an expert at handling offal. Chapter 199 News from the City. Han Chunshin insisted on demonstrating his sewage handling skills, so Chen Wuji had no choice but to go along with it. I've heard that many major events have occurred in the city recently. Does Manager Han know anything about them? Chen Wuji asked casually in the middle of his work. We should gather information through multiple channels. We might discover some unexpected discoveries. Han Chunshin, in particular, is an old merchant in Yunnan City, and he will definitely have more information channels at his disposal. Han Chunshin had no suspicions and continued working diligently, saying, there have been quite a few major events in the city recently. Young friend Chun should be aware of the matter concerning the county magistrate and that censor from the Zhang family. I know some things, but not the inside story. Chen Wuji shook his head. Isn't that lord of the Zhang family a third-rank official? How come his entire family has been imprisoned? A third-rank official is indeed a high-ranking official in the provinces, but compared to officials in the capital, a third-rank official is only considered mid-level. I heard that this matter seems to be a power struggle between His Majesty the Emperor and the person behind Lord Zhang. The Zhang family has been targeted by His Majesty the Emperor, Han Chunshin said quietly. When the Emperor commands a subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. This is especially true for the one Lord Zhang is following. Never mind that damned Ruan Yuchang. This guy has gone mad and wants to control the court. Naturally, all the Ruan faction officials have become thorns in the Emperor's side. As long as the Emperor has even a little bit of courage, Zhang Mingyuan will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of tomorrow or the day after. After saying this angrily, he glanced at Chen Wuji and said, Young friend Chun, I was just angry for a moment. You won't tell anyone, will you? His eyes were somewhat frightening. Though not sharp, they were deep and unfathomable. Chen Wuji shook his head with a smile. It's just a casual chat between you and me. Why would I tell others about these things? Those officials are too far removed from us. What's wrong with calling them by their names? In our area, if someone wanted to inform on someone, they probably wouldn't even be able to get to the capital. As expected of Yunnansheng, a place teeming with hidden talents, it truly doesn't tolerate idlers. This Han Chunshin, unsurprisingly, was someone who accomplished great things in his youth. Han Chunshin's smile warmed up again. I couldn't help it for a moment and showed these important people a little less respect. I felt guilty as soon as the words left my mouth. He chuckled, then changed the subject, suddenly saying, I heard that the new magistrate of Yunnan County took office today. Apparently, he comes from a very poor background. He's the only one left in his family. Perhaps he's better off than Zhu Wei's grandson. Yunnan really needs an honest official. If no honest official comes soon, the people may rebel. Although the bandits have been quelled, the price of grain in the city remains high. White rice is now a steady one tael of silver, which is simply outrageous. Chen Wuji nodded solemnly. If the imperial court doesn't intervene, these grain merchants will definitely want to make a few more bites of blood-soaked buns. No one would complain about having too much money in their hands. The description of human blood buns is quite apt, Han Chunshin said, nodding after a moment's thought. Chen Wuji changed the subject and asked, So, in this game, the Emperor won? It seems so, but Kyoto is too far away from us, and we can't say for sure what happened. But Zhang Mingyuan is Ruan Yuchang's prize student. Even if the Emperor wins this round, he probably won't be happy, Han Chunshin said. Even I, a commoner, know that Ruan Yuchang is a vengeful man who kills officials as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Ruan Yuchang once beat a second-rank official to death in the palace and was even rewarded by the Emperor. How audacious do you think he was? Beating his own staff to death in the palace. I know of only one person like that throughout history. Chen Wuji clicked his tongue in amazement. He probably wants to be the Emperor. Perhaps he really does have that idea, Han Chunshin said with a smile and a shake of his head. The winds of the imperial court should have been far removed from us, but they have instead blown onto us commoners. In my eyes, no matter who among them dies, they all deserve to die. Not a single one of them is any good. His words sounded like he was even insulting the Emperor. Chen Wuji didn't continue the conversation, as he really didn't know what to say. Who would have thought that the seemingly composed and shrewd Manager Han was actually a radical young man? He was clearly trying to suppress his anger when he said these words, but he still couldn't help but blurt out some cynical remarks, and he was so angry that he was almost gritting his teeth. As the evening sun spread out like a magnificent celestial river, the prey was finally all processed. Chen Wuji transformed into a cook. The worst thing about showcasing your culinary skills is that once everyone knows you're a great cook, the politeness and deference disappear. Han Chunshun, Xiao Yuji, and none of the Chun clan members left. They familiarly brewed tea in the courtyard, drank tea, and ate cakes, and then quietly waited for Chen Wuji's meal to be served. With plenty of meat available today and a large crowd, Chen Wuji first arranged for everyone to have some barbecue skewers, letting these onlookers get involved before starting to cook the dishes. If he were to eat only stir-fried dishes, he would definitely be exhausted at the stove today. Even if he used a large wok, it would take about 10 woks to cook enough food for nearly 20 people. Apart from Han Chunxin and Xiao Yuji, the two wealthy shopkeepers, the rest of these people were all poor and had ridiculously large appetites, unlike the small stomachs of people in later generations. Just as the food was almost ready, Chen Bushi and Xiong Paozi, who had been busy with the family's grand ancestral rites all day, came by the aroma, each carrying 2 jars of wine. Some people were quite generous today. However, Chen Wuji knew that they weren't coming for him, but for his food. Have a meal, Chen Wuji called out, inviting everyone to sit down at the table. Stir-fried muntjac meat, braised pork intestines, wild boar bones, braised pork, and a stir-fried mixed stew were all served at the table. Chen Wuji heard a slurping sound all around. This little flavor made his mouth water even after a long day. Let's eat. Eat up. What's the point of being modest and polite at a time like this? Chen Wuji picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of braised pork intestines. These intestines were from several animals, and he wondered what they would taste like. If it tastes good, I can make it more often in the future. Pork intestines were one of Chen Wuji's favorite foods. Is Mr. Chen at home? Just then, a deep voice came from outside the door. Chen Wuji turned his head in surprise and saw a man dressed in black standing outside the gate. They are from the Imperial City Guard. You guys eat first, don't worry about me. Chen Wuji put down his chopsticks, feeling a little puzzled. I didn't hear any magpies calling today. Why are people coming in waves, as if they planned it all along? Standing in the second courtyard was not only the Imperial City Guard inspector, but also Qin Zhanhong. The woman was even more arrogant today, with a cold expression, her arms crossed over her chest, holding a knife in her burly arms, looking up at Chen Wuji's house. What brings Lord Qin to my humble abode? Chen Wuji asked with a smile. Qin Zhanhong glanced at Chen Wuji and tilted his head. Let's talk outside. Chapter 200. The reward has arrived. Chen Wuji followed Qin Zhanhong out of the courtyard. After moving a little away from Chen Wuji's house, Qin Zhanhong stopped and said, the court's decision on this matter is out. His Majesty issued a secret decree praising me and bestowing some favors upon me. You guessed right. This time we overstepped our authority and indeed pleased His Majesty. Chen Wuji raised an eyebrow slightly. Woman, tuck your lips in. I'm the one who's been strategizing behind the scenes and has put in crucial effort. Is it appropriate for you to be acting like a Versailles in front of me? You seem a bit asking for trouble. They even gave me a little praise and bestowed some gifts upon me, a very subtle way of putting it. Don't make that face. I'm happy we made the right bet. His Majesty will also reward you, and you'll even have 2 choices. Qin Zhanhong rolled his eyes. His Majesty's praise for you far surpasses the words I used, even employing phrases like loyalty to the emperor and service to the country. However, the secret edict contains some confidential information, which I will not show you in detail. If you're going to give me a reward, then why are there 2 options? Chen Wuji asked. Because you helped secretly this time, without revealing your involvement, Qin Zhanhong said. His Majesty seems to have been very cautious in his arrangements for you. According to the laws of you the Great, with your merits this time, you will definitely receive a title and 100 acres of fertile land. But the situation in Yunnan is complicated. You have no merit on the surface. Suddenly, you have such great merit. Some people will inevitably think too much. They may even connect it to the court's actions. The Zhang family and the southwestern may cause trouble for you and your family. But if you insist on having a title and land, His Majesty has also prepared a secret decree for you. Chen Wuji frowned slightly. This was indeed the actual situation. He wanted the benefits, but he really didn't want to get involved in all this messy trouble. He already has enough trouble on his hands. If the Zhang family and the Chong people hold a grudge over this, Chen Wuji will be disgusted to death. What is the second option your Majesty has given me? Chen Wuji asked. Qin Zhanhong said, I bestow upon him 1,000 taels of silver and the rank of commander of the prefectural army. Chen Wuji was immediately somewhat annoyed. The emperor gave money, but the actual amount of gifts received decreased. Even with the lowest rank of nobility, he could still use that rank to obtain the position of head constable in the county government. The title of brigade commander of the Fubing, sounds prestigious, but in reality, they don't have much power. In peacetime, he was a farmer. In wartime, he was a soldier. This brigade commander's identity was only useful in wartime. In peacetime, he was just a farmer. Moreover, there is a very bad thing about this, which is that he will be transformed from a hunter into a military household. The status of ordinary people during the Yu dynasty was extremely complex and almost fixed. Once a person becomes a military household, at least one of Chen Wuji's children must inherit that status and continue to fight for the imperial court. Qin Zhanhong smiled and said, "Don't rush to refuse. As the brigade commander of the garrison, you have the right to choose your own soldiers. That means you could choose 100 military households. You just need to report to the county government for registration. As for yourself, His Majesty has specially granted you a reward. You will remain a hunter, so there's no need to worry about it affecting your descendants." In recent years, the 6 prefectures of Shengshenling have gradually broken away from the control of the imperial court. It seems that the imperial court intends to turn the local militia of these 6 prefectures into border troops that are paid by the imperial court in preparation for any eventuality. Although the imperial court has not yet issued any regulations, this matter should not be too far away. Chen Wuji's eyes lit up slightly, somewhat surprised. His Majesty is taking such good care of a lowly hunter like me? Qin Zhanhong's expression suddenly became complicated. He lowered his voice and said softly, "The struggle between His Majesty and the Ruan faction has never been very optimistic. Although our Imperial City Guard is His Majesty's eyes and ears, we haven't done many truly outstanding tasks. The death of Zhang Mingyuan is tantamount to removing one of Prime Minister Ruan's most capable generals. This is a rare and great victory. His Majesty is happy and will naturally be generous in arranging more for you, a brave and resourceful strategist out of office." Chen Wuji smirked slightly. "I'm getting a little uncomfortable with all the praise. I really do need to read more books. I never thought that a hunter like me could use such a term as a strategist in the wilderness." Qin Zhanhong rolled his eyes. "Which one are you planning to choose?" "My suggestion is the brigade commander. The title is good, but it doesn't do you any good right now. On the contrary, the brigade commander not only has some status, but also has people under his command." "All right, then let's make him the brigade commander." Chen Wuji readily agreed. The emperor and Qin Zhanhong had already considered everything that needed to be considered for him. If the imperial court truly transforms the local militia of the 6 prefectures of Shengshenling into border troops, then he will be a genuine general with official rank, a salary from the imperial court, and, more importantly, a path to promotion. It is worth mentioning that the soldiers of the Fubing, were neither brigade commanders nor captains who controlled thousands of military households, and they had no official rank or salary. This official position only sounds impressive in name. Let me confirm one more time, this Fubing mutiny is not just empty talk, is it? Chen Wuji thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask again. This is a very important choice in life, and asking a few more questions is not superfluous at all. Qin Zhanhong smiled and looked at Chen Wuji, nodding. "Don't worry, since the court has made this statement, they are definitely prepared to do it. It's just that this matter still needs a trigger. Okowo, the soldiers under your command will be selected from the vicinity of Shishan village. If you have any ideas, you can go directly to the county magistrate. He will handle these matters for you from now on. You can be a little wary of him, but you can trust him on important matters," Qin Zhanhong instructed. She gave very detailed instructions, like an old mother sending her child on a long journey. "Judging from this, he's His Majesty's man?" Chen Wuji asked. Qin Zhanhong neither confirmed nor denied it, but simply said, "I don't know. Just keep it to yourself." The words are somewhat contradictory, but the meaning is clear enough. The newly appointed magistrate is one of the emperor's men. This put the emperor in a difficult position, as he had to contend with powerful ministers every day while also worrying about the border affairs and preparing for war. His arrangements, including bestowing upon Chen Wuji the powerful title of commander of a military brigade, clearly showed signs of preparation for war. "Have we covered most of the important business? Come in and eat." Chen Wuji gestured towards the house. Qin Zhanhong suddenly hesitated. "Is it convenient? It sounds like there are a lot of people at your house. You, a high-ranking official of the Imperial City Guard, Are you afraid of having more than us commoners? Chen Wuji said with a teasing smile. Come on, they're all clansmen. We caught some game on a mountain today, and they came to help. All right then. Qin Jianhong hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After taking a few steps, she suddenly asked, by the way, do you have a place to sleep at your house? It'll be too late after dinner, so I can only stay at your place. Don't even think about making me go back. Yes, let's go. Chen Wuji slapped Qin Jianhong's pert buttocks. It seems like Xiao Qin's nose is getting perkier and perkier.